You conducted a live broadcast explaining a famous book for the first time. As soon as you started speaking, you overturned everyone's understanding. Dream of the Red Chamber is actually a ghost book. As soon as you finished speaking, the barrage in the live broadcast was instantly filled with question marks. In response, you just smiled faintly and said, "Next, I will tell everyone why Dream of the Red Chamber is a ghost book." Your voice seemed to have a magical power that could calm people's hearts, and the restless hearts of the audience gradually calmed down. You picked up a thread-bound book from the table and held it up in front of the camera. This is The Red Chamber, published by Huaxia Bookstore in 1970. Using another well-known name, The Story of the Stone. Now, let me ask you a question. Why is it called The Story of the Stone? After the question was raised, Feng Shuang, who was quietly watching in front of the screen, frowned slightly and then typed 2 lines and sent them out. If I remember correctly, the current mainstream explanation in the field of readology is that there is a spiritual stone left by Nuwa, the goddess who mended the sky. Due to the long and boring life, it descended to the mortal world to experience, and the incarnation of this spiritual stone is Jia Baoyu. You saw Feng Shuang's barrage and nodded with a smile. This is indeed a more mainstream explanation, but what I want to tell you all is that this explanation is too far-fetched, too fantastical, too unreasonable, or in other words, this explanation is simply wrong. With these words, Feng Shuang was stunned, his confusion deepened, and he looked at you deeply, thinking to himself, this guy is really courageous, directly refuting the always proud Readology Society. If he doesn't provide a more convincing reason today, the consequences will be unimaginable. As he pondered, your voice came again, a very simple principle. Since Jia Baoyu's background is so fantastical, does it not mean that this book also has a fantastical tone? Just like Journey to the West, which starts by saying that Sun Mukong is a stone that absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, and the subsequent descriptions are mostly about gods, Buddhas, immortals, and demons. This is the basic logic and style of an author writing a book. But what about Dream of the Red Chamber? It is entirely realistic, without any exaggeration or virtuality, which is unreasonable. In a calm voice, you forcefully opened the folding fan in your hand with a swish, then picked up the jasmine tea on the table and took a sip. Therefore, the explanation of naming it after Jia Baoyu's background is wrong and illogical. The real explanation is only one. That Dream of the Red Chamber is not a book about living beings. The scenes in the book are dead, the objects are dead, and the characters are dead. So its other name is The Story of the Stone, because in the culture of the 9 provinces since ancient times, the words recorded on stone have a common name, epitaph, and the most common scene where epitaphs are used is tombstones. So, what do you think the stone in the title refers to? Of course, it refers to tombstones. Feng Shuang's hair seemed to stand on end for a moment, and a chilling feeling crept into the back of his mind. When you explained your interpretation of The Story of the Stone, that sense of absurdity and eerie perception finally began to spread wildly. However, he was not the kind of easily convinced child. Even though he understood that your explanation from the perspective of the literal translation of the book title did indeed strike a chord more directly with people, it still needed to be combined with the content of Dream of the Red Chamber itself to be more persuasive. Otherwise, it would just be another form of cherry-picking. So, after a brief astonishment, Feng Shuang sent another barrage. Interpreting The Story of the Stone as an epitaph is quite novel. But what evidence supports this? You can't just say Dream of the Red Chamber is a ghost book based solely on the title. As the barrage scrolled by, it naturally also triggered resonance from other viewers, with similar echoes jumping out one after another. Yes, there must be a reason for the epitaph. Can I say that Journey to the West is about tourism? And Romance of the 3 Kingdoms is 3 countries making a TV drama? The thoughts of the crowd almost converged at this moment, opposition and denial being instinctive actions that humans take when faced with the unknown. You understand, but you're not used to it. So, at that moment when the screen was filled with noisy chatter, you spoke again. I dare to interpret Dream of the Red Chamber in this way. Naturally, there are things that can support it. Next, I will interpret it from the aspects of the opening, clues, and details, truly presenting a mysterious and cold world hidden between the lines of the book to everyone. First is the opening. You raised your hand and flipped through a few pages of The Story of the Stone, with dense text filling your vision. Dream of the Red Chamber. The first chapter starts from the perspective of a monk and a Taoist, the 2 of them stopping under a large rock to discuss, thus leading to the subsequent story. This is not my personal fabrication, but the genuine content of the book. So, may I ask you all? With dozens of tense gazes, you smiled slightly, then lightly threw out your question. In the cultural system of the 9 provinces, under what circumstances would the combination of monks, Taoists, and tombstones appear? The combination of monks, Taoists, and tombstones. The people in the live broadcast room chewed on this sentence, almost without needing to think, and one after another, They typed out those obvious two words on the public screen, funeral, right. It seems everyone understands it very well, Yu said with a smile, while waving the folding fan to fan the hot wind around you. In the traditional culture of the 9 provinces, the only thing that can make monks and Taoists come down the mountain to face the tombstone is a funeral. Chao Shuochen has explained the background of this book in the opening, where the monks and Taoists come down the mountain to perform rituals for the deceased large family, and the entire content of the book naturally describes the ghost book of the family of ghosts. In other words, Dream of the Red Chamber is not a novel at all, but a text of 730,000 words, used to narrate the deaths and events of the dead. The sound of the fan handle hitting the table was crisp and loud, like a sudden blow to the head, causing the bodies of the people in front of the screen to tremble inexplicably. Silence became the main theme in the live broadcast room at this moment, and those words that were used to refute before now seemed weak and strained. This explanation has no problem at all. After all, at the beginning of this live broadcast, you conveyed to them a truth about novel writing. The author writes logically, and the characters and scenes in the text have their own reasons for appearing. When they were reading Dream of the Red Chamber before, they actually more or less thought about a question. Why did the monk and Taoist disappear after their appearance in the first chapter of the opening? Even if we understand it from a fantasy perspective, since they helped the spirit stones descend to the mortal world, shouldn't they also show up and make their presence felt later on? Just like in Journey to the West, where the great sage equal to heaven was helped by Patriarch Subhuti at the beginning, and he didn't completely leave the story afterwards. All the doubts suddenly became reasonable with your explanation. Why did that one monk only appear in the first time? Because they are living people. The subsequent stories are all matters of the dead, which of course the living cannot participate in. The human world and the underworld, where do they intersect? A deep coldness came like a tidal wave towards the pores. Even breathing seemed to be stuffed with chilly water vapor. Having seen it live, almost no one was thinking that Qi Luo was making it up or deliberately compiling it. After all, for that argument he made in the beginning, he did find enough arguments to support it. The mouth, which had been hard, slowly began to soften. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room just turned into a different picture. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing the anchor say it like that, it seems to make a bit of sense. So what I've been reading all these years is a book that's scarier than Chatelaine? To be honest, the anchor did convince me a bit just now. It's the middle of the night, and a cold sweat is pouring out. I really don't know how the anchor found this kind of angle. I really didn't read Dream of Red Mansions properly before. Now I really need to buy a copy of it to study it properly. The moment the third pop-up jumped into his eyes, Qi Luo realized that one copy of the Book of Stones, which had been put up in advance in the small yellow cart, had indeed been sold. A small surprise flooded his heart, and his expression became much more open. In this case, it seems that this kind of live interpretation is quite effective. However, after all that has just been said, it is surprising that only one person has placed an order. This is still a gap from one's expectations. That being the case, it's time to step it up. With that in mind, he went ahead and did so. After taking a sip from his teacup, he redirected his gaze to the screen, the corners of his mouth hanging in a curve. Just read the pop-up that someone is already sweating? Oh, that's just where it's at. Next, I'll continue to break down the openings and clues to corroborate from the other 3 angles. The 3 angles, each of them, a ghost poem, a ghost count, and a set of ghost words. Chapter 4 Frightening Interpretation. Graveyard Ghost Poem. Spider Ghost Room. The low voice came with a few chilling hints of eeriness of its own. 3 angles that made one's scalp feel numb just by hearing them drilled into everyone's ears along with the hot, dry night air, adding a bit of treacherous anticipation to an already confusing night. Feng Shuang's fingertips rubbed the teacup that had long since cooled, and his lips were dry as if he hadn't had any water for a long time. He didn't know how to describe how he felt at the moment, but his intuition as a media person told him that this live broadcast that he recorded himself tonight would surely be a fire. Not only will it catch fire, but it may even very well start a whole new chapter in the history of traditional cultural interpretation in Kyushu. He wasn't being alarmist. Not at all. Honey, have some fruit. In the gap between the days, Feng Shuang's wife came from behind, and after placing the cut fruit on the table, she gently and obediently encircled his neck. However, the expression on the woman's face suddenly paused the moment their skin was pressed together. What's wrong with you, hubby? Your body is so cold. Let me ask you a question. Feng Shuang took a long breath and spoke in a raspy voice. Do you believe that Dream of the Red Chamber is a book about ghosts? What the? The woman's brows furrowed, incredulity filling her expression. A book about ghosts, in which all the official mansions and residences are netherworlds, and Baoyu Daiyu is a ghost. Hubby, aren't you too tired lately? Why are you talking like a demon? Why don't we take a day off today? The woman reached out and probed Feng Shuang's forehead, as if to determine if he had a fever or not. I knew that you wouldn't believe it. I didn't believe it either until I watched this live. Von Sharp patted his wife on the arm and pointed to the empty stool beside him. Sit down and listen for a while, and when you're done, you'll see why I said that. With a heavy dose of skepticism, the woman sat down in her chair somewhat reluctantly, just looking over at Zyro on the screen. How to read. All like looking at some charlatan. In the live broadcast room, through 3 sets of bombs, Chiluo, calm and relaxed, in the face of a screen full of hyped-up pop-ups, he smoothly flipped the threadbare version of the stone book backward 2 pages, and immediately proceeded to raise it into the air. Next, we're still looking for corroboration from the opening chapter. In addition to the one monk and the other monk, there is another character who appears in the first round, and his name is Yan Shirin. This person also appeared only once in the book, but he played an even more important role than the monk and the Taoist duo. He has experienced the loss of his beloved daughter, a fire in his home and other changes, and in a sense, has also mapped the tragedy and powerlessness of the entire world of the Red Mansion with one person's experience. But do you think that this can be used to corroborate that the Red Mansion is a ghost book? No. Zyro gently shook his head, hoisting the emotions of the viewers in the broadcast room always in mid-air. What can really be used to support the idea that the Red Mansion is a ghost book is borrowed from the mouth of Donnie Yen, who wrote it. A ghost poem. The first set of bombshells. And that's it. The audience held their breath and looked at Chi Luo with serious expressions, a few hints of unspeakable fear hidden deep in their eyes. In the first installment, Yan Shirin, who has hit a low point, meets a lame Taoist. The Taoist chants a song of well-being in his presence. It's also a classic text that I'm sure many of you have heard at one time or another in your daily lives, so we won't dwell on it today. What's really important to note is Yan Shi's response to this song of well-being. Also, just now, I mentioned the ghost poem. At this point in the conversation, the atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room had already been baked to the extreme. There was no longer even a single pop-up to be seen on the empty screen. A full 64 spectators, like travelers secluded in a ghost ship. Early on, they all drifted away in Zillow's interpretation towards the deep sea filled with mists and weirdness. This poem, so written, the sound of clattering pages turning, Zyro's hoarse and low voice added a bit of thrill to the already stark atmosphere. The ugly room is empty. But in those days the bed was full of watts, the decaying grass and withered poplars were once an arena of song and dance, the spider's silk is knotted all over the carved beams, and the green veil is glued to the window again today. Zyro's voice was soft, but every time he pronounced a word, it was like a bullet being loaded. At the end of the day, the moment when the 2 verses were read out in full by him, the bullets, which had long been poised for firing, were fired in unison, shooting holes right through the already 1,000 hearts of the audience. Intense fear mingled with a heavy dose of horror, like a tidal wave to the heart. All the previously accumulated knowledge was dwarfed by this ghost poem. After reading the poem, Zyro paused for a few seconds. The gaze swept past the camera, his expression full of meaning. Those who watch my live broadcasts should be more or less familiar with the classics, right? It is natural to understand what I am expressing. An empty hall with no one in it is a spiritual hall. A field of decaying grass is a graveyard. The spider's silk is knotted all over the carved beams, but it's a long-deserted haunted house. So, except for the use of a monk doing the deed to allude to the story of the Red House as a ghost story, this ghost poem also tells all readers in a few lines. All the scenes in this book are dead scenes like barren graveyards and ruined hearths. A cold voice, like a mist, reverberated through the live broadcast. The silent audience, almost every single one of them, felt what was really a bone-chilling chill. In a fast-paced age, few people actually bother to read word for word anymore. Not to mention dismantling it from the details and analyzing it through various bright and dark lines like Chi Luo did. And these are even more impossible to know from a TV show. The eyes of the crowd that figured this out and looked at the book of stones in the screen finally began to change. The previous contemptuous disdain turned into a curious sizzle. Listening to Zillow's parsing is indeed enjoyable enough. But if only there had been a book on hand to go through in synchronization with Zillow's explanation, wouldn't the sense of vicariousness, then, be stronger? With the idea born in their minds, the spectators were no longer restrained. And so, for just a few dozen seconds, during the gap between the readings of the ghost poems, the sales figures of the Book of Stones in the small yellow carts doubled exponentially. From one book a few minutes ago, it sprinted up to 37. This number, among the countless live broadcasts of Douyin, is naturally not ranked, but if you just look at the purchase rate, you can instantly see the horror of this broadcast. 64 viewers, 38 books sold. The purchase rate is a horrific 60%. This is a number that even the headiest anchors in Douyin would have their jaws drop and drool with envy when they saw it. The air was still swirling with inexplicable gloom. Chi Luo, who was in the live broadcast room, didn't choose to call it quits after taking the crowd across the threshold of the terror abyss. He calmly fanned the folding fan in his hand and lit an incense in the process, cleared his throat in the rising aroma. Next, let's move on. What about this second corroboration? It's a ghost count. Before we reveal it, I'd like to ask you all a question, Zyro said lightly, his eyes looking straight over towards the camera. The wind around him seemed to have suddenly stopped whistling in an instant. The sound that came into the ears was a strong medicine that made the scalp start to tingle in an instant. What do you say? In the whole story of the dream of the Red Chamber, are there any newborns born yet? Chapter 5, Ghost Number 0. No newborns in the Grandview Garden. A newborn? Hearing these 3 words abruptly, the crowd was suddenly confused in their heads, not knowing why Qi Luo suddenly asked this. Didn't he say that the next step was to parse the Red Chamber as a ghost book from the perspective of ghost counting? What does it have to do with newborns? But questioning was questioning. They still frantically searched their minds for memories of the dream of the Red Chamber. But nay, most of the previous readings have been lumped together, making it difficult to give accurate answers. A few pop-ups, sporadically, slid across the screen since Zyro waited for a long time, but eventually smiled and asked himself a question. If that seems to be the case, the bookworms in the live room shouldn't have paid too much attention to those details. Then I'll tell everyone next. So many chapters of the dream of the Red Chamber, so many characters appear, but from beginning to end, not a single newborn has descended. Not at all. What? The audience was shocked at these words, even though they had anticipated this answer in advance. The moment Qi Luo said it himself, they still found it a little too unbelievable. That's when the party popped up thick and fast. No, even though I haven't read the Red Chamber in its entirety much, how is this possible? A family of that size, that long of a time dimension, and no newborns. It just doesn't make sense. Okay? In Dream of the Red Chamber, there are a lot of couples, aren't there? Didn't they emphasize on heirloom in ancient times? Could it be that they are all dinks? This is also too strange. I believe in the idea that the ghost poems were used to illustrate the idea that the Red Mansion was a dead building. But the point that there are no newborn babies, I think it's outrageous. Is the host bullying us for not having read the Red Mansion seriously, so he's making it up? The subconscious reaction of the crowd to such an answer, which was beyond the scope of cognition and common sense, was to refute it. Zyro wasn't surprised at all, and after squinting for a few seconds, he smiled and held up the book in his hand. I have read the various versions of Dream of the Red Chamber no less than 10 times, not to say that I know them backwards and forwards, but I know every detail by heart. So, even if people find it unacceptable, I'm still going to tell you all with unrivaled certainty. The entire world of the Red Chamber is close to 20 years old, with intricate relationships between some 983 characters, and dozens of couples of lovers, explicit or implicit, in favor of. There just isn't a newborn baby born that represents life and hope. The low voice seemed like a thick dark cloud that enveloped everyone. Qi Luo, under the dim light, let out a long breath with a few sighs in his expression. A large red building with no newborns for decades is an impossible occurrence in any place in the mortal world. Unless all the families and all the couples in the Red House are not alive. Ghosts can't have babies. This is the only and logical explanation. Buzzing. When Qi Luo said those last words, the crowd only felt a deep chirping sound resonate in their heads. Surprisingly, it also supports the idea that Dream of the Red Chamber is a ghost book from this perspective. And listening to Qi Luo say it like this, it was simply reasonable and couldn't be any more reasonable. Couldn't pick a single fault at all. At this moment, the skepticism and contempt previously harbored towards Qi Luo was almost completely dispersed. The 60 or so viewers in the live broadcast room understood one thing in unison. This dude is really something. The perspective and amazing thinking of today's interpretation alone are enough to carve out a niche of its own in the field of red studies in Kyushu. The air, a solemnity. After another half a dozen moments of silence, Zyro continued. So, that's the second supporting argument I'm going to tell you about. One ghost count, 0. 0 newborns in the entire Red House. Start to finish. Doesn't that tell you that it's a ghost book? Can't. You're wrong. You're misleading everyone. Who says there are no newborns in Dream of the Red Chamber? There are. As soon as Qi Luo's summarizing words fell, a pop-up drifted steeply across the screen. In the crowd of awesome and convinced, it is very eye-catching. For a time, everyone stopped typing in their hands and looked straight at the sudden and extreme pop-up screen, falling into eating pop-ups. Qi Luo of course saw it, only he didn't panic in the slightest. Smiling, he took a small sip from his glass of water before speaking faintly. Oh, that's interesting. Since this netizen thinks that my point of view is incorrect, can I trouble you to tell me your point of view? I'm a graduate student in the Department of Classics at the Chinese University of Kyushu, and I've read A Dream of Red Mansions no less than 10 times. The opponent came up with a self-reported attack. You said that there are few newborns in Dream of the Red Chamber. I can still accept your point of view, but for you to say that there are no newborns in Dream of the Red Chamber is really fooling the audience. But anyone who has seriously read Dream of the Red Chamber even once knows that Wang Shifeng has a daughter named Xiao Sister. What is this if it's not a newborn baby? Such a big person. And you just wiped it out? You're twisting the facts to support your so-called ghost book theories. What's the difference between this and a charlatan? You must give us an explanation. The oceanic voice carried a deep anger of its own. Along with the strips of pop-ups floating around, the brows of the audience slowly furrowed. Seems like things are starting to go wrong. Because you are at a half-ass level. You didn't realize it before. But just now, when the graduate student in the literature department said the name Sister Qiao, certain memories that had not been taken seriously were activated. It seems like Wang Shifeng really did have a daughter. Doesn't that mean that just now, himself was cheated? To be honest, the reason why they were willing to stay here all the way to watch Qi Luo, a newcomer, live, it's simply because of his fresh perspective and detailed supporting evidence. But if even the corroborating evidence is false information, then watching such a livestream is simply doing more harm than good. After all, he spreads knowledge, wrong knowledge, worthless. And so, after a brief moment of dismay and searching for confirmation, the pop-ups in the broadcast room, once again, boiled over. I just searched and there's really a Sister Qiao. The so-called ghost counting angle doesn't hold up at all, does it? Isn't this pure information fraud? Filter broken light. Well, even if you cannot tell, the dry goods cannot tell. So what is going to happen? I'm off. I'm not watching. It's boring. It's boring. The worst thing to do in literary analysis is to make generalizations. But you're good. You just distort the facts. So I recommend a verdict. Mockery and invective came in abundance. The original calm and peaceful live broadcasting room instantly turned into pandemonium. But even so, Qi Luo still didn't show even the slightest hint of nervousness. And for once, he didn't even scrutinize the last two pop-ups. His body leaned backward into the back of the chair, turning his fingertip Linden a few times in a relaxed and cozy manner before nodding slowly. This netizen is right. There is indeed such a newborn as Sister Qiao in Dream of the Red Chamber. But I'm sorry to tell you that Coquette may be a freshman, but she's not a newborn. Because newborn is the term used to describe a living person. And unfortunately cozy is not. She does, however, have an appellation of her own. 2 words dash. Ghost babies. Chapter 6, The Weirdest Judgment. The 4 families? It's the Ghost Clan. Zyro's voice had a ripping quality to it, especially in the last slowly said ghost baby 2 words. Bizarre and absurd atmosphere. Directly pull full. To be honest, almost everyone in the live broadcast room at this time was waiting to see his joke, but to their surprise, Zyro's response to the joke, however, left them completely unable to laugh. Ghost baby. Just those 2 words alone conjure up many horrors to the core, especially when it appears in a reading of a classical novel. That sense of eeriness and atmosphere unique to Chinese horror is almost overflowing. The noisy and critical pop-ups disappeared as if the pause button had been pressed by an invisible hand. In its place, there were question marks scrolling all over the screen, enough to express the doubt and bewilderment in the minds of the audience at this moment. Thousands of miles away, Kyushu Chinese University, Associate Professor's Office, Chen Bin, then an associate professor in the Department of Classical Literature, rubbed his inflated temples, and his disciple Lu Qing, who was in front of the tablet, glanced at each other with a complex and unspeakable expression. The two of them really didn't expect to run into the situation at hand just by collecting some online material for a certain topic. Their change of heart was similar to Feng Shuang's. As a professional in the industry field, being pushed to click into a live stream is actually disdainful. Still, after a few minutes of briefly watching, I was intrigued by Zillow's unique perspective on dismantling. Until 2 minutes ago, when Qi Luo explained the ghost number, the goodwill accumulated previously all crumbled. The 2 men, who have always been about the rigors of governance, did not hesitate to choose to dismantle it. After all, they do not want to let the existence of Qi Luo such as cheaters to tarnish their beloved classical literature. But it was expected that they had never dreamed that the reversal of events would come so quickly. Coquette is a ghost baby? The fact that he dared to give this answer with such certainty proves that he must have foreseen in advance that there would be objections, and that is why he could respond so freely. So, is it meant to be salutary or is there actually an explanation associated with it? Looking at this anchor's cloudy demeanor from start to finish, it seems unlikely that he will be able to salvage his dignity, but if he does have enough arguments to support that argument, then really, would be a bit scary. Having read The Red Mansion myself for so many years, every detail is broken up and rubbed together to understand. But never, ever, did it feel like Coquette was a ghost baby. So next, let's see how he goes about explaining it. In any case, tonight was a night of upheaval for this pair of students and faculty. Such a strong collision of knowledge systems. The amount of energy generated is enough to make the academic world turn its head. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Qi Luo's few simple words. In the halo of light cast by the dim lamps, stretching anticipation to the breaking point, he stretched slowly and then smiled at the camera. I know that a lot of people might still think that my claim that Sister Coquette is a ghost baby is too bizarre and reeks of a stunt. But that's okay, that skepticism will fall apart when I tell you why. The netizen who asked a rhetorical question earlier. Since you are a literature student, then I will ask you a question. May I ask? In Dream of the Red Chamber, what is the birth date of Sister Qiao? Birthdays? Hearing Qi Luo's question, Lu Qing froze for a moment. After looking down and remembering for a few seconds, he still tapped out a line of text on the screen. The 7th day of the 7th month of the year December. Surely a senior in the literature department. The study of the details of Dream of the Red Chamber is indeed spot on. Qi Luo smiled and complimented, then flicked open his folding fan and fanned it with a smile. I don't know how many viewers in the live broadcast room are knowledgeable about fortune-telling, but if you know some, you'll definitely realize that Sister Qiao's destiny isn't right. Birth date? Numerology? Upon hearing these two words, Chen Bin and Lu Cheng once again looked at each other with complicated expressions. Qi Luo's explanation, once again, exceeded their perceptions, going from the 8-character numerology to dismantling. This anchor, she has studied quite a variety of things. As he was thinking, the voice continued. The year of the decanter is Een, and the 7th month of the 7th month is also Een. In other words, Sister Qiao's destiny is an extremely rare 8-character all-Een destiny. This kind of destiny, a great evil, is hard for the living to carry. So many birthdays don't go set in favor of an all-Een destiny for the only newborn in the entire book. What is this if not a ghost baby? A resounding voice, scattering anonymous ears. A piercing, scratchy coldness spread through the veins. A true Chinese horror. Graphically, Lu Qing sucked in a breath of cool air, his fingertips cold. He had wanted to tap something, but he found that his mind seemed to freeze and he couldn't come up with anything. That's an interesting angle, though, and he does have an explanation that can stand up. Chen Bin, the associate professor behind him, spoke hoarsely after a long time of silence. He lifted his hand and pressed it to Lu Qing's shoulder, his eyes looking up at the screen. Keep an eye on this account. He shouldn't be able to speak for just one day. I suddenly feel that the direction of our subject can be adjusted. After so many years of antiquated and rigid research, it's really not as innovative as someone else, a folk enthusiast. The spaced-out approval didn't let Zyro end the conversation. Amidst a screen full of wildly swiped **** and scary, he slowly and leisurely took a breath and refilled his teacup with water. This concludes the reading of Ghost Count. Even though there were a few twists and turns in the process, the end result, in the end, was successful. The sales figures for the Book of Stones in the Little Yellow Cart increased to 57 copies. In other words, almost everyone who was watching the live stream in the live room at this time had placed an order. 90% or so purchase rate. This number, when you look at the entire live broadcast world, is a miracle. The eerie cloud of gloom that still hangs over the broadcast. After letting the atmosphere ease for a few dozen seconds, Zyro put down his teacup and looked at the camera with a renewed smile. The ghost poem in the opening chapter and the number of clues ghosts in plain sight should corroborate the idea that the Red Mansion is a book of ghosts, right? Of course, I'm sure there will still be people who see it differently and think I'm being a bit one-sided and narrow-minded in this interpretation. That's okay. Then, next, I'll use a dark line that few people notice to show you why I'm so sure the Red House is a ghost book. After finishing in a clear tone, Zyro casually picked up a whiteboard from the side and wrote 4 large words. Jia, Wang, Xue. As we all know, the Red Mansion is a depiction of the 4 great families of Jiao Wang Xue, and the judgments Chao Shuaqin wrote for these 4 families are extremely famous among the judgments in the entire book of Dream of the Red Chamber. In the past, people have always marveled at the author's mellifluous penmanship, which characterizes a family in a few strokes. But really, people almost all don't realize it when they read these judgments. These 4 sentences of judgment that you are so fond of. Actually, it's a set of ghost words. Chapter 7, Mouthful of Pearls. White Jade Hall. All ghosts. A third perspective on this unfolds. The difference between the first 2 thrills was that this time the audience's inner feelings tended to be more awe-inspiring. It's hard to imagine what kind of mental state this anchor is in. It takes a full 700,000 words to find such an odd and offbeat angle. The Red Chamber is full of judgments, which is the consensus of almost all who have read The Dream of the Red Chamber. To be perfectly honest, for the average reader or even literature lover, when reading the book, they often chose to skim or not read any of the archaic judgments. After all, living in a modern language and cultural system all year round, They have a resistance to those things from the bottom of their hearts, let alone to analyze and dismantle it word by word and then find the hidden mysteries. Therefore, even if Qi Luo did not reveal what the so-called ghost words were, but the gazes the audience looked at him were almost all admiring. It is not easy to read the Red Mansion to such an extent, and even read out his own style and characteristics. It is indeed a pity to be a small, unknown anchor and bend over backwards for a few tales of broken silver. The mindset, thus, shifts as time advances. The number of sales of the stone and the small yellow car is also gradually increasing, surpassed the number of people in the live stream and went straight past the 100% purchase rate. Gifts from viewers also began to appear on the empty gift list. From start to finish, Qi Luo had never taken the initiative to ask for it, much less begged vociferously. All of this is an autonomous operation by the audience. After all, the ones who really expanded their horizons and learned from Zillow's narrative. There's no other way to support it other than rewarding it and buying the book. But this kind of anchor, in their opinion, bias needs support and is most deserving of it. In the live room, Qi Luo finished his second cup of tea. He was still looking bland under the shadow of the lamp. The wind streamed in through the half-open window, sending gusts of rustling into the microphone. It's like a special BGM for the next Ghost Words paraphrase. The folding fan in his hand tapped on the desktop. After drawing the crowd's attention back to himself, Qi Luo continued. First of all, let me bring you back to the memory of the judgment Chao Shuichen wrote for the 4 great families in the Red Mansion. The light casts a pale glow on the whiteboard. Zillow gripped the marker and wrote as he spoke. Jia family judgment, Jia is not false. White jade is a hall of gold. Wang family judgment, the East Sea lacks a white jade bed. And the Dragon King comes to invite the King of Jinling. Historian's judgment, the Afong Palace, 300 miles, can't accommodate a single shur in Jinling. The Xue family judgment, a good year of heavy snow, pearls like earth and gold like iron. For sentences of judgment were written out by Qi Luo's dragon. The moment the penny dropped, his question was asked at the same time. Now, please read these 4 sentences carefully. I wonder if, can you find any mysteries in them? Xian Ji, Lu Qing in front of the tablet muttered softly, his eyes focusing on the whiteboard. But after a long time, he still gently shook his head and turned to look at Chen Bin. Teacher, can you see any mystery? It's not obvious. Chen Bin smiled honestly. According to the way I usually lecture to you, these 4 sentences of judgment employ 2 techniques. The first one is the harmonic ideogram. For example, the line, good and heavy snow in a good year, is a harmonic of snow to write, Xue. The second, an allusion to intention. White jade, golden horses, pearls. Use these imagery to allude to the luxury of the 4 families. Beyond that, I really don't know what other mysteries exist. Besides, Chen Bin's expression was a bit saddened, and after a few seconds' pause, he grinned with a smile. Besides, his thought process is so heavenly that it's really hard to guess. This is the feeling of powerlessness from the most authoritative person on the air, not to mention the rest of the audience. There was no way for them to give any other answer to Qi Luo's question than silence. It's just that I find the sentences to be a catchy read. Since no one has answered, I'll reveal the answer for everyone. Zillow sped up his speech and, holding the marker in his right hand, began to draw circles on the whiteboard. Within a few seconds, 6 words were circled. They are, White Jade Hall, Golden Horse, White Jade Bed, Aphrodite's Palace, and, Pearl. The audience was more than a little taken aback when confronted with this odd maneuver, wondering what he was trying to do. And Zyro didn't keep the crowd waiting. After closing the cap of the pen, the spinning begins to decipher. The metaphysics I just mentioned are actually in those 6 words. These 6 words, in a sense, it's all funeral-related stuff. What? When these words came out, the crowd's hearts flinched and their eyes widened in an instant. Funeral, like the ghost baby Qi Luo had mentioned before. These 2 words once again gave them a profound shock. Breathing began to become unconsciously rapid. After sweeping his eyes towards the camera, Qi Luo raised his hand and tapped the words, White Jade Hall, and White Jade Bed, speaking faintly. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but the royalty of all dynasties almost never use jade to build their houses, much less to carve their beds. So it's because they can't collect enough alabaster or the technology isn't there? Actually, no. Qi Luo gently shook his head and heaved a little on the word, jade, because jade is cool in nature and has a yin attribute. And, in the traditional cultural system of Kyushu, it is believed that white jade can be psychic. So, jade floor beds and couches will not be found in the mansions of the living. It will only appear in one place in the grave. The steeply aggravated tone of voice caused the crowd in front of the screen to chill out. Before the horror in his suppressed heart could be voiced, he was interrupted by Qi Luo's voice immediately following. Therefore, the White Jade Hall, in the judgment is actually the Jade Coffin. The White Jade Bed, on the other hand, is the jade burial goods that cover the jade coffin. Heart, beating violently. Strands of coolness, straight into the pores. Coffins and burial goods. I can't believe it can be explained like this. And with similar epithets to white jade hall and white jade bed are golden horse and pearl. The golden horse itself is an ancient category of luxury burial goods. Pearls, not to mention, almost dignitaries buried, will be, with the mouth containing beads. Here the beads are pearls. Zhuangzi miscellaneous articles external objects once mentioned, life does not give charity. Death why contain pearls for? And finally, the Aphrodite Palace. The end of his pen glided lightly across the whiteboard, and Zyro smiled as he rose from his stool and stretched. But anyone who knows a little bit of history should know what happened to the Alhambra, right? A fire to burn it all down. That's exactly. It's a ready-made and tragic graveyard on Earth. So all of you. Qi Luo took a deep breath, his gaze flat and full of deep meaning. Now everyone listen up. These 4 sentences of judgment are not used to describe the extravagance of the 4 great families at all. Instead, tell us about the so-called 4 families. But it's just the 4 major ghost clans. And what do you say, then, that the dream of the Red Chamber is not a book of ghosts? Qi Luo smiled and uttered a sentence, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. In the moment when the crowd off-screen had fallen into contemplation, he lifted his wrist and glanced at the time before continuing. It's late in the day, so I'm going to go live here. The dismantling of the book about the Red House being a ghost book is not yet complete, so we'll continue tomorrow. Oh yeah. Zyro suddenly lowered his voice and looked wildly into the camera. Let's sell you all a little bit of a spoiler ahead of time. In fact, what really supports the idea that the Red Mansion is a ghost book is not the opening chapter or the little clues told tonight. Rather, it's the plot details that appear throughout the text. Like, why is Princess Yuan's province at midnight? Why is the Bowie courtyard a graveyard? And, why did Lu have to enter the Grand View Garden 3 times? Is the counterpart in the Kyushu funeral culture? What about the 3-year sacrifice? Chapter 8, starting a tide of thrills across the internet. Kill or bury. Under the hazy moonlight, the light in Qi Luo's live broadcast faded. Late at night, at 9 o'clock sharp, the moment when all the lights are on. This is a thrilling journey of parsing that has finally come to an end. The 60 or so netizens who had been with him from the beginning until now sat dumbfounded in front of the screen, unable to speak for a long time. It was as if countless balls of indigestible cotton wool had been stuffed into his brain, and endless chills were still drilling into his pores one after another. Such a miraculous encounter was indeed somewhat beyond their knowledge. The dream of the Red Chamber, which has been familiar since school enrollment, has such a deep hidden secret behind it. Put it on anyone, it's enough to marvel and lament for a long enough time. Suddenly I feel lucky. In these frenetic and fast-paced times, it's amazing to be able to enjoy a full-fledged literary feast in such a quiet and engaging way. Either way, you've earned it. Just even so, the feelings they had in their hearts for Qi Luo at the moment were complicated to the extreme. Certain people, even, hadn't been able to hold back their soft curses. If you're off the air, why do you have to leave a couple of tales at the end with such a high sense of anticipation? Yuan Fei saves her family. 3 trips to the Grand View Garden. Behind these familiar storylines, there is a surprisingly eerie fog of deep hidden secrets. No matter who it was, whoever had seen those super high gold content parses of Qi Luo tonight could not be indifferent. Hate it. This anchor is really all tease and no release. Kill or bury. Scumbag. The crowd, grasping at straws, began to troll the airwaves. It was only after a full 10 minutes or so that the party cursed and exited the live broadcast. Under the fading night sky, continue to digest the answers that hit the trifecta. In a small building outside the 3rd ring road of the imperial capital, after staring at the completely darkened screen for a full 2 or 3 minutes, Feng Shuang turned his stiff neck and looked at his wife who had not said a word from beginning to end, his voice dry. Now, what to say? Hands and feet a little cold. The woman inhaled her nose, and out 5 words. The body did not have no reason to tremble 2 times after the subconscious affixed to Feng Shuang's shoulder. You do self-media 5 or 6 years. Speak of the traditional culture of the Kyushu experts and scholars. Knowledge anchors I have followed a lot to see, but are not as deep as the memories he gave me. She expressed her true feelings very earnestly, and the few hints of horror and trepidation that floated between her eyebrows were also an outpouring of emotions that Feng Shuang had never seen before. You know, your own wife is a doctor who specializes in psychiatric disorders. She's gutsy, not that gutsy, but tonight, it was a real surprise and a shock. Husband? Are you cutting the movie later? That's right. Feng Shuang nodded gently. This material is just too precious. As long as it's cut out, it's designated fire. I have to hurry up. Then, why don't I make a bunk and sleep next to you then? The woman beamed, her tone weak. That ghost baby reading was so scary. When I close my eyes now, my mind is filled with the people in the red house, each floating before my eyes like ghosts. Feng Shuang laughed bitterly and helped his wife to lay the groundwork, and then jumped in front of the computer. Outside the window the stars and moon rotate, and frame after frame is stitched together between mouse clicks. Rao already knew all of what Qi Luo had told him, but in the process of retracing his steps, he still couldn't control the awe and shock in his heart. If this man is not on fire, God forbid. Rongqing, the old warehouse. Zillow, who finished the premiere, didn't have too many emotional ups and downs. After turning off the device, he wrapped up the 123 copies of the Book of Stones that his audience had just placed an order for, and then nestled into the couch. Today's results are actually quite satisfactory. It's a bit of a one-dimensional format, but the good thing is that it's sticky. Innovation and all that is something to be considered only after getting bigger and stronger. Right now, it's all about being able to fill your stomach. A cigarette, lit to the stub. After pressing the cigarette butt into the ashtray, Qi Luo opened the backstage of Douyin and began to check up on this evening's earnings. The price of a single book is 40 a copy. Revenue is 4,920, and profit is about 3,000. Gift revenue totaled 1250, with 625 after the platform share. If you do the math, you've made over $3,600 tonight just from being on the air for an hour. That's the equivalent of a full week's worth of offline retail earnings before. It must be said that the strange encounter, which he had always regarded as chicken ribs, had finally played its role. Unique analytical perspectives, explosive knowledge in the blind spot. Indeed, it is a secret weapon that can be used to preach about sucking money. He was well read, but never pretentious either. There's a chance to earn your money standing up, so why not? Wisps of smoke lingered and floated in front of his body. Picking up the cell phone with the broken screen on the coffee table, Qi Luo transferred 3,000 to his mom. After thinking for a long time, tapping out 2 lines of text in the chat box. Mom, don't pass the dishes tomorrow. For the first half of your life Pops protects you. The rest of the time, I'll leave it to my son. He couldn't say anything too melodramatic, and could only hide his apologies and responsibilities in short characters. It was a peaceful night of sleep for him. Deep in the night, I suddenly dreamed of my youth, and the dead trees of my life were new and green. In the morning, at 10 minutes past 12, Feng Shuang rubbed his sore eyes, and after letting out a long breath, he dryly pressed the send button. For a full 3 hours, he cut the video with almost total concentration, condensing all the best into just 2 minutes and 24 seconds. He uploaded it to his account of 300,000 followers. Next, it's just a matter of waiting. Wait for this video to bombard the entire internet and for Doyen's cultural communication track to be completely upended. He has that confidence, after all. As an audience member who listened to the whole thing from start to finish, he understood the gold of that hour with Zillow better than anyone. If this can't catch fire, it only means that the charm of knowledge no longer exists in the current era. But the probability of this is so small and insignificant that it is almost impossible to occur. Because as long as there are people, there will always be a chase and thirst for new knowledge. This is the upside-down truth. It's also the source of his confidence. And it turns out, the energy and impact of this short video, titled, "Let's Live Stream You Talking About Masterpieces, and You Say the Red Chamber is a Ghost Book," was generated after its release. It was even more terrifyingly raw than he had imagined. After a night of fermentation, at an unprecedented blow-up speed, putting the whole doujinshi, covering sweeps, let the man who has been wasting away in a warehouse for a full decade, overnight, just step into the limelight, with a gesture that can be described as stunning, appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 9, Learning to Question? Zyro, let's play a scary game. Douyin platform has always had a principle of pushing the stream. Can stand out from thousands of videos must be for high video, high click-through rate, high read-through rate, high review rate, high recommendation rate. Only videos that fulfill these conditions at the same time are likely to get traffic boosts from the platform and be seen by more people. And that video Feng Shuang posted up is the perfect for high video template. Nearly 67% click-through rate, 93% watch rate, 42% review rate, and 23% recommendation rate. This kind of data, but anyone who knows a little bit about the rules of Doyen's operation will think it's too fake. But it is, by contrast, the truest representation of the data. So, within just an hour of the video going out, let you live talk about masterpieces. You say the Red Mansion is a ghost book, then rocketed upwards at a speed that directly crossed 3 large levels of traffic pool. Insane external display traffic with super high retention rates. It received more than 20 million views during the late night hours of 2 to 3 p.m. Which is known as traffic hell. And that is just the beginning. At 6 a.m., the first wave of early risers quadrupled the number of views right to 60 million. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. after the shimmering light of the sunrise had completely thrown itself upon the city. Views. Breaking billion. Doing hot 100. Number 3. Overall cultural video list. Ranked 5th. 9 o'clock. Feng Shuang, who had just gotten up from his bed, stared at the video that he had put up ahead of time, and was dumbfounded on the floor for a full 5 minutes. His lips quivered at a rapid pace, and he couldn't restrain his fingers from trembling wildly. 5 years in the business and at least a couple hundred videos posted. It's not like fans can build up from 0 to 300,000 without a small fire. But today, he had truly seen what kind of scene the so-called burst of fire was really a picture of. Number of video likes. 3. 604 million. Number of video comments. 659,000. Number of retweets. 344,000. After seeing these numbers, which he had previously not even dared to dream about, his heart beat wildly as he clicked into the comments section. It was followed by countless long comments like a tidal wave. In the middle of the night, my hair roots really stood up. Can still interpret the dream of the Red Chamber in this way? However, it is really exciting and has a cool feeling of subverting the understanding. Give me more of this kind of anchor. Seriously, I've been following up for so long, and this is definitely the highest quality installment of slicing. Already concerned about that anchor, squatting his live room at night to listen to the analysis of the plot. Good man, this kind of track can be unearthed. The Red Mansion is a ghost book. Zhao Shuoqin's coffin boards can barely hold it down, but after a brief look, it seems to make sense. I have to say, that literary vein speaker has 2 brushes. Clearly the rave reviews and anticipation are densely packed. After taking a long enough time to regain her senses, Feng Shuang finally smiled. 5 years of sharpening the sword, and now good fortune has finally landed on him. Taking advantage of this wave of Qi Luo's momentum, his own fans should be able to break through at least 1 million. In addition, he had an extremely strong sense of accomplishment, to be able to push Qi Luo's live room out towards the entire network, to be able to gain the recognition and affirmation of so many people. That's what makes a self-publisher worthwhile. It's what really counts. At 10 o'clock in the morning, inside an office building in the high-tech zone of Rongqing, Yang Na, the ex-wife who had just finished the divorce procedure with Qi Luo, sat on the sofa in the lounge, biting her lip and fuming. The phone rested on his lap, presenting the familiar face on the screen. The face that she had disliked and resisted beyond measure for the past 5 years, to the point where she finally chose to go her separate ways for good. One night, in just one night, this face was on fire. So much so, that after work this morning, everyone looked at her with sympathy and sighs. Bad fate. Here's a review from a girlfriend. 1 foot in the divorce, the other foot in the flat-foot world. But what can be done about that? Who would have known that he had turned half of the online world upside down with just one 1-hour live broadcast? And who knew that those books, which had been so despised in the past, could be so effective? So, can reading really lead to a bright future? Daylight poured in toward the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Jana, who had been silent for a long time, slowly got up from the couch and shook her somewhat dazed and dizzy head. Taking a drink of the coffee in his hand, a bitter and helpless smile floated to the corners of his mouth. If you miss it, you miss it. It is he who has not made up his mind to share the suffering, and naturally he has lost the qualification to share the sweetness with the other. Somehow she suddenly felt like coffee today. Unusually bitter. Hard to swallow. Everything is changing. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Zhao Ruiming, president of the Kyushu Red Study Association, called an emergency meeting. Almost all of the participants were leaders in the field of Dream of the Red Chamber in Kyushu. At the meeting, he played that video slice a full 2 times. The expression was always somber. Throughout the years, the cake of readology has always been tightly held by him and the group in the conference room. But today, suddenly there is an outlier who shares the cake. Oh, no! With the perspective this person has chosen to interpret and the current heat on the internet, he's not even here to share the cake. He's here to lift the table. This was something that Zhao Ruiming could not tolerate. What's your grade, Zillow? How dare an unknown bookseller with no backing or background snatch food from his own mouth? What's the point of a good speech? What's the point of being attractive? The interpretation of the Red House is in the hands of our group. It's a bowl that you can only serve if I let you. The meeting, which lasted well over 3 hours. In the end, there was only one conclusion. This nail must be pulled out by any means necessary. Tonight's broadcast, by turns, turned his parsing of the follow-up to the Dream of the Red Chamber into a farce. Late, 8 o'clock, the descending night slowly enveloped the city in it. In the old warehouse in the west of the city, Qi Luo yawned and lazily opened the live broadcasting equipment and entered the live broadcasting room. His reliance on electronics was close to non-existent, so he had barely even touched his cell phone during the day that had just passed. except to take a call from his mom. Naturally, he didn't realize that he was now on the cusp of the storm. The live feed, as usual, is open. Eyes flicked casually toward the headcount display at the top. Then, and he was confused. 100,000 plus. This is wrong room? Brain buzzing. A great sense of unreality swept over me. Zyro raised a hand to his eye and rubbed it over the socket, examining it carefully again, confirming that there was no mistake. This was indeed his own literary pulse presenter live room. As fake. For a good 10 seconds or so, he didn't speak. The frantic churning of the mind was forcibly suppressed. In the dark, he could actually guess some of the reasons. It should be the result of factors that are being promoted and publicized. Then the next step is to be cautious. The more people you see and the larger the base, the higher the risk. That was his first thought after realizing he was on fire. And as it turns out, that's the biggest character trait that sets him apart from other overnight internet celebrities. Years of reading books have nourished his qualities of not being arrogant and harnessing his energy to a high level. And these qualities are the unique charms that support his ability to ride this track. The number of people in the live room kept incrementally increasing. A tidal wave of pop-ups surged wildly. The light overhead, still dim. After quickly adjusting his breathing, Chi Luo looked at the camera calmly and lightly. Swish opened his folding fan with a calm tone and relaxed expression. Welcome to the live broadcast on time. I'm Chi Luo, the main speaker of the Cultural Pulse. I'm lucky to have so many extra friends today. Then let's pick up where we left off. Let's continue to dismantle the ghost book dream of the Red Chamber. Before we begin, I would like to play a game with you all, one you've never played before. The horror game. Chapter 10 Facing Challenges. Psychic fires back. Inside the live room, lights and shadows flowed. The dim circle of light enveloped the bemused face, even as it tugged at everyone's ragged breathing. After a pause of about a couple dozen seconds, Zillow rose from the bench, leaving the crowd with a backdrop of meaning. By the time he returned back again, he had a few more tools at his side. Eyes, all cast. Across that tiny screen, almost everyone's heart was racing, except for that ever-so-arrogant bunch of existences in the Kyushu Red Study Association. Zhao Rui was holding a cup of tea in his hands and looked at Chi Luo with a cold smile, the dislike between his eyebrows undisguised. Pretending to be a god. I thought he had a few tricks up his sleeve, but now it seems to be nothing more than a trick and a bluff. In a cold voice, he inclined his head to look at the subordinate at his side. What's on the air? A full exposé of his pitfalls in utilizing the Red Room. The wind is blowing and the broadcast continues. In the small screen, Zyro raised his eyes to the camera, the corners of his mouth hooked up. Before we start the game, I'd like to ask you all a question. Do you believe that in this world, have ghosts? Knock. The moment the words fell, the crowd only felt a heavy blow on their hearts. This was obviously a cliched topic, but at this moment, it pulled the atmosphere in the live broadcast room directly to the extreme. Heavy breathing, staggered in all corners off-screen. Amidst the countless gazes that were projected, Chi Luo looked down towards the small square table. I don't know if you believe it, but I do. Because I have touched them more than once, and a little later, I will try to talk to them. Meanwhile, the Fighting Sound platform. Another live stream is coming to the public eye in an extremely frenzied manner. Dressed in a silk tang suit, Zhao Rui wore a smile and spoke casually. The study of Red Studies has always been as serious to the extreme. As the head of the Red Studies Research Association of Kyushu, I am really saddened that there would be people who would fake the heat of the Red Chamber and devour the traffic so bottomlessly. The Red Mansion has never been an underlying realistic novel. What a ghost book. It's complete nonsense. Today, on behalf of the Kyushu Red Study Association, I will go and fight against this so-called literary vain presenter. Next, we'll see how he plays this horror game, and how to go about utilizing feudal superstitions and absurd and strange stories to confuse you viewers. A provocative gaze was thrown towards Chi Luo's live broadcast without a care in the world. Zhao Rui smiled coldly and picked up his teacup, filled with a condescending aura. And at this moment, after finishing organizing the tools at hand, Zyro gently turned his neck and smiled with his teeth showing. Alright, the preparation is over. Now then, let's officially start today's horror game. The way the game works, it's simple. I'll randomly choose a viewer to connect with, and then help him contract a psychic to resolve his inner doubts. This man. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the screen. After a few seconds of careful attention, he suddenly smiled. Under the night, Chi Luo stretched an incomparably loose waist, then raised his hand towards the pop-ups floating all over the screen and clicked. Originally, I was going to randomly select an audience member through a pop-up to complete this game, but now, it seems that I don't have to. I see that someone said that the head of the Kyushu Red Society is running a live stream to fake me out right now, saying that I'm pretending to be crazy and misleading the audience, is it? Alright then, since you're questioning me, why don't you link up? I'll grant you this opportunity to contract a psychic. President Cho. Right. You. Dare you to take it? Qi Luo's quiet eyes swept the screen, staring at Zhao Rui, who was far away from him, and his scalp tingled. Good lord. It's clear I'm the one who's righteously faking him. How come it feels like he's more righteous than I am? Zhao Rui froze for a moment, then smiled. He didn't say much and went straight towards Qi Luo to send out a connection invitation. 3 seconds later, the video picked up. Two rivals, who have never met, appear on the same screen. Qi Luo still maintained that smooth and bland demeanor, smiling and sizing up Zhao Rui for a couple of moments before speaking straight away. President Zhao, tell me, what is it that you have that you need me to channel and solve? Faced with such a direct inquiry, Zhao Rui's eyes grinned frivolously. My old father has been extremely unlucky lately. First he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and then yesterday he fell from a high place. So you will help me ask what caused this? Zhao Rui, who had asked the question, teasingly looked at Qi Luo, who did not react with any nervousness or panic. After shrugging easily at Zhao Rui on the other end of the screen, his eyes went to the small square table. The camera. Inches in. Inside the extremely quiet warehouse, the audience finally got a good look at a few of the objects on display. A sand tray filled with fine sand, and a tapered pen that looks a lot like a large vice. Very strange equipment props that made the audience wonder once again. Rely on this. Is it really psychic? Just as he was thinking, Zyro and the camera had moved. A misty fog filled the area around him as he exhaled in long breaths. He was seen holding his hands out on either side of the tapered pen, gently touching the tip of the pen to the center of the sandbox. Splitting his hips, the audience held their breath and listened with their ears. And then a low and raspy tone came into their ears. Purple immortal nun, Black Earth King, come down to earth and listen to my inquiry. There is essence in the heavens and the earth. Is it okay to be on the body instantly? The floating light and shadows, along with the two chillingly drawn words, made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room weird to the extreme. Zhao Rui coldly grunted twice with incomparable disdain, and opened his mouth contemptuously in front of more than 100,000 viewers. Playing God and making a fool of yourself. This voice was naturally heard by the audience, only they did not make any response or rebuttal. There was even that part of the population that actually had similar thoughts as Zhao Rui. So psychic. Why do you feel more lam-chinging than Uncle Nine? All such puzzling thoughts, wrapped up in a mishmash. Qi Luo, who was firmly locked in the gazes of the crowd, was still methodically advancing his psychic performance. The light cast a small, dim shadow behind him. Qi Luo lowered his head. The conical pen in his hand had already begun to move around the sand table without any regularity. At first glance, it appeared as if it was not Qi Luo himself who had grasped it, but a dark hand that had come uninvited from the void. Lady Violet, please listen. This question concerns the infirm. Zhao of Kyoto asked heartily why my father had no luck. If your highness can enlighten him, offer him 10 years of life in the yang world. Swish! A cold wind passed swiftly, blowing the light bulbs in the warehouse swayed sharply, spilling a cold, disoriented light. Dang! For some reason, when Qi Luo finished his last sentence, Zhao Rui's heart suddenly beat violently. This guy, should he be so tough? 10 years of my life to pay my respects? Coldness that permeated out, but immediately afterward, he was relieved. It's just playing God. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a trick to bluff the audience. Zhao Rui picked up his teacup and took a slow sip. With that look, he looked more like a stress-free spectator at the bottom of the theater. Sha 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 sha. The only sound that could be heard in the quiet-to-the-point live room was the sound of a tapered pen scratching on a sand table. Across the dull curtain of light, the audience tried to make out the outlines being sketched on the fine sand. Unfortunately, from a spectator's point of view, they were unable to decipher the puzzling ghost signs. Time. Little by little. A full 3 minutes later, under the nervous gaze of countless eyes, Qi Luo's figure, which seemed to have been manipulated by the ghosts and gods in space, came to a standstill. The scene, suddenly, drew closer. The fine sand, refracted by the shadow of the dim lamp, was dense with a palpitating special color. The audience gazed with attention, and when they thoroughly saw the full picture displayed above them, they actually eeped in unison. So weird, really weird. The reason why such a thought was born was because of what appeared in the field of vision. Surprisingly, they were two irregular ovals, arranged one above the other. Plain and messy. After all this effort to channel, you end up with a thing like this? Complexity and doubt held the crowd firmly inside. Zhao Rui, on the other hand, after carefully scrutinizing the screen of Qi Luo's live broadcast for a long time, burst out laughing. Ha, I thought it was a great trick. You've been gesticulating for half a day, but now you're drawing duck eggs? Aren't you afraid the audience will laugh at you? If you're like this, Are you really not afraid that your old ancestors will come up from the ground and whip you? Before Zhao Rui's sneering words fell, they were immediately covered by Qi Luo's slightly laughing voice. For the first time, he could not believe his ears a little. After freezing for a good long while, anger instantly climbed up his face. You, what kind of are you talking about? Who gave you the nerve? An irritated bellow pierced his eardrums, but Qi Luo wasn't overwhelmed by his aura, and after a slight smile, he raised his hand and pointed to the sand table. When the seance just took place, the purple girl mother drew down not something else, but your family's ancestral tomb. You dare to say that your family's ancestral tomb is a duck's egg? This kind of treacherous speech, your ancestors will certainly whip you when they hear it. What? President Zhao? Is there a problem with what I said? Chapter 11, something wrong with my family's ancestral grave? Nonsense. Qi Luo's voice was calm, accompanied by a cold wind that traveled into the microphone of the electric current, and then rippled out towards the entire spacetime. The air, as if for a moment, suddenly froze. The audience in front of the screen almost simultaneously hit a jolt, their eyes instantly filled with bewilderment and doubt. As for Zhao Rui, who was originally huffing and sneering, he turned pale in an instant. The triangular eyes, already drooping, snapped round. The slightly aged lips began to open and close uncontrollably, and the color of his lips turned from dark red to miserable white in seconds. You, what did you say? He straightened his spine, his expression stiffening as he gazed at Qi Luo for a long time before he finally asked with a trembling voice. The result of invoking the spirit is your family's ancestral tomb displayed on the sand disk. Qi Luo spread his hands and replied with a grimace. Didn't you just say that your father has been having bad luck lately and is always sick? Zyro casually pointed to the two ovals on the sandbox. The problem lies in your family's ancestral tomb. Find a time to go back and take a look. If nothing unexpected, in your family's ancestral tomb, should appear a fresh grave. A bemused voice, slightly aggravated. The moment Qi Luo's voice was about to fall, Zhao Rui jumped up from the bench with a swish. At this moment, he was ignoring the hundreds of thousands of viewers who were watching him in front of the screen. The index finger of his slim right hand stretched out and trembled, pointing at Zyro, his cheeks rising to a reddish color. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You're just farting. How dare you? How dare you make fun of my family's ancestral tomb in front of so many people? A new grave has been added to my family's ancestral grave. Absurd. It is really absurd. No one in my family has died in the last 2 years. How could a new grave be added? If there wasn't a screen blocking it, with Zhao Rui's state at the moment, he probably would have wanted to strangle Qi Luo to death. As for the other viewers in the live broadcast room, they also fell into silence in unison during Zhao Rui's violent rage, although they did not like Zhao Rui's kind of unseen performance from beginning to end. The problem is, given the situation at hand, even if he wanted to say a few words for Qi Luo, there was no way to do so. After all, no matter which way you stand, Zhao Rui's father's bad luck is the cause of the ancestral tomb inside the new graves of this matter, are a little too absurd and bizarre. Some anchors are human beings too, even if they can be psychic. How can they be psychic to such an extent? Horror movies don't even act like that. How can anyone believe that? Pop-ups, sparse, the atmosphere, almost frozen. Zhao Rui's chest rose and fell violently, as if he might crow about the live broadcast at any moment, and Zyro, after smiling and watching from the sidelines for a long time, finally opened his mouth again. So what, President Cho? I know you're in a hurry, but please hold off. He raised his hand in midair and pressed it gently downward, pulling back the loose cuffs before striding back to the camera in faith. This is a simple matter. Am I right or not? Is the psychic true or not? We can verify it, can't we? Anyway, it's right there in your family's ancestral tomb. How could it get away? A clear voice roused the crowd from their silence. The audience's eyes lit up and their thoughts instantly cleared up a lot. Yeah, no matter how outrageous that answer is, it's always verifiable, isn't it? Whether it's true or not, wouldn't it be better just to visit the ancestral grave of that president's family? For a moment, the pop-ups resurfaced. Amidst the countless voices of approval, Zhao Rui also smiled and grinned. Seriously, he felt like he was about to cry from the stupidity of this staged rash. Can you not know what's going on in your own family's ancestral graves? And big talk about validation. Okay, since you like being punched in the face so much, and you want to die without a burial site so badly, I'll satisfy you. Thinking about this, Zhao Rui sneered and got up from the bench. A lofty gaze scanned outward toward the screen for a moment, ergo donning his coat and heading out the door. I'll link up with you in half an hour at my family's ancestral grave, and I hope you won't be off the air by then. Don't worry, President Zhao. Qi Luo smiled and dismissed it. I still want to wait for you to verify the results of the channeling before I help you look at the feng shui of your ancestral tomb. Of course, this is a different price. Before the words fell, Zhao Rui had already gone out angrily. Silence returned to the live room. The chatter, boiling over. It wasn't until half an hour later that a wildly anticipating heart finally beat wildly along with the appearance of the barren mound in Zhao Rui's camera. Late at night on the outskirts of the village. The moon and stars are thin. The whistling of the wind was unrelenting. Zhao Rui stood on the outskirts of a graveyard, looking coldly at the camera and speaking faintly. I'm here. Come on. Now I'll see how you want to argue. As he spoke, he smoothly set the camera to the rear. This is my family's ancestral grave. There are currently 7 ancestors buried. Come, I'll give you a closer look one by one. The camera, beginning to move through the darkness, linked the audience's eyes in unison. This one is the grave of my great-grandfather. This one is the grave of my great-grandmother. This one. An old grave was counted over by Zhao Rui as if he were counting his family's treasures. It wasn't until after counting the last grave in the center of the camera that Zhao Rui finally sneered and looked at the screen again. 7 graves. All here. All present have seen them. Ask, where are the new graves? An icy tone, like a heavy cloud, tightly enveloped the live broadcast. The audience, off-screen, almost entirely fell silent. The least expected situation happened. Although they similarly felt that Qi Luo's way of inviting a ghost to possess him was too outrageous, what they were more uncomfortable with was the ugly face of an arrogant villain like Zhao Rui. This is great. It's so hard to find a live stream to watch. Guess it's going to be snuffed out in the cradle with a raised hand by this so-called head of the Red Society. A low air pressure spread wildly through the broadcast room. After a long time, Zhao Rui cast his teasingly grim gaze at Qi Luo and opened his mouth in a single word. My verification is over. Now it's your turn to verify the color. Today you dared to play God in front of so many people. Tomorrow you might do something out of the ordinary. As for me, I'm not in much of a mood to play cat and mouse with you. This obstinate young man, and will only make one request. Cancel your live account and then never appear in front of the public. Consider, I've done the people a favor. The cold words matched the ruthless face, causing the audience in the live broadcast room to suck in a breath of cold air. The most feared scenario was still unstoppable. With the advantage of public opinion and reality that the other side occupies at the moment, the anchor 80% has no way to resist anymore. Otherwise, it would have been more than just going off the air and dropping out of the network. A palpitating silence covered the broadcast room like maddening sprawling grass. After a long time, the Dao's eyes were redirected to Qi Luo. However, to their surprise, from this young man who had clearly come to the edge of suspense, they could not see a single trace of fear or loss. He just sat there quietly as usual, waving his folding fan smoothly in his hand, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. It was a scene that was more than a little bizarre when viewed from the perspective of the audience. How can he be so calm? His own rice bowl is about to be smashed, but he doesn't even take a breath? As he was thinking about it, Zyro, who was on camera, finally spoke. It was just that phrase that was casually uttered by him in between stretches, before it even hit the ground. It had everyone on the air, dumbstruck, horrified to the core. Chapter 12, another corroboration of the ghost book. It's called mediumship, and it's also found in the Red Mansion. The flickering starbursts of light flickered in the wind across the open field. Zhao Rui's expression was cold as he looked straight toward Qi Luo. However, what surprised him quite a bit was that Qi Luo did not show a single bit of timidity. It was a state of affairs that left him once again in disbelief and confusion. As for the rest of the people on the air, the same is true. It's hard to imagine how mentally tough it is to be steady to this degree in the situation at hand. So what is he relying on? Exactly. What is it? Fluttering thoughts, chaotic and jumbled, rough breathing in front of the screen, strung out in pieces, and just for a moment, swish, the dry and light sound of a folding fan swinging suddenly rang out. It seemed to be a sharp blade that split down out of thin air, and with ease, it instantly chopped off the cold air that lingered around it. President Zhao, say something that shouldn't be said. Aren't you afraid of having nightmares at night if you stand on a person's grave and broadcast live? What? The moment the words fell, the expressions of everyone in the live broadcast room turned from blankness to horror. Countless gazes instantly moved towards the tiny screen where Zhao Rui was, and horror rose in their hearts. Zhao Rui froze. His mouth slightly open. For a few moments he originally wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a few seconds, he finally chose to remain silent. The night wind, deepening. The black coat drummed out a low sound in the cold wind. At first glance, it sounded similar to a baby crying. The air, silent for a full 7 or 8 seconds. Finally, after trying his best to suppress the complex emotions that were frantically surging within his heart, Zhao Rui, like a puppet on strings that was being manipulated, incomparably stiffly dropped his head and looked towards his feet. The viewers held their breaths and followed the movement of his live camera, also looking towards the night-covered earth at the same time. The moon was hazy and a cluster of bright headlights flashed across the dirt road in the distance. It was this instant, the moment when that orange-yellow light enveloped Zhao Rui in it. The old man, who had always prided himself on being calm and collected, even had strands of hair standing on end. He realized that where he stood at the moment was a small, unremarkable mound of dirt. The black-brown dirt grew colder and colder in the light. Upon closer inspection, there were 2 white mourning sticks and a few scattered pieces of paper money next to them. Zhao Rui's voice trembled as he let out a low gulp and jumped down from the mound. At this moment, all the righteousness and calmness that had been previously disguised all dissipated, and the only thing that remained was those frightened eyes. What the is going on here? In a tearing voice, Zhao Rui glared angrily towards the clan members accompanying him beside him. Our family? How did a new grave appear in our family plot? Whose is this? Who buried this in my family's ancestral grave? The wind hissed, and the clan was in a daze. He stared at the new grave that was easily overlooked after a long period of silence, gently shook his head. Strange, really strange. I also shelved this over some time ago, when nothing was found. How is it that there is suddenly one more grave? What are you waiting for? Go and ask. Whose grave is it anyway? Go! With a roar of anger, the clan members took a step toward the darkness and ran away, leaving the six-hearted Zhao Rui standing in front of the grave for a long time, unable to speak. Time, minute by minute, passed. The pop-ups, which had disappeared for a long time, also came back like a tidal wave. It's not Big Brother. You really know how to do it. Ha! Good guy. How do I feel alive to me dry chatting in? This is also too outrageous. Before you look a psychic? What's so funny? After watching, brother, there were many people outside just now. I'll give you an E. Who said anything about superstition? Now I'm asking you if you're convinced. If I say so, even Lin Xinging has to bow before he leaves. Voices such as these took up all the corners of the live screen. If previously Qi Luo's alternative interpretation of the Red Mansion gave everyone the perception of thrill, then now is the shock. The feeling of 3 viewpoints being turned upside down is perceived by the audience in an unmistakable way. Someone even asked the immensely soulful question, it's not buddy, you're psychic. What's the point of having a live broadcast? The eerie atmosphere was much lighter than it had been a little before. Between the audience's one-liners, more than 10 minutes later, that clan member appeared in the live camera sweating profusely. After coming to Zhao Rui's side, he propped up his knees and breathed hard for a few breaths, raising his hand to point at the lonely grave hidden in the darkness. I've made it clear. It's the Lu family at the east end of the village. They only have a stupid old man and a paralyzed son. His son left some time ago. His father's brain is not clear, so he casually found a place to bury the answer. At last, Zhao Rui's hanging heart also completely died at this moment. With an incredibly complicated gaze, he raised his eyes towards Qi Luo in the screen. For the entire time just now, he hadn't heard a word from the young man who had dominated everything, but everything in front of him told him that the other man seemed to have said everything. Psychic. How could anyone master such a bizarre dharma in the modern world? To conclude that a new grave has been added to one's family's ancestor's grave in just a single glance? This is also outrageous and outlandish. Under the night sky, Zhao Rui thought a lot, but all of it could not be used to salvage or argue. In front of hundreds of thousands of viewers, he was considered to have completely smashed the signboard of the Red Society today, and also completely disgraced this old face of his. President Cho, is there anything else you'd like to say? The atmosphere, which had been silent for a long time, was finally broken by Qi Luo's clear voice. He got up from his seat and gave a small stretch, smiling brightly as if nothing had happened. Zhao Rui pursed his lips and squeezed out an awkward and helpless smile. Academic disputes aside, you do have some class in this hand. Since you can calculate that a new grave has been added to my family's ancestral grave, may I ask, my father's illness? Zhao Rui's tone softened noticeably, and the audience heard a sigh of relief. You're from Sichuan and Chongqing, and you're a face changer, aren't you? Healing? I won't. Qi Luo waved his folding fan and shook his head. If you want to be cured, it's better to suggest that Chairman Zhao go to the hospital to be more reliable. Take your time and don't see me off. But if you want to listen to the lesson, I'd welcome it, Qi Luo said, the folding fan in his hand while closed, and then looked at the screen with a trembling gaze. Okay, game over. Next, let's continue parsing. Do you guys know why I just played such a game with Chairman Zhou? The reason is actually quite simple. As Qi Luo spoke, he flipped open the red building in his hand and found one of the pages, displaying it in front of the live camera. A little point of knowledge for everyone. This dharma I just demonstrated. Its name is mediumship. They appear in the 4th and 95th installments of Dream of the Red Chamber, respectively. Such a realistic portrayal of setting up mediums to invite the fairies and summoning ghosts through spirits How dare you say? Is it not a ghost book? Chapter 13, Myriad. Jade is not a human being. A ghost who is precisely a ghost trapped in a Buddha's lamp. The moment Qi Luo's words landed, everyone in front of the screen had their mouths wide open. Mediums? Nice guy. So he didn't take Zhao Rui's provocation seriously from start to finish. Rather, it is used as a lead-in to today's dismantling of the Red House. In other words, this light-hearted young man simply did not feel the slightest pressure on Zhao Rui's forced palace, but rather, with his hands, he turned the other party into a ring of his own play. That's a horrible mentality. A strong skill set. Deserves to have 100,000 plus on his live feed. Deservedly. He was able to kill his way through the Red Sea of pay for knowledge like no one before him. Zhao Rui stood in the empty graveyard, feeling powerless like never before. In the field of red science reigned supreme for so many years, the first time in the network of public appearance, the purpose did not achieve, fame did not wrestle to. Instead, it was used as a negative teaching tool. Inside he was complex and equally shocked. He knows much more about the Red Chamber than the audience of people in front of the screen. Therefore, the moment Qi Luo uttered the words "help the medium," his body couldn't help but shake a few times. Qi Luo is right. In the fourth installment of Dream of the Red Chamber, mediumship is indeed depicted. But the problem is, isn't this thing fictional? In the past decades of his research, he has always maintained this notion. But just now, Qi Luo told everyone with practical actions. Mediumship, which already existed. It also tells him that your academic system, as I interpret it, is crumbling. No wonder he dared to open this live broadcast. No wonder he dared to say with such certainty that the Red Chamber is a ghost book. So it seems that there is really a lot of things hidden about yourself that you don't know. Zhao Rui sighed softly, regretting his impulsive fake. But at the same time, he couldn't care less about how dirty and dry and hard the ground under his feet was, and sat down obediently. And his gaze was also projected towards Qi Luo's live broadcast screen at the same time. It seems like years since I've taken a class myself. Then today, let's take this special red study class. The emotions of the audience in the live room finally calmed down a bit. Taking advantage of this lull, Zyro spoke up. In the fourth installment of Dream of the Red Mansion, Jia Yuzuan uses mediumship to make haphazard judgments on cases. And the description of mediumship here is only briefly skimmed over, so we don't have to spend too much time on this one today. What really confirms the idea that the Red Mansion is a book of ghosts is the 95th episode of Miao Yu's mediumship. Breezy vocals that linger in the audience's ears. As Qi Luo spoke, his eyes fell onto the ancient pages of the book, and his rather magnetic voice spread out. In this one, because the beautiful jade that Baoyu carried with him was lost, he sent for Miao Yu to find it by means of mediumship. In the text, Miao Yu, just as I did today, used a sand tray with a medium to invoke the gods, and eventually said this, "Yelp, there is no trace of her coming, no trace of her going, leaning on the ancient pine under the green ridge peak, wanting to trace, the mountains are 10,000, enter my door to meet with a smile." Qi Luo smiled and put the book aside, picking up the folding fan again. This mediumship is, in fact, similar to the ghost word I spoke of before. Please ask everyone at. Zyro's voice suddenly drifted. Unique raspy wrapped in the flow of cold wind. Actually let the screen in front of the viewers, more or less born a few tingling scalp view. May I ask you all, what do you think it is? That, comes and goes without a trace? The audience froze at first at these words. Ergo, start tapping out your answers on the public screen. Ghost. That's right. Zyro nodded with a smirk. It seems everyone's thinking more and more on the same wavelength as me. The reference here is, indeed, to ghosts, and this next sentence confirms that view. Zyro swept his finger over the next line, his voice clear. Under the green ridge peak, leaning on ancient pines. In the traditional cultural context of Kyushu, green mountains and ancient pines have always been the place where souls reside. Everyone might as well take the time to go to the mausoleum cemetery and observe it. And you'll realize that almost all of the trees planted in it are pine trees. The crowd was instantly enlightened by the unapologetic interpretation. Zhao Rui frowned, his expression filled with bewilderment. Seriously, he had read these sentences from the Myriad Jade medium more than once, but he had never tried to understand them from this perspective. He used to think they were all crooked and nonsense, but after this particular night, he suddenly realized that he seemed be that much more persuaded. The bright yellow shadows of the lamp still sway randomly in the camera. Zyro adjusted his stance, closed the pages of his book, and took a small sip from his teacup. Did Miao Yu help the medium to find Baoyu's jade? Actually, no. She searched for, is the real Jia Baoyu? And the real Jia Baoyu is the one who is, leaning on the ancient pine under the green ridge peak, in the mouth of Miao Yu. That residual soul. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. The sound of sucking in cool air backwards came out of Zhao Rui's mouth. He would never have dreamed that Qi Luo would be able to extend from medium support to Jia Baoyu's birth, though he couldn't quite completely and utterly agree with his train of thought right now. But one has to admit that this kind of bombastic reading is indeed shocking and absorbing enough. Of course, if I just said that, people might think it's a bit far-fetched. Zyro continued, a meaningful smile floating at the corner of his mouth. But you won't think so if you understand the position of Miyu as a person in the Red Chamber. The moment the words fell, Qi Luo suddenly turned his gaze to Zhao Rui once again. President Zhao, you're the one who has studied Dream of Red Mansions the most in the live broadcast, so I have a question I want to ask you. Oh, what do you want to ask? In the official reading, Niaoyu's position in the Red Chamber. What is it? Hearing Qi Luo's question, Zhao Rui pursed her lips and spoke softly. Niaoyu? Sort of a contradiction. This person is beautiful and intelligent, with a noble heart, but withdrawn and arrogant, and hard to win the hearts of people. This is the answer he gave after deliberation, and is also considered to be the most accurate interpretation of Niaoyu's character in the current academic world. For this point, the audience in the live broadcast room who have read the Red Chamber in detail is also recognized. However, before their approving pop-ups could be sent out, they saw Qi Luo shaking his head with a light smile. Nonetheless, you have studied the Red Mansion and interpreted Niaoyu for decades, but you have gone astray from the very beginning. You guys analyze and interpret her from a human perspective, but what you don't realize is, Myrtle, she's not even human, rather, a ghostly creature trapped in a Buddhist green lamp dash. A ghost with a heart full of grudges. Chapter 14, Qi Luo's judgment to Miaoyu. This woman has two souls in one. Miaoyu is not a human being, but a ghost trapped in a Buddhist lantern. The viewers in the live broadcast room were almost entirely locked in their throats by the less than 20-word sentence, and for a long enough period of time were unable to utter even a single word of consternation. It's ing. What's with all the horror copies that are opening up all the time? Before, she said that Xiao was a ghost baby, and now she's saying that Miaoyu is a ghost? If I remember correctly, Niaoyu should be one of the 12 hairpins of the golden hairpin, right? It is surprising that such a character, who carries a lot of weight in the Red Chamber, is interpreted directly as a ghost? Unforgiven. A little too casual, I guess. They couldn't understand the underlying logic of this interpretation by Zyro, but the more they did, the more the sense of anticipation grew. As for Zhao Rui, at this moment, he has long been unable to take care of their own image. Sitting on the dry cold ground, pulling a wisp of beard on the lip, confused thinking, he realized that he was beginning to see less and less of the young man who had come out of nowhere. Myrtle is not human. These 4 words alone thrown out would be enough to trigger a major earthquake in the readology circle of Kyushu. In an era where it is easy for trouble to come out of the mouth, it is quite conceivable that someone would dare to subvert the perceptions and foundations of an entire circle in this way. So where exactly does his bottom line come from? Do you have nothing to fear because you're a medium and a psychic? Zhao Rui felt that things shouldn't be as simple as he thought. Now, then, there is only quiet and patient listening to go on. Truly, deep down he more or less resisted Zyro's answer. But at the same time, there is immense anticipation for his already amazing interpretation. Everyone's emotions were firmly controlled by Qi Luo, and he didn't let everyone sink in a state of anxious anticipation for too long. After taking a sip of lung tea, he bent down and picked up that ancestral whiteboard. I know that probably more than half of the people in front of the screen right now think I'm making this up, but sadly, no. Next, I'll dissect the argument I just made in 3 ways. For those interested, take notes. A small joke made the atmosphere in the broadcast room slightly lighter. Zillow pulled off the cap of his pen and lifted his hand to the whiteboard and wrote up. The Buddha's lamp has been burning for thousands of years, and the 2 dwellings are all ghost houses. Weird poetry sentenced to a lifetime. 2 worlds, 1 lonely soul. The dragon's words flowed slowly across the whiteboard. Zhao Rui followed the meditation in his heart, his eyes narrowing slightly. This kid, if I'm not mistaken, it may be time for another shocking statement. And, it has to be said, he does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. A spontaneous interpretation, even arranged in a format such as the judgment, putting aside the positional strife between the 2 men, purely from the perspective of cultural heritage. He still had so many points of admiration and recognition for Qi Luo. As for the viewers in the live stream, they were even more emotional. Good lord, it's like you can't really keep up with him without that much literature. Again, there doesn't seem to be any way to last more than a few rounds in his interpretation without being mentally tough enough. For example, this poem is now in his hand. Haunted houses, trick poems, and 2 worlds. Just looking at some of the words taken from it individually can send endless waves through the mind. The verdict given to Miyu in Dream of the Red Chamber is, wanting to be clean is never clean. The clouds may not be empty. Qi Luo sat up straight and spoke with a smile. And these 4 lines on the whiteboard just now are the sentence I wrote for her. Then here I would like to make a bold statement. If it is really about the judgment of the body of the wonderful Jade, I think to myself that these 4 sentences are better than the 2 in the original. Be more direct, more graphic, and more real too. Exempt. As soon as these words came out, a voice of astonishment appeared in front of the screen. So confident? Knowing full well that he is now a target. How dare he make such a presumptuous statement? In the end, they were young enough to be exuberant. The audience lamented, and Zillow began a new round of self-evidence. Mouthfuls of words. Then next, I'll break down these 4 sentences of judgment for you. When the dismantling is complete, I will leave it to you all to comment on the rightness or wrongness of the words you have just spoken. As he spoke, he drew a wavy line with his mark below the first sentence. The first sentence is the main line of Myrtle's life in the original. Oh no, it should be Ghostborn. Zyro laughed a little. In the original story, Nyayu was 3 years old when she disappeared into the empty door, and then she continued to be a Buddhist throughout her life. 3 years old, gentlemen. Zillow tapped the end of his marker on the table twice as hard as he could, drawing the audience's attention to him in the process. Do you know what conversion at the age of 3 represents? Under normal circumstances, I can think of only one scenario. That is, fatherless and heavenly. But that wasn't the case with Nyayu. Her parents were alive when she converted to Buddhism. Then normal thinking doesn't make sense under these circumstances, yeah. Zyro shook his head with a soft smile, and the audience in front of the screen fell into a deep thought. Yeah, on closer inspection, what the anchor said seems to make a lot of sense. The matter of converting to Buddhism at the age of 3 stands out as an implausible one, both in ancient and modern times, and that's without any major changes in the family. There are questions. Absolutely something is wrong. As he was thinking, Zyro spoke again. Since normal logic can't explain it, then the only way to think about it is from an unnatural perspective. I don't know. Has anyone ever heard of such an idea? Zyro turned his gaze toward the camera. The light and fire reflected in his eyes, adding to the oddly sullen atmosphere of the moment. That is, there is no way for almost anyone to remember what happened before the age of 3. Even people with good memories have a hard time. It's as if our brain deletes all the memories from before the age of 3. All of them. The words instantly resonated with many people. Yes, 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 that's something I agree with. And I can only remember what happened after kindergarten anyway. Agreed. And sometimes I do force myself to think back carefully. But my brain is as good as a dog's lick. You don't say. You really don't say. I've asked several people and they're all the same. The audience spoke up while Zillow smiled and stretched. Then, under the gaze of the crowds expectant to the max, his lips parted. Why don't you remember what happened before you were 3? That's because people before the age of 3-1 body, 2 souls, 99% of the people in this world, at the note of 3 years of age, shed the soul of their previous life and leave behind the soul of this life, and thereafter live in peace. But 0.1% of people will retain both souls and live their entire lives afterward, as the living dead, and Myrtle is 0.1% of that 0.1%, because she only left the twin souls of deep resentment, the soul of the past life, indestructible, soul of this life, discontent, 2 souls in one, too much resentment. Only the Buddhist Green Lantern can subdue and suppress it. Chapter 15, a chilling interpretation of the haunted abode. Myriad abodes for coffins. A cold wind rustled through the empty wilderness, while ruffling Zhao Rui's lapel. It also made him feel the real sensation of a chill down his spine for the first time. The body of a 3-year-old with 1 body and 2 souls. Niaoyu's life is short, and her 2 souls are hard to break. This reading, it can no longer be described with words like amazing. In any era, in any context, it feels just too bizarre and metaphysical. Are he and I reading the same red book or not? Why is it that he says all these things and reads all these things that I haven't glimpsed in my previous decades of research? Zhao Rui suddenly began to doubt life. The viewers in front of the screen, on the other hand, were even more confused than he was at the moment. For a second, they were in a trance for so many moments in unison. Words. Am I listening to a masterpiece lecture live or what? Are you sure it's not a creepy radio station like Midnight Fright? Life, death, soul, destiny. How is it that these esoteric things can be so straightforward and certain in Qi Luo's mouth? The heart that had been hanging in the air, after experiencing the simple definition of Niaoyu's birth that Qi Luo had given just now, actually began to fall apart inch by inch. Uncertainty, fear, doubt. A myriad of emotions swirled up, making the crowd feel as if they were wandering in a cloud. The live screen, empty. It was enough to see just how low and depressing the atmosphere was at the moment. Zyro was silent for a moment. Finally, with everyone feeling like they were about to be unable to relieve the mountain of pressure inside, the reading was continued. Why is no one posting pop-ups anymore? Is it because you think what I just said was a little too bizarre? It's okay, there are always things in this world that are beyond everyone's perception. It's inevitable that there will be all sorts of abnormal perceptions when you come into contact with it for the first time. His voice was crisp as he spoke, crossing over the second sentence of the judgment with the marker again. Then next, I'll help dispel the doubts. Why should I say that Myriad Jade itself is a double soul that has shed its original body and is deeply resentful? One of the reasons is this sentence, both dwellings are haunted houses. I believe that the literal meaning of this sentence is not difficult for you to understand, and it is nothing more than to say that Miaoyu has two residences, but both of them are ghost houses. And do you know what these two haunted houses really are? As he spoke, Qi Luo's fingertips had already begun to roam around the whiteboard. After a few brief seconds, two lines of text came into view. Xian's tomb, Panshuji Temple, Jinling Bar Chuan. The haunted houses just mentioned are these two. Zyro closed the cap of his pen and brought the whiteboard a few points closer to the camera. Are these two places? Zhao Rui, who was off camera, muttered a sentence to himself and inclined his head to look at the assistant beside him, who also had a puzzled expression. He said that these two places are haunted houses. What do you think? What can I have in mind? The assistant smiled bitterly and gently shook his head. He and us are two systems entirely. In our usual interpretation, these two residences of Myriad Jade, a temple and a nunnery, are both Buddhist purification sites. But he even interpreted it as a ghost house, which is really a bit risky. The assistant gave his judgment, and Zhao Rui smiled helplessly after hearing it. Yes, daring to make such remarks that risk universal condemnation. This young man, I am really getting more and more confused. Soft conversations are scattered among the vast wilderness. Immediately after that, there was Qi Luo's calm and indifferent voice. Shen Tomb Coiling Fragrance Temple. Just by looking at the name alone, everyone should be able to spot some clues, right? The word Xian, in the culture of the Kyushu, has always represented the mysterious and vast. The meaning of Xian Tomb, on the other hand, is not difficult to understand. That is, a wide-open cemetery. And what about the name Panqia Temple? That's interesting too. Qi Luo circled the words Panxiang Temple with his pen. Panqiang Temple here refers to a temple built of sandalwood with a coiled dragon design carved on it. Now then, I'm going to ask you all a question. The clear voice suddenly became fluttering, and the corner of Qi Luo's lips gently hooked up as he cast his gaze toward the camera. Doesn't everyone find it strange? How can there be a temple in a tomb complex? Isn't it very sudden? The moment these words came out, the crowd only felt that their hearts, which were already hanging in the air, suddenly beat heavily a few times. Nice guy. I didn't realize it before, but after just hearing the anchor say it like that, it seems like it's really creepy everywhere. It seems like things like temples are really rarely built in cemeteries. This does not make sense. It seems that everyone has the same perception as me, that something like building a temple in a cemetery is really a bit illogical. But what if I offer another way of thinking about it? Zyro adjusted his stance and let out a long breath. You guys say, if this coiled fragrance temple is not a temple at all, but a pair of coiled dragons made of sandalwood with engravings above them used to suppress evil things, doesn't that all make sense? Boom, boom, boom. When Qi Luo uttered these last words, the crowd only felt as if 1,000 pounds of dynamite had exploded in their heads. Coffin. Sandalwood coffin. Right. That makes it completely right. It's true that it's against the grain to build a temple in a tomb complex, but if it's a coffin, it's perfectly normal. Shen Tomb Panqiang Temple. So that's what it means. The coffin, too, is indeed a veritable haunted house. This paraphrase, what a ing oxymoron. This reading, indeed, makes it impossible to pick out a single fault. The entire live broadcast room, as if it had been subjected to some special spell, fell into silence. It wasn't until a long time later that two sparse pop-ups drifted past the screen. I understand the first explanation, but how about the second one? Barchui Nunnery? Right. Can we infer anything from the name Barchui Nunnery? Qi Luo watched the pop-ups with interest, and only after they had temporarily subsided for a few moments did Qi Luo smile and shake his head. There's no way to infer from the name of the bar that it's a haunted house. The reason why I dare to conclude that it is a ghost house is because there is one thing that grows in the bar. Something like this, in our traditional cultural system, is generally referred to as dash, the thing that nourishes the soul of the most een. Chapter 16 Explosive Interpretation of Myriad Jade's Abode, nourishing red plum, spirit nourishing snow water, and soul nourishing ghost porcelain. Countless goosebumps rose abruptly when Qi Luo said those words word for word. Everyone in front of the screen simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air, and their gazes became much more erratic. It seems that this interpretation is beginning to go beyond the realm of curiosity. If you look at it without the context of Dream of the Red Chamber, it's a living, breathing textbook of folklore. What old mountain village corpses and cursed ghost puppets are all younger brothers in front of it? The brother of all brothers. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room, between Qi Luo's 3 words, had arrived at an unprecedented freezing point. Zhao Rui twirled a string of ancient Tibetan crescent moons in his hand, and repeatedly recited the words Amitabha Buddha in his heart. He was a staunch martial arts theologian. But today, it was a little-known young man who had shattered the long-held beliefs in just a few words. It was a situation he had never anticipated. But as it happened, it also gave him the peculiar feeling of stepping into a new world. Time, little by little, as the horrific atmosphere in the room intensified, Qi Luo finally gave his answer amidst the countless pop-ups of expectant inquiries. I've seen people describe the assertion I just made as outrageous and absorbing. He grinned and bristled, turning the pages of the book in his hand in passing, saying that the phrase, the thing that nourishes the soul to the core, is simply nonsense created in a horror novel? Wrong. Those who say such things and think such things, you are all wrong. The sure preening tone of voice dispersed through the audience's ears. The bland gaze contained an air of confidence and composure. Folklore culture is profound. You can disbelieve it, but you can't deny its existence. Besides, didn't I just show you all once already? The corner of Qi Luo's mouth gently hooked, and his eyes flashed a few hints of meaning. This kind of thing of helping the medium, before seeing my operation, all of you, believe? Once these words came out, the questionable pop-ups that were originally boiling like a tidal wave stopped. Yeah, a few minutes ago, if someone had said they were psychic, they would have taunted them over without hesitation. But now, after seeing Qi Luo's methods, they specified that they wouldn't. Even such a bizarre thing would happen. How outrageous could a supreme soul-nurturing thing be? On the live feed, there was a brief moment of silence. Immediately afterward, there was a different scene. What exactly is this soul-nourishing thing that you just said? That's right, we believe you, don't we? Don't keep us in suspense. Seriously, the anchor's perspective is just too netherworldly. But, I like it. An endless stream of hyped-up pop-ups covered the screen in its entirety. Qi Luo, who had accomplished his goal, revealed a smile and did not choose to keep the crowd's appetite up. First of all, let me apologize to you all for a slip-up that just occurred while speaking. A slip-up? The audience froze when they heard Zyro say that. Could it be? He also realized that he was making up his own mind and found the claim of the most soul-nourishing thing too far-fetched? But immediately afterward, when Qi Luo spoke again, this naive thought of the crowd was instantly wiped out. The mistake I want to correct is that there is more than just one, supreme soul-nourishing substance, in the bar. Instead, 3. What? Everyone was stunned, even a little in disbelief of their own ears. 3? Dude, I thought you were trying to set things right, but you're giving me the whole super-duper thing, aren't you? Curiosity, in this moment, went straight to the top. Faced with the question marks that kept fluttering past his eyes, Qi Luo began to continue writing on the whiteboard. The night is deep and the brush is rustling. Ink-colored handwriting flowed along with the dim light. After a long time, 3 lines of text, freshly written, occupied the eyes of the crowd. Nourishing in red plum, Shiren snowwater, ghostly porcelain, meh. The moment Qi Luo dropped his pen, Zhao Rui's body leaned back a few points, and then he let out a complicated sigh. He wanted to say something, but after a long hesitation, he ended up saying nothing. Everything about this night had long been beyond his comprehension. The only thing left to do, it seems, is to keep an apprentice's heart in the midst of endless horror, and to go about digesting this endless stream of special knowledge. On the live feed, there was silence. Everyone focused their eyes on those 12 words filled with mystery, waiting for Qi Luo to continue. These 3 items are the most soul-nourishing things used to corroborate that bar chest is a ghost house. No. 1. Raising red plums. The pages of the book turned, and Zyro's voice flowed out with them. In the 49th episode of Dream of the Red Chamber, it is mentioned that there are a dozen red plums in the Baochai nunnery that look as good as rouge, and almost all references to the Baochai nunnery in the other episodes focus on those eye-catching plum blossoms. Everyone should know that this book of the Red Mansion is a masterpiece of landscape writing. The techniques used are complex and varied, especially when describing the architecture. It is extremely literal, multiple expressions. Then why is it that when describing the Baochai nunnery, the words are poor? Instead of writing about the eaves and tiles of the hall and the decorations, it just writes about those few plum blossoms over and over again. So, is it that Chao Gong is running out of words? The question was thrown out and the audience fell silent. Is Lord Chao running out of words? This is naturally impossible. With Chao Shuichen's penmanship and talent, not to mention a small Baochai nunnery, even if there are dozens of more buildings, Chao Gong can write dozens of descriptions of the various characteristics of the press will not run out of words. The watcher is speechless as Zyro continues. It's impossible for Chao Gong to be poor in words to such an extent. So there's only one reason. He wrote about the plums of the Baochai many times for a purpose. He's metaphorizing, he's implying, he's telling us all that myrtle can't stay away from the plum blossoms, and the plum blossom. In the traditional folk culture of Kyushu, it is one of the 4 ghost flowers used to nourish Yin, Zyro said as he re-picked up his pen and started writing on the whiteboard. The flowers on the other side of the river bloomed for 1,000 years, and the past lives crossed the river of forgetfulness. A lonely soul rises from a mandala and falls into the underworld to guard the wheel of reincarnation. The fragrance of the ghost flower floats in all directions, and the ghosts and gods of the 3 worlds break their hearts. There's a plum on a white silk branch, waiting for spring to return. The other bank flower, the mandala, the ghost flower, the winter plum flower. These are the 4 ghost flowers. Chi Luo closed his pen cap and said faintly, the other flower is for the reception, the mandala for the wake, the ghost flower for the grudge, and the winter plum blossom for the sending of the soul. So, now do you understand why Chao Gong only wrote about plum blossoms when describing the Baochai nunnery? The clear voice seemed to be a sharp sword that traveled through the hearts of all the people, with chills running down their spines. In the chaos of their consciousness, they only heard Chi Luo say this, because Myu is originally a remnant soul. She needs the winter plum, which specializes in hosting souls, to retain her soul body. Of course, I know some people don't believe me. Then next, I'll continue to help everyone find corroborating evidence. Do you remember the second most soul nourishing item, nourishing spirit snow water, that I just mentioned? Do you all know why this ordinary snow water is used to nourish the soul? Precisely because it has plums in it. Come on, let's read the original. Chapter 17, if you don't believe me, then I'll let Miaoyu tell you herself. The pages of the book rustled and held the wildly churning emotions of all the viewers in front of the screen. The dim light fluttered, and Zyro's angular face competed to look blurred. Without realizing it, the crowd had entered a particularly peculiar state. The physical body that carried countless sorrows and joys was abandoned in the real world, while the soul entered the mysterious and bizarre Grand View Garden with Chi Luo's interpretation. This feeling, never before. This sensation, unforgettable. In the 41st episode of Dream of the Red Chamber, Jia Mother and Lu sip tea in Miaoyu's Baochuan, and Miaoyu serves up a tea with a particularly special flavor, which arouses the interest of the crowd. This is what it says in the book. This is snow from a plum blossom I collected 5 years ago when I was staying at the Xiantun Panqiang temple. The key place, right here. Zyro slowly raised his eyelids and cast his gaze toward the screen. I'd like to ask you all a question. Do you think you're a preacher? Hearing Chi Luo ask the question again, the crowd froze for a moment, not knowing why he suddenly said that. I have seen many very sophisticated people. For example, they eat only with silver chopsticks and drink only Centennial Mountain. Such people are either pretentious or are paranoid, Chi Luo said indifferently, raising his hand and gently sliding it underneath the words, nourishing spirit snow water. But if you know enough about the persona of Miaoyu in the Red Chamber, you'll realize that she's not the kind of paranoid person who likes to pretend to be something she's not even a preacher. Then why would she be so particular when making tea? Would collect only the snow water from the plum blossoms for years on end as the only water used to make tea? Along with Chi Luo's voice, the blank expressions on many of the audience's faces began to fade away. After listening to Zyro's dismantling and analysis for so long, they were getting used to each other's thought patterns. For example, at this moment, through the dull and obscure appearances of those original texts, the audience found themselves guided by Zillow as if they too had mastered some ability to hit the nail on the head. So the pop-ups, which had been silent for a long time, finally began to explode. The anchor's meaning seems to me to understand. Is it that the reason why she is like this is not because of preaching? But, body can't help it? The good guy. It feels like he's suddenly opened up his soul. So Miaoyu has been collecting this snow water for years in order to feed her soul by utilizing the properties of winter plums? One eats so as not to starve to death, and Miaoyu drinks the plum snow water so as not to scatter her soul. Is that the reason? Anchor? Countless pop-ups. Zia live room screen began to dance crazily. Chi Luo smiled and browsed for a while, then nodded with a smile. It seems that everyone is very sharp, and has discovered the problem so quickly. There's no problem with what you guys are saying. There's no other reason to hold on to a very unique fetish for so long. There's only one dash. She needs it. She needs to send her soul with plum blossoms, and even more so with plum snow water. Therefore, this second item, nourishing spirit snow water, is likewise a thing of supreme meaning that can be used to corroborate Myriad Jade's inhumanity. And this point should not be questioned by anyone, right? Zyro said, casually stretching. As for the audience in front of the screen, they subconsciously nodded their heads. No matter how outrageous these things may seem, they are now convinced. So clear is the analysis, so well thought out is the logic, that there is indeed no further reason to question it. Plum blossoms send souls. Snow water nourishes spirits. With these two alone, it is not possible to completely situate the assertion that the Baochai is a ghost house, because this is missing a very important object. Do you know what it is? An important object? Once again, Zhao Rui and his assistant looked at each other in disbelief at the question that was thrown at them. The two, who had familiarized themselves with the Red Mansion more than once, began to mobilize their memories to frantically recall the descriptions related to Miao Yu, trying to find the object in Qi Luo's mouth. But after much thought, they finally had no choice but to declare their abandonment. Indeed, cannot keep up with his thinking. Even in how hard, cannot keep up. Time is limited. So I'll tell you this answer. Zyro smiled and nodded towards the camera, before erasing all the text on the whiteboard, leaving only the unmistakable 4 words. Ghostly porcelain. The important object I just mentioned is the previously mentioned nascent soul ghost porcelain. Stepping through said, continuing to turn the pages of the book. When we were talking about the plum blossom snowwater, we mentioned that Miao Yu had a conversation when she invited Jia Mother and Lulu to have tea in the Baochai nunnery. And it was in this conversation that key information about the soul napping ghost porcelain was revealed to us. And the text goes like this: that plum blossom snowwater. I altogether got the ghost face green flower urn buried in the ground. In between speaking, Qi Luo wrote the 4 words, ghost face celadone, on the whiteboard, and paused heavily when he put down his pen. Gentlemen. Because of the long time talking, his voice seemed slightly raspy, which was especially suitable with the heavy intense atmosphere at this moment. I wonder how many of you who are watching the live stream have heard of Ghostface Celadon. The question was asked and almost all of the people in front of the screen shook their heads. They had heard of Celadon, but Ghostface Green was indeed unheard of. But that's okay, because Zillow spoke up right afterward to clear up the confusion. Ghostface Green is a kind of June kiln, which shows a weird green color similar to a ghost's face because of kiln changes during firing. Listening to my explanation alone, people must feel as if this Ghostface Green is not much special, but it is just a type of porcelain, right? Qi Luo spoke softly, a few hints of laughter flowing from his gaze. But that's not really true, because in ancient Kyushu, ghost-faced celadon was not normally used in everyday life. So you must be asking, what's the point of firing it up if it's not in common use? The reason, really, is simple. As Qi Luo spoke, he drew an oval pattern on the whiteboard, wrapping the 4 words ghost face celadon. The reason why it should be fired, that is because in ancient times, the greatest use of ghost face celadon, it's a soul bottle. It's a soul vase used to bury in tombs and store the dead. Buzz. The moment the words fell, the crowd only felt a cacophony of voices like bees ringing in their heads, and their spines were completely cooled almost instantly. They never thought about it. It's amazing how a few small pieces of dialogue in the Red Chamber hide such a wealth of information. This is true, and somewhat destroys their 3 views. The atmosphere in the live room was stagnant. After a long time, Qi Luo got up from his chair and slowly spoke. Now, all the evidence, it's given to everyone. I think it should be possible to corroborate that the bar chest is also a ghost house, right? Of course, you can also choose to continue to question it. That's okay, because next, I'll let Myrtle tell you herself what she really. It's a man. It's a ghost. Chapter 18 Prophecies. Lone Souls and Freaks. Dusty God's Interpretation. Everyone in front of the screen was dumbfounded when Qi Luo faintly said that last sentence. Good lord, what's the game plan here? The 3 ghostly objects, ghost flower, ghost water and ghost porcelain, had set the atmosphere eerie to the extreme. And now you're giving me a chance to tell Mio Jade how to do it? This is the Duyo broadcasting room, right? Am I in the right place? Why does it feel like I've entered the scene of some unspeakable spell? The heavy night wrapped around an apprehensive and trembling heart. The countless gazes that pierced the darkness were instantly filled with anticipation and curiosity. Zhao Rui got up from the ground with a complicated expression, looking up at the night sky covered in moonlight, and sighed rather self-deprecatingly. Today was really taught a solid lesson. Academic disputes and confrontations don't seem to matter at all at this point. The important thing was that he had a sudden and very strong premonition in his mind. Looks like, in the next few days, he is about to witness an unprecedented literary change. A horrific change beyond the norm, beyond the perception, beyond the existing framework. Heart beating violently. In the gloomy cold wind, Zhao Rui stretched his body with force, and the hostility was completely gone from his entire body. Instead, there was an unheard of thirst for knowledge. Everyone. Why is everyone suddenly silent? I don't know how long it took, but Qi Luo outside the screen suddenly uttered a sentence with a teasing tone. He twirled the marker casually in his fingertips and moved slightly closer to the camera. The orange light left a well-defined silhouette imprinted on the side face, like a sculpture slowly resurrected from ancient times, full of visual tension. Remember those 4 sentences I wrote for Miu Yu earlier? The tip of the pen once again slides across the whiteboard. A skillful and casual movement that really looks like a teacher-led review in the classroom. The last 2 lines of the 4 lines of judgment say this: weird poetry sentence is a lifetime. 2 worlds pass a lonely soul. The bizarre verse here is what Myrtle is going to say to everyone herself. That's another important argument to prove that she is a ghost and not a human being. Exempt. A low cry rang out in front of the screen at these words. At this point, they finally understood the meaning of the phrase "Meow you personally told you." Creepy poetry? So just how bizarre is the verse that makes the anchor so certain that Miu is not human? Thoughts, once again, drifted up. The breeze blew the slim pages of the book, during which echoed Qi Luo's clear and lazy voice. In the 61st episode of Dream of the Red Mansion, there was an account in which Xing Centipede Smoke introduced Miaoyu to Jia Baoyu, and she said that Miaoyu's favorite poem was 2 lines: even if there is 1,000 years worth of iron thresholds, there will eventually be a single earthen bun. Qi Luo spoke smoothly, an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. This is the direct evidence of Miaoyu's personal revelation of her life to everyone. As he spoke, the 2 lines of the poem had already appeared on the whiteboard. The audience savored some unusual vibes from it after just one look. The source of these 2 lines of poetry is Fanqingda's The Land of Shuzu on the 9th day of the 9th day of the 9th moon, where they are the prophecies of Miaoyu's fortune-telling for herself. The meaning is not difficult to understand. It means that in life, dust to dust, earth to earth, in the end, you can't escape that pile of graves. Of course, if that one sentence alone were not enough to fully support my assertion, said Zyro, as he lifted his pen and wrote 2 words on the whiteboard. Freak. When Xing Centipede Smoke introduced Miaoyu to Baoyu, she also said this passage. In my opinion, this passage carries even more weight than that verse. She said, Miaoyu often sighs she's a freak. When Zyro said the word freak, he deliberately emphasized the syllables. Freak. What do people think it means when they first see those 2 words? The question was thrown out and the audience spiraled into thought. A few seconds later, pop-ups began to flow through the live stream. A deformed person is a person with a disability, isn't it? Again, upstairs, monstrous means deformed. In view, the pop-ups rolled. Qi Luo quietly watched for a long time, then smiled and spoke. I've seen everyone's answers, and the understanding is almost unanimous. They all think it refers to a crippled person, right? This is true, by definition, if one reads it only literally. But in the context of the Red House, it cannot be read that way. May I ask those of you who have knowledge of Miaoyu? In the entire portrayal of the Red Chamber, is she a cripple? No. Zhao Rui, who was still linked to Qi Luo, said in a deep voice, Chairman Zhao is right. In Lord Chao's writing, Miaoyu is a normal and whole person who has never even had a major illness or a minor disaster. So how can she be considered a freak? So, here, the freak, is a metaphor. The hot tea at hand, is outwardly dense with hot air. End up gently sipping a mouthful. Qi Luo said faintly. What she monstrous, is flesh. The rest, the soul, calling themselves monstrous, but in reality, inhuman. Splat. After saying this, Qi Luo slapped the folding fan in his hand heavily towards the table, and then got up, his gaze looking straight towards the camera. Gentlemen, it's all water under the bridge now. A being who has lived in a ghost house since childhood, who relies on red plums to nourish her soul, who borrows Yin water to nourish her spirit, and who relies on ghost porcelain to warm her spirit. She can be human? If she's not human, then what is the book she was born from? If not a ghost book? The sound of long breaths spread and rippled throughout the live broadcast. The hundreds of thousands of plus viewers in front of the screen were silent in unison as they looked at the man on the other end of the camera, only to feel as if they were having a long and psychedelic dream. This live broadcast is so shocking. It's just so out of the ordinary. The broadcast was so appalling, so bizarre. Though this night, they had experienced countless scalps and countless chills down their spines, but even so, they all collected the live room in unison with incomparable solemnity, lit up the fan light sign, and sent gifts. They were abused, but still happy. Time, passing slowly. After a long time, Qi Luo straightened his spine and waved his hand with a smile. Okay, that's the end of today's broadcast. Oh, right, I almost forgot to add. Besides the supporting evidence I mentioned just now, let's not forget that the most important basis we used to conclude that Myriad Jade was inhuman actually lies in that miraculous and unusual skilled medium support. Normal people, there is no way to commune with ghosts. Only one of a kind can summon one of a kind. Okay, that's all. Class dismissed. Qi Luo turned off the camera with incomparable panache, leaving the viewers outside the screen endlessly stunned. They just sat there in peace and quiet, constantly calming their rippling hearts stirred by Zyro. It was a full 4 or 5 minutes before he regained his original consciousness. A huge crowd of people began to leave the live room in order. Only in the process, at some point, a pop-up suddenly slid slowly across the originally dark screen, making this already treacherous night. It appears more terrifyingly unusual. Chapter 19. Welcome to the night tour of the Red Mansion, a large-scale interactive game with ghosts and humans. In the live feed, the main character, Zyro, has left the stage. It stands to reason that no matter how rich the drama, it would come to a screeching halt and go scribbling at this moment. However, surprisingly, just as the crowd was about to turn off the live stream and rejoin reality, a pop-up screen, like a dazzling meteor gliding through the night sky, abruptly appeared on the pitch-black screen. The audience who saw it all froze in place, feeling that all the pores of their body were filled with ice water. The whole person, it seems, fell from the top of the mountain into a deep valley. It's hard to speak when you want to. Only the same kind can summon the same kind? But I clearly remember that he can do mediumship as well. If Niu is a ghost, then people say, Anchor. And what is it? The pop-up wasn't too long, but all the viewers who saw it in its entirety felt like they'd been hit on the head. Yeah, anchors do mediumship too. Then what is it? An unprecedented coolness instantly ran in towards the veins. If all of Zyro's interpreted horrors this evening were graded at 10, the chill of fear from this pop-up was at least over 100. Fiction and reality are thus entangled and confused in the weirdest of ways. The audience, who had been eating the melon of the Red House all night, also fell back into another, deeper vortex. Strange. It's really weird. I was so focused on watching the live stream before that I didn't think hard enough about certain issues. Now that the live stream was over, and with that pop-up mentioned from earlier, it made them finally realize those things hidden in the mist. Zillow, Literary Pulse Live. These two, appearing just too suddenly and abruptly. Judging by Qi Luo's performance in these two live broadcasts, he must be the kind of being that is full of talent and unique thoughts. Such a talent, by all rights, would have made a name for himself in the world a long time ago. But why? Hadn't I even heard that name before? Furthermore, how does he know how to do such a thing as mediumship? For the viewers who have experienced everything tonight, the difficulty and mystery of mediumship at this moment is, in their opinion, far more superior and powerful than the so-called yin and yang feng shui, Taoism and Buddhism. Ordinary people, it's never accessible. So what exactly is the existence of an anchor? What the hell is it from? Murphy, is he really, too, a ghostly creature? The way things were going, they suddenly became confusing. Late night, 11:30. Only half an hour from Qi Luo's live broadcast, the entire online world has turned into his shape with the speed of a storm cloud. The top 3 of the Roundup's Hot 100 list is wrapped up by him. Third place, cultural subversion. Shocking interpretation. The Red Chamber is really a ghost book. The number of views is 42 million. Second place, Niu's Ghost House. Can you guys find the prototype? With 63 million views. As for the first place, it was directly related to Zyro and one of the most hotly debated topics among viewers, the anchor of the Man Pulse livestream. Is he a man or a ghost? The number of views of this hot search has broken 150 million in a very short period of time, and along with the fermentation of the heat, it is still rising wildly. Countless people flooded the topic with their opinions. The most classic of these statements are these. If you can do mediumship, you are not destined to be a normal person. Either you can pass through yin and yang, or you can peek into the heavens. I don't know if the anchor is a human being or not, but he must not be an existence that you and I can understand. As stupid as it sounds, I still want to say how this anchor looks abnormal. You guys, he wouldn't be one of those special existences similar to a lizard man, would he? Don't even argue. It's a bit outrageous that the anchor is a ghost, but the special powers are definitely there. This should be at 7:49 Bureau. The splash of traffic that comes with this. This time, just as many people moved. It's just that, unlike the previous night, when the Red Society and other academic institutions challenged and questioned, the organizations that put it into action this night were almost all MCNs and major platform companies. They tried everything they could to reach Zillow for one purpose from start to finish: solicitation. After all, this kind of phenomenal explosion of heat is hard to see for a few years. Whoever could seize this opportunity and recruit Qi Luo, a talent, would be equivalent to holding onto a golden mountain. Hong Yun Book Club, in a small room on the second floor. Qi Luo rubbed his brow in a rather distressed manner, pulling the main card out of his cell phone and tossing it aside, sighing as he lit up a cigarette. He had taken at least no less than 20 phone calls since it went off the air. Almost every one of them were incomparably fervent in wanting to cooperate with him, and the conditions offered were simply not too tantalizing. The highest of them even offered a contract fee of $70 million for 3 years, but he rejected them all. Seriously, when he wasn't hot before, he did love money and dreamed of lots and lots of it, but when the day really came, he suddenly realized that it seemed that these were all visions from the time of poverty. He enjoys living a stress-free life and exporting his thoughts and opinions with impunity as opposed to selling his freedom for tens of millions of dollars. This experience is worth more than gold. He's not a saint, just a mere mortal who wants to do what he loves to do while having the confidence to clothe and feed himself. The night, deeper and deeper. This night, Zyro slept peacefully. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that he finally yawned and got out of bed. After rubbing his sleepy eyes, Qi Luo walked into the kitchen and prepared a simple breakfast while picking up the phone and dialing Wang Yang. I remember you have a buddy who owns a horror scenario experience, right? Do me a favor. It's not something very difficult. I'll come up with a script and then get me some NPCs and set up the scene as it's in there. There's enough money to go around, but make it quick. We need it for the night. After putting down the phone, Qi Luo sent Wang Yang a document that he had written last night before going to bed, and incidentally typed $50,000. Phew. In the daylight, he stretched out a long, lazy stretch, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Since you guys like to hunt so much, tonight, we'll give you all the intensity at once. Time. In the midst of countless people's expectations passed by the time the clock struck 9 o'clock late at night, the live broadcast of Literary Pulse Speaker opened as promised. Dozens of times more eyes than last night were cast in unison toward the screen. They waited for the familiar face of Zillow, anticipating the mysterious performance he was about to contribute this evening. Just, out of the blue, the moment the live broadcast officially opened, what appeared in front of them was not Qi Luo and that rather iconic folding fan. Instead, it was a dark curtain with an incredibly eerie line written above it in white. It was silent, but it made the atmosphere of the moment unprecedentedly eerie. Welcome to the night tour of the Red Chamber Dream Nightmare in the Grand View Garden, a large-scale interactive game with ghosts and humans. You ready? Chapter 20, Chinese Funeral? A weird red sedan chair? What does this have to do with the Red Mansion? The incomparably abrupt scene appeared before the crowd in such an unobtrusive manner that direct and biting shock and horror could not even be described in words. So, is this anchor ready to go further and further into the wrong side of the tracks? A large interactive game with people and ghosts? Those who know understand that this is a science and technology live room. Those who don't know still think they have entered a forbidden psychic live room. The number of people in the live broadcast room had long since reached its peak since the Douyin platform had been recorded. It took a full minute or two before the crowd's minds calmed down a bit. Seriously, though, the scene in front of us looks more than a little outrageous. But if you look at it in conjunction with Qi Luo's comments and behavior from the previous 2 days, it doesn't seem to be too out of the ordinary. After all, for a geek like him, who is extremely good at going off the beaten path, it seems that suddenly being decent is the big problem. The cold and silent atmosphere began to warm up a little in the slow passage of time. A large number of pop-ups, too, began to float across the screen from the live broadcast. It's just the style of painting that looks more than a little ridiculous. Confirmed. This anchor is definitely a ghost. Another mediumship. Another human ghost interactive game? Is this something a normal person would do? Yesterday's similar call similar is still unclear. And today's interacting with similar? Aren't you afraid of being invited to tea? I'm afraid that when Tian Mansion counts the number of people, they'll find that a learned ghost has escaped, and they'll take him back. Although Qi Luo didn't show his face in front of the screen at this time, he was able to see these pop-ups. He grinned and bristled, glancing up at the black pall of the interactive pavilion obscured by the teal glass. Is he a ghost? Not really, but is he normal? Seriously, he's having a hard time giving a definitive answer right now. After all, since those canonical masterpieces had flooded into his mind in unnameable ways a few days ago, the trajectory of his life, too, had changed since then. Especially yesterday morning. After waking up with a start, he realized that there was another thing added to his consciousness, besides all the strange knowledge. It was written in ancient seal scripts, carrying with it an aura of pure antiquity, mysterious and shocking to him. Dream of the Red Chamber folklore ancient art has been activated for you. Number of activations available, 2. Number activated, 1. Congratulations on obtaining the ancient folk art of mediumship, which can be used at any time. Conditions for the activation of the second folklore in ancient arts, creating a new model for popularizing the knowledge of the Red Chamber. This is the reason why he will do mediumship. But in the face of countless pop-ups inquiring about anticipation, there is no way to reveal a single star associated with it. After all, since the moment these things appeared in his mind, he understood that he was different from ordinary people. After reading for so many years, he still understood the principle of hiding the blade inside. If you place sincerity as the key in this kind of thing, you can probably go to the 749th Bureau for tea the next second. Under the night sky, Zyro reclaimed his gaze. After taking one last look at the pop-ups that were constantly flying in the screen, he threw all of his many selfish thoughts to the back of his mind. The conditions for the activation of the second folklore ancient art were already known, and after thinking deeply about it myself, I had prepared accordingly. Now then, it's time to open the show that belongs to tonight. The wind. Surging. The crowd in the live broadcast room is still arguing tirelessly about the cliched topic of whether Qi Luo is a human being or a ghost. The clock ticked. Just at the moment when the hands were pointing to 9:05 at night. Wow, a gong sounded, suddenly spreading noisily within the live broadcast. Immediately following this was a poignant, high-pitched sound of the oboe, which poured out towards the audience's ears. The previously agitated mood was quickly quenched as if a pot of cold water had been poured over it. In its place, there was an unexplained sense of trepidation and palpitations. To be honest, in their daily lives, they actually rarely hear this kind of sound, except in one case. That's Chinese funeral. Drums, gongs and swana, blowing, pulling and banging. The music is poignant and the weeping is continuous. This is clearly, it's the kind of setup you'd find at a civil funeral. So, is the anchor hinting at something with us? What's the relevance of opening with such a creepy and quaint way to what we're going to dismantle today? The heartbeat, intensifying, the sound of the shawm, which is constantly plucked up, just as the crowd felt like their emotions were about to go to pieces in this mournful and sad music. Swish, the curtain, which had previously been written in white, was suddenly ripped away. The crowd, who had not yet reacted, cast their eyes straight ahead. The view was dark. The only thing that managed to focus their eyes over was two rows of tiny lanterns flipped with a dark red hue. It swayed lightly in the overcast wind, outlining a path with no end in sight. Phew! Jiang Province, Longhu Mountain. The old Taoist Zhang Zhishuan, who had been living in the mountains and practicing meditation for more than 20 years, let out a long breath. This morning, after stumbling across a slice of mediumship in his disciple's cell phone, he began to pay attention to Zillow. The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. The audience would only find it absurdly shocking to watch the medium, but only he knew how well this skill had been used by Qi Luo. This young man, there's something wrong. This was his first perception of Qi Luo, and now, after seeing the road full of eerie feeling and two rows of red lanterns, this feeling became deeper and deeper. Truly, the live streaming model that Xilo has adopted over the past 2 days has been engaging enough. At the moment he's not short of traffic or attention. But why would you go to such lengths to design such an unprecedented human-ghost interaction? He couldn't figure it out. Just think of this young man. Very evil. Eyes, continuing toward the screen. Subconsciously, Zhang Zhishuan disc play up the side of the Chen Kuan Yin and Yang bracelet. Seems to be in this eerie to the deep atmosphere. To bring themselves a little solace. Pawn pawn pawn. The oboe, fading away. Pressing the final coda. The gong, suddenly sounded. The camera, which had been frozen in place, suddenly began to advance over toward the front. It was like someone was walking on that cold walk, messy and with a few hints of spooky vibes. Pawn pawn pawn. Another sharp gong sounded and the camera advanced at a faster pace. The audience listened sideways and held their breath. Finally, after advancing a full 7 or 8 seconds, the camera, slowly framed, two large red lanterns hovered eerily in the darkness, greeting the faint light emanating from the lantern. The crowd suddenly realized that at the end of the road, there was a sinister, parked, antique red sedan chair. Chapter 21 Ghost Consorts Province. Qi Luo asks for the spirit. The dark red light appeared to be a basin of sticky blood spilling over the red sedan chair at the end of the road. The curtain of the sedan chair was lightly rolled up, and you could vaguely see the remnants of leaves and cobwebs hanging over the corners. The monotonous and eerie color scheme looks like a knife wrapped in endless resentment. With a single hand, he stabbed the hearts of the crowd through and through. It's a feeling that's hard to describe. Obviously, we are in a modern city at the moment. And obviously the object that is playing it all out in front of us is a phone or tablet full of technology. But they felt as if they had traveled hundreds of years ago in a second. To some ancient city shrouded in death. To an ominous place filled with resentment and coldness. A sense of ambience that pulls right through the moment. So much so that there were not even a few decent pop-ups to be seen in the highest numbered livestream ever seen on the entire network. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of the heart beating wildly corresponded to the sound of the gong, which was far away and near. Dang, dang, dang. A dull and rhythmic sound of footsteps floated up in the live room, making the atmosphere of the moment even more pale and strange. The clock, ticking away, just as the crowd felt their originally fiery spines begin to chill inch by inch. Bing! A gong sound, all higher pitched than before, suddenly appeared. It was followed by a human voice that smelled of vicissitudes and gloom. The hour and a quarter of the 11th hour has arrived. The living retreat. The netherworlders open the way. Yuan Fei. Back to the door to save your family. A buzz. The crowd in front of the screen. At the first moment they heard these words, only felt like something had burst open in their minds. The blood in his entire body, too, began to flow backwards at a rapid pace. Save the family? So he set up the scene as Princess Yuan saving her family? Are you kidding me? Although one's knowledge of Dream of Red Mansions was not particularly in-depth, the classic bridge like Yuan Fei's province was still clear. She is the consort of an emperor and comes from a famous family. It's not easy to come back for a family visit. Mustn't the officials and soldiers open the road and the eunuchs follow? On regulation, it must be topsy-turvy. In terms of scale, it must be vast. But what's wrong with the anchor? Red sedan chair, dim lights, narrow road, off the charts. It's just outrageous. And even more outrageous than that were the words that just came out of the live feed. The Undertaker opens the way. The living retreat. How can such words be associated with provincialism? How did such a joyous event as the provincial marriage become violently tasteless under Qi Luo's rendition? Endless doubts surfaced in the minds of the audience in turn. They would like to ask why. But the main character of the live broadcast, Qi Luo, hasn't even shown his face so far, so who can they ask? The silhouettes of red lanterns swayed from side to side in the wind. 3 seconds after the voiceover, around the red sedan chair that was originally stationed at the end of the road, 8 figures suddenly appeared. A sudden scene captures the audience's attention. They moved their heads a few moments closer to the front of the screen so they could see a little better in the dim, dark light. It was a fierce shock not to see it. These 8 people, dressed up, were really weird to the extreme. Their faces, very white. Not that normal white, but bloodless white. The lips were very red, an extremely unnatural red. It was as if it had been smeared with a thick smear of blood. They just stood around the palanquin with expressionless faces, silent but extremely terrifying. Rise the sedan chair. That pale, rich voice sounded once again. 8 figures, bowing at the same time, carried the red sedan chair, ergo, in an almost unison-to-unison stride, towards the camera, slowly leaning in. Sha-sha-sha-sha. Footsteps that pulled a haunting echo across the stone path. They kept the same frequency, like a dusty pendulum, swinging muffled from side to side. And so it goes. Step, 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 appeared in front of the audience. The wind, like torn old rags, whimpered uncontrollably in the live room, incidentally blowing certain objects previously laid out on the floor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Paper money. The sharp-eyed spectators were the first to realize what those floating in the air were. Strands of hair also stood up at this moment. No, life clothes. Look at those sedan chair bearers. They're wearing birthday suits. A pop-up screen full of panic slid by, drawing the eyes of other viewers along the way. They suppressed their inner fear and carefully identified the costumes worn by the 8 men. Sure enough, I saw the pattern of copper coins printed on a dark black silk cloth. What is this if not a birthday suit? Combined with their kind of fluttering and bizarre walking posture, even if it is a little cute. Also understood what kind of existence these 8 sedan chair bearers really were. They are dead. The already apprehensive heart was completely assaulted by frost at this moment. Certain timid spectators even wrapped their shirts tightly around them, turning on all the lights in the room in the process. This medicine that Qi Luo prepared for them today was too strong. In just a few short minutes, it's the ultimate in Chinese horror that deserves to be called Chinese horror. Just what exactly is his purpose in doing so? We have to talk about Princess Yuan's provincialism. But Princess Yuan doesn't show up from beginning to end. Instead, an eerie has been arranged funeral? This doubt has been haunting them since the beginning of the fight live until now. It also filled them with great anticipation for what might be coming next. The red sedan chair, in that eerie to the extreme posture toward the distance, slowly passed. The camera, also accompanied by the movement of the lights and shadows, continued to pull toward the front. The audience stared with bated breath. And after a full 10 seconds or so, a building was finally vaguely visible. It says it's a building, but really, it's more like a house of cards, built of white marble with black strips of stone. It stands silent in the darkness. Sky-high pagoda. 2 eaves. This is a mausoleum pagoda. A pop-up that appeared steeply. The spectators who saw it sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Nice guy. What is the anchor trying to do? How is it that everything on display today is not even remotely connected to the living? Just as he was thinking about it, that cool and clear voice once again appeared. Only this time, it sounded much clearer than before, but at the same time, it's also much more oozy. At the 11th hour, the soul returns to avoid the gate of life, and the 8 ghosts carry palanquins to honor the gods of the underworld. Pity the poor lady in the palace who perishes in this place. The camera pans violently in a deliberately elongated vocal line. In the next second, a figure suddenly appeared under that pagoda. The crowd raised their eyes, and it was precisely Qi Luo's familiar face. It was just that at this time, He was wearing a dark-colored ancient costume that blended in just right with the scenery around him. He lifted his feet and walked slowly toward the red sedan chair. The raspy voice spread out with it as the pace marched on. Have you heard of the Yuan Face province in the Red Mansion? Did you think it was a hugely grand celebration? Wrong. All wrong. Princess Yuan's province was never the most prosperous and extravagant bridge and dream of the Red Chamber. Exactly. Is the most bizarre and eerie section of it all. I know it's more than a little hard for people to accept. That's okay. Next, Zyro said as he leaned down next to the palanquin curtains, his right hand peeking up. Next, I will accompany Princess Yuan to save the Grand View Garden. Incidentally, to Princess Yuan, for a know-it-all. Ask the spirit. As the words fell, the curtain of the sedan chair lifted. The cold flame of the red candle swirled around and shone through. The crowd's eyes went round and they looked hard toward the sedan chair. But they hadn't seen Princess Yuan at all. Only saw a pair of silent pokes from the sedan chair. Red, embroidered shoes. Chapter 22, Stone Pavilion. Ancient Tomb Gate. Paper money paving the way to the soul's return door. A blood-red full moon hung in the gloomy dome of the sky. The red lanterns previously hanging on both sides of the road had all gone out at some point. The only thing left behind is a white lantern flickering on the right side of the red sedan chair that will go out. The curtain of the sedan chair was casually lifted by Chi Luo. A slim piece of paper money, gently towards the sedan chair waved and floated in. Bing! Another gong sounded, incidentally shattering the already shaken hearts of the crowd in front of the screen into pieces. Shot, offset into a few points. Extremely high definition. You can even make out the spidery lines knotted on the side of the red sedan chair. According to the previous rendition, Yuan Fei should be in this sedan chair. Then the next step is the moment of witness. The audience tried their best to calm their frantically surging hearts, and incidentally guessed what kind of way Yuan Fei would appear before everyone, dressing up as the living dead like the 8 ghosts in the sedan chair before? Or, just as he was thinking, the curtain of the sedan chair moved. Just to their surprise, the imagined image of consort Yuan probing out of the sedan chair did not appear. Instead of, it was actually a pair of red embroidered shoes. The white light and shadow of the lamp shrouded the embroidered shoes. When you look closely, you can even make out the plum blossom pattern embroidered on the vamp. Endless terror instantly engulfed the audience in front of the screen. In the back of his mind, something began to flash like lightning. Embroidered shoes. The long experience of watching movies and television gave the crowd an almost unanimous perception. In the traditional folklore of Kyushu, embroidered shoes have always been a great evil. Whenever it is present, it inevitably represents eeriness and weirdness. And plum blossom. If memory serves me correctly, Chi Luo explained the plum blossom in great detail last night when he was dismantling the topic of Myriad Jade is not human. This ing. It's the 4 ghost flowers. Intense fear, like a tidal wave, gushed out and could not be suppressed. The audience stared blankly at the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. Many people suddenly had some regrets, regretting that they had trespassed into Chi Luo's live room without being mentally prepared. But what they don't know, the so-called Chinese horror. It is in this moment that the party really begins. Embroidered shoes, inch by inch move into the shot. Right behind them were 2 white to bloodless calves. On the internet, it is the big red phoenix pattern long dress. Extremely complicated workmanship, but in the atmosphere of the scene at the moment, there is not the slightest hint of luxury texture. Any way you look at it, it looks like the phoenix costume has just appeared after being dusted for 1,000 years. No life, all death. The sound of the gong, fading away. In its place, there was a piping sound like the mournful song of a mourning bird. It makes the atmosphere even colder. After a long wait, Yuan Fei, out of the sedan chair. The large phoenix crown was worn on top of her head. The color of the moon was drenched, reflecting wisps of blood vampire-like shadows. That face, frigidly white and bloodless, was cold as hell. She made no movement, no expression. Even the body stayed stiff when he got out of the sedan chair. She landed on the ground, but didn't make even a sound. It's like the embroidered shoes, tattooed with plum blossoms, never hit the ground. A short time of 4 or 5 seconds, in front of the audience in front of the screen, as if it had already spent a whole long century. In the live room, there was silence. In the middle of the field of vision, Yuan Fei seemed to be a ghost floating in mid-air as she traveled forward. Chi Luo lowered the curtain of the sedan chair and followed closely behind. Not long after, the 2 of them arrived in front of the stone pagoda. Concubine Yuan paused and raised her eyes toward the top of the pagoda. Why don't you come in when you're home? Zyro stood aside and inquired softly. A few days ago, the family sent a letter saying that the provincial family residence had been repaired, and now I see that this is really the case. But why is there no one to welcome me when I return? A clear, cold voice that drifted faintly in the night sky. The crowd followed concubine Yuan's gaze toward the pagoda. and sure enough, they saw 4 large, bright red characters engraved at the top. Provincial family home. It was just this word, scarlet to the extreme, especially under the light of the night, which made one's body shiver with coldness. Before the first 7 days have passed, people don't see their souls, and their souls don't come near people, Chi Luo said casually, raising his hand and pointing toward the back of the pagoda. But today's situation is special. Since you have returned to save your family, you can pass through the ghost and break the boundary, and see all your relatives for a while. What you want to say or do, let it all be done today. Oh yeah, Zyro said while pointing to a lamp on the right side of the pagoda. This is your long light, and you must leave the Jia mansion by 3 minutes past midnight, and go where you are supposed to go. Otherwise, people die and their souls are scattered. The moment the words fell, the crowd in front of the screen felt their bodies begin to involuntarily shiver. The amount of information in Chi Luo's passage could be a little too great. The 7th day of the first month, the long light, the soul, this ing. What a way to make one thing clear from start to finish. That's, Princess Yuan is a ghost. The one who came to save her family today was not at all the royal princess who had collected thousands of favorites. Rather, a ghostly consort who has long since perished. Quiet. It was even quiet to the point of being creepy in the live broadcast room of hundreds of thousands of people. It wasn't until a long time later that they, who had watched Chi Luo walk into the pagoda together with concubine Yuan, finally erupted for the first time into heated to the point of questioning and arguing. No, are you kidding me, Anchor? Are you saying that Princess Yuan is a female ghost? This is too much of a challenge. Have I read a fake red chamber? Isn't the part about Princess Yuan's visit to her family normal? When did it have anything to do with ghosts and spirits? Although the anchor can convince me every time, but I still want to say, tonight this game is a little too outrageous. Back to the house to save the relatives of the Yuan Fei just had 7. Aren't you afraid that Chao Shuoqin will crawl out of his grave to find you? Voices such as these flooded the pop-ups over and over again. However, Chi Luo, who was deeply interacting with concubine Yuan at the moment, was invisible. Any more doubts are left for the audience to digest and chew on. Shots. Keep pushing. As far as the eye could see, it was a path that was deeper and longer than the party. Or maybe, it's more like a damp tunnel beyond the grave's dungeon. The two of them just, wordlessly, moved on. Wherever they passed, they were depressed. Next to the pile of rocks is a mess of gold, silver and jewels, made of paper. Occasionally, a few clusters of flaring light could be seen. When I got closer, I realized it was a pile of paper surrounded by a circle. Further on, there was a row of quietly standing willows, leafless, but with hieroglyphic foliage tied out of silk and paper. How to read? How creepy. They just kept going and going until after they turned a corner. Finally, a gate was seen. The vermilion door paint, under the moonlight, was broken and eerie. This doorway was not the overcrowded scene that viewers had guessed would greet the waiting crowd. All that could be seen was a monk and a monk, sitting on the ground with a compassionate expression. They gazed straight over toward the front, and the moment they saw Princess Yuan, suddenly they start to look right. And then they all start chanting. I am happy that the glory is just right, but I hate that the impermanence is here again. Eyes wide open, leaving everything behind, swinging and consuming the soul. Chapter 23, Weird Interactive Questions. Yuan Fei invites you to watch a ghost show. Mournful chants that drift away with the wind. Responding to the paper money floating in mid-air and consort Yuan's dismal and godless face, it set the atmosphere eerie to the extreme. The audience's breath, nearly frozen. The heart seemed to have stopped beating suddenly. But the ears could not stop pouring in the cool voice, swinging and consuming the soul. As soon as the words reached their ears, the crowd's cooling hearts suddenly beat a little harder. This sentence, going down that weird and confusing road again, the soul of a woman, does it not refer to the Yuan concubine herself? They frowned, digesting and understanding the words. The monks on the screen, too, are still chanting, looking home. The road is far away and the mountains are high. Therefore, I told my parents in my dreams that my life had already entered the Yellow Springs, and that I had to retreat and leave early. Cold, silent voice. The further back, the more pale, the more people listened to panic. The soul of the fountain, the Yellow Springs. These highly referential words are evocative enough. Teacher, if I remember correctly, this is Princess Yuan's judgment song, right? In the wilderness, Zhao Rui's disciple uttered a muttered sentence. Zhao Rui gently nodded. That's right. It's her judgmental song Hate Uncommon. Teacher, I remember that when you taught me this section before, you said that the central idea of this judgmental piece was to hint at the desolate scene of concubine Yuan in the palace, and that it was partial to writing. But why, today, does it sound like writing to me? He sank down to voice his doubts, and in return, Zhao Rui gave a rather helpless smile. The way you feel today, There might not be anything wrong with it. He let out a long breath and raised his hand to point towards the screen in front of him. Look at all this he set up and arranged. Isn't it just to prove that concubine Yuan is a soul? So speaking of the yellow springs and Feng souls and the hateful irregularities to be interpreted as something that really exists, it seems also reasonable. But teacher, that would obviously be redundant. The disciple shook his head, his eyes filled with bewilderment. You see, all of the previous renditions, all of them are revealing the fact that consort Yuan is a ghost consort and not a noble consort. Even if the audience is stupid, they will be able to see it clearly. Here suddenly arranging another segment of monks and Taoists singing the judgment song together. Isn't it somewhat superfluous? Hearing the disciple say this, Zhao Rui gently raised his eyebrows. Either that or young people are keen observers and clear thinkers. By the way he put it, it seemed like there was a real problem with that. According to his understanding of Qi Luo from watching over the past 2 days, this person was definitely in existence that didn't like to drag his feet. So what is the point of arranging this? What is it for? With that in mind, he was about to send a pop-up to ask. In the next second, Qi Luo, who was originally standing quietly beside concubine Yuan, suddenly turned his head and looked out towards the camera. In the night, his face was shrouded in red lights and shadows, and he actually looked a bit spooky. Especially the moment he hooked up the corners of his mouth in a slight smile. The sense of shock he brought to the audience was not even smaller than that of Princess Yuan. Gentlemen, I don't know if you guys remember the quote you saw before the broadcast started? The sudden suspension left the audience a little unresponsive for a moment. It was a full 4 or 5 seconds before Fong subconsciously nodded off-screen. I told everyone at the beginning of the show that this was a big interactive game of human and ghost. Now then, our interaction is about to begin. Here, I leave you with 2 questions for you, Zyro said as he turned and pointed toward the end of the tunnel in the back. From the entrance of the pagoda to now, there are 2 places that hint at the death of Princess Yuan. Everyone, know what it is? As the words fell, the audience plummeted. 2 places suggesting cause of death? Why can't you see it anywhere? From the time we entered the pagoda until now, there was nothing but walking and chanting by the monks. Yuan Fei didn't even say a word. Where is the hint of the cause of death? The first interaction left the crowd completely dumbfounded in place, and they even began to vomit helplessly in their hearts. Nice guy. What kind of anchor did I run into? Not only does your heart have to be shocked to watch him live, but now even your intelligence has to be insulted? A strong sense of helplessness spread through the heart for a long time. After a long time, Qi Luo smiled again and spoke. This is a question that might be slightly difficult for everyone, but that's okay, you guys can keep thinking. Behind, there are harder ones. This time, the audience was completely baffled. You old 6, you've got a sense of humor? Other people tell cold jokes. You tell. It's kind of a hell of a joke, isn't it? Deep doubts were thus buried in the minds of the audience by Zyro. He redirected his body towards the gate, and at that moment the one monk finished his chant. The departed returns. The noble consort returns. All of you in the Jafu, receive the chariot. The sound of the Suona rose again, accompanied by a dry, hoarse voice that seemed to come from the bottom of the valley. The words fall and the feet move. The monks rose from the ground and quietly marched towards the sides. Qi Luo and concubine Yuan, on the other hand, slowly walked in together towards the gate that was as cavernous as a deep valley. It wasn't long before a figure finally reappeared after they turned a shadow wall. The dark night was deep, and a cold wind rustled through the screen. The camera moves, and a few figures in the distance begin to fade into clarity. Just the moment their true silhouettes appeared in the screen, everyone, for one, frowned. Something's not right. It's totally off. Okay. Looking at the dress and decorations of these people, they should be the important people in the Jia residence who greeted Yuan Fei. But why? Why were they all kneeling on the ground with their backs toward concubine Yuan? This is so out of character. Even if you are kneeling to welcome them, you should be kneeling face to face. The guests are here, but they don't even turn their bodies. This is also, it's a little too unmannered. Another scene appeared that they couldn't understand, but it was the same as before. This time, they still didn't wait for an explanation from Qi Luo. Instead, it waited until the question from him again, everyone, from now on, the main event of Princess Yuan's province is coming. Please note that in the next rendition, there will be 2 more hints about the death of Yuan Fei. Please, watch and think carefully. At that time, if anyone can answer, Yuan Fei, please watch the Ghost Show. Chapter 24, Weird Provincialism, Candle Shadows in an Ancient Mansion. Heads on the ground. In the quiet of the old mansion, a little light fire formed by the embers of paper money floated. Incredibly bizarre scene in which the audience hears an even weirder line. The Princess Yuan invites you to a ghost show. A ghost show? This is the first time many people have heard of this out of the way. Cold word. While the heart was terrified, there was naturally a hint of anticipation. To be honest, seeing today, even though Qi Luo arranged and laid out all of this more or less challenges one's physiological and psychological limits. But indeed, it's exciting. That intense sense of novelty and anticipation hangs them so tightly that they don't want to miss even a second of it. That, right there, is what we love about live streaming. The left hand analyzes the red building, the right hand folklore and foreign arts, throughout the entire network. I'm afraid I won't be able to find such an awesome anchor in Liveroom. The air was still thick with ink-like darkness. In the entire Jiafu compound, not even a decent lamp could be seen. The camera, after Zyro said what he just said, began to continue moving forward. Old slate piled up into the courtyard. There are a few pools of murky water, reflecting the moonlight more cold and silent. Buzz. At some point, an ear-piercing gong appeared abruptly. In the next second, the three people who were originally kneeling on the ground suddenly turned around. Without any warning, a few puffy, sad faces were revealed to the camera. They were all dressed in black and white, and after stumbling to their feet, they raised their steps toward Princess Yuan. Walking in the forefront was a pale figure, her whitened hair still piercing in the dark night, and after she arrived at Consort Yuan's side, she reached over to shake the other party's hand. Before he spoke, he had already begun to weep. The two women dressed beside her also began to wipe their eyes and shed tears. Half speechless, they just stood still and wept silently for a long time before they raised their steps and walked in towards an archway. The moonlight struck down diagonally, reflecting on them. Yuan Fei opened her mouth to make a sound as she walked forward. On that day, as you wanted to send me to that place where I must not be seen, today you are crying instead, and when I go again, I will not know when we can meet. Teacher, it's not right. The moment the words fell, the Zhao Rui disciple outside the screen suddenly spoke. Zhao Rui gently nodded. You also hear something wrong? We didn't realize before that there was indeed something wrong with what Consort Yuan said in the original. He gently turned his neck, his eyes narrowing slightly. Previously, we only interpreted it as the Deep Palace compound being a place where no one is allowed to see people. But today if we look at it based on his rendition, the no one shall be seen, here should be a place of death where there are no living people. That is to say, Zhao Rui let out a long breath, his expression filled with emotion. Perhaps a long time ago, Consort Yuan had already perished in the palace. No, teacher, that's not what I meant. Surprisingly, after Zhao Rui finished his understanding, the disciple didn't hesitate to cut him off. Such an abnormal behavior caused Zhao Rui to be a bit puzzled for a moment. So you, referring to? Look, teacher, the disciple, somewhat out of his element, moved his body toward the screen between words and raised his hand to point to a certain area above him. Look at their shadows, especially Consort Yuan's shadow. Isn't it a little different from the other ones? Shadow? Zhao Rui murmured something in a low voice and also brought his gaze towards the camera. For the first 2 or 3 seconds, he had a puzzled expression, but immediately afterward, his eyes instantly rounded. This, he jerked around, looked at the disciple beside him, and pointed to a certain area. The other party nodded with a solemn expression. Ha, so the details are here, huh? If that's the case then it does match up with something in the original. That's quite enough detail for this anchor. Zhao Rui gave a compliment with a face full of emotion before raising his hand and rubbing his distended brow. But the problem is, this setting of his, it's a bit flawed. If concubine Yuan was really a ghost, how could she have a shadow? The teacher and student just froze in front of the screen. There were waves of shock surging through his heart and endless doubts in his mind. In just a few minutes, their 3 views crumbled into pieces under Qi Luo's repeated play. But at the same time, the understanding of certain details in the original dream of the Red Chamber began to gradually shift. The moon is in the sky and the feet are moving forward. After circling around several deep and long corridors, several people flanked Consort Yuan into a room. The furnishings in the room, at first glance, were nothing special, but if one were to look more closely, one would realize that there was one place that looked abrupt and unusual. That was the fact that behind the chair where Princess Yuan was seated at the moment, there was actually a bow hanging. The slender bowstring exuded a bit of coldness in the light of the green lamp. No matter how you look at it, it gives people a sense of extreme incongruity and extreme weirdness. This scene was naturally noticed by many viewers. It was just that although they were puzzled in their minds, they didn't ponder too much. After all, this bowstring here is easily negligible in comparison to the various plague scenes that preceded it. The darkness of the night was heavy, and the lamps fluttered. The camera had been locked in the room for a good 3 or 4 minutes. As the audience wondered why the human-ghost interaction did not continue, the audience was left to wonder why the human-ghost interaction did not continue. In the middle of the camera, Zyro's face suddenly reappeared. He cleared his throat slightly twice before flashing a smile at the audience. It was just that under such circumstances, this smile made people feel a bit eerie and chilly no matter how they looked at it. Gentlemen, from the time we entered the pagoda until now, the 4 places I mentioned that had hints about the cause of Princess Yuan's death have all appeared. I wonder if everyone have discovered it? What the hell? The moment they heard this, the audience was confused. I'm waiting for more material, and you're telling me it's over? For a while, countless ellipses instantly floated across the screen, enough to see the speechlessness within the audience. In their opinion, this so-called interaction is afraid to be nullified in place. Not everyone is Zillow with an inhuman brain. However, to their surprise, after a few short seconds, Zhao Rui suddenly opened a connection with Qi Luo. Without making too many remarks, he spoke in a dry tone the moment the voice was connected. If I didn't think wrong, Princess Yuan should have been hanged, right? President Zhao is truly knowledgeable. Qi Luo smiled and nodded. Congratulations, you got it right. As the words fell out of his mouth, he turned around, his gaze directed towards concubine Yuan. It was also at this moment that a beam of incomparably eerie white lights and shadows suddenly appeared in the room, coincidentally enveloping consort Yuan, who was seated on a chair, breathing, suddenly frozen. Boundless horror in the atmosphere. The figure, dressed in a red dress, slowly raised her head and smiled at the camera. However, before her smile could completely dissipate, in the next second, the human head that had been growing intact on the neck. Steep landing. Chapter 25 Analysis of the cause of death of Yuan Fei, 20 words to determine the life. The red chamber of the strongest ghost sentence. Cheap TV office building. In the office of the deputy director, a sharp and extreme howl suddenly came out. What's the situation? Lu Jin, the station manager who was revising the planning for the Kyushu Cultural Communication Conference to be hosted by Sheep TV 3 days later, frowned and raised his eyes towards the door. He could hear that the voice was that of the deputy station manager, Luo Hong. It was just a little hard to figure out why she, who was always calm and collected, was suddenly so out of sorts. Something's not going to happen, is it? In line with the principle of caring for subordinates, Lu Jin muttered softly, and then started from the desk and walked quickly towards Luo Hong's office. Ro, I heard you just. The first time he pushed open the door, Lu Jin anxiously asked in a voice, but after his gaze was cast on Luo Hong's desk, his expression immediately became serious. Quickly come to the people. Xiao Zhao, call an ambulance right away. Director Luo fainted, a high-pitched voice that sped through the entire hallway. For a while, a variety of footsteps gradually sounded. Without much thought, Lu Jin jogged to Luo Hong's side, and after briefly testing the other party's breathing and pulse, he let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's just a fainting spell, and the initial judgment shouldn't have any major impact on life safety. He raised a hand to wipe the sweat dripping from his forehead, and out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently flicked toward the tablet spread out on his desk. Crouch! An even more high-pitched and shrill roar emanated from Lu's mouth. The only image he remembers before his consciousness blurs. It was the big red headless body sitting stiffly in a chair in an eerie old mansion. And, falling to the ground, a pale face, a pair of spiteful eyes. The live feed was cold. The hundreds of thousands of viewers all felt like they were plunged into a viscous slurry at this moment. Not being able to move a muscle, even breathing was a luxury. The beating of the heart has long been disorganized, thanks to the fact that Zyro's resistance to stress being domesticated over the past 2 days was growing. Otherwise, the scene that just happened within those few seconds alone, it would be enough to send at least half of the people on the air to the hospital overnight. This anchor, it's so evil, but any normal person, a person with compassion and respect, would not have designed such a bridge to interact with the audience. Heads on the ground is supposed to be a program effect designed in a special way, as the audience knows, but even so, they couldn't accept it. The kind of abject fear, the chill that almost chokes you, enough to outshine every horror movie ever seen before. It became the ultimate in Chinese horror that they had ever encountered. Cold wind, rustling through, candle shadows, swaying like a veil. I don't know how long, like a graveyard-like live room. Finally appeared a voice. What? Scared? He spoke calmly, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. The audience was simply speechless. This one, isn't that a little psychopathic? Like to take pleasure from other people's pain? As he was thinking, Zyro raised his hand and wiped the plasma that had just splattered on his hand, then smiled and looked towards the camera. There's nothing wrong with what Chairman Zhao said. The cause of death of concubine Yuan was, indeed, self-hanging. President Zhao. Qi Luo called out to Zhao Rui with a smile. May I ask how many clues you have found? How did you see them? To be perfectly honest, we were so blind that even with all our efforts, we only found one. Oh, which one exactly? It's the part where Yuan Fei and the others walk through the archway towards the room. Zhao Rui cleared his throat. We noticed that Yuan Fei's shadow is different from the other three. Shadow? Hearing Zhao Rui's statement, the audience fell into a daze in unison. Something wrong with the shadows on that stretch of road just now? How did you not realize it yourself? What exactly is different? Zyro continued to press. There was a very flush crack between her neck and her head. It looked as if it had been cut open. That's right. Zyro nodded, affirming Zhao Rui's statement. President Zhao is indeed very meticulous in his observation, and he was able to spot even such a small detail. Then it seems that for this ghost show today, Consort Yuan is obliged to treat everyone to it, Zyro said with a grin, stretching in the process. Then, before enjoying the ghost show, let me help everyone hunger for a solution. Earlier, I said that there would be a total of 4 hints, and just now Chairman Zhao and the others have already discovered one. The remaining 3 are really not very easy to spot if you don't have a relatively deep understanding of the original dream of the Red Chamber. The first place, Zyro raised his hand and pointed toward the door, is the stretch of road that comes in from the pagoda. I don't know if anyone remembers what's on either side of the road? As the words fell, pop-ups began to float. On both sides of the road? If I remember correctly, there seems to be paper money and a fire? What? Is there something on both sides of the road? I was so focused on looking at Princess Yuan's back that I didn't notice. The look at the back, brother, is really great. You can even have an idea. I think you're really hungry. The picture of the pop-ups began to get progressively more skewed. Chi Luo smiled as he watched, still having so much admiration for the mental quality of this audience. Nice guy, still able to joke after being destroyed like that by himself. How does it feel? It's not strong enough. He just quietly scanned the pop-ups until he finally nodded softly after one floated across the screen. It seems that there are still observant viewers. Someone has just given the answer. The sides of that tunnel are planted with willows, and the willows are covered with all kinds of damask ribbons. It's the first place that hints at the cause of Princess Yuan's death. What? The audience people were dumbfounded. That's it? 2 rows of willows, some damask ribbons, something so simple that it still maps to the death of Princess Yuan? Are you kidding me? With this in mind, they began to ask about it with pop-ups, and Chi Luo didn't let them wait much, smoothly turning to one of the pages after pulling out the threadbare dream of red mansions from his sleeve robe. All of this is in no way a fabrication on my part, because that's how it was written in the original. You just didn't understand it when you read it in the past. Come on, I'll lead the way to a new understanding. The 18th chapter of A Dream of Red Mansions, in which Princess Yuan saves her family. There are these 2 descriptions of the scenery. In just 20 words, the death of concubine Yuan is written, and the strangeness of the Grand View Garden is brought to life. This line, which I would call the most horribly appalling in the Red House - Ghost Sentence. Chapter 26, the Eanwood enters the mansion to welcome the ghost consort, and the Grand View Garden is also a place of death. In the air, there was still a strong smell of blood. The lamp placed on the old wooden table fluttered in the wind, reflecting the faces of the other people in the room even more eerily. In this haunted house-like scene, Chi Luo once again began to dismantle the Red Mansion. Generational. Straight up pulling full stop. Ghost sentence. The moment those 2 words appeared, Zhao Rui and the disciple once again looked at each other. They began to recall words and phrases from the 18th book of Dream of the Red Chamber. But even if you think about it, you can't tell which one can be called a ghost sentence. Teacher, if I remember correctly, the entire 18 description of the scenery is extremely prosperous. Can be said that a few half a chapter to the Grand View Garden extravagance to write all? But he even said that eerie and weird. Genus some confused, with different perspectives and perceptions. It's natural to see things differently. Zhao Rui grinned helplessly. Since yesterday, I've actually been reflecting on whether or not our previous perspectives were too narrow, and now it does seem so. He let out a long breath and raised his hand to point at Zyro in the screen. Next, just listen carefully and attentively. To be honest, I'm also interested in this ghost sentence. I'd like to see how this kid interprets it. In the live broadcast room, the camera was tightly locked on Zyro. The moment the teacher-student duo's voices fell, Chi Luo followed suit and took over. In the 18th episode of Dream of the Red Chamber, Consort Yuan, accompanied by her entourage, enters the Grand View Garden for the first time, and as she passes through a certain place, the original text describes the view she sees in this way. Above the willow and apricot trees, although they have no flowers or leaves, they use various colors of silk and paper and through grass for flowers, glued to the branches. That sentence, that's the ghost sentence I just said. The answer, at last, appears. It was only when Chi Luo read out these 20 or so words that the audience fell into silence. What's with the ghost sentences? Isn't it just an ordinary description of the scenery? Even if you read it twice more on your own, you can't feel what's really weird about it. The live broadcast room suddenly fell into silence. Zyro seemed to anticipate this in advance, smiling and shrugging. It feels like everyone isn't very excited about this. What? Does it feel like that's not creepy at all? That I'm being a little too sensationalist? Actually, I'm not exaggerating at all. Oh. He grinned. You'll understand when I explain. Here, let's look at this sentence. Its general meaning is that the trees on either side of the aisle have no flowers or leaves on them, but the people of the Jia house have made flowers in the style of silk, white damask, and silk cloth and glued them to the trees to act as flowers. Let me ask you all a question, haha. As the night wind blew and the dim lights fluttered, Zyro's voice suddenly trailed off. Why do you think the Jaffa crowd is doing this? Why? The question, isn't it obvious? The answer instantly popped into the viewers' heads, and then flew into a pop-up. What is there to interpret? Just want to decorate more decorative. After all, is the noble consort provincial relatives, shall not be a little more beautiful? Hey, Kyushu traditional image project. Well, kids know what's going on, so there's no need to overinterpret the anchors. Seriously, the audience suddenly got a little disinterested. That's a statement that doesn't have too much depth to it in any way. I really don't know what the reason is for Chi Luo to deliberately act so mysterious and unpredictable. Just as he was thinking, he saw Chi Luo in the screen suddenly smile and shake his head. Wrong. You guys are wrong again. The understanding of this behavior is that it's an image project, face-saving project, right? Then I would like to ask you all, Jiafu, do you have money? Does it have power? Is it powerful? I'm sure. You can't make a big show like this without money, power and influence. Then it's not? Chi Luo spread his hands, a few hints of meaning in his expression. You all said, Jia House is rich and powerful. Then like Yuan Fei's provincial relatives, this kind of first-class event, they could have transplanted many valuable flowers and trees from other places. So wouldn't it be more real and vivid? More face? Then why? Have to stick some fake flowers on the trees? With Zyro's voice, the audience finally stopped arguing. Feelings. The anchor seems to be making a lot of sense. Jiafu, in order to meet the Yuan Fei provincial relatives, can spend a huge amount of money to build a grand view garden, transplanting some trees and what is natural. In that case, the act of pasting ayahuasca on a tree is indeed weird enough. See, isn't that where the contradiction comes in? Zyro shrugged, the smile on his face unabated. So, the purpose of the Jia family doing this is not for the so-called face at all. Rather, it had to be done. Then the question comes up again. Zyro changed his breath and moved over slowly towards the camera. The land of Jinling is rich enough, and the climate is also excellent for the growth of many valuable flowers and trees. Why is it that the Grand View Garden is loaded with trees like willows, which the common people's homes don't even care about? Willows don't produce flowers. They're naturally vegetative. But why did they have to go to the trouble of pasting something over the willow? Even if it was necessary to paste something onto the willow tree, then other materials could have been used. But why did it have to be white silk cloth? Zyro spoke quickly, asking 3 questions in one breath. The viewers in front of the screen had been dumbfounded by the question, and with their hands hovering over the keyboard, they felt like they obviously had a lot to say, but they couldn't type out a single word for a long time. So gentlemen, the amount of information contained in those 20 short words is rich and amazing enough. I don't know if you have any answers in your mind for those 3 questions just now. Even if you don't, it doesn't matter, because when I say it next, you'll understand. First of all, why willow? Because it has been the most famous in wood in the Kyushu cultural system since ancient times. Shady wood? The audience's hearts swirled at these words. Good lord, should this anchor's knowledge base be so mixed? Before, they said that the plum blossom is a ghost flower, and now they say that the willow tree is a in wood. It's also a little too netherworldly. The saying that the willow tree is a in wood is not something I'm making up out of thin air, hero. Since ancient times there has been the saying, not planting willow in front of the door, not planting acacia behind the house. The reason why this is so is because the 4 trees, mulberry, willow, poplar, and acacia, are in wood that is extremely easy to attract ghosts. The ancients said, in wood does not enter the family home. Yang trees do not plant cemetery. But it is the case that the Grand View Garden species but loaded with willows, in wood has entered the family house. Then you say, this Grand View Garden can still be a normal young house? Consort Yuan. If it's not a ghost consort, what is it? Chapter 27, Eerie Paper Ties. Bloody Judgment Song, the death of Yuan Fei, the pain of Jiafu, strange and bizarre knowledge, added to it. The doubts that had previously lingered in the minds of the audience were instantly dissolved. After all, there are close to 1 million viewers in the live broadcast room, and there are always a few who have heard of the truth of, Inwood does not enter the house. It just never occurred to them to connect it to the Red Room before. And looking back after Zillow's explanation, this is what I realized. Or is there a hole and problem in your own perception? And the one who feels this most deeply is Zhao Rui. The man who had never been soft in his domain even forgot that he was in a graveyard at the moment. He pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it, gulping hard before letting out a helpless and sighing sigh. Xiao Su. I remembered that there is a sentence in the teacher's sayings that says, therefore, there is no noble, no lowly, no long, no young, the Tao exists, and the teacher exists. And before that I was always dismissive of this, thinking that I, Lao Zhao, was old enough to qualify in the red school circle, and that no one could challenge me and no one was qualified to come and be my teacher. But today, I'm convinced, this old man in his 80s and 90s has a sad and happy expression. You know what? I've actually tended to be puzzled over the years when I've read those parts of the 18th round of Princess Yuan's province, especially the one he just mentioned. I have always wondered why the Jia family, so prosperous and so extravagant, planted willow trees, a very common tree, on such an important day as your consort's provincial visit. He smiled and said softly, raising his hand to take another drag on his cigarette. The answer I told myself before was that this is nothing more than a novel. Even if Lord Chao is extremely talented in writing, it's impossible for him to take care of every detail. This is just a little bit of a minor flaw underneath his randomly falling brushstrokes. But today, after he interpreted it, I was finally enlightened. Zhao Rui got up from the ground and let out a long breath into the starry sky above his head. That's because, the Yuan Fei returning to save her family, is a ghost. One must use Yin wood, to retain the spirit and nourish the soul. That's an explanation that's just too odd and outrageous. But again, it's too logical and fits the original article too well. The old man couldn't stop voicing his feelings under the night sky. The look in his eyes, complex and clear. The wind was blowing, and it all continued on this night that was destined to be uneventful. After completing his interpretation of Willow Wood, Shi Luo breathed a sigh of relief and picked up Yuan Fei's fallen head from the ground and helped her put it back. Second question. Why do you have to stick something weird on a willow tree? Here, let me ask you all, under what circumstances would you use Iajuan paper to make flowers? The question arose and the audience was once again in deep thought. After a long time, a pop-up drifted lazily across the empty screen from the anchor said, could it be papier-mâché? Right. Zyro smiled and affirmed the audience member's answer. That's right, it's papier-mâché. The people of Kyushu are very particular, and flowers made of paper have always appeared only in the case of honoring the dead. So, the Jia house went to all that trouble to do so much just to honor Yuan Fei with a paper tie. This is the central and clearest point in this sentence. The moment the words fell, everyone only felt countless cold sweats rustling down the back of their spines. Seriously, Shi Luo's interpretation of the paper tie did give them a sense of clarity. But all the same, it was bone-chilling. One can only imagine what an eerie scene it would be in that huge grand view garden, filled with brightly colored and eerie paper ties. Last question. Zillow didn't give the audience much time to slow down and continued. Since it's a paper tie, isn't it good to simply use paper to make it? Why does something like Iajuan appear in this sentence? That's because Princess Yuan was the one who hanged herself. Tell me one thing people don't know about Coldplay, Zillow said as he gave the audience a meaningful look. Do you know that in traditional folklore, but anyone who dies by hanging, when the spirit is laid out to burn paper, a few white silks are burned for them? The audience froze when they heard it. This knowledge, it seems, is a bit cold. Anyway, one has never heard of it before. People who hang themselves, they belong to the horizontal death. Such people are not allowed to touch the ground with both feet in the netherworld. So their families in the yang world have to burn a few white silks for them to use in the netherworld. This white silk is called the life hanging rope. So, in addition to making a papier-mâché for Yuan Fei on the willow tree, Jia Fu also suspended her hangman. That is to say, Yuan Chuan's cause of death was hanging. This, there is no need to doubt it. The atmosphere, once again, fell into boundless gloom. This new and bizarre knowledge was like a knife, impossibly sharp into the heart of the crowd. Now, looking back at that statement, they are literally unable to say even a single punctuation mark used to question it. It's amazing how much is implied in just 20 words. Not a ghost sentence? What is it again? So, was Princess Yuan really hanged? If this is really the case, then this elegant and noble-looking Jiafu woman, really a lot of misfortune. While the audience was so emotional, Shi Luo walked over to the other wooden chair beside concubine Yuan and sat down, stretching his body before continuing the conversation. Okay, that's enough about the interpretation of the first clue. Let's look at the second clue. As he spoke, he gestured outward. The camera swirls and moves, and immediately the audience sees a monk and a monk sitting on the ground under the shadow of the moon outside the door. The second clue. It's on them. On them? The audience in front of the screen cringed once again. Not. If I remember correctly, didn't the monk and the monk chant a poem at the door? Other than that, it doesn't seem to have done anything, does it? As he was thinking about it, a pop-up drifted steeply past his eyes, looking unusually agitated. I got it. I know. This monk did hint at the cause of Princess Yuan's death. Princess Yuan hanged herself, didn't she? That's right. Look. The first letter of Sang is S and the first letter of Dao is D together. SD. Isn't that hanging? Asterisk 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 I'm a genius. Anchor such a cryptic clue has been discovered by me. Praise me. Off-screen, Qi Luo gazed at the pop-up for a long time before finally failing to hold back a snort of laughter. I just realized today that my audience is all talented. Great guesses. Better not next time. Okay, let's cut the small talk and get right to the answer. The cause of Princess Yuan's death is written in that judgmental song sung by this one monk. And this, too, is the clearest explicit statement of the cause of Yuan Fei's death in the Dream of the Red Chamber. It can even be said that this judgmental song, which is the entire dream of the Red Chamber, the bloodiest, a judgment song, chapter 28 eyes wide open and swinging. This judgmental piece is a realistic portrayal of the constricted ghost consort. Moonlight laced with candle shadows cast dappled trails of light on the uneven ground. As his eyes cast about, he could see the viscous plasma still gurgling in the grooves of the stone slab. In this stout as a dead space of gloom, Zyro once again threw out a heavy bomb that deeply intrigued everyone. Bloody judgment song. To be honest, along with the gradual advancement of the live broadcast, many people also slowly grasped the characteristics of Qi Luo's live broadcast. He seems to be, well, fond of labeling a whole host of things in the Red Book as uniquely his own. Ghost books, ghost numbers, ghost babies, including the current Bloody Judgment. In fact, this kind of routine, Zhao Rui, a rooted academic, is very disliked. But perversely, he never expressed a hint of displeasure today. After all, Zillow interprets each label after it has been applied with a particularly unique perspective and extremely regimented logic. This labeling is not meant to attract traffic or release gimmicks. Rather, it's just an expression unique to a geek who has studied the Red Chamber in depth. It had to be said that even Zhao Rui himself hadn't realized it. In the course of watching Qi Luo's live broadcast, he, an old man who had always prided himself on being fair and impartial, had actually begun to double standard time, a little advance. After raising the anticipation within the audience once more, Zyro turned the pages of the book in his hands back again. It looks like it's looking for where that judgmental song was in the original. Now, let me lead you all in rereading this judgmental song over again. After reading it, you will know exactly where it bloody well is. At the faint sound, the audience pricked up their ears. Prepare to be rebaptized in the depths of this eerie judgmental song. Sentence 1, joyful glory is just right. Hateful impermanence is here again. The refrain reveals a strong sense of eeriness from the first 10 words. Just when I'm happy for glory, impermanence has followed. What does it say? It means that the Yuan concubine has fallen into impermanence the moment she officially started enjoying glory and wealth. That is to say, consort Yuan may have just entered the palace to become a consort at the moment. She has already been. She has already died. Qi Luo deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the words perish, causing the hearts of the viewers outside the screen to leap heavily a few times as well. You died when you first entered the palace? This kind of speech is really a bit too bold and outrageous. At the very least, they had never heard of it in all the previous interpretive analyses of the Red Chamber. However, if you think about it, it seems to make so much sense. After all, Qi Luo had set the tone at the beginning of today's broadcast that the one who had returned to Jiafu to save her family was not consort Yuan, but consort Ghost. So it seems more logical to say that she died early. They thought so. And off-camera Zillow didn't stop interpreting the judgmental song. The second and third sentences should be read together, because these two sentences are the most direct depiction of consort Yuan's death in the entire dream of the Red Chamber. As I mentioned before, eyes open, throw all things away, swing around and consume your soul. Come on, let's continue the interaction. May I ask you all, how do you feel after reading these two lines? Another customary soul-crushing session. After a few brief seconds, the pop-ups came to life. How did you feel when you read it? I think it's neatly written in rhymes. It's very catchy. The words give a feeling of helplessness and sadness, I guess. Anyway, from a literary point of view, the writing is quite euphemistic and profound. Although my reading comprehension is poor, I can still feel the complex emotions of Chao Gong when he wrote these two lines. The audience voiced their feelings in turn, and Zyro smiled as he scanned over. When the pop-up was almost sent, he laughed softly and shook his head as he resumed speaking. Having just briefly read everyone's speeches, it feels as though you all seem to have entered a misconception. Everyone interpreted the quote from a literary point of view and told me about the various thoughts and feelings implied by the author. but that's not the way it should be interpreted. Audience? Good lord. Isn't this what you had us do for reading comprehension? Why are you shooting us all down now? The audience was filled with doubt. But immediately afterward, Zyro gave the answer. This sentence, I believe 80% of the people think it's being written in vain, in love, in helplessness, in sadness, but in fact, it is a properly written judgmental song. It's not mixed with any subjective emotions. It's merely a normal description of a scene that happened to Princess Yuan. When Qi Luo slowly and methodically lifted the final veil, the audience was horrified. What the hell? Realistic? Are you kidding me? Where in those 10 words or so is there a description of the actual scene or a description of the characters? Write a hammer real. The audience was powerless to spit, feeling a sense of humiliation at having their intelligence played with. Zyro, on the other hand, was still smiling and staring at the screen. After a slight smile, he spoke again. For those of you who feel that this judgmental song is not realistic, let me ask you all a question. Have you ever seen a man who hanged himself? Ever seen his death? As the words fell, many people instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Good lord, this anchor scale is getting bigger and bigger. The first scene of a suicide by hanging. Who the hell has seen that before? Even if you had seen it, you would have fainted at first. But if you had seen it, you would certainly not have made your previous comment. Zyro shrugged. Let me give you a brief explanation. The death of a person who hangs himself can be described as 3 openings and 3 swings. The 3 openings are eye opening, valley channel opening, and ear opening. The 3 swings are the body swaying, the tongue shaking, and the hands stiffening. Now, doesn't everything make sense to everyone when they go back and look at the 6 words, eyes wide open, and swinging, in that sentence? This says, is it not the same as when one hangs oneself? So what's wrong with me saying these 2 lines are realistic? On the live feed, there was silence. The cloud of skepticism that had previously shrouded the hearts of the crowd dissipated. Yeah, if you go by the logic and thought process of what Zillow just told you, these 2 lines are indeed realistic, and a particularly brutal and bloody one at that. It's not right, Anchor. Although you make a good point, I still think it's a bit too deliberate. What can you say with just 1 sentence? Using it as an example is a bit too thin, isn't it? At least, you should find more evidence out. At some point, the screen suddenly slid over a particularly head-iron pop-up. The first time Zyro saw it, he instantly laughed. Good question. I knew someone would ask that. It doesn't matter. Don't you want more evidence? Then I'll give it to you. The proof of this is in the next sentence. I just gave a paraphrase of that line from the perspective of life experience. Then, for the next sentence, I'll give you a paraphrase from the perspective of geography. After hearing this, I'm sure you won't question my judgment anymore. Chapter 29. Arguing the cause of Princess Yuan's death with knowledge of geography? What the hell? Interpretation with geography? One after another. A sense of absurdity ran wildly through the minds of the audience. If the previous Qi Luo literary dismantling plus horror into the way of analyzing, already enough to make them feel novelty metaphysical words, this moment, then, is positively unbelievable. To be honest, the means Qi Luo had previously employed were rare and hunted, but at least they were within the crowd's cognizance. The unheard of way in which the dream of the Red Chamber can be dismantled with knowledge of geography is indeed unprecedented. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was steeply agitated. A barrage of pop-ups, like a river of crushing carp, frantically gushed out, dazzling the eyes. You're not an anchor. Are you kidding me? Using geography to dismantle the Red Mansion. Aren't you afraid of twisting your crotch? Seriously, this is the most outrageous sentence I've ever felt since I watched the 3 days of live broadcasts. What's the connection between geography knowledge and Yuan Fei's judgmental song? I've read that sentence 20 times, and I don't see any geography, but I've become physically blurry-eyed. Chao Gong was probably dumbfounded in his grave when he was talking about the Red Chamber of Horrors before, and now with the Geographic Red Chamber. I guess he's going to break out of his coffin soon. Distinct from the previous skepticism, the feedback given by the audience this time was almost absolutely lopsided. The atmosphere in the live room seemed to have been diluted a few moments by the strip pop-ups. Instead of rushing to respond at first, Zyro backtracked to a corner of the room in between the heated comments from the audience, smoothly removing something from his wide robe and doing his thing wordlessly. It wasn't until the moment the clock struck 10 o'clock in the dead of night steeply that he finally turned around and signaled the camera to move over towards him. The frantic output of the audience finally subsided a bit for the time being after noticing the change in the camera. Eyes moving toward the keyboard to the screen, they gazed attentively across the dim light of the room, and then were left utterly dumbfounded where they stood. They saw a map, a new and modern map. It just hangs there peacefully in a corner of the room, defying the scene to the extreme. For a while, the crowd fell into speechlessness. So, His comment that this next one can be broken down in terms of geographical knowledge was never a joke, was it? After all, even the map was ready, so it couldn't have been to bluff the millions of viewers present, could it? Alright, I've seen everyone's tirades and skepticism just now. Now then, I will tell you all how to interpret this bloody judgment from a geographical perspective. Zyro spoke as he smoothed out a red marker from his sleeve, and after clearing his throat slightly, he lifted his step to the map and rolled up his sleeve. The fourth line of Princess Yuan's judgment song goes like this: looking at my hometown, the mountains are high and the road is far away. Doesn't it sound very written and poignant? Think the author is helping concubine Yuan to express her feelings through the scenery again? Oh, if you interpret it that way, then you're making the same mistake as the previous two sentences again. This sentence is still realistic. The pages of the book clattered and turned in Zyro's hands, smiled as he made the statement before raising his eyes to the camera. Ask everyone a question. Do you know that the palace where Yuan Fei is located and the Grand View Garden where Jiafu is located, specifically, is in what location? The viewers in front of the screen were dumbfounded when Qi Luo asked this question. This question, indeed, touches somewhat on their intellectual blind spots. The former is easy to deduce, but the location of the Grand View Garden, this unless have a very deep understanding of the Red Mansion, afraid to guess cannot guess it, right? Known dream of red mansions of the setting of the Qing, that the palace is naturally the Forbidden City, but the Grand View Garden, this thing is fictionalized by Chao Gong, right? Still have a specific location? Someone gave their answer, and when Zyro saw it, he smiled and shook his head. The Grand View Garden is never fictional, it has an archetype. As Zyro spoke, he smoothly circled a place on the map. This place, I believe many people should have heard of it. It is the imperial capital's King Gong's mansion, King Gong's residence? The audience frowned. They had indeed heard of this place, but what connection could it have with the Grand View Garden? Regarding the fact that the King Gong's mansion is the prototype of the Grand View Garden, here are a few examples for you, all of which can be found in the original text. First of all, it's the district. I don't know if you all know that in Dream of the Red Chamber there are a total of several names of places in the present-day imperial capital, and these are all addresses that exist in the neighborhood of the Grand View Garden. After examining and analyzing them, I found that all these places have a common feature, and that is, they are all in the vicinity of King Gong's palace. For example, as mentioned in the 25th episode of Jade Emperor Pavilion Ghost Hunter Zhang Daoshi, the Jade Emperor Pavilion here is the one on the north side of the bell tower of the imperial capital, only 2 kilometers away from the palace of King Gong. For example, in the 64th time, it is suggested that a house has been bought in the Small Flower Branch Alley 2 miles behind Ningrong Street, and the Small Flower Branch Alley here is the present-day Flower Branch Alley, which is 2 miles away from the Prince Gong's residence. Zyro smiled and cast a glance toward the audience. With these original writings, we can easily pinpoint that the Grand View Garden is within the area of the present-day King Gong's palace. As to why we can match it with the King Gong's palace, we can still find the answer from the originals. The pages of the book, turning rapidly in Qi Luo's hands, between the flow of the book and the shadows. The speed of his speech was increasing. King Gong's palace and the poetry and painting boat, and the Grand View Garden and the Lotus Root Champs, belong to the same place. The architectural style is almost the same. There is a bridge in the Dui Jing Yuan of the King Gong's mansion, named Crane Bridge, which just fits the lying crane shadow in a cold pond in the Red Chamber. Therefore, I can tell you all with unrivaled certainty that the Jia Mansion and the seat of the Grand View Garden is the palace of King Gong. Then when we have this information, everything will be clear. Zyro let out a long breath and turned to the map hanging on the wall. Putting up his pen again, he drew a circle on the location of the Forbidden City. Princess Yuan's judgmental song wrote, "Looking at my hometown, the mountains are high and the road is far away." Now we've figured out that the place she is in is the Forbidden City with its deep palace gates, and the hometown, which is 6 kilometers away, is the palace of Gong Wang. Qi Luo dropped his brush and drew a long straight line between the palace of King Gong and the Forbidden City. Now then, here's the problem. You say, Yuan Fei's place and her hometown, only less than 4 kilometers away, so didn't road, walk 2 steps to, why, will send out the mountain high road far away emotion? The words fell, and the audience fell silent at the same time. Suddenly it made so much sense to him. What's so mountainous about a road like this? Actually, Yuan Fei is also allowed to lament the high mountains, and it would still be very factual. And that, in only one case, is that she's going to look out over her homeland from a very, very high place. As Zyro spoke, he took another pen and quickly sketched a place on the map. The audience paid attention and realized that there were a few big words, Jingshan Park, written in that red circle. Jingshan Park, which happens to be between the palace of Gongwang and the Forbidden City. There are tall mountains and wide lakes in the park. These are the only sights that, when seen, promise a view of the high hills of one's homeland. And there's only one way that can be seen. Zyro changed his breath, looked at the screen, and spoke in a single word. Hanged himself from a high place in the Forbidden City. Face the direction of your own home. What was once a stone's throw has suddenly become the end of the world at this very moment. The golden eaves that you normally look up at. Also at this time, it becomes a whirling water. A deep and heavy mountain. Chapter 30, Yuan Fei's Bloody Mysteries, Bowstring Killing Neck. Sun in the belly. Qi Luo's raspy voice slowly flowed through the live broadcast. A quiet wind, rustling through the silent night sky, swept up a few leaves in its wake. No one spoke again. But this time, it wasn't out of shock or fear. Instead, it's a mixed bag of feelings. From the beginning of the broadcast until now, everyone has been following Zillow on this hunting trip. They've been scared, questioned, and horrified. But there had never been a moment like this one, when it felt like a boulder was clogging his chest. Looking at my hometown, the road is far and the mountains are high. 7 short words, but with the weight of 1,000 pounds. It was an image they couldn't even think of. A human tragedy more chilling all over than an eerie reading. King Dong's palace and the Forbidden City, and just a blink of an eye away. But the woman who had been reduced to a sacrifice in the deep palace could only look at the mountain and agonize across the water. As beautiful as the eaves of gold are, they are not as beautiful as the tiled eaves of your home. In the days gone by, she had perhaps looked out in the direction of the Jaffa countless times, but as far as the eye could see, the only thing that could be seen was the narrow and gloomy skyline, and the only thing that could be seen was the imperial power that loomed overhead like a dark cloud. She finally saw it, hanging himself by the neck and stranding himself on the tall, rolling Mte, Kaji Mushin, took one last look at the sparsely lit Grand View Garden, an eternal glance. Phew! Beyond the screen, Zhao Rui let out a long sigh, the last cigarette in his pocket. He lifted his hand and drew it out, putting it under his nose and sniffing it, his expression shifting. The bottom of the old man's eyes were finally no longer cloudy. What academic disputes and face-saving disputes are all unimportant at this moment. Something, although it sounded more or less sour and meaty, he did feel the warm and thick soul of this young man from this interpretation of Qi Luo just now. 7 short words, and it's mediocre any way you look at it. But in the midst of his dismantling, it was transformed into a poignant and mournful history of courtly tears. That kind of merit, that kind of understanding. He, Zhao Rui, had to be convinced. The mist in the air grew deeper and deeper. The already obscure full moon in the firmament was also obscured by a dark cloud that swiftly drifted by. The viewers in the live broadcast room were still immersed in the somber atmosphere that had been created by Qi Luo, until a few glimmers of light appeared in the frame, until the camera relocked on Princess Yuan, who was sitting alone in a wooden chair. This sentence, paraphrased, Zyro retrieved the map and marker and resumed his chair. As for the last line, I don't think I should need to break it down and repeat it, right? After all, it's the clearest line in the entire song. Therefore, to my parents in their dreams, I told them, my life has been in the Yellow Springs. Tenluan we must retreat and get out of the way early. Qi Luo read out the last sentence of hateful farewell word by word, and then gently tugged the corners of his mouth. This sentence is the message from the dead soul of concubine Yuan to her family. Having been dead for a long time, she could only tell her father and mother through a dream. My daughter has long been trapped in that deep palace. You also have to pull out from this treacherous quagmire as early as possible. Now, I ask everyone to close their eyes. Zyro suddenly uttered this, and the audience didn't think much of it, and went right along with it. Now that you go back and think carefully about this judgment song of Princess Yuan, does it not give you a feeling of numbness in your scalp? This judgment song is clearly the confession song that Princess Yuan sang in the direction of the Jia mansion in the deep palace on the night she was hanged. This judgment song is full of resentment, full of sorrow, full of reluctance, full of unwillingness. People with deep grudges can often earn a chance to dissolve and make amends in the 3 worlds. So, that's why there's that part in the Red Mansion that can be called a classic, Princess Yuan saving her family. It's just that those who come back to save their families are never graceful concubines. But, it's just a child of a dead soul thinking of home. Thud. When Qi Luo said those last 2 words, the crowd only felt their hearts beating incomparably hard. Certain complex and long-held emotions collapsed at this moment. It never struck me before how different masterpiece really is. Today it finally dawned on me that masterpieces are called masterpieces for a reason. It turns out to be this soul-resonating authenticity between the words. This anchor, indeed, can be everywhere. That's a reading that's worth chasing. Endless emotions surged out frantically from the hearts of the audience. Qi Luo, on the other hand, only paused slightly for a few seconds, and then raised his steps, walking towards behind concubine Yuan. He spoke faintly as the pace faded. The 4th clue used to suggest the cause of death is one that I'm sure everyone should have seen. but few would have responded to it. Is this Bao? Cold light, flowing from the slender bowstring. Qi Luo leaned down, picked up the bow, and immediately afterward, made a move that no one expected. In the darkness of the night, there was a flash of streaming light. In the next second, he slipped that bowstring through Princess Yuan's neck. The silver-colored bowstring and the frail white skin were tightly next to each other, along with the movement of the fingers gently tugging. Suddenly there was reddish blood gushing out from the break. Hiss! The sound of sucking in cool air instantly spread out from in front of the screen. Zyro raised his eyes and looked toward the camera. In Dream of the Red Chamber, there is a very famous judgment of the 12 golden haircuts. The 4 lines belonging to concubine Yuan are written like this: 20 years have passed since the discernment of right and wrong, and the durian blossoms have shone upon the palace. The 3 springs compete with the early spring scenery, and the tiger and bull meet in a great dream to return, and to go with the judgment. There is a picture. Pictured is a citron, Yuan, hanging below a bowstring. This is something that was actually written in the original, and it also brings the cause of Princess Yuan's death to the surface completely in this word and figure. The whimpering wind blew the dim lamp on the table fluttering ever so slightly. Qi Luo spoke rapidly, and a layer of coldness gradually filled his eyes. Just now, while I was telling you all this, did you all feel that the cause of Princess Yuan's death was actually clear and definite? Is it nothing more than a fight in the palace? For such and such a reason, so that the emperor gave her death with a white silk? If that's the case, then actually, counts as a good death. But in reality, it's not. He paused for a moment, and in the deliberate trailing off of his voice, it was clear to see that he was controlling his ever-churning emotions. Concubine Yuan was indeed hanged, but what hanged her was something even more horrible than white silk. None other than this bowstring in my hand. If it were only strangled by a bowstring, it would not be called a scourge of human genocide, if not a good death. But still, it's not. Then today, I'll tell you a secret that everyone doesn't know. It is hidden in the Dream of the Red Chamber, and even though more than 100 years have passed since then, it remains with me one of the most bloody and cruel secrets. Under the night sky, Qi Luo glanced at the expressionless Yuan Fei at her side with an incredibly complicated and sympathetic gaze. Ergo, he uttered a sentence that caused everyone to instantly freeze in place. Do you know? The day Princess Yuan was strangled to death by a bowstring, her belly, there's actually a child. Chapter 31, Qi Luo's amazing interpretation, harmonics and hieroglyphics, says all about the life of a ghost consort. Boom, he said, when he heard Zyro say those last words in a hoarse voice. The heads of almost all the viewers in front of the screen exploded. Was Yuan Fei not the only one who was hanged by a bowstring? And also her surviving children? Truly, the impact of this explosive piece of information was greater than everything that had happened before combined. The people of Kyushu are extremely sensitive to and leery of the so-called one body, two lives. When a person dies, maybe it's just a matter of lamenting and getting over it. But if you die a mother who has not had time to give birth to her child, then this matter will have an extremely horrible public opinion effect within a certain range. For example, today, after just a few seconds of stagnant atmosphere, the entire live broadcast room then instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What the hell is going on here? A posthumous child? Is that cruel? Don't lie to me. My fists are already clenched. If it's really 2 dead bodies, then it's simply unconscionable, right? Honestly, this is the one pairing that really creeped me out tonight seeing it now. Bowstring strangles life. Band dies with it. This can no longer be described as a tragedy. As much as I resisted, I really wanted to know how on earth the anchor deduced it. I've read The Red Mansion at least twice, but I've never found a hint of Yuan Fei carrying a fetus. Countless pop-ups, eyeballs drifting by. The culprit who was responsible for lighting the fire continued to pour oil at the moment when the crowd's emotions reached their peak. You can't accept that answer, can you? But I'm sorry, some things are just so dark and cruel. I read in the pop-ups that some people have read The Red Chamber several times and haven't found a single clue. That can only mean that you are good at heart and are unable to discover the evil of human nature from among the illustrations left behind by Lord Chao. Zyro said so, tugging his wrist backward once more. Sharp bowstrings, embedded deeper. Bright red plasma fills the view. Something, even if it's hard to accept, it's finally real. Then next, I will lead you, together, to face, head on, this human evil, I guess. The words fell and the bowstring sounded. Qi Luo dropped the longbow embedded in concubine Yuan's neck and raised his hand to turn over the Dream of Red Mansions in his hand. Once he had turned to one of the pages, he brought the page up to the camera and pointed to an illustration at the top. This is the previously mentioned illustration of Princess Yuan's judgment, a bow with a citron dangling from it. Speaking of which, I suddenly thought of a very interesting thing. When I watched a certain talk show before, it seemed like Harmonized Terrier was very hot during that time. And there were people who titled so-and-so stand-up comedian as Harmonized Terrier Grandmaster, or something like that. To be reasonable, compared to Chao Gong, their use of harmonic stems is nothing but scum. The dregs of dregs. Zillow spoke gently as the audience's anticipation gradually piled on. Harmonized Terrier? So the anchor means, the next reading has something to do with harmonicas? That's right. Shi Luo nodded. Lord Chao applied a great deal of harmonic stems during the creation of Dream of the Red Chamber, but it was never that kind of humorously superficial abuse. He uses harmonies to set the stage, harmonies to suggest, harmonies to tie together character after character to complete story after story. In the case of Princess Yuan, it's even more used to the extreme. For example, the word citron in citron can be interpreted here as 3 different harmonies. 3? The audience was stunned, and once again, they were bowled over by Zillow's unique understanding. This person. How deep should one's study of the Red Chamber really be? It's a bit impressive that so many meanings can be derived from one little word. Citron, through, Yuan, in this case refers to Princess Yuan. Citron, through, grievance, in this case refers to Princess Yuan's heart-filled resentment. Citron, through, grievance, means that all this that Princess Yuan has gone through is full of grievances. 3 harmonies, referring to, but the same thing, Yuan Fei died in vain, full of grudges. This, then, is the first layer of meaning that this illustration reveals to us. That is the use of a citron hanging from a bough to imply that concubine Yuan died by hanging herself with a bough. As for the second meaning, it's another literary device that is different from harmonization. Zyro smiled and gently pointed at the citron. That would be elephantine. Pictograms? The audience heard frowned. How to feel more and more mysterious. From the harmonic to the hieroglyphic. Don't know also think that put here on the language class it. Here, everyone, join me in looking at the citron in this picture, Zyro said as he brought the pages a few more points closer to the camera. The ancients described the citron in this way, citron, with its thick skin and thin flesh, and its belly full of large seeds. Gentlemen, Zyro swept his gaze over the crowd and changed his breath. As you can also notice by looking at the picture, this citron is indeed shaped with a small top and a large bottom, and it looks, indeed extremely similar to the figure of a pregnant woman, and when it's cut open, you can also see a ring of tightly clumped melons. The hieroglyphic allusion is used to the utmost by Lord Chao in the tiny citron. This citron, never the same fruit, rather, the 6-legged Yuan Fei herself. The raspy, dry tone was as sobering as it could be in the darkened space. As the moonlight spilled down, everyone stared blankly at Shi Luo in the screen, digesting the words he had just uttered to the fullest in their minds. This interpretation was indeed the first time they had heard it, but none of them questioned the rebuttal again, because whichever way it looks, there's nothing wrong with that interpretation. It's impeccable. Of course, after a long time, Shi Luo suddenly shrugged his shoulders. You can also say that if you decide that Princess Yuan is pregnant just based on the appearance of the same fruit, will it be a bit too abrupt? Indeed, this is a bit abrupt, but it doesn't matter, because in the judgment, Lord Chao still left us the answer. Zyro said as he lifted his hand and slid it over the judgment at the top of the illustration. Come on, everyone, look at this sentence, pomegranate blossoms bloom to illuminate the palace. I wonder if there are any viewers on the air who know anything about the symbolism of flowers, fruits and vegetables? If so, can you tell us? What does a pomegranate represent? Pomegranates are fruitful, which in Kyushu culture is supposed to mean many children and many blessings, right? Right. Shi Luo nodded at one of the pop-ups floating across the screen. Pomegranates do indeed represent many sons and many blessings. Then the pomegranate flower that appears in this sentence is well explained. Pomegranate flowers bloom before the fruit. The judgment since the use of pomegranate flowers rather than pomegranate seeds, referring to that is, Yuan Fei withered in the most beautiful period of a woman's pregnancy and blossomed too late to give birth to a son. The last sentence was deliberately emphasized by Zyro. It also caused the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to fall into a complete depression. The previous citron was actually enough to convince them, and at the moment a durian was added. It's an answer that no one will ever question again. The heart that had fallen instantly became complex and sour. For the first time, they felt deep sympathy and pain for a virtual character who only appeared in fiction. It's hard to imagine how brutal and bloody that must have been. A high-ranking concubine in a deep palace lost her life to an inconspicuous bowstring. She can receive the kneeling adoration of 10,000 people, but when it comes to the end, they can't even protect their own children. Are not even protected. The live broadcast room fell into complete silence. It wasn't until a long time later, the moment the clock struck 11 in the dead of night suddenly, Shi Luo's voice finally appeared. 4 clues, deciphered. Next, let's fulfill our promise and have Princess Yuan treat everyone to watch a ghost show. The words fell, And in the room, the lights went out. Only the bleak white moonlight plunged shallowly through the window lattice, imprinting a hazy circle of light on the green stone floor. Tap tap tap. Steeply, a mechanical and eerie sound, rather rhythmic, appeared. The audience froze, their eyes going to the screen at the same time. This evening was then seen, the scene that most horrified them to the point of their livers. Chapter 32, Pupil-less Paperman on the stage. For ghostly plays implying 4 dead souls? Black as ink. The colors stacked hauntingly in the already cramped room. The moon's shadow was frosty, filling in the slate grooves corroded by age. The camera, after Zyro's words fell, began to move slowly. The night appeared to be drawing to a close. Today's broadcast should end with a previously unheard of ghost show. The audience held their breath and turned their eyes in the direction indicated by the camera, just as they were about to visualize the next scene in their minds. Tap. A clear yet cold and silent voice suddenly entered the ears. Immediately afterward, there was an ear-splitting sound like the beat of a drum. Tap tap tap. The extremely rhythmic sound of crashing into the ground, wrapped in the sound of whistling winds, was heavily imprinted in the minds of the audience. The crowd, already as frightened as birds of a feather, looked up in unison, locking their eyes toward the screen, trying to trace the source of the sound. Then came a scene that could be described as creepy. Only 2 figures dressed in white appeared at the edge of the cool moon shadow. Wide white robes, empty and eerie, covered the shapeless body, and very long black hair hitched down the side of his cheek. They kept their heads down, like manipulated puppets. With every step, the feet collided with the ground to produce the same ear-piercing and unpleasant sound as the party. Tap tap tap. The camera, still swaying and bobbing in the wind, advances forward. Footsteps, too, pulled a numbing echo through the empty room. Finally, the moment the picture in the screen transforms from a distant view to a close-up view, the 2 figures that had attracted everyone's attention from the moment they appeared also settled beside consort Yuan, who was sitting woodenly in her chair. Click click. The air, quiet for a few seconds. What broke it were 2 sounds as subtle and cold as the cracking of ice. Cold light, from above the old rafters, spilled down instantly, betting on the end rhymes of mechanical tones. A full million viewers in the broadcast room saw, at the same time, those 2 eerily solemn white figures, even in unison, twisted their necks. The camera moves forward and pushes in a close-up. The audience was then treated to a pair of blood-like scarlet lips and 2 deliberate dabs of blush on the cheeks. And 2 set under slender eyebrows, empty eye sockets. And the most horrifying scene of all is precisely this moment. Across the somber, clear moonlight, the audience found out. The pair of grotesque to deep eye sockets were no pupils. Ah. At this moment, almost all of the viewers who were firmly in front of the screen let out screams of horror to the extreme. It was the release of uncontrollable emotions in the heart, the true expression of being shocked to the point of completely losing one's mind by the scene in front of one's eyes. Everyone saw it and read it. These two figures, pressing is not human, rather, 2 paper men who are as good as they look. The already warring heart completely lost its original frequency at this moment. Like mercury pouring down in the moonlight, the grotesquely hooked-up corners of the mouth were such that one could not even muster the courage to look at them. The cold wind whimpered and the paperman had no eyes, and even scarier than that, it was the blood sprayed out from the broken neck of the Yuan concubine, which appropriately stained the paper figure's eyebrows and eyes, forming 2 lines of meandering tears of blood on his cheeks. Ding ding ding. The stillness lasted long enough. At some point, 3 gongs suddenly appeared. It was followed by a shrill and piercing voice, as if it had been roasted by fire a million times, tugging at the taut heartstrings of all. A quarter to the hour. Please, Your Highness, order the theater. Please, Your Highness, order the theater. Deliberate repetition and weird endings render the atmosphere of the scene horrifying in the extreme. Viewers with numbskulls in front of the screen froze for a moment. Then shivering fingers began desperately rubbing their eyes. That can't be right. What did I just see? In the silence, pop-ups erupted like a tidal wave. Asterisk. I seem to see the paperman's mouth just moved. That bit of theater couldn't have been said by the paperman, could it? Good man, I saw it, too. How is that possible? That thing is just paper mache. How can it talk? In all of folklore, I've heard that there's a school called paper makers who make paper figures that are almost as good as the living. The explosion of pop-ups reveals the fear and amazement within the audience. They did see correctly that the paperman had just opened his mouth. It's just that these are just designs conceived by Zillow together with the props in the House of Horrors. Using a technique similar to that of shadow puppets in general, a few strands of steel cord silk of varying lengths can be realized. This was done for one purpose. From start to finish, pull the vibe together, pull the generation together, pull the audience full of the experience. As for the audience liking the experience, it doesn't matter. Even if you don't like it, you'll like it if you see it twice more. The eeriness continues in the shot. The two paper figures that had previously stood rigidly in front of concubine Yuan slowly bowed down and cupped and handed out a page of bright red paper with both hands. Princess Yuan reached out her hand and twisted the red paper through with her miserable, colorless fingers. After glancing down, he spoke in a cold voice. Let's order 4 plays. The first one, The Magnificent Banquet. The second one, Begging for a Coquette. The third one, The Fairy's Fate. And the fourth one, The Leaving Soul. After she said that, she didn't hand the playbook back. After folding it a bit along the long edge, it was applied to the still gurgling neck. The weird and unbelievable movements further deepened the atmosphere of the moment. Click logic. In a mechanical sound that rang out again, the two paper figures withdrew 2 steps backward at the same time. Immediately afterward, it was manipulated like a puppet on strings and disappeared into the infinite darkness. The vision was chaotic. Princess Yuan sat quietly on top of the ancient wooden chair that was slightly dusty. Buzz. A string sounded a low and long whimpering sound, like the sigh of an old actor who has not opened his voice for a long time in the middle of the night. In the next second, the wall behind concubine Yuan, which was as broken as a spider's web, suddenly parted from the center. The courtyard is deep and the moonlight is like water. The audience follows the camera as it raises its eyes. Just see a dilapidated old theater, quietly located in a corner of the courtyard. The air smelled like a mixture of stale and moldy moisture. And right above the stage, a broken oil lamp hung. This scene, no matter how you look at it, is frightening to the core. First play, The Magnificent Banquet. Please enjoy the theater. Your Highness. The sharp voice that didn't sound like a human voice reappeared, and the lights on the stage, too, went out abruptly at the same time. Cold, clear moonlight spread down, and the heavy curtains were slowly drawn back. Everyone in front of the screen had their hearts in their throats, shy of watching the theater. They were equally eager to watch it, wanted to know just how this so-called ghost play was different from the normal plays he usually saw. However, just at the moment when the curtain was about to cave in and the sound of arrow music slowly flowed out, Zillow speaks up. Before we start the play, let's ask you all a question. Do you know why I'm calling these 4 plays ghost plays? The words were immediately answered by the audience. Hey, this is simple. Didn't you say that concubine Yuan is a ghost concubine? Then the drama she ordered is naturally a ghost drama. The pop-ups were, surprisingly, consistent. But unexpectedly, Chi Luo hooked the corner of his mouth and gently shook his head after seeing it. If the play ordered by the ghost concubine was a ghost play, then there would be no need for me to spend such a big show for everyone to come and enjoy it together. Now, let me tell you all why. I'm going to call the next 4 plays ghost plays. Chi Luo's voice, at this moment, suddenly became hoarse and fluttering. As the camera fades, he raises his hand towards the back of his body at the theater stage. Because these next 4 plays correspond to the 4 dead souls in the dream of the Red Chamber. This play, ordered by a ghostly consort, and acted by a ghostly creature. The ghosts. So much for being called a ghost show. Zyro flicked his head around and turned to look towards the theater. The heavy curtain was now fully open. The sound of the arrow also poured out like a cold spring. He narrowed his eyes slightly and gathered his sleeves into his seat. The final sound that reaches the audience's ears is full of eerie textures. First out, The Magnificent Feast. Please watch carefully. If anyone can find a counterpart for the dead, tomorrow, I invite you to my live stream. Enter the dream. Tour the garden. Chapter 33, Paper-tied blood sobbing and singing a dead song. Is the ghost in the opera Xue Baochai? In the darkness of the sky, it was possible to see the tables, chairs and props set up on the stage. What should have been an incredibly real scene felt incredibly virtual to the audience anyhow. His head was groggy, as if he'd had a deep, long dream. What did the anchor just say? Did I hear you right? These 4 plays correspond to the 4 dead souls in the dream of the Red Chamber? Good lord. That's a little too outrageous, isn't it? Emotions in addition to the previously told Miu and today's Yuan Fei. In the dream of the Red Chamber. And enough ghosts to last a lifetime? A strong sense of absurdity tumbled out from the hearts of the crowd. After a long time, a few scattered pop-ups surfaced from the screen. Why do you feel that the anchor is a bit of a copycat? In order to prove his own theoretical system, he deliberately staged a few plays, didn't he? Yeah. I think the ghost show was a deliberate stunt. This was the thought of a portion of the audience in the broadcast room. In their opinion, the 4 ghost plays that will be staged at this time are props arranged in advance by Chi Luo. No vouchers, no basis. At the very least, it's a bit too inexplicable and arcane compared to the well-argued dismantling that preceded it. However, right after they sent out their pop-ups, authority figure Zhao Rui immediately popularized the audience instead of Chi Luo. I see someone just said the plays were made up and copied by the anchor, right? Oh, Not really. These 4 plays did appear in the original Red Mansion, in the very chapter where Princess Yuan saves her family. As the words fell, the previous skepticism dissipated. Good lord, following the original again? More or less unconvinced in their hearts, they immediately yanked the Dream of Red Mansions they had just ordered from Qi Luo's live broadcast yesterday from their side and flipped it open. It was easy to find the chapter in which Princess Yuan saves her family, and quick to find the source of the 4 plays. Just, the moment they saw the original article, their skepticism not only didn't subside, but flourished a bit more, because, in the original, the plays are brought up in just one sentence, pressed for any details, not even a single line of theater or commentary. And you're telling me that 4 dead souls are implicitly implied in these 4 plays? Are you kidding me? The pop-ups, once again, began to churn. Amidst the endless questions and inquiries, Qi Luo did not respond as patiently as usual. He just picked up a cup of Gaiwan tea from nowhere in passing and calmly sipped it. Respond? What's the point of all this talk? Good show coming up. And all the responses. It's actually all in the play. Buzz woo woo. The sound of the arrow echoed the sad and gentle sound of the shao, released in the darkness. The moment the moon's shadow spilled down, a silhouette appeared above the theater without a sound. The red-colored robe enveloped his body, and although the wind was strong, it did not swing at all. He was hidden at the edge of the theater, his eyes peering over toward the front. The camera starts switching, the first place where the silhouette's gaze was cast, only to see a snow-white jade marigold placed on top of the ancient wooden table, glistening with a crystal and luster under the moonlight. The camera pans again, and it lands on the figure. Under the close-up, the audience in front of the screen froze, then simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. Paper Man. Another paper man. The difference from the previous time is that the paper man on the stage at the moment, it has eyes. That pair of dark pupils, when looked at closely, actually implied a few points of coldness and sharpness. It is really horrible. Bang bang bang. The clapper sounded. Abruptly. Along with it came the shrill and harshly sung words, now that I have a jade marigold and a handful of snow, I wish to honor my superior officer. I can't help it that the family head has strong feelings and hides the jade calabash deep in his arms. The sky is cold and the night is gloomy, and I present a false marquis to the house. The sound of voices singing the words carries with the wind into the audience's ears in the middle of a cold night. They listened intently, trying to find clues from it that Qi Luo Guan Yu's dead soul hinted at. But unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they could not find a single word or phrase that could correspond to certain characters in the Red Mansion. This question, it is a little too difficult. On the stage, the red-robed paperman moved over toward the jade marble in stiff steps. A few hints of sinister and eerie were added to the vocal line as the pace marched on. A good opportunity comes at the right time, and I am suing the Shangwan Jiantian for not being true. The superior officer was furious and copied the family, and the servant escaped at night with his calabash. Seeing that things have been exposed, it is worthwhile for me to abandon my family to save my life. It is hard to sleep day and night with a bitter heart, and I am lost in the snowy night with no life. The sound lines, in the dark, sinking light that descended from the sky, continued to converge. When the last 2 sultry and resigned coda lines fell, the red-robed paperman has already arrived at the current jade marigold. Above the theater, dim lights burst forth. A beam of slightly scarlet light shot straight down from the top and enveloped the paperman directly. The scene was eerie and cold and brooding. The audience threw their obscure eyes forward and were waiting for the next chant. But what they didn't expect was this. The next second, there was a swish. It was accompanied by a wind whistling, snappy sound. As far as the crowd's eyes could see, the red-robed paperman, his body instantly lit up a sky-high flame. Almost simultaneously, the jade marigold shattered, and together with the burned-out paper ash, slowly dimmed in the endless darkness. The lights went out and the song died. The heavy curtain slowly closed, as if what had happened earlier had never happened, leaving behind an off-screen audience full of puzzled faces, sitting dumbfounded and bewildered. First play, and that's the end of it? Not. Where's the clue? Where are the hints? From start to finish, the show lasted less than 5 minutes, sang a total of 10 lines, and that's the end of it? Good man. I feel like the anchor is playing a guessing game with us, right? And one of those puzzles that doesn't even have a riddle? The millions of viewers in the live broadcast room almost all fell into speechlessness. They gazed at the darkened stage, not knowing how to relieve the complex and expectant emotions in their chests. That is, until the man who had finished a quiet cup of tea stood up from his wooden chair and smiled as he stepped in front of the camera. A beam of warm light was cast on that face of his that seemed to be smiling. After slightly stretching his waist, Qi Luo faintly opened his mouth. Well, the first play, The Magnificent Feast, has been performed, so smart audience members, can you tell me the answer now? The dead soul of the Red Mansion mapped in this ghost play. Who is it? As the words fell, countless ellipses suddenly flew across the screen, interspersed with many helpless pop-ups. Smart audience? Anchor, you're cursing really hard. Who the hell could have guessed this? Did you mention the Red Chamber in your play? It has nothing to do with the Red Chamber. It's a bit difficult for the people. Seriously, if you don't convince me today, I'm going to put a bluff on your head for the rest of your life. Trolling pop-ups, such as these, flew madly by since before his eyes. Zyro smiled and grinned, his expression still bland. Don't be so hasty. Since I dared to come up with this question, it necessarily means that it must have an answer. And this answer will definitely convince you all after my interpretation. He said so, moving his body towards the camera. Then since no one can give me an answer, this answer will be revealed by me. In this yin and yang meeting in the province, Yuan Fei not only played the role of the deceased soul of Xi's family, but also played another role at the same time. Undead prophet. An extremely novel word popped out of Qi Luo's mouth. Before the audience had time to digest and react, the familiar voice once again reached their ears. In this first play, she predicted everything about a certain lone soul in the Grandview Garden. Her name, I think, should be heard by all present. Her name is Xue Baochai. Chapter 34, Exploding Reading Comprehension. Is the ghost drama a replica of the hairpin dye fight? Shepherd's Bowie? The first time they heard those three words, the viewers in the live broadcast room instantly rounded their eyes. Ha! The dead soul of the Grandview Garden, hinted at in this first Howl's Feast, is actually Xue Baochai? Good lord, who would have guessed that? Furthermore, just now this play they can listen carefully to the play, but wherever there is a sentence in the play and bow hairpin to produce a link. Today they designated to serve and eat. It's too metaphysical. The answer, which is so esoteric, is really hard to convince people to say. Silence, as such, became the main theme in the live room. A miscellany of pop-ups drifted by, sight unseen. The scene, for a time, was chaotic to the extreme. Off-screen, in the graveyard, the young man with a blank expression folded his palms together and rubbed them hard against his lips as he spoke in a raspy tone. Teacher, I admit that what he said before does have some truth to it, but the idea that the magnificent banquet alludes to Xue Baochai's life is something I just can't agree with. What is your reason? Zhao Rui didn't deny or agree at first, but instead spoke out and asked a rhetorical question. It doesn't fit. Even how one savors those few lines of the play, it doesn't feel like it's a good match for the bow hairpin. The disciple spoke softly, unable to stop shaking his head. To be perfectly honest, the play The Magnificent Feast, in the context of the Red Chamber, does mean something, but I don't think it's the Baochai. Zhao Rui finally spoke his mind and took the initiative to send a voice link to Qi Luo while the disciple was in a daze. Ding, ding, ding. After a short beep, Zyro put his voice through, and Zhao Rui cleared his throat and spoke with a smile. Anchor, I have a bit of a personal comment I'd like to make about this topic just now. May I? Of course. Qi Luo nodded slightly. President Zhao is a great expert in the field of readology research, so he is naturally qualified to give his opinion. Here's the deal. As Zhao Rui's voice surfaced, the audience in the live broadcast room temporarily stopped questioning and arguing and began to listen quietly. The scene at the moment resembles the kind of eclectic sit-down conversation that characterized academic circles in the olden days. To say what the point of Zillow's dismantling of the masterpiece really is, perhaps this is one of those manifestations. The night breeze was slightly cold. Zhao Rui wrapped his coat tightly around his body and continued with a smooth speech. Regarding the play you just mentioned, The Magnificent Banquet, I've actually done some research on it before. I admit that it does have suggestive techniques in it, but it's not the bow hairpin. Oh, it's not the bow hairpin? Then what does Chairman Zhao think the play implies? It's entire Jia family. Ha! As the words fell, the audience off-screen made curious noises. Good lord, the bow tie in front of us hasn't gotten it right yet, and now there's a Jia family. If it looks like this, the top clans and folklore cultivators are going to start the Huashan sword debate. The crowd's excitement instantly began to rise. Qi Luo smiled and nodded, resuming his seat back in the wooden chair, his gaze cast towards Zhao Rui. I wish to hear more. One of the most central points in the play The Magnificent Feast is the blame of the superior officials and the family's plagiarism. This is highly consistent with the eventual end of the Jia house in the Red Mansion. Therefore, what The Magnificent Feast hints at must be the Jia Mansion. Zhao Rui said so, his eyes to the camera. As for the bow hairpin you just mentioned, to be honest this play whether in the plot, dialogue or narration, cannot be associated with this deep living in the Grandview Garden woman, and how to talk about hints. A dry, hoarse voice that flowed with the wind throughout the broadcast. Before Zhao Rui's words fell, the screen was filled with countless pop-ups of approval and concurrence. The crowd's thoughts almost converged. The feast has hints. We recognize them. but we are more receptive to President Zhou's reading, which suggests a family rather than a narrowly defined individual. Two distinct fronts were formed. Like the day the show just started, Zyro once again stood across from everyone. And just like the day it first started, this time, he remains cloudy and not the least bit flustered. President Zhou's understanding is indeed not problematic in my opinion. However, there is one point where I need to offer a different opinion. Qi Luo picked up his teacup and sipped it, smilingly opened his mouth. You just said that this play, The Magnificent Banquet, whether it's the plot, dialogue or narration, has nothing to do with Bao Hairpin, right? Yeah. Nonetheless, Qi Luo shook his head. In my opinion, the play The Magnificent Feast, whether it's the plot, the dialogues or the narration, every paragraph, every sentence, is inextricably linked to Bao Hairpin. Zhao Rui? He felt his head suddenly go a little down, and for a moment he didn't know how to keep this absurd topic going. Is every paragraph and sentence relevant? Do you think I'm illiterate and can't read? This is outrageous. As he was thinking, Zyro over there continued to speak. Chairman Zhao doesn't believe me? If you don't believe me, I'll start with this play to give you a good analysis. Before we start again, I'd like to ask President Zhao to give the viewers in the live broadcast room a brief rundown of the general plot of the play The Magnificent Banquet. After all, the text of the play was slightly obscure just now, and I'm afraid that some people didn't understand it. Zhao Rui did not refuse. After a few seconds of thought he spoke in a deep voice. The content of this play is actually simple. It says that in the Ming dynasty, the Zhengqing secretary of the Taishan temple, Mo's family had a beautiful jade calabash named A Handful of Snow. Tang Qin, a gatekeeper, coveted this jade calabash and the concubine Xue Yan who guarded it. However, the jade calabash was valued by the Yan family, so the Mo family had no choice but to forge a fake calabash and present it. Later, in order to possess Xue Yan and replace the Mo family, Tang Qin reported it to the Yan family in order to seek glory. After the incident, the Yan family was furious and executed the entire Mo family. Tang Qin knew that the Yan family wouldn't take him seriously, so he fled beforehand, and ended up dying a horrible death on a snowy night. Along with Zhao Rui's narration, the audience whose heads were dazed had a clearer understanding of what the play was about. But even so, they still have the same doubts as Zhao Rui. This story, is there any connection with Xue Baochai? The pop-ups, once again, clamored. Zyro set his teacup aside, gathered his sleeves and rose, smiling at the camera. Alright, although President Zhao just gave you all another rundown of the plot, it feels like you all are still disputing it. That's fine. Let me tell you all why this play is alluding to the dead soul Bao Hairpin everywhere. In order to make your understanding clearer and more explicit, I will interpret it in three directions. The first is the character background nesting technique that Lord Chao has used more than once in the Red Chamber. Secondly, there is the surprisingly consistent vein of plot structure in both the play and the novel. Thirdly, as usual, there is still the character's judgment and judgment song. He spoke with aplomb, casually flipping through the threadbare books that lay at his fingertips. First, let me lead you in a reading comprehension. It's just that this reading comprehension I have is a little different than what people are normally exposed to. Reading comprehension? The crowd's hearts stirred within them as they heard this, and their expressions were filled with anticipation. Do you still remember the plot of the play that President Zhao just told you all? Can anyone tell me how many characters and how many artifacts appeared in it? The words were followed by pop-ups. If I remember correctly, there should be 4 characters and 1 artifact, right? Mo's family, Tang Qin, the concubine, and Yan's family. The artifact is, it's that jade marigold. Right. Zyro smiled and nodded. Now then, let's play a very interesting word game. It's called character replacement. As he spoke, he drew a whiteboard from under the table. To be honest, in this ancient and eerie atmosphere, the steep appearance of such a modern object, more or less a little out of place, but Zyro didn't care about these small details, and after taking out a marker from the side, he began to write. Mo's family, Daiyu, Tang Qin, Baochai, Yan family, royal family, Xue Yan and Yujin, Baoyu. The black pencil left sinuous marks on the solid-colored whiteboard, and the off-screen crowd watched in confusion, wondering why Zyro had to make such a substitution. As he was thinking, Zyro spoke up. Okay, replacement complete. Now, I'll help you all reorganize the plot of the play. And listen to this, and when you're done, you only have to answer me one question. Is this The Magnificent Feast to be interpreted as a ripoff? The Hairpin Fight. Chapter 35, Zillow's God's Interpretation, a head-scratching, background-nested analysis. A dim lamp, shallow and slanting, cast its light and shadow on the whiteboard in Zyro's hand. The atmosphere in the live room was not a warm one. Zyro didn't pay too much attention and spoke softly after closing the cap of the marker. It is said that Daiyu in the Grand View Garden has a lover who carries a piece of jade that is unique in the world, and his name is Baoyu. In addition, there is a woman who lives here all year round. Her name is Baochai. Baochai is extremely fond of Baoyu and wants to take it for herself, but she knew that there was no way to achieve her goal by simply asking for it, so she first had an aside to hint to the noble consort, who was in the royal family, to possess Baoyu by granting a marriage, in addition to framing Daiyu on several occasions. On the last day, the case of the loss of the embroidered spring capsule, which was planned by Baochai, became the trigger for the royal raid on the Grand View Garden. Although Baochai was able to escape in this disaster, but ultimately also ended up with a tragic death in the snowy night. The quiet wind, accompanied by Xiro's voice, flowed freely in his ears. At a certain moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly had a particularly peculiar illusion. On the one hand, someone is retelling them the synopsis of the story of the hairpin fight in the Red Chamber. On the other hand, it seems as if it hasn't quite pulled itself out of the previous play titled The Magnificent Banquet. It was a wonderful and disconcerting feeling. Murphy, is this feast really a replica of the hairpin and the D? Why is it that nesting the plot of Dream of the Red Chamber into the framework of the opera does not even create a hint of incongruity? This anchor, it's evil, such a biased way of interpretation. Throughout the entire academic circle of Kyushu, I guess I cannot find a similar one. Voices such as these poured out wildly in the minds of the audience. Xiro, who had finished combing through the plot, smiled and looked at the camera at the same time. I believe that everyone has listened carefully to this segment just now, but wherever you've read through Dream of the Red Chamber, you all know that all the content of the plot I'm talking about has appeared in the original, without a hint of fabrication. But where you have listened to the play The Magnificent Feast just now and President Zhao's previous interpretation, you naturally understand that I have not changed its operatic structure at all. Coveted the precious jade, climbed to the imperial power, designed to frame, furious to copy the family, lucky to escape, died tragically to the west. All plots, in the same direction, all the elements, all shared. Now then, I wonder if you could answer that question of mine. The Magnificent Banquet, is it a remake of The Hairpin Debate, or not? The clear voice spread slowly in the ears of the crowd through the transmission of the microphone. The millions of viewers were silent for a moment, and then immediately began to output their opinions on the pop-ups. Good guy. I feel like I seem to be persuaded, especially when the anchor listed that a few points. People are silly. It always feels like I've been brainwashed by the anchor, and although I rationally feel that such a misplaced and nested interpretive technique is not very rigorous, what he says is just too logical. The winds in the live broadcast room made an almost 180-degree turn after just a few minutes, until a certain extremely absorbing pop-up appeared. It's not right, gentlemen, it's not right. We've all been misled by the anchor. Although the plots can be nested within each other, the problem is that this plot structure is supposed to be a very common popular plot. The Red Chamber can be nested, and so can other similar novels. So I don't believe that The Banquet is a hinted ghost show without more detailed evidence. The pop-up was long and flashed into almost every viewer's eyes. In an instant, the admiration for Qi Luo that had just risen in his heart faded for the most part. Yeah, Kyushu has produced so many novels over the years from ancient times. The story of coveting something and victimizing someone else has been written long ago. It's a bit of a stretch, then, to make a judgment based solely on similarities in plot structure. Just a few seconds later, the overwhelming skepticism came back, with the audience naming Qi Luo, wanting an explanation. Xiro laughed. He stretched his back in an incomparably casual manner, twisting his neck a few times in the process, which was slightly stiff and sore from sitting for a long time, before he swept his gaze over towards the camera and opened his mouth faintly. I knew that people wouldn't recognize it easily, and I, too, have been waiting for you guys to ask questions. Remember the first of the 3 directions of interpretation I told you about before I replaced the characters to freshen up the plot? Looks like going through the character background nesting to analyze? Right. Xiro acknowledged the pop-up. So next, I'll go ahead and give you a shallow analysis from the perspective of the characters' backgrounds. After analyzing it, I don't think you'll think it's coincidental or rote for me to link the Magnificent Banquet to the hairpin fight. So he said, once again picking up the whiteboard and standing it in front of the camera, writing as he spoke. You'll recall that I said the Mo's counterpart was Daiyu, right? And the reason I'm going to cross-reference like this is officialdom. An official position? The crowd was a bit confused, and had been a bit surprised by this sudden turn in Qi Luo's direction. In the Magnificent Banquet, the official position of the Mo family is Secretary of the Imperial Standing Temple, which is mainly responsible for taking charge of the palace's rituals and ceremonies and other things. And it just so happens that in Dream of the Red Chamber, Lord Chao fictionalized an official position for Daiyu's father, Lin Rohai, Dafu of the Lantai Temple. 2 official positions, both from the third rank. That's one of them. After a slight pause, Zyro wrote on the whiteboard again. The protagonist of the play The Magnificent Feast, Tang Qin. His biography is very simple. This person's family has no official position, but a Beijing to catch the examination failed to readers only, and finally was taken in by the Mo family, to become the vassal of the parasitic door. And as it happens, do you all know what the life of Xue Baochai is? In faint words, Qi Luo picked up the Dream of Red Mansions in his hand and began to flip through it. Dream of Red Mansions in the fourth round of the Xue family background so introduced, now leading the money and grain of the internal money, picking up miscellaneous materials, although for the imperial merchants. From this description we can be very clear to be informed of a message. That is, Xue Baochai's family also does not have an official body, but is a merchant only. In addition, it is also pointed out in the fourth chapter that the reason for Xue Baochai's entry into the Jia house was because Xue Pan sent his sister to be selected. That is to say, Xue Baochai is in order to facilitate the palace election so that it is living in the Jia mansion. Later after the failed selection also has never left, became mansion's vassal, the same unofficial, the same for the capital, the same on the verge of failure, the same vassal. Who could this Tang Qin from the Magnificent Feast be if not Xue Baochai? The sound of his voice, one sentence after another, tortured the eardrums of the crowd. Qi Luo slowly stopped writing in his hand and let out a long breath before looking at the screen. Plots can be versatile and nested at will, but can character backgrounds? All are officials from the third rank in the imperial court. All are existences hosted in the house of a bystander after failing in their life's pursuits. Do you guys still think that this is a coincidence? Still? The faint trailing off caused everyone to fall silent, but not long after, it was broken by Zhao Rui's voice. No, there's a problem. Oh, what's the problem? Zyro responded with a grin. The Mo family that Tang Qin clings to in Howl's Feast, but the Jia family that Bao Hairpin clings to in Dream of Red Mansions. According to your theory of nested character backgrounds, Baochai should be attached to Daiyu, but the fact is that she has been residing in the Jia mansion. In that case, there's no way for the characters' backgrounds to be completely nested. Chairman Zhao is very attentive. Qi Luo smiled at him. That's a good question, but it's easy to explain. President Zhao is knowledgeable about the Red Chamber. Then you should know how much silver Daiyu brought with her after she entered the Jia mansion, right? If I remember correctly, it seems to be 3 million taels. That's right. Qi Luo nodded. She brought 3 million taels of silver to support the construction of the entire Grand View Garden and the subsequent feeding and clothing of the people in the mansion. Now you tell me, who is it that Xue Baochai clings to? As the words fell, Zhao Rui also fell into silence. The last one, which seemed like a loophole to him, was easily patched up by Zyro. Now then, this correlation analyzed with the so-called character background nesting theory is really kind of flawless. Alright, gentlemen, this appetizer, I just sort of led you all to eat it already. I think there are some of you in the booth right now who agree, but there will certainly be others who question it. Never mind, let's get on with it, Qi Luo said, casting his gaze towards the door, gently waving his hand, and speaking faintly. I've already told you about the consistency in the plotline when I was combing through it earlier. Then next, let's focus on Xue Baochai's judgment and judgment song. Sort of. Join Princess Yuan for this complicated remnant of a lifetime that was hinted at in the first play. Sing an elegy. Chapter 36. The play Begging for a Coquette is a tool for Princess Yuan to connect with the young world. Inside the live room, it was business as usual. It was just that the atmosphere was much cooler compared to before. After all, in the understanding of many people, this young man sitting in the shot is never simply deciphering a book. What he deciphers is human nature, history, it's others and it's yourself. Swish swish swish, the familiar voice, amidst the harsh scraping sound of the board eraser against the whiteboard, finally spoke. As a pivotal character in Dream of the Red Chamber, Xue Baochai naturally has her own judgmental songs and judgments, and I would say that the connection between her judgmental song Judgment and the ghostly play The Magnificent Feast, which was ordered by Princess Yuan, is unusually close. Everyone, please. The sound of rustling writing, accompanied by Zyro's voice, reached his ears. Lines of text emerge from the dim light. Judgment, the golden hairpin is buried in the snow. Judgment, empty against the crystal snow of the mountain gurus. These are the 2 lines I took from Xue Baochai's judgmental song. So now the question arises, may I ask you, after reading these 2 lines, what points do you think they relate to the ghostly play, The Magnificent Feast? Zyro smiled and closed the cap of his pen, asking the question in passing. The crowd froze, their expressions going a bit wooden. Oh, man, you're going over the top again, aren't you? At our level, it's a struggle to even see a little bit. How dare you tell me there are several more? On the live feed, there was a moment of silence. Qi Luo waited for a long time, but finally chose to ask himself. Alright, since everyone can't see it for a while, then I'll reveal the answer. There are a total of 3 connections to the magnificent feast in these 2 short lines. As Qi Luo spoke, he raised his hand and drew a line through the words buried in the snow and golden hairpin buried in the snow. Those 3 words suggest 2 connections. May I ask you all what that farce in the magnificent banquet was all about? The jade lamp called a handful of snow, right? Right. In Howl's feast, the Imo family's plunge and tragic end are all because of a handful of snow. And the ending given to Baochai in the judgment is buried in snow. It means that in her life, Baochai ended up in a miserable end because of Baoyu. As we mentioned before, a handful of snow then refers to Baoyu. If this seems to be the case, isn't the magnificent banquet hinting at the entanglements and eventual end that Xue Baochai went through in her life? Furthermore, if you just look at the literal meaning of the words, the magnificent banquet and the dream of the red chamber also corroborate each other. Once again, Zillow drew a heavy circle around the words buried in the snow. In the magnificent feast, Tang Qin ends up dying on a snowy night, which just so happens to echo Baoqin's burial in the snow in the judgment. Buried in the snow is simply 3 words that corroborate with the magnificent banquet from both a light and dark perspective. Which, I think it's enough to support the previous argument, right? Of course, you can say it's not enough, and if it's not enough, we'll see the judgment song again. The gazes of the crowd, guided by Qi Luo, looked towards the sentence that was singled out as a judgmental song. Snow in the mountains, in the high mountains of crystal and snow. A very clear intention, snow in the mountains, appears in this line. We've all been watching my live broadcast for so long. We should have more or less mastered some of the techniques, right? Qi Luo smiled and said, nodding at the words, can someone tell me what the snow in the mountains is actually intended to be? Snow in the mountains. Snow refers to Xue. Snow can also be seen as a physical object. In the mountains then, does not that mean Xue Baochai was buried in the mountains on a snowy night means? Brilliant! Zyro affirmed the disassembled and analyzed pop-up at the first opportunity. That's what it means. And it corresponds accordingly with the eventual ending of Tang Qin in the magnificent banquet. He spoke lightly, rising from his wooden chair and stretching, a few weary looks appearing on his face. This concludes all analysis of the first play. We've gone in 3 directions to analyze the connection between the magnificent banquet and the dream of the red chamber. And in the end, the conclusion should be obvious. This first play is the life prophecy play that Yuan Fei, who has become a deceased soul returning to her family's door to save her family, ordered to another deceased soul, Xue Baochai. In one short play, the entire life of Xue Baochai is written. It's not a ghost show? What is it again? And what could the dream of the red chamber be if not a ghost book? Under the night sky, Qi Luo's voice fell into the audience's ears, and even more or less appeared to be a little blurred, but even so, the audience was awake to the core. At this moment, no one was questioning Qi Luo anymore, whether it was the angle, the content, or the logic. He delivered an extremely perfect answer to everyone. It can't be sprayed, and it can't be denied. Quiet and silence became the main theme in the live room. After a full 2 or 3 minutes, Zyro yawned and continued to speak. Gentlemen, it's late in the day, and we have the last half hour until 12, so I guess we'll have to speed things up a bit. As he spoke, he cast his gaze to Zhao Rui in the small window in the lower right corner of the screen and opened his mouth smilingly. President Zhao, I think you should be able to break down all this second play for me now, right? Oh, you young man. Zhao Rui smiled rather helplessly at the sound of his voice, but then cleared his throat and spoke with a straight face, along the lines of Z's thoughts. I can indeed interpret the second play for you. The name of the play, Beggar's Bowl, and the dead souls it alludes to. It's precisely Yuan Fei herself. When these words came out, the crowd in front of the screen instantly froze, half speechless. Good lord, why does it feel eerie all of a sudden? Princess Yuan ordering a play to hint at her own endgame is damn near scarier than a horror movie to say the least. The play Beggar's Tale is about the love story between Emperor Tang Minghuang and Yang Guifei. Oh, no, it should focus on the story of parting. In particular, the part about giving death by white silk at Mawei Slope is highlighted and rendered. And this, just so happens to fit perfectly with concubine Yuan's experience in the palace and her eventual death. Speaking here, Zhao Rui threw his gaze towards Qi Luo. Xiao Qi, it's okay to interpret it like this, isn't it? It's no problem, President Zhao. Qi Luo nodded. But it would have been better if we explained a little more about the purpose of Yuan Fei's ordering this play. The purpose of the point play? Zhao Rui frowned. And truthfully, this was something he hadn't really considered. As he was thinking, Zyro took over. In fact, some viewers have already raised their own questions before. Why would Yuan Fei want to order a song that hints at her own drama? Isn't this just idle? The idea, in fact, is reasonable. Moreover, she didn't order this play Beggar's Tale for herself. per se. Rather, she used it as a bridge between the worlds of yin and yang, so that the people of Jiafu could know everything that happened in the deep palace from the play. Knowing, it is not Yuan Chun, whom they have been longing for, who has come back to save his family today. Rather, it's just a remnant of a soul that has been reduced to a sacrificial offering in the court. As Qi Luo said this, the audience's expressions became heavier and heavier, and the doubts in their hearts were all dissolved. These 4 plays are really getting to be a story. The feast is a prophecy for Xue Baochai. The beggar's tale is used as a bridge between yin and yang. And what special role are the other 2 ghost plays to play? The moment the thought had just popped up, Xiro's voice followed. The 3rd ghost play is called Fairy Fate. The play, by implication, is the jewel of the dead, and instead, it's a spot of unraveling theater for all of our readers. As for the 4th play, The Departed Soul, this is, in my opinion, the scariest and creepiest of the 4 ghost plays. It alludes to the deceased soul. Dabby, you know what? There is a nightmarish spell in this play that has lasted a full 300 years from the publication of The Dream of the Red Chamber. It has even had a particularly eerie and bizarre effect on some people in modern times. Chapter 37 Weird question. What happened to all the actresses who played Lin Daiyu? One of the most explosive assertions since the start of the show was lightly uttered by Xiro. Almost the first second they heard it, the entire audience in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded before the screen. They were literally in a bit of disbelief of their own ears, and even wondered if they were somehow hallucinating because of the lateness of the hour. It's outrageous. It's just too damn outrageous. Just now Qi Luo's last 2 sentences. But any normal person would feel like listening to an absurd joke full of holes. A novel, even as far-reaching as it is, will be limited only to its artistic value. It will be celebrated and analyzed by many. But that's about it. But the anchor went so far as to say that the ghostly play Leaving Souls in Dream of Red Mansions, which was ordered by Princess Yuan in the middle of the night, had actually had a profound effect on many people in later generations. This is too metaphysical. An endless sense of absurdity drifts and lingers in the viewer's mind for a long time. It wasn't until Qi Luo on camera spoke again that the perverse atmosphere was suppressed for a few moments. I know what is going on in your hearts right now, and I also know that you must have a lot of questions you want to ask. That's okay, I'll still say the same thing. When I'm all done speaking, you all will understand. When the time comes, whether it's true or false, good or bad, then everyone will make a judgment. Let's start with the 3rd play. The relaxed yet even tone of voice temporarily soothed the overflowing anxiety in some of the people's minds. Xiro looked forward, and the demeanor in his eyes had an inexplicable power to convince him. When I said earlier that this play is actually an unraveling play ordered by Princess Yuan to make the entire Dream of the Red Chamber more understandable to our audience, it was ordered to everyone, and the reason for that, in fact, can be explained in one sentence, because it tells us the truth that the whole Red Chamber is one big dream, or perhaps, it's made by a dead soul before it steps onto the Neho Bridge in the netherworld and washes away all its memories. Ghost dreams. The last 2 words were deliberately aggravated by Qi Luo's syllables. The hearts of the audience were shaken, and once again they were immersed in a deep atmosphere that matched their surroundings. Seriously, this reading did come as a surprise to them. The readings of The Magnificent Feast and The Beggar's Bowl are head-scratching enough, but they're readings of the book's characters' destinies anyway. But this Immortal Edge, however, is full of macro-scale horror and weirdness from the very beginning. Ghost dreams. Gee, I wonder where this ghost dream talk came from. The plot of The Fate of the Immortals, it says. Perhaps because of the lateness of the hour, Qi Luo did not continue to arrange for the paperman to perform the other 3 plays, but adopted the oral narration of the plot. It says that one of the 8 immortals in the sky, immortal goddess He, needed to find a flower sweeper in the heavenly court, so she asked Lu Dongbin to help in the search. Whereupon Lu Dongbin gave an immortal pillow to a young man named Lu Shang. After Lu Shang put on the jade pillow, he began a great dream that lasted for several years. In the dream, he experienced countless luxuries and riches, witnessed countless loves and hates, and finally drew himself away from the jade pillow with an open heart, only to realize that it was a big dream. Along with Xiro's crisp, smooth voice, the audience struggled to digest and understand the plot. I don't know if it's because they've been listening to too much of Qi Luo's interpretations so they've slowly gotten a taste of his literary style or what, but they find themselves really seeming to be able to find a few glimpses of what's going on in A Dream of Red Mansions in this episode, even if it's quite nihilistic and slightly ethereal. The not-so-long narrative officially ended at the 11:45 mark. Qi Luo picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea, then turned his gaze to the screen. The plot of the 3rd play, that's it. I think since there are so many viewers in the live broadcast, then someone must be able to notice that this play is very similar to one of the originals, right? Let's put it this way, play a little interactive game with everyone. Qi Luo smilingly stretched out 3 fingers in the air. After 3 seconds, Can you tell me exactly which part of the plot in the original story is almost common to A Mortal's Edge? Can you? In the darkness, Zyro began to withdraw his fingers one by one. After the last finger had completely disappeared into the blackness, the pop-ups began to come alive. Jia Baoyu wanders into the realm of illusion? The police phantom fairy episode, right? The 5th chapter of Dream of the Red Chamber is simply a replica of Fairy Tale. Zyro reads out a few pop-ups with a happy expression, then nods approvingly. That's right, everyone is getting sharper now. This section of the Fate of Immortality overlaps extremely well with Jia Baoyu's divine excursion into the realm of Taishu in the 5th chapter of Dream of the Red Chamber. All are big dreams. All focus on the transition from luxury to misery, and all include women who are quite entangled with the dreamer. Standing on this point of view to analyze, we can easily see the first layer of hints implied in the ghost play Immortal Fate implying Baoyu. And as for why it's a ghostly dream, that helps all of our readers out. Qi Luo smiled, revealing a few hints of meaning in his expression. Because the person who had this out dream was Jia Baoyu, and in the opening of the original, it says that Jia Baoyu was born with jade. In the traditional funeral culture of Kyushu, only the dead have jade in their mouths. So, is the birth of Baoyu's jade containing jade understood to mean that its soul has just arrived in the netherworld? Then that dream he had of traveling in the realm of the gods in the great void, was it be a ghostly dream? In that case, many of our doubts can easily be cleared up. The wind rustled, but it couldn't drown out Zyro's voice. He spoke word for word, accompanied by a gradual progression of time that only left the audience in a cold sweat all over their backs. Only in ghost dreams can so many dead souls appear. Only in ghost dreams can so many nether objects, nether songs, and nether words appear. It's only the ghostly dreams that make us think the whole red room is spooky at every turn. Because this dream of the Red Chamber itself is a ghost dream belonging to the undead Jia Baoyu. It's just a ghost dream. The wind eventually blew Zyro's voice away. After giving the final definition to the third play, he stood calmly in front of the camera and quietly watched the lights go on and off for several dozen seconds. Only at the moment when the minute and hour hands of the clock simultaneously pointed to 12 o'clock did this open his eyes wide and run his distinctive hoarse voice. Okay, the last play, Away with the Soul. Before I officially unpack it, I'd like to ask you all a question that I don't know if you've learned about before. Do you guys know how many versions of Dream of the Red Chamber have been made for TV since the beginning? And do you know the actresses who played Lin Daiyu in these many versions of the TV series? And what kind of passing? What kind of experience? What kind of life? Chapter 38 6 editions of the Red Chamber. 6 desperate lives. Strange fate. Reflecting the ancient and the modern. The clock chimed at 12 in the morning, like a mysterious switch, causing the already eerie live room to abruptly turn cold. The full moon that hung above the firmament had long been obscured by dark clouds. All that was left behind was a deep, murky, infinite blackness. Everyone, silent in front of the screen. The night was already very late, but their nerves were tense as never before, and their emotions had long since fallen into bewilderment and confusion. Several actresses have had extraordinary lives and extraordinary experiences. Just that one sentence alone doesn't inspire much trepidation. But Zyro, on the other hand, prefixed it with a chillingly cold. They are. All of them played Lin Daiyu in Dream of the Red Chamber. This will not help the audience to think more. So the reason why they had a rough experience was because they played the same female character? So, is there really such a bizarre and unorthodox spell in the world? The silence was like the wind, blowing a certain simple faith that had been within the crowd for so long until it collapsed. A strong sense of absurdity and fatalism coiled tightly around the heart for a long time. The minute hand, still ticking. I don't know how long it took, but the shadow of the moon overhead finally struggled to break free of the clouds. Qi Luo's somber voice also slowly flowed out at this moment. There have been 6 editions of Dream of Red Mansions that have really made an impact on some scale since movies and TV productions began in Kyushu. As he spoke, he propped up the whiteboard and, as the crowd stared with bated breath, scribbled on it. 1945 movie version of The Red Mansion. Lin Daiyu Zhou Xian. 1962 movie version of The Red Mansion. Lin Daiyu Lu Di. 1975 drama version of The Red Mansion. Lin Daiyu Wang Mingquan. 1977 drama version of The Red Mansion. Lin Daiyu Mao Chan Yun. 1987 drama version of The Red Mansion. Lin Daiyu Chen Xiaoxiu. 1990 drama version of The Red Mansion. Lin Daiyu Zhang Yuyan. Lines of text, like swimming fish, floated above the whiteboard. The audience gazed at the words, unfamiliar with a touch of anticipation. Truly, they did not know what drug Qi Luo was trying to sell for a while. A sprawling list of such a large number of names. Is there some connection between them? As he was thinking about it, Zyro on the other end of the camera spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the actresses who have played Lin Daiyu in the 6 Red Mansion movies and TV dramas I mentioned before. I don't know if anyone here knows these actors? After the words fell, a pop-up appeared. I don't know much about it, but I know Wang Mingquan. She's a beauty. My dad loves her. All older, I guess, and it feels like it should have been a flavorful presence in its youth. But now, I choose Little Flower. Seriously, there are a few that I've never even heard of, and I wonder what the anchor is up to. Pop-ups, bars flashing by. Chi Luo looked on smilingly, and after a long time, he took the initiative to interrupt the crowd by speaking out. I just briefly looked at the pop-ups everyone posted, and it seems like people still haven't understood what I was talking about before. The reason why I'm going to pick these actors out and talk about them is to show that there's a common denominator between them. That is, after they appeared as Lin Daiyu in Dream of the Red Chamber, the trajectory of their lives all changed drastically. At this point in the conversation, Chi Luo's voice suddenly turned ethereal. If I had to describe the change in one sentence, I think, probably 8 words. Bumpy love affairs and a life as thin as paper. The somber voice, like a moldy firecracker, exploded suddenly and invisibly, smoothly triggering a deep haze in the hearts of the audience. The pop-ups, which had just gone silent, came back to life. Only this time, the surprise was significantly greater than the skepticism. I'm going. I go. Don't make it sound so mysterious. All 6 of them have had this experience? It wasn't that scary anymore, but when those 8 words came out, my tailbone tingled. Not, where is this a ghost story from? Before I do not believe in the so-called predestination and so on. But now, if the anchor can convince me today, I'll have to burn incense after the next broadcast. The list of pop-ups is dizzying. Needless to say, Zillow does continue to expand the boundaries of his audience's perceptions, analyze and interpret the life experiences of modern actors in relation to classical masterpieces, not to speak of right or wrong or logic. But this appalling pattern alone has never been seen in all previous analyses of famous books. The sense of anticipation, in this moment, was completely stretched to its zenith. Chi Luo did not continue in the first instance, but waited until the crowd had slightly calmed down a few moments before he smiled and started answering questions. I'm sure a lot of people in the broadcast room should find those 8 words I summarized a bit outrageous, a bit too deliberate, and a bit too alarmist, right? It's okay. Next, I'll tell you all about the experiences of these 6 actresses in turn, and in the process, you can go online to check the right evidence. By then, all doubts will have dissipated. So saying, he raised his hand and circled the first line of text. In 1945, the film version of Dream of the Red Chamber was shot and released, and the singer Zhou Xian, who played Lin Daiyu, became a classic image in the minds of many. However, this is such a popular entertainer with fame and fortune who has gone through 3 unfulfilling relationships in his life and has remained childless, and her life, too, was cut short that fall of 1957, 12 years after playing Lin Daiyu, at the age of 37. Cause of death: acute brain infection caused by schizophrenia and major depression. In a low voice, Zyro raised his eyes to the screen. Does that qualify as a bumpy road to love? Moreover, Daiyu, in Dream of the Red Chamber, died of depression. But the death of Zhou Xian, who played Daiyu, was caused by mental illness. Such a death, and is it fishy? Knock knock knock. Along with Chi Luo's voice, the hearts of almost all the viewers in the live broadcast room were beating rapidly. If what Zyro just told was true, that experience, then, could indeed be called a fishy sentence. 12 years after the Red Mansion, the road of love is bumpy to the depths, and the flesh dies in the spirit. This ing. It really seems like a carbon copy of Debbie. A strong sense of shock flooded the audience. Chi Luo, however, did not choose to stop, and after slightly adjusting his breathing, he raised his hand to point at the second line of text again. If Zhou Xian's experience is fishy enough, then low D, and more fatalistic, more creepy. Chapter 39 Lifetime Without a Play. The shell contained Daiyu's dead soul. The audience still immersed in Zhou Xian's biography had not yet been completely extracted from it, and in the next second they heard Chi Luo's even more somber voice. Attention! Momentarily diverted. With complicated expressions, they all looked at the word Ludi on the whiteboard and searched their minds for memories of the actress. But unfortunately, unimpressed. To be honest, Zhou Xian's life trajectory has actually been quite scary if you look at it in relation to Daiyu's life story in Dream of the Red Chamber. So they really had some difficulty imagining how much more mysterious and fishy this Ludi could be. The air pressure in the live room was still getting lower. After a long time, Chi Luo once again opened his mouth and slowly unveiled the thin layer of veil. Lu Di, who also played the role of Lin Daiyu in the 1962 movie version of The Red Mansion, and she, too, is the only actor to have played Lin Daiyu twice on the big screen. There's a saying, the deeper the ties, the heavier the destiny. Since she has intervened in karma one more time than others, naturally, will have to endure a more violent backlash. Qi Luo's voice was smooth, but the hearts of the audience had already set off monstrous waves, intervening in cause and effect. Drastic backlash. These 8 words, which looked inexplicably bizarre, really had a chilling feeling all over the body when you heard them in your ears. After playing Daiyu in Dream of the Red Chamber, Lin married her husband Shin Ho in the same year, but after only 2 years of marriage, she found out that her partner was cheating on her, and the relationship broke up. Qi Luo smiled towards the camera and gently shook his head. Unfaithfulness and worldliness are actually knots that have always been in Lin Daiyu's heart, and it seems that this knot has been fulfilled in Lin. Afterwards, she was all alone until that late winter morning of December 27, 1968, when the 31-year-old actress perfumed in a dream. The last few syllables were clearly interspersed with a helpless sigh from Zyro. This time, he didn't comment first, and was silent long enough before he flattened the whiteboard onto the wooden table and looked into the camera with a complicated gaze. At the age of 31, she did not have any serious physical ailments, and the autopsy after her death showed no signs of suicide, but she died in her sleep. The cause of her death has become a mystery to this day, but I don't think the mystery is really hard to solve. It just can't be explained from a medical or scientific point of view. Is there a possibility that it is the dead soul that has been lingering in the world for hundreds of years, trying to find the company of an existence that resembles itself? That's a bit of an absurd answer, though, but I don't think it's impossible. His tone was soft, but a blistering storm instantly rolled over the audience's ears. The hangover of a long death in a dream is chilling enough, but Zillow prefers to add the interpretation of a dead soul accompanying him. No wonder he said Lin went mysteriously weird. It seems like that's true if you look at it that way. The silence in the live room deepened. Zyro adjusted his emotions and continued again. A third actress who has played Lin Daiyu, by the name of Wang Mingquan, met the audience in the 1975 theater version of Dream of the Red Chamber. Distinct from the first two. I assume you've heard the name? Yes. Hong Kong star Wang Mingquan is still heard of. Quite hot, but I think she's still alive, right? Yes. Anchor, people are alive and well, and I haven't heard of anything tragic happening. The audience responded with questions of their own. Qi Luo laughed it off, picking up his teacup and taking a sip. You guys are right, she is indeed still around, but you all know less about her after all. Being alive doesn't mean that everything is safe and sound. Certain things that should be experienced, still have to be experienced. It's her life, just because she played Lin Daiyu. Another statement full of fatalism. The audience listened woodenly and emotions began to churn like boiling water. It was 1975 when Wang Mingquan was cast as Lin Daiyu. You probably don't realize that in the 27 years after her role as Daiyu, she has suffered from cancer twice. And both cancers, they have a common name — emotional cancer. What? The viewers in front of the screen were stunned at these words. 2 cancers? Good lord. How bad must one's luck be to usher in such an experience? And, listening to the anchor, this cancer isn't just caused by a lesion in the body? Just as he was thinking, Zyro had already swished and written on the whiteboard with a marker. In 1985, the 10th year after playing Debbie, she developed thyroid cancer, and in 2002, the 27th year after playing Debbie, she developed breast cancer. The causative factors of these two types of cancer have a very precise explanation in Chinese medicine: stagnation of qi in blood, stagnation of liver qi, and injuries caused by the 7 emotions. In our current parlance, it's a case of too much heart and depression. A good actress, who had smooth sailing in the first few decades, suffered 2 physical collapses and emotional breakdowns right after her role as Daiyu. Is this a coincidence? Is it? Oh, by the way, about whether Wang Mingquan's love road is bumpy or not, I will only tell you one piece of information. Please judge for yourselves. Qi Luo let out a long breath and spoke in a deep voice. She married her ex-husband in 1971 and negotiated a divorce with him the year she finished filming Dream of the Red Chamber. After that, she was unmarried for a full 35 years. Originally a match made in heaven in the eyes of the world, but they fell apart after starring in the Red Chamber. Obviously a glamorous and beautiful actress, but a single is more than 30 years. Is this path of love? Call it a bumpy road? In a bland voice, everyone in the live broadcast room felt as if a stone was blocked in their hearts. In 10 minutes, Zillow introduced 3 actresses, and while the experiences of these 3 actresses cannot be said to be exactly the same, it can be said that almost all of them have suffered almost the same setbacks at the same point in their lives. The scariest thing about all this is that it's all about Daiyu in the Red Chamber. As in the same thing. Bumpy love life, depressed all the time. Is this really a destiny? Could it be that as long as one has played Daiyu, one really will be tainted with that kind of drastic karma? They thought so, and Zillow didn't choose to pause. In 1977, Mao Tranjun played Daiyu, who years later developed the immune system disease lupus erythematosus, and since then has had a succession of miscarriages and has never been allowed to have a child in her life. In 1990, actress Zhang Yuyan portrayed Daiyu in the play version of The Red Mansion and has remained unmarried ever since. At this moment, Qi Luo, like an emotionless judge in the hell, counted the lives of the two actors, listening to the audience sighing. By this point, no one thought it was a coincidence anymore. Right now, they are just dying to know one thing. The root cause of all this. What is it? What exactly is it? The camera is dimly lit. After picking up the slightly cool tea and drinking it in one go, Zyro drew a heavy circle around the only remaining actor's name. If you guys think the first 5 actors still can't sustain, Debbie's curse says, this next one, then, is one to listen to carefully, because she's the one who was never out of character from the time she played Daiyu until her death. Or maybe she's just an earthly shell. What's in your body is Daiyu. Immortalized Dead Souls. Chapter 40 Daiyu's Soul-Snatching Journey. The Red Mansion is a fact book. The whiteboard, covered by the shadow of the lamp, was left with one last solitary line of text. The dark light, like running water, rushed over it, like the flecks that pass by as the years pass. The viewers in the live broadcast room, who had long been silent for a long time, turned their gazes in unison to those 3 euphemistic-looking names. Chen Xiaoxiu, the first 5 actresses, in fact, have been made to perceive the endless chill implied behind the character of Daiyu in Dream of the Red Chamber. What about Chen Xiaosu, this woman who was used for the finale? What kind of life has she been through? And how? Trapped for a lifetime in that long and barren dream? The breeze was like a tidal wave that swept up one agitation after another. After a pause of 3 to 4 minutes, Qi Luo, who had finally brewed up his emotions to their fullest, finally began this interpretation that smelled of fatalism. Chen Xiaoxiu, who played Lin Daiyu in the most classic 87th edition of Dream of Red Mansions. There is an extremely uniform comment about her in this role, both in folklore and in show business. This is Lin Daiyu. Qi Luo uttered these 6 words almost word for word. After he said that, he raised his eyes to the screen. I hope people can understand the gold content of those 6 words. They are not, most like, or, most suitable. Rather, it's, this is. But the problem is, Lin Daiyu, she's just a character in a novel. No one knows what she looks like at all. So why is it rated like that? Zillow was following the lead behind the camera, and the audience in front of the screen fell into deep thought with it. Yeah, say a real-life actress is a virtual character herself in a classic novel. The comment is really weird how it looks. Doubts then arose. In the middle of a silent broadcast room, Qi Luo leaned his body towards the back of his chair and narrated. Because, from the first second she entered the crew, she was completely fused with the remnants of that spirit that had been floating around for hundreds of years. Her life, henceforth, no longer belongs to her, nor to the play. For years to come, she became Lin Daiyu, not Chen Yuxiu. Before Chen Xiaoxiu, I, like all of you, felt that The Red Chamber was nothing more than a novel written with all the wind and flowers, love and hate. But that idea changed in an instant when the complete picture of what she was all about was revealed. Qi Luo smiled bitterly, and the color of his eyes grew deeper in the darkness. I don't think it's a novel so much as it is a true account of that time, of a certain group of people, characters who have endless sorrows and joys, who have experienced a different kind of life, are real. Oh no. Zyro smiled and shook his head. It should be said that those dead souls who cannot break through the world and achieve liberation are always present, long enough to live in the cracks of history and the shadows of reality, until they meet the predestined passerby whom they believe can be one. Like Chen Xiaosu. What? After Qi Luo said these words in an emotionally heavy tone, several question marks popped up in almost everyone's mind at the same time. Another outrageous theory, by Zillow. Is the Dream of the Red Chamber a chronicle, not a novel? Nice guy. What the hell was he thinking? You should know that this argument alone, without any supporting evidence, is enough to completely blow the entire Red study community to pieces and set off a wave that can be described as a heavenly upheaval. Outrageous. Just outrageous. Of course, you guys can find this idea of mine hilarious and absurd, but give me a few minutes to belabor the 2 or 3 things that happened to Chen Xiaoxiu, and when I'm done, please, give the judgment again. In 1983, Chen Xiaoxiu entered the group and started to prepare for the production of The Red Mansion. I recommend that you go and watch an interview with her at the Yuan Minjuan in 1984. In the footage, she is dressed in red, her tone is clear and fine, her eyebrows are sad, especially the flavor between her knitted brows and her smile, which is not unlike the line in The Red Mansion, tears are dotted, panting slightly. At that time, she hadn't received professional acting instruction. It was all about the temperament she carried as a diamond in the rough itself. This year, in my opinion, Chen Yuxiu has entered the theater. Or perhaps, She and the Lin Daiyu of 300 years ago. Officially, merged souls. Hop soul. These were two words the audience had never heard before. But even so, they still understood what it meant. But understanding is understanding. Instant acceptance is still hard. After all, their thinking remains limited to the fact that the Red Chamber is a novel and Lin Daiyu is a virtual character. Just based on the interview that Zi Luo just mentioned, it is not possible to fully recognize his so-called Daiyu's soul merging theory. After joining the movie, it was a 5-year-long shoot, and throughout the 5 constantly rotating seasons, Chen Xiaoxiu's temperament was constantly changing. I have watched the 3 images belonging to her at this stage, and you can clearly see that she changed from being lively and eloquent at the beginning to becoming more and more reticent at the end, and that pair of originally soulful eyes gradually faded into sadness and gloominess. It's hard for time to change a person. The only thing that does is circumstances and other people. So I think the reason why she has changed so much is probably because Daiyu, who has rejoined the Grand View Garden, has re-experienced that love-hate relationship again. At this point in time, Chen Xiaoxiu is no longer hard to get out of the theater. Or maybe she finally started playing herself in the cast of the 87th version of Dream of the Red Chamber. Quiet winds, blowing candles glowing. Zyro let out a long breath and Ergo continued. In 1987, Dream of Red Mansions was officially released. Chen Xiaoxiu was an overnight sensation, and everyone thought she had brought Lin Daiyu to life. At that time, people thought it was a natural temperament, an innate talent. They thought that the Kyushu movie and television industry had finally seen a young actress whose face, acting skills and talent pulled full weight, and they thought that she was bound to go farther and farther down the road in the future. But the truth is, in the years that followed, everything that happened to Chen Xiaoxiu was eye-opening, all out of everyone's expectations. And even if you think about them in tandem, you'll find, it's not a weird and trivial life experience at all. Rather, a play orchestrated by that deep-voiced woman who has traveled from the world of the Red Chamber and has been wandering in the dust of history for hundreds of years. Soul Snatcher's journey. And this, too, happens to mirror the 4th play, The Departed Soul, ordered by Princess Yuan earlier with unparalleled perfection. The Departed Soul is a play and a prophecy that reeks of reincarnation. Distinguished from the first 3 outings, they allude to the Baochai, to the Yuan Fei, and to the Baoyu, all of which are confined to this life. But the departed soul not only hints at Daiyu's present life, but also at the afterlife. It is hard to put her soul to rest. Her soul, since the moment of her death, by leaving her body, has begun the search across the yin and yang. The green lamp is dimmed and dimmed, and the moon's shadow is dotted and dyed in tiny pieces. In the blackness of the space, Zillow's voice was full of fatalism. The soul of Daiyu has left her body, and she has been searching for a replacement for 100 years. It is difficult to return to the void in the forgetful river in the previous life, and in this life the red dust. Still coveting. Chapter 41, 2 creepy interviews. She admits to merging souls with Debbie. The people's bodies stiffened, like a piece of rotten wood standing fixedly in front of the screen. The night was sticky as if it were ink dyed, and the shock and heaviness in his heart were hard to wash away. After a long enough time, after combing through the life stories of 5 whole actresses, Zillow finally returned to the topic for the first time. Throw in the first reading of these 6 people with that ghostly play that suggests Lin Daiyu, The Departed Soul. It is the literal separation of soul and flesh, a soul-snatching journey that spans centuries. Phew, one after another. Heavy breathing sounds surfaced from all sides of the land of the 9 states, and finally converged back to one place, turning into a gust of wind. It swept towards the hut on the outskirts of the imperial capital that was shrouded in gloom. The already somber atmosphere was made even more so. Zyro adjusted his stance slightly, his gaze directed toward the camera. The soul-snatching comment. I guess probably I'm the first one on the whole internet to bring that up again, right? Probably a lot of people are going to think I'm a bit of a maniac again. He smiled and shrugged. But that's okay. The formulation of new theories is bound to go through the usual agonizing tests of real gold and fire. Next, I'll just say what I understand, and I'll leave it to you to judge which is right and which is wrong. The light voice seemed to flow out like a clear spring, dispersing much of the oppressive silence. As mentioned before, when the 87 version of The Red Mansion was aired, Chen Xiaoxiu caught fire overnight. But anyone with a bit of experience knows that what will greet her in the future is bound to be one big breakout hit after another, one award-winning journey after another. But the truth is not so. Since 87 until his death, Chen Xiaoxiu has made just 3 movies. The source for 2 of them can no longer be found, and there is little information on the internet. We'll just watch the one that's better known. It's called Family Spring. As Qi Luo spoke thus, the audience listened quietly, and naturally a few ripples spread in their hearts. There were only 3 movies in A Dream of Red Mansions, and 2 no such movies. Doesn't that equate to her only being in one? This kind of production can no longer be called low. but rather pressurized and resting. So what's the reason? As he was thinking, Zillow continued. In Family Spring and Autumn, she plays Cousin May. You can watch this drama when you have time. The plot is just like a replica of the experiences of Xue, Jia and Lin in Dream of the Red Chamber. So after the film was released, the character gained a new title, the Republican version of Lin Daiyu. Shi Luo gently sighed and shook his head with quite a bit of emotion. She chose this movie by herself, and this role is also something she wanted by herself. It's reasonable to say that an artist will always find a way to break through after a big hit, but she, yet played the same role once again. So yeah, at this point in time, she's basically had her soul taken. After all, with Sister Lin's character, she never, only be herself. A heavy vocal line that pulled echoes through the night sky. The audience tried their best to adjust their minds, but they still couldn't calm down in a short time. The answer, as it were, is revealed. It's just that the answer seems so bizarre after all. No wonder this anchor keeps saying that Chen Yushu was taken by Daiyu. After all, everything she does interprets this reality. Why did Lin Daiyu, take this movie? Nothing. It's just a way to experience life in a different time and place and era. Shares of cold, from the back of the spine tingling up. It was only after a long period of silence that Shi Luo spoke. Of course, apart from acting, Chen Xiaoshu has made 2 other public statements. It was also precisely these 2 speeches that allowed me to establish a fact. She is no longer her. Her original soul has departed, and in its place is the girl who is called Knitted Brows. The first time, it was a quote from a college lecture she gave with her director in 2001, when she was asked to comment on the character she was playing. I play Daiyu for a life pursuit, to fulfill a mission like long-cherished wish. At this point, Zyro suddenly paused, looking at the camera with a meaningful gaze. Gentlemen, does that sound strange to you? Have you ever seen an artist who has made interpreting a certain role a life pursuit? Not only that, she also said 4 words of immense importance: mission longing. Shi Luo's voice, as if submerged in water, was ethereal and vague. Mission means in the dictionary, a task that someone has received that needs to be accomplished. The meaning of long-cherished wish is a wish that a person has had in his or her lifetime or before. Now when you go back and look at what she said, doesn't it open your eyes? Is she telling all of us that the task she has received is to help Daiyu's remnant soul perform another act in the Red Earth? To fulfill those unfulfilled long-cherished wishes? To meet the person who haunts her soul? The air, suddenly, was quiet. When Zyro dissected that statement in a way such as breaking down the text, all the mirrors seemed to have materialized. Even if they had been skeptical before, at this moment, they were all somewhat convinced that this so-called soul possession saying was real. The second statement is something she uttered on the set of an interview with the cast of the 87th edition of The Red Mansion reuniting after 15 years. At that time, the host asked her, "Do you prefer to be addressed as the chairman of so-and-so company, or Chen Xiaosu?" Do you know how she answered? Zyro smiled slightly, his expression sighing. She said, "I preferred them to call me Lin Daiyu." Moreover, there was a very strong resistance between her eyebrows when she uttered those words, as if she didn't even want to hear those 2 previous epithets. Gentlemen, a full 15 years. 15 years she's still living in that Grand View garden, still unable to get out of the theater. Oh no! Zyro suddenly denied himself and breathed a sigh of relief before continuing. It should be said that at this point, she has long since completed her soul seizure and, subconsciously, no longer recognizes her worldly identity. She is Debbie and Debbie is her. Not hypothetical, but real. That's all. Cold candles, swaying in the wind. After saying this, Zyro got up from the bench and lifted his steps toward the door. The night sky, pitch black. There were no stars shining overhead, and the view in all directions was blurred to the extreme. He stood there peacefully and quietly for a long time before he slowly turned his head and looked towards the audience to go. Going forward, it's the same experience as Daiyu. The year after attending the interview, she was diagnosed with breast cancer. The same emotional cancer of the 7 emotions. Her choice, however, was different from the first 5 actresses. That year, she shaved her head and became a monk, with the Dharma name, Miaozhen. This Dharma name is quite profound, taken from the meaning of, form and spirit are marvelous, and the Tao is true. Form and spirit are marvelous as Daiyu, and the Tao is true as the ending. Is this not, once again corroborate the saying that the soul in her body is Daiyu? Oh, right. Speaking of which, I remembered something else. Shi Luo gently gathered his sleeves, and his brows became deeper and deeper. Chen Lanchu has a picture book with a poem written by her called Releasing the Soul of Fragrance. To tell the truth, doesn't it sound so similar to Burying Flowers at first glance? In this album is a poem she herself composed at the end of her life, called Gnosis, which is thus written. A senile life is like a famous play that never fails to feast, constantly with new images. repeating old themes. At those words, Zyro turned around abruptly. His eyes locked onto the camera, giving the crowd a taboo look, constantly repeating old themes with new images. Is it possible, do you think, that this is sending such a message to all of us? After Daiyu left her soul, she chose Qin Xiaoshu as her double in the red dust, and this is the new image. She still can't let go of the past and wants to settle her mind before completely returning to the void. This is the old theme. Now, Curfew Wook has passed away. Then who is the next new image? Will that wisp of residual soul that has left the body still go to seize the soul and merge with it? Is it not possible that this man is right beside you and me? Or maybe, that's you? Chapter 42, The 6 Paths of Reincarnation to Solve the Book of Ghosts. Ji Luo sacrifices the Grand View Garden. The cold white moonlight plunged into the crumbling recesses of the stone floor, and the candle flame swayed as if tugged by a silken thread. Pitch black shrouded the earth, and the screen emanating an eerie blue light seemed like it might devour people at any moment. In the live broadcast room, there were a full 1 million viewers, all of whom didn't dare to turn back. Zilla's last line was just too damaging, for short words trumped all the metaphors and renditions of the previous 3 days. That's you? Such a subversive reading of everything, linking the virtual to the real in an incredibly heavy-handed way. And yet one can't pick out a single thing that doesn't make sense. The only thing left to do, perhaps, was to comfort himself with silence and restraint in this infinite darkness. The Departed Soul, a play that appears only once in Dream of the Red Chamber. In Qi Luo's interpretation of nearly half an hour, it becomes one of the most bizarre plays in the classical novels of Kyushu. It is a play that suggests not only people, but also Daiyu's past lives, past and future. This play, not only in the Grand View Garden, but also in the next 300 years, repeated and appeared again and again. Coldness that permeated his body. The man finally moved his steps in the watery tilted moonlight. Only this time, he didn't return toward the dark, cramped hut. He lifted his step onto the path lit by red lanterns in the distance and spoke faintly as he traveled. 4 plays, so far all interpreted. Now if I say that this is the ghost play ordered by Princess Yuan on the night of the provincial family, everyone should not have any more comments, right? After all, the plays played by mortals often only summarize the past, and it's the plays acted by ghosts that can predict the future. Then you guys say, can write a novel with such a creepy plot? Can it not be a ghost book? Oh yeah. Speaking here, Qi Luo suddenly stopped in place, staring blankly at the open door of the hut at the back, and steeply raised his voice. Where's the senior officer? When will your highness return? 3 minutes to midnight. 3 minutes past ugly. Zyro repeated the words in a hushed voice, before looking to the camera. Do you know why Princess Yuan had to leave the Grand View Garden at 3 o'clock in the morning? The question was thrown out and the crowd in front of the screen froze. In the past few days of watching Qi Luo's live broadcast, they realized that this anchor seemed to be very sensitive to timing. And today, he raised such a question again. Could it be that? What else is implied in this out-of-the-way and uncommon 12 hours? As he was thinking, Zyro spoke up. Remember that assertion I gave earlier? This time, Yuan Fei's return to her home to save her family was originally a conversation to break the yin and yang. Then it is natural that the hour of her homecoming and departure should be in strict compliance with the rules of yin and yang. So said Zyro, lifting his foot across a moss-strewn threshold. Of the 12 hours, the ugly hour is yin, and the crescent hour after the ugly hour is yang. Therefore, the 3rd hour of the ugly hour is the last moment for a yin soul to leave the yang world, and if it's any later, it will be completely reduced to a Tai ghost that can't return to the yin world. And there is another way to say this besides the hourly yin-yang division. He raised his hand to push aside the mullion that stood in his way and smiled. This statement, which I think all of you in front of the screen should have heard of, is the 6 channels of reincarnation statement. The 6 paths are the Buddha path, the ghost path, the human path, the immortal path, the animal path, and the Shura path. Of these, the hour corresponding to the ghost path is exactly the ugly hour, while the hour corresponding to the human path is the crescent hour after the ugly hour. The way of human beings is the way of pedestrians, and the way of ghosts is the way of hidden ghosts. Princess Yuan is a ghost, so she can only leave the Grand View Garden before the end of the ugly hour that corresponds to the ghost way. Now, do people still have a problem with the assertion, Ghost Princess Provincial? The last sentence was uttered lightly by him. Almost at the same time, the others also arrived outside the stone plaque that they had initially stepped into together with concubine Yuan. The camera pushes just as far as it actually should, and as far as the eye can see the red light spreading and stretching like ghostly fires, blurry and faint. Alright, all of you. I'm really tired today. Under the moonlight, Qi Luo stretched a long lazy waist and uttered a sentence in a lazy voice. It's been 4 whole hours since 9 o'clock and I think everyone should be more tired than I am. Then, rest for 2 days. He suddenly said this toward the camera. The audience heart thud. The next second immediately stopped. What the hell? 2 days off? Are you crazy? Anchor? We can't sleep when you're off. Okay? Play it to death. Anchor, how can I live without you? You take me to your house live Anchor. You take me away, okay? Are you kidding me? 2 days off? If I don't see you on the air tomorrow night, you'll see me on the news. Didn't you say that the 4 ghost plays corresponded to 4 dead souls? But you only pointed out Yuan Chun as a dead soul. Baochai, Baoyu and Daiyu haven't said why they are dead souls. And this is a break? Sounds such as these were repeated on the screen one after the other. Zyro smiled and looked away for a moment, rubbing his somewhat glazed eyes and responding softly. Everything is rounded when it's slow, and when it's urgent. There's too much to talk about in the past few days, so we'll have to give everyone some time to digest no matter what. Of course, that's not the main reason. The main thing is that I need a few days for a little preparation. Getting ready? Hearing Qi Luo say this, the crowd instantly stopped their pop-up attacks on him, and the emotions in their hearts changed from reluctance to anticipation. This anchor has always been the kind of not a sound is already a shocking existence. No preview before the whole out of tonight's grand and eerie scene of interaction. If it is specially prepared, it may present some unexpected surprises. I just saw someone on the pop-up say that they only answered the Ghost Theater question tonight and didn't explain why they were all undead, is that right? And that, in turn, is exactly what I'm going to focus on explaining to you on the next broadcast. Today we ask the spirit for Princess Yuan. Then next time, we'll go exploring in the field. In a bemused voice, Zyro smiled at the camera. When the time comes, I'll take all of you. Enter the grand view. Go to the burial ground. Visit the pleasure grounds. Listen to sorrowful songs and weeping. Swish. When Qi Luo's last words landed, a cold wind suddenly brushed past, and the continuous red lights behind him suddenly went out. This heart-stopping live broadcast also came to an end at this very second, like one of those fatalistic ghost scenes that have fallen on the scale of time. Available in the concept of space. It never stops. Warehouse Hut. 2 a.m. Zyro lay down on the creaky cot and opened the Dojin background for the first time. In the past 2 days, I've been so focused on live streaming that I haven't had time to look at the data. This look, in turn, completely stunned him, to say nothing insightful. In his life, he had never seen so much money. Since the opening 3 days, he has sold a total of 200,000 copies of the wire-bound version of the Red Mansion. And with a commission of $10 a copy, he has earned $2 million from this alone. As for gift income, that's another astronomical figure. A total of 18 million bounties were collected after equalization was completed with the Do Sound platform. That means, in those 3 short days, he made $18 million. Suddenly I remembered when I was not divorced before, because my daughter had to ask Wang Yang for $1,000 a month for the extension fee. This life thing is pretty elusive. In the night, he smoked a cigarette and was about to go to sleep after briefly contemplating what he should do with the money. Ringing, the cell phone suddenly rang. Qi Luo stared at the unfamiliar string of numbers for a few seconds, then connected, and a mellow and calm voice entered his ears. Hey, Shao Qi, I'm not disturbing you, right? Introduce myself. I'm Lu Su, the head of the King Gong's Palace Museum. We've been paying attention to your live broadcast in the past few days, and now there's an idea we want to discuss with you. I don't know if you're interested. 2 days flew by. A mere 40 hours or so seemed like centuries to the eagerly awaiting viewers in front of the screen. 5 p.m. 4 hours before Zillow goes on the air. Just as the audience finished the matter at hand, ready to find a quiet place to properly receive the baptism of knowledge of Qi Luo, a push message suddenly popped up at the same time on the large social media platforms such as Weibo and Douyin. The Kong Wangfu Museum Heavy Multiplication X Literary Pulse Live Streaming Live Preview. Are you ready? The gimmicky headline enticed viewers to click through in unison. They then watched the scene. The antique room is divided between light and dark. Standing in the light was an old man with a calm demeanor, glaring at Qi Luo, who was hidden in the darkness. The old man, this live broadcast, why did you choose to carry out in the palace of King Gong? Zillow, going to the grave to offer sacrifices. Elderly man, why do you say that? Zillow, because the King Gong's mansion is the former site of the Grand View Garden, which is a cemetery. You may not know. In fact, dream of the Red Chamber in Lulu's 3 into the Grand View Garden. Not the so-called visit to stroll relatives, but 3 times to visit the graves to offer sacrifices. Me this time, counting the 4th time. Chapter 43, The Yin Mansion of King Gong, a place of blood sacrifice. Red Mansion grieving ghosts acting psychic. The late fall sun was not too warm, and a few splashes of dead yellow occasionally drifted past the window. It was supposed to be a pleasant afternoon, but they got to see the trailer in advance. The amount of information contained in just 30 seconds was an explosion tops. The King Gong's Palace Museum. Anyone who has followed Qi Luo's live broadcasts is unlikely to forget this fatalistic location. The former site of the Grand View Garden carries countless joys and sorrows. The audience indeed did not expect to wait for a link-up between the King Gong's Palace Museum and Qilua after 2 long days of waiting. This was indeed a bit out of their expectation, living up to the 2 days of waiting. But beyond that, the rest is just endless coldness and terror. In the trailer, Qi Luo carries on a conversation with the old man who was supposed to be the head of the Gongwangfu Museum. In a firm yet enigmatic tone, they were informed of a proposition that had never occurred to them: the Grand View Garden, a graveyard, and the arguments used to support the proposition are sensationalized in a way never seen before. One of the classic bridge sequences in Dream of the Red Chamber, Lulu's 3 entries into the Grand View Garden, is actually a grave sacrifice by Lulu for all the people in the Jia house. It's just too creepy and subversive. Late, 8 o'clock. The struggling sun on the skyline finally disappeared completely into the mountains, spreading darkness across the sky and making the whole world a sparse and peaceful place. Inside the live room, there was no view. The only thing that was left was the screen full of pop-ups that scurried by, densely covering the pitch blackness. Everyone is waiting for that so-called Grand View Cemetery theory to be dissected and interpreted by Qi Luo, waiting for this live broadcast set in the King Gong's palace to give them a very different experience with a new face. And the facts tell them, this wait, it was indeed worth it. Late, 8:45. Just when the audience felt their patience was about to run out, huzzah! A particularly thick bell and drum sound abruptly ran into the ears of the crowd. The darkened screen was brightly lit by a faint but historic light. The camera start moving around. The viscous black color looks like an ink slab covered in paint, fading in spots as the audience stares and gazes. The breathing of the crowd began to become rapid. They were already in various parts of Kyushu, but under the guidance of that light, it was as if they were on a time and space train, and they all traveled to the space that was becoming clearer in the camera. Beneath the infinite overcast clouds was a curtain of sleet. A few buildings submerged in the rain could be seen in the angle of the view down from above the city. Perspective. Sprinting down, the audience followed the camera as it skimmed through the well-timed rain, eventually settling on the front of the gate where 2 ancient red lamps hung. The sound of the wind, like a crane. A curtain of rain, like cold paint. Engraved on the old wooden plaque were 3 large golden characters, while a sullen figure stood beneath them. There is an air of destiny in the midst of the sparseness. The ticking hour hand, at this moment, happens to be pointing to 9 o'clock late at night, and the slow-running camera locks onto just Qi Luo's angular face. This is the beginning of the Ohio period and the beginning of the sacrifice. The cold, broken white light cast mottled silhouettes around Qi Luo, who smiled at the screen and did not choose to speak at the first opportunity, but instead turned to face the cavernous vermilion lacquered door, bowed, and with his palms folded and raised, he performed a quaint ritual with 3 pillars of burning incense. Green smoke curled up, carrying the smell of wind and dust after crossing the long years. The rainy landscape was silent, as if there were 10,000 ghosts praying devoutly in that Grand View Garden, which had been silent for 300 years. The air, quiet to a fault. Everyone was holding their breath to watch carefully, watching Qi Luo insert the threaded incense into the incense burner on the outside of the threshold. And after chanting under his breath for a long time, he lifted his step and stepped over the threshold. As he had said 2 days earlier, he began to take the crowd to the burying ground and the funfair. Gentlemen, it's been a long time. Passing through the deep wall of shadows, he stepped into the secluded veranda, smiling and speaking as he walked. Actually, 2 days ago, I didn't consider coming to the King Gong's palace to open this live broadcast, though the theme is the same. Using the classic episode, Lulu 3 entered the Grand View Garden, to support my Ghost Book of the Red Mansion says. But luckily, the head of the Gongwangfu Museum, Mr. Lu Sulu, contacted me in advance and offered to conduct a live broadcast here. This is exactly what I wanted. He said so, tilting his head toward the heavy eaves and delicate murals stacked in the corridor bridge, his eyes deep and unusual. In the live broadcast the day before yesterday, I did tell you about the fact that the King Gong's mansion is the former site of the Grand View Garden, and I'm sure you should all remember that. Today, then, since I have led you all back to this place where people and ghosts are separated from each other and the mundane pleasure ground, I will once and for all tell everything related to it thoroughly, and live up to Elder Lu's expectations and the expectations of all of you. Qi Luo's voice was clear and bright, raising his hand to catch a few drops of rain that dripped and fell from the eaves of the porch, his gaze cast toward the distance. At this point, the audience finally got a good look at the interior of the King Gong's mansion. Overlapping houses. In the rain show all the depression. Jagged rockery blocked some of the line of sight, the occasional light hidden between the shadows of the trees. Deep and depressing. This time, the camera was frozen for a long time. The viewers beyond the screen, too, slowly frowned as they watched and gazed. This scene, how come there is such a big gap between it and what you imagined before the start of the show? Even through the lens, it seems that you can feel a cold coolness. It's not just a small group of people who feel this way. Just as they were about to type an exchange on the public screen, Zyro spoke again. Just now I specifically asked the camera to push a few vistas for you, with the aim of giving you a good look at the inside of this old Grand View Garden, also known as the Palace of King Gong. Now the question comes, what do you guys feel after you've seen it? The moment the question was asked, the audience, already eager to express their opinions, instantly exploded. Cold and clear. To tell the truth, after I looked at the first glance over, these two words appeared in my heart. This place is really too cold and clear. Obviously it's not winter yet. I feel like I'm in a snowy place. Weird. It is really strange. By all rights, the royal residence should be glorious and grand and righteous. But I only feel barren and desolate, with a very strange feeling, as if no one has ever lived here before. I've been to the Forbidden City, but also some other ancient architectural complexes. Almost every place can feel heavy and calm. But the Palace of Gong Wangfu, the more I look at my spine, the colder it gets. How do I feel? Like a scene from some Chinese horror movie? Opinions such as these leap to the top of the screen one after the other. Zyro looked at it quietly for a long time and nodded gently. It seems everyone feels the same as I do, and their first impressions of King Gong's palace are the same: desolate, cold, creepy, and eerie. But don't you guys think that's unusual? What is this place? It's the former site of the famous Grand View Garden, a place of nobility that housed several great officials and princes during the Qing dynasty. Shouldn't a place like this be aristocratic and distinguished and circumscribed? But it favors. Yet it is a great wilderness. Before, I always wondered why. Until I read The Red Mansion. Until after I connected it with the Grand View Garden. Fong found the answer. Zyro let out a long breath and raised his hand to point toward the bleak landscape in the rain. Extrapolating from the timeline, King Gong's mansion was initially inaugurated and built under the name of the Grand View Garden. It was only later that it underwent residence by Hushan as well as other princes. Then the reason would be obvious. As he said this, he turned around violently, his torchlight gaze shooting straight towards the camera, causing the audience in front of the screen to be startled. Because this King Gong's mansion, or rather this Grand View Garden, was built for the dead from the very beginning. It was never, ever designed as a graveyard, built as a barren mound. Here is a huge in-house colony. Only ghosts can rest here. If a living person moves in, he or she will be injured by the in-chi and will live or die. His voice was ethereal, and the audience listened to him with numbness and cold sweat. After giving this shocking point of view, Chi Luo did not stay in the same place for a long time, but raised his steps toward the interior of the Prince Gong's residence. Between the pace of marching, the sound from his mouth seems to be the drum beat before the battle, easily set off the first climax of tonight's live broadcast. Why do I dare to conclude that this is a barren mound, a graveyard? There are three main reasons. First, in terms of feng shui, the King Gong's mansion is a place of blood sacrifice in the belly of a dragon that is hard to find in 1,000 years. Secondly, in history, from Honglu to the later princes and great officials, all of them did not end well. Third, in reality, in this King Gong's mansion, there was a hidden and horrifying paranormal incident, and the Kyushu Go TV had also made a special report. And when I realized after careful understanding, it turns out that this paranormal event is exactly what all the ghosts in the Grand View Garden are. One soul reappearance. P.S. 100,000 words in. It's a tough subject to write, but I'm still trying to add more to make it a good read. Extra rules, every day with 100 gift value. One chapter will be added. There is no cap. A king of gifts. Directly add 4 chapters. Thanks to my readers for their support and allowing me to contribute a different interpretation after a full meal. Chapter 44, Desperate Grand View Garden. Sacrificing the royal family's heavenly killing game? Stringing together a veil of rain. It spread endlessly across the view. Looking past a certain broken lamp at the end of the stone path, the horizontal branches of the many old trees lining the road were faintly visible, like the ghosts and shadows of those who have been legalized for 100 years by some kind of magic. Wandering and confused, tormented and struggling, tonight's atmosphere was already subtle. At this moment, since Chi Luo finished his previous words and wordlessly stepped into the inner courtyard, the atmosphere appeared to be even more profoundly confusing. This anchor seems to have a special skill. That is, once everything under the sky passes through his mouth, they all take on a mysterious and bizarre atmosphere. For example, King Gong's house. For example, he had just mentioned the reason why those 3 royal residences were originally barren mounds. The trail is sparsely lit. The only thing that could be heard was the kicking sound of steps traveling between puddles. He kept walking, and after turning a few corners, He led the audience to the back garden of the Prince Gong's palace on top of an artificially restored dirt hill. The sight, at last, was no longer cramped. Standing at the same angle as Qilua looking over, he could see the lights like dragons on Dianmen Street, and further on, there was Jingshan, hidden in the rain. The crowd had never before had such an experience. Standing in some royal residence that had lasted for hundreds of years watching the imperial capital, a city that blended the ancient and the modern in a very natural way. But even so, they still felt caught. The palace of King Gong is very large. If we are touring the garden, there are many places we can go to stroll around and swim. But today's first point I chose here. Everyone know why. After calming his breathing for a long while, Zyro finally spoke. The pop-up screen that had been silent for a long time was instantly active. Only the answer given by almost everyone was the same 3 words, I don't know. This reply, naturally, was expected by Qi Luo. After all, there have never been many people in this country who knew what they were going to say next. The sound of the rain has not stopped, and the scenery in front of us is becoming more and more blurred with the progress of time. Zyro lifted his steps and traveled towards the edge of the earthen hill so that he could see the wider space beneath his feet. During the process, the cold and depressed voice, also carrying the wet rain, slowly seeped into the eardrums of the crowd. The easiest way to break through the secrets hidden in the depths of the Grand View Garden is to work on it from within itself. As I've said before, don't, under any circumstances, read Dream of the Red Chamber as a novel that's only about love, hate and parenting. It's a chronicle. And that's what I'm here to bring you all here for. As Qi Luo spoke, he raised his hand and pointed towards the void. More than 300 years ago, in order to welcome Princess Yuan to the province, the Jia family spent a huge amount of money. Oh no, technically speaking, it should be the Jia family that spent the huge amount of money that Lin Daiyu brought to the mansion to build this Grand View Garden, which covers an area of about 90 acres. Now, the question arises, may I ask you all, the ancients, especially the ancient people who were in high positions of power, when they built a mansion of special significance and huge scale, what they valued most was? The cold wind wrapped around Qi Luo's voice and slowly swept through the live broadcast. After a long time, Qi Luo smiled and nodded, speaking softly. I read everyone's pop-ups, and a lot of people got it right. That's right, it's feng shui. Since ancient times, the 9 states have been extremely concerned about feng shui, whether it's building a yin or yang residence. To give you a very simple example, when our ordinary people's families are buried in the ground, they all have to find a yin and yang to look for a place to live, let alone a big family like the Jia family. Feng shui, for the construction of the Grand View Garden, is especially important, and can even be said to be the #1 thing that determines the complete completion of this luxurious place. So what do you think? The feng shui of the Grand View Garden. Good. As soon as the question came out, silence fell in the live broadcast room. Truly, from the viewer's perspective, this proposition is a little too grandiose and specialized. However, there are ultimately more than 2 million people watching the live broadcast, which is not lacking in the mainstay of all walks of life. Understand feng shui metaphysics will naturally have. As a result, after a mere 7 or 8 seconds of silence, a rather striking pop-up screen surfaced. The feng shui of King Gong's mansion is naturally excellent. If I remember correctly, it should be a coiled dragon holding the water, which accounts for the excellent feng shui of the water dragon vein of the imperial capital. Many people are concerned about this pop-up. The heart of the heart began to shake up. Really have to be Jia family? Repair a provincial family villa dare to occupy a dragon vein? There was a lot of talk in the live room. Faced with a screen full of touting the excellent feng shui of the Prince Gong's mansion, Qi Luo smiled faintly and spoke slowly. There is no problem with the situation of the coiled dragon embracing the water, and there is no problem with taking advantage of the water dragon vein. If the one who builds this Grand View Garden is an emperor's family, then this is a marvelous feng shui bureau, a heavenly bureau that can echo and complement the forbidden city on the earth dragon vein. But the question is your Jia family an imperial family? And what qualifications do you have to build your mansion in the dragon's belly of the dual dragon veins of water and earth? A bemused voice, as sparse as it could be in the rain. The audience listened in silence, only to feel that the flavor was getting out of place. These 2 sentences of Qi Luo's were extremely informative, especially the second sentence, which almost pinpointed the crux of the matter. Such a perfect feng shui bureau. What qualifications do you, the Jia family, have to occupy it? Clouds of suspicion rose from the hearts of the people. After letting his eyes empty towards the distance for a long time, Zyro continued. Let's think differently now. If you were the head of the Jia family, would you dare to repair your own mansion on this feng shui treasure at the foot of the Son of Heaven? If there is no nod of approval from above, and you go to repair it without authorization, it is designated that you really feel that your 9 clans should go back to the furnace and rebuild. But the weird thing is, the top Really promised. So, is it that the emperor is so kind-hearted that he is willing to give away this blessed land on the outgoing dragon vein? Of course not. Qi Luo shook his head and pointed at the solid yet thick land under his feet. The reason, from beginning to end, is only one. Because this land, it is a place of blood sacrifice cloaked in an excellent feng shui bureau. A heavenly killing bureau used to sacrifice the royal family. For this game, there has to be a place where a powerful family takes the initiative to enter. And the Jia family is the best choice. It must be the one. The low voice pulled a haunting echo through the rain, and Zyro lifted a hand to wipe the rainwater that dangled from his hair as he turned to peer into the vast expanse of pitch blackness behind him. His expression was a bit grave, and his voice was full of raspiness when he spoke again, as if he had been run over by the wheels of history. I often visualize the image of the same rainy night about 300 years ago, when Jia Pian suddenly had to summon the emperor to discuss the construction of a separate house for your consort's provincial relatives. He was puzzled, and said to himself, how can such a small thing be a bother to His Holiness? With his doubts, he entered the palace and stood cowering before the map of the imperial capital. Inside the golden palace, candles flickering, the emperor smiled and asked him where he was going to build his aliyah. Jia Pian respectfully pointed to a place, but the emperor shook his head and, in front of Jia Pian, lifted his hand to point to a certain area north of Mount Gingshan and west of the Hohai. Outside the temple, the wind whistles deeply. Inside the temple, Jia Pai was terrified. At that second, he had mixed feelings and his whole body was in a state of shock. He knew that it was the only place of feng shui under the sky, but he also knew that it was the only place of blood sacrifice. The fate of the Jia family has been completely overturned since that night. Under imperial power, no matter who you are nothing more than a rotten worm, a shovelful of dirt. The narrative sense pulls in a full voice that endures. The audience listens so as if they had experienced that night themselves. The sadness of the Grandview Garden was doomed from the beginning. Qi Luo sighed and uttered, next, I ask you all to join me in a distant view. Let's come together to solve this place that has created a garden full of dead souls and trapped and locked up centuries of lonely souls. Heavenly Fury Desperate Feng Shui Bureau. Chapter 45, The Bowstring Feng Shui Fury of the Grandview Garden. Buddhist Qi cannot suppress it? The characters that were deliberately aggravated by Qi Luo's syllables seemed to be a water bomb wrapped in infinite power, instantly piercing through the already terrified hearts of the crowd. The black clouds overhead were oppressive to the core. Looking down from the hill, you could see half of the city cowering in a curtain of rain. The camera, which began to move as soon as Zyro's voice ended, was accompanied by that all-too-familiar tone. The location of Christine's house is the area where I'm standing right now. Everyone look to my right hand and please tell me what I can see. The crowd followed the direction that Qi Luo's finger pointed and watched carefully, and after a long time, pop-ups appeared. I'm from the Imperial City, so that would be the back sea and the front sea over there, wouldn't it? That's right. Qi Luo nodded. To the right of the Prince Gong's mansion is the very well-known Hohai and Qianhai, and these two water systems together with the Jishuatan and the Beihai that passes around Jingshan form the water dragon vein of the imperial capital. The front sea and the back sea meet at the location of King Gong's mansion, forming an armillary arch. This is the Dragon's Belly Feng Shui Bureau we mentioned before. This game, naturally, is a good game, after all. Being in the belly of a dragon is an excellent geographical location where you can absorb the essence of heaven and earth and hide the true chi of the three worlds. But the truth, it's not. Zyro paced with his hands at the edge of the dirt hill, his raspy voice resonating harmoniously with the sound of falling rain. Feng Shui in the 9 states changes with the shape and the situation. When looking at a certain Feng Shui pattern, one must not define it with a few simple signs. This is the case with the King Gong's mansion. If you only look at the front and back of the sea, you can indeed say that it is hidden in the belly of the dragon, rich and powerful. But if you are examining the west side of the palace of King Gong, you will instantly understand. This is not the place where the dragon's belly reveals its honor. It's clearly the dragon's belly trapped in a death trap. When he said this, Qi Luo's pace had just landed on the northwestern corner of the Earth Mountain, and he raised his hand in a smooth manner to point directly to the western side of the Prince Gong's mansion. Is the netizen who is familiar with the topography of the imperial capital still around just now? Can you tell me what is on the west side of King Gong's palace? West of King Gong's palace, if I remember correctly, it should be Luin Street, right? It's Willow Street. Zillow nodded. But it wasn't before the Grandview Garden was built. This Willow Street, in fact, is an artificially hewn, used to draw water to the Forbidden City in a small river. Its name, called the Imperial River. It was because of this Imperial River that the Great Dragon's Belly Feng Shui Bureau was instantly overturned and turned into the Dragon's Belly Trapped in Death Bureau. The short breaths were like a shackle that bound the already heavy hearts of the crowd. Qi Luo was silent for several seconds, waiting for his mind to calm down a bit before speaking again. Now, Let's look at it together. This Prince Gong's palace. The rear is the front and back of the sea. The two thicker water system. Their arching embrace of the situation will be surrounded by the Prince Gong's palace. The front is through the winding through the thinner water system of the Imperial River, which is above the end of the back of the sea connected to the bottom of the front of the sea at the top of the. I can't insert a picture. You can open the map to see for yourself. Just visualize Luyin Street as the Imperial River. Now, I would like to ask you all a question. With a terrain like this, what does it really resembles? In the live broadcast room, silence once again descended as the viewers invoked their spatial imagination and began to make permutations and combinations. After a long time, a pop-up drifted ghostly by, triggering the attention of almost everyone. Anchor, I roughly sketched out the topography of King Gong's palace with a pen and paper while you were just speaking. Why do I feel like a bow? Bow. The moment they saw this word, everyone's hearts simultaneously thumped. If I remember correctly, the anchor gave them a detailed explanation of the intent of the bow. But now, there is a bow. This is not. It's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? As he was thinking, Zyro spoke up. That's right. The terrain in the area where King Gong's house is located is a bow. A fury bow that turns the great cave of the dragon's belly alive into a place of blood sacrifice. And the one who controls this bow is the royal family, Chi Luo said in a cool tone, raising his hand and pointing in the direction of the front and back seas. Since it is a bow, there must be an archer who controls this bow, and inevitably there will be an arrow resting on the bow ready to fire. Coincidentally, there really is. The camera, moving slowly along with Zyro's voice, has now framed the place where the front and back seas meet. During the Qing dynasty, right at the intersection of the front and back seas, there was also an artificial water system that meandered around from Jingshan and eventually merged into the moat to the north of the Forbidden City. How does it look? It all looks like an arrow resting on a bow. A sharp arrow that is manipulated by the royal family. With the arrow pointing straight at the Prince Gong's house, the resounding voice stirred up the pounding rain. Zyro breathed a sigh of relief and slowly turned around, spreading a meaningful smile towards the camera. Do you remember the method of death of Princess Yuan that I talked about during the live broadcast the day before yesterday? According to the illustration of her judgment song, it can be learned that she was hanged by a bowstring. Now, what about all of you in looking back? Does the way Consort Yuan died confirm the Feng Shui Bureau of the Grand View Garden on another level? It's never been Consort Yuan that the royal family has had to hang, but the entire Jia house. Wow! The rain, steeply becoming heavier, poured down in a torrential downpour, and Chi Luo also raised his voice at the same time. Now do you know why I'm calling the Grand View Garden a place of blood sacrifice in the dragon's belly? Because since the first day it was built, it was kidnapped to death on the bowstring of the royal family, becoming a sacrifice for it to maintain its chi. Now you know why in the dream of the Red Chamber the Grand View Garden has been in decline since it was built? It's because all the chi and all the blessings of this place have been sucked out and stolen. Now do you know why all these people, such as Princess Yuan, Daiyu, Qin Kiching, and Yuan Yang, have been implied that the cause of their deaths was related to constriction? It's because the fury carried by that bow was enough to disorient all minds. Phew! In the midst of the night rain, Chi Luo's deep sigh spread for a long time. He was silent for a long time before he finally shook his head helplessly, his tone full of sighs. Therefore, this Grand View Garden, from the time it was built, was destined to be a place of death. Or rather, it was never built as a mansion for people to live in, but rather as a mansion for ghosts to be trapped in. And coincidentally, there is one more thing about this that can be used to corroborate it, Zyro said while pulling up the corner of his mouth to sneer a little. The area where the Grand View Garden was completed had a very large-scale temple called Haiying Temple in the Yuan and Ming dynasties, with an extremely high level of incense. So, there is another reason why the imperial family wanted the Jia family to build the Grand View Garden here. It is that they wanted to utilize the incense and Buddha's energy left by the temple to suppress the spirits of the dead after being blood sacrificed. Great idea, but the results. But poorly. In a cold voice, Zyro lifted his steps away from the dirt hill. The pace is gradual while the vocals penetrate the rain. In the 300 years since the Jia family was copied and the dream of the Red Mansion ended, this Prince Gong's mansion has become a completely forbidden place, such as those princes and ministers who shall not die, such as the several ghostly figures that had roamed the house for 100 years. Chapter 46, Ghostly Shadow on the Red Wall appears. Lu is a shaman divine woman, plus more. The emotions within the live broadcast room had already piled up to the extreme at this moment, and the endless depression and deep silence tightly hooped the hearts of the viewers, even making them somewhat unable to breathe normally. Chi Luo spent nearly 20 minutes to give them a complete and detailed deconstruction of the Grand View Garden Feng Shui Bureau. It gives them a chance to wipe their dusty eyes and take a closer look at the past described in the book. By this time, Almost 90% of the people in the live broadcast room began to believe in Qi Luo's concept of the Red Chamber is a factual record. As for the very few remaining, while they were in disbelief, they once again heard Qi Luo's voice. Since it's a feng shui bureau, you need evidence related to it to corroborate it. If we take the Grand View Garden as the beginning of King Gong's residence, you will find that in the course of the past several hundred years, this residence has never had even one day of peace, has never given even one moment of joy to those who lived in it. Zyro kept moving faster, a somber note in his voice. I think you all know the end of the Grand View Garden. The Jia family was copied, the rabbit died and the dog was destroyed, broken to the core. The great official, Hoshin, was given death by Jiaqing. Afterwards the palace of King Gong was divided into two, one part of which was owned by Fengshen Yingde and the 10 princesses, while the other half was owned by King Qin Yonglin. However, the weird thing is, not long after they moved in here, Fengshen Yingde, Yonglin and the 10th princess passed away one after another. The rain pattered, but it couldn't hide the strong flavor of fatalism in Qi Luo's tones. The viewers in front of the screen, too, felt like their sweaty hairs were standing on end. Just now Qi Luo just a few words, declared the 4 residents of the palace of King Gong death sentence. Isn't it a bit too much of a coincidence somehow? If you think that the spell of the Grand View Garden only ends here, then you are a bit too optimistic. King Qin Yonglin had 6 sons in his life, but 5 of them were convicted or died young after he took over the Prince Gong's residence, and only the 3rd son, Mian Min, survived and succeeded Yonglin's title. However, shortly after he succeeded to the throne, he died at the age of 40 years old. Thereafter, the palace of King Gong touted the hands of Prince Gong Ijuan, and bizarrely, from the time he lived in the palace, his sons began to die one after another. It was dark as hell. After introducing the last owner of the King Gong's mansion, Qi Luo stopped in front of a red wall. The air in the live room was so quiet that you could almost hear a pin drop. Zyro looked up to meet the huge curtain of rain that was spreading down, reaching out to slide his fingers slowly across the wall. All of what I just said is well-documented historical fact, without a hint of exaggeration or fabrication. A mansion. It's been lying there for hundreds of years. Even if life is unpredictable, even if medical conditions in ancient times were not well developed. But it's a bit too much of a coincidence that almost every homeowner and descendant would experience something like not being able to die well, isn't it? So this is a blood sacrifice. This is the unbreakable heaven's fury feng shui bureau. The tragedy of the Grand View Garden needs to be experienced and diluted from generation to generation. But the problem is that even though so many people have already borne these karmic destinies, the undead and resentful ghosts in that garden. But never let yourself rest in peace. Swish! The moment Qi Luo's words fell, a thunderbolt wrapped in lightning suddenly exploded in midair. The vision snapped to life. Then, the audience was treated to a scene that will never be forgotten. They saw, on the red wall to the right of the man dressed in white, quietly running his fingers along the wall. Surprisingly, a few blurry, dull figures appeared. The cold wind blew the shadows of the trees across inches of branches and knots above the red wall, and underneath the chaotic shadows were the silhouettes of 4 human figures one after another. They were lined up in a row, their bodies slightly hunched over, as if they were marching woodenly forward. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of a beating heart seemed to be some kind of peculiar note, just the right rhythm for the march of the 4 dark shadows. The audience watched dumbfounded. Their brains went blank. Their entire bodies seemed to have been immersed in an ice cellar, and even the most basic sense of body perception had been lost. This scene lasted for a full 10 seconds or so. Only when a cold candle light illuminated Qi Luo's body did the audience slowly regain their senses. The pop-ups instantly exploded. Asterisk. Anchor, guess what I see? Ghost shadows. There are ghostly shadows around you. 4 people. I just saw 4 people on the red wall, lining up to go forward, wearing, it seems to be the costume of the Qing dynasty. Don't scare me. Anchor. I couldn't sleep because of Yuan Fei's head falling before, and today we have a red wall ghost shadow? I didn't scare you guys, and I didn't make this ghostly image. In the midst of the frantically surging pop-ups, Qi Luo faintly uttered a sentence, causing everyone to be silenced in an instant. They could not believe their ears a little, and their fear was even greater than it had been a moment ago. It wasn't the anchor that did it? Isn't this a ING joke? If he didn't do it, could it be real? Remember the King Gong's house paranormal incident I told you about before? In the midst of the endless silence, Qi Luo slowly spoke out. A certain TV station has a program called Classic Legends, and on January 24, 2023, it dedicated an episode called The Ghostly Mystery of King Gong's Palace. In this installment, 2 bizarre things that happened inside the King Gong's mansion are pointed out. One is that late at night, The messy and numerous sounds of Qing dynasty ladies walking on square heels can always be heard in various parts of the mansion. The second is that in thunderstorms, can see ghostly shadows on the red walls. This is not only in the Forbidden City. You can go to the program. So, I'm waiting too, waiting for these ghostly figures to appear. Zyro let out a long breath and cast his eyes toward the red wall. It seems to me that these footsteps, or ghostly shadows, are not so lurid and horrible. Rather, it's just the unsympathetic departed souls in the graveyard that is Grandview Park, perpetuating their passing in this way. Hurried footsteps, perhaps it is Daiyu Baochai they are rushing to somewhere to taste tea and enjoy the moon, poetry and lyrics, and the neatly arranged ghostly shadows may be Yuan Yang Pinger and the others sending desserts, fruits and vegetables to their houses. I've stated the theme of the day before. This trip here, 1 to explain, 2 to honor. Luckily, they seem to welcome me and just met with me already. Shi Luo lowered his head and smiled, and when he raised his head again, his expression was no longer the cold sigh he had before. Next, then, is our main event of the day. As he spoke, he marched over in the direction of the gates of the Prince Gong's residence. Remember what I said before? The Grand View Garden is originally a bleak and deserted cemetery, and Lulu's 3 visits to the Grand View Garden were actually to visit her grave. Today, then, I'm going to take you on a journey to replicate the process. When the time comes, everyone will understand just how thick the deathly aura is. Oh yeah. At that point, Zyro suddenly stopped and turned toward the camera. In the night rain, his eyes were deep and mysterious, and the corners of his mouth were incomparably bizarre and slightly curved under the floating cold light. Do you know why it was Lulu who went to her grave 3 times in the Grand View Garden? What's not to know about this? Lulu and the Grand View Garden are related to each other. Old people in the countryside are naturally simple and know how to return favors. So they go. The audience tripped over themselves, but Zyro gently shook his head. Wrong. All of you. Wrong. The reason why Lulu traveled to the Grand View Garden on 3 separate occasions to visit the graves and offer sacrifices was not because she was a relative of any kind. Rather, it's because of another unknown and secretive as hell identity she has. She's actually shamanic goddess. Chapter 47. The treasure of the wind and the moon is a shaman's ghost mirror, and there are 5 immortals in the northeast in the Red Mansion. The rumbling rain accompanied by the whistling wind sounded like it was going to engulf the entire Prince Gong's mansion. The ghosts and shadows above the red wall were no longer there, but the chill in the hearts of the crowd grew deeper and deeper. Ghosts, indeed, are scary, but in this earthly world, what's scarier than ghosts are mysteries and accidents beyond perception. For a certain moment, the audience felt like they were in a mental trance. If I just heard correctly, the anchor seems to be saying that the real identity of Lulu was a shamanic godmother? The name that appeared so abruptly caused the crowd to fall somewhat silent. Previously, a monk, Feng Shuiyin souls, then let the dream of red mansions on a layer of metaphysical veil. And right now, in just a few words, Zillow has brought the red house and religion together. This was really a bit hard for the crowd to accept for a moment. What? Shamanism? Not. What does the dream of the red chamber have to do with shamanism? If I remember correctly, shamanism is a very small religion from the northeast, right? Having watched it for so long, I've never refuted it even with how outrageous arguments the anchors make. But the idea that Lulu is a shamanic godmother is really a bit of a stretch, and I can't think of any connection between the two of them. I just searched and the word shaman never appeared in the entire dream of red mansions from beginning to end. So where's the shaman talk? The audience swarmed with words, almost a clear rebuttal. Shi Luo just watched quietly, waiting for the crowd to calm down for a few moments before taking over. A netizen said he went searching and found that the word shaman never appeared throughout the dream of the red mansions. So he doesn't think that Lulu is a shamanic godmother, right? Then if you look at the red mansion with this kind of thinking, you can only say that you are going to be beaten up for not listening properly these days. He made a not so small joke, which incidentally dissipated a few of the anxieties within the crowd. As I said before, in this 730,000 word tome, the author is using countless metaphors, references and allusions. He is writing a chronicle that is confined to the plague of the times. A lot of things cannot be written too white, and we need to analyze it word by word. There is naturally a reason why I said that Lulu is a shamanistic goddess. It's just that those clues that I used to corroborate are easy for onlookers to ignore. Footsteps deep and heavy, tripping over thresholds worn by centuries of age. In the center of the view, there was a very strange bonfire burning, which, despite the rain, had not been doused. In 20 minutes, we will be there. Opening an invocation ceremony, Zyro raised his hand and pointed forward. At that time, you will see the shaman goddess Lulu, as I call her. Then the first task before that is to convince everyone that Lulu, that she is indeed a shamanic goddess as she is. As he spoke, Qi Luo leaned on the lacquered pillar in front of the Prince Gong's mansion. He gathered his wide cuffs and gazed over toward the north. There should be no doubt that Dream of the Red Chamber is set in the Manchurian Qing dynasty, right? The Manchu women came out from between the White Mountains and Black Waters in the northeast, and the shaman, on the other hand, originated precisely in the area of the Changbai Mountains. This, then, is the foundation of everything I'm going to talk about today. The Red Chamber itself is centered around the Manchu royal family and the great families of the Qing dynasty, and it can't be broken from its roots, and it can't be separated from the shaman. In historiography, this would be called the regional view of history. A cold wind blew in the bland voice, and the crowd cast their gazes towards Qi Luo as their hearts began to gradually calm down. Seriously, it really feels like reading and doing school now for a few moments. This anchor, it's really positive enough when it's positive and surprising when it's evil. Shamanism is extremely complex, and today I present the 3 most representative points, and all 3 points appear and are corroborated in the Red Book. Using them, it will be enough to illustrate the entire Jia family, who believed in shamanism and ended up as religious sacrifices. First, shamanic totem and cult. The latter sentence, the audience heard somewhat less clearly, their expressions shocked, their gazes instantly complex to the extreme. Offerings. If memory serves, this would be the second time Zyro has mentioned the word this evening. Before it was from a feng shui perspective, now it's from a religious perspective. No wonder he keeps saying that Grandview is a graveyard. Also, if a place is thrice used as a sacrifice, naturally nothing living can be left behind. The rain rumbles, and inside the camera, it's dark and blurry. There is a cult in shamanism called the cult of the bronze mirror. I wonder if you have heard of it. Copper mirror worship? After hearing these incomparably unfamiliar words, the audience was a little confused, feeling as if their brains were about to grow out of their heads. Shamanism has always had the custom of worshipping the totem of the copper mirror. First of all, their costumes are adorned with copper mirrors everywhere. And secondly, there has always been a legend in shamanism about a shaman named Gahe Xiong, who had a copper mirror, which could summon and bring the living in and out of the sky. This is not made up. See the book Manchu Shamanism Research. Now then, here's my problem. After a calmly spoken lecture on the shamanic cult of the bronze mirror, Zillow smiles and looks to the camera. Can you find a prototype for this weird and mysterious sounding bronze mirror in the Dream of the Red Chamber? Prototype? There's a prototype of this thing? The crowd was a bit surprised. They always felt that the series that Qi Luo had just told was like a mythological story. How could there be an archetype? Just as he was thinking about it, a pop-up suddenly slid across the screen. What the anchor said. Could it be the Book of the Wind and the Moon? Yes, it's the Wind and Moon treasure. Qi Luo nodded his head in approval and took 2 steps forward. Dream of Red Mansions in the 12th. The lame Taoist will be handed over to the Wind and Moon treasure guide. Jia Rui had said that this mirror cannot be illuminated in the front, but he refused to listen to. After the illumination of the treasure guide into the line of some unseemly things, and ultimately died in the Yellow Springs. But it is a living person in and out of it? The same as this time. After the death of Jia Rui, Jia Daiyu want to burn the treasure book. The result of a voice in the air. The next second the treasure book will automatically fly out of the house floating in the air to the hands of the lame Taoist. But it can be summoned through the air? The depiction of the function of the Wind and Moon treasure in the Red Chamber is exactly the same as the shaman's legend about the great shaman's bronze mirror. You call that a coincidence? Qi Luo gently shook his head. This is not a coincidence. This just shows the deep and thorough connection between the Red House and the shaman. And it shows that the belief of the Jiahu is the shaman. As the words fell, the live broadcast instantly fell into silence. The crowd suddenly gave birth to a strong sense of frustration, feeling that they had really read so many years of the Red Chamber into the stomach of the dog. Back in the day when I watched that Wind and Moon episode, I just wanted to have one for myself. Just 2. But never thought that this thing would be the same religious worship artifact when it came to Qi Luo's mouth. It's really unknown. However, just as they were lamenting, a sudden pop-up slid by ghostly. That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? It's just a mirror. Mr. Chow could have imagined building an object. Isn't this a common expression in novels? Anyway, it doesn't convince me. A mirror. It may indeed not convince you. Zyro chose to respond at first, a smile slowly appearing at the corners of his mouth. But what if I corroborated again with the 5 immortals of Shaman? Shaman 5 immortals? The audience froze, thinking what's the argument again? Zyro breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand in the air, feeling the rain lessen a bit before raising his steps down the steps. The 5 shamanic immortals, which were formed by shamanism and the development of fusion. They are the fox, yellow, white, willow, and gray, 5 immortals respectively, which those in the northeast should have heard of. If I say that all these 5 immortals have their corresponding hints and archetypes in the dream of the Red Chamber, and all of them can produce examples, do you all think, can still convince you? Chapter 48, Daiyu alludes to Lu Jiaxian. Is Jiangzhu Xianchao actually a snakeberry? Old Lu, how come the more I hear it, the more esoteric it becomes? Are you sure there won't be any problems with him interpreting it this way? In the office of the Gongwengfu Museum, Qin Mo, the person in charge of the announcement with a bewildered expression, looked at Lu Su, his eyes full of worry. What could go wrong? A talent who can interpret a mirror to such an extent that he doesn't have to worry about the scale. But the problem is, he's linking shamans to redoubts and I'm really scared. It means, you don't believe it? Lu Su interrupted Qin Mo with a voice, the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. If you don't believe me, and listen, he will convince you, no matter how outrageous and weird the way. I have that confidence. Oh, right. Lu Su picked up his teacup and took a sip, his eyes cast towards the rainy Gongwang Palace. In the next month, prepare to work overtime on a regular basis. If there's nothing wrong, after this kid finishes his interpretation today, we'll have a blowout of visiting tourists. Conversations that take place in the office that no one knows about. But the voice that appeared in the live broadcast room reached the ears of every viewer. Shaman 5 immortals. Fox yellow white willow gray. For the vast majority of people in the live room, this wasn't much of an out-of-the-way knowledge point. At the very least, it has been infinitely more relevant to viewers who are in the Northeast. But the problem is, in this country, even if someone knows about the Red Chamber and the 5 immortals at the same time, they won't connect the two of them together. This is outrageous and bizarre. The pop-ups, in an instant, exploded. Countless voices swept in, densely spreading across the screen. No, I recognize the shaman's mirror, because there is a book on the wind and moon. But what does that have to do with the 5 immortals? I can't connect them even if I ate the book. I finally understand what it means to have a big brain. The anchor interprets it this way, not afraid that Hu San Tainan will come to talk to you at night? Good man. You're not going to give me a Lin Daiyu as our northeastern Nagata, are you? It's hard to imagine her burying a flower in front of her and breaking bud rice behind her. Questioning, still questioning, as with every new theory Zyro had presented before, the screen full of pop-ups was almost entirely skeptical, and this time a little more uniformly intense. This sight lasted for 2 or 3 minutes, and Zyro approached the campfire, which was swaying in the wind, with faith. Surprised? That's because you don't know Chao Shuichin very well. For such an all-around genius, you should be surprised that there are no metaphors in his works. Fox yellow, white, willow and gray. These 5 characters split up correspond to the 5 shaman immortals. That is, fox fairy, fox, yellow fairy, weasel, white fairy, hedgehog, willow fairy, snake and python, and gray fairy, mouse. As I said before, these 5 immortals have corresponding images in Dream of the Red Chamber to suggest that the religious background of the entire Red Chamber and the beliefs of the Jia family are shamanic. As for who each of them corresponds to, now, I will reveal the answer. With Zyro's clear voice, the audience's hearts were pounding furiously every second. But even so, they suppressed their wildly churning emotions and strained their ears, waiting for this sufficiently absurd and bizarre resolution. Willow Fairy, correspond with Debbie, a name familiar to all, steeply left behind in the rain by Qi Luo, like a stone thrown into a still lake, constantly stirring up clusters of ripples. The audience has long since given up the so-called autonomous consciousness, the mind as if being stuffed with powerful fireworks. In the moment Qi Luo's words fell, suddenly burst open, the mind directly exploded like this. Silence, like a barrier of fog spreading deep in the jungle, shrouded the live broadcast tightly. Qi Luo picked up a piece of firewood from the ground and shoved it into the campfire and gently poked it, then smiled and shrugged his shoulders. What? Why are they all silent? Is it because you think it's a bit over the top? It's actually okay. Now that I've put Willow Fairy and Debbie together, you'll probably feel strange and out of place. But not in a minute. Enough small talk. Let's get right to it then. Dream of the Red Chamber in the 3rd round of writing Daiyu appearance used such a sentence. Idle and quiet as a petite flower shining moon. Action like a weak willow to help the wind. In fact, the 4 words, weak willow wind, in this sentence point out that she refers to Lucien. A weak willow? The audience smacked the words to themselves, while Qi Luo's voice continued to ring in their ears. And the serpentine form is silent, coiled and boneless, and there is often a coldness in the body that makes it difficult to straighten up. This precisely fits the depiction of Daiyu's posture, which is a weak willow. This is one. Secondly, do you all remember what Debbie was disillusioned with? The redbud fairy herb? Yes, it's the Jiangzhu immortal grass. Qi Luo nodded and smiled. What about the meaning of Jiangzhu? It's the red bead. Then the Jiangzhu immortal grass is the immortal grass that grows with red beads, and as it happens, Qi Luo hooked the corner of his mouth. Full of meaning. There is a plant called snakeberry. Where there is it there are usually snakes. And it happens to be a bright red bead-shaped berry that grows on blades of grass. Rustling cold sweat that ran uncontrollably down his spine. No one could have imagined that the vermilion fairy herb could even be explained on this level. But at the same time it made sense. Could it be that this Lin Daiyu is really the so-called Lucian generation refers to not? Thirdly, the judgment about Lin Daiyu in Dream of the Red Chamber says this, jade belt hanging in the forest. This line, then, is interesting, Zyro said as he raised his eyes to the screen and pointed smoothly to a tree in the distance. The jade belts mentioned by the ancients generally come in two colors, green and white, and snakes generally also predominate in these two colors. The most famous ones are the White Lady and Shao Chang in the legend of the White Snake, which should not need much explanation, right? Now then, if we all go back and look at the statement, isn't it simple enough to see that what can hang in the forest is not a snake? With a thud, the crowd only felt a heavy blow deep in their hearts. From the Jiangju immortal grass to the jade belt hanging in the forest. Seriously, it's really hard to refute these two explanations from Qi Luo with their logic drawn out. One last thing, in shamanic culture, the willow fairy is the master of water. And when she travels, she produces rain. And when she returns, she hides the river. And in Dream of the Red Chamber, only Daiyu is connected to water from beginning to end. Daiyu's predecessor, Jiangju immortal grass, grows on the bank of the Spirit River in the west. And throughout the book Daiyu sheds tears many times. And there is also the saying, that she died of tears. In the shamanic culture, Lu Xian dominates water. In the world of the Red Chamber, Daiyu is near water. Between these, there is naturally a connection. The above 4 points are the ambush that Lord Chao laid for us in the Red Mansion. Zyro tossed the wooden branch in his hand into the campfire and smiled, clapping his hands together in a clear tone. It would be far-fetched for you to say that only one of the points can be corroborated, but I easily identified 4 points for corroboration. Therefore, if we compare the characters in the Grand View Garden with the 5 shamanic fairies, the Willow Fairy is most like Daiyu, and can only be Daiyu. The sound of the wind wrapped around his determined voice and flowed unchecked through the broadcast. The man who constantly pushed the limits of the audience with new and bizarre interpretations yawned softly before continuing to speak. Then, next, let's find that double of the Fox Fairy in the Grand View Garden. Her name. Call the assailant. Chapter 49, Fox White Gray Yellow Difficult Member. Qi Luo Qi Ling invites the Great Immortal. Plus more. Assault? The audience in front of the screen froze once again when Qi Luo said the name. In the opening of Dream of the Red Chamber, the attacker occupies enough space, especially some very classic bridge, and even turned into the best fantasy of many teenagers when they first read the Red Chamber. And now, Zyro was actually saying that she was a surrogate for the Fox Fairy. As with Daiyu's substitution for the Willow Fairy, Assault's Fox Fairy once again silenced the audience in the broadcast room. Or that old saying, Qi Luo's thinking was just too jumpy and evil. Even if they were allowed to take an open book exam, they wouldn't necessarily be able to answer the question of how a Fox Fairy refers to an assailant perfectly. The night rain appeared to be hard to stop for a while, and Zyro shook the rain from his body and put his hands in front of his mouth to puff out his breath. The late fall night was indeed cold, but the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was hotter than ever. Facing the inquiries floating across the screen, Qi Luo didn't bother to whet their appetites. There are several clues to the attacker's substitution for the Fox Fairy. Again, and I'm going to read them all for you, distinguished from Daiyu's hints everywhere. In the original text of the Dream of the Red Chamber, it is actually quite clear that it is falsely stated that the assailant is a surrogate for the Fox Fairies. This scene, which appeared in the 20th chapter, when Sister Li scolded the assailant, using the phrase, bent on pretending to be a foxy girl to coax Baoyu. Anchor, this is too far-fetched. Isn't fox charming a common word? Can you conclude that the attacker is a fox fairy based on that? A pop-up that floated by abruptly. This was closely followed by many of the audience members echoing the same sentiment. Qi Luo naturally saw it as well. He smiled slightly and continued to speak. Based on this alone, it is naturally impossible to conclude that the attacker is a fox immortal. Then if she was not only scolded as a fox charming child, she looked like a fox as well? Ha, looks like a fox? A single sentence caused the majority of the live broadcast audience to fall into silence. This view, which is a little too subversive. It is hard to imagine how Jia Baoyu is with a maid who looks like a fox. Just as he was thinking about it, Qi Luo opened his mouth to explain. In the 26th installment of Dream of the Red Chamber, Jia Yun sees assailant in Baoyu's house and describes her appearance in this way: slender figure, long face, wearing a fine folded skirt of white damask. After saying the phrase used to describe the assailant word for word, Zyro looked to the camera. In the Red Mansion, this is the only sentence that describes the appearance of the assailant. But it is precisely this sentence that misses the bottom of her substitution for a fox fairy. The most notable feature of foxes is their long and narrow cheeks. An assailant just got such a long face description. In the entire Red Mansion, she was the only one who got such a description. Is it a coincidence? Of course not. And on top of that, her dress is interesting. White damask fine folded skirt. That is, on the white damask satin divided and folded many equally divided folds out. Don't you all think that it's a bit like the nine tails of the fox? The sound of the biting wind, wrapped in the sound of Zyro's interpretation, hit the audience's eardrums one after the other. Seriously, by the time the words young long face come out, this debate full of doubts can already be declared over. There is already enough evidence to be convincing that the attacker substitutes for the fox fairy as much as Daiyu substitutes for the willow fairy. In the live room, the viewers were still digesting the information as Zyro by the campfire craned his neck and began to walk around the fire. The third one, the gray fairy, substituting for it is no other than what we've deciphered before. Xue Baochai, the gray fairy, mouse. In an instant, three such words flashed through the minds of the crowd. Not, how can a being as pivotal as Xue Baochai in the dream of the Red Chamber be associated with rats? The audience was puzzled, and their gazes turned to Qi Luo in unison. Does it feel a little different from your imagination? Then next, I will help all of you dispel that thought, distinguishing myself from the previous analysis. I will only mention one piece of corroboration for this idea that the Baochai stands in for the Grey Fairy, and this corroboration is in the 19th chapter of Dream of the Red Chamber. In this one, Baoyu and Daiyu tell a story about a rat spirit stealing fragrant jade, saying that this rat spirit didn't have to sneak around to steal it, but rolled into a pile of fragrant jade and shifted into a fragrant jade, so that it could move it slowly until it emptied the jade. But in the end, the rat spirit turned into a girl. Zyro narrated this story from the original article, and the audience in front of the screen acted to find the original article to corroborate it. Sure enough, they see the story in the 19th time. A rat spirit, trying to replace the real Xiangyu, has never alluded to more than one person in this grand view garden, and that's Baochai. Qi Luo gave the answer in a firm tone, but the viewers in front of the screen frowned slightly. I know you're referring to the hairpin day dispute, but with all the complicated relationships in the grand view garden, how can you be sure that this rat is the Bao hairpin? Someone raised a doubt, and Qi Luo didn't pass it by. After a few seconds of slight contemplation, he spoke in a deep voice. The reason I'm certain that this rat spirit is the Bao hairpin is not just because of the context of the hairpin day dispute. Rather, it's because the Bao hairpin also has a very classic referential intention, and it is inextricably linked to the rat spirit. Another intention? The audience was a bit confused, not knowing what kind of drugs Zyro was selling. Do you know that one of the most commonly used techniques in the Red Mansions is called using flowers as a metaphor for people? And Bao hairpin is the peony flower that is recognized to be the most colorful of all. And do you know that in Kyushu peonies are closely associated with rats? Qi Luo's expression was tinged with a smile, watching the crowd in front of the screen in a trance. Good lord, I feel like my brain is itching. Why is it something I've never touched before again? There is a poem by Tang Yin, called Peony Painting, in which there are two lines like this: grain rains on the flower branches, the number of mouse nuns, playfully flicking the tongue pipe to draw into a picture. The collected notes on the classic of Materia Medica also says, peony, a deer leak, a rat's nest. Now does everyone understand? Peony is the rat girl, and in Baoyu's story, that rat spirit ended up becoming a girl. But isn't that a metaphor for Xue Baochai being that rat spirit? Now then, when I say that Xue Baochai is a gray fairy, do you all have a problem with that? Clear cold voice, with the wind into the ears. The live broadcast, no one to argue. Seriously, this reading of Xue Baochai is even more persuasive than the first two, despite the single clue. The logic is so clear to this point that it makes no sense to question it. Alright, let's talk about the last one. Qi Luo ended the party and didn't leave much time for the crowd to digest. Bai Xianer. It's Jin Chuan. Why is she substituting for Bai Xianer? It's actually quite simple. There are two clues to support it. Rule number 1. Kim Kushiel's original surname is White. Number 2. Do you remember how Jin Chuan died? Because she flirted with Baoyu and then threw herself into a well, right? The White Fairy is a hedgehog. Jin Chushuer, with her prickly body and fierce character, is not a hedgehog in the Grand View Garden? Zyro spoke quickly, stretching a long lazy back after saying that, and glancing sideways at the campfire looming to his side. An analysis of the 5 immortals of Shaman. Here, it's not right. That's not right. Angkor, you said it was the 5 immortals of the Shaman, but you've only talked about 4 of them, and you still need one more? Before Qi Luo could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a screen full of scrolling pop-ups. He smiled, turned his back to the camera, and slowly walked towards the campfire. The steps were deep and heavy, pulling a large mist of water on the ground, and his back was becoming more and more blurred in the misty landscape. The last of the great immortals. Don't bother me with an introduction. Let her, herself, show the way. The sound of rain wrapped around the wind, swallowing up a bit of the end of Zyro's voice. Under the blur of overlapping light and shadow, the bonfire that was about to be burned out actually lit up again as if with divine help. The dome of the sky, pitch black, the lens of the deep. Lawn Street in front of the King Gong's mansion suddenly surfaced with an inch of bright light. Auspicious time, please, descend up. Steeply, a sharp and ear-piercing voice suddenly rang out, like the oboe Sanskrit sound. It penetrated the rain curtain while awakening the cold ghostly aura floating between heaven and earth. The wind is whistling and the fog is heavy. The audience, whose scalps were numb, all turned their eyes to the light and fire that lit up at the end of the long street. Naturally, no one noticed Qi Luo's figure that had turned his back on them for a long time. It's like rotten wood in the light of day, starting to slowly collapse. Chapter 50, The Eerie, Grandview Garden invites God's tune. Yellow fairies stiff jump on a rainy night. At this moment, 10 o'clock, it is exactly where the yin and yang divide, and it is most suitable for 100 ghosts to walk at night. The beam of light at the end of the long street, which comes with a cool psychedelic feeling, is spreading out a little bit along with the gradual progress of time. As the crowd watched and gazed, they could vaguely see a short silhouette hidden between the light and shadows, like a bow that had been drawn and bent, catapulting out of the light step by step. Its posture was strange to the extreme, like a human being or an animal, legs together, stiffly jumping away. In his right hand, he looked like he was leaning on a slender crutch, and after touching the cold stone floor, the sound of soldiers was heard. The eeriness pulls out all the stops in one scene, enough to catch the eyes of everyone in front of the screen. Naturally, no one noticed that the posture belonging to Qi Luo, which was always upright and calm, had unconsciously collapsed inch by inch, just like a puddle of sludge fished up from a pool of water. On the slightly hunched spine, he couldn't help but have a viscous pitch-black ink color flowing by, and his robes drummed with the wind, emitting a sharp sound like the hissing of a severe ghost. He was still standing with his back to the camera like that, but the aura around him was in particularly stark contrast to before. It was as if he had suddenly aged dozens of years, and even more like he had walked along the Yin River in the hell, being tightly wrapped by the Yin Qi and the will to die. Dang, 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 I don't know when. The ears suddenly came out a drumming sound, long and urgent, not really long. Soldier, soldier, soldier. The moment the drums sounded, the shadow that had jumped away strangely stopped instantly, just like a stiff log that had been cast with a fixation spell, turning its slender neck inch by inch and looking towards the bonfire. Long shot. Start to pull in close. The spectators, holding their breath, followed the sight of the void and looked in unison at the bonfire. Then they saw a scene that they would never forget. Zillow turns back. The man who was almost on the verge of becoming one with the night, inch by inch through the rain, turned his body. In view was a black barrier of fog saturated with water vapor. Whether it was smoke from a rising campfire or something else was unknown. The stiff neck, like a clockwork puppet, was incredibly consistent with the rhythm of each turn. Cold air that filled the perimeter. Almost more than half of the people in the live broadcast room of more than 2 million people couldn't help but shiver several times. The heart, almost on the verge of bursting out of the body. The slightest electric current leapt from the tingling cheeks, and the strong urge to urinate continued to assault the bladders of the spectators. It was also at this time that the crowd realized that people can lose their words and become incontinent when they are in extreme fear. The fierce wind blew the cold flames of the bonfire wildly. An ethereal gong sound appeared abruptly. It seemed to come from the distant sky, and instantly dispersed the darkness in front of him. The sound, slow to fast and constantly swift, was like the transit of a shadowy army, or a ghostly song of the undead. Dum 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 dum. The pounding gongs and drums, like a switch that flipped a weird magic box, stirred up countless rains around them. Hey 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 yo! The gongs sounded like thunder, the drums sounded like a loo, and in the course of the symphonic rapping, Qi Luo's hoarse and pale voice suddenly rang out. The sun is setting na, darkening the sky na. The moon's shadow shines diagonally on the Grandview Garden, and the old dream of the Golden Palace is locked in a deep courtyard. The moss is green on the green stone floor, whose lonely soul appears halfway through the night. Midnight now na, low singing voice, seems to be the gale of the Naiha bridgehead blowing sharpened for 100 years, deliberately dragging the tone, eerie and depressing to the extreme. The audience in the live broadcast room, their hands and feet are cold. This moment of Qi Luo, to them unfamiliar, but also solemn. The line of sight, actually some did not dare to stay too much on him, but just as they were escaping and dodging, they saw an even more frightening scene. The slender shadow, which had stopped in the center of the street a few minutes before, began to move. It first turned slightly towards the right, then followed Zyro's voice and continued to stiffly jump over. The hunched spine paired with the eye-catching cane in his hand made the crowd's heads explode. This isn't Lulu, is it? The shamanic goddess with the creepy vibe? Just as he was thinking about it, the divine tune by the distant campfire rose again, squeezing into the eardrums of every watcher under the pale, cold night sky, burning incense to invite the gods today. The gates of the underworld slowly open now. Don't ask if the visitor is a fairy or a ghost. Just ask for a relief from the grief in the garden now. Suddenly, I saw a yellow shadow flashing in the corner of the garden, and my grandmother appeared in the form of a yellow fairy. Eyes like golden pearls, tail like a whip, smile with a sly step like smoke. The pale and rich voice line seemed to be a spider web wrapping the audience's terrified hearts tightly, and the shadowy figure that was speedily jumping over towards Qi Luo began to gradually become clearer. Not too tall, wearing a long green and gray coat. The crowd just couldn't really see its face because of the sideways-facing camera. Fear, in this moment, pulls right up to full capacity, but they couldn't get a single moment's respite at all, and in the pounding rain, the mournful invocative tone, once again, released the inner chill, to the extreme. I've been practicing for 1,000 years in Lulu's mountain, and now I've entered the red world to settle my past destiny. The yellow fairy circled the garden 3 times, whispering and muttering incantations again and again. The tone, in this moment, tightened violently. At the same time, that shadowy figure also came to Qi Luo's side. It started at the edge of the campfire, leaning on the old walking stick, and stepped closer towards Zyro. The fog barrier around his body surged like ink, and at every step he took, the scattered flames danced in a blistering frenzy. With that, it came to Qi Luo in front of the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, and then stood on its tiptoes and moved towards his cheek, inch by inch. Qi Luo didn't step back, only shallowly hooking the corners of his mouth, revealing a bizarre to the extreme smile. Then came the sound that made everyone's scalp go numb. This garden is a dream of heaven. Glory and wealth are all illusory. Only cause and effect are never partial. Today you come to settle the debt of wrongdoing, and on the other day the soul returns to, before the yellow earth na. Bing! A gong sounded and Mori appeared. In the next second, the shadow actually stopped approaching forward. It first slowly took half a step backward, and then lifted its hand in midair to strangely hold it up. Immediately afterward, the figure began to slowly sink, not caring at all about the puddle of dirt on the ground, and sat down cross-legged, that lazy and casual posture. The posture of the walking stick held in front of the chest. At first glance, it looks like the movie and television dramas in the form of human livestock is no different. It just sat there with its head hanging down, and after a long time, yawned softly and sighed quietly. Floating along with it was an old, tired, and coldly eerie syllable. The gods returned to the sky in a fog, leaving behind a ghostly shadow in the garden. The green smoke is scattered by the wind, and the candle is swaying and reflecting the lonely lamp. In the Grand View Garden, people are silent, only ghosts walk at night. I am here to help today, to overthrow the dead souls and resolve their grudges. Don't let the garden add to the grudges. Don't let the old dreams turn into clouds of smoke. In the low and gloomy voice, the bonfire, which had been burning for a long time, suddenly went out. The rain came pouring down from the sky, with a cloudy wind that blurred his vision. The old, morose figure finally turned his neck and began to raise his head an inch. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally, just as the audience felt like they were suffocating, a face slowly appears in the camera. Chapter 51, the 3 entries into the Grand View Garden, finding a grave, sacrificing, and doing the wonders? Nope, there's a wake. Clang. The moment the old wall clock piercingly struck the full hour, the face in the field of vision, finally clear. No one can describe the feeling at this moment in words, only that the blood in the whole body feels like it has been drained out, and the heart feels like it has been thrown into the fire with a raised hand. It was a face they couldn't describe with all the words they had exhausted, and it was weirder than all the papier-mâché they had seen the night before put together. The unlit fire in the woodpile, shallow reflections on the face, dried up like tree bark skin, covered with deep wrinkles, hidden green-gray luster in the furrows between the flow, strange and morbid. The nose is thin and slightly upturned. The pupils are as slender as needles, and at first glance, 2 pinches of unfaded yellow hairs can be found on both sides of the nose, gently quivering with the wind. She just sat there casually and calmly, staring at the camera in front of her with her dark green narrow eyes, as if she was confronting a full 2 million viewers in the live broadcast. On the other hand, Qi Luo, who had just finished chanting the Grand View Garden's invocation of the gods, raised his steps toward a short distance away, and after a long time he returned, carrying a jug of wine in his hand, and a chicken with its feathers unfinished, and put it in front of the other party. It's not easy to invite the god to make a trip. Since you're here, eat and drink first, he uttered with a smile and also smoothly sat beside the other party. The camera, which frames the two as much as it can. The figure first stared at the drunken food on the ground for a long time, then grinned hard and grabbed the grounded chicken, tearing off a wing. Ka-chow ka-chow. The sound of chewing hard on a wing bone spreads around. In a matter of seconds, the chicken wing was all the way in her stomach. Gulp. She picked up the wine jug on the ground and took a beautiful sip before she contentedly rubbed her belly and turned her head to look at Qi Luo beside her. Eating this chicken of yours is so much more enjoyable than eating it here in the garden. The meat is fat and flavorful and there are not so many rules. The shrill sound, drifting with the wind into the ears of everyone in front of the screen, seemed like fingernails sliding across a pane of glass, harsh and unspeakable. Through the deep surging darkness, you can see the slender mouth under the yellow hair-pointed nose, is revealing uneven teeth. Between the teeth, it seems like there are still a few traces of blood left. So, you've been in the Grand View Garden? Qi Luo poured a glass of wine and handed it over to the other party, asking with a smile. Of course I've been in the Grand View Garden, does Siener, and it's not a nice place to be able to stay out of. Who puts out the horse and gets on it? A wife of the Lu family. Set up an incense hall for me and paid tribute. And people were polite. So we went. The sharp, needle-like voice had just fallen, and a huge tremor was sent out steeply in the hearts of the audience. So, this yellow fairy substitute of the 5 immortals of the shaman is really Lululu? Then judging by this series of bizarre maneuvers the anchor just did with the conversation between the two, he is bringing back that Huang Xianer who was invited by Lululu before? At the thought of this, the crowd was completely unable to sit still. In all my life, who's ever seen anything as weird as this? Didn't you say no sperm since then? How dare you show this to over 2 million of us? The pop-ups, rolling in, filled the entire screen of the live broadcast in a few short seconds. You're not an anchor. Are you serious? You really invited God? And the one you invited is the yellow immortal, who was invited by Lu Laowai. I'm not well read. Don't scare me. To be honest, although I don't know how much of this series of operations the anchor is true or false, but his Grand View Garden invites the gods to tune is really quite flavorful. Wouldn't it be? He really has this hand, doesn't he? Disbelief. I still don't believe it. I'm from the Northeast. I've seen him inviting fairies before. I believe in him, but I can only say it's too funny that he can invite the so-called Huang Xianer who has been in the body of Lulu's body down. In the rain curtain, Huang Xianer was still frantically attacking the earth chicken in her hands, and Qi Luo quietly browsed the pop-up screen for a while, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. You say you've been on Lulu's body and in the Grand View Garden? Can someone not believe you? Don't believe? Who doesn't believe? Whoever says they don't believe, I'll go to him now. The portion of the audience that had just sent pop-ups to frantically question the situation cursed in unison in their hearts, and in the next second, the screen was clean. In fact, I don't believe it either. Qi Luo shrugged. What is the Grand View Garden? So many people inevitably have people who understand this aspect of the existence of a glance can be seen through. How would you let by you on the body of the Lulu in? What place? It's just a graveyard. It's just a bunch of lonely ghosts who get together to get drunk and cheat themselves. I went there to give them face and help them to be transformed. Still not convinced. Qi Luo shook his head with a smile after handing the jug full of wine to Huang Xian. Don't believe it? I ate chicken and drank wine in the garden, and even went to sleep on a nice high and low mound after drinking wine. Of course, you also know that de Sien air I like to fart. This accidentally. Just let out a few more farts. I do not know whether there is no smoke those lonely souls and wild ghosts in the grave pile. Oh, come. You say, just what I did in Dyson. Is it something that she, a wild countrywoman, could have done or dared to do? The sharp sound, like torn cloth, echoed for a long time. After hearing this, Qi Luo finally took his gaze away from Huang Xianer for the first time and looked squarely at the camera. That, indeed, is true. A dream of red mansions in the 41st. There was such a description, said the attacker in the Baoyu room turned the set of finale, heard the thunderous snoring, went in to take a look, only to smell a room full of wine fart stench. Previously, I only feel that this description is a bit disjointed before and after. Although Lulu is earthy but she is not stupid. What places can go what places cannot go or no. Not to mention so out of shape. Now finally understand. The original is the yellow fairy greedy cup. So only dare so reckless sound sleep fart. After all, de Sien air himself also said, the world who does not know that weasels love to fart well. Ha! Accompanied by Qi Luo's voice. The audience's expressions rose in shock. Nice guy. For once, they were really all calling the good guy straight up. How else could it be explained? But the thing is, after this explanation, it does become clear. Standing on the perspective of Lulu's, it is indeed unimaginable to do such a thing, but if he was possessed by Huang Xianer, then everything would make sense. Shamanic divine woman. Substitute yellow fairy. The assertion that was previously felt to be outrageous to the extreme was, at this moment, actually perfectly corroborated beyond measure. The night rain was icy cold in Chile, but the audience's minds were incredibly clear. On camera, Qi Luo, who had finished his explanation, once again looked at Huang de Xianer, who was nibbling on the chicken, and opened his mouth with a smile. Since you have been in the Grand View Garden, can you tell us how many times you have been in it? What did you do in the Grand View Garden? 3 times, said Wang Tai-sin indifferently. For the first time, find the grave. For the second time, bring some offerings to familiarize yourself with the grave circle. For the third time, step in and do some spells to help this group of lonely souls out a bit. And in the meantime, build up my Yin virtue as well. Vague voice, as if floating from the sky, all into the ears of everyone in the live broadcast room. In the dimly lit office of the King Gong's Palace Museum, subordinate Qin Mo shook his head vigorously with a confused and doubtful expression on his face. This is also too outrageous. Not to mention the set of invoking the gods. The 3 entries into the Grand View Garden turned into finding graves, sacrifices, and practices. There is simply no more absurd explanation than this. What? You don't believe it again? Beyond the shadow of the lamp, Lu Su, who stood with his back turned in front of a tiny shrine, inserted 3 columns of freshly lit incense into the incense burner, paid his respects towards the unknown object covered by a red cloth, and spoke in a deep voice. Elder Lu, I'm also convincing myself to believe it, but it always feels like there's something wrong with what she said. She did say something questionable. Lu Su gently nodded his head, the corner of his mouth gently pulled up a faintly undetectable arc. That raspy, low voice, in the darkness of the night sounded cold and a little bit oozy, because she missed the same thing. In addition to graves, rituals and practices. Also, wake. Chapter 52 The truth about finding a grave hidden in folklore, asking for a grave in old age and kindred spirits pointing out graves. In the cold room, only a dim lamp was turned on, and the orange light and shadow were cast shallowly, making the object in the northeast corner covered and obscured by the red cloth more mysterious. Qin Mo stood on the side, unable to stop his gaze from flowing over Lu Su. Missed a bit? And the wake? Why did Lu Lao suddenly say this? This is even more outrageous than what that so-called yellow immortal child just said. Find graves, sacrifices, practices. After all, these 3 kinds of more or less can be combined with 3 into the Grand View Garden this event, but Lu Lao out of thin air to a 4th kind. Is not it become 4 into the Grand View Garden? Strange, really strange. Endless doubts flowed wildly in Qin Mo's heart, so much so that his gaze toward Lu Su was filled with strangeness and suspicion. Why does it feel like Lu Lao is so out of sorts today? Especially when Qi Luo started invoking the gods after until now. His entire body was wrapped in a solemn and low air pressure. From beginning to end, he did not say a word, but just stood at the shrine that had been worshipped by him for more than 2 years and could not stop worshipping. This ceremony, could it be that he has something to do with it? Qin Mo thought so as his gaze once again went to the screen, and at this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room were just like him, frantically expressing and venting their bewilderment and skepticism, with countless pop-ups spewing out. Dense and messy, the 3 entries into the Grandview Garden are finding graves, sacrifices and practices? Good lord, this argument is a bit too abstract, isn't it? The anchor can be a bit cold, but please don't be evil, this is too subversive. According to this perspective, feelings of the Grandview Garden from before Lu went in is already dead? How did you write so many luxurious and rich plots in the original story? Brain buzzing. In the previous deconstruction, at least it was from the logic of the details of the work itself. But today it directly overturned all the author's settings from the beginning. This is the deconstruction? This is more than a second creation, right? No one could accept the words uttered by Huang Dexian, at least in the perception of the crowd. The 3 entrances to the Grandview Garden, even if they were more mysterious and bizarre, were always framed by the background of living people and living things, even if they understood Qi Luo's routines and knew Qi Luo's level. At this moment, it's still hard to convince myself to resonate with him. In the dusky night, the plump chicken had already been mostly in Huang Dexian's stomach, the wine pot had long been empty, and the rain was slowly weakening. Qi Luo squatted beside the cold bonfire, his gaze lingering for a long time on the rain-shrouded gates of the Prince Gong's residence. Then he smiled and rose, raising his hand to point ahead. According to Dexian, you have entered the Grandview Garden 3 times in succession, and you have never seen a living person at all? How does this look? Oh, this big fairy does not and you nagging. This place is here, and I will take you to walk around. And by the way, tell you that 3 times have seen what? Big fairy child, I now say. Still can frame you not? Huang Daxian said to do it. A mouthful of bone residue spit out after. Propped up the crutches from the ground, got up. Without saying a word, lifted his steps towards the door of the palace of King Gong. Its figure trembled a little, and its strangely shifting steps pulled a series of misty mists through the rain. The camera swept towards Qi Luo, and the audience suddenly realized that the corners of his mouth slowly curved up in a very subtle arc as he followed Wang Taixin, as if some well-thought-out scheme had finally succeeded. Nice guy, look at his expression. Feelings. Just in front of the live broadcast crowd staged a wave of Pua de Siena, baiting first before questioning. It simply took Daisy by the horns. Sure enough, this anchor can't be treated as a normal person at all. Who can talk and laugh with the Pauline immortal and still be able to glean a weasel's fur in the process, so that it can be used for their own purposes? The crowd's taut heartstrings suddenly loosened up a lot, and at this moment, one person and one immortal had already traveled to the base of the wall in front of the entrance of the Prince Gong's mansion. Wang Taixin stopped on his crutches and turned slightly sideways, pointing toward the other end of the street. The first time I came back to the Grand View Garden de Xian, I was to help that old lady Lu to find a grave. This old woman only know this grave circle in the root of the imperial city, specifically where they only find people to ask. Asked several people finally found the grave circle in charge of that. The audience was stunned in front of the screen in unison at the sound of a pale, shrill voice. Good lord, this old fairy said. Is it one into the Grand View Garden? Dare I ask if this is in any way related to the original text in the Red Chamber once you enter the Grand View Garden? Huang Dexian, incomparably casual words. The crowd completely confused. At this time, they are more willing to believe that this old ladylike existence is not at all what Dexianer, but Qi Luo specifically looking for over to create the atmosphere to sing the double read of the Jianghu cheat. As he was thinking, Zyro spoke up. Only this time, he didn't choose to talk to Huang Daxian, but instead turned his gaze to the screen. Dexianer is as shy as gold. I can guess how all of you feel after hearing this. You must think it's a bit outrageous and pale, right? But actually, if we take out some of the key points to cross-reference the original text, we'll see that there's nothing at all wrong with this grave-finding process it's talking about. Qi Luo said while smilingly signaling Huang Daxian to go under the eaves to get out of the rain. The first key point, find someone to ask. This, but anyone who understands folklore should be able to understand that finding a grave off-site must be to ask people, and there are usually two kinds of people to ask. One is the older people in the neighborhood, and the other is the side branches of the family or relatives and close neighbors that remain in the area. Coincidentally, in the original story, it was these two types of people that Lulu asked about when she was looking for a grave. This sounds like it might make some sense. At the very least, there are no holes in secular logic. In the sixth installment of Dream of the Red Chamber, this process of Lulu's search for a grave is described in a very short space. Qi Luo's voice rang out, and the audience listened intently. Lulu looking for a grave. First step is first to the Rongfu gate next to the stone lions. Found a few sun-belly cool people. That is to say, she ran into a group of people at the entrance to the mausoleum, greeted after asking the chaperone room where Joe Master, the so-called accompanying room, or when it is to serve people after death. Naturally, it is to help them guard the tomb. At the bemused sound, the audience took a deep breath. In two simple sentences, something in the original becomes specifically referenced imagery in Zillow's mouth. It's weird, but it makes sense when you think about it. The group started out by just having Lulu wait on the sidelines, but immediately after the stroke, an old man appeared. In the original, it says this, inside. An older one said, "Why if you miss him?" and then pointed the way to Lulu. This is the first step in the search for the grave, asking the grave for the old man. In a short while, Lulawai came to the place that the old man indicated. Then she pulled a group of children and asked them about the house of Zhou Dinyang. The children answered like this, "Which Zhou Dinyang? We have several Zhou Dinyang here?" And Lulu returned that she was the wife's companion room. And then the children led her there in a very clear way. It's obvious that this child knows Auntie Zhou, either as a side branch of the family or as a close neighbor of a relative. This, then, is the second part of the search for graves, the kindred pointing graves. After spilling out these words, Qi Luo let out a long breath, and then looked at the crowd with a smile. In just over 200 words in the original text, the secular process of finding a grave is followed from beginning to end. Therefore, I don't think it's too much of a problem for de Sienner to say that once Lulu entered the Grand View Garden she was searching for a grave. Of course, if you guys still don't think you can fully corroborate it, that's fine. Let's move on. Look at the second key point, find the one that runs things. Chapter 53, Cyber Yellow Immortal surprises the whole field. Finding the grave of the principal first. Rain on the eaves, beads splashing mud, cold air. Since the body whistling rolled over, was the rain beat on the ground of rotting leaves densely packed, At first glance, looks like some kind of overlapping chaotic footprints. Ghosts hit the wall like wandering. Cannot find the direction. Zyro cleared his throat and turned to continue. The second key point. Finding the graveyard circle in charge. This sentence, I think you will find it absurd at first, but if you think about it carefully, you will realize that it also has an extremely deep meaning. Zyro grinned, inclining his head to look at Wang Tai-sin. Is Dyson tired of standing? Why don't you sit down for a while? I reckon it'll be a while. Come on. I'm watching you live. The little job whole thing is quite interesting. Feelings to invite me out is to increase traffic. Ha. The audience people were dumbfounded. All of them staring at the screen with their mouths hanging open. Jesus Christ. What did I just hear? That Wang Tai-sin, who was invited by the anchor with the invitation tune, even knows how to live broadcast? It can even speak the language of rubbing traffic and sucking in fans at the drop of a hat? Where the did I go? Not only the audience, even Qi Luo feels some only surprised. His expression complex stared at Huang Daxian for a while, before he spoke in a broken voice. You still understand this? What is there not to understand? Huang Daxian snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Daxian, I am also advancing with the times. Okay, this is not a few days ago. I do not know where to come a few small yellow-haired children, singing the invocation of God tune to invite me to the live broadcast. I got up behind one of them and he immediately said to the viewers on the air, See, this is what I call singing the Northeast God's tune, inviting the old immortal cyber. You young people, TSK. Meaningful exclamations were heard, and the audience in the broadcast room laughed at the same time. The scene, at last, had a relaxed atmosphere for the first time since Qi Luo had started his live broadcast, but immediately afterward, he was led back by Qi Luo's slow and easy few words. Then let's ask the old cyber fairy to wait while we continue to wrestle this out. I don't know if you all have been studying and reading properly these days, but if you have, you should know who Zhou Rui's family meets after taking Lu to the Jia mansion in the 6th installment. The words fell, and a pop-up drifted by in a whirlwind. If I remember correctly, I should have taken him directly to Wang Shifeng, right? That's right, did take her to see Wang Shifeng. Zyro nodded gently, affirming the pop-up's answer. So don't you guys think that it's weird? Strange? When Qi Luo threw out this topic, the audience frowned at the same time. Where is this strange? When I read it, I clearly feel that the writing is very silky. The content did not go through the brain. Immediately read through. Why is it strange? First of all, who is Lu? A countryside crone. Even if there is a relationship with the Jia family, it's through her son-in-law and the Wang family that the relationship arises out of the 8 rods. This kind of relationship, put in the ancient kind of patriarchal plans of the era of extremely elaborate, put in the Jia house this kind of especially valued affinity and etiquette of the big family, as if it is no different from the outsiders. Then we're looking at what Wang Shifeng is? Jia Pardon's daughter-in-law, Jia Lian's wife, the first eldest grandson's daughter-in-law of the Ronghua house, and even more essentially the head steward of the Jia house. Now, let me ask you all 2 questions. Zyro adjusted his breathing and cast a calm and collected gaze toward the camera. First, an old woman from the countryside who has almost no connection to the Jia mansion, and she gets to face the house administrator straight away on her first visit to the mansion? Do you think that's reasonable? Second, as a companion servant of the Jia mansion, you introduced a countrywoman with no connection to the Jia mansion directly to Wang Shifeng. Do you think this appropriate? Once the 2 questions were asked, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly fell into deep thought. This seems really unreasonable and inappropriate. When I watched it before, I only thought that this Lu was quite lucky, and she was treated with hospitality the first time she went back to the Jia house. But it was only after being interpreted in this way by Zyro that he realized that there was simply a big problem here. In ancient times that kind of hierarchical, in the context of the Jia house this kind of high family, Yu Lu Laowei how virtue and ability can see on Wang Shifeng this kind of character, whether it is in love or in reason. In the context of the times, there was no way for Lu to get in touch with Wang Shifeng. Even if Zhou Rui's family wanted to introduce her, it was impossible to do so. So, the general way of dealing with this situation, basically to Zhou Rui family that step is resolved, either to send a couple of sentences to let go back, or to give some food and money to put off. But on the contrary, Zhou Rui's family has been introduced, and Wang Shifeng has met them. That doesn't make sense anyway, does it? Qi Luo smiled faintly, a few hints of mystery running through his gaze. But if, on the other hand, Lu is going to look for a grave, then everything instantly makes sense. The steeply drawn-out coda is invigorating as the rain pours down. The audience gathered their minds and ears in unison to listen intently. I don't know if you've ever heard of the phrase that is used specifically in worshipping a familial or group Hopewell burial complex. This saying is called, a filial son pays homage to his master's grave, and an outsider pays homage to his master's grave. A layman's explanation is that when worshipping this kind of mass grave, filial sons and relatives must first worship the one with the greatest seniority in the family, and if outsiders worship the grave for business, they must worship the main grave of that family that can take charge of things, and first create a connection with him and greet him before they can continue to worship. Now, doesn't everyone look back at that previous series of bewildering maneuvers and instantly become enlightened? The clear voice, accompanied by the pattering rain, reached the ears of the crowd. In front of the screen, their expressions were complicated while their eyes were incredibly saddened. Bottom line, with just a single sentence, Qi Luo completely dispersed the deep fog covering their hearts. Yeah, if you look at Zhou Rui's family as the spirit guardians and Lu Lu as the outsiders who have something to come to seek and visit the grave, it couldn't have made more sense to take her to the grave of the head housekeeper, Wang Shifeng, to explain her intentions first. For a while, the screen began to flutter with pop-ups, and the vast majority of people used words like awesome and enlightened to express their feelings of shock at this moment. Qi Luo didn't care too much about it, and after raising his hand and rubbing it under his nose, he finally looked at the bored old cyber immortal beside him and opened his mouth with a smile. It's over on my end. Now then, would the great immortal please take us to Wang Shifeng's grave? If I'm not mistaken, there's a lot of information on that mound. It should be more than all the previous ones combined. It's all going to be big, right? P.S. Thank you, Flobo Yuan, Giant King of the Gift, 4 chapters plus more today, 2 chapters tomorrow, 2 chapters, to ensure quality. Sent out later. Thank you again for your support. Chapter 54, Lu smells the corpse and sees the burial goods. +1. The incomparably casual sentence easily planted a fascination in the hearts of the crowd. The sense of anticipation sharply pulled up. Even some people are beginning to cyber old fairy slightly hobbling pace secretly slander up. Feel that it slows down the pace of going to Wang Shifeng grave to observe the decryption. The night is deeper than just now. The wind and rain corridors on both sides of the old redwood engraved with traces of wind erosion, facing the weak light at first glance, like a blurred blood handprints were accidentally covered up. Breathing, repeated sharply to the rhythm of the wind's leaps. Huang Xianer led the way in the front. Qi Luo followed closely behind him until they entered and exited the 2 archways together, and after circling around the second connecting corridor, they finally arrived before a hall with a luxurious lintel. This is the place. Huang Xian pointed forward with his walking stick with care. The corner of his mouth skimmed several times. This is the grave of the main event that day they brought Mrs. Lu here, the so-called first to worship the grave of the main event, so as to be able to talk about the Yin karma in an orderly manner. That old Mrs. Lu and the Jia family's Yin karmic relationship started here. It spoke as it took 2 steps forward, once again picking up its cane and poking open the wooden door that was vermilion in color from the wear and tear of old time. LOL. In the ear-piercing sound of the door shaft, the dim light spread straight down, and there were a few hints of dust floating in the air, like some dark box that had been sealed for 1,000 years had been opened. The camera, moving slowly, pushed forward to meet the ghastly white, thin light, and the audience was immediately shown the furnishings within. I have to say, after all, was once named the Grand View Garden Place, this house has all the furniture, ancient, and a luxury but not lose elegance. For a moment, the crowd was in a trance, as if they had traveled to that sultry afternoon more than 300 years ago since they followed the camera into the house, following a country crone possessed by the yellow fairy and stepping into a world they had never seen before. Just whether this world is fake or real, whether it is the abode of men or the lonely grave of ghosts, they can't be conclusive. Nah, this is that day to worship the grave. You want to see and take a closer look. Anyway, in my opinion, whether it is that day or today, this is a dead place with no life, and these objects are dead. Can it not be a mound? Huang Dexian said in an incomparably casual manner, and then propped up his walking stick and leaped onto a futon placed at the base of the wall. His head tilted, and the next moment, his eyes were closed and he fell asleep, like thunderous snoring. The audience is a little crying and laughing. This old fairy, but also really eat and sleep. The heart of the big don't want to get. In this regard, Qi Luo did not make any comments, but only paced around the not-so-small room under the camera's follow, and only slowly stopped and raised his eyes to look beyond the camera when the crowd's hearts were full of suspicion. All see, right? Just also took you all to stroll around. Now we speak freely. All say ah. This place you have seen after. What do you feel after seeing this place? The usual question and answer session came up. A few short seconds later, pop-ups appeared on the screen. It's just like some of the ancient rooms I've visited before. It's similar to some of the ancient rooms I've visited before. The furnishings are a bit more elaborate and the decorations are a bit more refined. Other than that, it's just not there. No, you're telling me this is a graveyard? A chair in there is enough to buy a 3-bedroom apartment, right? If this thing is really a graveyard, I'll be the first to sign up to guard the grave. It hasn't been inhabited for some days, and it feels more or less empty, but other than that it's pretty normal. I really don't see why it should be associated with a cemetery. Once again, the will of the audience was united as never before, and in their opinion, even if the god of heaven came, there was no way to describe such a classical residence that was so normal that it could not be any more normal as a grave of ghosts and monsters. In this world, how can there be such a crooked reasoning of inverting the Big Dipper and calling a deer a horse? Zyro didn't say anything the entire time, just staring at the bars as they floated past the pop-ups and smiling. Finally, when the audience was much less vocal than it had been, he opened his mouth with a flourish. Understand, when I was 14 years old, my mom brought me to the imperial capital for the first time, when I happened to make a trip to the Prince Gong's palace, and at that time I looked at these places with the exact same idea as everyone else, that they were just houses inhabited by large families hundreds of years ago, and that they weren't very interesting. It wasn't until I read The Red Chamber later and revisited the site again that this was realized. This place, what life is there? It's all death. A low voice, like thunder, exploded abruptly in the dimly lit room. Qiluo took a deep breath and slowly turned around to face the calligraphy and painting in the center hall hanging on the wall in front of the horrified and puzzled gazes of the crowd. When Xiao Gong writes about the Red Mansion, he never writes realistically. He never lays it out flat. He couldn't have just given everyone a grand view garden, a ghost garden too, blah blah blah. So we have to go to the original text to find the answer. To break the secret of Wang Shifeng's grave from the coincidences and hints that he hid between the lines. Come on, let's keep going back to the original article. Outside the room, the wind thundered, as if someone was turning the heavy red building with force. To respond to Qiluo's next dismantling, the audience listened sideways, each face solemn in fear of missing a single detail going forward. Almost 2/3 of the 6th installment is devoted to describing what Lu Lulu saw and did in Wang Shifeng's house. What I want to tell you is that in fact, Lord Chao never covered up or hid anything, and he told all of us the truth from the very first step Lu Lulu stepped into Wang Shifeng's residence. Here is the grave. The 6th is written in this way. Lu Lulu into Wang Shifeng house, said this Lu Lulu into the room. After a burst of aroma, let her feel like smell after the whole person into the clouds and mist in general. She looked at the past, only to feel that the room is full of gold dazzling, dizzying. After smelling this smell and seeing these objects, what did Lu Lulu do immediately afterward? She immediately smacked her lips and recited the Buddha. As he said this, Qiluo suddenly turned to look at the camera, a meaningful smile flowing from the corner of his mouth. Gentlemen, come and see. These few short sentences, isn't it informative enough? Isn't the description creepy enough to send chills down your spine? He said so, but the audience in front of the screen remained confused. Anchor, I really don't understand. Describing a smell, describing the objects in the room is just a description. Where is the spookiness in that? The reason you don't think it's creepy is because you don't even know what Laura smelled or saw? Zyro smiled and shook his head. It's the information age. I think we should have all read a lot of Toon rating novels, movies, and TV shows, right? Then you must be no strangers to two things. One is a corpse scent. The second is burial pieces. Chapter 55, the most terrifying episode, entering the burial mound, opening the 100-year-old coffin, and smelling the underworld bell, extra 2. Cold light wrapped in the rain. In the center of the camera decorated with a unique scene of misty and bleak, like a dense net woven by the chi of heaven and earth, wrapping Qiluo tightly into it. He stood there calmly, the corners of his mouth especially with a smile, but the viewers in the live broadcast room, but they could not laugh at all. They felt that they must have fallen asleep. Or maybe everything they saw and heard just now was just the aftermath of watching the live broadcast too mesmerizingly before. Corpse incense, burial goods. Is this the kind of explanation a proper masterpiece interpretation anchor can give? This interpretation, not to mention whether it is or is not stripped of the original text and whether it is the author's intention, just throwing them out on their own, the viewer would probably shake his head and say that it's too much. What kind of a metaphysical story is this about a set of skins? But today, right now, the man who was considered by all to be rigorous and extremely logical really told an outrageous story to the full 2 million plus people in front of the screen. Silence became the main theme of the moment. Countless pairs of puzzled and bewildered eyes, through the small electronic components in front of them, looked at Qiluo in the light and shadow, even forgetting to send out pop-ups, unable to speak for a long time. It's hard to accept, isn't it? Think The Red Chamber is a classic book anyway, and it's too abrupt to explain it in terms of something from a Toon rating novel movie? But really, it may not. He shrugged softly, smiling and shaking his head. Corpse scent. This stuff has been around since ancient times, and the current more official explanation says this. The so-called corpse incense, that is to say, after a corpse decays, because of the decomposition of microorganisms, it will produce some special gases, and because of the difference in the human body's structure and the difference in the way of burial, this odor sometimes exists in the form of scent. Inhaling corpse incense easily produces symptoms such as dizziness and shortness of breath, and in severe cases, it can even be briefly hallucinogenic. Qi Luo spoke word for word, fearing that the audience in front of the screen would not be able to hear and affect the subsequent interpretation. It's a corpse scent. It's something that has been examined and actually exists. Now then, let's go back to the original text. Remember the first reaction of Lulu when she entered the room? Smelling an unnamed fragrance, and then falling like a cloud. I would like to ask you all, what kind of incense can make you fall like a cloud in an instant? Sandalwood? Musk? Fruit incense? If these incenses wanted to achieve this effect, I'm afraid they would have to be piled up in a whole room, right? So, this aroma that made Lulu instantly fall into the clouds is the corpse scent. It can only be a corpse fragrance. The silence of the crowd in front of the screen grew even greater in the deliberately elevated trailing tone. They do not know at this moment in the end what to say. If it is alone on the corpse incense, this two words, anyone who comes will not combine it with the dream of the red chamber. But after listening to Qi Luo on the analysis of those words, the people feel that this explanation as if, again, makes perfect ing sense. Not. So whose problem is this anyway? Are we really reading the same version of Dream of the Red Chamber? Of course, to conclude it as a necrotic scent on the basis of a mere whiff of aroma is, as you will no doubt say, outrageous. It's okay, everyone be a little patient, because if there's a corpse scent there must be a corpse. Next I'll lead you to the source of the corpse and then dispel this mystery. So saying, he raised his hand and leaned against the wooden chair at his side, moving his overexercised ankle in the process. In the original text, immediately after describing the strange aroma, it switches from an olfactory description to a visual one, writing about what Lulu sees, a room full of dazzling golden light that makes people dizzy. Gentlemen, come on, don't look at me for a moment. Zyro raised his hand and slapped it on the back of his chair, using it to draw the crowd's attention. You take a good look at this house. This place is actually very restore the red building in the decorative furnishings, and in recent years has been maintained very well. There are antique bottles and jars. There are bronze mirrors and tea lights. May I ask you, have ever had the feeling that the golden light is dazzling? Even a tiny bit? The question was asked and the crowd pursed their lips. After a long time, the pop-ups that drifted in unison from the screen gave Qi Luo the answer at the same time. No. Yeah. Qi Luo spread his hands. Don't you guys think this is strange? Even if it's daytime, even if the light is bright, but no matter what, it wouldn't produce the feeling of golden light and dizziness. That's really too much. But what if it's in the mausoleum's underground palace? What if what Lulu saw that day was a gold burial object that hadn't been buried down for long? Boom, boom, boom. The moment the words fell, the audience only felt as if their minds had been struck by a thunderbolt from the sky, instantly splitting apart. Yeah, why didn't I think to go here? If they were burial goods, wouldn't those extremely high quality and pure gold objects be glittering with gold? But who doesn't get dizzy and confused when they look at it if the amount is large enough? All of the irrationality slowly began to make sense in this moment, even if the arguments used to explain them are just too metaphysical and bizarre. But reason is reason and facts are facts. Even if the King of Heaven came, he had to recognize it. The audience began to feel endless emotions in their hearts, and Qi Luo spoke once again. Now, everyone should know what Lulu has smelled and heard respectively after she first entered Wang Shifeng's home, right? Then again, it wouldn't be surprising to see her follow up that action. The text says that Lulu, only nodding her head and smacking her lips to recite the Buddha's name. If there's no support for what I've interpreted before, it's actually quite strange behavior, right? For example, if you go to someone's house as a guest, and when you enter the door, you don't do anything, you just start chanting Buddha with your hands folded. If I were the host family, I would kick you out in a minute. But if you are in the tomb, first smelling the aroma of corpses, then seeing the floor full of gold glittering burial objects, the whole person's liver and gall blown and faint, will inevitably think of chanting the Buddha's name to dispel the fear in your heart, declaring that you have no intention of offending. This is the correct and most reasonable. The emotional sound of the voice reached everyone's ears through the microphone. The crowd straightened their backs and couldn't stop taking deep breaths. It was definitely an extremely long 10 minutes, but also the most exciting and fulfilling. They watched as Qi Luo transferred and grafted such outlandish concepts as corpse incense and burial goods into the Red Mansion, and then gave a sufficiently convincing interpretation. It's so damn enjoyable. Well, I'm sure that if I've gotten this far, there should be a portion of the audience that's slowly starting to shift into my position, but there will still be viewers who feel there are still holes and shortcomings. It doesn't matter. Remember what I said before? Since there's corpse incense and burial goods, there's bound to be a corpse source. Then next, I'll help you all find the source of this corpse, just like Lulu in the Red Chamber. Enter the accompanying grave, open the century-old coffin, and smell the underworld bell. Chapter 56, Structuring Shifeng's Courtyard with a Tomb Construction Plan. Tomb Raider also learns from Qi Luo City, Hunan Province. In a small mountain village in the Mongshan mountain region, the few stars hung high above his head, emitting an imperceptible shimmering light. No one knew that hidden in a scrubby dead bush closest to the brow of the hill was a tent that almost blended in with the night. Between the skies, occasional old crows raucously swept by. Within the tent, a young man of 23 or 24 years old pouted and knelt down to the ground, gazing unseeingly at the screen of lined antiques and bland figures, his face full of sighs. Fourth child, playing king again? You're not sleeping. You're working in the middle of the night. Where will you get the strength to dig a hole if you don't get a good night's rest? Not long after, a much older figure bowed into the tent and glanced at the young man before uttering a rebuke. No, Uncle San. I'm studying. The young man didn't turn around, and returned straight away, then began to flip up a dirty book pressed under his elbow. Yo-ho, you virtue even know to learn? What is it? Read the I Ching or Feng Shui book. Seriously, do our profession really need to learn more? No, I read Red House. The middle-aged man was so full of words that they clogged up in his throat, and he almost didn't take a breath. Look at that. What's with the male love and the female love? Can't you do something serious? Third uncle, you don't understand. This is the right thing to do. The young man called fourth child turned and looked over, handing over the threadbare edition of Dream of the Red Chamber in his hand. Dream of the Red Chamber is a ghost book, Uncle 3. There are cemeteries everywhere. We look for graves to find so hard. It would be better to directly follow this Qi Luo talk to steal it. I've got it all planned out. Let's go to the Grand View Garden first, and go in and catch Wang Shifeng's tomb and give him a shovel. There's a lot of gold and silver in there. It's just a matter of getting 2 gas masks. I hear there's hallucinogenic corpse incense. The middle-aged man's brain buzzed in the gushing voice, and only when his nephew finally got the time to breathe a sigh of relief did this come out with a blank expression. So, wait a minute. What did you just say about stealing? The Grand View Garden? I don't read much, but I remember this place is fictional, right? You go here to rob the tomb. What do you think, Uncle San? You really don't read much. Who says this place is fictional? The man Qi Luo has said that the Grand View Garden is real, and it's also a graveyard. Real existence, the middle-aged man muttered, his eyes casting a suspicious glance at the young man. In where? The palace of King Gong. Pop. There was a crunching sound, caused by the redoubt being slapped straight onto Four's head. Pop. A crunch was the cue for Zillow to slap the back of his chair again, to wake up the audience's attention. At this point, a full 5 minutes had passed since he had uttered those appalling words. The audience, wrapped in the depths of silence, struggled to put those 12 words of the zone into place, but unfortunately, they find themselves unable to even accurately disentangle the literal meaning of the words, let alone relate them to the Grand View Garden, one of the red mansions. In a daze, the clock belonging to 11 o'clock in the middle of the night finally struck, and the rain, which had been falling all day, finally showed signs of coming to an end. Finding the source of the corpse. In fact, it is not as difficult as everyone thinks. The familiar voice came with the wind, and the tormented state was swept away. In the field of view, Qi Luo leaned calmly on the back of the chair, holding an antique bamboo cup in his hand and casually playing with it. Now if you have Dream of the Red Chamber on hand, you can read through the 6th installment and then answer me one question. After Lulu entered Wang Shifeng's mansion, which people did she meet and how many places did she go in total? Following Qi Luo's question, the crowd didn't hesitate and turned the pages of the books at hand, skimming through them as fast as they could. After a long time, a pop-up slowly slid across the screen. She and Zhou Ruwei family into the courtyard first went to the inverted hall, and then led by Zhou Ruwei family through the shadow wall to the east room, where the first person to see is Pinger. The first person she saw was Pinger. Then she saw 1 or 2 dozen women, and immediately afterward she went next to Wang Shifeng's main room and met Wang Shifeng. The sprawling text, spread out in the center of the field of vision. Qi Luo read it carefully and nodded with a smile. This pop-up says it all. Indeed, this description, which adds up to about 500 words, is read by many as a running paragraph used for daily narrative. But it is not. It tells us 2 extraordinarily important messages. First, this layout and the route that Lulu traveled are completely the regular layout of the tomb. Second, this tomb of Wang Shifeng, it is a burial tomb. What? What the hell? The layout of the tomb? The burial chamber? The crowd in front of the screen was dumbfounded, half speechless. No, how can this be seen? This is obviously a very conventional depiction of the layout of the courtyard. How come it is related to the burial tomb? As he was thinking about it, Zyro pulled a whiteboard out of nowhere and smoothly settled down on a wooden chair, his eyes on the camera. Doesn't that sound a bit esoteric? That's okay, I'll draw a picture and you'll understand afterward. As he spoke, he raised his hand and quickly drew on the whiteboard, and as everyone watched, they saw a drawing similar to the shape of an eye, with the area above the two horizontals divided into several rectangular spaces. The two rectangular spaces at the bottom have ear chamber written on them. The vertical one in the middle has tunnel written on it, and the wordwork at the top is divided into 3 parts. The one in the middle is main chamber, the one on the right is burial chamber, and the one on the left is outer chamber. The top part of the wordwork was divided into 3 parts. The one in the center was the main chamber, the one on the right was the burial chamber, and the one on the left was the outer coffin chamber. There. After doing so, Shi Luo put aside his pen for the time being and looked at the crowd with a smile. What I just drew was a very classic and common layout of a burial tomb. Now, let's go back to the original, and let me take you to retrace the path that Lu Lu traveled. That pop-up just now said that the first place Lu Lu went to after entering the courtyard was called the inverted hall. What is the inverted hall? Simply put, it's the place closest to the south in the ancient courtyard where sundry things are kept or inhabited by the subordinates. And as it happens, the first chamber seen in a typical burial tomb is called the ear chamber, and its function, too, is to stack objects. Both, in the same location, have similar functions. Zyro drew a circle on the ear chamber with a red pen, then led a line from the side and around into the canal. In the original text, after spending some time in the inverted hall, Lu Lu was guided forward through the shadow wall by Zhou Ruijia. After speaking of the shadow wall, Zyro gave a lurch and drew a door at the end of the tunnel. Companion tombs are usually distributed in multiple chambers, and multiple chambers naturally have multiple tomb doors. The one before the ear chamber is called the tomb door, and the one at the end of the tunnel corresponds to the chamber door. And this, as it happens, corresponds respectively to the courtyard gate of Wang Shifeng's courtyard. And this shadow wall just now, turning the shadow wall, they went to the east room, and in the east room they met Pinger. Qi Luo's brush stroke stalled on the words, accompanying burial chamber, in the space on the right side, and immediately after that there were no 7 turns either, but they went through the main hall, and went into the west side of the house. That is, Wang Shifeng's bedroom, and met Wang Shifeng here. See, gentlemen. When he was finished, Zyro closed the cap of his pen and let out a long breath. Wang Shifeng's main house is tightly connected to the east house, which is exactly the same structure as the burial chamber in a companion tomb that is closely connected to the main chamber. Now if you connect what I said before, you'll realize that these 500 short words are a completely accurate description of a burial tomb, containing her line of travel. There isn't a single discrepancy. What is this if not going into a tomb? In a bemused voice, Qi Luo rose from the wooden chair, but before he could move a step out of the room, a pop-up screen surfaced steeply. Speaking really, persuade me not. As far as I know, the ancient people's mausoleums are basically imitation of the style of residential construction. You use them to corroborate each other certainly can be fit. This is a solitary evidence. Cannot explain the problem. Lone witness? Zillow smiled and grinned. You can say it's lone evidence. Then if I say that the first thing that Lu did after entering the burial chamber that day was to open the coffin and see the corpse, do you still think that this is lone evidence? Chapter 57, 8 characters inferring the source of the corpse. Shifeng's tomb has a double accompanying the burial? Cold. Still cold. Many, even subconsciously shrunk their necks and clasped their arms. The viewers in the live broadcast room all know that the introduction of Qi Luo's layout of Wang Shifeng's courtyard in those 10 minutes or so was just a plate of appetizers used to heat up the atmosphere. And the next cool fight, I guess, it's his response to that pop-up about the orphaned evidence. Open the museum and see the body. In the room, Qi Luo finally took that step. The smile on his face did not diminish. Straight away from the place he had previously introduced as the main hall, lifted the curtains of the east bedroom, and slowly walked in. The light suddenly dimmed. The dust floating in the air was dense and messy, as if it had really opened the long silent burial chamber in general. The camera, slowly advancing through the misty barrier, the crowd realized that this place was much plainer in terms of both the size of the space and the decorative decor compared to the previous main hall. Qi Luo stood quietly at the doorway, raising his eyes to scan around the room before speaking faintly. This is the east room mentioned in the original article, where Lu meets Pinger. Oh, no. Qi Luo suddenly changed his words. Strictly speaking, it should be that Lu walked into the burial chamber, saw a burial coffin, And then, she opened the coffin. Open casket? Once again, the crowd heard those two words. So, according to the anchor, this coffin opened by Lu is the coffin of Pinger, Wang Shifeng's maid? This is too much of a stretch, isn't it? With this in mind, the audience immediately went to look down and flip through the book, and within 2 to 3 minutes, some people even flipped to the 7th chapter, but still did not find a hint of clues about Lu's open coffin in the East Room. Inside, clouds of doubt lay thick, and Zyro chose to intervene in a timely manner after reading a few questioning and unsettling pop-ups. If you can't find it, you don't need to find it for a while, because this is sort of a hidden egg that Chao Gong buried between the lines. If you don't know enough about the funeral culture of Kyushu, it might not be easy to find. Funeral culture, for simple words, like the key to unlocking a magical door, made the audience can't help but sigh in unison, not to mention whether or not the ones he disassembled today were reliable and reasonable. The anchor's knowledge alone was frighteningly broad. Astrological geography, folklore techniques, feng shui metaphysics. Today, with the lift of another hand, he has opened up and introduced a whole new field, funeral culture. A sense of anticipation that climbs dramatically. Under the gaze of countless gazes, Chi Luo gathered his sleeves, his lips slightly opened, and in a hoarse but clear voice, he uttered these words. That coffin inside the burial chamber belongs to Pinger. Why do I say that Lu opened the coffin here? The reason is actually very simple. Because she saw a corpse that was as good as fake. In the original article, this is how it describes the scene that Lu saw when she walked into the East Room. Lu saw Pinger covered in damask, inserted with gold and silver. 8 words. Just these 8 words. Zyro raised his voice violently, and his right hand made an 8 in the air. Chao Gong is the one who used the 8 words, with damask all over, inserted with gold and silver, to outline a coffin and a corpse. What? Countless question marks from the audience's brain speedily slipped through. A face of dumbfounded they. A moment some cannot turn the corner. No. Are you kidding me? That's it? On the basis of such mediocre 8 words, you can judge that there is a coffin in the East Room. You can decide that Pinger is a corpse. And you can conclude that Lu has opened the coffin and seen the corpse? This is too much bull ********. The whole screen, in an instant, was climbed with question marks and ellipses. Chi Luo just smiled and watched. Not anxious, not slow. After a full 3 minutes, seeing that the audience's excitement had calmed down a bit, he spoke with a light smile. These 8 words, everyone should seem to find them quite normal, right? To write about costumes in the first sentence and decorations in the second. In any novel in this world, it's all just meaningless idle strokes, isn't it? But alas, it's off in the Red Chamber. Alas, the location where it appears is the chapter where the whole chapter describes the graveyard shenanigans. These 8 characters, then, instantly take on extraordinary significance. Zyro said so, and began to pace the East Room. Chao Gong writes about people with highly personal characteristics, and in the Red Mansion, when he describes almost every person, he uses costume jewelry to flesh out her image and map her character, and the maiden is no exception. But here, he extremely treasures the pen and ink, and presses on with no excessive depiction, which is actually quite inconsistent with his writing style, right? The question was asked, and a series of yes crossed the screen at once, but in the next second, Chi Luo shook his head vigorously and squeezed a smile out of the corner of his mouth. No, precisely not. These 8 words are precisely what I consider to be the divine stroke of Chao Gong's characterization in the entire Red Chamber. Yes, those 8 words are definitely weak if they depict a living person's costume jewelry, but they're just right if it's a dead person. To dismantle these 8 words, we have to look at the last 4 words, inserting gold with silver. First, with Chao Gong's technique, to describe a woman's accessories, it would never be so simple. And he would have written about hairpins, about accessories, and about details. Then why is it sketchy to use only 4 words here? Zyro paused for a moment and met the puzzled gaze of the crowd by extending 4 fingers of his left hand. Because he's personifying the other 4 words in the Kyushu funeral culture, left gold, right silver. There is a book called Burial Customs of the 9 States, which testifies to the saying that when arranging the burial goods inside the coffin, the gold utensils are usually placed to the left side of the deceased's head, and the silver utensils to the right side of the deceased, in order to take the meaning of balancing yin and yang and to expect that the deceased will be able to reincarnate in a better way. Therefore, the insertion of gold and silver here is by no means a scribbling move by Chao Gong, but precisely a message he is sending to us with an extremely subtle use of chemistry. On that sweltering afternoon, Lu, who had entered the burial chamber, was emboldened to see a lacquered red coffin. She opened the coffin and probed in. She then saw a peacefully sleeping face and the gold and silver burial objects placed on either side of her head. Based on this, we can also then deduce what the first 4 words imply. Can anyone Can tell me? On the live feed, there was silence for a while. After a long time, a pop-up finally drifted ghostly across the room. Murphy, it's a birthday suit? Correct. Qi Luo nodded and affirmed the audience's answer. Since the Qing dynasty, silk satin has been used as the main raw material for the deceased's funeral clothes, which is what Qiao Gong wrote down as Qiluo. To be covered in Qiluo is not to be fully clothed in birthday clothes. A clear voice that blends into the viscous night. The heavy rain that filled the sky had stopped at some point, leaving only endless puddles and sludge visible everywhere. In the live broadcast room, the air was cold to the extreme. The viewers recalled those 8 words just now, and at this moment, they finally felt a chill run violently up their spine. However, before they could completely regain their energy, Qi Luo suddenly said something coldly, causing the already stagnant atmosphere to completely fall into an icy Jedi. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I'd like to tell you all a very dodgy secret. You know, there's actually more than just one coffin in this burial chamber. It is actually a double burial tomb. Chapter 58. The second coffin belongs to Sister Qiao, and the ghost baby is buried under the underworld bell. +3, the camera, after Zyro says those last words, jerks out to an empty scene. Between the fluttering movements, it was firmly locked to the mottled wall on the right side of the east room, and even though it looked casual, it always made people feel that there was a deeper meaning inside. The audience raised their hands to touch their cheeks, which were slightly burned from the shock of overdoing it, and their eyes followed the camera. However, what appeared in the field of vision was nothing more than an empty wall and a dark, unknown object hanging above it. There was a portion of people who even stared at that object for a long time, racking their brains for a long time before sighing helplessly. I seemed to be watching the live broadcast to see the bewildered, inadvertently turned into a bird with a bow, a small hand tremor of the photographer. They were derived from endless ambiguities. In the future, I'm afraid I'll have to control how often I watch Qi Luo's live broadcasts, or else he'll be the first to enter a mental hospital before he's finished completely dismantling Dream of Red Mansions. The clock, still ticking tirelessly, Huang Daxian, who was nestled in the corner of the main hall, continued to release his earth-shattering snores. At some point, Zillow finally stops his pacing and, followed by the camera, slowly marches to the bottom of the wall on the right, looking up at the special object hanging on the wall as the audience had done before. The point of view of the double burial tomb. I guess there should be a lot of people to spray me after I raised it. To be honest, when I first discovered this hidden viewpoint, even I felt that it was a bit too outrageous. He didn't look at the screen, and the whole time, it was like he was talking to himself. And at the same time, the pop-up screen, which had been silent for a long time, slowly began to become active. The anchor doesn't need to be estimated because I've already started spraying you. To be honest, I can accept that Pinger is the burial maid, but I really can't accept that there is another person to be buried with. It's very simple. Besides Pinger, has Lulu seen anyone else? It can't be the heir accompanying the tomb, can it? The problem is here. Anchor explained the process I put the 6th time but read word by word. That east room, indeed. From beginning to end only appeared Pinger, accompanied by burial. There must be someone must have a body. Qiao Gong did not write the second person. How to accompany the burial? First time I've strongly questioned and rebutted an anchor, for reasons just stated by someone else, and I want to express, unbecoming. When a pop-up screen that looked rather different from the others appeared, Qi Luo instantly became interested, and he put his hands behind his back and opened his mouth meaningfully to ask each other. I just saw a pop-up saying that the double burial tomb argument I put forward is not in line with the rules of etiquette, right? That's quite interesting. Can you elaborate? After hearing Qi Luo's shout, that mysterious netizen didn't refuse and started responding with pop-ups. I actually have a little research on the funeral culture of Kyushu. You said left gold right silver, I agree. But the double burial on the bull *******. Double burial only 2 cases. The first is 2 people in different burial chamber. But according to you, Wang Shifeng's mausoleum from beginning to end only a burial chamber. The second, if it has to be in the same burial chamber, then the 2 people accompanying the burial either have the same status, or there is a reason why they must be buried in the same chamber. But can you find me a maid in Wang Shifeng's courtyard who is of equal status to Pinger? Nor can you find that one who must be buried with Pinger. Can you? That viewer's hand speed was extremely fast, and within a short span of a few dozen seconds, he was posting a sprawling litany of arguments on the pop-up screen. The crowd watched intently, calling out to the good guys. Sure enough, those who watch Qi Luo's live broadcast are all cultured people. In that case, I'll specify the same. Thus begins the encounter between 2 cultured men who also understand Kyushu's funeral customs. The audience all smiled and cast glances towards Qi Luo in the camera, wanting to see exactly what he would explain. And as it turned out, He pressed on without a hint of nervousness, smiling and brooding for a few seconds before nodding and speaking calmly. That's a good point. And it does speak of something tangible and well documented in the funeral culture of the Kyushu, and I really want to give you a super pipe for it, but only after I've finished rebutting it to you. He cracked a small joke, taking advantage of the situation to move around a bit, and his voice became a little lighter than before. In the funeral culture of Kyushu, it is true that there is double burials in different rooms, and the same room must have the same lapel, but this is the general situation. The world is a big place and people are different. This thing called propriety, it does exist and often binds people, but there is a situation where it can never be bound. Even if the one who breaks free from it knows that she will be subjected to blank stares, will be deeply cursed, and will give birth to countless mischiefs if she doesn't follow the rites of passage, but she will still do it without a second thought. No other, only love. In front of the camera, Zillow speaks in a voice that is vicariously broken. Behind the camera, the crowd was silent for a while. On the one hand, they couldn't understand what Chi Luo was saying. On the other hand, they heard a flavor of pathos and sadness from these few words filled with emotion. This, what is it for? The usual doubts arose again, not allowing them to spend time speculating and thinking. Chi Luo once again turned to look at the object like that hanging on the west wall and spoke in a deep voice. To answer that audience member's query, we still have to look for the answer in the original Red Chamber text. Everyone turned to the book at hand. In the sixth time Lulu first met Pinger in that paragraph in a careful search. See if you can find this accompanying burial chamber in the second coffin. The words fell, and the people did as they were told. Only this time, each of them emptied themselves of all selfish thoughts and began to bury their heads in a word-by-word search. Finally, a minute later, a steep pop-up appeared. I found it! I found it! What the anchor said is not wrong. Pinger is indeed not the only one in this episode. It says in the original text this east room is where Jia Lian's daughter, big sister, sleeps. That's right. Chi Luo nodded. The second companion in this double companion tomb is Jia Lian's daughter as mentioned in the pop-up just now. That is, Sister Qiao. Sister Qiao. Ghost baby? In an instant, a term drifted through the minds of the crowd like lightning. If he remembered correctly, Chi Luo had spoken on the first day of the live broadcast that Sister Qiao was not a normal baby, but a ghost baby. So now, it looks like it's forming a closed loop. Since it was a ghost baby, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with saying she was the second mourner. But the question is, where's the evidence? You can't just say that Coquette is a pallbearer based on that one sentence alone, can you? That's a bit too abrupt. As the crowd was thinking about it, the same viewer who had previously argued with Chi Luo sent another pop-up. Coquette? That's even more impossible. According to the funeral etiquette I mentioned before, Sister Qiao was not a maid, and Pinger was not buried together. So how could she be buried together? You understand etiquette, but you don't understand feelings, Zyro whispered. Elsewhere, he looked up, towards the old object hanging on the west wall, and in a voice low to the ground, he spoke slowly. You want reasons? Then I'll give you reasons. The answer. That's it. This mouth has been silently fulfilling a special mission for 300 years in a dark underground mausoleum. The Underworld Bell. Chapter 59 Interpreting the Underworld Bell with Humanity. Burial of family in the Grand View Garden. +4. The Underworld Bell? The crowd's eyes moved slowly along with the close-up given by the camera, murmuring those three words in their minds. So, this is the Underworld Bell that Chi Luo mentioned half an hour ago. Enter the tomb, open the coffin, and smell the Underworld Bell? Cold, clear light flowed slowly above the spectral bell. At first glance, it looks like some old, worn-out vessels abandoned in the wild countryside, being subjected to the winds of the mountains and the moonlight, interpreting antiquity and vicissitudes to the extreme. It was indeed a bell, all black, and it presented a style that was very rare to see, distinguished from ordinary copper bell. This so-called underworld bell, the upper non-round nearly square, around the corners were ground extremely flat. Looks like it must have been years of repeated wind erosion. The lower part of the suspension of a long, thin and simple solid weight, shaped like a pendulum, but also a unique style. How to read? How creepy. Just like that, Chi Luo joined the viewers in the live broadcast room and watched the underworld bell for close to 5 minutes. It was only when the dark bell made a dull sound under the cold wind that Chi Luo opened his mouth. Why do I say it is the key to cracking the double burial tomb? The reasons are many and complex. Then, let's start from the original text and disassemble it step by step. Original? After hearing these two words, the audience was instantly at a loss. This evening live to now, they read the original text before and after no less than 3 times. Some sentences in it are almost memorized. In what nook or cranny do the words underworld clock appear? Could it be that this book I bought in the anchor's live room is a pirated copy? Then I'll designate a wave of complaints. Even if he speaks well, In doubt, Zyro's voice reappeared. The three-word spectral bell did not appear in the original text, but yes, it was depicted. Or in the section where Lu meets Pinger, which I'm sure each of you have read. That paragraph is described in this way: Lu heard a sound like playing Luosiv's surface. Fixed eyes, only to find a box hanging on the pillar. Below the hanging scale-like objects, not long after a succession of 7 or 8 rings. Above is the box, below is the scale. Let's take a look. Does it look like this object on the wall? In a bemused voice, the audience once again cast their gazes towards the underworld bell. But immediately afterward, questions were raised. It's not right. Anchor, I agree with those theories you had before, but this one I really don't agree with, and I happen to have seen one other interpretation before, said Lu into the grand view garden. See, that box-shaped object is the Western bell. How do your mouth into the labor of the underworld bell standing it? The pop-up slowly drifted by from in front of their eyes, and the viewers off-screen began to frown in thought. How does it feel? This pop-up makes more sense? The upper box and the lower scale are the body and pendulum of the clock, and the 7 or 8 strokes of the bell are the chimes. Moreover, Lu, a countryside crone, designated, is not seen this kind of novelty, explained as a Western clock, is obviously more in line with the original. Thinking about this, the audience did not hesitate to send pop-ups to express their same doubts. Zyro just watched, waiting for the crowd to express themselves soundly before speaking again to take control of the situation. See what you guys are trying to say. Western clock, right? I admit that almost 99% of the current Red researchers say that this thing is a Western clock. I don't deny their point of view, but I will likewise defend my own point of view. The only reason they interpreted that object as a Western bell was because of the form and the context of the era. I, on the other hand, think it's a spectral clock based on form, period, context, and a very special angle. A very special angle? The anchor is the Riddler again, isn't he? First, let's say shape. Chi Luo didn't respond to the screen full of question marks at first, raising his hand and pointing towards the underworld bell. The shape of the ancient bell that we generally understand is similar to the style of a cylinder with a small top and a large bottom. But the underworld bell is different. Its shape is more similar to the predecessor of the ancient bell, symbol. Now, both the upper part is square and flat, and the lower part is long and thin, which is the same as depicted in the original text. Things like symbols were not common even in ancient times, so it's not surprising that Lu didn't recognize it after seeing it for the first time. Of course, based on the shape alone, people can still refute me and say that the original description is more like a Western bell compared to a symbol. Then next, let's talk about the period context, Zyro said, turning to look at the camera. The people who say that this object is a Western clock is based on the fact that the Red Mansion was written in the Qing dynasty, and the upper class in the Qing dynasty was already after Western clocks. This is right, but the problem is, they overlooked one thing. How can you be sure that Lu hasn't seen a Western clock before? A whole new point of view, so steep that the audience was first stunned, then bewildered. Good man, do you want to hear what you're talking about? Lu, a country wife, could have seen this? The degree of openness of certain major cities in Kyushu during the Ming and Qing dynasties was actually very high, so we can't be bound by inertia. This Western clock thing is indeed rare, but are you saying that ordinary people haven't seen it before? I don't think so. Chi Luo smiled and shook his head. As we all know, the setting in which the Red Mansion became a book was the Qing dynasty, and there was a force that actually stayed on the stage of history during this period, and they were the foreign missionaries. This group of people has always been committed to tireless evangelism, and has never given up on evangelizing in the folklore. The imperial capital, as the most important and central place in Kyushu, is naturally the top priority for their evangelization. In order to preach, during the Kangxi and Qianlong period, they successively repaired 4 large churches, southeast, west, north and west church, in the imperial capital, in addition to a sizable number of some small churches. This point, not I in order to support their own ideas, confusing made up. Interested can go to see the article Preaching Western Clock Imitation Production, which has detailed historical information and facts can be supported. Also in this article, the author examines and presents the fact that the missionaries of the time, in order to preach and appeal to the curiosity of the people, had installed and placed Western bells inside and outside their churches as one of their means of preaching. Speaking here, Chi Luo finally had the time to adjust his breathing, his eyes gleaming as he took 2 steps toward the camera, his tone deep. It's fine that Lu is a country wife, but she's also an old country woman under the roots of the imperial city. You've never eaten pork or seen a pig run? Has she never been to the city once in her life? Haven't you ever passed by one of those churches? So, in my perspective, I'm more inclined to think that Lu knows Western bells. This is my second point. The audience fell silent once again at the steeply elevated sound level. Seriously, every time when the quote-unquote Qi Luo appeared, they felt like zombies with their brains eaten, and were easily brought up to speed by him. Even 5 minutes ago, I was sure that the object was a Western clock, but after this explanation of the context of the times, I began to be a little shaken. The first 2 points are based on facts, on testimonies. I know that they alone will still not convince you all. After all, using a Western clock can still be analyzed from this perspective to corroborate. There is no specificity to fully support. Then I'll say something that Western clocks don't have. This idea, is called human nature, belonging to a mother whose soul is extinguished and still survives. Love of daughter. The soaring voice turned abruptly to a low tone in an instant. The lights in the house suddenly dimmed, leaving only a light vapor. Tonight, there is no moon. In the darkened space, when Qi Luo's voice rasped out those 2 words, the underworld bell, which had previously been silent, suddenly emitted a low sound that was close to a cry. It seems that there really is a mother who is hidden in the darkness of the night. Realigning Zillow, carrying out the most mournful response on this earth. Chapter 60, Shifeng breaks the path to reincarnation, and the underworld bell transmits the female soul. The sticky black color is like ink, flowing slowly in the small cramped space. The willow acacia outside the door trembles gently, and the wooden window pane locks out all the hustle and bustle of the city. There is no moon in the sky, no light in the night, and the fog that rises dimly under the time and space is like a big dream that has been forgotten by the world. Buzz. The bells of the underworld ring and wail, accompanied by the sound of Qi Luo's final slow fall. It seemed to be helplessly carrying on a conversation about the difference between human and ghost. The atmosphere, quiet to a fault. The audience in front of the screen, all of them were silent as they looked at the youth standing in the darkness, their hearts like a dye vat being overturned. Complicated and unspeakable. Previously, Qi Luo said that he wanted to interpret the underworld bell from the perspective of human nature, and at that time, everyone was still arguing, thinking that his method was really too ungrounded, irrational and not objective. But now, he gagged everyone with one incredibly simple statement. This bell, forged by a mother's enduring love for her daughter, has been around long enough to emanate an echo called affection. It's a proposition that's just a little too big and a little too deep. The crowd could not understand it, much less dare to look into it, because they had a sinking feeling that next they might have to go through an inner torment that they had never before endured. It was even more bleak and mournful than that night when Consort Yuan lamented, "The road is far away and the mountains are high." From time to time, I wonder about a question that plagued me for a long time when I started trying to dismantle the Red Room, and it wasn't until recently, when I stumbled across an article, that these doubts were cleared up. This confusion, which I think should have just flashed through all of your minds at one time or another, would also be a reason for people to question this argument of mine. Zyro finally opened his mouth, speaking in a low, magnetic voice in the pitch blackness that floated like a shadow. That is, as ancient people who are so concerned about the way of life and death and funeral rites, why would use a bell to accompany a burial? Zhong means end, which doesn't have a good meaning in the secular culture of Kyushu, and the ancients cared far more about what happened behind them than people think. They wanted reincarnation and new life, so naturally they wouldn't use the bell, which represents the end of the end, as a burial object. And the world is repeated. Much impermanence. Jia family as a prestigious big family. Wang Shifeng has 7 exquisite heart of the existence. According to reason should be more than ordinary people's family will pay more attention to these rules of etiquette. But why? She favored to break this taboo? The whispering sound of the wind, like the mournful and poignant sound of a suona in a spiritual hall, wrapped in Qi Luo's puzzled and hoarse tones, spread and echoed in the live broadcast. After a long time, the audience stirred, and countless pop-ups spread out, merging into a stream of light in the darkness of the night. Is there a possibility that Wang Shifeng believed in Buddhism? And the bell means good in Buddhism, so after her death she brought the bell down to the mausoleum as well? I don't think there's any need to overinterpret this, right? It's possible that she loved the bell when she was alive and then brought it in after she died? The rituals of burial goods aren't absolute, are they? I've read a report before that someone even unearthed a bronze one in a tomb, so a bell is no big deal, right? Conjectures, hypotheses, questions, reflections, voices such as these collectively make up the main theme in the live room. Qi Luo watched quietly for a long time, waiting until the audience was about to exhaust all possibilities before slowly speaking. You guys say, is there a possibility that it was Wang Shifeng she took the initiative to violate this taboo? Ha! The crowd, who had yet to pull themselves out of their own conjectures, froze violently, and in unison, they turned their gazes towards Qi Luo. Active taboo? What kind of interpretation is that? In fact, I used to be like all of you, wondering if she liked that bell, wondering if she didn't care about the details, but to be honest, these don't convince me. What kind of person is Wang Shifeng, the great steward of the Jia house, with a seven-tongued heart, able to run the Jia house to the best of her ability when she was alive? It's unlikely that she would have made a mistake in her own afterlife. Until one day, some idle afternoon, when I was casually rummaging through the mountainous sea of books and newspapers in my own home, I happened to see two things. It was precisely these two things that made me instantly understand why Wang Shifeng she put this in her tomb. Why? She knows she can't do it anymore. The cold voice seems to be a knife that has just opened the edge of the thick ink like sticky black night quickly cut through the screen in front of the crowd is no longer thinking. Have adjusted their breathing towards the camera figure on the attention of the past. The first is a book of Buddhist teachings called The Payment of Dharma Zong Karma Biography. In this book, there is a story recorded that reveals in a single sentence the origin of the spectral bell dash. It is said that once upon a time there was a man called King Sai Ji Padicha, who died a violent death as a result of his warlike behavior, and was then transformed into a thousand-headed fish in the underworld of Yama and suffered the agony of being beheaded by the wheel of the sword. And every time his head was cut off it would grow back. So he begged the Arahat in the temple to come and prolong the sound of the bell ringing to suspend the torment and spare him from the pain. This bell is the underworld bell. After saying that, Zyro looked up at the screen and took a deep breath before continuing to speak. Looking at something, if we only look at the surface, we will definitely be confused by many doubts, but once we see the inside through the surface, we will instantly realize that all the irrationality will become reasonable at this moment. The ancients believed in reincarnation and hell. It was believed that all people would experience pain in the netherworld after death. Then, combined with what I just said about the origin of the underworld bell, it's not hard to break Wang Shifeng's psychology, because she knew that people would inevitably undergo the pain of reincarnation torture after death. She thought of using the underworld bell to help alleviate this pain. After all, the underworld bell also has another ability, which is to penetrate the three realms of the underworld. It is also able to be effective in the netherworld. A bland voice, accompanied by the sound of the wind, reached the ears of the crowd. The previous cacophony of pop-ups finally ceased, replaced by a collective deep thought from the audience. Using the underworld bell, which could connect the three worlds, to alleviate the suffering of reincarnation, seemed not to be too much of a problem when viewed from this perspective. Truly, at this moment, the scales within them had begun to close in towards Chi Luo's direction at the limit. Until Zyro spoke again. Hearing this, everyone is not thinking that Wang Shifeng in the end is Wang Shifeng, but also really that organ counts all the drops of water, right? Even the afterlife can be considered so carefully? If that's what you're going to think, I might have to correct your mistake for you. Zyro shook his head gently, a few hints of sadness in his expression. Wang Shifeng's life may indeed be calculating, never letting herself be wronged in the slightest, but on the contrary, in this immensely important afterlife matter, she not only did not calculate, even, and cut off your own path to reincarnation and hitch a ride in this life. All that accumulated yin and yang. Chapter 61, The Shamanic Goddess's Sneaky Deal. Ghosts send money, make a negative karma. The low and fatalistic voice pulled out a gust of echo under the night sky, like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up soothing ripples like years. The live broadcast room, quiet and silent. The viewers felt as if their hearts were gently gripped by a hand reaching out from an otherworldly time and space. A little bit of a slight pain and a tiny bit of sourness. Those last two paraphrases from Zillow are just too much. Break the path of reincarnation and bury the yin virtue of this life. It is an unacceptable ending in destiny for many, both when put into context and now. Wang Shifeng, this woman in the red chamber occupies a lot of space. This in the world's concept of absolute egoist. In the end, for what reason? To be able to make this kind of cut off the back of the operation? What is the story? What is the hidden agenda? Without realizing it, the connotations of this reading seem to be changing in ways that the crowd did not anticipate. Previously, they tended to dwell on the contrivances and allusions that were hidden between the lines by the author. But now, they begin to look deeper into past lives and explore ethical human nature under Zyro's guidance. It's special, but it's also exciting enough to look forward to just the same. The night breeze ruffled the old windowpane with a cacophonous hum. After throwing out a point that was unexpected to everyone, Chi Luo lightly gathered his sleeves and once again raised his head to look towards that underworld bell hanging on the western wall. The years are like a silent and scribbling craftsman, as if they have never really treasured this ancient bell of vicissitudes. The dark color matched the dark and light marks, cold and mottled. He watched in silence for a full 10 seconds or so, only speaking hoarsely when the dim light that had been out for so long was relit. According to universal thinking, with a person like Wang Shifeng who thinks for herself in all things, since she knew the allusion to the underworld bell, she would inevitably hang it in her own crypt to delay the pain she was about to suffer and to transcend her own departed soul, right? But what in fact? She did not do so. but hung it on a bead connecting the hall to the east room, as expounded in the original, and it is stated in the original that at that time, Lu was in the east room when she heard the sound of the bell, following which she saw it as soon as she looked up. That means, this spectral bell can only be seen in the east room, that is, only in the burial chamber. Now, do you all understand why I'm saying what I did before? To say that the appearance of this bell is because of a mother's love for her daughter that still exists after her soul is destroyed? The moment Qi Luo's words fell, the hearts of the crowd shook violently, followed by instant enlightenment. So the anchor means that this bell was buried by Wang Shifeng specifically for her daughter, Sister Qiao, in order to help her transcend her suffering? Asterisk. That's too much detail. I just went and read the original and it does say what the author says. No wonder the author keeps emphasizing the word mother. Phew, author, you're not going to cheat me out of my tears next, are you? Why does it feel like the topic is suddenly starting to carry a knife? The audience so lamented, vaguely sensing another power hidden behind this underworld bell. However, just as everyone was expressing their emotions in unison, a pop-up screen appeared at an inopportune moment, temporarily breaking the still warm atmosphere in the live room. Hang the underworld clock to accompany the burial chamber. Can be said to be based on family love based on mother's love? But the anchor said, Wang Shifeng cut off their own reincarnation path, the loss of all the Yin virtues and how to explain it. That brings us to the second thing I saw that afternoon. Zyro smiled in response to this pop-up, pursing his lips slightly, his tone still in that same raspy, low state. That afternoon, I turned to an anthology that contained an essay which happens to be called The Phantom Bell. To be honest, the crowd had become a bit numb after hearing Qi Luo move another example. No wonder people can talk for hours on end and draw tens of millions of fans in 3 days. This horrible read alone is worth the grade. As he was thinking about it, Zyro's voice rose again. This article tells us about a use for the spectral bell that has been around since the beginning of time that I had never heard of before reading this article. I'm also sure that people wouldn't have thought of. He said that the underworld bell was designed to be rung for mothers who had a difficult time giving birth to a baby, and that the bell was rung in order to overthrow the souls of those who had perished in their wombs, and to bless the children who had been born to them in safety. Whenever the bell is rung, the mother will experience the pain of a twisted abdomen, like the pain of a broken heart. If the mother's soul returns to hell, the bell will be like a shackle, trapping the souls of the dead in their contempt, suffering from the fire of the earth, and tearing their souls through the ghostly springs. At the end of the article, he describes the phantom bell in these words: it is the bell of women, the bell of mothers, cold and astringent voice, like a slender thorn. When the wind moved and turned, all pierced into the softest place in the hearts of the audience. A complex, unspeakable flavor slammed its way up the throat, but couldn't quite release it. Wang Shifeng once had a miscarriage. Twice, Qi Luo said in a very low voice. The first time was in the 55th chapter of Dream of Red Mansions. The time was after the Lantern Festival, just after the New Year's business. The second time was in the 61st chapter. The text reveals that this time the pregnancy is a brother, but in 6 or 7 months when the miscarriage. In folklore, it is often said that a miscarried child will take on the form of an infant spirit of injustice and surround the surviving child for years, thereby causing the surviving child to be weak and sickly, and to have bad luck. Everyone who reads Red Mansion should also know that Sister Qiao has been sick a lot since she was a child, and her body is very weak and frail. This is something that Wang Shifeng is naturally aware of, so she should have tried to fix it in every way possible for a long time. She felt that it was all her fault as a mother, so she would rather lay down her life and cut off her own life and death back to make amends, until she happened to know the function of the underworld bell. At that moment, perhaps all the regrets were erased and she was able to slowly rest in peace in a walled-off crypt, pillowed by the sound of her daughter's quiet breathing. Qi Luo's eyes, leaping 2 points of orange like fire, the wind outside the house, but cannot suppress that a touch of wandering in the air between the imperceptible warmth. So this must be a double burial tomb, just by virtue of this spectral bell, just by virtue of this choice made by this thoughtful woman at the end of her life. It must also only be a double burial tomb. Now, to answer the last question that's been bothering everyone, Qi Luo exhaled and averted his gaze from the underworld bell. Why is it unseemly to bury Pinger and shower together in the burial chamber, right? Actually, after listening to my interpretation of the underworld bell, I believe most people should be able to guess the answer. There is no other reason than that this mother felt that only that bell was still not enough, and she continued to worry about her daughter. So, she then buried her most trusted maid with Sister Qiao. It doesn't matter if the rituals are out of line, it's just so that she can be in the underworld and continue to take care of Sister Qiao. That's all. Thud, thud, thud. The moment Qi Luo's words fell, the bell belonging to 12 o'clock in the morning finally rang. Heaven and earth, A silence. Only the deep-hidden countless stories of the underworld bell. In the breeze under the blowing emitted a low whimpering. It seems to be buried for 100 years of heart, finally resurfaced like joy. Zyro gave it one last look, then lifted his step, lifted the curtains of the east room, and crossed the wide main hall toward the west room. Feet kicked, pulling a deep reverberation on the ground. Between the gradual progression of steps, his voice appeared at the same time. In the original, after leaving the east room, Lulu met Wang Shifeng in the west room. A lot of people look at that episode and think it's nothing more than a kindly handout to a country wife from the steward of a highborn family. But what they don't realize is that it's not a handout at all. Rather, it's a deal that the undead Wang Shifeng and the shaman goddess Lulu accomplished in this mausoleum. At those words, Zyro jolted to a halt and inclined his head towards the screen. Cold light, like fog, slid across his face. The corners of his mouth were tinged with a smile, and an imperceptible secretiveness was hidden in his eyes. If I had to describe the deal in about 6 words, it's called dash. Ghosts send money, make a shady karma. P.S. Today 2 chapters on, all the Big Brother readers if you look still satisfied, but also hope to be able to ask a little bit of a meager reward, which is also the author can stick to the power. Thank you all for your support. If the rules for extra shifts are met, I will definitely be the first to offer an extra shift. Chapter 62, 2 Ghosts. 2 Clues. Wang Shifeng's regret and reward. The shadows of the trees and the cold light of the coal lamp flow over the mottled walls of the west room, like a fine net woven by time, enveloping the old room and making it impossible to hide the thoughts of the viewers in front of the screen. The pace of the day, it's just too fast. In more than 2 hours, except for the 10 minutes or so when Cyber Huang Xianer ate chicken, Chi Luo hadn't let them slack off for even a second. It is an extremely exhausting and mind-numbing tug-of-war. From the 5 shamanic immortals to funeral culture, from the world of the tomb to the human condition. And for almost every minute the viewer's mind is stuffed with vast knowledge and huge amounts of information. Breathtaking indeed, but equally fulfilling enough. For example, now, after completing his interpretation of the hidden deep meaning behind the underworld bell, Chi Luo once again presented a completely new viewpoint. Without giving the crowd the slightest bit of room to breathe or soothe themselves, the incomparably terrifying and secretive 6 words were offered up. Ghosts send money and make a in bond. Chi Luo's ability to distill information and summarize inductions was indeed strong, and even though the audience was not able to deeply understand the 6 words he proposed, just falling on their ears gave people an instant creepy feeling. Certain of the more active minds even sketched a picture in their minds in minutes. The dark, dark night, the blood-red full moon, the broken coffins, the barren, withered grass. A thin skeletal hand, drenched in blood, reached out steeply from the tomb and tugged at someone who was passing by on the way. The ghost was holding a string of bronze coins in his hand, and his cold, Jade voice echoed around among the jungle. Mad. Watching a masterpiece disassembled live. How do you feel all for yourself to see schizophrenia? Some people think this way, and in the process of tightening the quilt draped over the body, synchronized with the ringing of the side of the cell phone and the electronic wooden fish. Off camera, the audience varies. In the camera, Zyro, who was in the west room, finally faded the mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. This is the west room, and the main chamber I mentioned before. Wang Shifeng was buried here, he said with a subdued expression, signaling the camera to push a close-up out of the room. In the next second, the crowd's view opened up instantly, distinguished from the slightly plain and simple decoration in the east room. Wang Shifeng, this room is obviously delicate and elegant a lot, and more living atmosphere. This room also basically restored the description of the Red Chamber. Chi Luo smilingly opened. Put into the Qing period of any of the top families, are absolutely on the grade of the private residence. But think about it is also understandable. After all, she is in charge of things, but also on behalf of the row of the Jia family, the row is also necessary to have. But, then what can be done? Clear voice suddenly turned low. Chi Luo gazed since the room quickly swept. The corner of the mouth hung a few sighs. How much luxury a shovelful of earth, gold and silver treasure a puddle of mud just, power and how, high status and how. She ultimately, not still have to make a deal with that old woman in the countryside who has a huge gap with her. Oh, no, he shrugged slightly. Technically, she begged Lao to make the deal. What? What the hell? The viewers were a bit confused and couldn't come back to their senses for a moment. If they hadn't heard correctly just now, the anchor said that it was Wang Shifeng who begged Lulu to make a deal? You're a good guy. You're a bad guy, aren't you? For a while, the pop-ups were all over the place. Request? Not. Even if you say that Lulu and Wang Shifeng communicate as equals, I can accept it, but using the word beg is a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? This is really overinterpretation. Not to mention other things, the original Lulu see Wang Shifeng's hole is trembling. To say beg, also should be the grandmother begged phoenix good right? The ocean of pop-ups, like the deep fog outside the window, densely occupied the entire screen. Qi Luo didn't say anything, and only after the audience had pretty much vented their emotions did he gently nod his head and open his mouth with a smile. Why can't we beg? The difference in status and position is too great in life, but not after death. In a sense, Wang Shifeng is nothing more than a lonely soul after death. But do you remember what Lu 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 is? As the words fell, the audience fell silent for a while, and only after a long time did a pop-up screen ghostly glide through. Shaman? That's right, it's the shaman godmother. The yellow immortal who has been on Lu Lu Lu's body is still sleeping soundly in the main hall. Denying Lu Lu Lu's body is the same as denying the ability of the immortal. Are you really not afraid that it will come to you at night? Zyro laughed softly twice while the audience cringed. Good lord, it's a good thing I didn't post that pop-up otherwise. From this perspective, after Wang Shifeng's death, the status between her and Lu 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 is reversed. So there's nothing wrong with her begging grandmother Lu, right? And secondly, why did she ask for Lu Lu Lu, designated as? She has regrets. If Lu 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 can help her to end this regret, not to mention begging, is the soul fly away from the body never reincarnation, I guess she is willing. Regret? What regrets could Wang Shifeng have? According to the portrayal in Dream of the Red Chamber, she had lived her life as a human being, and according to Qi Luo's logic, she had actually arranged her daughter's afterlife perfectly. Can there be any regrets? Just as he was thinking, his puzzled thoughts were interrupted by Zyro once again. As for what regrets Wang Shifeng had that she had to make this deal with Lu Lu Lu, I'll talk about this later, so everyone can look forward to it first. Now then, let's first confirm a question that is also of the utmost concern to all of you. That is, exactly what clues I used to deduce that they were engaged in a human ghost transaction. The moment the voice settled, the crowd in front of the screen all pricked up their ears. Qi Luo did not say wrong. This is indeed they're most concerned about the issue of human ghosts and ghosts they have heard of. But human ghosts and ghosts do business. This stuff is really how to look outrageous to say the least. In fact, the clue to determine their dealings is very simple. It's just a behavior in the original text. Qi Luo accelerated the speed of his speech and began to outline the original text with incomparable familiarity. In the sixth time, after Lu 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 met Wang Shifeng, the two of them exchanged pleasantries and chatted for a while, and then it was over. And when they were leaving, Wang Shifeng took two things for Lu Lu, 20 taels of silver, as well as a hangman's penny. The answer, right here. Zyro said so, looking smoothly at the screen. These 20 taels of silver and one hang of money are the reward for her dealings with Lu Lu Lu. It's also what I said before. Ghosts delivering money. Ha! Upon hearing this, the audience was a little confused. According to the original text, this 20 taels of silver and a hang of money is not the Jia family to see that Lu 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 days over the bitter so turn the hand of charity. How to the anchor here, but became a ghost to send money? Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? I'll tell you my reasons next, Zyro said, his voice slowing down. Along with the cold night wind, once again, a deep mystery was planted in the hearts of the crowd. The reason why I have decided that these two objects are payoffs and that there was a deal between Lu 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 and Wang Shifeng, it is mainly based on two reasons. The first is that one of these two objects has a particularly special deep meaning. Secondly, it is because in the original text when giving away these two objects, Wang Shifeng used very simple two sentences. Just explain the exact details of the deal with Laura. Chapter 63, Dismantling the Red Mansion from a Toon Rating Perspective. Tools of the Trade, Coffin Suppressor Money. Qi Luo's mouth hangs a mysterious smile. When the cold moon that has been in ambush for a long time finally tries to penetrate the cover of the clouds, through the mahogany window pane, and sprinkles a chill in the lens, he always seemed to have this particularly magical ability to, in two simple sentences, gild things that passed by in the original Red Chamber with a layer of mind-numbing weirdness. It's just like this moment. The soft moonlight halo flowed casually around Qi Luo. He gathered his clothes, raised his steps to the large mahogany carved bed placed against the wall, and sat down on his butt. Regarding the matter of Wang Shifeng being a ghost, I don't think I need to go into more details, right? The previous analysis is already enough. Of course, if there are still people who question it, then I'll throw a small clue out there. When you have just reviewed this original passage of the meeting between Lu 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 and Wang Shifeng, you should have seen a description of how Lu Lu Lu, upon meeting Wang Shifeng, immediately paid several obeisances on the ground. These words are actually quite interesting. Qi Luo's voice. The audience frowned. Worshipped a number of worship is not because of the first time Lu 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 met in the salute to Wang Shifeng. Can have what to say? As he was thinking, Zyro opened his mouth to explain. Speaking of which, it is necessary to talk about the etiquette of the Qing dynasty, and there are generally four kinds of cases in which kneeling is practiced in the Qing period. First, when the ruler and ministers meet each other. Second, when the subordinate officer meets the superior officer. Third, when the junior officer meets the elder officer. And fourth, when the ancestor is worshipped and the ancestors are paid homage to. Other than that, bowing and arching were generally performed. Etiquette for ancient people is deeply engraved in the bones of the same thing. You can say that Lu does not understand the ancient bell, do not understand the eggplant replica bags, but you can never say that she does not understand the etiquette. And on the contrary, these countrywomen who have lived in a feudal environment for decades are precisely the ones who pay the most attention to this. The audience seemed to be enlightened by the unflinching voice. So, according to etiquette, it is impossible for Lu to kneel to Wang Shifeng. Even if she kneels, she only kneels the old lady, and bowing or arching is the way to salute in line with the status of both of them. But Lu favored to pay several obeisances without saying a word after entering the door. Pay attention, big gentleman. She didn't just kowtow, but made several obeisances, which is a coherent action that incorporates a series of kowtowing and bowing. Also, the common action of kneeling in our folk rituals at the graveside. The final coda was covered by a burst of rather mixed feelings in front of the camera, and the only trace of doubt remaining in the hearts of the crowd was completely dissipated by Qi Luo's reasoned explanation. So it seems, in the entire sixth, Chao Shuoqin did use heavy and implicit ink to tell all the readers, Wang Shifeng house is indeed a Yin house. So, she really made a deal with Lao. Ha! As he was thinking, Zyro's voice came. Now then, let's bring our eyes back to the deal that few saw coming, he said casually as he shifted a bit and leaned up against the railing at the head of the bed. Tropes of ghosts delivering money. Has everyone heard of it? Ghosts giving away money? After hearing those eerie and eerie three words once more, the audience's hearts tightened violently and they began to tremble as they typed. Ghosts giving money? Shouldn't people give money to ghosts? I've heard of that. The anchor is not talking about the kind of horror story depicted in which a cab driver pulls a woman in white late at night and wakes up the next day to find that he's collected a few pieces of plutonium? Haven't heard of it, and don't dare to listen to it. It's creepy in the middle of the night. It's similar to what I thought. Most viewers should only know that people give money to ghosts, and don't realize that ghosts give money to people. But actually, it does exist and is recorded in some ancient texts of Kyushu. Zyro cleared his throat and gradually slowed down his speech so that the audience could hear him a little better. In the Yijian Gb Jitong silversmith of the Song dynasty, a story is told of a silversmith surnamed Tong who received a request from the deceased woman of a neighboring house in the underworld to help him make a piece of silver jewelry, which he did, and when he got up, he found that there were 2 pieces of silver money extra on the cabinet. It is also written in the same Song dynasty's record of auditing the gods, Wu Jing, that a man encountered a ghost begging to be buried, so he went along and buried the ghost, who thanked him with gold and silver, and he later lived a good life with the money. In addition to this, there are accounts of ghosts giving away money in the Qing period in books such as the Notes of the Reader's Hall and the Zibubu Jing. Low and clear voice, echoing faintly in the live broadcast room, the audience listened quietly. The heart is still shocked. Good lord, this anchor is amazing. Such cold knowledge at your fingertips? All this is to tell you that in all the accounts of ghosts giving away money, they are all based on one reason, and that is human ghost transactions. Wang Shifeng is a ghost, and the 20 taels of silver and the dangling money were indeed given by her to Lu. Which, this is not a ghost sending money, but it is not on behalf of them between, carried out a transaction? The wind, whimpering and moving. The viewers were immersed in Qi Luo's explanation about the ghosts sending money, frowning and thinking carefully, although the anchor had already told the ins and outs and historical allusions. How come it always felt that something was wrong somewhere? Until, that is, a pop-up appeared. Anchor, you still haven't convinced me. It's too thin to corroborate that it's a ghost giving away money and a deal just by virtue of an action of giving away money. If we follow your logic, I can totally say that Lu went to rob the tomb after entering the tomb and took the silver and left. By the way, how can we talk about a deal? The question in the crowd's mind was finally asked by a well-organized member of the audience. They all stopped their previous selfish thoughts and listened carefully, wanting to see what Qi Luo's explanation was and whether he could round off this hypothesis. Time, drip by drip. After a few seconds of slight contemplation, Zyro smiled and looked to the camera. You're right. If Lu simply walked away with 20 taels of silver, it can indeed be explained as grave robbing. But here's the key point. It wasn't just 20 taels of silver that she took with her. There was also a hang of money, Zyro said, propping his body up and bringing a few hints of meaning into his gaze toward the camera. This hanging money is not simple. With all our previous assumptions holding true, it is known that once Lu entered the Grandview Garden, she entered Wang Shifeng's tomb. Then she can take everything in Wang Shifeng's tomb, except for one thing, which she won't take or dare to take. It's precisely that dangling money. Ha! Hearing Qi Luo say this, the audience wondered in unison. It's just a hang of money. It's not a valuable thing in ancient times, so what's there to be afraid of taking? Just as he was thinking, Qi Luo spoke quietly. There's a saying in the grave robbing industry that goes something like this: inverted fights don't pour out the ghosts of the unjustly dead, touching gold doesn't touch the money of the coffin. And the dangling money that Wang Shifeng gave to Lu is precisely what she. Coffin money. Chapter 64, Examining 1,000 Graves in the 9 States. One word determines the fate of man and ghost. In the sparsely lit imperial city, almost every inch of the wind has taken on a bizarre atmosphere, which rises from between the grass and trees, and then converges into a meandering river, climbing the wall towards the high courtyard next to the Willow Street, as if to listen to the mysterious explanations of the guest from outside. In the region of Mt. Meng, fog is rising. The whole hillock was all sunk and drenched in deep pitch blackness, except for the faint glow that lit up the tiny tent. Shao Si, the rash young man who had just stepped into the toon rating industry for less than half a year, held up the screen, looked at the equally dumbfounded middle-aged man beside him, and opened his mouth tremblingly. Third, Uncle San. Now you should always believe it. This person is really a peer. This sentence a while ago you just gave me to say it, but also said that it is our dumping line of black words. So 3 Uncle, you listen to me. We tomorrow will go to the Prince Gong Palace to do a vote. I see that what the underworld clock is quite good. Needless to say, the young man's childish statement was once again rewarded with a smack from Uncle Sam. But unlike the last time, this plain and ordinary-looking middle-aged man was not showing any disdain, but just slowly lit up a cigarette and pondered. He wasn't stupid, so naturally he couldn't have gone to steal King Gong's house. It was only during the short gap in which he had just watched Qi Luo's live broadcast that an idea flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. This person has such a deep understanding of the Red Building. If only in the university as a lecturer or something. I guess it's just that $10,000 a month. But he is now open live broadcasting a game to say the least, but also to make $1 million. Money so fast. Why not try it yourself? The risk of groping and pouring is high and dangerous. If you live pouring yourself plus the popularization of professional technology, won't a wave be able to eat the traffic full? After all, Zyro had already modeled him and told him the truth that it took a professional to do a professional job well. Then he wouldn't have too much to worry about. Thinking about this, a smile slowly floated out of the corner of Uncle San's lips, and his gaze continued to be cast to the screen. We'll talk about opening the live stream later, but for now, the priority is to listen to the next reading. When it comes to coffin money, I'm the real expert. Then below, he will help the audience in the live room to test the color of this anchor. Inside the West Room, Qi Luo's fingers gently stroked over the bedstead that had been etched by centuries of age. The watery moon shadow wrapped around the candlelight, slipping through his fingertips, and in the silence of the world, even the chirping of insects and birds could not be heard. Inside the live broadcast room, the crowd was silent, their minds still swirling with the new name that Qi Luo had just proposed, struggling to associate it with the Red Mansion. But it's just too big a span and too difficult. There is no way for them to complete the accompanying homework. Just as he was thinking about it, Qi Luo opened his mouth to break the silence. In ancient times in Kyushu, the coins that are buried with the dead in the coffin are generally called Jin coffin money, which generally serves 2 purposes. One is used to quell the fury to prevent the rising of corpses, and the other is left to the dead in the netherworld as a buyer's purse. Regarding this point, and it's not something I'm making up, in the burial book written by Guopu, it was written that placing copper coins in the coffin can be used to suppress the earthly spirits. And there is also the sentence in the Taiping Yuban ritual department of the Song dynasty: money is placed in the coffin to bribe the owner of the ground. Now you know why I said, touch gold not touch the town coffin money? Qi Luo looked at the camera with a smile. Is because of its role, one for the town break antibody change. You grave robbers dare to touch the town coffin money. Minutes to turn out a big dumplings. The second for the netherworld to buy the way, which is vital to the souls of the dead. If you dare to take people's money to buy the way, the life of the world to haunt you, believe it or not. Slightly tired voices were heard as the audience fell silent in front of the screen. From funeral culture to gold touching and pouring, he really seemed to know a little bit of everything, and it had to be said that watching Qi Luo's live broadcasts did require a huge and superhuman brain capacity. This speed and depth of knowledge popularization alone is worth 4 consecutive years of early aid in their university. So, the claim about grave robbing made by that netizen before is, in my opinion, unreasonable. How could Lu touch Wang Shifeng's coffin suppressing money? Isn't this clearly breaking her own back again? The camera shows the lights flickering on and off, adding to the eerie gloom of the space. Off camera, Uncle Sam, holding a cigarette that has been blown out by the wind, thinks for a long time before tapping his nephew on the shoulder. Here you go, do as I say and give him a pop. Junior chopped the keyboard, and after a long time, there were pop-ups that scurried into the crowd's line of sight. You have explained the purpose of the coin quite clearly, but why are you so sure that it is the coin? According to me, there were many people who used copper coins as funerary objects in ancient times, weren't there? Someone dug out a tomb of coins from Mongshan Mountain before. Seeing this pop up, the viewers in front of the screen were also agitated. Yeah, at last there is someone who understands. Isn't it common to put copper coins in tombs? How do your mouth is the coffin money, and also became a transaction between Lu and Wang Shifeng? For a while, countless followers of the questioning rose in all directions. Zyro smiled and looked at the screen, shaking his head gently. On the contrary, there are not many ancient burials with copper coins. At present, there are only a handful of burials with large quantities of copper coins, of which there are 3 with a quantity of more than 5,000 coins, which are the Mawangdui Han tomb, the Danshan Han tomb and the Liangzhuangwang tomb. There are 2 tombs with more than 200 coins, namely the Manchang Han tomb and Zhaobo River Waves tomb. These tombs with large quantities of copper coins are all dated before the Qing dynasty. Since the beginning of the Qing dynasty, the old custom of burying large quantities of copper coins in tombs has left the stage of history. All the unearthed copper coins at this stage are basically coffin-suppressing coins found scattered in the coffins. All of this, there is history to be found. So if you don't believe me, you can look it up and read it. But the question is, I previously mentioned that Mongshan unearthed coin pit. It contains Xuanji Tongbao. How do you explain this? I'm sure that the coin wasn't unearthed from the tomb, and it's bound to only be a cellar. When these words came out, Third Uncle's eyes suddenly shrunk, and after a long time, he sighed rather emotionally. His tone sighing, indeed, is a master. Then let's pull him in, Uncle Sam. Pop. Junior received another cold slap, his expression innocent to the core. What's your grade? People get into your gang? Take a good look. There's a lot to learn. He so laments while the camera shows Zyro rising from his bed and lifting his foot to the square table. I have finished explaining the ins and outs of the coffin-suppressing money. On the premise that the string of money Wang Shifeng gave to Lu in the original story is known to be coffin-quenching money, I think we can probably recover part of that transaction. His voice sank steeply, like a silent vortex in a hole in the darkness, effortlessly pulling the crowd into an eerie and secretive otherworldly space. It may have been a sultry afternoon, but 2 figures appeared in that cold mausoleum buried underground. An old crone who had sought out the countryside from the countryside, who carried an unknown identity, and a soul of a dead man who had had an illustrious and remarkable past. The wind gusted, the shadows were long, and for a whole long time the ghostly figure spoke to the old crone. She bowed, she wept, she bowed down, she pleaded. She took out the silver ingots she had buried with her coffin and handed them over towards the crone with outstretched hands, but the crone still shook her head and sighed. This karma is too heavy, this karma is too strong, she can't afford it. The ghost shadow thought for a long time, and at the end of the day, she clenched her teeth, took out her own coffin money from the coffin, and resolutely stuffed it into the old crone's hand, and made a promise so deep that it was too deep to be true. If the grandma has my heart's desire, I'll use my soul as a lamp, and the spirit as a guide to help you point out your future path, and to ensure your honor and wealth in this life. On that day, the undead trapped in this dark mausoleum finally slowly sparked a glimmer of hope from the bottom of their hearts. That moment. Karma. Chapter 65, The Second Grand View Garden, previewing the Yin relatives, paying visits to the ghosts, and cleansing memories. Low hoarse voices, fine rain, drip 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 infiltrate the hearts of the crowd. The moonlight outside the window bleak, the shadow of the branches swaying, like playing a lonely elegy, but also like some of the hidden matters of the heart for a long time. Messy writing to the world to watch. Karma. 2 words that had never appeared in the sixth circle were given infinite deep meaning by Qi Luo at this moment. The trivial words and restrained emotions in the original have been transformed into reality, turning into a diamond that attracts everyone who wants to break through and read through it. Countless gazes towards the figure standing silently by the square table cast, waiting for him to use his own way to dismantle the origin of this edge. In the long time of migration, this edge, the first time I saw him in the middle of the night, and I saw him in the middle of the night. After listening to all the analyses of the Jin coffin money just now, I believe you should be more inclined to think that once Lu entered the Grand View Garden it was a transaction with Wang Shifeng, right? Now then, if we want to better support this argument, we need to find out the details of their dealings and see if they are honored later in the text. That way, the logic of this argument can be made to close the loop. He spoke softly, lifting his hand and gesturing toward the screen, speaking faintly. Now, but anyone who has the dream of the Red Chamber on hand, please seriously find that part of the conversation between Wang Shifeng and Lulu's West Room, and then come and do one thing. Look for connections, commonalities, and clues. Qi Luo paused. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Everyone has been listening to me for so long. it's time to go do a test. The words fell. The crowd quickly opened with the test or assessment. In fact, they are also very interested in their own thinking to discover some hidden truth from the red building, which can be more interesting than a flavor absorption. Time, drip by drip, and after almost 3 or 4 minutes, a pop-up finally surfaced slowly. I seem to have really found a bit of a clue. The original article in the chat between Phoenix and Lulu. Jia Rong suddenly came in. This deal, it can't be related to him, right? It won't. Shi Luo gently shook his head. Is Jia Rong worth Wang Shifeng breaking her back and giving everything she has? The short and succinct answer that dismissed the assumption in its entirety was followed by another pop-up drifting by. Could it be the part after Lulu had her meal? At that time, Wang Shifeng and her chatting had said this. Jia House outsiders look at although the bombardment, but in fact there are also tough places. Was it an attempt to hint at a certain deal by doing so? Since it was a deal that used the coffin money to gamble on the path to the underworld, the details of the deal will definitely be told. An ambiguous word won't seal the deal. Shi Luo once again denied. This time, the audience is completely difficult. Just now these two pop-ups pointed out the clues is also the majority of people's common thoughts. One after another by Shi Luo refuted. They really do not know what else can be. On the live feed, silence reigned. After a long time, seeing that no one continued to make hypotheses, Zyro smiled and spoke up. Everyone cannot find out. In fact, can also understand. On the one hand it is everyone on the red chamber of the understanding after all is not deep, did not form a systematic thinking. On the other hand, it's probably that you all didn't listen carefully when I was talking about the underworld clock, so you ignored Wang Shifeng after the death of the body, the thing that cares the most. So saying, he picked up a porcelain cup and began to turn it slowly in his fingertips. Does anyone know what Lulu did when she entered the Grand View Garden for the 3rd time? He asked a casual question and waited for an answer even after a long time. If I remember correctly, after the 3rd time in the Grand View Garden, it basically seems to center around between her and Wang Shifeng as well. Finally, took Sister Qiao? Correct, Zyro affirmed, tipping the teacup in his hand onto the table with a thud, attracting everyone's attention in the process. As I said just now, we must have systematic thinking. Since it is a deal, then there is bound to be a relevant description of the fulfillment of the deal. And what this netizen has just pointed out is the end result of the deal, combined with what we said earlier when we talked about the underworld bell. Wang Shifeng's only preoccupation and tie after his death was Sister Qiao, combined with what I've said above. Then what this deal is really about has actually surfaced. And it's very simple, and can be summed up in 2 words. Toho, orphan. After hearing those 2 words, the audience froze, half speechless. No, it's not quite right, is it? Nope, anchor. Logically the TO could indeed be part of the deal, but you have supporting evidence for all of it, don't you? You can't use the later to push the earlier. It's too rigid. But the problem is, there's no description of Togo-kon in the 6th episode. Someone questioned it as fast as they could, and it was followed by countless followers. Of course there is evidence. It's just that people don't find it. Shi Luo smiled and shrugged his shoulders, speaking blandly. In the original text, when Phoenix gave 20 taels of silver to Lu Laowei, she said this is the money that Mrs. gave to my maid to make a garment. Just make a winter coat for this child. This sentence, she repeated twice. It was also in these 2 repetitions that the object of the transaction was locked in. Sister Qiao. Ha! Everyone was dumbfounded, their brains a bit spinning for a moment. No, you mess it anchor. This sentence area of 20 words. When the deal. Just as he was thinking, Shi Luo spoke again. If Wang Shifeng gives the silver, it's actually better to give it directly. So why does she have to add a reason and repeat it twice? The only reason is that that reason contains information. Something she wants to say to Lulu. She first said that these 20 taels of silver are ready to make clothes for Qiao's sister's child. And then she said that she would let Lulu make clothes for the border. The meaning is, in my Wang Shifeng's eyes, the 2 children should not distinguish between you and me in the future. So that the children, the same money, same clothes. And after saying that, she highlighted what the hanging money was for, saying that she told Lulu to hire a car to go back. This one is actually quite interesting as well. Zyro breathed a small sigh of relief and looked squarely at the screen. To be honest, with Wang Shifeng's spirited personality, she does things in a very thunderous manner. But in this meeting with Lulu, she says a lot of things and seems unusually verbose. This is strange, really strange. Many people's interpretation is that Wang Shifeng does things in a drippy way. But to be honest, watertightness is also different for different occasions and people. And Lulu, an old woman from the countryside whom she had never met before, did not deserve her. Then the only explanation would have to be that she's trying to get the message across. The night was deep, and Zyro spread his fingers to toast them at the kerosene lamp on the table. When Wang Shifeng gave the money for the town coffin, she said that she told Lu to hire a car to go back, which was sending a second message, take Sister Qiao away. Swish! The moment Qi Luo uttered the last sentence, a cloudy wind blew steeply, bringing out the lights on the table straight away. The camera is dark. Zyro got up from the table and raised his eyes to the sky that was split and shattered by the windowpane. A deal. Thus concluded. This is an unprecedented deal, a desperate deal, and an extremely difficult deal to fulfill. For this deal, Lu chose to enter the Grand View Garden twice. This time, she's the one who really fulfills her mystical role as a shamanic diva. In that barren mound of immense proportions pay your respects to the ghosts, cleanse the memory, preview, in kisses, P.S. Immediately into the more secretive plot. I hope you can continue to read. I also hope that you can more reward to support the author bacteria. If you meet the conditions of the increase, must be all-night high-quality increase, the author cannot be New Year's Eve. To the death more. Chapter 66, 10 Barren Mound Ghost Buildings? A gambling game in the ghostly domain's Grand View Garden. Night encroached on the last lights within view, and the magnificent imperial capital fell almost halfway into silence. Cold, astringent vocals that echoed long into the space engulfed by the night wind, accompanied by the creaking of the microphone, poured into everyone's chest without hesitation. The dim light in the west room was like a sharp blade made of water, making shallow marks in the cold space and time. 12:30 came as scheduled. Qi Luo took one last look at the silent bed and old furniture behind him, and turned to go out, as if saying goodbye to those sorrows and joys buried in the old times, without the slightest hesitation. The kicking of the feet, echoing the continuous grunts of the yellow fairy child in the main hall, formed a unique symphony. He smiled sarcastically and fished out a white-chopped chicken from somewhere, only to wiggle it gently at the tip of Wang Tai-Sinner's nose. In the next second, De Siener suddenly opened his eyes and probed his hand towards the white chicken to grab it. Wait! Qi Luo deliberately pulled the chicken back, a hint of a smile escaping the corners of his mouth. De Siener is the one I went through all the trouble of inviting. It's inappropriate not to give you something to eat, isn't it? That designation wouldn't be appropriate. Wang Tai-Sin sputtered. Vaguely. Then it's appropriate to help us do what we can after we eat, right? That certainly fits. Give me the chicken. The chicken cannot give. At present. Qi Luo gently shook his head. After all, De Siener and my this is a previous record. After all, when you were invited down by Lu, the first time to go to the Grand View Garden seems to be nothing out of the power. Today is also. Resting on me here to sleep for so long. How can you eat for nothing and not work for nothing? Tied. Who said I didn't do anything? Huang De Xian's neck stretched. Instantly quit. It picked up the crutches and kicked towards the main hall. The pace of the marching voice. Do you think that she is an old woman who can rely on herself to escape from the Grand View Garden in one piece? Especially when she went to the tomb for the second time. The ghosts she encountered were all heavily grudging souls. If it wasn't for my protection, I'm afraid I'd have been left to take over her body. Yo-ho! Meaning that when she entered the Grand View Garden for the second time, Lu encountered quite a lot of things. Ha? Qi Luo asked with a smile. More than quite a few things. De Siener snorted coldly. That grave circle alone. An ordinary person would probably have to fly out of his mind if he went in there. If it wasn't for the fact that I've seen a lot of things and introduced him all the way, I might have gotten caught up in a lot of things. De Sien, I'll put it to you like this, young man. Huang De Sien, who was traveling down the corridor, turned around and glanced at Qi Luo. Just now De Sien actually didn't fall asleep, and I heard what you told those silver children in the live broadcast room. The analysis about the Grand View Garden being a graveyard is actually just average. Aren't you good at finding clues from Dream of the Red Chamber? I'll make a bet with you. You will be based on the original Dream of the Red Chamber that you read, and I will be based on the insights of the year. We will compare in the second time Lu old lady into the grave circle of that period of time. A total of how many sorts of ghosts can be found. How many ghosts encountered. How many times the behavior of bizarre. You dare not. Do you dare? Exempt. The crowd instantly perked up when Wang Tai-Sin narrowed his eyes and issued a challenge towards Qi Luo. Good lord. What kind of luck have I gotten today? I've just finished hearing about the human ghost deal, and now I'm about to witness the human immortal bet. Let's hope the anchor doesn't wimp out. And let's see where the real boundaries of his abilities really lie. For a while, the pop-ups tumbled out like a tidal wave, greeting the crowd's expectant gazes. Qi Luo first smiled and mused for a long time before opening his mouth in a slightly flirtatious manner. Seeing De Siener's posture, he thinks he has a good chance of winning. Tell me, how about winning or losing? If you win, I'll be at your beck and call from now on, and I'll help you get even with whatever you encounter in the 3 worlds and 9 heavens, wherever I can say something. And what if I lose? If you lose, the corner of Huang Daxian's mouth hooked up a weird arc. You set up a hall at home, good food and drink day-by-day offerings. At the same time, I also want to take away a random one from your live room. Touché. Bet it is. What? The moment they heard Qi Luo agree to the bet without hesitation, the audience people were dumbfounded. You're such a bad anchor. Did you hear what he said? He wants to take one at random. How dare you say yes to that? On the screen, countless question marks and exclamation points scurried by in an instant. Qi Luo didn't pay any attention to it, but continued to look at Huang Dexian. You're the one who brought up the bet. Let Dexian say how to bet. I'm all for it. Ha! What a big mouth. Then follow me, Huang Dexian said, flinging his walking stick and stepping out of the corridor, meeting the puzzled gazes of the crowd and beginning to lead the way ahead. Where are we going? The audience thought so in their hearts, and when they once again turned their eyes to the screen, Huang Dexian had already guided Qi Luo to the door of the Prince Gong's mansion. The night is cold and cool, blowing the trees next to the rustling. Huang Dexian stops and lifts his walking stick to point towards the front. Do you know why the world does not know that the Grand View Garden is a graveyard but I do? Because these buildings are just ordinary buildings in the eyes of mortals, but I can see the essence of their inner workings. The first question. It's easy. And you tell me how many of the buildings old woman Lu encountered during her second visit to this grave circle have closed the grave mound in the open and in the dark, or have indicated that this place is a ghostly place. If you can find out more than Dexian me, then you win. The words fell, and the audience cringed instantly. This question, it's a bit too hard, isn't it? Although finding metaphors from the original text is the anchor's strong suit, but listening to Wang Tai-sin, there is more than one architectural metaphor in this Grand View Garden? This if the anchor can't overtake him, wouldn't he be extremely likely to be taken away? The audience suddenly tensed up, but the two men on camera were acting unusually calm. Qi Luo nodded at the sound and looked at Huang Dexian with a smile. How many has Daisy found? Oh, 5 seats. Wang Tai-sin made a 5 in the air, his expression smug. What? The hearts of the crowd sank almost in seconds as they looked incredulously at Huang Dexian, their brains buzzing. 5? In the short span of 2 or 3 visits to the Grand View Garden, there are 5 buildings that suggest and metaphorize? Isn't this pure bull asterisk? Finished Liao. This time the anchor designated to lose for sure. Huang Daxian people are after all immortal. Whether experience C bottom or ability level designation is more than mortals. This 5 seats should have already locked the answer to the upper limit of space. How else is the anchor going to play? Countless complicated and slightly desperate gazes were cast towards Qi Luo in unison, just as they were wondering what kind of tricky way the anchor would use to escape. The familiar bland voice slowly flowed out. Oh, 5 seats ah. It seems that Dexian's ability to discern still needs to continue to improve. Since the great immortal must compete, I'll send you a multiplier. Qi Luo smiled at the stunned expression of Huang Daxian, gently pulling up the corners of his mouth. In the course of her second visit to the Grand View Garden, Lu came into contact with a total of 10 barren mound ghost buildings, and I happen to be a little bit interested today, so I named them separately. Under the shadow of the pale moon, Qi Luo took a deep breath, his expression relaxed and cozy. They are the building of Jiangzhu Blood, Banana Ton's Tombstone, Jui's Remaining Rhythm, Cold Fragrance Monument Forest, Dust-Locked Xiaohua, Empty Coffin of Water and Moon, Red Plum Blood Sacrifice, Illusion of Blight, The Paper Money Labyrinth, and Jumanji Bloodlight. Chapter 67, Jiangzhu Blood Building Shoshang Pavilion. Lu goes to the grave to weed the grass. The green glazed eaves of the porch were still dripping downward with undried rainwater, and the air was so silent that only Qi Luo's voice echoed in the air. His lips touched lightly, and in the not so long time it took, he conveyed to all of them, with utmost clarity, the messages that had never been heard before. It was the startled, the bulging, cracking eyes of Wang Tai-sin, the stunned, amazed lips of the audience. This is a situation no one expected. Even the immortals couldn't either. Dozens of seconds ago, they thought that Huang Dexian out of a life-saving question, but since Qi Luo reported 10 the number of the moment, the topic instantly reversed into a bonus question. Oh, no. To describe it in terms of a giveaway question was simply unable to show Qi Luo's terror and bullishness at this moment. Technically, this should be a humiliating bonus question. Who's the good anchor who not only managed to find out the 10 deserted mound ghost buildings, but also named each of them along the way? It simply challenges everyone's perception and insults their intelligence. The moon's shadow was horizontal, and the wind hissed in the gloom. After staring blankly at Qi Luo for a long time, Huang Dexian finally opened her mouth. Are you joking with Dexian me? Back then, I only went to a total of a few places when I went into the circle of graves with old lady Lu. You, 10. Before Huang Dexian could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Qi Luo's voice. When Lu entered the Grand View Garden for the second time, she went to a total of 10 places, and in my opinion, They are everywhere a barren mound. Are ghost buildings. If Disiener can't see it, then it only means that you simply don't know enough about this grand view garden, and you can only randomly cross-reference it from your experience. And I see the ultimate metaphor in the midst of an entire grand garden of ghosts, and see the horrific details beneath the opulence of that one building. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room, which was originally quite relaxed, slowly turned eerie under the erosion of Qi Luo's clear and cold voice. Cold wind from the body rustling slide through, before the heart of the restless, completely silent. The audience is sitting down to look at the screen, constantly give themselves a psychological construction. 1 haunted place, 10 haunted buildings. This heaven-splittingly bizarre argument would make huge waves wherever it was put, and anyone who came to hear and see it would be cringing. After saying so much, how come I feel that Disiener and all of you don't believe me? Qi Luo smiled and grinned, following which he raised his steps towards the interior of King Gong's mansion. That's okay, then we'll follow the tour route of Lu Lulu's second visit to the Grand View Garden in the original. Starting with the interpretation one by one. With hurried steps, he crossed a few muddy puddles, circled around a few winding corridors, and finally stopped in front of a bleak building hidden in the forest. The camera shudders and advances across the field of vision, and the crowd looks up as if they're watching the beginning of an eerily chilling horror movie. A dream of red mansions. The 40th time, Jia Mother with Lu Lulu wanders through the Grand View Garden. The first stop is Xiaoxiang Pavilion, where Lin Daiyu lives. It is also a real Jiangzhu blood building. I don't think I need to explain the meaning of Jiangzhu, do I? It's talking about the incarnation of Lin Daiyu, the Jiangzhu immortal herb. Then why should I call her Xiaoxiang Pavilion the blood building? Qi Luo said in a deep voice, raising his steps towards the cold and smooth path. The original describes the Xiaoxiang Pavilion like this: bamboos sandwiching the road on both sides, the ground covered in pale moss, and a sheep's intestine stone road in the center. Speaking here, Qi Luo suddenly paused and turned his head to look at the crowd. Everyone should know that I'm from Rongqing, right? I've been to a trip to Huiling, Liu Bei's tomb, in the Wuhou Shrine in Rongqing before, and there's a very Netflix-inspired attraction there. The Red Wall. A lot of people take pictures there. Between that red wall is a goat path flanked by dense bamboo forests. Speaking here, Qi Luo narrowed his eyes and cast his gaze towards the path again. So, the entrance to this Xiaoxiang Pavilion is not a regular entrance to a living building at all, but a passageway leading to a mausoleum ghost building. Southern tombs are often bordered by bamboo, and Lin Daiyu happens to be from Gusu. And on top of that, between these 20 or so words, there is also a hidden mystery of in-house feng shui that has been accumulated in Kyushu for thousands of years. Bamboo is wood for yang, moss is water for yin, and stones are earth for neutralization, forming the cycle of mutual birth and death of wood over earth and earth over water. Here it fits into the Zhou-yi and the birth of the so-called easy view of change. At the same time, the doubtful dragon scripture also said, hidden rumble, auspicious in it, Xiaoxiang Pavilion door in front of the goat's intestinal path of the hidden in line with the fundamental principle of the burial. Hiding also, to avoid the tomb exposed and destroyed, but also at the same time alluded to the Daiyu's cool and refreshing character. Under the night sky, Qi Luo's voice drifted and wandered with the wind, and after a few short minutes of explanation, the crowd once again raised their eyes to look at it, only to realize how this Xiaoxiang Pavilion looked weird. He didn't stay where he was, continuing to lead the group deeper into the path, and finally, against the pale light overhead, he raised his hand and pushed open the wooden door that had been hidden for hundreds of years. There are ghost trails outside the haunted building, and there are many haunted houses inside the haunted building. Just now we have analyzed the metaphorical references on the outside of the building. Then next, I will take you to analyze the death imagery inside the building. Cold and rich air, swept around the body, was covered by a huge black indoor space. The eye is the eye of the white. The camera hovered in the center of the main hall. Qi Luo quietly gazed at it for a long time before speaking in a deep voice. In the original, there is one thing they did in Daiyu's Xiaoxiang Pavilion that took up a lot of space. That is to help Lin Daiyu change the window screen. In the beginning, people said that this yard house is green everywhere. Even the window screen is green window screen. So they combined to help her change. Gentlemen, Qi Luo raised his voice steeply and looked at the camera with a smile. I don't know if you've ever visited a grave with your family. If you have, then there must be a process of removing the weeds from the grave. So now that you all look back at the depiction in the original, is it very much in line with this intention? Jia Mother with Lu Lulu. With the Grand View Garden crowd first went to Lin Daiyu's grave. After arriving at the mausoleum, found that her grave is everywhere around the bright green weeds, so we all agreed to help her weed. Later in the article, Jia Mother said to Xiaoxiang Hall to change the xia ing yarn. This yarn color such as xia, red and yellow. See details. Think carefully. Is it a grave that presents the original yellow and red soil color after weeding? The low end of the voice, In the dim light pulled out scattered echoes, cold air through the screen, straight to the live broadcast room above everyone's heart. The dashing pavilion is as green as a grave. Lonely grave mound. The building of red blood. All of the imagery, all of it, fit together in a tight, chilling moment. The shadow of the moon outside the window was hazy to the core. Qi Luo didn't linger much in the Xiaoshan pavilion, lifting his hand to reclose the door tightly and lifting his steps forward. In the original, Lu goes out of the Jiangzhou blood building and into the Yi Bananatong tombstone, which is also known as Tan Chun's house, Xiu Shuangzhai. In this house of chill and mystery, staged a predestined prophecy of horror to the depths. P.S. Happy New Year's Eve to everyone. Have a good mood every day. I'll keep contributing quality content to you all. Thanks for all the support along the way. Chapter 68, 5 Great Spiritual Hall Imagery. For great underworld imagery, and the eerie echoes of Bananatong's tombstone, the moon's shadow wanders like the wind, whispering. Qi Luo led Huang Xianer, who had a complicated expression, along the moss-covered goat path and continued to walk forward. In the live broadcast room, there was a deep silence. Everyone's mind echoed the last words he said when he left the Xiaoshan pavilion, especially that one sentence that made people think about the predestined prophecy. The Autumn Sharpness Lounge is, indeed, Tanchuan's room, but even if you look through the Red Mansion, there is no way to find the slightest description of the words related to the prophecy of Tanchun, especially in those times when Lu entered the Grand View Garden. Tanchun occupies not too much space. Anchor, how on earth does it look like that again? Just thinking, Qi Luo once again pushed a wooden door covered by streams of light. Dusty time like a cold moon abruptly awakened. Into the eyes of everything, are full of unspeakable pathos and cold. Autumn Shuangzai is the second place that Lu visited in the Grand View Garden. Know why I want to call this place Bananatong Tombstone? The two words, banana and tong, are actually quite understandable, but anyone who has read through the Dream of the Red Mansions will probably be able to give an explanation in a minute. Tanchun called herself the banana under the guest, and the Begonia Poetry Society was established in her residence, Autumn Shuangzai. So take the word banana and tong. As for the tombstone, the moment he uttered these two words, Qi Luo suddenly paused for a moment, then raised his hand and casually waved it, and in the next second, several more lights appeared in the originally dim and dark interior. They appeared in a few different locations, and at first glance, looked like the kind of haunted building look-alike from a horror movie. Tombstone. The meaning of the epitaph is taken. The reason why I have to say this is because the entire Autumn Sharpness Lodge is just like a living spiritual hall. A hearse? The audience, who was already deeply immersed in the eerie atmosphere, instantly winced when they heard those two words. For almost all the people of Kyushu, if they were to pick the scene that best represents Chinese horror, the first and foremost would have to be the Spirit Hall. Autumn Sharpness Lounge is a spirit house? This sounds a little too absurd and bizarre. What? Looking at the reaction of the pop-up screen, you think it's a bit exaggerated, right? Actually, not at all. Qi Luo gently shook his head. The matter of Qiu Shuangzhai being a spiritual hall is almost a clear-cut card in the original, and with only a slight interpretation of certain details, the panorama of a gloomy spiritual hall can be instantly sketched out. Same as the first, incense burners, offerings, and flower arrangements. Qi Luo's voice turned steeply heavier as he raised his hand and nodded toward the lone light that was lit up directly in front of him. Dream of Red Mansion's 40th in describing the interior furnishings of the Autumn Shuangzai. Wrote this sentence, there is a large tripod on the case, and on the left side there is a large plate of the Dogwan kiln, which holds dozens of dainty yellow luscious large Buddha's hands. The cauldron, in ancient times, was an important sacrificial vessel, often used in temple ceremonies. How could an ordinary family place this thing in the main hall of the house? The only explanation is the incense burner used to insert incense in the spiritual hall, and the large plate in the Buddha's hand. This scene, but also very say, the Buddha's hand color golden, held in the plate for the side of the incense burner, is the conventional arrangement of offerings. As for why to use the Buddha's hand as an offering, mainly because the Buddha's hand in Buddhism is known as the Buddha's hand. There is the meaning of transcendence of the dead. As for the arrangement of flowers, this is very conspicuous. The original text says, inserted with a capsule full of white chrysanthemums. White chrysanthemums have been commonly used as funeral flowers in rituals from ancient times, and the only indoor space suitable for its placement is the spiritual hall. The low voice accompanied by the leaping candle shadows set off the already eerie atmosphere even colder. Qi Luo didn't stop and raised his hand to continue pointing to another place. The second item, ritual instruments and ceremonial bands. It is well known that mournful music must be blown and played to console the dead when laying out the spirit, and naturally, these two things are not missing in this spirit hall of Autumn Sharpness. First, there are the ritual instruments, Qi Luo said, raising his steps towards the left side of the room. finally stopping at a white jade object. The original text says that on the right lacquer shelf hangs a white jade chime. You may not understand this white jade pan, because this thing is indeed not common in daily life. It is from the Zhou dynasty, has been used down the sacrificial musical instruments. The book of writes records of music inside the chime to establish identification. Identification of things living in the square, said. A piece of sacrificial music hanging in the house. What do you think this house is if not a spiritual hall? Secondly, there was the sacrificial ritual procession. This is also expressed clearly in the original. When the people were sitting idly in the autumn sharpness lounge, they suddenly, faintly heard the sound of drums and music. This sound is not the echo of the morning music of the sacrificial band that has remained for 100 years? In the somber voice, the lights flickered on and off, and the people in front of the screen let out a long breath, trying their best to suppress the fear that tumbled out of their hearts. Real. Zillow's account is just so true. Those words that were cold and obscure in the original book seemed to suddenly come to life in his mouth, and within an incredibly short period of time, he quickly constructed a scene that sent chills down the spine of the body. And the horror is that the picture has yet to be fully fleshed out. The third item, the hearth epigram. As the words rang out, the place illuminated by the third light suddenly appeared in the center of everyone's sight. It was a couplet in strong handwriting, hanging between the main halls, solemn and full of oppression. The original text says that in the autumn Shuangcai there hangs a piece of Yen Lugong zinc, smoke and xia idol bone frame springstone wild career. Qi Luo faintly opened his mouth, his eyes resting on the ink and brush. Yen Lugong is the familiar great calligrapher Yen Jinqing. Yen Gong's font is strong and austere. The most specialized is monument writing. And then look at that couplet. In just 10 words, there are 4 occurrences of underworld imagery. It really makes me feel a little breathtaking as well. Ha! The audience is a bit confused. What did the anchor just say? Underworld imagery. And 4 more? You've got to be kidding me. The first imagery. Smoke and haze. Qi Luo's voice rose again, interrupting the crowd's thoughts. The smoke haze in the tomb is the ghost fire of the burial mound. The second imagery. Idol bones. Ghostly flames wandering and flickering, reflecting, of course, jagged and eerie skeletons. The third imagery. The spring and the stone. This spring is the yellow spring, and this stone is the stone of 3 lives. The fourth imagery. Wild life. These 3 words mean to spend the rest of one's life without restraint. That which can spend the rest of its life between the yellow springs and the 3 life stones is nothing but a ghost. What else could it be? His voice drifted, and when he said the last sentence, the corners of his mouth also hooked up into a smile if nothing else, chilling the hearts of the crowd as they watched. Now, if you go back and look at this couplet, you will understand that this is simply a specially inscribed spiritual couplet by Yen Jinqing, or is an epitaph. All the voices, all of them, broke on those last 3 words that he used to set the tone. The oppressive air, filling all the crevices in the live broadcast room, made it somewhat difficult for the crowd to even breathe. Inside the room, the lamps and shadows, swaying like ghost fire, reflecting those objects that have been imagined by Qi Luo, twisted into a hellish scroll. Just now, I used 5 architectural imagery and 4 underworld imagery to build a picture of a spiritual hall for you all, but this is not the point I want to share with you in the autumn sharpness lounge. At the moment when the light and shadows were about to fall, Qi Luo suddenly uttered such a sentence, and the crowd's hearts burst, their gazes instantly cast towards Qi Luo. The spirit hall is indeed spooky and horrifying enough, but it's nothing compared to what I'm going to talk about next. The whistling winds rose like a tide. The moment the words fell, the light and fire in the room were extinguished, with the moon's shadow looming down. Only Qi Luo's upright silhouette could be seen. He laughed a little, and then in a low, wavering voice that seeped into every heart. Have you ever known that in that, Banana Tong's tombstone, there is another bazaar to the core imagery, such as the judge of the underworld, which foretells the end of Tangchun. And do you know, in the middle of this ghost building of the autumn Shuangcai, there is also a ghostly hall of the underworld, which I call it, Zhui Lingyun, where, Lu, who entered the Grand View Garden for the 2nd time, used only one action to make the rest of Tanchuan's life, preform as much as you can. Chapter 69, a feast of groups of ghosts in the remaining rhyme of Zhui, Panner's cave of yin and yang, grandmother's reference to life and death. There's other imagery, and prophetic imagery with a sense of predestination? The heavy message exploded like fireworks in the minds of the crowd, leaving them speechless for a long time. Seriously, those imagery just now, no matter who else tasted it or looked at it, would think that Qi Luo had achieved the ultimate perfection. After all, the description of Qiu Shuangcai in the 40th time is only a few lines, but he was able to quote and migrate and blend so many convincing metaphors. This is really hard as hell behavior. However, after soundly instilling all this, he told the crowd that it was nothing. A plate of appetizers that couldn't be any smaller. Ha! A frothing face behind the screen can only sigh deeply in its own space. Not to mention dismantling at this moment, even after a few more decades. Even if you turn the dream of the Red Chamber into ashes and burn it for yourself to continue to read and study in the netherworld, I guess you can't find out any more answers about the architectural metaphors. This anchor genus is a bit too anticlimactic. Sighs and short sighs turned into a constant melody in the broadcast room, and the moment the moon reappeared into the clouds, Qi Luo's feet moved once again. The heavy sound and the few moving winds mingled with each other, and between his shifting steps, his figure had already arrived in front of the quaint old bed. There is an easily overlooked imagery in the Autumn Sharpness Lodge. In the eyes of many people, it is nothing more than the childish words of a child in the midst of his idle antics. But actually, if you go deeper into the hidden meaning of these words, you will find, between those words, the unsolved mystery about the rest of Tanchuan's life is already clear. The crowd's expressions were grave in the unfolding voice. This hadn't even begun to be deciphered yet, and Zyro had given them an unbelievable amount of information output. Children's words, unsolved mysteries. Not to mention, just putting those 8 words together is enough to create a fatalistic creepiness. So the next story he's going to tell is a dark child's tale in one sentence? As they were thinking about it, Zyro's voice brought their thoughts back to reality. There was a description of Lulu's grandson, Ban Er, in the 40th round, which was extremely childish and childlike. The original is like this: on the gauze net is green double embroidered flowers and grasses. Banner said, "This is a grasshopper, and this is a grasshopper." Qi Luo sniffled and raised her eyes to look at the crowd. This is indeed a child's playfulness, right? The latter was even beaten by Lulu and cried. But if you look at this matter in the context of the ghosts of the cemetery, you will find that it is full of strange things. As we all know, Tanchuan's ending in the Red Chamber is to be married off, and it is difficult to know whether she will live or die after the marriage. Even the ghosts in the Grand View Garden can't break through the blurring of yin and yang to find out the outcome. This is also the reason why the entire Qiu Shuangzhai is set up as a spiritual hall instead of a mausoleum. The gauzy curtain swayed gently under the night breeze, and at first glance, it looked as if it was responding to Qi Luo's words. Ordinary people can't understand the boundaries of yin and yang, life and death, and ghosts can't see the sorrows and joys of the yellow springs of a foreign land. But there are 2 kinds of people can. One of them is, child's body caves yin and yang. The brand new statement made the audience hold their breath, their eyes locked onto Qi Luo, wanting to see exactly how he would explain this prophecy that sounded completely bizarre. Everyone, turn back with me again to that behavior of Slate's, where he was pointing to the words of the grasshopper in the bed screen. And herein lies a very clever metaphor. The veil of the bed is called the cover of the grave, and the grasshopper and grasshopper are extremely short-lived insects that spend their lives wandering among the grasses without a fixed place. So, now do you understand why in the 40th cycle, Lord Chao had to arrange such a plot? It's because he knew that only a child-bodied boarder could see what the ghosts couldn't see, and could realize that in a distant time and space, there was an extraterritorial lonely grave with countless short-lived grassworms roaming around it. It was an unattended barren mound, buried, a corpse that knew no home. Qi Luo let out a long breath, his eyes lingering on that green screen tent for a long time. When Banner said this, Lulu immediately slapped Banner. The words of scolding are also very interesting. She said, "Who let you have no dry and clean mess?" In fact, if you think about it, if it is in reality, this action of the board is very out of the ordinary. He just said the names of 2 insects, and in normal times, the adults would have praised him for his intelligence. But that day, he was beaten. The reason is actually simple, because he used his child's eyes to perceive the yin and yang, and used his child's words to break the heavenly plan. In the perception of Lulu, this stuff is going to depreciate young life. A deep chill leapt up from the spine of the crowd and went straight to their heads as Zyro completed this horrific interpretation of the prophecy. However, before they could completely digest it all, a second deep fear came again. In the dream of the Red Mansion, there is a building in Tanchuan's Autumn Shuangzhai named Xiao Chui Tang, and this is the Vermilion Eve's remaining rhythm that I mentioned before. You may know, this Zhui Yuyun is actually the whole Autumn Cool Lent, the most bizarre place. It can be called the ghost hall amongst the ghost buildings, and the yin, qi and fury are almost impossible to hide. When these words came out, the hearts of the crowd sank violently and their expressions became solemn. Good guy. A single autumn shocker Zaibatsu. He found out 9 times of horrible imagery before and after. And now, there's one even more eerie than it. Do people still want to live? In fact, in the 40th round, Chao Gong did not Xiaotsui Hall display furnishings with ink. But why do I single it out to say it? Because this place hosted a banquet of group ghosts. The heavier the yin qi, the more able it was to hold a sufficient number of spirits. It was also precisely during this banquet that Lulu used an act, the same as her own grandson, Ban Er, to prophesy against Tan Chun. And she is the second kind of person who can travel between yin and yang, as I said. Mordecai ginseng, life and death. A child's body caves into yin and yang, and a man at the end of the road participates in life and death. Two heavy and secretive voices repeatedly wandered in the minds of the crowd, bringing a shock stronger than all the previous interpretations of Qiu Shuangcai. At this point, they finally understood why Lu and Ban Er were still able to return in one piece after wandering around the Grand View Garden. A child's body and a man at the end of the road. This buff is really stacked up. In Shaochui Hall, the people were having a meal. Lu took a 4-flute ivory and golden-laid chopstick to clip the pigeon's egg. However, after picking up the pigeon's egg, it slipped to the ground and broke. Shi Luo said so, smoothly picking up 2 chopsticks from the table. Precisely the kind of ivory and gold-inlaid chopsticks he had just mentioned. These chopsticks, made of ivory, might elsewhere be no more than a luxury dining item in a highborn family. But here, it has a deep meaning. Regarding the end of Tan Chun, the original points to a faraway marriage with a relative. And as to where this place is, the more uniform knowledge at present is Yunnan. And this place abounds in ivory. Shi Luo spoke in a calm tone, arranging the chopsticks one by one to the center of the square table. Ivory inlaid with gold. In Yunnan is extremely expensive royal luxury. Here can refer to Yunnan royal family. And that pigeon egg, pure white round, at first glance, shaped like a white bone mass shrinkage, but also like the bones of the corpse after cremation of the remaining relics. Now, you can all join me in looking back at that behavior of Lu and Xiao Chui Tang. Shi Luo turned around and looked towards the camera with a sighing expression. With the ivory chopsticks that refer to royalty, she picked up the pigeon's egg that refers to Tan Chun, but the egg slipped and fell to the dust. Is this not a hint to all the ghosts that Tan Chun, who was held by you, has long since been transformed into white bones and fallen into the yellow springs under the coercive persecution of the royal family of Yunnan? The air, quiet as a wash. The moon's shadow mingled with the dust, staining the live camera with a blur. The audience sat frozen in front of the screen, staring at the spreading darkness and the continually shrinking halo of light in their vision, unable to even control their breathing. An old man and a young man, penetrating the heavens, starting the pen with a gauze tent and inking with chopsticks. He solved in a few lines the mystery that had been troubling everyone for countless days and nights. It also allows the ghosts trapped in that ghost garden to rest in their hearts. The night wind, swirling through, rattled the window panes. Shi Luo hung his head and thought for a moment and raised his hand to point towards the door. Next stop. Lotus root fragrance salon, right? Huang Disian lightly grunted, leaning on his crutches to move forward. No, it's the Aseri garden. Shi Luo smiled and shook his head, giving his answer. What the hell? Aseri garden? Huang Disian was full of puzzlement. What else could be weird about that place? I don't think it's anything. That place, Zillow breathed. That's the place that's in the whole Grand View Cemetery. The gloomiest, deadliest, coldest, and weirdest of graves. Chapter 70, Example of a Shady Mansion. Asarum Court, do you know Baochai's regrets? The shadow of the moon struggled and tumbled among the black clouds, like a wandering spirit imprisoned in a dungeon, trying to tear the chain called law and reveal its horrifying face to the whole earth. Above the sheep-intestine path, only the sound of the wind and the bamboo shadow together chirping, playing a cold symphony belonging only to the dead. Asarum Garden, the residence of Xue Baochai in the dream of the Red Chamber, and the third haunted building that Lu visited when she entered the Grand View Garden for the second time. The cool voice rippled out with the wind, and the hearts of the crowd began to rise and fall at the old sound of the wooden door being pushed open. I've already analyzed it once for you in that part of Princess Yuan's family visit, where Xue Baochai herself is the lone spirit wandering through the Grand View Garden, but at the time it was a bit too limiting just from the play The Magnificent Banquet. To recognize a person thoroughly, you have to study the details of his life. If you want to penetrate a soul, you have to carefully explore the place where its spirit lives, Zyro said, raising his hand and pointing forward. The camera moves with him, scraping the darkness of the night as it slides slowly towards the courtyard. The crowd watched and stared, and what met their eyes were the branches of grasses and trees that swam wildly in the darkness, and the jagged and strange rocks that stood oppressively in their field of vision. This feels, well, bad. The Asarum. From the first second I started deconstructing it, 4 words popped into my head: cold fragrance tablet. This cold incense. Those who know Xue Baochai should know that this item is a medicinal pill that she always takes. As for the tablet forest, Shi Luo's voice is somewhat fluttering, the corner of the mouth gently pulled. Only because this residence, everywhere is a ghost. Things are great evil. The already tense hearts of the audience sank straight to the bottom with the hefty fall of those last words. Everywhere ghosts and things, everything is very evil. These 8 words had never appeared in all his previous interpretive analyses. From this, it could be seen that the degree of viciousness of this ashen garden had already exceeded their cognizance. In the field of vision, Qi Luo still stopped at the place where he entered the door. The wind whistled, blowing and flipping up the sleeves of his coat. He was silent for a few moments before he spoke again. If Qiu Shuangzhai is the ultimate work of using architectural imagery to metaphorically represent the underworld among the 10 ghost buildings, then Asarum Garden is a collection of countless ancient canonical books, rituals and burial scriptures, as well as the great work of depicting the imagery of death and the collection of weird and wondrous writings in the 9 states. If Shaoxiang Pavilion and Autumn Shuangzhai give people the view of eeriness, then Asarum Garden is solemn coldness. Here, not only are the living unable to gain a foothold, even the soul, even have to be swallowed to nothing by the Yin Qi fury accumulated over 10,000 years and thousands of autumns. This is a real dead zone. More than that, I think it's the most standard and desperate example of a netherworld house in the universal world. His voice was ethereal, shaped like a sharp scalpel, and within a few seconds, he dissected the feigned toughness within the crowd. The wind was shivering, and in the countless gazes of fear, Qi Luo, who had just finished defining Asarum Garden, finally raised his head to look toward the plaque that stretched across in front of him. In the Autumn Sharpness Lodge, I've broken down a total of 9 levels of imagery. In the Asari Garden, I probably had to list dozens of ghost books to support the horror and strangeness of this graveyard. The knowledge involved is broad and informative. So if you're interested, you can take out your little notebook and take notes. But please be sure to burn it when you're done reading it so that it doesn't affect you in real life. A pair of hands in front of the screen that were about to touch the laptop instantly paused. How does it feel? Anchor just said something even weirder than those 8 words before? What the hell is this Asari Garden? My love of learning to take a note can still affect real life? Fingers, suddenly, trembled a little until Qi Luo spoke again. To speak of Asarum Court, one must begin with the name, distinguishing it from Shaoxiang Pavilion and Quishuangzhai, which uses deep weirdness. 3 words, 3 cursive characters, and it's destined to be a green mound and a barren grave. And what's really interesting about it isn't even the offsets. It's in the 3 characters themselves, Zyro said, a few hints of sadness darkening his gaze. Everyone should have read Xu Yuan's Li Sa, right? Qi Luo asked with a smile, and some of the audience nodded along with it, but they were puzzled as to whether this Li Sa could still be connected to the Asari Garden in any way. At a loss, Zyro spoke up. There is a line in Li Sa, miscellaneous Dugong and Fangji, where Dugong is the same plant as Asarum, and the Asarum here refers to the banished soul. In addition, there is also a very famous book in Kyushu called Shuo and Jiezi, which interprets the word woohoo in this way: woohoo, i.e., obscene grass to cover the path. Now, we will combine these 2 interpretations can be easily learned. The so-called Asari, in fact, is a lost place for ghosts. The low voice, easily diluted by the whistling night wind, left only endless suspense and mystery in the minds of the audience. Qi Luo paused for a few seconds before he dropped his gaze to the last word of the plaque. Remember what I said before? These 3 words together form an excellent example of naming a Yin house. Then naturally this last word, Yuan, is missing. If it was just a substitute for the usual word for house, it obviously wouldn't mean much. But precisely, it has another layer of meaning. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, there was a book of the same type as Shuo and Jiezi, which was called Shiming, in which it explained the word Yuan in this way: Yuan, grievances, also, gathering grievances, gentlemen. Now let's merge those 3 words together and the meaning is actually plain and simple. The so-called Asari Garden is actually a deeply haunted mansion that traps lost souls. And the name of the ghost, it's called Xue Baochai. Zillow's final coda is fragmented, as if split by a cold wind, and full of treacherous texture. The crowd in front of the screen was so stunned in unison that they didn't even dare to take a second look at the plaque in the camera that was hidden in the night. They all read the Red Mansion. They all read those 3 words, but no one has ever made such a deep inquiry or dismantled them. Looking back now, just the name is enough to break the heart. The moon's shadow is like a veil, and the grass hisses. After withdrawing his gaze from the plaque, Qi Luo finally began to raise his steps towards the courtyard, and between his steps, his somber voice was simultaneously dispersed into the night. I have often wondered, with such a cold and frigid word as Asarum Garden as the name of the Yin residence, even a soul without a physical body would find it difficult to withstand such a deep oppression and destruction, right? Doesn't she want to seek immortality and enter the cycle of reincarnation? Until later, when I slowly deconstructed all the imagery in this Asari Garden, only then did I understand. She perhaps never thought about the so-called past life. Reincarnation is even more of a painful and terminal choice for her. The hoarse voice, like a sharp blade through time and space, cleaved open a door locked tightly by old times. The moon swiftly hides into the clouds, and the cold night, cold rain, is reborn. In the field of vision, light and shadow floated, and in response to the wind, There seemed to be a poignant and mournful song. In this unusually cold and austere night, intermittently, it loomed over the ashram. Like confiding, like complaining, like a remembrance, like a stay. It's like a broken heart in the middle of the night, or a long cherished wish at the end of the day. The grasses are in the evening sun, half the willow colors, half the flute, wasted green wax for red jade, full of clothes and no memory. The song was accompanied by a willow flute that slowly swooned through the deep blue night. A fine, silky rain covered the entirety of the majority of the city, which had already fallen into a stupor. The shadow of the lamp and the screen, from thick to light, in the final camera advance. In addition to the cool, singing voice, a low to the point of terseness can be faintly heard. If Wang Shifeng's regret is that her mother and daughter are in the same grave, it's hard to escape her destiny. That shepherd's regret. What is it again? Chapter 71, For Underworld Barriers, Xue Baochai's Trapped Love Locked Soul Bureau. So what is Xue Baochai's regret? Again? The originally cool atmosphere was steeped by the question Qi Luo asked, adding a few points of sadness and sorrow. In the past to see the Red Chamber. Some people look at the plot. Some people look at the writing. Some people look at those shapes and sizes of warblers and swallows of the water pavilions. Some people look at those who come and go in a hurry to colorful character persona. But like today, the experience of looking at human nature with a grave mound and regretting it with a haunted building has indeed never happened before. A sense of anticipation that pulls in. Viewers are eager to know the answer about Bowie's regrets, but at the same time they are timid to know. After all, tonight they have digested carrying too many emotions. I am really afraid that Xue Baochai's regret is too sad, too miserable, too resentful, and turn into an unbearable weight in his life. Under the moonlight, Qi Luo still raised his steps forward. Only when he had traveled to the side of the horizontal swaying grass in the courtyard did he stop and speak faintly. For a long, long time, I didn't really like the character of Xue Baochai, and even hated her a little bit in a sense. I always feel that this person is too scheming, too worldly, too egotistical, too snobbish, and I feel as if she has spent her entire life manipulating people's hearts and minds, setting up ambushes and laying plans. But people always change, and 3 years ago I read The Red Chamber and developed this outlook. It wasn't until 3 years later that I realized that she didn't seem to have done it all just for herself from start to finish. The things that I have done, the obsessions that I have shown in front of and behind the scenes, the tears that I have shed when I dreamed in the middle of the night, the steps that I have taken when I couldn't get what I wanted, they all seem to point to one kind of clue, all point to one person. The tearing voice and the hazy moon shadow together weaved a net, spreading down from the dome overhead, trapping all the souls in the live room. In the heart, there are inexplicable difficult emotions began to rummage. In this cold and lightless Asari garden, nowhere to rest in speechless restlessness. So do you guys know what Xue Baochai's regrets are? Qi Luo spoke softly, then looked up and cast his gaze towards the empty screen. In the cold wind, the sound of the shattering was like a knife, plunging straight into the hearts of the crowd. It is the hot poison suppressed by the cold incense pill that is finally turned into a furnace of dead incense ashes in the golden marriage. It is the good fortune that is fastened with a golden lock, and is embedded in the fissure of a stubborn stone unintentionally inscribed. It's the snowy cave-like new room alone in the night watch, listening to the sound of the dashing bamboo roaming over the last tier of the red candle. It was only when the Buddhist beads were counted out at the wake that I saw on the jade lock, carved with someone else's past destiny, the sound of blossoming blossoms, pressed against Qi Luo's deep trailing voice, slowly spread between heaven and earth. An inexplicable feeling of heart palpitations arose from the depths of his muscles and bones, and then flowed through all the blood in his body. In front of the screen, a face, stunned, off-screen, somber voices, reproduced. It's easy to deny someone. All it takes is a mere word. But something, no matter how much you deny it, it cannot escape in mere words. For Xue Baochai, this thing is the obsession that she has held on to in her heart for many, many years, and has never given up from life to death. That obsession, that's Jabba the Hutt. It's the one who said to Xue Baochai, all winds and moons are prophecies, but only one glance at you misplaces floating life. Under the shadow of the moon, Qi Luo sighed softly with eyes full of sighs, and after a long period of silence, he raised his hand and pointed towards the desolate courtyard in front of him. Wang Shifeng has regrets, and the way she solves them is to use her own money from the town coffin to beg Lulu for help. But what about Xue Baochai? Her character is doomed to not be able to leave the affairs of her life until afterward to do. Doomed even if she has regrets will use her own way to seek a self-righteous consummation and peace of mind. So, from the moment she realized that she was not destined to be Jia Baoyu's sweetheart in this life, that the word love was the most irrational, and that even if she was lucky enough to be married to Baoyu, she still could not be together in the year, and she set out to do something, for a long enough time, in front of all the weird eyes, to do something, thing that has never been done before. A cold, A stringent voice, raised steeply. The hearts of the crowd, too, sank violently at this moment. She knows that in this life there is probably no way to go on to be with her beloved, and she doesn't believe in the so-called renewal of a previous relationship. Those opera books in the calm and successful are all false. She can't let go of her obsession, can't break her love. So she thought, since the two of us don't have this life, then, don't need to go to the afterlife again. Since that day, she has been setting up a bureau, using the Asari garden as a vehicle, with countless details piled on top of each other. She designed the trapped love-locked soul bureau, that cuts off the past and present. Every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain and every stone there, were all set up for this purpose, all for the purpose of trapping the two lonely souls, myself and Baoyu. No reincarnation, just be in this innings only, not to die, not to perish, not to leave. Sanyu put the last trace of her silhouette towards Qi Luo's body to cover it. In the dim light of the screen, he turned and smiled at the dazed audience in front of the screen. Now do you know why I said that Ashram Garden is the most terrifying, eerie, and lurid of the 10 haunted buildings? Because it has been constructed and laid out since the time of the Baochai's survival, and has accumulated countless amounts of Yin Qi and Fury Qi since the beginning of its landing. It's just that in another dimension. This Yin Qi and Fury Qi has another name, paranoid to the depths of difficult separation and unrelieved raging love. Footsteps that resounded. Zyro's voice surfaced as he traversed past the grasses and trees that were planted on either side of the path. Now that we know about the Bao hairpin's regrets and plans, I'll solve the situation for all of you next. In this game, there are 4 ethereal barriers that cut off life and imply love and death. The first is that these grasses and trees planted in the courtyard by the Baochai, they have a common function. That is, with the grudges of the grasses and trees of thousands of years together to build a Yin division map, used for the sweethearts who have turned into the dead. Invoke the spirit and lead the way. A cold physical sensation, accompanied by Qi Luo's low voice, inches out from the audience's pores. They collected themselves, their eyes following the camera as it moved over the grass and trees in the courtyard. About the grass and trees in the Asari court. In the original 17th has a detailed description. Said Jia political line into the Asari court, only to see the yard is covered with vines ficus carica, red is purple rue, green is qingji, hanging eaves around the columns, haunting masonry plate steps. These grasses and trees, they are not ordinary grasses and trees, and when they are combined together, they are the netherworld grasses and trees atlas that I mentioned before. First, it's purple rue. In the Han Dynasty, there was a novel called Cave of the Underworld, in which purple rue was called underworld soul attracting grass, and the aroma was able to pass through the 9 underworlds. Secondly, it is Angelica dehurica. Chusi Jogorot, Yuan have dehuric acid and Li have orchids. Here is the dehuric acid, and it is used to sacrifice to the water god and ask for his assistance in invoking the spirit of the underworld grass. As the words fell here, Zyro finally looked up at the screen. Now you know why Baochai want to plant purple yun and green dehurica, this kind of grasses and trees that are already off the beaten path in the Asari garden. It's what I said before. Used to set up the first Yin would scream to invoke the soul of her beloved. And she, too, is not just content to invoke the spirit of her beloved into her own netherworld. Did you know that? Baochai also planted another plant. The utility of this type of plant is far more eerie and secretive than the first 2. It is a natural plant. Soul binding rope. Chapter 72 Soul binding rope. Ghost cloister. 3 treasures of the grave chamber set in the right place, plus more. Natural bondage? The moment they heard those 5 words, the crowd in front of the screen all shivered uncontrollably. That's a statement that's just a little too bizarre, and the anchor's perspective does somewhat deter them from thinking deeply. It is hard to imagine to what extent he has read The Red Mansion, and how much he knows about the various kinds of ancient books of Jiqi and Kyushu, so that he can see through the deep meaning behind those plants from the mountain of books and words drowning in 730,000 words at a glance. In a way, this fine and treacherous reading is even more chilling than the ashram itself. Nightwind, still wailing and hissing continuously on the air. After throwing that mysterious seed into the hearts of the crowd, Qi Luo didn't stay in the same place for much longer and lifted his leg towards the depths of the grass. The camera followed around him until he stopped at a straggly, slender-looking plant, which stopped shaking. The name of this grass, called vine lai, that is, previously mentioned in the 17th round of the vine ficus lai. This thing is never planted in the courtyard of ordinary people, even in the general graveyard. It is extremely difficult to see. Qi Luo said so, reaching out his hand towards the vine lai. The coiled and knotted plant trembled slightly with the wind in his palm, as if agreeing with the words he had just uttered. This object has been recorded in the Yu Yang miscellany chopping block, and this is what the book says: vine lychee, whose vines entwine the coffin, then the corpse will not be immortalized. It can be seen that since ancient times, this vine ly is used as a coffin locking souls with. That Baochai planted it as an ornamental plant in the Asari garden congregation. The purpose, it is very clear and clear. Zyro took a deep breath and slowly rose from the ground, his eyes casting towards the path he had come from. She went through all the trouble of using Zi Yun and Qin Ji to invoke the soul of her beloved from the path of the Yellow Springs, but she was still afraid in her heart. I'm afraid that the bamboo shadows of the Xiaoshan pavilion will evoke his undying lovesickness, and I'm afraid that the flourishing flowers at the end of the bamboo shadows will disturb his deep-seated fondness. So, in that idle afternoon, Baochai began to plant a few plants of unique ideological vine ly. Want to turn them into trivial, used to leave that road, disturbing one's youthful dreams and running through one's entire youth. Spilling the soul, the voice, hoarse and messy, as if blown by the night wind, the whirlwind is scattered. The grass and trees cast trivial silhouettes on the ground. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a confusing and difficult to untangle net, just like that abruptly and sadly across the eyes. This first barrier was heard by all, and there was no way to make a so-called rebuttal. On the one hand, it is because of the limitations of one's own cognition and learning. On the other hand, it's that they know that there really doesn't seem to be a more plausible explanation than that. In an empty courtyard, carrying the unresolved love and grievances of this life, crossing the border between life and death, breaking the yin and yang chains, this matter, indeed, it is a character that can only be found in a demented and ruthless person like Xue Baochai. Come on, let's continue. In the midst of his fine thoughts, Zyro's voice rose again. At this moment, he had already circled out from between the grass and trees, and raised his steps towards the wigwam monstrous rocks directly in front of him, which had covered up a whole range of buildings tightly. The cold wind whistled through the corridor. It seems to be a soul that has been bound by vine life for hundreds of years, pouring out its sorrow in a time and space that does not belong to it. The second barrier, on the other hand, is the cloisters, the rocks and the special set of artifacts in the room that Baochai has set up in this shady house. They likewise have a common effect. And spirit, a soul. Soul calming? Hearing this, the audience frowned in unison, thinking that this Xue Baochai, what exactly does she want? Hasn't she already planted the vine lychee before to play the soul binding effect? What's with the soul crushing? Doesn't that sound a little too redundant and over the top? Zyro asked with a grin, and the audience followed suit by nodding in unison off-screen. People who feel redundant, then you must not have felt that deep love and suffering. Quite happy, Zyro shrugged his shoulders and lamented, his gaze deepening with it. If you have ever felt and savored that kind of pain into the bone marrow, you will be incomparably understanding of this action of the treasure hairpin. This kind of love may be extremely paranoid and pathological love, but ultimately, is also a kind of love. A love that belongs to herself, even if it doesn't end in the desired conclusion, is a karma that she needs to bear herself. I'm sure this was all in Xue Baochai's mind, but she still did it. Nothing more. It's just a stupid child in the Asari garden. The sighing voice was covered by the soft wind, and Chi Luo lifted his steps onto a deep and cool corridor, tilting his head up to look at the carved beams above him and taking a deep breath. The first lock of soul suppression. The cold corridor in the ashram. I don't know if those of you on the air have ever seen the Book of Lupin? The Book of Lupin? It sounds familiar, but I really haven't seen it before. The Book of Luban is a very mysterious book of civil engineering and construction wonders in Kyushu, which introduces a large number of special buildings that contain feng shui wonders. The Book of Luban describes a rarely seen feng shui bureau for suppressing souls, called corridor locking in, which means that the corridors of the mansion are strung together to isolate the paths of gods and ghosts. This game, by no means many people have heard of it, but on the contrary, it was able to appear in the Asari garden, also in the original book of the 17th time. Jia Zhang and his entourage to visit the garden mentioned. Asang Wuyuan, 4 sides out of the corridor. Green windows and oil walls, the so-called 4 sides out of the corridor. That is, the house around the corridors. Exactly on the Luban book corridors locking in ghosts and demons to suppress souls bureau. The sweaty hairs of the crowd almost stood on end at Zyro's softly spoken explanation. At this point, when they went to look at the place where the anchor Terran was traveling, they were really getting a little bit scared. Good man, you anchor is really bold. Walking in this cloister that can even mesmerize ghosts. You really aren't afraid of being mesmerized, are you? Just as he was thinking, Chi Luo sidestepped around a corner and pushed open the mottled red-painted wooden door in front of him. Time, it seemed, had completely frozen at this moment. The dust that sprinkled lightly from above his head was like detached and cold falling snow, and one could not help but be chilled to the bone. Chi Luo stood in the doorway, raising his eyes to look inward for a long time before raising his steps to step into this cold and deep house. The words that came out casually between the march of the steps caused everyone in front of the screen to feel a shock in their hearts. The second lock of the soul suppressor. The tomb of the underworld in the right place. By the way, gentlemen. He suddenly turned around and looked at the camera with a mysterious expression, a wry smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. Have you ever heard of the 3 treasures of the crypt? P.S. Thanks to the Book of the Ghost Giant Brothers Big God certification. Plus more to offer. Today pick up the God of Fortune. Wish all readers a big fortune in the new year. The author still has power. Please God of Fortune with gifts to smash me to death. To ensure high quality plus morale. Chapter 73, Soul Trapping Secret Technique. Bao Hairpin Gold Silk Suspended Puppet. The 3 treasures of the crypt? The audience flashed those 4 words back in their heads, and the people were a little confused. Lucky 3 treasures are something they really heard of, but the 3 treasures of the crypt really touched their knowledge blind spot. The word is, the anchor didn't make up that term, did he? Just as they were thinking about it, Qi Luo opened his mouth to pull their thoughts back. I just looked at the pop-ups and some people are questioning whether I made that term up. And to be honest, if I had to I'd probably make it up a little more highbrow. The 3 treasures of the burial chamber. Since ancient times, there is an extremely parochial feng shui burial book, called the Secret Burial Scripture of the original tomb of the Great Han Dynasty, in which the regulations of the 3 treasures of the burial chamber are presented in full, which are the soul-inducing soup, mantra of the past life, and soul-suppressing flower. A bemused voice, pontificating. The audience listened patiently, and there was even a small group that actually took out a pen and paper to transcribe their notes. This burial scripture also wrote, attracting the soul soup, often to the mortal world aged tea, the spell of the past life, need to scroll handwritten and become, Jin soul flower, sex can be een. This is the content of the complete record in the ancient books. Often grave robbing friends should be clear that I did not make up nonsense. Yeah, you're right. I did have these 3 things in that bucket under the previous day. Anchor Nyo Bai, do you want to do it together? Just after Qi Luo's words fell, a pop-up screen instantly surfaced. The audience didn't care too much about it. They just thought it was just some conspicuous pack of spectators who wanted to make a name for themselves. But the middle-aged man in the tent at the foot of Mt. Meng, whose eyes were fixed on the screen, was nearly stunned into dementia. He stared unbelievably at his stupid nephew for several seconds, and then, immediately afterward, he gave the other man a solid slap. Uncle San, what are you hitting me for? Xiao Si covered his face with an aggrieved look, tears rolling madly in his eyes. Don't call me Uncle 3. The middle-aged man flung the right hand of the hairpin. The old Wu on the family did not have you so brainless offspring. In the give me nonsense. Some other day for you to send the long hundreds of mountains to go. Shelved there to the boring oil bottle sacrifice knife. Stuffed bottle. Xiao Si muttered the words in a low voice. A 4-letter name? It's not supposed to be a brother, is it? And at this moment, in the live broadcast room, after completing the introduction of the 3 treasures of the tomb, Qi Luo cleared his throat and continued with a smile. What are the 3 treasures of the crypt? Please carve them in your hearts. And next I will take you back to the original text, and play a treasure hunt in this hall, which is like a cold cellar. The moment the words fell, a beam of cold light suddenly spilled down, seemingly like a ghost, and began to roam recklessly in the main hall. Let's go back to the 40th time. That is, the chapter in which Lu enters the Grand View Garden for the 2nd time, and after the people leave the Qiu Shuang Zhai, they go into Bao Hai's ashram garden, where Chao Gong describes the internal furnishings of the ashram garden in about 200 words. Now, I'm going to give you all 3 seconds to find a description of the 3 treasures of the crypt as fast as you can. Those who can't find it, you will be penalized for copying it 20 times. Just after Qi Luo's words, the crowd instantly buried their heads in the dream of red mansions on the table and searched intently for the answer. And as it turns out, the audience's reading comprehension skills have been greatly enhanced by the hammering and conditioning of these live broadcasts. It wasn't long before a pop-up was the first to slide across the center of the screen. If I'm not mistaken, it should be this line. In a bottle on that case were offered several chrysanthemums, and 2 books, and the tea trousseau teacups. That's right, Qi Luo smiled and nodded. It's this one sentence that outlines all 3 treasures of the tomb in just a few strokes. The chrysanthemum is the soul-calming flower, the book is the spell for the past life, and the tea is the soul-inducing soup. Here is the place that Baochai set up to detain the spirits of the dead who were haunted by his own soul. She was really afraid of not being able to stay. Even if she planted vine lychees on both sides of the road, even if she set up a veranda in front of and behind the house, she still feared that the departed soul was as happy to roam around as it had been in life, happy to get away with it. So, that's why she keeps, and keeps, and keeps, to add to that barrier. A barrier that is not confident but also paranoid to the core. A few shallow words sounded like an ordinary chat, but between the lines they sketched out a scene called the long-cherished dream of a deep bosom. The crowd looked at the dusty desk table on the screen with sad eyes. So is there really such a sick and deep love in this world? If we can't be together in life, we'll die together in the graveyard of love. I built it with my own hands when I was born. A mystery laced with suspicion is thus imprinted on the minds of the audience. Just before they could solve it, they heard Zyro steer the conversation into another dimension. The first two barriers. One is to draw the soul. The second is to lock the soul. The third barrier in that Aseri garden is the soul trap. In between speaking, Chi Luo slowly turned around and cast his gaze towards the half-open wooden door. The spectators followed and saw the huge rocks that were like a fog barrier in front of their eyes, so oppressive and cold that one could not dare to look at them. The third level of soul suppression golden thread complex Jade traps the lonely soul. The golden threads of loop Jade traps the lonely soul. Good lord, why does that sound a bit bloody evil? Do you all remember what I said before? This trapped soul locking bureau. In fact, Baochai had already started laying it out a long time ago. In addition to those well-documented details in Asaram Garden, she meanwhile has always tried to trap and lock Baoyu's soul in other ways, in order to seek long-lasting love between the two across yin and yang. This is the third level I just mentioned, soul trapping. Chi Luo spoke softly, his voice carrying a dull and broken flavor of its own. There is a passage in the 35th chapter of the original story in which Baochai calls out to her maid Inger to help Baoyu beat the silk loops. In this episode, there is a very cryptic portrayal of precisely the seemingly mundane process in which she has Baoyu accomplished the trapping of the soul. Tapping the wire? What does this stuff have to do with trapping souls? The audience's brows furrowed as they quickly turned the pages of the book to the 35th time, searching carefully for clues, but the result was the same as usual. Even though they had almost dissected the text to read it, they still couldn't find a single clue about the trapped soul. In this one, Inger and Baoyu both picked the luo silk used to wrap the tongling jade, and Baochai finally chose to tie the luo with gold thread with black pearl thread, which looks normal, right? But really, that's not normal at all, Zyro said with a grin, his eyes casting toward the dim light. If you know some folk arts, you will realize that she is not helping Baoyu to select the lore. It's obvious that he's embarking on planning a bizarre and evil soul-trapping evil art. This technique is called Gold Silk Tethered Puppet. Chapter 74, Interpreting the Red Chamber with Funeral Paintings. Baochai is not dead. The cooled body, at this moment, almost completely fell into rigidity, and the cold wind overturned like a tide, setting off a horrible tsunami in the hearts of all the viewers in front of the screen. Folkloric arts? Again! From the time Chi Luo had started the live broadcast until now, they didn't know how many folk arts they had watched in the short span of a few days. Mediumship, divine mediation and invitation to the immortals. Now, he's elicited the same bizarre technique they've never heard of from an incredibly simple play of beating the silk loops. The gold wire ties the couples. Strong shock and intense anticipation wrapped up in their hearts, and their gazes were directed towards Chi Luo at the same time. Light and shadows flowed randomly over his body, even making his voice seem ethereal. There are many strange folk arts in Kyushu, but there's one that I guess you all in front of the screen should have heard of, and that's puppet manipulation. Puppet manipulation? After hearing these 4 words, many people's minds instantly conjured up many images that they had previously seen in movies and television. This thing, they did see it in movies and TV shows. It was really evil. So what the anchor is saying is that there are such side stories in the Red Book? There are 2 kinds of puppet manipulation techniques that are more famous. One is the organ puppet, and the other is called the hanging wire puppet. Today, we'll talk specifically about the hanging wire puppet. The moment the words fell, Chi Luo suddenly turned his head, and in the next second, a ghastly white light suddenly appeared on the dark and empty wall behind him. Thump! A slight gong sounded, horrifyingly, and at the same time, a horrifying scene that sent chills down one's body just by looking at it. Remnants of candles swayed on the mottled white walls, and in the dim light, several golden threads suddenly hung down. The camera, inches forward, the wooden golem's morose white face mechanically turned upright, the corners of its color painted, peeling lips grinning violently up to its ears. Ding! A strange sound, hanging silk taut broken moment. The wall, actually hurricane cast 2 overlapping distorted silhouettes. Everyone, with their scalps tingling, watched the scene, only feeling their entire bodies pores sweating. Hanging silk puppets have long been documented. The Tokyo Dreaming Book says that there is a silk puppeteer in Tokyo named Zhang Jingxian, who is good at tying puppets with gold threads, and can seduce people's souls and use them for himself. Now, all of you with me back to the original text. Baochai finally selected is gold thread with black pearl thread, right? You should know that the purpose of Baochai giving Baoyu this lore is to wrap and wear his tongling jade, which is known to be Jia Baoyu's soul-locking spirit vessel. Does that mean that by choosing a gold silk wrap exclusively, the Bao hairpin is personifying the traditional witchcraft of gold silk hanging puppets? Boom! When Qi Luo finished explaining the secret method of the golden silk hanging puppets by substituting it into the Red Mansion, the audience could only feel that something had violently exploded in their brains. When I watched this before, I never considered this possibility. I just think that Baochai is more or less too controlling. Obviously Lin Daiyu had discussed several colors of silk threads before, but the moment she appeared, she bluntly dismissed it. Now it seems that this has nothing to do with the so-called desire to control. Everything is just the Baochai carefully designed Jinshi trap soul of the game. A cold wind chilled the air, straight into the hearts of the crowd, until, after a good long while, a pop-up suddenly appeared in the center of the screen. To be honest, the anchor's interpretation about the gold silk hanging puppet did convince me, but it's not comprehensive. In addition to the gold silk, there is another silk thread mentioned in this sentence, the black pearl thread, which can't be interpreted by the so-called puppet manipulation technique, can it? It's true that this can't be deciphered with puppet manipulation. Qi Luo smiled and nodded, but it can be deciphered with toon palimpsests. What? What the hell? Viewers feel that their brains are really about to crack. The front foot folk art, the back foot toon silk painting, with my cultural level, from beginning to end red is a false red chamber chanting? Two kinds of threads appear in this sentence. One being gold. Gold is used to fill in the main color palette in palimpsests, especially the palimpsests of the toons of princes and generals, and the color of the black pearl thread symbolizes the color of the metaphysical underworld, and it is also commonly used on silk paintings to outline and embellish certain objects of the underworld. The purpose of this kind of silk painting is generally to hang on a long pole to invoke the soul during the funeral, and then to cover the coffin during the burial to suppress and trap the soul. So, in another sense, Xue Baochai didn't just use the golden silk suspended puppet technique on Jia Baoyu, but also added a Palmyra soul-trapping shackle to him at the same time. The low voice, drifting to the extreme in the cold air, the audience's scalp tingled and sweat stood on end, and they only felt cold air bubbling up from head to toe. This explanation, indeed, was too shocking, but at the same time, they couldn't pick out a single loophole that could be refuted. Gold and black silk threads, woven together to form a trap. This thing, for the Bao hairpin, who has long predicted the events of her life. It seems that she did do it. There was silence in the live room. It was only after a long time that Qi Luo spoke again. Regarding the interpretation of the palindromes, you can look up the information or whatever after you go off air, and it is recommended to check out the non-clothing palindromes unearthed from the Mwangwi Han tomb to see if the images representing the ethereal imagery in there are outlined in black beaded thread to support my point. In a clear trailing tone, he let out a long breath. And it was also at that moment that the halo that had been lit up behind him began to dissipate, and the golem slowly disappeared in its place. It's like a lonely doll that has been sealed in the dark night for hundreds of years, finally waiting for the one who understands it to pour out its heart, and then it can fall apart with great peace of mind. The first three weights have just been introduced to you. There are grass, trees, furnishings, and stories. They are used to draw the soul, lock the soul, and trap the soul respectively. Then next, we came to the fourth barrier. It's also what I consider to be the most bizarre in this trap love and soul locking situation constructed by Xue Baochai. The most bizarre one. Greeting the millions of gazes in the live broadcast room, Qi Luo said indifferently and raised his steps towards the depths of the main hall. The footsteps pulled a deep echo on the green stone floor, and the person faded into the boundless darkness. What do you all think the bow tie will do after luring, locking and trapping the soul? The question was asked and the pop-up swirled and began to buzz. Could it be soul refining? Feels like a merging of souls? The voices, such as they are, keep coming. Zyro casually glanced twice between walks and shook his head with a smile. I've read a lot of answers, but unfortunately, everyone seems to have guessed wrong. Time is limited, so why don't I just reveal the answers? The name of this fourth weight is called Returning Soul. What if I were to say that the bow tie may never have died, but existed in a different state? You guys believe? Chapter 75, The Living Dead Xue Baochai. The secret of returning souls hidden in the cold fragrance pills. The night was very late, and the hour of 2 in the morning was enough to devour all the senses and spirits of a normal person. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room did not have the slightest sleep. They all froze in front of the screen, feeling the dizzying sensation of blood filling their brains. They somewhat couldn't believe their ears, and even felt that they were in some kind of void illusion at the moment. If not, how could I have heard what I just said? Quiet, still quiet. It took a full minute or so, and the crowd still hadn't fully digested the emotions. Zyro, on the other hand, didn't give them another second to adjust. In front of millions of bewildered gazes, he smiled and lifted his steps toward the main hall, his heavy steps stepping into the stagnant water in the cloisters, making fog and smoke. I know that the statement just made is perhaps the one that has shocked and dissuaded you all the most in so many days. To tell the truth, Even I was shocked out of my own skin when I deduced it in my room that night not so long ago. But the facts are the facts. All the spearheads and clues are all pointing towards the fact that the Baochai is not dead in the past. Do not believe, but you have to believe it. His voice rose steeply, and his footsteps jerked to a halt at the corner of the cloister. Before he turned, casting a deep and complicated glance into the dark blur of the camera, Bao Hairpin is not dead. Even if you think how unreasonable this is, even if you think that the Grandview Garden is already a graveyard, then there is no way that she is not dead. She is still, didn't die. So gentlemen, the fourth barrier of the soul trapping and locking bureau is not what you would call soul seizing, much less the so-called merging of souls. Rather, return the soul. Returning? The moment they heard those two words, the hearts of the crowd trembled violently for several moments, and countless eerie pictures instantly popped into their minds. The pop-ups, which had been silent for a long time, instantly exploded. Not right, Anchor. Your logic is all centered on the base point that Bao Hairpin is a ghost, including your interpretation of all the layout furnishings in the Asari garden, all from the perspective of the mausoleum of the shadowy souls, and saying, now you suddenly tell me that Baochai is still alive? Doesn't this mean that all your previous logic has collapsed? Logic collapses? Zyro muttered with a smile as a certain pop-up slid past the center of his vision. My logic, it won't crumble, he said, shaking his head gently, running his fingers slowly down the mottled red-painted wooden pillars. Who says mausoleums can only be inhabited by ghosts? Who says that the spirits can only be touched by the dead? And who said that physical death is only considered dead? He let out 3 rhetorical questions in a row, listening to the audience. Do you all just think that there are only 2 kinds of people in this world, the living and the dead? The corner of his mouth slightly curved into an arc, followed by being swallowed to nothing by the night. Wrong. In fact, everyone's understanding has been wrong from the beginning. In this world there is another form of existence besides the living and the dead. It is called the living dead. Raspy to the extreme voice seems to be thrown into the steamer smothered, into the frying pan frying, listening to the crowd of people confused. Heartstrings collapse. Living dead. What he means is that Xue Baochai is the living dead? Not. Sure, I'm in a masterpiece reading live? Endless chills arose from the bottom of the audience's hearts, and just when they felt that the direction of things seemed to be starting to become uncontrollable, Qi Luo opened his mouth once again. To say that she is the living dead is naturally supported by evidence. I don't know if you have paid attention to one thing when you read The Red Mansion. That is a medicine that Xue Baochai took, and its name is called Cold Fragrance Pill. Cold Fragrance Pills. From memory, it seemed like I did read about such a herb, but the question was, how could it be related to the so-called living dead rhetoric? This is how the original describes the cold fragrance pill. This medicine requires 12 tails of each of the white peony, white lotus, white hibiscus, and white plum stamens to be powdered, and 12 coins of each of the 4 festivals corresponding to the same year's rain, white dew, frost, and light snow to be blended, and then buried under a flower tree for 3 years before it can be made into a medicine. A bemused voice, flowing out with the wind. The audience listened patiently, only to realize that this cold incense pill is really complicated to make, but still could not connect it with the so-called living dead. In the live room, the screen flickered on and off. After introducing the cold fragrance pill, Qi Luo stood with his arms folded, his gaze cast toward the towering and stacked rocks beyond the corridor, his voice hoarse and gloomy. Ladies and gentlemen, the ingredients of this cold fragrance pill require 4 colors of stamens, white peony, white lotus, white hibiscus, and white plum blossom. His voice slipped into his eardrums, and combined with the squeaking of the electric current attracted everyone's attention. White, in Kyushu, represents the color of morning, and it so happens that each of the 4 flowers I just mentioned has unique imagery. The peony tears up in Luoyang, the lotus withers in the end of summer, the hibiscus perishes refusing the frost, and the plum blossom breaks the soul of Luofu. These 4 flowers are the flowers of the yin time in each season that represent the soul. Taoists have a cultivation technique called Tai-yin refining form, which can keep the flesh from decaying after it is completed. And these 4 flowers of the 4 times of the year are precisely one of the medicines used to assist in refining the form. Tai-yin refining form. Unnamable knowledge once again flooded into the minds of the crowd, and from these 4 medicinal herbs alone, they could smell a particularly mysterious odor. The original said that the reason why Baochai took the cold fragrance pill was to suppress the heat poison in her body. But now look at the recipe, you guys, which is used to suppress the so-called heat poison. It's clearly just using yin flower cold chi to lock the soul from dispersing. So do you all understand now? This Asari monarch you all remember has long since been a living corpse already hanging on to life by borrowed medicine. The low voice, under the shroud of the night color, stirred up ripples within the hearts of the crowd, and under the gaze of horrified gazes, Qi Luo continued to raise his steps towards the corridor. In addition to the flowers of the 4 seasons, To concoct the cold fragrance pill you also need to pick the water of rain, the dew of white dew, the frost of frostfall, and the snow of light snow. There's even more delicacy here. Rain is een, frost and snow are evil. Do you really think this is a cure? In Zibu sure, a zombie drinking cold dew can walk by day and by night. And in night tan sui lu, a painted ghost swallowing frost and snow can keep its human form from decaying. All of this all points to one purpose. The so-called cold incense pill is simply the een material that the living dead have for feeding their flesh. Buzz. The cold wind blew the eaves and tiles in the corridor rustling. Qi Luo raised his steps towards the depths of the corridor. This was the second stretch without lamps, and it was dark and depressing. This is the fourth barrier. Qi Luo sighed softly and took a step to bury himself in the corner of the second section of the corridor. In fact, I've always wondered why she had to use such an insidious and evil medicine to suspend her qi, so that her flesh wouldn't decay and turn her into an inhuman living dead person. It's really hard to speculate on the human heart, he said so, sidling into the porch. At precisely this moment, the audience whose eyes were firmly fixed on the screen, their hearts were violently stagnant, the skin around their bodies were all taut, and even their breathing began to rush. They saw, on the mottled gray wall at the corner of the cloister hung an ancient bronze mirror. Just now, they appeared to have seen a flash of two overlapping figures. The yellow fairy was far behind, and one belonged to Zyro. That other, who could it be? Will, who is it? A strong sense of fear, like a mountain pressing down, came just at the moment when the audience felt that their sanity was about to collapse and their emotions were about to shatter. Amidst the sound of the wind, an ethereal human voice came faintly, like the wailing of the yellow springs, like the words of the underworld. No harm, no harm. When I use enough of these 981 doses of cold incense pills, then this skin will be able to stop forever at the most beautiful time. I'm not half-dead thing. Chapter 76, Dialogue with Xue Baochai, Qi Luo's gift of words, snowfall in autumn at a Seri garden. The sharp, cold voice, which seemed like fingernails sliding swiftly through a wooden windowpane, stung the eardrums of every viewer in the broadcast room. The copper mirror reflects the pale moonlight, casting fine mottled shadow traces on the ground, like a wet water ghost swept through, leaving a cold and sullen ground. The cool night is lightless and the trees look like blades. A heart that was scared to death just completely broke at 2:13 a.m. Zyro's footsteps stalled and he just stood there straight in place, his body turning inch by inch, his eyes casting towards the bronze mirror on his right. At least half of the 2 million people in front of the screen did not dare to open their eyes, and even a small portion of them covered their ears out of excessive fear. It was a situation they had never imagined, appearing late at night when the Yin Qi was at its peak, and in 2 short, sultry words, they harvested the remnants of everyone's heart. Shelley, it's a living dead man. The cold fragrance pill is the insidious and tricky drug she uses to keep her corpse. If I remember correctly, what that voice just said was, after I finish all 991 doses of the cold fragrance pill, that skin can stay at its most beautiful. So, her medicine, finished? She really, youthful forever? Unprecedentedly strong fear, like a tidal wave, surged out wildly from every cell of his body. Zyro's thinly veiled explanation paired with the unpredictability of the moment was enough to shatter all their reasoning and guts. Completely. A long silence slowly spread through the broadcast room. The moon's shadow was still flowing, and when it slid over the weird bronze mirror, it burned everyone's eyes like a bee sting. The atmosphere, it was suffocating enough. And just as they felt like they were about to be unable to bear it and were about to force themselves offline, the familiar figure that had been staring intently at the bronze mirror finally spoke. Don't panic everyone, I heard that voice just now. He smiled and spoke, turning to look at the camera, the moon's shadow streaming from those deep eyes, vaguely reflecting the dull glow of the bronze mirror. That's an NPC that was arranged in advance. The corner of Qi Luo's lips pulled up a subtle arc, raised his hand and pressed it in the void. So don't be afraid, I'll just show you around. It's a great experience and enrichment. He turned around with an open heart and took one last glance towards the bronze mirror that flowed with the bleak colors of the cold moon, then raised his steps and headed towards the east room that was connected to the cloister. The steps roiled, pulling deep echoes across the floor. No one saw that the moment Qi Luo concealed his figure into the corner of the corridor, the right hand, which was always hidden in his sleeve, was rapidly pinching a simple trick. Half a minute later, a pale sound came out of the camera, and a narrow wooden door across the center of the field of view slowly caved in. To the eye, it was palpitatingly white, barely stained with dust. The camera, shifted inch by inch, followed the flow of dim light as the crowd simultaneously peered into the northwest corner of the east room. This was followed by a particularly abrupt sight. In the midst of that eye full of whiteness, there stood 4 black painted screens, thick and tight, oppressive to the extreme. Qi Luo stood in the doorway, his eyes scanning over, pondering for a long time before smiling and raising his steps towards the screen to approach over. Visual field, gradually clear. In addition to those floating in mid-air dust, the crowd saw that the black painted screen outside, hurricane hanging a thin sharp gold thread, the end of the gold thread tied to a large red thin paper. No wind-like shaking. Without hesitation, Qi Luo reached out and pinched up the red note, presenting it under the camera. What came into view was a line of numbing words. Those who see it leave their words, those who run from it die. Swish! A cold wind blew swiftly, and extinguished the remnants of the candle on the side of the screen. The audience stared daggers at the blood-red piece of paper, only to feel that the blood in their bodies had been evaporated and drained. Leave a word? Qi Luo murmured a sentence without much thought, smoothly pulling the piece of red paper from the gold thread, lifting his step to the wooden table on one side, leaning down and starting to write on it. Silky brush. In the infinite night smooth turn back, plain white clothes and full of clean house into one. Actually give people a few points of incomparable fit feeling. After a few minutes, he rose from the table and retraced his steps to the front of the screen, gluing silk threads to the red paper that had been imprinted with ink letters on the back. Swish! The moment Qi Luo let go of his hand, the golden thread violently flicked backward, sending the red note behind the screen along with it. Inside the live broadcast room, there was a breathlessness as everyone stared at the scene in disbelief, not knowing what was going on. It wasn't until a long time later that the scalp-numbing voice they had heard earlier, unpredictably, came again. Good word. I don't let just anyone in this yard. So who are you? The raspy voice sounded like it had been soaking in a medicine jar for 100 years, riding the somber trajectory of the cold wind right into the audience's bone marrow. It's not important who I am, but there are a few questions that are important. Qi Luo's voice did not see half a tremor, and he smoothly sat down on a wooden chair. His calm eyes seemed to penetrate the screen. Why set up this trap? Trapping others as well as yourself? Meh. A sigh full of self-deprecating flavor, escaping in the air. After a short pause, the voice again. Just compared to the party, to be cold and mournful a little. When I first entered the Jia mansion, I remember that it was almost the winter solstice, and the snow in front of the porch crushed the first branch of red plums, and when I caught the broken branch, my palm was stained with the cold fragrance of jade. I thought it was very beautiful at the time, but later realized that some flowers are destined to be broken in the snow before they bloom. Just like when I finished embroidering the last stitch of the juxtaposed lotus on the golden lock. The copper bell swinging and breaking at the eaves was actually the sound of his footsteps as he stepped into the Xiaoxiang pavilion. The indifferent and poignant voice, spreading into the heart with the wind. The audience instantly fell silent, listening in silence together with the 10,000 colors of the night. So you keep replanting those grasses and trees, keep adjusting the furnishings in the courtyard, and even try to find ways to hook the soul to keep the spirit. But the question is, can this really stay? Qi Luo opened his mouth to ask each other, and the black screen rattled with the wind. Can't stay. It has to stay, too, and in the midst of a deep sigh, the end of that vocal line was clearly full of resignation and trembling. I remember one day, he held the spiritual Jade said this thing dust. Want me to help him make a complex? I looked into the Jade, can see his clearly heavy bamboo shadow. Later I thought, so this Tongling Jade love plants then I also have, so I planted vine ly in the Asari garden. Night and night wrapped around his wrist bone, to the ground to take root. Those gold threads were originally used to embroider the dowry, and then they were all twisted by me into silk tapestries for tying the jade. She choked back a sob and calmed down for a long moment before continuing to speak. But even if that gold wire is soaked in medicinal fragrance, it can't bind the warm jade to produce smoke, but it strangled my fingertips with vermilion marks that will never fade away. And then, later she laughed softly, and her tone slowly began to turn toward raspy, as if it were being gathered by a haze of fog, so that it was impossible to hear whether she was counting or crying. Then I refined the medicine, using the white peony stamens of the spring equinox mixed with rainwater to make a paste, the lotus petals of the summer solstice dipped into the three-night dew, the hibiscus leaves of the fall equinox wrapped in frost, and the plum blossoms of the winter solstice to hide the snow, and each of these are all pinched with a deadline to harvest. The living seek life, the dead covet death. Something half-dead like me needs to be stuck in the yin and yang crevices the most to refine medicine. So that perhaps can be wait for me to suck all the spring color in this grand view garden. Drag him also into this Asari garden. Come day by day relative words in the novels of the painted skin beauty. Ho ho ho. Sharp and broken laughter echoed for a long time in the middle of the cold night. Qi Luo sat quietly on the wooden chair, waiting for the sound to be hidden in the shadow of the moon before he slowly opened his mouth. You may have never realized that what you've been stuck with all these years is not the tumbling jade at all. It's just the plum petal that was stained on his lapel when we first met back then. All of this, in fact, should have been melted away in the spring breeze. Biased by you locked into the cold fragrance of ice and jade bones. So it's time to put it down. His words fell and his person rose from the wooden chair. The moment his feet pranced, the black lacquer screen that concealed the light collapsed, revealing a blurred silhouette at the back that was obscured by a white mantle, and was holding a red paper and placing it in front of his eyes. It was cloudy and chilly at first. Zyro headed out of the house, while unsettling sounds flowed behind him, calm as the wind, but broken as mud. With the fading halo, lost in the dust, Asarum de Huricus incense is gone in the spring. Outside the curtain the remnants of the warbler, crowing through the rouge buckle. The golden locks are hanging in the air, and the jade hairpin is buried in the snow. Even though Chime love has been old, the cold moon Asari, who mends the golden OU leakage? A yard of pear clouds wet CUI sleeve. The former alliance is all in. After Xiaoxiang, the voice, like a falling fog, faded away. In the sound of the wind on the occasion of the turning of the porch eaves, there were no more sorrowful cries or murmurs to be heard. At this time, Chi Luo had already stepped out of the east room, his surroundings engulfed in darkness. He looked up, into a sky locked by layers of clouds. Obviously it is the weather in late fall, but this trapped and locked for hundreds of years of deserted cold cabinet. But there is snow falling. P.S. A new January, starting from the beginning. Today as of this moment the gift value is only 20. Then set a new rule for adding more. If the gift value breaks through 300 within today, the whole month will be 3 times a day. Chapter 77, The Closed Grave and the Chamber of Hidden Ghosts. Have you ever heard of entertaining ghosts? Extra fine snowflakes, like pinpoints, poked dots of whitish marks on the bumpy, gloomy ground, spreading into rivers and hooking up into flakes. Zyro stood looking down at the eaves for a long time, long enough to not say much of anything. Behind them, the last remnants of the candle in the east room faded away with the sound of the brooding north wind, as if it had never been there. Inside the live broadcast room, there is no pop-up screen to disturb the deep and quiet at this moment. Everyone is immersed in the conversation and the last few words, in a trance, actually a little lost themselves. NPCs and whatnot don't really matter at this point. The important thing was that in that conversation just now, Chi Luo's previous analysis of the Asari garden did string together into a logical and meaningful story. Now looking back, they were also finally able to have a few glimpses of clarity. If Dream of Red Mansions is really intertwined and planted many dark lines, that belongs to Xue Baochai's line. Must be the obsession and retention, the ultimate end. But also with the same Chi Luo just left the east room said the same thing. Named release and put down. Snow particles, still sprinkled to their heart's content between heaven and earth. Behind slowly and leisurely lifting his steps up, Huang Dexian came to Chi Luo's side. His eyes suspiciously sized him up several times, gently poked twice on the ground with the walking stick in his hand, speaking in a flirtatious manner. It looks like it's going to be a bit stronger than that countryside wife. Really can't. This back of the karma. Just you to bear it. Dexian is joking. Chi Luo smiled and shrugged his shoulders, lifting his steps towards the outside of the Asari garden without looking back for more. Where's the karma reincarnation? It's fake. It's all fake. Wang Tai Sin, ha. Audience, ha ha ha. Nice one. There is no karmic reincarnation. Dare I ask what minute or second of the last few days on air you have not been intervening in dismantling the reincarnation? And now you're telling us it's all a lie? So what's this? Leave the trepidation to the audience and the fun to yourself? Where's the old sixth anchor? The gazes of the crowd in front of the screen followed Chi Luo, who was roaming around the Grand View Garden at a fast pace, and were spitting madly in their minds. Ahead was a misty fog woven by snow particles, which looked like wandering through a fantasy world anyhow. Time, little by little, just as Chi Luo completely walked out of the range of Asari garden, a gong suddenly appeared in the fog, low and deep, like the sound of Sanskrit. It was followed by a hauntingly hollow tone that spilled intermittently above the barren building, like the sound of ghostly voices being heard. Ding, the time of the night will soon fall, and all the ghosts will return to their nests. Don't stay, don't. Chi Luo murmured, glancing up at the shadow of the moon that was hidden behind the clouds and frowning. Has it gone by so fast? We'll have to speed things up then, or we won't even be able to go home. As he said so, he kept increasing the frequency of his pace, lifting his steps to go around the 2 veranda bridges set across the water pavilion. In the last 40 minutes, there are 6 more haunted buildings, and I'll be leading a tour through them as fast as I can, trying to nail down as much of the netherworldly imagery as I can in just a few words. I have to be off the air by 3 o'clock. What? Hearing Chi Luo suddenly say this, the audience was more or less confused. Not. What's with the sudden speed up? From 9 o'clock to now, it's been almost 6 hours. So long time he slow wobble past not in a hurry. How suddenly have to quickly talk about 6 ghost buildings in 40 minutes? How does it feel? So strange? Just as he was thinking about it, A ghostly pop-up slid across the screen, instantly catching everyone's attention. If I remember correctly, when the anchor was dismantling the part about Princess Yuan saving her family before, he had said that Princess Yuan is a ghost and must return to hell before the end of the ugly hour and the beginning of the crescent hour. Now, he's saying again that he has to be off the air before the end of the ugly hour. Good guy. This work and rest. How is it the same as a ghost? As if in a dream, the audience was instantly horrified, and almost all of them lost their ability to manage their expressions. Good lord, how could I have forgotten about this? The act of going off the air at an ugly hour is not the same as Yuan Fei's act of returning to the spirit at an ugly hour? And the stuff he showed before. Psychic mediumship, divine attunement, inviting the immortals or whatever. What's with the feeling that all the clues are pointing to the same answer? He's not, really a ghost, is he? Silence turned out to be the main theme in the live room, but Chi Luo didn't give them too much time to analyze it in depth, and after walking briskly through the deep snow curtains for a long time, he stopped in front of a pavilion erected high above the ground and raised his head to look at each other. The fifth of the haunted buildings, the garden embellished with brocade pavilions. No one lives here, and no one can live here, he said in a cool voice, his vision floating over the corner eaves and tiles sunk in the night color. Can't live? The audience frowned slightly, full of confusion. Not anchor? This place seems to repair quite good put now at least tens of thousands of dollars a square meter. How can not live in people it? Gazing at the pop-ups flying by in front of him, Chi Luo smiled and pointed towards the embellished pavilion. If this grand view garden is a graveyard, then this embellished pavilion is the papier-mâché room, the closed grave, and the hidden building in the graveyard. The somber voice, in a row, gave the embellished Jean Court a triple horrifying and appalling identity, and the audience's scalps went numb when they listened to it. This is how the original describes the embellished brocade pavilion. It says that after Lu climbed up to the embellished brocade pavilion, she only saw some lanterns and other colorful things piled up inside, and hurriedly recited the Buddha's name. Lu recites Buddha again. Chi Luo spread a mysterious smile towards the camera. What do you guys think is in this embellished brocade pavilion that would make her recite the Buddha just by looking at it? Everyone should note that the original describes lanterns and other colorful things. In fact, these few words alone are enough for us to draw associations. Chi Luo took a deep breath and lifted his steps closer to the embellished brocade pavilion. In a graveyard, I can't really think of anything colorful that can make a living person recite Buddha's name to ward off evil spirits, except for the paper bundles and various kinds of burial goods. And as it happens, it turns out that these things are really in this embellished pavilion. The sultry voice is like a wave of water sliding through the audience's heart. They looked to Zyro with bated breath, watching as he ascended the pavilion alone. In the original, the costumes of the 12 female officials of the Jia house's Li Xiang Yuan are stored in the embellished brocade pavilion. And if you know anything about the Red Mansion, you probably know the end of these so-called 12 female officials. Either they die, or they are dispersed, and almost none of them escapes. So, this is not a storage room. It is clearly a closed grave filled with predestination and yin chi. Here, almost retained in the grand view garden, every dead soul in the life of the clothes and ornaments. Just as the original 17th said that, make-up python embroidery heap, carved silk bullet ink and all kinds of silk and damask size of the mantle are stored in this. Chi Luo casually cited an example, and as he spoke, he had already stepped onto the last step in the attic. As for why I said that this is still a hidden shade building, that's going to be a somewhat specialized point of knowledge for you all. The friend of the tomb robber in the live broadcast, have you ever robbed a bucket from the Qing dynasty? If one has stolen a Qing dough and understands the burial culture of the Qing period, should have heard of entertaining ghosts, right? Chapter 78 The Mysterious Ghost Cup in the Lotus Root Fragrance Salon. The ghosts creating a soul-sucking secret realm. The cold wind above the pavilion, hissing and wailing, wrapped in grains of falling snow like needles. In the green eaves and tiles above the sweeping, followed by a slow fall. Silence in all directions. Only the floating candle flame in the deep house under the high pavilion, lighting up a small space. Cold and bleak. Entertainment ghost. Two more words they had never heard before. Even Junior, who had been in the grave with Uncle Sam for half a year, was dumbfounded. Entertaining ghosts. Uncle Sam, what the hell is this? Didn't we just touch a clear bucket a while ago? How come I didn't see this kind of ghost? You say you're not stupid. Uncle Sam was furious and raised his hand to give Xiaoxi a violent chestnut. Who told you that this amusing ghost is a ghost? If I'm not mistaken, what he's talking about should be a burial custom in Qing dynasty tombs. As he was speaking, Chi Luo, who was standing on top of the steps of the building, spoke. Entertainment of ghosts is a more common burial system in Qing dynasty tombs, especially in high-grade tombs, the main manifestation of which is that at the time of burial will be costumes, musical instruments, etc. as a companion to be buried together with the burial mound. The main purpose of which is to allow the deceased souls in the netherworld can enjoy a certain form of entertainment, Qi Luo said indifferently, raising his steps to the old window pane of the embellished Jin pavilion and lifting his hand to gently knock on it. The next second, the pavilion suddenly lit up a lamp. Through the cold-colored window screen, vaguely able to see the brightly colored costumes hanging on the wooden hanger, although dusty for a long time, but still cannot shed its most genuine color. Regarding the entertaining ghosts remark, the reality is also corroborated by the fact that an ancient tomb complex from the Qing dynasty was excavated in Wanyuan City, Sichuan province, in which relief carvings of operas such as Bao Gong guillotines and 3 young men fighting Lubu were found, and in the burial objects were also found with opera costumes and chops. And about this, there is an ancient book called Cave Spirit Shoji in the Qing dynasty, which also contains a record that says that a person in Guang province who slept at night in a certain wilderness heard a group of ghosts blowing their pipes in the middle of the night, either around his ears, or near and far, and woke up only to find that the place where he had gone to sleep during the night was actually a graveyard circle. Qi Luo incomparably calmly told the story of entertaining the ghosts and supporting evidence to the crowd, said, smiled and looked at the camera. Now, we go back to look at the embellishment of the Jin pavilion. It is known that this place is often used to each other Jiafu inner officials acting costumes and musical instruments, a wide range of, everywhere. If the Grand View Garden is a cemetery, then here, is not specifically used to entertain the ghosts of the place. It is not a storage tomb rituals and instruments of the hidden in building. A low voice, accompanied by the rootless rustling of falling snow, slowly ran into the ears of the crowd. In the center of the field of vision, the snowflakes had long been covered with a flurry of snow, making the whole world seem silent. Regarding the explanation of the embellished Jin pavilion being a hidden in building, this is one of them. Qi Luo began to walk around the pavilion, and continued to decipher it as his steps traveled. As for the second aspect used for corroboration, it needs to be linked to another regulation of high-grade burials in the Qing dynasty. The tombs of the Qing period, especially the royal tombs, usually had partial halls on both sides of the passageway of the mausoleum. One of the more famous ones is the east and west side halls of the Qing East Mausoleum, where the east side hall was used to store silk and other kinds of ritual objects, while the west side hall was used for chanting and reciting sutras for transcendence. As Qi Luo spoke, he had already circled around the embellished pavilion. The passageway of the royal tombs in the Qing dynasty, according to the sacrificial rites, is generally located on the green dragon position, that is, the east side. The voice came out at the same time. Qi Luo raised his hand and gently patted on the cool wall of the embellished Jin pavilion, and the embellished Jin pavilion, which happens to be located on the east side of the Grand View Garden, sits on the green dragon position. Now does everyone understand? Both the geographic location and function of the embellished pavilion overlap with the side halls on the Qing dynasty's mausoleum passages. This is an unadulterated building for hiding the netherworld. It's not a coincidence. In an angularly raised voice, Zyro gave His Excellency the suffix and unbreakable definition. Then he lifted his step and picked his way down the steps with an unhurried gait. The snow became steep and heavy, and in half a breath it had fallen all over his shoulders. The remaining snow on the green stone board has not yet disappeared, but in the attic behind him, there is a dim lamp steeply lit, the old palace lamp swaying with the wind. Behind the beaded curtains vaguely someone dancing on the drums. Water sleeves swept through the moment, ice-cracked window paper blotting out a touch of deep rouge color. Vaguely, the audience in front of the screen seemed to see, above the thin window paper, several shadows, wrapped in intricate but faded costumes, singing softly in the wind and snow. Once the spring is over, the red face grows old, the flowers fall and the people die. It didn't take long for Qi Luo's figure to pass out of the haze that filled the sky above the Grand View Garden, and after a few breaths of solo travel on the narrow, slippery path, he stopped in front of a pavilion that stood in the center of the living water, and after a long time of quiet staring, he slowly lifted his finger through the rising water mist. Lotus Root Fragrance Salon, the Grand View Garden in the very famous feast place. We are familiar with the crab feast is held here. The original text describes the Lotus Root Fragrance Salon in this way, saying that it has windows on all sides, with curved corridors on the left and right that can be accessed, and that it is connected to the shore across the water. TSK, 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 Qi Luo skimmed his lips and sighed with a meaningful expression. A good corridor can be passed. Across the water to the shore is simply the utilization of the in-house, jade belt wrapped around the waist, feng shui pattern of the model. No wonder this place is often see ghosts and ghosts. Often heard ghosts sound it, so I call it, water moon empty coffin, seems to be nothing wrong. Jade belt around your waist? Hearing Qi Luo pulling into feng shui, the crowd immediately felt that their heads were a little big. If they watched this live broadcast any longer, It was estimated that sooner or later they would have to change their profession to become a yin and yang gentleman. The knowledge point was too dense. However, different from the past, this time they did not wait for Qi Luo's explanation about the jade belt wrapped around the waist feng shui pattern, as if all of this is too commonplace in his eyes, and even do not bother to look deeper. In the field of vision, the fog is still thick, shrouded in the water hanging between the lotus root champs show the dilapidated and withered. It's hard to imagine how festive and prosperous this place must have been hundreds of years ago, when it was a place where people drank and danced all night long. The camera in the live broadcast room, inch by inch, followed Qi Luo's unhurried footsteps, and together they entered the lotus root fragrance salon's curved 9 corridors. The sky is dark, the water is rising, the wind is howling, and the frost is spreading. He lifted his hand and stroked it across the stone platform in front of him that was covered in floating dust, and his tone was noticeably more somber compared to before. Lu too into the Grand View Garden when they had a small banquet on the Lotus Root Fragrance Salon. Many people think that the most characteristic and most important of this banquet should be the wine ranking link. In fact, it is not. He smiled and shook his head, his eyes cast to the water. In this banquet, there is one thing that almost everyone has overlooked, and with the lift of a hand, it will situate the argument of the ghostly book of the Red Mansion and the graveyard of the Grand View Garden. One thing? What is it? Some audience did not hold back to ask out loud. Qi Luo just a slight smile, let the cool voice scattered in the endless waves of smoke. It was a set of ghost cups filled with an eerie aura. It made Lu fall into a play created by the ghosts of the Grand View Garden in a matter of moments. In the Regency Illusion, Chapter 79, the boxwood cups are actually Yindan containers. Why are there 10 in a set? Falling snow from the eaves of the bucket rustling down, splashing into the cold lake water and then quickly annihilated. The whole lotus root champs, no play and no lights. Only the moonlight on the lake projected mottled silhouettes, seems to lead to the netherworld of the mirror, sheltered in the decades of people coming and going, happiness and sadness. When Qi Luo announced the special features in the Lotus Root Fragrance Salon to the crowd with a voice that was low to the ground, the pop-ups in the live broadcasting room finally ceased to be silent. Ghost cup? What the hell is this? I feel like my brain is going to burst. Watching the anchor live is more exhausting than reading an encyclopedia. Ghost cup. No wonder Huang Dexian said before that he secretly protected Lu many times. In the Grand View Garden in contact with this stuff, normal people who are not confused the big one is coming. According to the anchor, if the Grand View Garden is really a graveyard, then there's no way that Lu could have gotten out easily. So the anchor's claim that she encountered a soul-stirring illusion makes perfect sense to me. The logic of the closed loop has formed speculate, expect, assume, analyze. A myriad of voices mingled and mirrored each other in a dizzying array of live broadcasts. Amidst the repeated bursts of urging, Qi Luo raised his hand and gently knocked on the stone table a few times before he slowly opened his mouth. I have been talking about the Red Mansion for so long. I believe that we can more or less perceive that Chao Gong has reached the point of perfection in all kinds of suggestive maneuvers, and the application of this particular maneuver of the artifact suggestion is even more worthy of being called unprecedented and unrivaled. Many people read Red Mansions and only think that the artifacts listed in Chao Gong's description are luxurious, unique, expensive, or rare, but they seldom explore the stories and hidden meanings hidden behind the artifacts. For example, the boxwood root set of cups that appeared at the Lotus Root banquet site. Boxwood root set cups? The audience muttered these words, and without being directed by Qi Luo, they began to bury their heads in the dream of the Red Chamber to find the answer. A pop-up shared the results first thing in the morning. Found it. The banquet at the Lotus Root Champs did have this stuff. Yuan Yang said to bring over 10 large sets of cups from the boxwood root hole gouge they have there. So this thing, what else can there be to say not? Doubts in the pop-up screen is the same as the urgent thoughts of every audience in the live broadcast room. To be honest, just this sentence, if he reads the Red Chamber, it is estimated that half a second cannot be used. The brain will not move a little. But in Qi Luo's mouth, it was actually a set of ghost cups, and it spawned a demented illusion. So is the gap between people really that big? As he was thinking, Zyro spoke up. The boxwood set of cups is what I just called a ghost cup. I know that if you just read these words, you will be puzzled and think that it is just a wooden cup. It is indeed a wooden cup. But the point is that this would that beat it. It is not just any wood. And the construction of this cup is not an ordinary construction. When these words came out, the crowd froze, their eyes blankly looking at Qi Luo, their ears perked up to listen. The friend who was a regular grave robber, in a bland voice, shall see at the foot of Manshan Mountain's spirit was shaken. His hands reflexively hit the keyboard, and the whole person was excited. What do you want? Uncle Sam, who had observed the difference, jerked up and held down his stupidly moving hands. Interaction. Don't you see the anchor calling me? He wants to consult me as a professional. Put. Uncle Sam laughed back in anger, forcibly yanking Xiaoxi's fingers away from the keyboard with a tone of hatred. Professional? You can dig a hole and hit the subway line too. Do you deserve to be called a professional? Give me an honest listen and learn quietly. If you dare to reply again, I'll cut off your fingers and make them into coffin nails. Good. Okay. Junior shrunk his head with fearful eyes and continued to cast his eyes towards the screen, listening intently to this rare opportunity to popularize the knowledge of theft and fighting. That friend who often robbed tombs. If you are experienced enough and a person is tortured enough, you should have seen boxwood burial goods in Han tombs. And what distinguishes it from other burial goods is that it has a particularly special role. Special role? Uncle Sam sat on the floor, frowning as he pondered the words, and gave up after a long time. He only entered the Han tomb once, in which he did find a box of boxwood. At that time, he felt that it was not very useful, and did not take it. Now that I've heard him say that, could it be that lost money? In '06, a Han tomb was excavated in Luan City, Hui Province, called the Shuangduan Han tomb, in which a box of boxwood was unearthed. The wooden box is important. The important thing is that elemental arsenic with a concentration of 187 ppm was detected inside. Do we know what this means? Arsenic? Upon hearing this chemical element, an honorary member of the Kyushu Dao Association's expression was instantly creeped out, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and began tapping on the keyboard. Are you sure it's arsenic? When this stuff appeared in ancient times, it was usually related to making potions or embalming corpses, wasn't it? Correct. It seems that there are still experts within the live broadcast. Chi Luo nodded his head in recognition, his voice cool and ethereal. The biggest use of arsenic in ancient times was alchemy and embalming, and boxwood is the best storage artifact. Western Han Dynasty is more than 2,000 years ago, still can be detected from the wooden box of arsenic element residue, enough to see how powerful its preservation function. So, Zillow's voice trailed off. Now do you know what this so-called boxwood set of cups is? It is clearly. It is the underworld artifact that the ghosts in the garden use to store the Yin Dan that nourishes souls and the rotting agent that nourishes corpses. And did you notice the number of cups in the set? 10 in total. Zyro grinned softly, smiling at the screen. Why not 9? Not 11, but 10? The question was asked and the audience was once again in deep thought. Seriously, that actually sounds like a pretty lame question. Why not 9 or 11? You'd have to ask the designer. But they knew that this kind of time was not the time to raise the bar. And since the anchor had asked this, there was bound to be his reasoning. In this way, the live broadcast room was silent for a long time. And after realizing that no one could indeed break through the heavenly chance, Chi Luo smiled and opened his mouth to explain. And the reason for that is really simple. For these 10 boxwood set cups, corresponding to, it is precisely the 10 temples of hell. Chapter 80, 2 ghost maps corroborate the 10 temples of hell sayings. Wang Shifang's netherworld test. 10 Hades? The crowd that had yet to be drawn out from such an esoteric statement of alchemical embalming had a stunned expression, and their eyes turned stupid and clear. Why suddenly make a 10 halls of hell out of it? 10 cups are the 10 temples of Hades. So if it's 7, could it be that it's still a special wine cup for Halua? A few lines of spit drifted across the audience's minds in unison, saying that the anchor must have no life left, and that completely unrelated things could be brought together. The 10 temples of Hades represents the reincarnation and judgment from the hell in the cultural system of the Kyushu, which is originally a Yin symbol of very special significance. This set of cups is impartial to 10. And in my opinion the purpose is to personify the 10 temples of Hades to better absorb the chi of the netherworld, and to help the ghosts to better store the soul-nourishing Yin Dan and nourishing corpse-corrupting agents. Of course, I know there are bound to be people who think that this claim is just a little too far-fetched, but if you analyze it in the context of the original article, you'll see that it's really not far-fetched at all, Chi Luo said, smoothly picking up one of the original teacups on the stone table and began to rotate it in his fingertips. During the process, the smile at the corner of his mouth never dissipated. Now then, I'll give you a few more examples of supporting evidence, and when I'm done, I'm sure you'll recognize my point of view, Chi Luo said, incomparably confident. Between the words cannot hear the slightest concealment and cowardice. Regarding this boxwood set of cups, the original text also describes its form in this way. The cups are carved with landscapes and trees and have cursive characters and graphic marks. Doesn't that sound normal? Just plain, ordinary carvings? Chi Luo's words fell. The crowd immediately nodded in agreement. The ancient carving skills of Kyushu was very developed. In the cup carving a little landscape, flowers and birds, and what is not difficult. There is nothing more to say. Not. If it's an ordinary cup, there's really nothing wrong with carving a bit of mountain and landscape. But everyone should be aware that this is a boxwood set of cups that implies the imagery of the 10 temples of Hades. The carvings on it, then, are worth examining. The low voice blended into the water trails in the night breeze. ethereal and easily evocative. The audience collected their minds and cast their eyes towards the lotus root fragrance salon, wanting to see what kind of perspective Qi Luo would take on these ordinary carvings. There is a very famous painter called Wu Daozi. Have you heard of him? Wu Daozi, the sending of the sun to the heavenly king? Yes, that's him. Qi Luo nodded. This person is extremely good at painting Buddhist and Taoist and god and ghost scenes and characters. Besides that famous sending the sun to heavenly king painting in the 9 states, he also has a less famous painting. It's called the Hell Transformation Picture. In this picture, he then uses the landscape and trees to refer to the scene of the execution ground among the 10 halls of the netherworld. In the process of Qi Luo saying this, some curious viewers immediately went to the browser and searched for the picture. And naturally, the result was a look at one without a squeak. Seriously, if the boxwood set of cups is really taken from the 10 halls of hell imagery, then the carving on the top of the landscape with grass and trees is indeed the same as the hell in disguise. The purpose is to represent the 10 halls and the various types of torture. The questioning pop-ups were much less than the party, and Qi Luo didn't stop, clearing his throat before continuing. In addition to the map of the transfiguration of hell, there is another more intuitive thing that can be used to corroborate this. It is the Buddha speaks of 10 Kings Sutra of the Song dynasty. In the illustrations of this book, the 10 Yama halls are separated from each other is highlighted by the landscape cloud pattern, exactly like the carvings on the poplar wood set of cups. Phew! After Qi Luo corroborated it again with 2 drawings related to Hell Yama, the viewers in front of the screen let out a long breath. Sure enough, I still shouldn't have doubted the anchor myself. If you understand and interpret the carvings from this perspective, it does make sense to associate the boxwood cups with the 10 temples of Hades. A pop-up of praise fluttered past from the screen. Qi Luo did not presume anything, gently placing the cup in his hand on the stone table and changing his breath to continue. The ones just mentioned are merely supporting evidence used to argue a point of view. What can really make a final decision on the meaning and properties of the boxwood set of cups is the series of events that happened at that banquet. I don't know if you remember. In the lotus root fragrance salt banquet segment, Wang Shifeng, after seeing the cups, said that she wanted to make it so that Lu had to eat them one by one before making it. And this, as it happens, alludes to the order of judgment in the 10 temples of Hades. Qi Luo took a deep breath, his eyes cast towards the camera. The 9 states of the Infu legend system, if the deceased into the hell, generally have to undergo the 10 temples of Yama Luo's sequential trial. Phoenix to containing Qi baleful soul wine to Lu to drink, so that she fell into some kind of intentionally create a phantasmagoria, but also many times emphasize eat again. In fact, is trying to simulate the order of judgment of the 10 temples of Hades. Let Lu be judged once. What? What the hell? The audience, whose undershirts were cold, stared at the screen with unbelievable faces, unable to speak for a long time. No one could have imagined that Qi Luo would lead from a simple set of cups to the topic of netherworld trials. So, according to his logic, the so-called lotus root fragrance banquet was actually not a welcoming ceremony at all, but a testing ceremony specifically targeting Lu. But the question is, what is the purpose of this? Once doubts are born, they can never be suppressed. So, pop-ups began to float across the otherwise empty screen. Let Lu be judged by the 10 temples of Hades. Why did the anchor make this inference? Sounds weirdly scary. Unreasonable, really a little unreasonable. According to the previous anchor in a grand view garden in the introduction, Wang Shifeng is exhausting efforts and strength to beg Lu to help her do begging to do things but also to let people undergo a trial? To Wang Shifeng's emotional intelligence, can do out this kind of thing? It had to be said that the audience in the live broadcast room was still very perceptive, finding the logical loopholes in Qi Luo's viewpoints in just a few words. It is true that it is not good to beg for an errand to put the other party on trial, but all of you should always remember, Wang Shifeng begged Lu to do things, never for themselves. After staring at the pop-up screen for a long time, Qi Luo finally spoke leisurely. She's trusting. She's using her own cards to exchange a way out for Sister Chower. It's a big gamble that even she doesn't have any certainty about. She actually doesn't know anything about Lu, right? She was chosen because there was no other choice. So, Zyro's voice steepened, his eyes looking into the camera sighing in deep. So, if there is an opportunity to go and test it on Lao, she will definitely put it into action, for no other reason than a mother on her way to the end of the road, finally organizing herself for her daughter. So now here's the problem. He smiled and hooked the corners of his mouth as his eyes scanned over toward the camera. You say that in this simulation of the 10 temples of hell's judgment, Lu, how many halls can she go to? Chapter 81, the sixfold trial determines evil and good. Immortal and ghost encounters yellow immortal defeat? A pin dropped in the extremely quiet live room. The scene at hand, which does bear some resemblance to an accompanying quiz suddenly conducted by a teacher during a reading session. has caught the audience a little off guard. How many times did Lu go through the 10 temples of Hades? This question was, truthfully, a bit of a superlative for the viewers in the broadcast room. After all, even the Wang Shifeng designed 10 Yen Luo trial test this knowledge point they have just come into contact with. Even digestive review time are not going to be the test. Comprehension is too strong to be able to give the correct answer. But even so, they seriously buried themselves into the ink-scented books, trying to find some clues. The night wind ruffled the pages, making a rustling sound, and in the light cast by the dim lamp, even time became much more timeless. After a long time like this, when the gong sounded in the middle of the night, the long silent screen finally began to show pop-ups. If we follow the logic of the anchor to deduce, it should be at most 2 or 3 times trial. After all, Lu in the next paragraph of the text is not anything special experience. And finally also took the bored child left the Grand View Garden. If it is really sinful, the 10 halls are walking through the words. It is not inseparable from the, at most, 1 or 2 weights is almost enough. If you use the boxwood set of cups to drink to imply the judgment of the 10 temples of hell, then 1 weight. Anyway, she only drank 1 cup of wine. You can tell that the audience is indeed thinking very hard about this test question from the original text. But the truth is, among the countless answers that flew by on the screen, there didn't seem to be 1 or 2 that satisfied Qi Luo, the teacher. He smiled and watched the entire time, until the crowd felt like they were about to exhaust all the possibilities. Then he slowly rose from the stone bench and spoke bashfully. I've read everyone's answers, and it's true that so few people guessed the numbers, but the reasons don't quite stand up. The test began when Lu picked up the boxwood cup, and it ended up in Yihong Yuan. In these few short paragraphs, Chao Gong implants this deeply hidden test trial bureau for us in a step-by-step manner. From all aspects of the character's language, actions, and demeanor, the building's furnishings, and the scene. During this period, there is wisdom, crisis, philosophy and humanity. This section is what I consider to be the most wonderful part of Lulu's second visit to the Grand View Garden. Then in the last 20 minutes, I'll take you all along to replicate this trial of humanity, which is full of deep meaning. The moment the words fell, the water behind him as calm as a deep pool suddenly rose up a ball of light and fire, as if some drunken ghosts after the feast gave him a response. In this otherworldly space and time, together to start a mysterious and marvelous journey. As the name suggests, the system of the 10 temples of Yama in Kyushu is tenfold. So how many weights did Lu go through in total at the Feast of All Ghosts in the second entry Grand View Garden? Qi Luo smiled and hooked the corners of his mouth, picking up the cups on the stone table and gently inverting them onto the tabletop. His gaze turned to the camera. The correct number. It's 6. 6th? The crowd that heard the correct answer looked at Qi Luo and the screen with surprised expressions. 6? Anchor? Are you kidding? That much? Good guy. Meaning that in that few short paragraphs Lao went through a 6-fold trial? Not. How in the world do I see that? How can I kind of not see it? Previously there were pop-ups saying 6 weight. I just felt a little ridiculous. Now the anchor also said 6 weight. Why do I feel a little spine-chilling? Chattering and chattering spread wildly across the screen of the live broadcast. The audience was amazed at the number. But more than that, they were skeptical. Indeed, it is 6-fold. Qi Luo repeated what he had just said once again. And it is precisely these 6-fold that allowed Wang Shifeng to identify herself with Grandmother Lu, and then step down and rest assured that her soul's wish would be entrusted to Grandmother Lu to deal with. What? Hearing this, the audience couldn't help but be even more confused. Not. According to the logic of the judgment of the netherworld in Kyushu, the more Yen Luo halls one enters, the greater the person's sinful karma. Lu has gone through 6 weights, which is already considered to have a serious problem. How can Wang Shifeng still feel at ease? At this moment, the doubts in the hearts of the audience simply piled up to the extreme, and it was only when Qi Luo opened his mouth again that he gradually soothed the bewilderment and anxiety within. When I analyzed it before, I said that the wine in the boxwood set of cups is soul-enchanting soup, filled with yin fury. In a sense, it is able to build a soul-regenerating illusion similar to the 10 temples of Hades' judgment, so that people will confuse their wills and let down their guards, so that they can face up to their own human nature. And Wang Shifeng, it is according to this that the judgment is made. Please implant this prerequisite deep within your hearts. Next, we officially begin. Swish, the moment the words fell, behind the water pool and the ghostly swings of the light suddenly turned out, the 4 winds like a cry. Only the stone table of the remnants of the lamp is still shaking like to maintain their own. In the 41st episode of the original, after the boxwood set of cups is served, Wang Shifeng, as the mastermind and biggest driver of the event, begins to lay out her plans. She told Lu to eat the 10 cups in the set one by one, meaning that she let Lu walk through all 10 halls. And what did Lu do? She said, I'll eat the smallest cup. and put the big cups away for her to go home and eat them slowly. In fact, here, Lu. Oh no, Qi Luo said and turned to look at Huang Dexian beside him. Here should be Dexian air. Already see the doorway here, is it? Of course. Huang Dexian stretched out with a proud face. I've crossed more bridges than they've traveled, so I can't tell what this group of lone souls want to do. It raised its hand and picked at the side of its nose, its eyes narrowing into a thin slit. So Dexian, I gave them the word at that time. Only the smallest cup. Only the 10th temple. The 10th temple master's reincarnation. After drinking this cup of wine, Dexian air, I will withdraw. Then why bring back the first big cup? Zyro asked with a smile. It's very simple. Because the first hall first judges good and evil. This is to tell them that you, a group of lonely souls and wild ghosts, are not qualified to judge my goodness or evil, and that my goodness or evil is to be left to be judged in the young world. The yellow fairy yawned, her expression cozy. The viewers in front of the screen were silent in unison as they looked at the one person and one immortal in the camera, not knowing what to say. How is it that a simple gesture of pushing back and persuading a drink can be interpreted to mean so many things? But the problem is, if you really follow the logic of the 10 temples of the Yin division of Qi Luo's judgment test, and look at it according to the identity of Lu as a shamanic divinity possessed by Huang Daxian, there doesn't seem to be anything too wrong with that passage of text when interpreted in this way. Very simple reasoning. If Lu was really that old woman in the countryside who has not seen much of the world, into the grand view garden by so much kindness and favor, the master let her drink 10 cups of wine, even if drunken death in the grand view garden, the designated heart of a cross on the drink. How dare you still refuse to block the drinks with such a calm and collected manner, and even make such a highly ungentlemanly request as taking the cup away? So at this time, Lu must be the skin that is controlled by Huang Dexian, and the encounter between the immortal and the ghost had officially begun from that moment. Just how does this result look? It seems that Huang Xian'er lost? Chapter 82, The Mysterious Trial of the First Hall. There is actually a triple Yan Luo Hall in Yihong Courtyard? So in the end, you still lost, right? Under the night sky, Zyro asked the question that had plagued his thoughts to Wang Tai-sin in place of the crowd in the broadcast room. There was no sound of snow falling in the center of the lake, and only the sound of rustling clothes could be heard as Wang Tai-sin moved around on the stone bench. Why did you say I lost? It had its feet coiled on its knees and looked at Qi Luo with a meaningful gaze. In the original, after you excused yourself instead of Lu, Yuan Yang still offered you wine in a large cup, while you didn't refuse this time. So isn't that a loss? It's still a rule to start from the first hall. He. The yellow immortal laughed softly, glancing sideways toward the cold lake of rising water mist. Frost and snow were like blades, gliding swiftly over its old wrinkles, as if cutting open some remnants of memories silent in the old days, giving a long and obscure feeling. It stayed in that position, sitting withered for a full 10 seconds or so. Only when the storm was about to completely fill the entire broadcast room did he slowly look back at Qi Luo in silence. But boy, sometimes losing is winning. At this moment, Wang Tai-sin completely removed the previous flirtatious and playful posture, like a stone statue in history carrying a heavy destiny, against the wheel of time, with a raspy and deep voice, proclaimed some dusty long-time hidden answers. The crowd in front of the screen was stunned, unable to grasp the mystery of Huang Dexian's words. On the contrary, it was Qi Luo, whose gaze suddenly narrowed the moment Huang Dexian's words fell, and the corners of his mouth also hung with a smile of indescribable significance. Losing is winning? Then it seems that my thoughts have been confirmed. If I'm not mistaken, Dexianer did it on purpose, right? You sure are smart enough. Huang Daxian let out a laugh and raised his hand to twist the fine snow that had drifted onto the stone table. In the beginning, I did want to go toe-to-toe with them, and if they didn't allow it, Dexian, I have the ability to take these two grandchildren back in one piece. But who let me unintentionally glanced at Wang Shifeng, the old voice narrated, even causing the falling snow in the field of vision to be much lighter. She was looking at me then, too, only instead of suspicion and calculation, the eyes were expectant, intolerant, sad and forlorn. Old fairy, I've acted casually and carelessly all my life, but that day my heart went soft. I know what she was thinking, wanting to measure character and inner strength, wanting to find a shelter for that ghost doll that wasn't too bad. That's why I tried my best to create such a game. Everything in the world can be negative. Only the true heart is the most difficult to defeat. Huang Dexianer sighed softly and smiled rather helplessly. So I'm not excusing myself. Since I want to measure, then I will measure it. Many things, are cause and effect, can't be pushed, can't be avoided. The ripping sound ripped through the curtain of snow that shifted lightly in front of him. In sync, the moment Huang Daxian's low voice fell, Qi Luo whirled around and took over the conversation, speaking faintly. So, by accepting the cup of wine, you have also agreed to this test. When the first sip of wine hits your throat, you have entered the first hall, facing the good and evil of the human heart head-on, and from then on, you begin to retreat into the background, and Lulu begins to perform on the stage. Exactly. The first hall examines good and evil, and this is hinted at several times in the following episodes. The first is the discussion between Lulu and Yuan Yang about the material of the boxwood set of cups. A countrywoman cannot know antiques or recognize foreign objects, but it is impossible to recognize wood. However, in this conversation, she said yellow poplar as yellow pine. You know, boxwood and yellow pine between the color, texture, oil between the great difference. As day by day rely on yellow pine fire, Lulu must be able to a glance break wood, but she had to open her eyes, which in the judgment of the first temple is just like making the crowd laugh and be happy through self-depreciation. And this is hypocrisy. Shi Luo spoke quickly. The audience listened to the dumbfounded. Good guy. So it's been a test since this point? In fact, that's why they love and are addicted to Zillow's readings. Every time he breaks down the details and metaphors that are hidden in the text, they themselves are left with a sense of enlightenment. It's a feeling that's really addictive. Afterwards, Lulu and under the leadership of the people continue to tour the garden. The process of touring the garden. They have passed through the Taoxiang village and Barchui nunnery. The two places, one is the grave of Li Dandy, one is the mound of Miaoyu, has previously introduced their weirdness. Let's leave it aside for the time being. And at this time, the trial of the first hall, still not finished. It says that they and their party came to the bottom of the provincial villa, and that Lulu, after seeing the provincial villa, went so far as to kneel down violently, saying that there was another great temple here, and when the ghosts asked her why, she said that the words written above it were clearly the Jade Emperor's treasure palace. At that point, Zyro snapped, turning to look at the camera. Countryside wife cannot recognize the word can be understood, but the temple is what shape is what structure should be recognized, right? That written with the four words of the provincial villa is clearly a pagoda, and the unusual Jade Emperor treasure temple is simply two kinds of buildings, but she is here to open her eyes and say nonsense. Hypocrisy is an additional offense. Shi Luo said in a clear voice and began to raise his steps to walk out from the lotus root fragrance salon. Potholes on the green stone road. Was fine snow particles as much as possible? Shi Luo feet stepped on it, issued a creaking sound, but it is Huang de Siener, not only did not make a sound, and even his footprints are rare. The path was long, and Shi Luo kept speeding up his steps, traveling at a brisk pace towards the other end of the lotus root fragrance salon. After a few minutes, he finally stopped outside an elegant and luxurious compound. Deadwood horizontal branches in the light of the falling snow is like a sharp fine blade. From the simple plaque on the light swept through, the crowd looked at the lamp. Can vaguely see the words engraved on the plaque, written as Yihangyuan. If I remember correctly, this should be Baoyu's yard? How did the anchor get here all of a sudden? The crowd thought so, and Zyro opened his mouth at the right time. In the judgment system of the netherworld in Kyushu, the first hall judgment, presided over by King Qin Guang, is generally divided into three cases. If the good outweighs the evil, they are directly guided to transcendence. If good and evil are divided, they are sent to the 10th hall for release. If the evil is greater than the good, it is transferred to the next hall to continue the judgment. In the previous trial, Lulu's several times behavior will be its worldly mercenary coarse hypocrisy of the true nature of all revealed, although not a great evil, but also not good. Therefore, according to the basic logic of the trial, there is still a need to continue the trial, and the location of the first trial. It's in the Excelsior. What? The audience was a bit confused and a bit turned off for a moment. What the hell? Does the anchor mean that the Excelsior is the location of the second trial? A pop-up slid across the screen, and Shi Luo glanced at it, a mysterious smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. Excelsior is the site of the second trial, but at the same time, and the site of the third and fourth trials, a courtyard encompassing threefold halls, truly worthy of being the most bizarre, vermilion gate bloodlight, in the entire graveyard. P.S. The third shift will be up later. I just looked. I'm in the 18th place in the gift list. Still want to rush to the top 10. The current gap has a few hundred gift value. The red building part is about to end. Also want to give it a happy ending. But also please readers, Big Brother can more support. If today rushed into the top 10, in the basis of 3 more plus 2 more. Thank you all, Big Brother. New Year's Fortune. Chapter 83, Zyro disappeared? A skillful blend of architectural intent and frigid hell. In the whistling wind, Shi Luo's voice seems to be cold and unusual, and should be in the snow rolled in the sky, so that the original luxury to the extreme Yihangyuan, but also seems to have so many points of bone-chilling cold. On the lintel of the door, 2 large faded red lanterns were hanging. Their faint light was blocked by the remnants of snow, resembling the long lighting lamps emanating dead air on both sides of the tunnel of the crypt. The audience stared blankly at the upright figure on the screen, their minds buzzing. Just now, Qi Luo had revealed unbelievable news to them in a casual manner. It is hard to imagine that the Yuan, which has left a deep impression on many people in the original Red Mansion, would be an evil place of judgment that can no longer be evil. One courtyard to accommodate 3 halls? That sounds a bit too scary, doesn't it? So what exactly did Lu go through in this Yihong courtyard to repeatedly undergo purgatory-like tests? The pop-ups on top of the screen had just drifted by, and Qi Luo had already raised his hand to caress the courtyard door. When the ash rustling fall, the crowd vaguely found that the old door ring looks with the head of the beast of the green fangs have a few similarities. The mouth holding the copper ring, but also has long been in the rush of time rusted into a dark red. Do you still remember the episode where Lu was drunk and mistakenly entered the Yihong courtyard? Qi Luo's fingertips scratched through the frost that had condensed on the doorframe and spoke faintly. After conveniently passing near the provincial villa, the already drunken woman stumbled into a place, and after going around the gravel path, she bumped into a top good-looking girl, and lifting her hand to touch it, she realized that it was a painting. Then she turned into a small door, saw a soft onion green curtain hanging on the door, then lifted her hand to lift the curtain and walked in. From here, it means that Lu has begun to experience the second judgment, and the protagonist of her judgment is King Chu Zhang's cold ice hell. Cold hell? The audience muttered the words in their minds, confused. Just now the content of this paragraph is not very simple. To enter the yard into the house. How to the anchor here? Even turned into a cold ice hell? Attention, everyone, here's a very cryptic detail about the movement of Lu lifting the curtain to enter the door. Just as he was thinking about it, Qi Luo's voice rose steeply, drawing the crowd's gaze over in the process. This is not an ordinary action, but suggests an important clue to the transition from the first to the second temple. Remember what I said earlier when I spoke about the first hall judgment? That after the initial judgment of good and evil, if the evil outweighs the good, then they will be sent to the second hell to continue their trial. The medium that connects them is called the mirror of evil. So the action of Lu lifting the curtain and entering the room precisely means that she has crossed the sins and mirrors platform and entered the cold ice hell. Qi Luo took a deep breath, his eyes looking wildly at the screen, and the depictions going forward show that what she walked into was, indeed, the cold ice hell. Cold wind blowing the broken paper in the courtyard, accompanied by a small snowfall. At first glance, it looks like a very scattered and mid-air delayed fall of paper money. The deep night color seems like a big net. In the gradual progress of Qi Luo's voice, gradually swallowed this long ago broken and withered Yuan. He raised his steps and started toward the door of the room, skirting that same path, and raised his hand to lift the soft curtain of the same color again, as he had done when Lu, who had stumbled and stepped into the frigid hell, had done. Let's continue to read the original text. Qi Luo's voice rose again, raspy old air. The text says that after she turned into the door curtains, she lifted her eyes to see the luscious 4 walls, and the house should have artifacts furnishings are all affixed to the walls, brocade cages and gauze coverings, and gold and colorful beads and light. The Earthstore Bodhisattva's True Wish Sutra says that the cold ice hell has a cold wind that cuts through the bones and cracks the body like a lotus, and the person being tortured looks like he's trapped in an ice cave and can't be relieved. Qi Luo raised his hand and pointed towards the space he was in. Everyone, what about this room that Lu entered? She said all 4 walls are luscious, but no one with a bit of literary common sense would use a word like luscious to describe a wall, especially not an ancient one. Then there are only 2 situations that can be used to explain it. 1. This house wall is glazed brickwork piled up and become. Obviously, there is not a single passage in the entire red chamber that can be used to support this. Then it can only be another situation. Qi Luo took a deep breath, his eyes sweeping over from the walls of the house. What Lu entered is not a normal house at all, but a cold ice hell set up in the Yihong Yuan, a proper cold ice cave. Zyro's trailing tone rose abruptly, causing the off-screen audience to shiver in unison as well. The time was nearing 3 in the morning, and the long, cold night was intensifying the icy chill in the heart. A few minutes ago, they had actually skimmed through this passage several times, but none of them had found this blind spot, much less anyone who had the brainwave to connect it to the cold hell. But now, after listening to Qi Luo's interpretation, they actually didn't have a single thought to deny or question it, for no other reason than it makes sense. Mega ing reasonable. Of course, if, based on this one description alone, you should still find the argument about the cold hell a bit untenable, then let's look at the second one now, Qi Luo said, and began to walk towards the depths of the room, and the audience stopped thinking excessively for a moment, their eyes following his footsteps closely for fear of missing even one detail. In the original text, immediately after deconstructing Baoyu's room from the point of view of Lu's, an even weirder and more horrifying sentence is written. It says that Lu's eyes were blurry from watching. and she wanted to find a door to get out, but where was there one? Another matter of common sense. Gentlemen. Qi Luo stopped at the northwest corner of the room, raised his palm in the air and gently patted it. His voice was light and quick. A room? How big can it be? How can there be a situation where you can't find the door? Even if you really can't find it, you can still use the oldest method. Turn around and go back the same way. But Lu can't even find the door here. Isn't it weird? Once these words came out, the crowd only felt the cold sweat on the back of the spine rustling straight out. When they read it before, they didn't notice the weirdness, but when they were interpreted by Qi Luo like this, they immediately felt that it was just too abrupt and strange. Silence was like the wind, frantically scurrying throughout the live broadcast, and Qi Luo didn't stop, continuing to speak. If I remember correctly, there is a Buddhist scripture called the Nagarjuna Sutra, and in this scripture, it specifically describes the ultimate punishment of the cold ice hell, saying that this punishment is called the infernal closure of the orifices, and that it falls here, fitting right in with this house of no door. That is to say, the process of Lu looking for the door in the original text is the process of receiving the punishment of the cold ice hell. If the hall of Qin Guang Wang determines good and evil, then the cold ice hell is in charge of hypocrisy. Combined with the previous article, everyone can also see that Lu is actually originally an extremely hypocritical countrywoman. So there is no excuse for being subjected to the punishment of infernal closure in this frigid hell. The second judgment. It ends here. The night breeze mixed with light snow blew in through the window pane, and he let out a long breath and spoke faintly. In the live room, no one said anything. The dim lamp shone in the cold room, haloing out a tiny speck of light that all but dissolved in the darkness of the night into a roiling cloud of dust that clogged their throats to the point of death. At this moment, everyone locked their gazes onto Qi Luo, trying their best to digest the shock and powerlessness they had just experienced. However, just as they were about to listen sideways to the next reading, he saw Qi Luo's right hand suddenly touch the wall at his side in an incomparably casual manner, followed by lifting his leg and taking a half step towards the inside. The next second, his entire person completely disappeared from the spot, out of sight. The only thing that remained in the air was a low, broken voice. Below, I take you to the third Hades. Chapter 84. Ghostly Western Mirror is a projection from hell. Qi Luo's strange changes. Outside the half-open old window pane, there are vaguely a few wisps of wind and snow drifting in, and the ice crack listening to the wind bottle placed on the desk table shakes slightly, as if it might tip over at any time. All the viewers in the live broadcast room, almost all of them, stopped their hands, staring dumbfoundedly at the empty dim room, only to feel a chill rising straight up along their tailbone. Where are the people? Where's the anchorman? This kind of horrifying paranormal event happened out of nowhere. Couldn't it be that the anchor unintentionally violated some kind of prohibition between humans and ghosts and carried too much karma? Right? Breath. Thus tightly choked in the throat for a full minute, just when the crowd felt like they were drowning in the atmosphere shaped like a vacuum. Ding ding. 2 crisp taps came steeply out of the microphone. It was followed by the familiar voice, though at the moment it sounded hoarse and low as if it was obscured by something. Lost in the frigid hell. Lu eventually fell into the third temple of Yama, which is ruled by the Song Emperor and is called Black Rope Hell. The moment the words fell, the crisp, piercing knocking sound reappeared, seemingly ghostly and solitary, penetrating everyone's eardrums. They didn't have the extra thought to think about what was really happening at the scene. They only wanted to know what was going to happen next, and why Qi Luo chose to speak about the third trial in such a way. Black Rope Hell, palm greed and anger, because of the black iron rope to bind the dead souls, so that they suffered from the pain of scorching and cracking the skin, and so named. Dark space. Qi Luo voice again, but still do not see its people. As I said before, this Vermilion Gate ghost building of Yihanyuan is weird in its 1 courtyard in 3 temples, netherworldly pattern. So now, please continue with the questions and find the imagery that can represent the black rope of hell in the 41 happenings. Attention please. In a deliberately drawn-out voice, the crowd held their breath as they peered into the empty screen. Attention please. The switch to whether or not I can escape from the third hell is in your hands. The next. It's all up to all of you. The somber voice, like the starting gun knocked before a match, instantly drove the crowd's emotions. Some cannot distinguish between fantasy and reality. They have buried in the books on the table. Want to contribute to this mysterious and treacherous rescue Qi Luo action. The rustling pages, dull and eager, were accompanied by the short passage of time, and after a long time, pop-ups finally appeared on the screen. Anchor? I'm not sure if I'm right in thinking that, huh? According to what you just said, if the ultimate imagery of the black rope hell is bondage, then there are only 2 places that can be closed in the episode where Lu mistakenly enters the Yihong courtyard, and one of them is the ice cave with no doors on all 4 sides that was mentioned before. But it's the cold ice hell. That seems to be the only imagery. So this black rope hell projected in the Yiheng court, could it be? Is that the Western mirror? Click click. As the tail end of this pop-up was swallowed up by the border of the screen, a sound shaped like the cracking of ice rang out abruptly. In the next second, Zyro, who had disappeared earlier, reappeared in the camera like a ghost, accompanied by a smooth mirror that had been pushed halfway out of the way at his side. Congratulations to the viewer. You got it right. He smiled, holding the phone up in midair and tapping it twice on the mirror in passing, his voice much clearer than it had been. Representing the black rope hell is this Western mirror. Let's first look at the original text is how to say, Lulu turned into the screen, then saw her in-law's mother also came over from the outside. Herewith the in-law's mother chatted for a couple of sentences before noticing that something is not right, said that this would not be a mirror it, and then raised his hand a touch, and found that it is indeed a mirror embedded in the center of the four-carved hollow rosewood board. With immense patience, he repeated the relevant portrayal from the original article to the crowd, before inching up and looking at the camera with a smile. Here, again, is a particularly classic hint of artifact hieroglyphics. Artifact hieroglyphic hints? The audience echoed this new word in their heads and gazed blankly at Zyro. The so-called artifact hieroglyphic illusion is a metaphorical illusion technique that Chao Gong has used many times in Dream of the Red Chamber. For example, the 10 boxwood cups I mentioned earlier suggesting the 10 temples of hell is one of its uses. And in this third hell, he once again utilizes this genius technique. With only a mere 7 words, he has outlined an eerie and bizarre black rope hell. 7 words outlining black rope hell? The audience's expressions were horrified, and for a moment there was some disbelief. It's true that they didn't see it coming, but it didn't detract from the genuine awe that came from within. Therefore, this red building really have to Chi Luo with reading only. If only their own closed doors, it is tantamount to reading a heavenly book. There is a description of the form of the black rope hell in the Buddhist teachings that says that in the black rope hell, there are iron ropes crisscrossing the body of the person on trial, which is measured by the ropes, and then the body is sawed against it. Now, let's go back and compare it with the original text. Chi Luo said, turning to face the mirror that was pushed halfway open by himself, raising his hand and patting on the border. The color of the aged Zeton after wrapping takes on a deep black-red color, and the frames used to adorn the mirror naturally line up vertically and horizontally. If you look at it this way, the description of 4 sides of carved and hollowed-out rosewood panels in the original text is not a personification of the imagery of the black rope hell, iron rope horizontal and horizontal. Is it not? The whimpering wind wrapped around his clear voice slowly seeped into the audience's ears, and as their eyes swept over the slender rosewood rims, they were suddenly struck with a particularly peculiar feeling. It looks like this mirror, which had been hovering quietly, also began to crisscross and twist in the night. Do you all remember the other description in that sutra? Chi Luo's voice pulled them out at the right time. It says that in the black rope hell, the body of the person on trial is to be measured by ropes while sawing him or her. Here, too, it fits perfectly into the original. When a man looks in a mirror, he can peer into it and see his face and height. Is that not another form of measurement? As for the sawing, it's too simple to be simple. Lu saw another self in the mirror, which is actually the meaning of being sawed in two. He spoke lightly, opening a window in the audience's heart with extremely precise analysis, and letting the complex and bizarre, yet logically self-contained, dismantling content flow in. At this moment, the people's minds have just imagined the smooth mirror body in the camera as the dark and boundless hell of the underworld, only to feel that their souls seem to be sucked into it. Squeak! In the quiet, ethereal night, an ethereal and ear-piercingly strange sound suddenly arose. The audience, still immersed in the previous interpretation, froze at first, then simultaneously looked toward the place where the sound had come from. In the field of vision, the only thing that existed was Chi Luo's robe that swung gently with the wind, and the mirror that started to turn itself abruptly without the help of external force. The feeling of chills all over his body was born again. They watched with horrified expressions until the mirror was completely turned square and embedded in the wall. Originally thought that at this moment was finally able to temporarily relax their minds, but when they casually glanced towards the mirror, the whole person was instantly like falling into an ice cave. They saw Zyro in the mirror, smiling in an incredibly creepy way. A brightly colored flower was cupped in his hand, its thin black branches wrapped tightly around his wrist. It's not right. It's not right. If I remember correctly, I don't think he's ever had a flower in his hand. And the flowers, where did they come from? Chapter 85, Divine Technique, Determining Yama's Ghost Temple by Orientation, Pushing the Metaphor of Hell by Gesture. Dead branches wrapped around the skinned wrists, bright red petals like fire swaying eerily in the cold wind. The silhouette in the mirror, shaped like a wooden stiff, did not look like the Chi Luo look they were familiar with in any way. Intense and real fear, surging wildly from the bottom of their hearts, instantly destroyed the values they had been clinging to. That flower. Where the hell did that come from? The question lingered in everyone's mind, and their hands and feet were cold to the bone. This scene lasted for more than 10 seconds, until the light in the room gradually warmed up, was covered by the mist of the camera finally began to clear the occasion. This kind of bizarre atmosphere is slightly relaxed a little bit. The third piece of corroborating evidence for the black rope hell judgment portion is this bouquet of flowers in my hand. Zyro turned to look at the audience, waving the bouquet in his hand through the air in the process. Breaths filled with complex flavors were suddenly emitted. So, the anchor just did this on purpose? The purpose was to elicit a third piece of corroborating evidence? Man, this is too scary, isn't it? You explain the explanation. Do not make these strange interaction. Could it be that they have received advertising fees from a pharmaceutical company and want to drive sales of quick-acting heart-saving pills along the way? If not mistaken, that bouquet of flowers should have been hidden by Qi Luo in advance, only to be pulled out just now. But that answer doesn't matter now. What matters is what he said before. Flowers. How is that corroboration of the black rope hell? The doubt that followed the shot came instantly, and countless pop-ups of inquiry appeared on the screen in an instant. Qi Luo stopped quietly in front of the mirror, reading the pop-ups for a long time before opening his mouth with a smile. Everyone is concerned about why the flower is a corroboration of the dark hell, right? It's because there are two very horrible punishments in the dark rope hell. The first one is called the pain of strangling and cutting with an iron rope, and the second one is called the punishment of branding the body with an iron flower. And all of these two kinds of punishment can be found on this flower, with exclusive imagery projections, the camera rippling and locked above the flowers. Qi Luo slowly dismantled the branch wrapped around his wrist, and even through the dim light, the crowd was still able to see the strangulation marks that remained on his pale skin. This is how the original depicts the part where Lu looks in the mirror, saying that when she saw her in-law's mother walking towards her, she first exchanged pleasantries and then laughed and scolded her in-law's mother for not having seen the world and for wearing a head full of flowers from the garden. Flowers have branches that are inserted into the hair. Like the pain of being strangled by iron ropes, flowers have petals that bloom above the head, also like the torture of being branded with iron flowers. Between the words, the bouquet of flowers that had originally been pinched by Qi Luo's fingertips fell to the ground soundlessly. The branches of the flowers bent and the petals cracked, just like those sinful undead who fell into the black rope hell. Their skin and flesh bloomed and cracked, incomparably agonizing. This trial on human nature. Lu still did not get away with it. Greedy cups and drunkenness as greed, mistakenly into the beauty of the house as demented, addicted to luxury as anger. The three sins are all complete, should be judged. So, as written in the original, although she found a way to break through the mirror barrier, in her panic, it wasn't a switch to end the 10 temples of judgment. It was just an entrance to fall into the next level of hell. At this point, the fourth trial in this ghostly game against Lu has slowly drawn to a close where it belongs. Qi Luo, who had been standing still for a long time, finally lifted his leg and bypassed the strange mirror door, and continued to walk towards the depths of the room, with the shadow of the candles casting on him, flowing like a firefly's light trajectory. The fourth judgment. What will it be again? The audience took a deep breath and thought so. The fourth judgment is the hell of thermal annoyance, ruled by King Tarzan, Qi Luo said indifferently, reaching out and lifting the curtain that stretched across the door in front of him, and then walked towards the inner room that was more elegantly and luxuriously arranged than the main hall. That said, after this Lu entered Baoyu's bedroom, her body slumped over and she fell asleep on the bed. And at this time, there was another seemingly uneventful but pointing event that happened outside of Yihangyuan. At that time the people were looking for Lu. The attacker said that if Lu went into the flower barricade, if she went further southwest, then most likely she would not be able to circle back. Gentlemen, please note one of the directional words here, southwest. Southwest? The audience frowned in deep thought, wondering what deep meaning could be behind a simple orientation. Attacker is a maid in the Yihong courtyard. Then she must know the pattern of the Yihong courtyard, a courtyard that accommodates 3 halls. And in her perception, the southwest one is the most sinister one. As it happens, the sense of anticipation in the crowd's mind was sharply drawn up in the deliberately drawn-out coda. As it happens, it is clearly written in the book The Complete Collection of the 10 Kings' Confessions, the southwest heavenly dignitary transforming the underworld's 7 temples and equal observations of the Mingshi, the great king of Taishan, the divine residence of the Shenhua Palace. Remember what the assailant said earlier? If Lu goes into the southwest and doesn't come out around it, I'm afraid she'll be lost in there. As it turns out, Lu's sound sleep on the couch is precisely the projection of the reality of being lost in the hilarious hell. As the words fell, the hearts of the crowd were abruptly shaken, and the horror in their eyes immediately intensified by a few points. They were truly never expecting that a simple orientation would imply such deep connotations. Orientation can only be used to support from the sidelines that Lulu's fourth entry into the hell of heat and annoyance. And it was one of her performances after Baoyu's bedroom that really sealed the deal for me, Qi Luo said, raising his steps towards the luxurious bed and couch at the innermost part of the room, his voice coming out of his mouth as his steps traveled. In the 41st episode, it says that when assailant entered the room, she could only smell stinking farts, and Lulu was lying on her back with her hands and feet. The words mean unclean and unruly hands and feet. And don't you think it's a bit unreasonable to use these words to describe sleeping? In the previous article, the assailant has already heard Lulu snoring like thunder, which generally means that the person has entered a deep sleep. A person who has entered deep sleep is relaxed all over, so how can he or she dance around? The only explanation is that she sleepwalked. The hearts of the crowd, thumping along with Qi Luo's interpretation, felt that they had touched the boundary of the answer in the underworld, and that something was about to call out. And when it falls on the specific event that Lulu is going through the judgment of the 10 temples, it represents Qi's soul swimming to the hell of hot anxiety, ruled by the king of Taishan, to judge and be tortured. Cha-cha-cha. Qi Luo raised his voice sharply and raised his hand to point toward the plain white bed. And, as it happens, the miserable conditions of torture in the hell of heat and anguish are described in the Sutra of the Rising of the World, which says that the sinner's hands and feet are scorched and they are still struggling. It is the same as what Lulu did on Baoyu's bed and couch. Exactly the same. The low voice, thus closed, the doubts in the hearts of the crowd, also in this moment all eliminated. In the center of the view, Qi Luo raised his steps and walked out from within the Excelsior courtyard, looking up at the thick layer of clouds above his head. There's the last 10 minutes left. It's time to end the day. And it's time for this thrilling 10-temple trial of Lao Lao to come to an end. As he said so, he continued to raise his steps towards the front and walked out. And his somber voice was synchronized to be scattered in the wind and snow in the sky. The fifth judgment. She has finally penetrated the illusion and broken through the boundary, and used his own karma to break through the shackles of the 10 temples of hell and pass this graveyard examination. And the only reason it got through without a scare is because she did one thing right. Chapter 86, The Karmic Trap and the Ultimate Judgment. Lulu sets the name shackle. At this moment, at 2:50 a.m., there were still the last 10 minutes left before Zyra went off the air. In the just past half an hour, everyone in the live broadcast room was fully concentrated on following Qi Luo's train of thought, and together they fell into the 4 levels of the thrilling and treacherous hell of Hades. The back of his spine had long been wet with cold sweat, and the load in his heart had reached the strongest critical point in a while. Fortunately, they finally saw hope in the words Qi Luo said when he had just left Yihong Yuan. This fifth hell, when it is the final place of liberation for Lulu. Likewise, this deliverance also belongs to them. The night wind was bitter, blowing the grass on both sides of the path swaying wildly. The shadows of the trees on the stone floor cut out vague broken shadows, like the ghostly road leading to the Yellow Springs. Qi Luo's pace was quick, and within a short time, he arrived outside the gates of a courtyard that was slightly plainer than Yihong Yuan. Just this small courtyard lintel did not hang lanterns. Looks to be a lot of miserable and cold. This is the Taoxiang village. Qi Luo stopped and lifted his hand to point towards the front. After Lulu came out of the Yihong courtyard, she went to the Taoxiang village to have her dinner. It is said to be a dinner party, but in fact, is nothing more than a place of Hades carefully arranged by Phoenix. The corner of Qi Luo's mouth curled into a smile as he gently pushed open the wooden door that lay across his eyes. LOL. Amidst the raspy sound of the old-time door shafts, snow particles mixed with the strong wind came crashing down on his face. Qi Luo raised his hand and waved it, lifting his steps to step inside the darkened courtyard, with no lights and silence all around. It does look no different from a wild burial mound. The Taoxiang village, the last place where Lulu feasted before leaving the Grand View Garden, and the ultimate test Wang Shifeng had prepared for Lulu. The low voice rippled across the pale cage of heaven and earth, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of destiny. This banquet is particularly special. If you go to read the original article, you will definitely find that the article seldom pays attention to the dishes and wines at the banquet site, but instead writes at great length about a crossover. The crossroads between Wang Shifeng, the setup man, and Lulu, the setup man. And this encounter took place in the Hell of Scorched Fire, which is ruled by the Urban King. Scorched Fire Hell? The long-awaited audience finally heard the name of the fifth hell, and their expressions began to solemnize. The Scorched Fire Hell, characterized by the burning of body and mind, and the entanglement of karmic fires, is the place where karmic karma and earthly rewards are most spoken of. Karma. 2 words that sounded slightly obscure and difficult to understand, accompanied by the sound of the wind slowly reached the ears of the crowd, and after a little bit of thinking, they finally began to vaguely understand Qi Luo's previous statement. This fifth hell is indeed the one with the deepest test. After all, according to universal values, anything that can be associated with karma is a big deal. After thinking about this layer, they became even more curious. So in this hell, what kind of karmic obstacles did Lu encounter? And by what means did she break through the shackles? As he was thinking, Zyro spoke again. Just now, I have already informed you of the greatest feature in the scorched fire hell, which is the 8 words, body and mind burning, karmic fire entangling, so please make sure that they are deeply imprinted in your mind. Next, let's find supporting evidence from the original text. He lifted a step onto a slippery flight of steps and pushed open the wooden door of the main hall, which was hidden, with a smooth hand. It was as if time was re-wheeling in this moment, and the empty chamber was slightly disorganized. In the 42nd installment of A Dream of Red Mansions, when Lu stepped into the scene of the Taoshan village banquet with Ban Air, she first thanked everyone, but was immediately interrupted by Wang Shifeng. Wang Shifeng said, "You don't like it yet. You know it's because I took you on a garden tour yesterday. So the old lady got sick from the wind and my big sister started to have a fever. You see, the trial this begins." Qi Luo's tone tightened, turned to look at the camera, and gently shrugged his shoulders. Wang Shifeng couldn't wait any longer, and it's gotten to the point where she doesn't even care about hospitality, opening her mouth and dragging Lu Laowei into the judgment of the scorched fire hell. Ha! Hearing Qi Luo say this, the audience was dumbfounded. The lack of hospitality was something they could understand. After all, it was indeed inappropriate to speak to a guest in such a questioning tone. But how in the world did the judgmental session into the scorched fire inferno look like that? Hey, wait! Between thoughts, the 8 words that Qi Luo had told them to keep in mind suddenly flashed back in their minds. So they began to try to find a connection between those 8 words and the words uttered by Wang Shifeng. And as it turns out, there are indeed masters in the livestream. In just a few moments, pop-ups scurried into view. The Jia mother and sister-in-law both have a cold and fever. Can this not correspond to the scorching hell of burned physically and mentally for words? And Wang Shifeng blame is caused by Lu is not the same as the karmic obstacles to Lu. So the trial does start the moment you enter the door? Correct. Qi Luo nodded in agreement, his expression appreciative. It is these few words that situate the fact that Lu is undergoing the judgment of the scorched fire hell at this moment. As this viewer said, the theme of judgment was thrown out by Phoenix at the very beginning, and it's up to Lu to solve it next. And as it turns out, not only did Lao solve the problem, she answered it perfectly. Zyro smiled, lifting his eyes toward the dimly lit, dilapidated room and scanning over it. In the next pages, Lu did 2 things. The first was to use her own experience to awaken Wang Shifeng, so that she could send Son with paper money. That's what it says in the original text. Use 40 pieces of 5-colored paper money and send them 40 paces to the southeast. The act of burning 5-colored paper money is similar to the burning karma by fire method mentioned in the Earthstore Bodhisattva's Benjamin's Wish Sutra, which means that the first step of the solution that Lu thought of here is to burn Wang Shifeng's karmic obstacle karma that he had placed on her by fire in order to seek to escape from the hell of scorched fire. Zyro took a deep breath and gently shook his head. However, the facts prove that this is only a stopgap measure. Wang Shifeng, who had gone to great lengths to set up this big game, was simply not satisfied with this solution from Lu. So she started a second trial. She said to Lu, "My big sister is often willing to be sick, and I don't know what the reason is." And here, it is yet another transfer of karma. She wants to let Lu continue to sink deeper into this karma, and wants to see if there is anything more convincing for her to do. And as it turns out, she made the right bet. In an angsty voice, Qi Luo let out a long breath, and at the same time, the lights of the entire Inari village suddenly lit up. The mosquitoes and dust and flotsam that had been claustrophobic for centuries fled. In this trial by scorched fire hell, when Wang Shifeng once again plants her karma toward Lu, the old lady, who seems to be full of flaws, uses her simple yet top-notch wisdom to deliver a perfect answer. In a matter of moments, a marvelous yoke of names was set, and an astonishing reversal of cause and effect was accomplished. Getting yourself all over the place at the same time, and to the mother who mothballed her reckless mother. Complete peace of mind. Chapter 87, Qi Luo gives words to Wang Shifeng. Mysterious funeral and Nana gift. The oppressive feeling brought on by the scorching hot hell finally gained a moment's dilution in these last words uttered by Zyro. His voice was soft, like he was casually exhaling into the wind, and it could easily have been all but eroded by the wind and snow. The audience turned to the screen with a slightly dazed expression, because they heard the word mother again, and also knew that the thread buried by Qi Luo before the introduction of the 10 temples of Hades had finally begun to slowly form the final closed loop. The exact manner in which the ring would be snapped on was unclear to them. What is clear, however, is that the second break in the scorching hell of Lu Lulu's ensuing journey must have touched Wang Shifeng in an incredibly deep and profound way, and must have been particularly significant in the direction of things, so much so that she would willingly give up this long-planned trial test and let Lu Lulu get what she wanted in full. This is actually the same ending that viewers want to see. The cold wind comes, but the lights inside the house are always beautiful. At the edge of the field of vision, in the rustling dust, there is a very small yellow candlelight, swaying lightly in the night wind, causing the surrounding coldness to drop a little. Time and space, at last, have realized the true meaning of weary, lazy silence. Qi Luo's clear voice also began to slowly spread around his ears. In the initial exchange, Wang Shifeng wasn't satisfied with Lu Lulu's answer, so she went along with the second question, the just-mentioned simulation of a second trial in a scorched heat hell. This time, she used her illness as a guide to ask what solution Lu Lulu had, and after pondering for a long time, Lu Lulu did give an exceptionally stunning answer. It's the name shackle I just mentioned. Come on, let's review the original article as usual. After deeply implanting the concept of name shackle into the minds of the crowd, Qi Luo led the audience to bury their heads in the 42nd round once again. The falling snow outside the window finally began to fade away, and the figure in the lamplight was peaceful and cozy. In the original text, after listening to Sister Lu's request, she said that the child can't be too pampered, so that Sister Phoenix would love her less. And Sister Phoenix took advantage of the situation to show her long-prepared card in this test. She asked Sister Lu to help her daughter to choose a name. Gentlemen, I don't know if you felt strange when you were reading it or not, but I thought about it for a long time anyway. To have such an important matter as taking a name, to have a countrywoman do it for you, in your world of the living, how does it look abnormal, right? Zyro asked softly, and the audience nodded frequently. Indeed, in the world of the living, the naming of a child is a major event, and it is usually handled by immediate family members, never by strangers, so there's bound to be a problem here. Zyro lifted his voice, his eyes casting over toward the screen. But if you replace the scenario with a human trial in a scorched hell, it actually makes sense. Wang Shifeng in the original text to let Lu Lulu to name the child's cause. One is in order to borrow life. The second is in order to use the poor people to suppress the evil. To put it bluntly, this is actually a karmic yoke that Wang Shifeng has gone to great lengths to create. Karmic shackles? This word sounds and feels quite high-end. As the audience thought so, Zyro's voice came again. The scorched heat hell is the main karmic fire. And Wang Shifeng's comment about borrowing Lu Lulu's longevity then coincides with the Dharma Flower Sutra's statement of taking others' longevity as firewood to add to one's own house of fire, which is meant to use Lu Lulu's longevity as fuel wood to help ignite karmic fires, and then to see how Lu Lulu responds to it. As for the second reason, that the identity of the poor man is used to suppress the evil one, it puts a cage over this yoke of karmic fire. It is just like the saying in the scorched hell, the sinner is deep in the iron city. So, Wang Shifeng tried desperately to transfer this karmic fire to Lu Lulu. The purpose is to keep a backhand. Previously, she gave Lu Lulu an orphan, but she didn't know Lu Lulu. That's why she had this 10-temple test. She was afraid that Lu Lulu would back out, that she would give up halfway through the test. Therefore, she wanted to make Grandma Lu deeply bound to herself, the orphan's soul, and to her daughter's dead soul. Even if she backs out, she will have to pay a huge price and suffer the karmic fire devouring her. Then you know how Lu Lulu did it. In Qi Luo's somber voice, thousands of complex emotions tumbled up in the hearts of the crowd. It was only at this point that they finally understood the 4 words that Qi Luo had previously used to describe Wang Shifeng: break the back. After all, that's exactly what she did do during the karmic fire trial of this scorching hell. Questions that still float in your ears. After a long time, seeing that no one answered, Qi Luo continued to open his mouth to explain. What she did was simple. Enter the game with her body. Zyro laughed a little, a few sighs in his expression. She knew that Wang Shifeng had thrown herself a yoke of karmic fire, and instead of hiding, she let the yoke snare her, and she named her eldest sister, turning the yoke of karmic fire, which represented sin and karma, into the yoke of name, which represented responsibility and karma. This moment, Wang Shifeng is completely relieved. I think she would have laughed with joy, or maybe cried with relief, for this astonishing act, for this final harvest that lives up to its own painstaking efforts. Cold wind. Through the hall, the light snow that had been falling for a full hour finally stopped. The moon's shadow struggled out of the clouds, casting dappled colors toward the cool earth. Qi Luo raised his steps, came to the tiny lamp that was slowly leaping on the wooden table, and raised his eyes to gaze over. This hell is the end. All trials and tests end here. You've established that the person is indeed worth trusting. She may be greedy, angry, and foolish, but she has a very pure nature. You know the reasons why she was willing to enter the game. Firstly, because she was moved by your righteous and great love. And secondly, because she couldn't bear the thought of that little departed soul drifting alone in the earthly world. You completely let go of the worries in your heart. And she also successfully arrived in the 10th temple to reapprove good and evil at the Wheeling King. The result was nothing unexpected. And this time she received an evaluation that good outweighed evil. So she carried the dowry you prepared for Xiaoer, left the Grand View Garden, and returned to the earthly world. Throughout the whole process, Qi Luo was talking to that lamp. But it gave the audience the feeling that he was having a conversation with Wang Shifeng in an otherworldly space, especially the rhythm of the wick leaping like a quiet listener, nodding frequently. Now what I want to tell you is that she did do it. Live up to her word. There's something I'll give you, Zillow said, pulling a piece of paper from his sleeve and gently setting it above the wick. Didn't you set up 6 hells for her? Then I'll send you 6 words too. Read them, return to your soul if you should, and rest in peace. Then rest in peace. Zyro turned, lifting his steps toward the room and heading out. At this moment, the sky is clear, and the hour hand is in the last half minute before 3 in the morning. He pushed the door. The moon was full and no one was around. There was only a voice that came vaguely from behind itself, seeming to be the sweet murmur of a mother before lulling a sleeping baby to sleep, spreading shallowly between heaven and earth. A machine, embroidered with gold threads, is used to organize the family's clothes. The wind and frost are in the darkness of the vermilion door. The cold branches are first embellished, and the moon is sinking in the west before dawn. 2 machines, a silver shuttle rolling 1,000 threads. In the palm of my hand is a pearl with a deep meaning. Under the shadow of the begonias, the brocade is not yet cold, and no one is allowed to know about it. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get a good deal on this, but I'm sure I'll be able to get a good deal on this. The building in the sky is being eroded by insects. I'm going to make up for your tears at the end of the night, and I'm going to make up for your cold apartment at the end of the night. For machines, the spring brocade of the Shu River fades into rouge. The 2 lotus flowers are woven together by the palindromes. 1,000 threads are easy to manage. Tears of blood soak the remnants of the threads. The sound of a cold anvil breaks the sound of parting. The deserted village has a road to report late. When the rain falls on the sycamore tree at night and the lamp is lit, I can't bear to cut off the clothes of my swaddling clothes. 6 machines, woven into a cloud of brocade to protect the children. In the mirror of the diamond blossom, I was suddenly surprised by the remaining light, the lonely shadow scattered like silk. In the diamond flower mirror, I was suddenly surprised by the remaining photographs, and the shadows were scattered like silk. The moment the voice ended, the lights in the room, which had previously leapt lightly, abruptly went out. Like everything, all never happened in general. The audience was so engrossed in the deep atmosphere brought about by those 6 words that, in a trance, it was only then that they realized that the hour hand was officially pointing to 3 o'clock. It's Cinnabar time and Zillow is off the line. As it drifted, the familiar voice traveled a long way. Live tomorrow. We're wrapping up a nice finish for Red House. I'll have a nativity and a group funeral. Sessions. You are all invited to observe the ceremony. Chapter 88, the final chapter of the Red Mansion, the 7th generation of spirit wardens. Eulogy to the groups. The screen of the live broadcast room. A dark, only constantly scurrying and flying over the moon white pop-ups weaving and interlacing into a taboo net. 6 hells with 6 words. The impact to the crowd cannot be said to be not big. Although just now the female voice is too ethereal and fragmentary, but they can still feel an inexplicable pathos from the tone of voice between the power. Those words, outlining Wang Shifeng's life in incredibly precise terms, are like what that man is used to doing in the live room. In just a few strokes, it dissects and deconstructs the past, right and wrong. The backbone is, in fact, a little too big. 6 hours from 9 o'clock at night is a short and a long time. The concept of the Grand View Garden as a graveyard has long been deeply implanted in the hearts of the crowd during this process. So now, what they are most concerned about is Qi Luo's last paragraph, a nativity and a mass funeral. The group funeral can be understood as nothing more than a memorial service to send the spirits of all the ghosts in this cemetery. But what about this marriage ceremony? What exactly does it mean? The crowd can actually vaguely guess that this so-called marriage ceremony should be related to the test of the 6 hells, and Wang Shifeng's obsession all along. It was just that the ending was so shocking and appalling that they didn't dare to think about it. The Tsong moon hung in the sky, and the night wind was cold. The crowd was not yet finished sitting in front of the screen for a long time, until the moment when sleep came swiftly, which finally did not want to go to sleep. Yeah, well, it's still a good idea to get your spirits up anyway. After all, I'm going to watch the ceremony tomorrow as a guest of honor, and it's only natural that after indulging my perceptions for so long in this dreamlike tale, I'm going to give it a perfect ending. At the same time, the imperial capital, King Dong's mansion, Qi Luo, who walked out from the doorway, looked up and saw Lu Su standing in front of him. On the snowy ground behind him, there were only his footprints alone, and that Huang Daxian had returned to Yuan and left at some point. The shadow of the dimly lit lamp was cast between the two, like a conversation across time and space after many years. Qi Luo stood quietly for a moment, then smiled and walked towards Lu Su, who had a complicated expression. What generation are you in? 7th generation. Lu Su gave a response in a deep tone. You guys are quite persistent, guarding this withered mound generation after generation, just for a promise made back then. But the power of commitment is very heavy. There are always people who have to do things that other people think are not worth it. It's right to have a clear conscience. Lu Su let out a long breath and looked up to the moon disk on the dome of the sky. Quite good. Then we'll close tomorrow's tale beautifully, and live up to your Lu family's persistence over the years. Yes. The firm response, wrapped in the sound of wind and snow, rippled through the night sky, like a remnant dream that had been shrouded in dust for 100 years, finally awakening formally at this moment. In the morning, 4 o'clock, above the sky, a light fish-belly white color had begun to appear. Qi Luo sat on the hotel bed and froze for a long time before finally sending that message from his cell phone. Ergo, he rolled into his bunk and fell into a deep sleep. Tick-tock. Yan Na, who had just taken care of the girl in the toilet in Rongqing's Shangyang district, was just about to close her eyes when she heard a crisp prestige beep. Who's messaging themselves at this late hour? She muttered silently, picking up her phone and unlocking it, before falling completely silent in the darkness of the night. Nana, I've been thinking about it for a long time and I'm still ready to send this message to you. I've been through some things in this period of time and I've seen some things clearly. I used to be quite screwed up, and I turned my life into a puddle of mud. I didn't keep my daughter and I didn't keep you either. Later on, I also read other people's stories and realized that it seems that in this world, companionship is the most precious thing. In the past few years, I failed your company, privately thinking that it was just human nature. So I missed many moments and did many things wrong. Guilt is many things, but expressing it feels pale. Maybe everyone walks a lost road for a while. I just don't know if I'll have the chance to look back and look again when I step over the finish line. Anyway, I hope you're doing well no matter what. Gave you a hit, not to make up for it. Just want to not have to squeeze the bus when you go out in the future, and to be able to buy some of your favorite things when you go to the mall. I'll be broadcasting live from Titus tomorrow night, so if you have time, check it out. Good night. The deep black text gave off a harsh light in the green border, and Jana put down her phone, inclined her head to look at her sleeping daughter, and smiled softly. She raised her hand to stroke her daughter's silky hair, and after a long moment of fuming, she picked her phone back up to send a message. I won't take the 8 million. I'll keep it to go back to Rongqing to change a house, and my daughter should have her own bedroom. I hope your change isn't a wisp of dust and smoke in the Grandview garden. I'll watch it tomorrow, and I'll be home for dinner after it's off the air. Letting go is hard in the adult world, but in a barren and trivial life, awakening is also often accompanied by the beginnings of hope. It was a night for all but the appetized viewers in the live stream, all of them, sleeping peacefully. Time, flying by. During the entire day of fermentation, the entire internet was almost entirely about Qi Luo's dismantling of the Red Mansion. Final chapter preview. The Red Mansion wedding ceremony and the Grandview Garden Group funeral have become the most trafficked hot words on the internet, constantly attracting all kinds of audience to search for attention. The momentum is so full, so much so that by 8:30 p.m., there were already more than 4 million viewers all flocking into Qi Luo's live room, rubbing their hands together and waiting for these two ceremonies to begin. King Gon's mansion, outside the main gate. Zyro lifted his wrist and glanced at the time, then raised his steps toward the other end of the passage. For the entire day just passed, the entire garden was covered in thick, falling snow, plain and white because of the cold weather of the last decade. But what is even more mesmerizing than these snowflakes is the white silk and paper umbrellas hanging between the carved beams of the buildings, which interpret the pale coldness and silence to the extreme. Perhaps, this is the real belongs to the color of the Grandview garden. The other time the lights are messy is just another false spacetime projection. Time, toward 9 o'clock at night, a little into the past. At 8:55, the moment the number of viewers reached 5 million, the screen, which was originally pitch black, steeply haloed out in a light-colored glow. Into the eyes. Is the sky flying snow? Mid-air cold crows skimming, pale and depressed. Buzz buzz buzz. 3 pathos copper rock striking sounds slowly appeared, deep and distant. And right after that, there was a low voice that made everyone stop moving instantly, like a eulogy at a funeral. Recited between the long earth and sky. The cold moon shines on the broken monument, and the cold pond condenses blue blood. 12 buildings lock up the lonely souls, and 300 years of glory and blight are all empty flowers. The jade belt hangs on a withered branch, and the gold hairpin is sunk in the desert. The fragrance of Asram is cold, and the tears of Shaoxiang are all in the whole of Jiangsu. Even if there is a spirit of dust and dirt, the stubborn stone is empty to the realm of emptiness. Lamentable gold and jade into robbed ashes. Wind and moon identification broken. The dead bones, a somber voice, colored with earthly mourning, wrapped in the heaviness of history. The moment the tone paused, only the obscure and gloomy sky was visible. Suddenly floating down, countless bits and pieces of paper money. Chapter 89. A shocking twist. 6 connections between the Red Mansion and the Sermon on the Mount. The paper money floating down in the sky, like a rootless duckweed hovering and swaying in the air. The pan sound still echoing endlessly, seemingly enveloping the entire Prince Gong's mansion. Heaven and earth. A gloomy piece of the screen in front of the horrified and dumbfounded viewers cannot even say a word, can only let this cold and eerie feeling through their whole body. Shots. Inches advance. Empty vista gradually shrinking into a close-up. The lintel of the palace of King Gong hung up the funeral flowers white silk. In the center of the incense burner lit up curls of smoke. Seems to be in this chaotic mundane goodbye. Buzz woo. Among the rock sounds, a mournful swana sound was steeply mixed in, as if it had torn open a long-hidden crack in space and time, releasing all the bleak partings from hundreds of years ago into the world. Swish. A swift, cold wind furiously swept up countless fine slivers of snow and, in its wake, ignited a scorching fire in a pot at the bottom of the stone steps. Orange tongues of fire struggled in the air, but they were still about to be swallowed up by the snow. Yuan Chun's robe is stained with blood from the palace lanterns, and Tan Chun's boat is loaded with snow from the end of the world. Beyond the threshold of the Jade fall into the mud. Pillow Xia drunkenly lying in the green maple throat. The silver hairpin painted roses and the idiot child laughs, and the cuckoo cries under the she screen window. The sound of tearing the fan and cracking the silk is even more pitiful, turning the poplar into a sad wind. The voice, again. The scene behind him, on the other hand, began to start changing extremely fast like a walking lantern. Qi Luo was nowhere to be seen throughout the entire process, but the crowd knew that the voice was from him and the eulogy was written by him. This moment is the funeral. It was a funeral that he had previously foretold for the ghosts in the Red Mansion at the time of this endgame. In this grand view garden, late funeral, the camera is like a rusty arrow, silky smooth and advancing forward in the blistering wind and snow. Accompanied by that somber and mournful voice, it glided past a heavy building adorned with white flowers and hanging with white silk. At this moment, all the people stopped the movements in their hands, leaned back in their chairs with their spines stiffened, their eyes locked onto the ever-changing light of the screen, turning themselves into guests of honor in the true sense of the word, mourning together this great dream that had been trapped by the mortal world for centuries. They saw the remnants of snow on the bamboo shadow of Xiaoshan Pavilion, saw the broken plaque on the provincial villa, saw the red plums outside the gate of Barchui Nunnery had long since crashed out, and saw a wild cat huddled under the corner of the wall of Taoshan village that couldn't find the way to come. It's a grand view and a graveyard. At this point, there was no need for Qi Luo to explain. They knew that today's theme had nothing to do with weirdness, nor did it have anything to do with undead souls. Today's theme, there is only one, and that is goodbye. The camera, still rolling, from the eaves and tiles swept through the wind and snow. The heavy rock sound and high-pitched oboe sound intermingled. Once again sang this first batch of the fate of the ghost book of the elegy. The 3 springs have scattered the marrow of all the flowers, and 1,000 red holes are buried in the incense mound. Cold-scented pills condense the snow of the past life, and warm-scented dak eliminates the sorrows of the present life. Ihong Night Banquet is still beating the drum. Bar Cui Early Plum has covered OU. Asahi Dahi's clear fragrance returns to the Taishu, and the peach forest's falling red flows by the water. In the ethereal voice, those scenes shaped like a phantasmagoria, like the pages of a book, hit the front of the eyes and flew past. Frost knots all over the ground in the ashram garden. Broken medicine urns under the pear tree. Elegant water pavilion in the warm fragrant dock, and steeply shattered crystal lenses in the Ihong courtyard. Farewell. So this is the ultimate goodbye. Those scenes which had been greatly exaggerated in the last 40 chapters with a spade of ink, all materialized at this moment. At this point, they finally understood why Qi Luo no longer continued to explain, no longer breaking down the sorrows and joys in the last 40 rounds for everyone to see, because it's not necessary. In a full 4 days, in more than 20 hours of intense dismantling, he had already told everyone in front of the screen that this dream of the Red Chamber was a ghost book, and that this grand view garden was a graveyard. So what's the point of continuing to dismantle the soul's tragic past? The best way to do this is to have a funeral of a group of ghosts for an eternal rest. As it is now, this is perhaps the ultimate odyssey in which he undertook this reading. Snowflakes, still sprinkling down towards the earth. The speed of the camera gradually slowed down, the sky and the earth between the pale one. In the short time of the party, the crowd, like a veneration, wandered counterclockwise in the grand view garden, which is also considered to be the completion of this farewell. The perspective of the overlook was being constantly erased by the fog in front of him. In front of him was a deserted path, shrouded on both sides by dead trees, with a blinding flash of bright red at the end. The camera rolled out an empty mirror and shook the process as the morning, which had reached millions of viewers, seemed to be nearing its end. The voice, vicissitudes deep, rubbed the evening breeze and drifted into the snow beneath the night sky. The mountains of the great desert have fallen into the sea of sorrow, and the cliffs of nonsense have collapsed, destroying the sky of love. The children who are in love with each other go back to their homes, and the sea of love returns to the great world. But I see snow in the empty court, and only a whimpering sound penetrates the bamboo. 100 years of foolish dreams must finally wake up, 1,000 shovelfuls of red dust, to the vault of heaven. Oh, the moment Long Yu's voice settled, there was a sharp oboe sound that instantly followed. The path of falling snow finally came to an end, and as soon as the spectators with their heads wandering lifted their eyes, they saw the large red raised platform that stretched across the center of their vision. Blinding bright red spread wildly across the field of vision, and the festive red flowers were eerie and awe-inspiring against the white snow. Above the high platform, a figure. Turn your back to the crowd and face the divine sign. Bend over and raise your hands in unison. Time seemed to have condensed into a cocoon behind him, and no matter how much the wind and snow swirled around him, there was no way to penetrate the big red threads that wrapped around his body. The 18th day of the first month, the auspicious day of the zodiac, sorghum carries, a clear voice, pressed against the wisps of soft smoke wafting in front of the divine license plate, slowly resounded. The young man hung his head and lifted the bright red drapery covering the divine sign. The air lagged for a few seconds. Then came the familiar voice that rolled into the audience's minds. Lulu entered the Grand View Garden for the third time for fulfillment. Shortly afterward, she took Sister Qiaoer with her. That young dead soul, held by Wang Shifeng for so long, was reborn in another way. So, today is a funeral, and it's also a betrothal ceremony. It is to help the group of ghosts fulfill their last wish, so that in the last half hour of their departure from this troubled world, they can witness a rite of betrothal that transcends yin and yang and transcends the mundane world. Grandma Lu did all she could, and the event may not have been big, but it was enough to bring the eclipsed graveyard, Grandview Park, back to life. So saying, he lifted his steps onto that high platform, stepping against the wind and snow with a clear sound, and stood beside the young man. Then he slowly spread out the silk in his hand and chanted in a deep voice, "The realm of the great void, under the green ridge peak of the Wuji cliffs of the great desert mountain, witnessed by the Munchkin masters and the Misty masters. Today there is the first line of the Ronghua House Qiao sister. Although infancy was robbed, fortunately, Lu Crone sacrificed her life to protect, but the fate of the misfortunes, not yet reached maturity and the soul returned to the department of thin life. Wang family border, although thatched eaves and tiled stove, but bear the virtue of grandma accumulating goodness. Still remember the day when the Buddha's hand for pomelo of fate. Today, with the Tongling Jade as the proof, the Jiangju immortal grass as the guide, to make a yin and yang three-life covenant. All the sad words were turned into good wishes at this moment, along with the sound of Qi Luo's voice approaching. The bright, large red color slowly faded from view, until the moment he closed the silk. All the lamps in the entire Grand View Garden suddenly extinguished. Boundless pitch blackness spilled down as if a deep curtain had been drawn in a theater. Zyro stood on the high platform and took one last glance towards the dilapidated buildings perched on the earth in the distance, before a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth and he slowly looked towards the camera. The story of the Red Chamber. End. Today's broadcast, suspended for 1 hour. In this hour, I want everyone to do something together, he said, slowly tugging a book out of his sleeve tube and waving it in the air with a smile. While reading Dream of the Red Chamber, I stumbled upon a certain connection between it and another great work of Kyushu, the classic of mountains and seas. Then in the next few moments, I want you all to help me find out where the specific connection between them lies. As a reminder, for these correlations, I've roughly summarized that they can be expressed in 6 ones. Separately, a mountain, a water, a rock, a grass, a fairy, an illusion. Chapter 90, Quantum Antiquarianism, Reverse Entropy Reconstruction of Masterpieces. What is Zyro going to do? All around the dark, deep red on the high platform, half of the residual lamp shallow reflection of Qi Luo's calm face, behind the god in front of the seat is still floating if the green smoke. The sudden turn of events was like a sword, plunging straight into the hearts of everyone present, leaving them too late to react and even less able to dodge. 1 second. The betrothal ceremony that traversed life and death was still continuing, and the next second, the topic was steeply led to another book by Qi Luo. The pace is so breathtaking, but choking was choking, and when they reacted to what exactly Qi Luo was saying, their attention was drawn back full force. After all, the name of the book that Qi Luo had mentioned was called The Classic of Mountains and Seas. It is known as one of the ancient three strange books of existence. The past many years or common media reports are often in the mouth of people talk about the focus. It's a book they're not unfamiliar with, but the question is, when did it become associated with the dream of the Red Chamber? This sounds more than a little outlandish. The pathos of the funeral rituals of the Grand View Group is slowly fading from the minds of the audience, replaced by another particularly complex emotion. There was anticipation, doubt, the general novelty of discovering a new continent, and even more, the urge and mania to eagerly find the answers. The wind swept the plain white snowflakes on the ground and enveloped Qi Luo, who was standing in the center of the circle of light. The only remaining dim light, too, was blurring down as the wind and snow covered it. The crowd knew that this conversation, which had spanned a full 4 days and traveled through a full centuries of time and space, had thus come to a close this night. It didn't matter. What mattered was that the man responsible for stoking this fire had dropped another firecracker into the woodpile by hand the moment the flames were about to go out, in a roaring explosion of sound that left a momentary mystery in their minds. What is the connection between the dream of the Red Chamber and the Sermon on the Mount? What exactly does that so-called 6 ones refer to? And what can it mean even if archetypes and bases are found? The live broadcast room, which had been silent for a full half hour, finally began to stir. Pop-up after pop-up, like deep-sea swimmers, leapt past from the deep black light, but Qi Luo couldn't see it anymore, and at this moment, after throwing down the time limit about 1 hour, he had incomparably and dryly withdrawn from the vortex without a single moment's hesitation. Clang clang. The moment the pop-ups filled up the entire screen like a wild tide, 2 distant bell-pan sounds came steeply from the deep courtyard. At the same time, Qi Luo, who was originally standing in the center of the screen, completely disappeared, replaced by a striking countdown bar, leaping on the deep black screen, giving people an extremely strong sense of urgency. 59 minutes and 58 seconds, 1 hour on the clock. Officially, the audience froze at first, but only for an incredibly brief second. Immediately afterward, they all pranced out of their seats, found the dream of the Red Chamber and the classic of mountains and seas on the bookshelf, and turned the pages swiftly and carefully to answer the live quiz question, which was full of the air of the unknown and the mysterious. Imperial Capital, Institute of Myth and Antiquity, Institute of Literature, Kyushu. Even though the darkness of the night had gilded the faded window panes with a dim light, the lights were still on in that small office. Lu Zhongshan, the head of the institute, gazed at the empty and unoccupied screen in front of him, letting the soot from his fingertips fall all over the yellowed pieces of paper under his elbow. The paper was somewhat disheveled, with many words written on it in pen, but the most striking were the 2 sets of words circled by him in thick ink. The red mansion writing, the mountain and the sea writing? That was the final conclusion he came to after spending at least 10 minutes thinking about the question Zyro had posed. 8 simple words, entangled on paper into a synthesis of apparent contradictions. If we go by that anchor's argument, Dream of the Red Chamber is a chronicle, whereas according to his years of study of the classic of mountains and seas, this ancient wonder book is a magnificent and fantastic collection of myths. How does one writing about the real and the other about the imaginary create a connection? Even if a connection could be made, what would it prove? Under the shadow of the lamp, Lu Zhongshan frowned tightly, thinking as if imprisoned in this slim page, for a long time unable to break through that deep boundary. In the dark, he had a very strange intuition, as if in the near future, certain things that he had held on to for a long time would be radically upended and changed. It's a feeling that's really strong. At the same time, in the western part of the imperial capital, the headquarters of the Douyin Group, Chang Shang, the head of the department in charge of the traffic management business, sat in front of a huge LED screen with a stunned expression. Just in the last 10 minutes, he had experienced almost one of the most horrific cognitive upheavals of his career. It's not like he hasn't seen traffic blowouts triggered by fixed events since he's been in charge of the traffic management business, but like this evening? In just a few minutes, with just one person's sentence, the traffic of the entire traditional literature section was pulled up to a historical extreme. And even more so, the searches, clicks, and discussions of the 2 phrases, Dream of the Red Mansions, and Classic of the Mountains and Seas, were raised to the peak position of the platform-wide traffic in the past year. This is horrible. In the past, this would have been an extremely niche track, but now, it's like a torrent, turning the entire Douyin into Qi Luo's private ocean. The feast of all people looking for associations has begun, and the momentum is unstoppable. What seemed like an especially long hour marched to its final termination in an instant. Late at night at 10:30, the moment the countdown in Qi Luo's live broadcast completely returned to zero, the previously dull screen turned bright again. Everyone stopped in unison from turning pages in their hands or looking for information, and held their breath as they looked into the gradually clearing lens. The moment a set of close-ups was rolled out, the audience exited in unison, puzzled, they realized that the scene in the live broadcast was at some point no longer in the middle of King Gong's mansion. Those vicissitudes of the ancient pavilions have been transformed into a modern building enveloped by a domed roof. The familiar figure, on the other hand, stood quietly on the ground corresponding to the center point of the dome, and behind it was a large astronomical telescope. The unexpected shift in scenery renewed the anticipation and curiosity within the crowd. The night was silent, and through the edge of the transparent glass dome, they could vaguely see layers of clouds rolling in like waves, as if heralding the arrival of a new world. Inside the live room, it was as quiet as could be. Everyone stared at the scene dumbfounded until the moment the close-up camera rolled out. The familiar voice finally rapped in the wind and spread to the corners of the divine land. Time's up. Time to turn in your papers, gentlemen. Tonight, let's solve this marvelous topic generated by the collision between the Red Mansion and the mountain and the sea at the Imperial Observatory. A place full of mystery and fantasy. As he spoke, he raised his palm and lightly tapped it in the air. In the next second, the originally brightly lit planetarium suddenly turned dark. The only thing that lights up the view is a large overhanging screen. In the center of that big screen, there was written an incomparably concise line of text, and the viewers were completely petrified on the spot after just one look. Welcome to the Quantum Antiquarianism and the Reverse Entropy Reconstruction of Masterpieces class. Chapter 91, The 6-1's Mystery Code of the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Using quantum mechanics to find a connection? The huge LED screen hangs high in the midair of the round dome, like a mysterious and unpredictable giant net, shrouding down towards the heads of the crowd. The white pixels converged in the center of the screen in a gesture that no one had expected. A sentence that they could not understand even if they read it over and over again. Quantum Antiquarianism and the Reverse Entropy Reconstruction of Masterpieces. This ing. What the hell does that mean? Why is it that I recognize every word, but when put together I can't understand it at all? Didn't the question the anchor gave us an hour ago ask us to find the connection between the Classic of Mountains and Seas and Dream of Red Mansions about the 6-1s? How do you wait until it's time to reveal the answer and throw out such an obscure argument? The audience was dumbfounded, and several times they tried to raise their hands to tap something on their keyboards, only to realize that they couldn't seem to get a word in edgewise. They are keenly aware of the fact that the area being covered at the moment seems to have pushed the boundaries of the conventional perception of masterpieces in everyday life. Zillow is playing something very new. Or maybe, it's something that has never existed on this planet before. The sound of the second hand sliding, crisp and mechanical. A needle could be heard in the live broadcast room of more than 5 million people. It wasn't until the line of text on the LED screen slowly faded away that Chi Luo finally smiled and walked in front of the camera. That statement just now is the subject of our live broadcast tonight. I know that all of you in front of the screen may be a bit unable to understand why I have to put forward such a concept, but that's okay, it's not important at the moment, so you can all ignore or forget about it. Let's start by accepting the results of everyone's answers. Who's first? Forgot? Good man. You say it so easily. Who the hell can forget it? The audience sputtered in their minds, but still didn't stop their desire to share. After all, in the hour that had just passed, so many of them had found some clues. Right now is the time to show it off. So naturally you can't miss it. And so, after a brief silence, the pop-ups finally began to come alive. I have just compared the two books, and if I am not wrong, a mountain should refer to the Great Desert Mountain, right? The Dream of Red Mansions points out the Great Desert Mountain in its opening chapter, and the Classic of Mountains and Seas directly introduces the Great Desert Mountain, saying that the Great Desert Mountain is the place where the sun and the moon enter. The one water should refer to the Sea of Worries in the Red Chamber and the weak water in the Classic of the Mountain and the Sea, right? After all, both are water belonging to the immortal world? The two are of the immortal world, and both have a relatively strange effect. A grass is also good to understand. Standing in the correlation point of view, is not the Jiangju immortal grass and the mountain and sea scripture in the ghost grass it? Jiangju immortal grass is to return the tears, and the main role of the ghost grass is to forgetfulness. Let me answer the question of one stone. I come to answer the question of a stone. This is simple. Dream of the Red Chamber in the mending of the stubborn stone and the Classic of the Mountains and Seas in the Nuwa mending of the sky of the five-colored stone chanting. These two are from the same mythological story, is really the same root. After a brief examination, the one immortal should refer to the illusory immortal and the Queen Mother of the West, right? After all, both of them are female divine figures, and their abilities are quite similar. As for the last one illusion, I think it's Taishu illusion and return to the ruins? I wonder if that's right. Sprinkled pop-ups, like a heavenly maiden spreading flowers on the screen, leaving aside the results of the right or wrong, such as today's pure and enthusiastic knowledge-sharing scene, in the history of live broadcasts on major platforms, has never appeared. At the moment, the protagonist of the camera was not Chi Luo, who was quietly watching the pop-ups, but the LED screen that hung high under the dome. It's like a precise answer screening machine that transcribes a particular answer that's appeared in the pop-up every so many seconds. Mountain Dara Mountain. A water, the classic of mountains and seas, weak water. Dream of red mansions, irrigation, worry, sea water. A grass, classic of mountains and seas, ghost grass. Dream of red mansions, Jiang Zhu Xianqiao. A stone, classic of mountains and seas, five-color stone. Dream of red mansions, to mend the sky, stubborn stone. An immortal, the western queen mother of the classic of mountains and seas. And the fairy of police, illusion of the dream of red mansions. The pop-ups were flowing in the live room and the text on the LED screen was changing. Only after transcribing the fifth one, it stopped violently, followed by a stagnation of 2 to 3 minutes. Snap! The sudden surprise was temporarily ended by the sound of clapping that originated from Zyro, and the audience finally raised their heads and focused their eyes towards the screen. Amazing! Really amazing! Qi Luo raised his finger to point at the LED screen above his head, a smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. My previous prediction was that you all would only be able to find 3 to 4 at most, but it turns out that I still underestimated everyone's ability, and you guys managed to find out a full 5. Following Qi Luo's voice, the crowd also swept their gazes to the LED screen, and they had to say that at this moment, they were feeling top-notch. After all, to be recognized by the anchor, the gold content was absolutely full. Didn't a lot of people just post this sixth one? Is it all wrong? Just as he was thinking, Zyro opened his mouth once again. The sixth one may be slightly difficult for everyone. After all, the Shanhaijing has a redundant narrative and a more obscure way of displaying the amount of information. So trying to find the ones that are similar to the realm of the Taishu fantasy from the countless mountains, rivers, gods and beasts, and geographic wonders is indeed a bit of a hassle. Then we won't waste any more time. I'll reveal this answer for you all. In a clear voice, Qi Luo slowly opened his mouth, and the text on the LED screen jumped. One illusionary realm, the hanging gardens of Kunlun of the classic of mountains and seas, and the dream of the red chambers realm of the Taishu. Kunlun hanging gardens? The audience muttered those 4 words, their expressions going a bit blank. Okay, now that our final answer is completely out of the way, everyone, on the huge screen, 6 ones, were displayed side by side in sequence, and from the viewer's point of view, there wasn't really a way to tell much, because they didn't know from beginning to end what Qi Luo's purpose was in finding out these connections. Could it be that he simply wanted to show that there was a connection between the classic of mountains and seas and the dream of red mansions, and then lead to an explanation of the classic of mountains and seas in the meantime? But what's the point of that? Once the idea was born, it could no longer be restrained, and the pop-ups, which had been silent for a long time, began to blow out again. Anchor, now you found it. But what happens after that? Could it be that you're trying to say the dream of the Red Chamber was written through the influence of the classic of mountains and seas? That would be too one-sided, wouldn't it? I'm a bit confused. So the purpose of finding the same imagery is to continue to extend the story of the Red Chamber? But you clearly said that the story of the Red Mansion was finished before. Since I was a kid, I've known that the next step after finding a correlation is to find a pattern. So I guess the anchor is going to find a pattern next, right? That's right. As a pop-up drifted past his eyes, Zyro steepled out and nodded with a smile. This viewer has no problem saying that getting everyone to find these 6 ones is indeed only the first step. Next, let's find the pattern. The moment the words fell, the LED that had previously been suspended high above suddenly descended and came to rest directly in front of him. In the gazes of countless breathless stares, Qi Luo raised his hand and began to operate on the screen. The snow outside the dome, covering the transparent glass cover noiselessly, and the stillness of the world was so great that a line of marvelous and deep writing began to leap up in the eyes of the crowd. 1 mountain, 1 water, 1 stone, 1 grass, 1 fairy, 1 illusion in the classic of mountains and seas and dream of the Red Chamber are quantum superposition states. Chapter 92 Disassembling the Book of Mountains and Seas, starting with quantum superposition states in ancient texts. An incredibly short line of text, like a horrible swimming fish emerging from the deep sea, floated in the center of the viewer's field of vision, devouring the shock and amazement in their hearts. They had actually envisioned many possibilities ahead of time before Zyro said he was looking for a pattern. For example, he will look for patterns from the perspective of geographical location, from the perspective of plant characteristics, and even from the perspective of ancient records. But no one thought that the method he finally chose was a strange one that the millions of people in the broadcast room had never seen before. Quantum. The word was not unfamiliar to them, but even so, even if they were asked to look for laws 10,000 times, they would never associate this concept in physics with the classical masterpieces of Kyushu. This brain, opened is just a little too big. There was a dead silence in the live room. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the LED screen, letting their hearts turn over, unable to say a word for a long time. Until Zyro stopped what he was doing and turned to face them. I should be the first person to deconstruct a masterpiece in this way, right? Isn't the information a bit too dense? That's okay, it does seem like it's not very comprehensible, but after I've deconstructed them, people should be able to understand them pretty easily. As he said so, he let out a slight breath and his gaze turned deeper. Before I interpret, I would like to introduce you to the Book of Mountains and Seas. According to the more unified perception of the current academic community is that the Shanhaijing is an ancient encyclopedia or collection of epigrams and monsters with a total of 18 volumes in its entirety, covering a wide range of fields such as astronomy, geography, literature, medicine, and so on. Gentlemen, please note that there is a very crucial point here. Qi Luo raised his voice line. Currently there is a debate in the academic world about the definition of the nature of the book Shanhaijing. There is a part that believes that the content inside Shanhaijing is bull *******. It's all imagined. So it's a novel of ambition and monstrosity. There is also a part that proposes after examination that some of the descriptions in the Shanhaijing can be found in archetypes. So it is an encyclopedia. In the pontificating voice, a portion of the high knowledge group in front of the screen nodded their heads in agreement, especially Lu Zhongshan in the Institute of Mythological Antiquities of the Kyushu State, who decisively gave the account a click of attention as soon as Qi Luo's words fell. The outsiders see what's going on. The insiders see what's going on. From Qi Luo's simple sentence, he knew that the other party was by no means making things up, but had truly gained an in-depth understanding of the current scholarly disputes over the study of the classic of mountains and seas. This young man, he seems to be quite interesting. As he thought so, Zyro in the screen opened his mouth again. The two schools of thought have their own views and argue without end. The reason is actually very simple. Because the classic of mountains and seas has both mysterious and magnificent myths and monsters, as well as real and verifiable reality, it is difficult to unify and cannot be unified. So then I wondered if I could find a third way to make a more comprehensive, systematic, and scientific argument and interpretation of the Shanhaijing. This is a question that has been bothering me for a long time. Zyro let out a long breath, and the hearts of the audience were in their throats. They feel as if they were really witnessing history and subverting reality. Until one day, I overheard a phrase, which I think everyone in front of the screen should have heard before, and also for a long time, became a hot internet stunt. Qi Luo smiled, raising his hand and gently snapping his fingers, and in the next second, a line of playful font steeply surfaced on the screen behind him. When in doubt, quantum mechanics. It was this sentence that inspired me. He turned to look at the 8 words with a smile, his tone light. Everything in this world can be considered from the perspective of quantum thinking. The mountain and sea scripture is indeed a behemoth, but it is also made up of the smallest units of quanta that make up matter. Then I can then stand in the quantum dimension and deconstruct it. Whether the mountains, lakes and seas or the exotic animals in the book, as long as they exist, they can be deconstructed, and as long as they exist, they can be quantized. In a sprightly voice, Qi Luo smoothed his hand in front of the screen for a moment, and in the next second, 5 large words leaped onto the screen in turn. Quantum paleography. So, I created the third solution about the Shanhaijing, which is quantum antiquarianism. This is a doctrine that combines quantum mechanics with the depth of the Sermon on the Mount, and an extremely interesting one. In this doctrine, I will attempt to reinterpret the narrative structure and symbolic symbols of the Sermon on the Mount as well as the cosmology of the universe through the basic principles of quantum mechanics such as quantum superposition, quantum entanglement, etc. To reinterpret the narrative structure, symbolic symbols and as well as the cosmology in the Shanhaijing, leading to an explosive, subversive and ultimate conclusion. In the high voice, his right hand swung down from the air with an incomparably hard virtual chop, and along with it, caused the blood of all the viewers in front of the screen to surge upward. At this moment, everyone was sitting in front of the screen in utter shock, only to feel a strong sense of suffocation spreading in the depths of their minds. He went so far as to, surprisingly, he created his own doctrine. Where did the genius idea come from to migrate the concepts of quantum mechanics to the deconstruction of ancient texts? A violent sense of trembling emanated from their bodies, and before they could adjust to it, Qi Luo's voice drifted into their ears once again. As for what exactly is that highly explosive and subversive ultimate conclusion, I think you will find out for yourselves after I have taken you all through a reconstructed reading of the Sermon on the Mount. Today, then, I will take you together to dismantle the Shanhaijing with this brand new doctrine. Let all of you truly recognize this fantastically magnificent ancient book in the world of quantum antiquarianism. Swish! The moment Qi Luo's words fell, all the lights in the entire planetarium were lit up. Those floating dust and ashes suspended in the center of the field of vision were instantly driven away, leaving behind, full of streams of light, He lifted his feet and headed behind him toward the steps leading up to the astronomical telescope. The sounds coming from the process are vast and distant. Do you know why I asked people to come and look for common connections in the Sermon on the Mount and the Dream of the Red Chamber before? It's because the connection between them happens to fit the most central concept of my quantum paleography. As he spoke, the text on the LED screen changed again. Core concepts of quantum paleography, the principle of quantum state superposition in paleographic narratives. In the ancient narratives of Kyushu, this principle of superimposed states is manifested in the simultaneous possession of multiple contradictory attributes by the same entity, e.g., deity, alien animal, space, etc. Example, a mountain, and a rock in the classic of Mountains and Seas in Dream of the Red Chamber. Chapter 93, adding further corroboration. There is also a quantum superposition of a mountain and a stone in Journey to the West. The low voice drifted far away in the space shrouded by the lights, and the audience in front of the screen simultaneously eliminated the selfish thoughts in their hearts and began to try to keep up with Chi Luo's rhythm to digest the obscure and difficult to understand sounding knowledge. Deconstructing the masterpieces in a quantum mechanical way is indeed a fantastical angle never before seen in Kyushu. They believed that since Chi Luo dared to choose this way, he must have his reasons. Then one has the confidence to unveil this magnificent and mysterious page together with him. The text on the LED screen, which right now turned into a separate sentence, was the core concept of quantum antiquarianism that Chi Luo had just given. The principle of quantum state superposition in ancient narratives, manifested as the simultaneous possession of multiple contradictory attributes for the same entity, e.g., deity, beast, space, etc. Gentlemen, please read this. Zyro smiled and pointed to the LED screen, focusing the crowd's attention. In quantum mechanics, a quantum superposition state refers to the fact that an object can be in multiple forms at the same time. And when we migrate to quantum antiquarianism, it can be personified as the same entity that has appeared in antiquarian texts possessing multiple forms. And what are some of the same entities that have appeared in both the Sermon on the Mount and the Dream of the Red Chamber? It's that, 6 ones, that everyone was looking for earlier. The LED screen began to change, and the words, Ichiyama, were enlarged infinitely. One mountain is the Great Desert Mountain. The Shanhaijing describes the Great Desert Mountain in this way: in the middle of the Great Wilderness, there is a mountain whose name is the Great Desert Mountain, where the sun and the moon enter. The meaning of this sentence translated is that in the middle of the Great Wilderness there is a mountain named Mount Dedao, which is the place where the sun rises and the moon sets. In other words, the Great Desolate Mountain in the Shanhaijing can be regarded as a central point on the land, and is a very classic form of a great mountain in our conventional perception. And in the opening chapter of the Dream of the Red Chamber, it is stated that, at the bottom of the Wushu cliffs of the Great Desert Mountain, where the Great Desert Mountain no longer appears as the so-called center point of the land, but as the place where Nyuwa mended the stones of heaven, and the origin of the story that carries the whole story of the Red Chamber. Does everyone see it now? Chi Luo smiled and looked at the screen. The first quantum superposition state of the Shanhaijing and the other ancient texts of Kyushu has appeared. It is the Great Desolate Mountain. All the same mountain, but given different forms and meanings in the classic of Mountains and Seas and the Dream of Red Mansions. He said so and raised his hand to point at the Wu1 stone, displayed on the screen again. One stone is the Nyuwa stone for mending heaven. In the classic of Mountains and Seas, it is recorded that Nyuwa mended the heavens with a 5-colored stone at Buzhou Mountain. The 5-colored stone here is the very classic stone form in our regular perception. And in the Dream of the Red Chamber, this stone also appears, except that this mending stubborn stone has become psychic, born with spiritual wisdom, and turned into the Tongling Jade, which creates the beginning of the story of the Red Chamber. Once again, the second quantum superposition state of the Shanhaijing and the other ancient texts of the Kyushu has appeared. It is the heaven-mending stone, all the same stone, once again given a different form and meaning in the Shanhaijing and the Dream of the Red Chamber. The clear voice, wrapped in the sound of squeaking electricity, drifted in the ears of every viewer in the broadcast room. Vaguely, they seemed to have captured some subtle information from this interpretation of Chi Luo's party. It was just that the information was too vague, and by themselves alone, they were simply unable to sort out anything useful from it. The falling snow on the dome of the sky constructed a white and purely delicate scene, and Chi Luo was still standing on top of the high platform, smiling and casting a gaze towards the screen. At this moment, there were no pop-ups floating through the live broadcast. After all, everyone was caught up in thought and didn't have the time or energy to be overly consumed. This scene, which lasted for a very long time, was also eventually broken up by Chi Luo's personal voice to break the silence. Just now, we talked about 2 quantum superposition forms, which appear in the Sutra of the Mountain and the Dream of the Red Chamber. What do you all think is the reason why they appear? The question was thrown out and the audience spiraled into further thought. After a long time, pop-ups began to appear. This is very easy to explain. The Classic of Mountains and Seas was written so early. Chao Gong went to borrow a few images from the Classic of Mountains and Seas to embed in the description of Dream of Red Mansions is very normal, right? I feel that the anchor is a bit bewildered. Is not just a great desert mountain and a heaven-mending stone? If I were to write a metaphysical novel, I could also use these two things. And quantum has nothing to do with The old saying goes, the world is a big set of articles, depending on whether you can set it or not. He is obviously the one who has been analyzing the contents of the Shanhaijing. Obviously Chao Gong is a set of the contents of the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Anchor, so to analyze is not a little too deliberate? Lines of pop-ups scurried past frantically from his field of vision, and Zyro quietly skimmed to the end before raising his eyes to the camera again. I just took a brief look at it, and everyone's perception is pretty uniform. They think it's a coincidence, a common literary reference, right? In fact, at the beginning of the time I also think so. After all, the Classic of Mountains and Seas was written earlier than the Dream of Red Mansions. Quoting the classics and so on is the ancient people commonly used writing techniques. Until I picked up the Journey to the West and read it again. Qi Luo's voice rose steeply, and his gaze that looked back at the crowd was filled with meaning. Do you know what? After I went through the Journey to the West in detail, a cold sweat almost came down my spine because I discovered an unbelievably horrifying fact. That's, in Journey to the West, there is a similar, one mountain, one stone. There is also the same, quantum superposition. What? When these words came out, the live broadcast room fell silent. Everyone stared dumbfounded towards Qi Luo, feeling their scalps begin to tingle. Journey to the West also has this quantum overlay. The anchors aren't kidding, are they? As he was thinking, Zyro spoke again. I think you are familiar enough with the book Journey to the West, right? Then you must know how it opens. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. Let me repeat it for you. A clear voice like a fresh breeze brushed through the corners of the live broadcast room, and Qi Luo slowly raised his steps down the steps. There is a mountain of flowers and fruits in the sea, which is the ancestral vein of the 10 continents and the origin of the 3 islands. There is an immortal stone on the mountain, sensing the essence of the sun and the moon, so it has the meaning of psychic. His words fell in due time as his feet took the last step. At that time, the hand happened to arrive at 11 o'clock late at night, accompanied by the low sound of the bell echoing in the observatory. Qi Luo's gaze was deep as he looked toward the camera and faintly opened his mouth. A mountain, the mountain of flowers and fruits. One stone, the psychic immortal stone. You guys say, could they also be a quantum superposition of the Great Desert Mountain and the colorful stones? Chapter 94 Two topographical maps for the divine localization of the Great Barren Mountains of the Shanhaijing. Inside the live room, there was silence, the occasional flash of headlights outside the window illuminating a silent face, the locked brow full of surprise and bewilderment. No one could have imagined that in order to corroborate this so-called ancient quantum superposition state, Zyro had extended his thinking to another famous book, The Journey to the West. In fact, they know more about this masterpiece than the Dream of the Red Chamber. And the opening of the text, The Mountain of Flowers and Fruits with the Stone Monkeys, is a classic that cannot be erased from their memories. But even so, they still never thought of linking it to the Classic of Mountains and Seas to dismantle and analyze it. Anchor this job. Play can be just a little too heavenly and flowery. In the field of view, Zyro was stationed next to the lowest stone step, looking languid, the LED screen at the side showing the latest theory he had created, and behind him, beyond the dome, was the vast, infinite sea of stars. This scene, how to look at how often depicted in literature, excited words and pointing out the mountains, sight, focus over. Accompanying this is a line of responses to Zillow's previous hypothesis, the no, meaning that the Journey to the West and the Classic of Mountains and Seas are also connected? It means that the imagery of mountain and stone can't be written in other works, and if it is written, it's the quantum superposition state of Shanhaijing, isn't it? It's a bit of a stretch. Disapproved, or disapproved. Even if you find another mountain and stone from Journey to the West, I still think it's a coincidence. I understand the definition of quantum superposition state that the Great Desert Mountain in the Classic of Mountains and Seas and that Mountain of Flowers and Fruits in the Journey to the West are the same mountain, but they have different forms and meanings in the original text, right? But the problem is that the original text of the two books doesn't specify the location of the mountain. So how did you figure it out? There are no instructions. Then we'll extrapolate. There is no location. Then we will analyze and find it ourselves. As a pop-up slid by in front of his eyes, Qi Luo opened his mouth abruptly, drawing everyone's attention to him. The roiling snow beyond the dome had slowly faded from its previous whiteness, leaving only the vastness of the ground. He laughed and spread his hands, a confident smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. Let's still look at the Great Wasteland Mountain first. Before I said that it is the border place where the sun and moon rise and fall, but there's no indication of the general location, right? But actually, if you've read the classic of mountains and seas carefully and are familiar with the geography of the 9 states, you can actually analyze it, he said, raising his steps toward the softly lit LED screen, and as his steps approached, 2 maps emerged on the left and right sides of the screen. On the left is a more archaic map of mountains, lakes and seas, and on the right is a scientific and modern map of mountain distribution. Greeting the audience's expectant gazes, Qi Luo stood in front of the map and spoke softly. The Great Wasteland Sutra makes it clear that there are 28 mountains in the Great Wasteland, 7 in each of the 4 directions, east, west, south, north and south. Among them, the 7 mountains in the east are known as the mountains from which the sun and the moon come out, and the 7 mountains in the west are known as the mountains from which the sun and the moon come in. Through this description in the original, we can deduce a fact quite clearly. That means this Great Wasteland 28 mountain, in fact, is used for astronomical observations. The viewers in front of the screen were aghast at these words. Since you can see the sun and moon go in and out, it doesn't seem wrong to say they are used for astronomical observation. Then, having established the logic of this foundation, let's go back to the layout of the 28 mountains. It is important to know that there is an angle between the Earth's equator and the ecliptic on which it revolves around the sun. So in order to have a complete observation of the sun and moon dynamics, 7 mountains arranged in a linear north-south arrangement on each of the east and west sides must be selected as the coordinates for the observation to be realized. He spoke faintly and began to mark the quaint topographical map on the left. First, 2 arcs lined up in a north-south direction were drawn on each of the east and west sides, and another 7 mountains in a north-south direction were connected. Only after doing this did the party turn to look at the camera. Now we can see that the Great Desert Mountain System, in which the Great Desert Mountain is located, its shape is a ring. The audience in front of the screen started nodding their heads at this statement. Indeed, the place does look like a loop, but they still have doubts. Thus, the pop-ups, which had been silent for a long time, began to be active once again. Not, the ring-shaped mountain is the Great Arakan Mountain System, right? Then my house is surrounded by mountains on all sides, so I can also say that I live in the middle of the Great Wasteland Mountains. LOLD. Agreeing with that brother's line of thought, the moon is still full of craters. So wouldn't I be able to say that the Great Barren Mountains are on the moon? The anchor is saying that the Great Wasteland Mountain System is a ring-shaped mountain system. So as long as we find the location of the ring-shaped mountains, we can lock the specific area of the Great Wasteland Mountains, right? But the problem is, there are so many craters in Kyushu. How can we lock it down? It's a good lock. How is it not a good lock? Qi Luo chose to respond to one of the pop-ups and shrugged his shoulders before lifting his steps to the map on the right. Still, if you know enough about the classic of mountains and seas and the geography of the Kyushu region, then you'll definitely be able to find it. We've just rolled out the fact that the Great Wasteland Mountain System is a huge annular mountain system. Those who say there are annular mountains near your home as well are indeed raising a stink. Do you guys think that the small mountains near your home are qualified to be in the classic of mountains and seas? Qi Luo joked. Ergo he looked back at the LED screen. So we need to go from the large cratered mountain system in Kyushu. Currently, there are a total of 6 major crater systems in Kyushu, namely the Xianjiang Tianshan crater system, the Qinghai Qilian Shan crater system, the Nei Biaoguin Shan crater system, the Huanan Tai Hang Shan crater system, the Sichuan Hongduan Shan crater system, and the Ludongchang Bai Tai E crater system. As if recounting the story, Qi Luo circled the mountain systems involved on the map in turn, watching the audience gasp in amazement, not to mention whether he can ultimately deduce the specific location of the Great Wasteland Mountain. This hand of geographic knowledge alone is enough to earn a bowl of rice in society. The anchor is really all-round talent. In the middle of the emotion, Zyro turned around. Now we've narrowed it down to 6 areas. Then the next step will be much easier. You all should know my style better after reading for so long, right? Usually at times like this, I would do, go back to the original article for clues. The question was asked and there was an immediate pop-up response. Yes, it's a flashback to the original text. Zyro smiled and raised his hand to tap on the LED screen. The next second, a line of text slowly emerges in the center of the field of vision. Chapter 95. Is there the same mountain and stone and the water margin in exactly the same position? Inside the empty observatory, everything was silent, except for the LED screen hanging in mid-air, which showed a line of ancient and simple text, like a blip blooming steeply in the dark night, attracting everyone's attention. The northern classic of the Great Wilderness. In the Great Wilderness, there is a mountain named Xian Thimble Dafeng, into which the river Ji enters, and the sea is injected to the north. This is the description I found in the classic of mountains and seas, and is the next piece of supporting evidence used to locate the exact location of the Great Desert Mountain. Zyro looked up at the screen, his tone deep. The meaning of this sentence translated in the vernacular is, in the great wilderness there is a mountain called Xian Threshold Defeng Mountain, which is the place where the Yellow River and the Jishui water flow into the sea, and the sea water pours into this place from the north. The first Threshold Defeng Mountain is precisely one of the 28 mountains just mentioned. In other words, there are two rivers, the Yellow River and the Jishui River, next to the Great Wasteland Mountain System we are looking for. As the words fell, an image was steeply added to the LED screen, a map of the 7 craters that Qi Luo had just marked. Come, let's look at the Yellow River first, the place where the Yellow River flows into the sea. This but anyone with a little geographic knowledge should know, right? It's the Ludong Peninsula. And Jezebel. He smiled and leaned over towards the screen, starting to sketch on the map as he spoke. There is a work in Kyushu that specializes in examining ancient water systems, called the Water Classic, and in the Water Classic there is a special chapter on Jishui, which is a narrative of the direction of the flow of Jishui in this way, out of Wanwu Mountain, passing south of Pingqiu County, and east, passing north of Lankao County, and northeast, passing north of Hezi County, and northeast, passing north of Dingtao County, and northeast, passing west of Juneau County, into the Juneau Zhe. Crimson electronic light traced a water system that snaked like a dragon under his fingers, traversing 2 or 3 provinces of Kyushu in a conspicuous and shocking manner. After dropping the final stroke, Zyro breathed a sigh of relief before looking to the camera. This is a map of the ancient Ji water basin that I restored according to the Water Classic. Remember what that quote from the Shanhaijing says? The river Ji is injected into it. In other words, the place in front of the Juyis where the Ji water eventually converges is in the Great Desert Mountain System. Then where did the Ji water converge into the Juyiser? Zyro said, raising his hand and recircling a smaller circle out of the larger one that the Ludong Peninsula was in. This is the place, the area where Hezi, Tao, and Juneau counties are located, through which the Jishui water last flowed in the water meridian, Ludong Hezi, and it is, precisely, on the western side of the Changbai Tai crater in the Ludong Peninsula, which I delineated earlier, so I can be incomparably sure as well as certain that here, this is the Great Desert Mountain System from the Classic of Mountains and Seas. A firm vocal line that lifted with the gradual progression of words. The crowd stared blankly at the light points flashing on the LED screen, and an indescribable feeling surfaced in their hearts. With that, he used a few canonical books and 2 maps to localize the Great Wasteland Mountains and the Classic of Mountains and Seas in a very clear and concise manner. Over the years have been listening to many experts and scholars in the test this test that, but it seems that very few people test any results. Instead, it is an unheard of anchor who has casually localized the mountain of nothingness in an ancient text. It's a live stream, and it's really quite worth watching. On the LED screen, the redundant circles all disappeared, leaving only the 2 circles printed on the Rudong Peninsula area. Waiting quietly for a long time, Qi Luo raised his step forward, smiling and opened his mouth. Just now we positioned the Great Wasteland Mountain, so now we'll position the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Harmful. Huaguo Mountain still use positioning That thing is not in the Lianyun harbor it. They've been in operation for years. Is there a scenic spot necessarily? In the face of this pop-up that appeared out of nowhere, Qi Luo asked rhetorically. There is a path on the hill behind my house, which is extremely narrow at first and only passes people, and there is a peach forest behind it. Then can I say that this is the Peach Blossom Garden and just put up a sign and charge directly? He spread his hands and smiled meaningfully. In this world, what you see and hear is not necessarily true. Whether the answer is 1 or 2. You have to find out for yourself. Now then, I will lead you all to do this. Examine the exact location of Mount Huagua. As the words would fall, a line of large letters suddenly floated out on the LED screen. It's the ancestral lineage of the 10 continents and the origin of the 3 islands. In the opening chapter of Journey to the West, there is a clear introduction to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, saying that it is the ancestral vein of the 10 continents, and the coming dragon of the 3 islands, which is a very telling statement. Zillow raised his voice and stopped to look at the camera. The Han Dynasty scholar Dongfang Shure wrote a book called The Record of the 10 Continents in the Sea, in which the definition of the 10 continents and 3 islands is clearly stated. The 10 continents are the 10 continents of Zhuzhou, Yingzhou, Xianzhou, Yenzhou, Changzhou, and so on. The 3 islands are the 3 islands of Kunlun, Fangjiang, and Panglai. It was later verified by the clasp of parks to confirm that Zhuzhou and Yingzhou were in the East China Sea, and Panglai was in the Bohai Sea. Therefore, the 10 continents and 3 islands system is basically spread around the Ludong Peninsula. He spoke rapidly, delineating a general area for the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits in a few words. After deciphering the 10 continents and 3 islands, we are looking at 2 other very important words, ancestral vein, and coming dragon. Ancestral vein and coming dragon here are both terms used in feng shui geography. The term ancestral vein means the source of a mountain, while coming dragon refers to a stretch of mountains. After another wave of knowledge, Zyro took a breath and smiled at the crowd. And on the Ludong Peninsula, there is a section of the mountain system that happens to fit this definition extremely well. Li Daoyuan wrote in his Xue Jingzhu, Taishan, the eastern mountain, is also the head of the earth. The head of the earth here, which happens to fit, is the ancestral vein. Now, then, let us go back and look at this statement again, and all will be clear. The mountain of flowers and fruits, which is likewise situated in the Taiyi mountain system. So all of you. Zyro's footsteps pulled deep echoes in the empty planetarium, and his power-filled voice reached everyone's ears at the same time. Da'aro Mountain is in the Taiyi mountain system in the Ludong Peninsula, and Huagua Mountain is also in the Taiyi mountain system. The same mountain. In the classic of mountains and seas, it is the geographic coordinates for observing the sun rising and the moon setting, and in the journey to the west, the cave where the stone monkeys are born. Isn't this the ancient quantum superposition state I mentioned before? As for the stone monkey, this needs no introduction, right? It's all a stone with divinity in the mythology of Kyushu, except that in the classic of mountains and seas it's the heaven-mending stone, and in Journey to the West it becomes the psychic stone monkey. Again, it's a quantum superposition state. The staccato voice was like a sharp sword, churning the ever-petrifying insides of the crowd again and again. A mountain and a stone in Dream of the Red Chamber. You say it is a coincidence, a reproduction, an imitation. Then now I have found corroboration by geolocalizing a mountain and a stone in Journey to the West. This is still a coincidence? Or is it a copycat? How is that not true? I just think it's a coincidence. What? Before Zyro trailed off, a pop-up quickly leapt into the center of the field of view. Yo, looks like there are still viewers who don't believe me. What's your reasoning? My reasoning is simple. What does finding the location mean? The Journey to the West was probably a blind cat that just happened to set the location of the mountain of flowers and fruits and the Great Barren Mountain together. It's just a book, so there's no way to fully corroborate it. Who told you there was only one book? The moment the pop-up had just been swallowed by the border of the screen, Chi Luo suddenly smiled and uttered this sentence. The millions of melon eaters in the room froze steeply, and before they could thoroughly digest and chew on this sentence, they heard a second scalp-tingling sentence. What if I said, there is such a mountain and a stone in the water margin? And the location of that mountain is the same as the Great Desert Mountain and the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Exactly the same? Chapter 96, Thrilling Consistency. Water Margins, Great Desert Mountain Surfaces. Chen Shupeng is a freshly flunked-out college student at East China Sea University in Kyushu, a full-time nibbler. His favorite thing to do every day is to sing against the anchors in the major live broadcasting rooms. Born stubborn, he gradually became an extreme internet savant in his day-to-day training. Today, originally watching the female anchor dance, his hand slipped and accidentally slid into Chi Luo's live room. Originally, he did not have the slightest interest in classical culture, but when he heard that Chi Luo actually used the concept of quantum mechanics to speak about traditional culture, Chen Shupeng instantly became interested. In his Kung Fu worldview, the new knowledge, new insights and new topics in the broadcasting room are inherently the best material to be used to raise the bar. He had carried at least 4 or 5 female anchors to tears at one time or another based on that alone. Therefore, when Chi Luo said that the classic of mountains and seas and Dream of the Red Chamber between the quantum superposition state in a mountain and a stone, he was the first time to open the bar, with amazing hand speed to send 4 or 5 questioning pop-ups, triggering a big wave of followers. According to the usual experience, the general anchor at such a time will be defeated and frantically looking for compensation, while he will step on 2 feet hard and turn around and walk away, deep in his heart. Surprisingly, however, Zillow did not back down, and smoothly brought up the Journey to the West, and reinforced the new concept with an unparalleled wealth of supporting evidence. To be honest, at that time, he was actually more or less shocked. After all, Chi Luo's inference about the positioning of the Great Desolate Mountain and the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits was indeed scientific and rigorous enough, which was unheard of by him before. However, after all, he is a qualified internet barbarian. Despite how surprised he is in his heart, his mouth is still harder than Nuwa's mending stone. So, he sent that pop-up specifically to choke Zyro, and unexpectedly, Zyro replied. The replies made him, a battle-hardened little prince of internet barbs, a little confused and overwhelmed in his head for a moment. In water margin, there is also one mountain and one stone, and the location of that mountain is the same as the Great Barren Mountain? Nice one. This is an ing made up to save your honor, is it? The fact that the 2 books formed a quantum superposition state with the Sutra of the Mountain and the Sea, creating that juxtaposition of existence that didn't look like a coincidence, had actually surprised him. Another one? If this one still reaches a logical fit, it's not an accident. It's a proper thinly veiled one. At hand was the cooled and well put together rice, But Chen Shuping no longer had any heart to swallow, and after lighting up half a crumpled cigarette butt, he didn't continue the bar, choosing instead to perk up his ears to listen to Qi Luo's interpretations and answers. At the moment, live on air. In addition to him, the other 5 million or so viewers were also directly all in a state of consternation. To be honest, after Qi Luo finished speaking about the positioning of the Great Desolate Mountain and the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, they had actually been able to accept that ancient quantum superposition state hypothesis of his, and were able to convince themselves not to think about the similarities between the Red Mansion journey to the west and the mountain and sea scriptures from the perspective of coincidence or replica borrowing. But he, surprisingly, moved another book. So what's the point of this? To beat all the barbs and naysayers on the air into submission? But the question is this possible? How much hardcore perfection must one produce to soften up the barflies who claim to be able to catch the sky with their mouths? Sticky air that surged and flowed through the live room. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Qi Luo came to the LED screen as if nothing had happened. The light in the room changed instantly, and the picture on the screen changed to a line of text. A mountain quantum superposition state, the great wasteland mountain of the classic of mountains and seas. Liangshan mountain of the water margin. Liangshan? The moment a familiar name floated by since the field of vision. The crowd only felt their brains buzzing. But anyone who has seen the water margin cannot be a stranger to Liangshan, a place that is the bearer of the 108 good men gathered to carry out the struggle against oppression. But what could this have to do with the Great Desert Mountain? The strange knowledge had increased again, and that feeling of shallow fatalism, which had been there before, was slowly becoming stronger. The audience held their breath as they continued to turn their eyes toward Zyro, listening quietly to his interpretation. Liangshan, this is a place I think you all should be very familiar with, right? It is one of the most important locations in the water margin, and in a sense, it has even become one of the iconic symbols of ancient resistance to oppression in Kyushu. Where the hell is it? As Qi Luo said so, he raised his hand and lightly scratched on the screen, and the map of the Ludong Peninsula that had previously disappeared reappeared in the center of his field of vision. Finding a niche in Liangshan is relatively much easier. After all, it's stated very clearly in the original water margin. In the 11th episode of the original text, Chai Jin had explained to Lin Chong the exact location of Liangshan, a water township under the jurisdiction of Jizhou in the east of Lu, called Liangshan Pa, in the middle of which is Wanzi City and Polygonum Puddle. Jizhou is today's Jining City in Ludong Province, and combined with the original description of the villages, towns, and water systems near Liangshanbo, it can be introduced that the mountain is in today's Jining Liangshan County. As the words fell, Qi Luo stretched out his finger to zoom in on the map, circling one of the mountains. Now, let's look at the diagram. Is it not located precisely on that northern ring of the Taiyi mountain system? A ring of mountains. And does it not once again fit perfectly with the location of the Great Desert Mountain System? The same mountain systems, the same entities, show different bearings and meanings in the Shanhaijing and the water margin. Is that not proof? A steady voice, not muffled by the whine of the wind sweeping snow above the dome, filled with radiant light. Zyro turned his gaze to the camera. This, Liangshan, is also the quantum superposition state of the Great Desert Mountain in another masterpiece? In the live broadcast room, it was as quiet as an ice cave, with almost more than 90% of the people sitting quietly and withered, their minds hovering over the map that was filled with a mysterious aura. The Mountain of Flowers and Fruits is a coincidence. What about the Mountain of Liang? When there are too many coincidences, they don't really qualify as coincidences anymore. The crowd sat in a wooden stupor, but their hearts had long since turned over in shock. The figure in sight, however, did not choose to end the conversation. His chest heaved as he exhaled a cloudy breath and stepped back into the center of the audience's line of sight. The first quantum superposition state of Shanhaijing and water margin. We found it. Now to the second. A shallow and faint voice accompanied by the wind into the ears of the crowd. The moment the words fell, the LED screen immediately a second line of text appeared. One stone quantum superposition state, colorful stones of the classic of mountains and seas, and the Big Dipper tablet of the water margin. Chapter 97. The four great masterpieces have all fallen, and the three kingdoms have a mountain and a rock stack state. Dim light covers the earth, and rootless snowflakes are being eroded by flakes of night dew. Time, as usual, passed. The crowd stared at the line of text that appeared on the screen and thought, the Big Dipper tablet. If I remember correctly, it should have appeared in the opening chapter. So, according to the anchor's perception, could it also be connected to the colorful stone in the underworld? The people so think. They are ready to go to the original text of the water margin to rummage. After all, before reading the book is not serious and detailed. Only know that this is a somewhat special stone monument. On the details of the press cannot remember half. However, just as his hand hit the paper book cover, The next second he was yanked back by Zyro. The Big Dipper monument has appeared twice in water margin. The first time it appeared in the form of a suppressed ferocious object, right in the Voodoo Hall of Dragon and Tiger Mountain in the first time. The second time, on the other hand, it appeared as the Stone of Heavenly Chance, during the ranking of Liangshan Mountain. The 71st chapter of the original story states that Song Jiang and his men dug up a stone tablet in front of the Hall of Loyalty at Liangshan Mountain, which was inscribed with heavenly writing, which when deciphered revealed to be the ranking of the 36 Big Dipper and 72 earthly deities. Zillow narrates the original text in a clear tone, then looks to the camera with a smile. A monument of the Big Dipper, a monument of oracles, a monument of transcendence, inscribed with astronomy, not man-made. All indications are that it is the same as the heaven-mending tenacious stone in Dream of the Red Chamber and the Tonling Stone Monkey in Journey to the West, both of which contain the essence of heaven and earth and possess the attribute of divine authorization. It is infinitely close to the five-colored heaven-mending God stone in nature. The same entity, but with multiple forms and connotations, is the second pair of quantum superposition states of the Sermon on the Mount and the water margin appearing again? He said so and turned to look at the LED screen. A sudden fog made the sky above his head dim, and the bright space was enhanced by a screen of floating pixelated dots of light. Chen Shuping raised his hand and rested it on top of the keyboard. Originally, he wanted to type something, but in the end, he silently gave up. There doesn't seem to be any reason to go for a lift and rebuttal. One's own statement that one has found only one niche means nothing, but people lift their hands and find a third niche, and think so clearly and logically. The face, generically, is a slap in the face. Phew, under the night sky. He sighed a long sigh, and then closed the computer with disinterest, opened the cell phone version of the Douyin, clicked into a beautiful woman who was explaining how to take care of the skin live broadcast, and did not think about it as a crackling flurry of output. What? Foundation works. That stuff is just chemicals, okay? You can put 2 pounds of putty paste on your face and it'll do the same thing. I don't dare not to turn on the beauty face. This is not an advertisement for cosmetics. It's an advertisement for a beauty software company. After 3 pop-ups, the female anchor with a dumbfounded expression cried out with a wow. Chen Shuping finally got high, and he gave the anchor woman a look full of mockery before strutting away. Humph, what Qi Luo owes me. Someone has to pay me back. Ding ding ding. In the astronomical observatory, after Qi Luo finished deciphering the quantum superposition correlation between the water margin and the classic of mountains and seas, the clock struck 12 in the morning abruptly. The falling snow had stopped long before the half hour, and looking up, the huge glass dome above was plain white to the core. The haze in the imperial capital was too deep, especially in this gloomy and cold weather, and no matter what, you couldn't look at the stunning Milky Way. But even so, from the moment Qi Luo first introduced the topic of the Sutra of the Mountains and Seas this evening, many viewers had a particularly marvelous illusion. Seems like himself had been wandering in that vast and splendid Milky Way, led by Qi Luo, traveling upstream in a boat called the Classic of Mountains and Seas, picking up that piece of ancient literature that had been left behind in the starry sky, and subsequently turning it into a part of the boat's hull. It was a strange feeling, but wonderful all the same. Quiet, still quiet. In the entire live broadcast room, other than the sound of the fiery whistling wind, not a single other sound could be heard. 3 books, 6 pairs of quantum superposition states. It's more than a little difficult to dismantle it if you have to stand on coincidence. He does give a convincing enough wealth of supporting evidence, but the crowd always felt that there was something missing. Yet no matter how much they thought about it, there was no way they could break through that fuzzy barrier. It was only when Qi Luo spoke again that this doubt and confusion completely dissipated into the smoke. Just now we talked about the quantum superposition states of a mountain and a stone in Dream of the Red Chamber, Journey to the West, Water Margin, and the Classic of Mountains and Seas, respectively. Do you all feel that there is still something missing? Missing? Yeah, so that's where that feeling of not being able to do anything turns out to be. The crowd, who had been nailed by Qi Luo's one-liner, started sending up pop-ups. Yeah, Angkor, what about the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms? You've only covered 3 of the 4 masterpieces. No wonder I find it so strange. Yes, it's the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. As we all know, the 4 great masterpieces generally appear as a whole, and there's no way you can build this system up without talking about the 3 kingdoms. Even if I believe it, I'm still half believing it, and even if I'm convinced, I'm still half convinced. Strips of pop-ups, scrambling to leap into view. Zyro looked at it quietly for a moment, then smiled and spoke. What everyone says does make sense. Having already analyzed 3 of the 4 great masterpieces, it does seem a little off to not analyze the 3 kingdoms. So what's next? The 3 kingdoms? I think the anchor should not analyze it. Let's later round not go back to move a stone to stone their own feet. Before Qi Luo could finish his words, a pop-up screen filled with the flavor of mockery slid by steeply. Qi Luo raised his eyebrows, the smile at the corner of his mouth unabated. Oh, it seems that there are viewers who hold a different view. Ah, lifting up a stone and stoning their own feet. How come I didn't understand the meaning of your sentence? The meaning is very simple. Just one sentence. The romance of the three kingdoms doesn't contain the mountain or the stone you're talking about. This time, almost everyone in the live broadcast room saw the pop-up screen, and also spiraled into shock and silence. This man, whose general is he? Is he that brave? Could it be that it's your first time on the air and you're not sure what's going on? Keep in mind that in just the past few days, people have been questioning Zillow almost every few minutes, but it's all ended up being incredibly consistent. It's being slapped in the face with mountains of hard evidence. But now, there are still people who dare to question so unabashedly. Is really the genuine lone courageous person? Undoubtedly. The crowd had adjusted their sitting positions, ready to eat and watch, and Zyro didn't run away from it, shrugging his shoulders gently as he continued to press the issue. There isn't a hill or a stone, so why so sure? The question was asked, and a few seconds later, that pop-up gave a response. Didn't you teach me that? Look for patterns. Next, I'll use what you taught me to refute you. Chapter 98, Is Qi Luo wrong? Logic collapsing? 3 words conclude the 3 divine mountains. A tit-for-tat scene took place. The audience's nerves, which had been tense for a long time, were finally able to relax. So, next up, it's time to eat and watch the show, right? How does defeating you with the moves you taught you sound like a martial arts novel? But also this area of the sentence let them realize that this dare to head iron to Qi Luo initiated the charge of the audience. Must have come prepared. Must have found some loopholes in the conceptual theory of Qi Luo's quantum antiquarianism, and must have his own understanding and knowledge of the romance of the three kingdoms, so that he would righteously question it. Interesting, this is really starting to get interesting. Prolonged high-intensity one-way output does give them a few hints of aesthetic fatigue. Now that the drama is starting to mix in some drama, it does make tonight's broadcast a lot more fleshed out. A single gaze, towards the center of the screen. Everyone tacitly refrained from posting any more pop-ups, leaving enough room to play for that out-of-the-blue challenger. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was slightly gloomy. After a small wait, the long-awaited pop-up finally surfaced. The anchor has talked about a mountain and a stone in several books. Let me first talk about the law of a mountain. They are all in the Ludong Peninsula, and they have been given a certain degree of divinity by the original author. There's nothing wrong with this law, right? However, this rule does not apply in the romance of the three kingdoms. There are a total of 4 mountains that clearly appear in the Ludong Peninsula in the three kingdoms. The pop-up slid by ghostly, reflecting the viewer's eyes brightly. Sure enough, their judgment at the beginning was correct. This person dared to challenge Qi Luo with great fanfare, so he really did have 2 skills. It's MT, Tai, MT, Jun, MT, Jiashur, and MT, Puyan, respectively. But, these 4 mountains are basically mentioned in passing when describing the war, and at most they can only have an impact on a certain part of the plot. There is no way to run through the whole book, much less the so-called sacred mountains. Therefore, the author's logic has already collapsed just by looking at the dimension of one mountain, not to mention the divine stones, which are also not explicitly mentioned in the three kingdoms. Rows and rows of pop-ups fluttered past his eyes. The state of the audience also changed from eating and watching at the beginning to thinking, nice guy, why does it feel like he's making sense? Then, according to this, all the paths used by the anchor to analyze are blocked off. The Ludong Peninsula is so big, the romance of the three kingdoms is so many words, it is impossible to change a mountain out, right? Now that's something to watch. I really don't know how the anchors are going to react. The crowd's mood began to become complicated. On the one hand they wanted to see Qi Luo fight back from the Jedi, but on the other hand they knew that the probability was very small. The already heavy atmosphere became even more somber. Time, second by second, passes. For more than 10 seconds after that pop-up came down with its conclusion, Zyro remained silent. However, just at the moment when they thought Qi Luo was almost about to surrender, that familiar voice scurried into their eardrums smoothly and blandly. What you said, it's very reasonable. The only mountains in the romance of the three kingdoms that are within the Ludong Peninsula, and which are clearly identified by their names, are indeed these 4. The first sentence filled the audience with suspicion. He didn't refute it and actually chose to agree? So this is, ready to show weakness? If you can't beat them, join them? But, however, the thought was born just for a second, and immediately afterward it was all but forfeited by a character that heralded a twist. But this is only the mountain with a name. You have also overlooked a mountain that is mentioned in the opening chapter, a mountain that served as the beginning to induce the pattern and story of the three kingdoms. A mountain with divinity but no name. What? Everyone in front of the screen was dumbfounded by this statement. They were stunned by the three prefixes Qi Luo uttered in a row, and their brains were buzzing. A mountain that is mentioned in the opening paragraph and has no name? What the hell is this? How come I didn't notice it when I read Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Endless doubts were born on this, and Qi Luo didn't make them wait much longer. And after displaying a sprightly smile towards the camera, he continued to speak. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The first time there is such a description, said Jianing 2 years of Julu County. A man named Zhang Jiao, into the mountains to pick medicine when he met an old man, gave him the Book of Heaven, the Essentials of Peace, and then declared himself as South China Old Immortal, after which Zhang Jiao launched the Yellow Turbans Uprising, which triggered the entire Three Kingdoms strife of the story. Zyro finished the sentence with a quick speech, then looked at the screen with a smile. Nah, that one mountain is coming, right inside this passage. Ah, ha, the audience was confused. Mountain is here? No, there is a word, mountain, in this sentence, but there is no name or location. Trying to make a connection with the classic of mountains and seas by virtue of this is a bit too far-fetched, isn't it? Does it feel vague? Qi Luo spoke again, his expression subdued. The reason everyone feels vague is because they didn't capture the key information. Now, I'll bring you all to extract and decipher this sentence, and after that, the answer will naturally appear. There is a very important geographic area in this sentence, and it's called Julu County, Qi Luo said, raising his steps to the LED screen, and after eliminating all the characters on it, he raised his hand and wrote down the three big words, Julu County. The specific scope of Julu County is delineated in the book Dictionary of Ancient and Modern Geographical Names of the 9 states, covering the southern part of the northern province of Hebei, as well as parts of the Rudong Peninsula in Dazhou, Handan, and Hezi, and there is a water system in it, whose name I think you should be familiar with. As he spoke, Qi Luo drew an ethereal arc next to the three words, Julu County, and lifted his hand to nod vigorously above. That's it, Jezebel. From the perspective of the literature, we can easily be informed that a part of this, Julu County, is in the Ludong Peninsula, and it has the water of Jishui flowing through it in that part of the Ludong Peninsula. So, there is a part of the mountains in Julu County that is in the Taiyi mountain system. Clear tones, one after another, ran into the minds of the crowd, and their expression slowly changed from initial bewilderment to shock. No wonder he was so calm and collected from the beginning. So he was waiting here. Remember what I just said? The event of Zhang Jiao going up the mountain to pick herbs and encountering an old fairy who learns divine magic and launches the Yellow Turban Uprising is the starting point of the narrative for the entire Romance of the Three Kingdoms, determining the historical background of the events of the entire book. That mountain that caused all this to happen, that mountain located in Julu County, is just like the Great Wasteland Mountain in Dream of the Red Chamber, the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits in Journey to the West, and the Liang Mountain in Water Margin, possessing a high degree of story carrying and a certain amount of historical divinity. So this mountain, it's that one mountain we're looking for, right in the middle of Julu County, right in the Taiyi mountain system. Wait. As soon as Qi Luo's words left his mouth, a pop-up immediately questioned it. Anchor, I recognize your definition of the importance and divinity of this mountain, but there is a question. There are so many mountains in Julu County, and the Ji water flows through the southern part of Hebei province. So why is the mountain where Zhang Jiao met the old immortal not in the territory of Hebei province, but in the Taiyi mountain system? Yeah, why can't it be within the Hob province? Zyro smiled and said something to himself. Ergo, he turned around and continued to write on the screen, the sound flowing out at the same time as his fingertips slid. Because, that old immortal declared himself. Ah, he said his name was Taoist Nanhua. Gentlemen. He raised his eyes to the screen and tapped his right hand on the 4 words, South China Taoist, that he had just written. Where is South China? Do any of you know? P.S. It's been a long time since I've added more. My hands are itchy, and I'm begging for a wave of gifts and rewards. 3 chapters a day is still a lot of power, and if you have rewards to add, you can open the fire and explode more mode. The rules remain the same. 100 gifts plus 1 more. I'd like to thank you all for your support. Chapter 99, Qi Luo's Top Examining Logic. Dual System Setting, Nanhua. Where exactly is Nanhua in Nanhua Laosin? The sudden question caused the crowd to be a little confused for a moment. Could it be that the code to unlocking the geographic location of this mountain was in these 2 words? South China. The 9 states are so large and varied, with countless geographical names, that it's really hard to match it up with a certain region without the anchor's rich and varied amount of knowledge. On the screen of the live broadcast room, countless question marks began to float across, and Qi Luo smiled for a long time before he slowly and leisurely opened his mouth. Examining the names of people and places in ancient books is actually a relatively huge project, Those in the live broadcast who can see that they are still not leaving now are more or less interested in the existence of various types of culture in the Kyushu. Today, then, I will teach everyone a systematic method of examination. As he spoke, he turned to the large LED screen, used his finger as a pen, and began to drag and fly up. The first is historical and cultural heritage. The second is the historical and geographical record. 2 lines of text, by Qi Luo sprawling on the screen, the audience all quietly watching, and even a part of the initiative to take out a small notebook to note. Seriously, while it's not good for your heart to watch Zillow live, you do manage to learn things. Examining old immortal manhwa, we will also start from these 2 aspects, so that the conclusion drawn after analyzing it will be able to be truly convincing. Let's look at the first step, to extrapolate from large historical events. The low, powerful voice, riding the wind in the empty, bright observatory, scattered anonymously from certain narrow gaps, and drifted all the way to that tiny corner in the west of Rongqing City. In the warm and cozy room, the little girl with 2 crocheted hair braids gently propped her palms on her chin, looking at the screen with her big eyes dribbling around. "Mommy, Daddy seems to be glowing." An adoring voice came out from the little girl's mouth, causing the woman who was knitting a sweater next to her to burst out in amusement. "What's the matter? Is Nui starting to like her daddy now? Daddy has changed then." The little girl puffed up her cheeks and tooted her mouth. Her eyes had a strange haze in them. "I'll be happier if he treats mommy better in the future. I don't want you to be separated. Nui is right. Dad has indeed changed." Yang Na cast her gaze to the screen emitting a shimmering light, the corners of her mouth hanging up with a hint of a relieved smile. "Dad is a lot softer than before, and he's also a lot more upwardly mobile. I think he'll be very, very good to us in the future. So don't worry, honey, Daddy and Mommy shouldn't be separated again." Thin stitches and soft words tangled together shallowly in the night sky into a palm print that soothed the barren world. Few people know that behind the man who habitually likes to shock audiences with grand narratives, there is also a warm and peaceful light that is always lit for him. Sight, back on the air, before the large LED screen emitting an eerie white light, Qi Luo drew a thin line below the first line of text. Has there ever been an event related to manhwa in the historical and cultural heritage of the self-contained lineage of Kyushu? Of course there has. A bemused voice pulled the crowd into intellectual mode as a single gaze locked the figure in the center of the screen. During the time of Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, there was an imperial edict, and at that time, the Zhuangzi was designated as the Nanhua Jinjing. I looked up the relevant historical facts and found corroboration in an imperial edict from the first year of Tianbao, which explicitly refers to Zhuangzi as Nanhua Taoist. This means that the title, Nanhua Laoxian, is not made up by the author of the original work, but has some basis in historical fact. It lays the foundation for our subsequent deductions. Zyro spoke in a clear tone, followed by raising his hand and tapping lightly on the second line of text. After confirming that South China Old Immortal is by no means a fabrication and has value as a test, we have to start looking for answers from historical and geographical records. Do you remember the Julu County where the South China Old Immortal appeared before? This is the key for us to open the South China locator code. I examined the relevant historical and geographical writings within the scope of Julu County at that time, and sure enough, I found the answer. Qi Luo let out a breath. His relaxed and cozy expression was followed by a full of confidence. There is a book called Chaozhou Prefecture Records, in which it is clearly written, Nanhua Mountain is 40 miles around the county and is rumored to be the hermitage of Zhuangzi. And in the Ming Dynasty's Yenzhou Prefecture Records, it also says, there is a Nanhuaguan on Nanhua Mountain, and in Nanhuaguan there is a Zhuangzi Terrace. Gentlemen, this is information clearly recorded in the prefectural records, and as we all know, things like prefectural records and county records must be historical and geographical historical facts after rigorous examination. Based on this premise, the positioning of South China has, in fact, been harmonized. As he spoke, the map of the Ludong Peninsula, which had previously been marked by Qi Luo many times, reappeared, and he faced the map with a clear voice. First, there's Chaozhou, its current name, Chao County, the center of the universe. Well, everyone in Kyushu knows, specifically positioned precisely in Hezi on the Ludong Peninsula, in the middle of the Tai Ring mountain system. Secondly, there is Yenzhou. Yenzhou is extremely well documented in the extremely famous regional geography work Yugong. It says, Ji in the river but Yenzhou. It means that the area between the Jishui River and the Yellow River is Yenzhou. At this point, Zyro suddenly turned around and looked meaningfully at the camera. Do you still remember that sentence in the classic of mountains and seas describing the Great Wasteland Mountain? There is a mountain in the Great Wilderness named Xian Threshold Dafeng, into which the river Ji enters. Nah, it's the river and the Ji again. Once again, the ancient Yellow River and the ancient Ji water tell us one thing. The mountain where this Zhangjiao met old immortal Manhwa is the Great Desolate Mountain, the sacred mountain between the river Ji. The messy lights intertwine thin and trivial mesmerizing light and shadow in the huge space, and Qi Luo stood under the dome with his hands folded, his gaze deep to the extreme. The viewers in the live broadcast room, all of them were silent at this moment, just looking at the map on the large LED screen in silence, waves rising and falling in their chests. The one mountain in the fourth book is once again a perfect geographic match for the Great Arakan Mountain in the classic of mountains and seas. So, can this still be a coincidence? One book is a coincidence, two are imitations, and three are reproductions. What about the fourth book? And what excuse can be made? Anyway, the normal audiences really can't find, in Qi Luo, this kind of detailed examination. Even if they dig their hearts and minds, there is no way to go back to questioning and refuting. If you continue to be stubbornly entangled, you can really become a barbarian. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room, perversely depressing. The thoughtful crowd felt like they were sinking deeper and deeper into the bizarre quagmire woven by the ancient books. The culprit who created this quagmire has no intention of letting them go. After a few seconds of slight contemplation, he once again smiled and looked into the camera. If we find the mountain, then we'll find the rock. What did that audience member say before? That throughout the three kingdoms there is no divine stone at all, right? Then I can only say that you have not learned your art well. There really is a sacred stone in the romance of the three kingdoms, and the divinity of this stone is no less than that of the other three masterpieces. It's called Hate Stone. Chapter 100, One Grass, One Water, One Immortal, One Illusion and the Four Great Masterpieces? The whole team was shocked. Hate Stone? Ink style lines are slowly combined into two words on the LED screen. The hearts of the many viewers in front of the screen who were quite knowledgeable about the romance of the three kingdoms fluttered, and a few hints of realization slowly grew in their expressions. If Qi Luo's logic was followed to extrapolate and analyze it, this hate stone seemed to really have a few moments of the oracle stone. Sure enough, one has a long way to go before one can really read a masterpiece. At least when I read the three kingdoms, I would only think that the hate stone is a bit mysterious and strange, but I would never associate it with the classic of mountains and seas and other famous works. Dim light that swept lightly from the firmament overhead. After throwing out the name of that divine stone from the romance of the three kingdoms, Qi Luo didn't make the crowd wait much longer and opened his mouth to explain. Do you all remember our previous pattern of finding the stones in the famous book? I've summarized about three of them. First, it must be a stone with divinity and special functions. Secondly, it must in some sense lead or suggest the major events, the direction of the plot of the original. Thirdly, it is bound to be tightly linked to the fate of the protagonist and important supporting characters in the original. An unusually clear compendium of logic accompanied by a fresh breeze scurried into the ears of the audience, who subconsciously nodded their heads, expressing their approval of the judgmental criteria summarized by Qi Luo. After summarizing the pattern, we can solve the problem against it. Is there such a stone in the three kingdoms? Yes, there is. It's the hate stone I just mentioned, and it appeared in the 54th chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In this episode, Liu Bei drew his sword and chopped the stone at the Ganlu Temple in Zhenjiang, saying that if he could go back to Jingzhou and achieve supremacy, the stone would be broken into two halves. And after his hand raised and the sword fell, the stone was indeed split into two. Immediately afterward, Sun Quan also began to split the stone, saying that if he could take Jingzhou again and prosper the Eastern Wu, he would cut the stone into two, and when the sword fell, the stone would also open. Well, the above is the description of the hate stone in the original article, and now let's correspond to the three laws. Zyro looked to the camera with a grin and raised his hand to point to the LED screen. We can see that in this splitting of the stone, Liu Bei and Sun Quan went down with two successive swords, and this hate stone was split into three pieces. Liu Bei and Sun Quan are the absolute protagonists in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, right? The division into three refers to the direction and pattern of the plot of the Three Kingdoms, right? At this time, everything is still in the process of development. The world pattern has not yet been determined, but the hate stone can predict it in advance, so there is nothing wrong with saying that it is a prophecy stone, a god stone, right? In a bashful voice, he raised his arms and took a long stretch, as if releasing all the doubts he had been carrying around for the past few hours. The stone of the heavenly oracle, which influences and prophesies the direction of the entire work, comes out of the same source and has the same roots as the stone of the mending of the sky in the classic of mountains and seas. So yeah, can this one mountain and one stone from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms still not be the quantum superposition state of one mountain and one stone from the classic of mountains and seas? So gentlemen, I've spoken so much, found so many historical, geographical, and practical bases, and you still think this is an imitation reproduction? Is it a coincidence? His voice steepened and became much heavier. as if he was talking to all the people who had questioned and denied him along the way. The four great masterpieces. The four great masterpieces of the 9 states, all of which have the imagery of a mountain and a stone. You say that writing novels, everyone is copying from the classic of mountains and seas. What's the big deal? Okay, I understand. That's why I gave you examples. Again, you guys say that there isn't a lot of ancient imagery in Kyushu, that authors have limitations in their thinking, and that there are a lot of people who use a mountain or a rock to make an article. Fine, I'll admit it. I'll locate all those mountains for you and tell you they're all in the Ludong Peninsula, all in one place. Even if they were copying, even if they were borrowing and imitating, why would they need to set all the mountains in their work in the same zones? Hi, that is not simple, because that district is special so smooth set What does that mean? Anyway, no matter what the anchor says, I think it's a coincidence. Another pop-up screen, the moment Chi Luo's words fell, drifted ghostly from before his eyes. The first moment they saw it, many viewers were stunned. What's wrong with this guy? Is it really that much fun to be a leech? Didn't the host make it clear enough? What are you talking about? Unconsciously, the vast majority of them had already come to Chi Luo's position, and it was naturally difficult to tolerate such unrepentant top-notch barflies. However, to their surprise, in the face of this pop-up, Chi Luo did not retort or break defense. He stared at the pop-up in peace and quiet for a moment, then couldn't help but nod his head. Right on, it makes sense. A lot of sense. Thank you for saying what I've been wanting to say. The reason why you set all the mountains in your work in one area is because that mountain in that area, it has a special significance. Its existence itself has exclusivity. That's the answer. Zyro spread his hands. That's the answer. An answer I've spent 3 whole hours trying to tell you all with countless pieces of supporting evidence. That mountain. There is something different about it. Why does it appear so frequently in all the major masterpieces of the Kyushu from the beginning of the classic of mountains and seas? Just because. It is not an ordinary mountain. And things like this, symbols such as this, and the one stone I just spoke of, quantum superposition states. Why do I keep emphasizing these 5 words? It is because the inextricable connections and coincidences that appear in masterpieces, the appearance of things that are the same entity but different imagery, are not coincidental, not accidental, and not man-made. This is a you, me, him. It is a special power that no one living in the midst of the mediocre world, living under the barriers of information, has ever understood, has never seen. It is it, directs it all. It's it, made this happen. The angsty voice, like a cloth torn with force, rasped and rippled in the empty, cold silence of the observatory. In the microphone, it was a broken tone wrapped in both wind whistles and electric currents, numbing the scalp beyond recognition. In the center of the field of vision, the man who had always been so calm and collected, his chest was rising and falling violently. He silently calmed his emotions. It was a long time before he let out a long sigh, and then took his place on the shortest step. After all that talk, I know there are still people who don't believe it. There are still people who think all this is just happenstance. Then, make you all thoroughly convinced. So saying, he raised his hand and flicked it in midair. In the next second, on the huge LED screen, 2 lines of text that were incomparably blinding appeared. 1 grass, 1 water, 1 immortal, 1 illusion. All of the 4 masterpieces have their counterparts. This is not an artificial coincidence. Chapter 101, The Ancient Book of the 9 States is an observation log of a higher dimensional civilization. Explosive conclusion out. Buzz. The moment the text surfaced in the center of the field of view, the clock hanging in the corner of the west wall of the planetarium suddenly let out a low hiss. It was as if some long-locked door had been abruptly opened, churning out countless mysterious and turbulent waves. Everyone was dumbfounded. Sitting rigidly in front of the screen, they only felt that the blood in their body was running upwards from the soles of their feet inch by inch, bypassing the fearful heart and rushing straight to the blank brain. The existence of a mountain and a stone was actually enough to destroy their 3 views, but now Chi Luo had even brought out 4 more imagery, and then tell everyone that the imagery is equally present in the big 4. It's not man-made, it's not a coincidence, and it's not deliberate. A brooding heart, thumping in his chest. Many people shivered several times in succession, but they still couldn't calm the strange emotions that were frantically churning in their hearts. This is so out of the box and so destructive. Drop, drop, drop. The crunch of the second hand running like a hypnotic, life-threatening note echoed mechanically in the silence. I don't know how long it took, but just at the moment when the crowd within the live broadcast room felt like they were about to suffocate and drown, Chi Luo finally opened his mouth once again. Doesn't that sound rather unbelievable? But it's true. The same unbelievably regular imagery exists in every single one of the 4 masterpieces. It's something I can't make up. and it's something no one can erase. So now, do people still think that this is all coincidence and chance? A mountain and a rock can hit the setting. Is a grass, a water, a fairy and an illusion also hitting the setting? So saying, he turned toward the large LED screen. The lights in the planetarium began to thin out at some point. Within the dim, cold and silent space, only the beam of light that always followed Qi Luo stayed on. Like a torch that drove away the confusion and coldness around him. He stopped before the big screen and began to operate the screen in front of the millions of silent and appalled viewers in the live room. Light and shadow, swiftly flowing. The huge screen quickly split into 4 pieces under his nimble sliding, followed by words emerging in turn. The classic of mountains and seas, dream of the red chamber, journey to the west, water margin, romance of the 3 kingdoms. A grass, ghost grass, Jiang Zhu Xian Chao, ginseng fruit tree, Xian New temple fairy date, Fu Song. A water, the weak water, the sea of irrigation and worry. The river of quicksand, the polygonal puddle, and the Chibi Yangtze River. 1 immortal, Queen Mother of the West Police Fairy. Queen Mother, 9 heavenly maidens, South China Old Immortal. 1 illusionary realm, Kunlun Hanging Gardens Taishu Illusionary Realm. Heavenly Palace, Crypt of the Hall of Voodoo, Crouching Dragon Heights. The moment the text surfaced in full, Zyro pressed pause on the screen, then slowly looked into the camera. Previously we studied, a mountain and a stone, and then found a common pattern. A mountain carries the function of the origin of the coordinate system and the origin of the story in several books. A stone carries the function of the record carrier. For example, Jia Baoyu in Dream of Red Mansions is the main narrative perspective, and Sun Wukong in Journey to the West is also the main narrative perspective throughout the text. Journey to the West, in which the Monkey King is also the main narrative perspective of the whole text. In a steady voice, Zyro let out a long breath, raised his hand and began to write words on the screen. A mountain, origin of coordinates, a stone, record carrier. A mountain and a rock, together they form the datum anchor of the recorded world. Ha! The audience murmured these 2 sentences, and their expressions were a little bewildered. Why is the anchor writing this down and what is he trying to illustrate? Doubts were born, but they did not wait for answers. In the center of the field of vision, the familiar figure continued to speak. Having finished with 1 mountain and 1 stone, let's now look at a couple other pairs of quantum superposition states. So saying, he raised his hand and pointed to the first line of text. The mountain and sea scripture in the ghost grass served can forget. Jiangzhu immortal grass transmigration is to return tears. Ginseng fruit tree served can be long life. Xuan New temple fairy date link Xianfan. The 3 countries Fusan link Han Gaozu and Lubei called the fate of heaven. This is the imagery of grasses and trees in the classic of mountains and seas and the 4 great masterpieces, from which we can likewise find a very obvious pattern. These immortal grasses are all living mediums possessing divinity in the masterpieces, and they all carry longevity, heavenly destiny, predestination, a class of functions. As the words fell, he led the crowd to turn to the second line of text. The weak water in the classic of mountains and seas is the forbidden domain of space that traps all things. The sea of flooded sorrows is the water of the heavenly realm that detains joy. The river of quicksand is the water of the underworld that binds the immortals and Buddhas. The polygonal puddle is the water of reincarnation that buries the souls of the 108 generals of Liangshan Mountain. And the red cliff section of the Yangtze River is the water of predestination that delineates cause and effect. It can be seen that a particularly obvious pattern exists between these water systems as well. They are also living mediums possessing divinity, and all carry predestination, reincarnation, humanity, cause and effect, a class of functions. In the silent live broadcasting room, not even a single pop-up could be seen as Qi Luo's effusive voice ended, followed by another paragraph of text that was solemnly written by him on the large LED screen. A grass, life medium, a water, life medium, a blade of grass and a blade of water, together they form a living medium that reveals predestination and the way of heaven. Same format, different recipe, watching the audience get even more confused. Now, let's see the last group. Dazed and confused, Zyro opened his mouth once again. In the classic of mountains and seas, the Queen Mother of the West controls the immortality pill to maintain the order of life of all things in the world. In Dream of the Red Chamber, the Fairy of Police Illusion monitors the life and death destinies of all people with the 12 hairpin judgments. In Journey to the West, the Queen Mother holds the Garden of Peaches and controls the longevity in the 3 realms. In Water Margin, the Zhou Tianxian Nu, 9th Heavenly Goddess, grants the Book of Heaven to manipulate the direction of the uprisings, and the Old Fairy of Nanhua, Old Immortal of Nanhua, in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms teaches the essentials to spark off the division of the world. See? Zyro smiled and hooked up the corners of his mouth, leaving the crowd with a meaningful smile. All of these imagery that existed as immortals in the masterpieces have a common identity, the controller of order or fate. The physical sensation of a tingling scalp was spreading rapidly through everyone's body, and in the process, Zyro spoke rapidly as he began to decipher the last imagery. The Hanging Gardens of Kunlun and the Classic of Mountains and Seas is a divine space that can be divided into 9 layers. The Taishu Fantasy Realm and Dream of Red Mansions is a divine space that can map the destiny of the whole crew. The Heavenly Palace in Journey to the West is a divine space that controls the 3 realms. The Hall of the Food Devil in the Water Margin is a divine space that suppresses the Big Dipper and the Earth's furies. And the Wulonggang in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms is a divine space that prophesies a 3-pointed world. This law, I think everyone should be able to see it at a glance, right? Shi Luo shrugged, his voice slightly hoarse. All of these illusions have a common function. They are all, without exception, all divine spaces that contain wrapped everything. He spoke in a single word, and then rose his hand and left 2 lines at the bottom of the screen. 1 immortal, controller of the order predestination, 1 illusionary realm, divine space that accommodates the development of all things. 1 immortal, 1 illusion, together, they form a system for monitoring and managing a certain world. Prickly fingers slid across the screen with a piercing sound, and dots of light, thick and sticky like ink, formed lines of blinding text, juxtaposed up and down on the LED screen. Zyro finally stops all movement, inching around and moving closer towards the camera. His expression was somewhat emotional, and his gaze was far deeper than before. This scene, at first glance, looks like it has a bit of a deep sense of destiny. It took us a little over 3 full hours to figure out the quantum superposition states of a full 6 sets of 30 imagery. Now, I think I can tell you with great vigor and confidence that this is no coincidence, no accident. He spoke as he walked, tugging at everyone's heart, as usual. Since it's not coincidence or chance, then what is it? I've actually been thinking about this for a while, until one day, after I sorted out these patterns like I did today, I instantly came to a realization. He stopped and turned to look back toward the LED screen. At that moment, it was like an electric current ran through my whole body, and my whole being began to thrill, fear, and panic, because I found these so-called commonalities and similarities, when viewed in connection, are actually a system that makes my scalp numb and my bones creepy. In a low voice, Shi Luo raised his slightly trembling hands and gently waved them in the air. The next second, above the large screen, began to leap like a ghost, traveling lines of text. We've been observed by a higher dimensional civilization. They have constructed a sophisticated observation logging system based on the Yamahiki. Constructing an observational spatial and temporal coordinate system and determining the observational record carrier by 1 mountain, 1 stone, a blade of grass and a tree as a living medium for observing the world. Establishing an observational management framework with 1 ferry, 1 territory. Above our heads, there's a pair of eyes. The world, quiet. Chapter 102 Corroborating, Higher Dimensional Observation Theory, with Quarto's Perspective. Chi Luo's Soul 1 question, chaotic spacetime, as if covered by some invisible force with a huge, airtight net, no one could escape. The words that floated in the center of the field of vision like swimming fish were like light spikes floating down from the sky, and without hesitation, they dug into the iris of the viewers, devouring the brainwaves that were already in a state of numbness. Vision, a blur. The heart beats as slowly and lifelessly as a star in the darkness of the night that has long been obscured by clouds. Suffocation, repression, fear, silence. Countless thoughts were washed away by endless emotions, and the crowd in front of the screen was transformed into a ship manipulated by its destiny in the fading light. Higher civilization. Such an alien and chilling word. Observation logs. What a scary and resistible assumption. But now, it was just moved to the front of the stage brightly by Chi Luo and forced into everyone's mind. It took a full 3 hours or so, a full 5 of the great books known to everyone in Kyushu, a full 30 images, and countless ancient sources of history and geography to corroborate, add to, and refine it. He exhausted his life's learning and netted all possibilities, just to announce to everyone a reality they don't want to accept but seemingly have to. The top of our heads, there's a pair of eyes. Ha! After a long enough period of time, a long or short sigh of relief came from the screen, and then linked together to form a faint beam of cold light that struck towards the web of destiny that shrouded the firmament above. But the power is too loose and too small. In just one breath, it collapsed like mud. Silence turned into the main theme in the live broadcast room. No one posted pop-ups. No one lifted a finger. No one questioned. No one even breathed. It's a conclusion that's just too shocking, too explosive, and too far out of the ordinary. At this point, they finally understood one thing. Why, after leaving from the Grand View Garden, Chi Luo had arranged for the location of the second live broadcast to be in the Imperial Capital Observatory. Simply because this is the closest place to those eyes in this part of Kyushu. It is the place where the dialogue between the two civilizations is most likely to take place. The wind rises and the stars fall. Above the plain piece of dome, the soft light mixed with the remnants of snow, building a picture of empty silence and coldness. In the center of the field of vision, The dim light brightened. Zyro, who had been silent for a long time, finally resumed his movements once again after giving the crowd a head start. He turned, picked up the steps, and walked slowly, with firm feet, toward the telescope that stood at the center point of the observatory. He didn't say a word the entire time, like he was going through a fated baptism, or like he was about to open a conversation beyond the wheel. 12 steps. He walked for exactly 13 seconds, and after a final second's pause, he raised his hand and gently covered the telescope's cold body, followed by a long breath that carried into everyone's ears. Over the years, I've seen countless interpretations of the Sermon on the Mount by countless people, 101 times, resounding voices, all attempting to read and dismantle this magnum opus. They say it's a marvelous world of strange myths and magnificent imagery, and they also say it's a vast chronicle spanning mountains, lakes, and seas, and netting strange and exotic animals. I tried to learn, to accept, to understand these theories or hypotheses, but each time, I have not been able to convince myself to trust it completely. In a low voice, Zyro began to pace around the massive astronomical telescope, his normally tall figure actually looking small under the equipment's projected coverage. I've always thought that the Book of Mountains and Seas shouldn't be interpreted that way, that it can't be looked at simply as a certain type of masterpiece, that it's a synthesis, it's a contradiction. Until that day, until I looked up at the stars and saw the rays of the stars tangled together, saw the interstellar dust that drifted out of view, and a thought suddenly popped into my head like a bolt of lightning. He paused heavily on his feet, then turned an inch and threw a mysterious, wry smile at the off-screen audience. I think, when I look up at the stars like this, will there be anyone among the stars looking down on me as well? After giving birth to this idea, I first went to the nearest observatory and started observing the stars as fast as I could, trying to find the answer to this question. But at that moment, what appeared in my mind was not the so-called answer, but an unbelievably absurd scene. Chi Luo's voice was somewhat helpless, and the smile that hooked up at the corner of his mouth, at first glance, looked like it carried a bit of resigned bitterness. The image was simple. I was lying in front of the telescope, looking at it and recording it with a pen and paper. On August 10, 2024, I was exploring the stars through the telescope, trying to unravel the secrets of the universe, and at the same time, behind that deep starry sky, a pair of eyes were staring at me, and as I wrote the words, a line of text lit up in the space where he was dash. Within the territory of Kyushu, at the highest point of Rongcheng, south of the Qinling Mountains, a mayfly attempts to observe me. This person is plain-looking and chronically unemployed. Record it. Bang! The moment Chi Luo's words fell, the crowd only felt that something in their chest instantly shattered. An inexplicable palpitation mixed with a mind-numbing panic began to race through the bloodstream. Unstoppable. The observer is observed. Those 6 words alone were enough to elicit endless thoughts. When that image appeared, I immediately migrated to the Sutra of the Mountain and Sea, and many of the problems that had previously plagued me to death were instantly solved, such as this sentence. He stood by the astronomical telescope, raised his hand in a feeble wave, and the next second the long silent screen leapt back to life with the words, "Quartet and the sun go away, drinking from the river way, drinking in the north of Dazawa." This is an account of the quartet chasing the sun. Didn't someone say that the classic of mountains and seas was a book of facts? At that time, I substituted this thought into my mind, and I always felt that it was not right. If it's an earthly account, how difficult would it have to be to record all this, to follow Kwafu and chase the sun? This is too absurd. It doesn't make sense at all. But if you switch to the observer's point of view, everything becomes clear, because that eye that observes the world, he is looking down on the perspective. He only needs to follow the trajectory of the quartet, outline it on the map generated by the observation system, and make a note in the observation log. Zyro said, shaking his head with a bitter smile and a dazed expression. There has been a scholarly dispute in the study of the Shanhaijing over the years. That is the key argument that the mythologists use to refute the documentary school. If the Shanhaijing is a chronicle, how can it possibly encompass all of the so many observational perspectives, such a vast geographical range, and such a refractory range of biological categories? There were no such human or material resources to support it in ancient times. Now, then, I think that problem should be solved. Amidst the dust that rippled all around, Chi Luo raised his eyes to the camera, and the sound that followed made the entire broadcast room solemn like never before. It's not a vast project at all if you look at it from the perspective of high-latitude observers, who have the ability to look down and mark and track everything. And what we think of as the stars and oceans are nothing but puddles and stones to them. Bang! 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 The already fragmented pieces in his chest were completely blown to pieces by Chi Luo's simple sentence. It's a fact that sounds really beyond absurd. But if you look at it outside of the constraints of your current thinking, it feels extremely logical. The audience is about to break down. If they are really in a situation where they are being observed, then it seems that the whole thing of being alive has suddenly lost all meaning. An unprecedented feeling of powerlessness tumbled up from the bottom of his heart, just as they felt like they were about to collapse into a puddle of soulless carrion. Zyro, who was at the center point of the observatory, spoke once again. If it's an observation, there must be a reason and a purpose. What do people think, if the hypothesis holds? And why would a higher dimensional civilization, then, want to observe us? Chapter 103, Blue Star as a Testing Ground? An experiment in restarting civilizations corresponding to the four myths of the classic of mountains and seas. Higher dimensional civilizations. Why would they want to observe us? The ghostly voice, from above the observatory, spread to every corner of the live broadcast, and the clock of 1 a.m. was abruptly struck at this second. The heart, numb, began to revive anew, and ripples called thinking began to appear in the cluttered brain. The pop-up screen, which had been silent for a long time, finally began to be active. Only this time, it was no longer a question or dispute about the interpretation of masterpieces, but rather an in-depth reflection on civilization and the universe. Obviously, they were fields that spanned a wide range, but they were combined by Qi Luo in an incomparably skillful manner. Yet the audience did not feel out of place, and only wanted to use their limited minds to leave some mark on this long river of mystery and attraction. Competition for resources, right? I remember reading a blogger's claim before that our planet has a lot of resources that other planets don't have. So that should be the main reason. Sample collection chanting. Just like we explored the moon and wanted to collect some samples for scientific research. I feel like making a connection. Like if you want to be in a relationship with someone, you have to gather information about her beforehand. Hobbies, whatever. Countless conjectures and brainstorms. Like the heavenly maiden scattered like a flower from the screen fluttered past. Everyone is hard to elaborate their own ideas. There is no difference between high and low. Not to mention the difference between good and bad. Throughout the entire process, Qi Luo stood quietly in place, his deep and steady gaze meticulously browsing through the past, the corners of his mouth always hanging with a smirk if any. That wait was a full 3 minutes, the moment when the density of the pop-ups diminishes and all the brainstorming is about to be exhausted. He finally spoke. I don't know how many pop-ups I've just read, but I'm thankful that almost the vast majority of them have a point of view of their own and are uniquely cerebral. Some say we're being observed because of resources. Others say it's because interstellar civilizations are so lonely that they want a companion. Seriously, all of you have points that I have thought about hypothesizing before, but in the end, all were dismissed by me. Negative? Does that mean we've got it all wrong? Hearing Qi Luo say this, the crowd in front of the screen was a bit confused. Don't the movies always show civilizations colliding across domains because of competition for resources or the establishment of interstellar links? How come it's all denied when it comes to anchors? Heavy clouds of suspicion climbed up from the bottom of his heart, and countless expectant gazes were projected towards Qi Luo. They are waiting for an answer that may never come and will surely cause a furor when it does. And as it turns out, Zillow didn't let them down. The dim light on the dome, scrambling into the dust, the quiet and cold space. Qi Luo raised his hand, took out from his pocket a lake blue thread-bound version of the classic of mountains and seas, and slowly displayed it in front of the camera. Why would I deny the so-called resource scramble theory and cosmic communication theory? It is because of this mountain and sea scripture in my hand. It is the support for all my logic. The classic of mountains and seas is a log of observations, gentlemen, and every subvolume and every chapter in it is faithfully and scrupulously fulfilling its task of recording. This is a point that I believe resonates deeply with all viewers who have carefully read the classic of mountains and seas. So, if it's a resource fight, then it only needs to record the form and location of important resources, right? Why is it so detailed about everything? If it's about establishing connections, then this book shouldn't only record what happened on our planet. There should be records of that civilization's planet as well. Qi Luo said so, subconsciously waved the book gently in the air a few times. The rustling sound of the pages being shaken suddenly took on a bit of the dull power of time traveling through the gap in deep space. The audience in front of the screen, too, temporarily extinguished their fiery inner fantasies at the sound, and furrowed their brows to consider whether there was any previously uncharted territory. What could it be if it were from an observational log perspective? It can't be a simple game that a higher dimensional civilization is playing for fun, so it's just along for the ride, can it? That would really be a bit of a killjoy. Stray and disorganized thoughts wrapped tightly around the audience's minds until Qi Luo spoke again. Only then did he pull them back into a normal rhythm. Do you all know what I majored in college? Specialty? The crowd froze at the sound of the voice. Their gazes were somewhat bewildered. Not in the discussion of the purpose of the observation of high-dimensional civilization. How suddenly pulled to the professional up? I don't suppose anyone could have guessed. Zillow grinned, his tone laced with laughter. I'm studying agricultural farming. What? What the hell? You're studying agriculture and you're dismantling a book? That's a bit of an appalling crossover, isn't it? We, the students of the College of Agriculture, have to go to one thing from sophomore year onwards, Zillow narrated calmly as he rolled his slightly stiff neck. What is it? It's just gardening. The instructor will give each of us a small plot of land and then plant some crops in it as required, loosening the soil, applying fertilizer, and irrigating according to the teaching curriculum. The process. We had to take a little notebook every day to keep track of dash. November 10th. Test field number 4. Grafting strawberry seedlings onto pumpkin stems. Successfully cultivating melon strawberries, orange and yellow in color. Eating diarrhea. He spoke slowly and languidly, even bringing a few smiles between his tones. But none of the viewers in front of the screen could laugh. They hear and understand. When Zyro gave this example about strawberry grafting and breeding from his own experience, they understood almost instantly what the other was talking about. A chilling coolness that ran straight up his spine, along with freezing all the blood in his body. Inside the live room, the pop-ups were all over the place. All that was left was the large, emotionless LED screen in the center of the field of vision, as if it was being manipulated by a pair of invisible hands. Engrave a line of words, full of despair and death. Higher dimensional civilizations do not covet our resources and have never had any interest in establishing contact with us. The reason why they observe us and form a log of observation of everything like the Shanhaijing is simply because we are the subjects of their experiments. The land we are on has one and only one name in their cognizance dash. In lower dimensional space, cheap testing ground. Deep black ink traced an exclamation point on the screen that smelled of mockery. The moment the words fell out, the live screen turned steeply black. The sky at 1 a.m. Was oppressive with layers of clouds stacked on top of each other. Everyone was at a loss for words as they sat before the screen, their minds blank. They were appalled by the lines of text floating on the LED screen. Even more so, he was surprised by Qi Luo's last few words before he went off the air. He said, according to the Shanhaijing, he had done no less than 100 experiments, large and small, on this land, which were all-encompassing and complex. I know you guys don't believe me. Tomorrow night, right on time. At that time I will start with the class of experiments that are the easiest and most ambitious for everyone to understand. There have been 4 such experiments, using familiar, mythological stories as the vehicle. Codename, Civilization Repair and Reboot. Chapter 10 for the first mythological observation experiment in the Yamaha Sutra, Geologic Plate Reset Repair. The pitch-black screen seems to be a horrifyingly deep black hole, instantly confiscating all the audience's physical and emotional senses. They are actually very reluctant to think about or confront the observer in test bed hypothesis proposed by Zillow. Weekday life is not exactly sensational and comfortable, but it's ordinary and warm enough. If it is really confirmed that one lives in a huge glass enclosure, with every word and action being monitored by a pair of eyes, it's going to be hard to be honest and free for the rest of my life. To be honest, Zyro didn't really talk about much in this last hour tonight, and the density of information was nowhere near as good as it had been in previous days. In the eyes of the audience, however, the hour that had just passed was the most difficult, frightening, panicked and silent time period of the past few days for them. After all, people will always be afraid of the unknown, and compared to the so-called lone souls, higher dimensional civilizations and alien beings from further into deep space are the ones that can truly touch the soul. They are afraid, but at the same time, and looking forward to it. In the morning, at 1:20 a.m., in the square outside the Imperial Capital Observatory, Qi Luo, wrapped in an overcoat, lifted his frozen palms to his mouth and hailed, and in the floating mist, lifted his legs and stepped into the business car that had already waited here. However, just at the moment when the car door was about to close, a pale and thin palm violently appeared and forcefully clasped the edge of the car door. Wait, don't close the door. Zillow immediately spoke up and greeted the driver to cancel the closing maneuver. Swish, with a dull thud, the door retreated back into its slot, and it was then that he got a good look at the face of the uninvited guest in front of him. It was an old man with gray hair, wearing a very quaint tang suit, his whole body shivering in the cold wind. His cheeks were red, and his eyes were filled with blood visible to the naked eye. You are Lu Zhongshan, head of the Mythical Ancient Books Division of the Kyushu Ancient Culture Research Institute. The old man reported himself in a raspy tone and smoothly extended his hand towards Qi Luo. Hello Elder Lu. It's cold outside. Come in and chat. Qi Luo invited the other party to get on the car, and Lu Zhongshan didn't be bashful and sat on the seat next to Qi Luo. Elder Lu is looking for me. It's for the classic of mountains and seas, isn't it? Yes, I watched your live stream. Lu Zhongshan took the hot drink handed by Qi Luo and cupped it in his hands and rubbed it slowly. I know what Elder Lu is trying to say. Qi Luo adjusted his seating position and leaned back on his back. My interpretation of the classic of mountains and seas is indeed not in line with the current mainstream viewpoints, and you and your peers will surely think that I'm an anomaly, and will feel that such an interpretation is too far off the beaten path. It is quite deviant. Lu Zhongshan nodded. There's no way to even go cover the word deviant. I know that my own interpretation will be a shock to the ecology of the industry, and it will be hard for you to accept it for a while, but do keep on keeping on. Halfway through his words, they were suddenly picked up smoothly by the old man at his side. Qi Luo's voice lurched, and the expression on his face instantly became wonderful. Elder Lu isn't here to talk me out of it? Are there few researchers in the ancient culture industry in Kyushu who give up halfway through their studies? Why should I advise you to give up? But my theoretical views are so different from what you advocate. Can it be called learning if there are no conflicting and divergent views? Lu Zhongshan spoke in a deep tone, looking at Qi Luo with a gaze full of appreciation and hope. I have studied the Shanhaijing for 40 years, and I have heard many people talk about the Shanhaijing, but what scares me is that those conclusions that existed 40 years ago are still being preached as something new by some people until now. Many times, I thought that the Shanhaijing was going to die, and that this path of ancient cultural research was going to be lost. Until I watched you live. I don't agree with you completely, but I appreciate your courage immensely. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, and it doesn't matter what the outcome is, it's important to keep the Shanhaijing alive and in sync with the times. Under the night sky, the old man towards took Zyro's right hand and patted it hard. Ergo, he pulled away and disappeared into the back of the car without looking back. The car, back on the road. Qi Luo quietly looked out the car window at the short back that was fading away, and with an emotional expression, he opened the note that Lu Zhongshan had taken advantage of the situation to slip to him before he left. The thin pages still carry the unique warmth of the other party, and the neat script is full of reassuring power when illuminated by the dim light. On that was a quote, but Zyro, no matter how he looked at it, thought it was a lamp. He said, if the will does not move, the mountain can be changed. Why worry about the history of the Book of Achievements? The passing of the old generation was dramatized in this moment. It was really like a light that dispelled all the coldness of the late fall night sky. This night, it was estimated that only Qi Luo, who had rushed to Rongqing all night to run to his own warm light, could sleep comfortably and peacefully. Everyone else, all of them fell into the hypothesis of the high-dimensional civilization observation testbed, and it was hard to sleep for a long time. Siege blogging platform. Within just 10 minutes after Qi Luo went off the air, 3 hot searches exploded one after another. Hashtag subversive view that the Sermon on the Mount is an observational log of a higher dimensional civilization. Dare you believe it? Hashtag is it claptrap or strength to interpret masterpieces in this way? Hashtag. Are the 4 myths of hashtag Kyushu for civilization repair reboot experiments? Which 4 myths are they? Exactly? Hashtag. 3 hot searches, almost every one of which sparked heated discussions among netizens, and of all these, it is the third one that has been discussed the most. After all, that topic that Qi Luo threw out before going off the air was just too explosive and attractive. Netizens are scrambling to post their own opinions in the thread, so much so that for close to 20 hours, this hot search was hanging firmly at the top of the Weibo hot search list. The grand frenzy of universal participation has begun. This has never been done before in the history of the development of the internet in Kyushu, and in the future, it is estimated that only Qi Luo can continue to create it. The long wait, the endless arguments, will eventually lead to the moment of closure. Day 2, 8:55 p.m. The moment the number of people online in real time in the live broadcast room skyrocketed to 10 million people, the screen, which was pitch black, abruptly turned bright. Only this time, what appeared in the center of the crowd's field of vision was not Qi Luo's familiar face. Instead, countless pillars of radiant and bright light began to converge as if with divine assistance in a very short period of time. In the dilated pupils of the crowd, it quickly built up into 4 lines of huge text floating in the air. Welcome, visitors, to witness the first civilization restoration experiment on this planet. Restoration of civilization number M34-46025151b, Earth's number in the universe, Blue Star Civilization. Experiment, geological plate replacement engineering in lower civilizations. Experimental performer, first generation human computer intelligent vehicle. Chapter 105 Experiment codename, Jingwei Reclamation. A horrified argument under the holographic projection. The dark night sky was like a huge curtain of light, casting a few lines of text towards the surging dusty space. Clear light and shadow seems to be some kind of mysterious power convergence bonding. Spare gusts of night wind blew, still did not collapse a trace. This is holographic projection? Some people were the first to recognize the technology of light and shadow that floated before them, and began to sigh with emotion in their minds. No one could have imagined that Qi Luo would adopt such a shocking way to open today's live broadcast. Of course, it wasn't the holographic projections that surprised and amazed them, but the narrative approach he used. It is no longer a matter of simply breaking down and analyzing the original text or moving through a predetermined scenario. Instead, he designed a ceremony led by a higher civilization that simulated one of the civilization restoration and reboot experiments he mentioned. This conception, no doubt, gave the audience a great shock. In the live room, it was quiet as hell. The words suspended in the center of the field of vision slowly dispersed between heaven and earth like water ripples after just a few seconds. At the same time, a very technological scene suddenly appeared in mid-air. Minimalist lines crisscrossed to build a huge light screen, and on top of the light screen were densely packed symbols and words. In front of the curtain of light was a cool humanoid figure, as if it had come out of the deep black firmament overhead and was attached to the air. The audience knew that this was still the display effect of the light and shadow equipment, but no matter how they looked at it, they felt that the virtual shadow came with a natural sense of oppression. Unintentionally looking at it more than once, it was even vaguely breathless. Greetings, I am Observer No. 014 of the Great Wasteland Experimental Field Domain, responsible for experimental observation within the spatiotemporal geographic coordinate system of Kunlun and the East China Sea. Raw and ethereal mechanical sounds slowly spread through time and space, wrapped in the sound of squeaking electricity, swinging into everyone's ears. The crowd, which was deeply depressed, all lifted their hearts at this moment, and cast their eyes toward the drifting curtain of light. Not long ago, there was a mishap caused by a deviation in the actions of a heavy quantum robot within the experimental area I was observing. The main control robot lost control and crashed into a deflected energy-drawing light pillar within the field. It triggered a break in the field plate and a morphological imbalance in the central control hub, Kunlun. For this reason, we have decided to carry out a geologic plate reset repair experiment to maintain the stability of the experimental field and facilitate the subsequent experimental projects. A low, mechanical voice shoved huge amounts of information into the crowd's eardrums without explanation. The words that sounded like a heavenly book hit the brain and quickly passed by. High-end and mysterious. The tail end still continues to reverberate through the large space. It was also during this process that the empty and cold heaven and earth began to slowly converge with various colors of light, combining them into a dazzling and fantastical scene. The black and gray light outlined a vast and shocking picture of mountains and rivers, stretching to occupy all corners of the field of vision. Towering mountains, 9 against the sky, the vastness of the sea, rushing and spreading, hanging waterfalls in the mountains between the rocks upside down agitation, clouds in the mountainside between the haunting drift. Quite a tense and powerful scene that left everyone in silence. However, just as they were about to save this rare scene by taking a screenshot or recording it, in mid-air, a violent collision sound was abruptly emitted. Boom! The violent sound that shattered his eardrums filled every cell in his entire body. In the next second, the stunning and incomparable picture of the mountains and rivers began to undergo a shocking collapse and disintegration. Mountains and rocks tumbled down, grass and trees fell, the sea poured in, and beasts ran away. Chaotic dust swept in like a tsunami, and the mountain, which was thrust into the sky, was undergoing a tilted deflection that was visible to the naked eye. Realistic and shocking scenes, watching the audience in front of the screen with their scalps tingling and palms sweating, and along with it, there was a burst of urgent and cold mechanical sounds. Dropping an energy leak has been detected in the central hub supporting the experimental field. Please repair it promptly. Dropping a collapse has been detected in the special genetics laboratory. Experimental organisms have begun to run away. Please repair promptly. Dropping altered plate tectonics of the mass plate where the vital life medium is located has been detected. Please fix it. 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 Warning tone after warning tone, accompanied by the effect sound of a collapsing mountain repeatedly hit the eardrums. Out of nowhere, the audience was suddenly struck with a particularly peculiar sense of perspective. It seemed that what was happening in front of him was no different from the territory games he usually played. Energy field collapses. Captive creatures flee. In the game, this doesn't seem to be a big deal. It just needs to be fixed with the available resource technology. So, is this a game? A thrilling coolness ran right through the nerve centers. At this moment, they finally understood what it meant to be powerless. The word never had anything to do with change, nor was it based on the will of the individual. The reason why you are powerless is because you know it all. It's never a game where you can't manipulate the process. You exist as nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust in someone else's lab vessel. Live in the booth, it was quiet to the point of suffocation. Just at the moment when the crowd's emotions were about to pile up to the extreme, the shadowy figure above the mid-air once again made a sound. An experimental accident was found in the Great Wasteland experimental field. Start the first phase of the restoration project first. Repair coordinates, west of the Great Wasteland east of Kunlun in the Sea of Life. Restoration content, mobilize energy restoration substances from the experimental field resource storage site and carry out restoration works to fill the geological layer of the sea. Repair execution, first generation human-machine intelligent flyer. Repair observer, Observer 014. The restoration project is about to enter the countdown to start. Please prepare the intelligent craft for takeoff. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Shoo. As the cold, mechanical sound dissipated into the night wind, a loud bird whistled, rising abruptly. In the next second, all of the charted light spread out in deep space collapsed. Only a giant bird with spread wings passed overhead, framing this heaven-shaking scene with a blur of light and shadow that exuded mechanical coldness. The dark wilderness, back to normal. The moment that giant bird disappeared into the sky, a beam of light that suddenly descended from the firmament hovered in the center of the field of vision. Beneath the pillar of light was the familiar figure that the crowd had been waiting for so long. He stood quietly in the halo of light, inching his head up the moment the camera pushed quickly toward him. In a low, clear voice, 8 words were slowly uttered. Experiment code name. Seiko. Chapter 106, Denying, Jingwei filling the sea, mythological attributes? Mythological creations also speak of logic? The image that appeared in the center of the camera resembled a cold-colored sculpture frozen in time and space, presenting a mysterious and cold flavor no matter from which angle it was viewed. Qi Luo actually did nothing, but just stood calmly and silently under the star-strewn dome. And with a very, very light voice, he uttered an incomparably simple 8 words. But it was precisely these 8 words that instantly turned into a gun wrapped in endless coldness, blasting the hearts of the crowd into dregs that were hard to pick up. Seiko. It's a myth that almost every person in Kyushu has heard. In general, this is a story that is always given all sorts of connotations and meanings. Persevere, strive, lock in, and never give up. This is the cultural force that is complete and melted into the blood of all people. However, just now, right before Zillow said those 4 words, there were more than 10 million people in the live broadcast room, and while watching that 10-minute-long holographic projection rendition, there was not a single person who connected it to Jingwei reclamation. There isn't one. At this moment, the live broadcast room seemed to have returned to the night when Qi Luo dismantled the red embroidered shoes that had appeared when Yuan Fei's provincial relatives were dismantled, and everyone was so tightly bound to their bodies and strangled by the knot in their throats that even breathing began to become a luxury. Time, minute by minute, passed. The last trace of cool light remaining in the air also completely faded out of view along with the whistling night wind. Everyone, look towards me. The familiar voice, finally appeared, faded from the previous days of lightness, brooding with a deep sense of destiny. The camera quickly advances towards the stoic and resolute face, and countless eyes follow along with the eagerness to be informed of the ins and outs of the view. Just now, I used a holographic projection, which is still quite sophisticated at the moment, to construct an observation process of a high-dimensional civilization for all of you, leading to the topic to be discussed today. That's all I can imagine, but I guess there's a world of difference compared to the reality. He spoke in clear tones, looking upward, but even if there is a gap, I guess it is limited to those details that are difficult to restore. In terms of the experimental framework, the restoration program, and the means of restoration execution, I think there should not be any problem. So gentlemen, the mythological story, Jingwei reclamation, that we know so well, it is not at all as simple as a bird throwing a stone into the sea. It was a geological restoration experiment led by a higher dimensional civilization. That bird was not a bird of our conventional cognition. And the grass, trees, and stones that were thrown into the sea were also special substances that were beyond our understanding. This is what I am going to share with you. It's also the first experiment in restoring and rebooting civilization in the form of a mythological story in the Book of Mountains and Seas. What? As the words fell, a thrill went through the audience. Anchor, do you want to hear what you're talking about? How come a good mythological story has been completely mutilated into something else in your mouth? And, did you even blink when you said that? Is it possible to have been personally involved in that so-called geologic plate repair experiment? You were there? The pop-up screen, which had been silent for a long time, completely exploded after Qi Luo threw out this shocking point. The sprawling text, almost in an instant, filled the corners of the screen of the live broadcast room in an unusually spectacular manner. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Since when did reclamation become a restoration experiment? It's just a story created by the ancestors' imagination, isn't it? I can't accept this absurdity. This deconstruction of the myth is a bit too arbitrary, as if I wrote a novel and gave the protagonist the ability to walk on walls, and then you have to say that he is a robot? You can't make that analogy. I've been your most loyal fan since the first day of the Anchor, but now I'm starting to waver. Your interpretation of Seinfeld is so childhood ruining that I can't really connect a simple story to the so-called restoration of civilization. There's nothing wrong with interpreting, and there's nothing wrong with over-interpreting, but you have to tell the facts, make sense, and mention logic. Yes, we interpret, indeed, facts and reason. Among the countless pop-ups that sped by, Qi Luo incomparably grabbed one of them and opened his mouth with a smile on the face of the skepticism that came from the sky. And my facts and reasoning is this log. This true and detailed observation log. In the shimmering light, he rears the blue, threadbare copy of the Sutra of the Mountains and Seas and presents it to the camera. You question it because the Shanhaijing is still, in your eyes, a so-called complete collection of myths and mysteries or an ancient encyclopedia. And the reason why I would consider it to be a record of a civilization restoration is based on the fact that the Shanhaijing is, in my logical system, a record of daily observations concocted by a higher dimensional civilization. Of course, it must be impossible for a theory and viewpoint to be understood and accepted by everyone at the initial stage of its presentation. And it would be difficult for everyone to instantly jump out of their inherent thinking to follow my perceptions and rhythms. That's alright then. Today I'll go along with everyone's perception and analyze it, to show you all just how much behind this seemingly swashbuckling myth is unreasonable. As Zyro's voice settled, the crowd in front of the screen frowned. Analyze the irrationality of Psycheo? Why does that sound so weird? Isn't this thing a mythological story? How can it be logical? As he was thinking, Zyro spoke up. First of all, let's look at this myth from the perspective of an ancient encyclopedia, also known as the chronicler. I don't think I need to tell you much for you to identify a huge logical hole, do you? He raised his hand and gently slid out a distance above his head, the corner of his mouth with a smile. It is recorded in the classic of Mountains and Seas that Jingwei is the one who bridged the grasses and stones from the western mountain to the eastern sea to reclaim the sea. The West Mountain corresponds in reality to an area roughly around the Taihang Mountains, while the East Sea is the Bohai Sea area, with a distance of about 800 to 1,000 kilometers between the two, a distance of thousands of kilometers, and in the ancient times when communications were backward. I would like to ask you all, who can see the so-called Jingwei bird take off from the West Mountain and then at the same time see it reclaiming the sea in the East Sea? It's not natural at all, so it can't be documentary. Zyro said so, and the audience nodded in agreement. Indeed, the theoretical view of the documentarians is completely untenable if one extrapolates from distance alone. Now then, let's analyze its implausibility as a mythological story from the logical point of view of mythological story compilation. Qi Luo spoke in a deep voice, while the viewers in front of the screen were somewhat confused. Words. Are myths logical too? Chapter 107, The Energy Light Pillar on Mte. Titanic collapsed. The Kunlun hub malfunctioned. The mechanical Shin bird came out of nowhere. The live broadcast room once again resumed its usual rhythm, and the viewers sat in front of the screen in unison, unable to stop their minds from flashing back to the words that Qi Luo had just uttered. To them, myths are supposed to be the product of pie-in-the-sky stories, generally as outrageous as they need to be, so how can they be logical? But now, with just a simple sentence, Qi Luo negated the crowd's usual perception and told them one thing. Myths, too, have logic. I know that people may find it a bit strange. Since mythology uses the word myth as a prefix, one shouldn't talk about logic. However, it isn't. Zyro in front of the camera shook his head gently, his tone bland. No one thing, no type of cultural creation can be divorced from social reality. No one is completely isolated from the group consciousness, the trajectory of development of the era in which it is located. Mythological stories, too, a faint voice, accompanied by a clear wind, was transmitted into the ears of the crowd, and the expressions on their faces shifted from doubt to enlightenment in the process. They heard what Zilla was saying and recognized him as such. Mythological stories, as cultural creations of an era, are bound to share the same fate with the era, which is the law of history and also the basic common sense, he said casually, smoothly turning over a page of the Shanhaijing in his hand. I once read a book which was called Mythology of the Nine States, in which the author put forward a very classic theory, and one that I personally recognize very much. He studied several mythological stories from the era in which the Shanhaijing was written, and summarized two compilation principles and inner laws. First, possessing extremely high divine attributes. Second, possessing a complete chain of karma. Two laws were thrown out by Qi Luo's raised hand. The audience was inwardly shocked, once again marveling at Qi Luo's extensive knowledge. Now, let's bring the myth of the spermatozoa into these two laws, and then you'll realize that it's not really considered a myth in the strict sense of having a full narrative function. First of all, the divine attributes of the story, Jingwei, are collapsing. The drowning of Jingwei in the East China Sea as Yandi's daughter without any divine intervention by Yandi is not consistent with the divine worship of the supreme god in that period. taking a step back. Even if Emperor Yan didn't intervene, that Jingwei, as the daughter of the supreme god, is herself a representative of divinity and greatness? So how could she have drowned in the East Sea so easily? So, herein lies the paradox of the collapse of the godhead. The first loophole. The moment the clear and unambiguous analysis came out of his mouth, the crowd even went wide-eyed. To be honest, when they used to read the story of Jingwei reclaiming the sea, they never considered this angle. They only felt sorry for Jingwei and how he was drowned. But now, with Zyro's guided explanation, the audience finally realizes the huge problem hidden between the lines. Yeah, who is Jingwei? That's the daughter of Yan Di. How could such a person drown in the East China Sea? Even if he drowned, her father didn't care? It does seem a bit illogical. If you look at it this way, there doesn't seem to be much wrong with the anchor's thinking. Just as he was thinking, Zyro opened his mouth once again. Secondly, the chain of cause and effect in Psycheo is also broken. The myths of the 9 states all have an extremely clear closed loop of cause and effect, such as the blocking the road, moving the mountain for generations, removing it by divine power, closed loop of Yugon's removing the mountain, and the 10 days coming out drawing the bow and shooting, successfully removing the 9 days, closed loop of Hoyi's shooting at the sun, all of which strictly follow the inherent chain of cause and effect. But the causal chain of Jingwei's reclamation is clearly missing. Its story structure is drowning in the East China Sea, transforming into Jingwei, desperately reclaiming the sea. And as to whether the sea was filled or not, there is no then. It's a straight line with cause but no effect. And there's a big problem. Zillow shrugs and raises his eyes to the camera, looking at the audience with a good sigh. Good lord, the myth of Kyushu can still be dismantled like this. Ha! Sure enough, the netizens were right. This one was born to eat. Beyond the screen, the crowd's eyes were filled with admiration and sighs, and Zyro's voice continued to come out as they listened sideways. So yeah, it doesn't seem like it would be very appropriate to understand Psycheo from the perspective of a mythological story. There's no way we can completely discredit it as a form of mythology, but at the very least it's flawed and not perfect, right? So what the hell? Is there a relatively perfect explanation? The light voice, under the disturbance of the breeze, slowly dipped into the live broadcast. The crowd looked at Qi Luo with grave expressions, and the doubts that had remained firmly in their hearts began to dissipate. Yeah, both from the point of view of factual record and mythological story, this Psychon looks more or less problematic. In an instant, the enlightened audience looked up in horror, their eyes cast toward the screen in horror. Sure enough, in the infinite darkness that spread across their vision, they saw the corners of the man's mouth curl into an especially confident arc. He once again raised the mountain and seized sutra held in his hands, and his low, powerful voice rubbed into the sound of the blazing wind in the process. That's right, the perfect answer is the observation of higher dimensional civilization experiments. All of the accounts of Jingwei reclamation in the classic of mountains and seas, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a complete diary of experimental observations. So saying, he raised his hand and slid it gently through the air. In the next second, the holographic light that had previously disappeared began to build again, with him as the central origin. It rapidly spread out towards the endless deep blackness, building a huge and realistic simulation of a sandbox. He took a deep breath and waited for the scene to be built before moving his feet and slowly walking towards a virtual light pillar on the far right. Now, please cast away all selfish thoughts and join me in going over the details of this experiment. In detail, Zyro said so, his feet shuffling across the floor in a rhythmic echo. For a moment, it seemed as if the crowd had actually traveled back in time. Heaven and earth, silent. The only sound that could be heard originated from the low, yet magnetic voice of. It would have been late one night in the higher dimensional era, when a dull thud abruptly erupted from the quiet of time and space. The energy-drawing light pillar codenamed Unchained Mountain in the experimental field named Great Wasteland collapsed with a bang. The Earth's veins are emitting continuous whimpers in the abyss, and the central control hub codenamed Kunlun is about to be slowly swallowed up by the tidal wave coming from the overflowing East Sea. And so, the humanoid girl who had been nurtured for so long finally came in handy. Her neural veins cropped into countless slices of starbursts carrying her consciousness, along the pulsed electron folds, injected into the bionic cranium of a mechanical basilisk. At that second, the observer left an unbelievably casual entry in the log dash. It says, the first generation of human-machine homunculus intelligent flying machines is hereby born. I found that deep within the iris of the mechanical seer, the temperature of a pair of human eyes still remains. Chapter 108, A Mountain and a Water, Locating the Observation Experimental Field. Experimental background, angrily hitting the Buzhou Mountain. In the quiet, dusty space, the humid vapor brought by the northwest monsoon swirled, saturating Qi Luo's slightly raspy voice and transforming it into a mysterious and peculiar electric current that flew in towards everyone's ears. the holographic sandbox in the field of view, as if isolated from the fickle world they were in, became a link to a higher dimensional passageway, sending the audience all into a previously uncharted otherworldly space and time. In just a few minutes, Zyro had built them a fantastical and icy world with the light of the eye and poetic language. Familiar names from the classic of mountains and seas are blended with previously unheard of scientific and technological terms to create an observational diary equal to the thickness of the universe. Even if they can't understand it, even if they are overwhelmed for a moment, but that didn't stop them from continuing to put their minds at ease and listen, because they could clearly feel that in the words spoken by Qi Luo, the dead record became a leaping soul, and the epic of civilization was tainted with the temperature of humanity. Time, slow and weary, he still traveled through the optical modules that were frozen in the night sky, his voice flowing lightly with his steps. That night, the mechanical elite took off from the top of the western mountains, leaping over the experimental base engraved with coordinates and traveling through a rain of light cascades and electricity constructed by cold quantum. Every alloy bone in this shell that carries the destiny of restoration plays a hydraulic string song, the moment the long titanium beak knocks against obsidian. The antimatter propulsion afterglow at the tip of the claw stains the sky. It was a casual experiment that left the remnants of a machine soul in the field called the Great Wasteland. The hoarse voice pierced through the lifeless and temperatureless pillar of bright light, rippling through the silence like ice between heaven and earth. The expressions of the people whose scalps were tingling in front of the screen were solemn, and their gazes towards Qi Luo were filled with deep awe and confusion. This is not the Jingwei fill the sea, in their cognition, but if they go back and think about those words and phrases that were spoken by him, they perfectly fit the correct exposition of Jingwei fill the sea. Emotions, all of a sudden, started to get complicated. It was like a million things were clogging up in his chest, trying to express himself but unable to find the right opportunity. Until the moment when Qi Luo's low trailing voice and leisurely footsteps settled at the same time. This conversation, which was blocked by the electronic screen, finally opened. I'm a little confused. Anchor, I'm really a little confused. What you just said, is that the Jingwei reclamation in the eyes of high-dimensional civilization? How come I know all these words, but I just don't understand them when they are put together? The information density is too great. You let me sort it out. I can actually see something, but it was just so shocking that I forgot about it in a flash. The main reason why we don't understand and find it confusing, I think, is that too many place names appear. How do you bring in Buzhou Mountain, Kunlun and all these? How can they still be connected to each other? One after another, pop-ups flew by from in front of his eyes. Zyro smiled and looked at the screen, waiting for the audience to let out their long-suppressed emotions. The ocean of pop-ups rained down for 2 or 3 minutes. The moment the remnant stars in the sky were slowly swallowed by the cloud shadows, Qi Luo finally spoke. Just now was a brief description of the general experimental process. I'm sure some people can understand it, but the vast majority of the audience will still find it a bit obscure. That's okay. Next, I'll take you all through a detailed breakdown. And the angle we're embarking on is the full deployment of the experiment. Full process deployment of experiments? So was the anchor really ready to go further and further down this road of combining science and theology? The viewers thought so, and at the same time smoothed out their minds, wanting to see how Qi Luo would go about interpreting Jingwei filling the sea from an experimental point of view. I'll still use my own experiments in cultivating crops as a benchmark to introduce this process to you all. Qi Luo smiled and spoke, his tone subdued. The first step in the experiment is to delimit the area where the test field is located. So saying, he raised his hand and pointed toward one of the optical modules floating in front of him. That's them. And to correspond to the Shanhaijing, you need to look at the whole record of Jingwei to find the answer. So Anchor, is this the time to start showing off his positioning wizardry again? The audience's eyes dribbled and their expressions were full of curiosity. Do you remember the logic of building an experimental observation system for higher dimensional civilizations that I talked about before? The question was thrown out and there was an immediate pop-up response. If I remember correctly, it should be a mountain and a rock to determine the geographic coordinate system, a blade of grass and a piece of water to determine the medium of observation in life, and an immortal and an illusion to determine the management and control system. Right? Correct. Qi Luo nodded. Now then, let's follow this line of thought and combine it with the record of this experiment, Jingwei reclamation, in the classic of mountains and seas to determine the experimental field where it was located. Zyro said so, and began to slowly pace through the world of light and shadow. The classic of mountains and seas records Jingwei reclaiming the sea in this way, saying that there is a mountain named Fat Hatsu's Mountain, on which there is a bird, with a civilized head, a white beak, and red feet, called Jingwei. It was the daughter of Emperor Yan, who swam in the East Sea and drowned, and often filled the East Sea with wood and stones from the West Mountain. Mount Hataki is the place where Zhangxue originates. In this record, Two main place names and two waters appear. Place name, Hataki no Yama, Nishiyama. Waters, Zhongshui, East China Sea. As he spoke, Qi Luo had already traveled to an area where mountains and water met. He raised his eyes and raised his hand in the air to point. This is the mountain of Hair Hatchet where Jingwei is located. And the water system next to it is Zhongshui. Zhongshui is clearly documented in the water classic as the turbid Zheng River, which originates in Changxi County, Shaanxi Province, so that it can be easily localized to Fat Hat Mountain, which belongs to the Taihang Mountains and is located right in the middle of Changxi County. As for the Western Mountains and the Eastern Sea, they are a little better understood. First of all, the East Sea, at present in the academic world, it is generally recognized that the East Sea is the sea area on the eastern side of the Great Wilderness, and the eastern side of the Great Wilderness is the Ludong Peninsula, which we have previously deduced. Therefore, the location of the East Sea is roughly in the Bohai Sea region, rather than the conventionally perceived waters of the East Sea. As for the Western Mountain, this is actually a rather vague pointing concept. It is not the actual name of the mountain, but rather a district judgment made in comparison to the Eastern Sea, where, in combination with the area where Seiko is located, it is generally believed to refer to the Hataki Mountain. The calm voice had just fallen, and in the next second, the landscape scene that had previously stretched out in front of Qi Luo suddenly shrunk into a map of light and shadow. The mountains spanning on the left side were the Taihang Mountains, while the churning waters on the right side were the Bohai Sea region. Here is the area of the Seiko experiment that we deduced through the original text. Qi Luo smiled and pointed at the map. The test field has been found. Next, it's time for us to determine the background and purpose of the experiment. As he spoke, Qi Luo raised his hand and pointed to the leftmost area of the light and shadow world and spoke in a deep voice. The cause that made it necessary for this restoration experiment to be initiated was that well-known event, Gong Gong's angry collision with Buzhou Mountain. It was its appearance that led to the disorganization of the ecosystem of the entire Great Wasteland Observation region, making this field, which carries the functions of civilization iteration and gene breeding, desperately in need of restoration. Chapter 109, Shocking Conclusion. The Great Desolate Field is actually the gathering place of the three major fracture zones. In the center of the field of vision, Zyro, who had finished those words, began to move forward on the dry, cold ground. The soft light at his side was like a net, enveloping him shallowly. That clear voice slowly spread out with the night breeze. The opening of an experiment is bound to have its triggers. It is impossible for Jingwei to go reclaiming the sea for no reason, and it is impossible for a geological plate to fracture for no reason. Then what exactly is the cause of all this? It's that story that's been passed down for thousands of years. Gong Gong's anger against Buzhou Mountain. And in my system of logic, it's more like a damage to a space energy column caused by an experimental accident. Gong Gong hit Buzhou Mountain in anger? The audience couldn't remember exactly how many times they had heard this phrase, but could clearly sense that it was high on the list of appearances and importance in this so-called civilization restoration experiment. Important as it may be, the audience can't see any connection between Gong Gong's rage against Buzhou Mountain and Jingwei's reclamation, either based on the original text of the Shan Hai Jing or on the level of high-dimensional experimental observation. So the long silent pop-ups tumbled again, and countless doubts poured out. How can there be a connection between the mountain and the sea? They're two different mythologies. The hosts are not going to perform a handful of rote replicas, are they? I've read through the classic of mountains and seas twice, and if I remember correctly, the two stories are not from the same volume, right? How do they fit together? Maybe it's because I don't read much. I always feel a bit confused. If according to the anchor this way, then just find two myths won't be able to find a connection? Since it is said that the rage against the Buzhou Mountain is the background of the experiment, one has to find out the supporting evidence, right? Logic and corroboration have just about become the buzzwords in the airwaves in recent times. It must be said that another special contribution of Zillow Live, apart from popularizing knowledge to the whole population, is to help people build a mature system of thinking about problems. This is the root of why platforms are willing to consistently help him push streams, with little academic opposition. The pop-ups rained down, and they continued to rain for 2 or 3 minutes. But after that particularly eye-catching request for corroboration pop-up, Zillow finally opened his mouth with a flourish. Why, angrily hitting the Buzhou Mountain would be the trigger for Jingwei reclaiming the sea, right? Then it's going to be explained in 2 ways here. The first is the plate linkage of the macro observation field. The second is the important role of the uncharted mountains in the macro observation field. What? Nice guy. So professional? The moment Zyro gave his reason, the audience was shocked, and a feeling began to become clearer and clearer since the start of the night. Today's anchors seem to have kicked the habit of being weird and strange, and have started to walk the walk. For example, the 2 supporting points just raised. This is not interpretation is simply in the completion of a professional paper. With this in mind, the sense of anticipation in his eyes grew stronger. Although Qi Luo's knowledge is cold, but learning is indeed addictive enough, regardless of other things, at least when you go out to get together to blow great as an excellent talking point. In the field of vision, light and shadows flowed, and that familiar voice, too, once again came through the microphone. Does everyone remember the number of the observer of that higher dimensional civilization? What's your number? If I remember correctly, it should be the Great Wasteland Field 014 observer, right? Right. Qi Luo gently nodded. Then there's a keyword here, Great Desolate Field. The Taihang Mountain Bohai Sea, experimental field that we just mentioned comes under the Great Wilderness Field. The reason why there is this experiment is because the Great Desolate Field has an ecosystem imbalance problem, which is why it needs to be repaired. Now, then, we need to find out the exact extent of the Great Wasteland Field, from which we can further clarify the context of the experiment. In logical and clear words, Zyro continued to speed up his speech. The extent of the Great Wasteland Field is actually quite easy to delineate. The answer is written in the classic of mountains and seas. All we need to do is to find the relevant descriptions and determine its points in the four directions of the southeast, northwest and northwest. Then we can lock it in. As he spoke, a holographic map was quickly imaged in front of him, revealing a vast expanse of shocking mountains, rivers, lakes and oceans, with the simple flavor of nature in a strong mechanical sense. The location of the Great Eastern Wilderness, which we have previously examined, is in the Rudong Peninsula and the Bohai Sea area. Regarding the Great Western Wilderness, the classic of mountains and seas says that this place is beyond the Northwest Sea, and according to current scholarly research, the so-called Northwest Sea is probably Lop Nor. And then based on the characteristics of the treacherous mountainous shape of the Great Wilderness in the extreme west, it can basically be localized in the vicinity of the Pamir Plateau, the Great Northern Wilderness, the land of the extremely cold Yudu, corresponding to the modern terrain, must have extended from the Great Xing'anling region of the Kyushu. Finally, the Great Southern Wilderness. As Zyro spoke, he raised his hand and pointed towards a certain area on the holographic map. In the next second, the bottom right of the map zoomed in violently, and two huge words were displayed at the top. Yungue, the classic of mountains and seas mentions, beyond the South China Sea, west of the Red Water, east of the quicksand, where red water means reddish water, and the quicksand is not a desert form in the conventional sense of the word, but has been proven to be in fact a karstic landform. And in the southern part of Kyushu, the only one that meets these conditions is Yungue. Now, the four coordinate points that can be used to determine the location of the Great Wasteland Zone have been found by us. In a low, hoarse voice, the holographic map began to shift, an orange and yellow ray of light, with the Pamir Plateau as the starting point, meandering serpentine, through the Inshan Chilian, around the Ludong Peninsula, wrapped around the Yellow River hinterland, across the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau, and finally from the Hengduan mountain system climbed up to pause in the northern edge of the vast frontier. All of them looked at the scene in silence, their emotions turning from light to strong, and a feverish tide turned up in their chests. This scene really had the heavy feeling of going back to history, even if this history was even shaped like a cage when placed in the universe only. In the darkness of the night, Qi Luo finally looked at the camera, and after a long moment of silence, displayed a relieved smile. This is a panoramic view of the Great Wasteland Field, and we can see that the test field called Taihang Bohai lies precisely between these areas. Remember the first point I used earlier to explain that Gong Gong's anger at touching the Buzhou mountain was the background to the Yijingwei's experiment? Plate linkages and macro-observational fields? Correct. Zyro smiled and nodded, raising his step and taking a step forward. In the next second, the map outlined as the outline of the Great Wasteland suddenly stood up and hovered in midair. The audience gazed with attention, and Qi Luo's gaze drifted above the map at the same time. He looked at the map quietly for a long time, and after a long time, in a voice that could be heard by all, he spoke slowly. Do you see now? This experimental field called the Great Wasteland happens to be the area with the most numerous fracture zones and the most fragile plate tectonics in Kyushu since ancient times. There are 4 major fracture zones in the 9 states, and the Great Wasteland region encompasses 3 of them. Therefore, when that pillar of light at the edge of the Great Wasteland that harbors a pillar of energy light collapses, it is extremely easy to trigger a linkage effect across the entire Great Wasteland plate. Higher dimensional civilizations anticipated this kind of problem a long time ago. That's why they turned on the fixes in the first place when the experimental blunders happened. Now, do you all understand why the reclamation can only be done by Seiko? Because this itself is the experimental failure remedy they prepared in advance to prevent a plate linkage collapse in the Great Wasteland region. The night breeze, blowing the last vestiges of chaos out of the mind. The audience was silent in front of the screen, appalled by the logical and clear analysis. To be honest, regarding the authenticity of the Yijingwei's civilization restoration plan, they had actually been quite inclined and approved of it. But Zillow, it seems, is not content with the status quo. After a slight pause of a few seconds, he turned around and looked at the high mountain that was located at the edge of the holographic projection view and was shaped like a pillar. Having understood the premise of the vulnerability of the Great Wasteland regional plate, let's look back at the myth of the catastrophe that is so full of mystery. He said so, looking at the camera with a mysterious expression. Do you all know anything about the true form of the Buzhou Mountain as a spatial energy pillar of the Great Desolate Field? In the classic of mountains and seas and several well-known ancient books of Kyushu in ancient times, it was actually written a long time ago. Chapter 110, Scary Mountain and Sea Scripture. It is written that the Buzhou Mountain is a pillar of energy that glows. The halo of light rolled up by the lamps flashed swiftly from Qi Luo's angular face, and between heaven and earth, it was as if all sound was lost in an instant. The audience's hearts heaved and they couldn't even believe their ears a little. Just now, did I hear you right? The anchor seems to say that the fact about Buzhou Mountain being a pillar of spatial energy in the Great Wasteland Field has long been written out in its original form in the classic of mountains and seas and other ancient texts? Ha! What kind of international ing joke is this? It's true that I have done very little research on the various types of ancient books in Kyushu, but I have a cell phone and can access the internet. Just a moment ago when he was speaking about the Yijingwei's civilization restoration experiment, many people in the live broadcast room had actually taken the lead in searching and learning about it. Regarding the descriptions of Buzhou Mountain in various ancient books, naturally, a few impressions were left, but out of the full tens of millions of people in the live broadcast, not a single one of them found the abnormality that distinguished it from the other mountain systems in the mountain and sea scripture. Murphy, again, this copy of the Sermon on the Mount I have in hand doesn't match the anchor's version? Isn't it even the same Buzhou Mountain? The absurd ideas that had come to mind while interpreting the dream of the Red Chamber reared up in my head. The pop-ups, which had been suppressed by Zyro's voice for a long time, began to come alive in the process. What? What the hell? The ancient book of Kyushu states that Buzhou Mountain is a pillar of energy? Do you think I can't read? I've read the records related to Buzhou Mountain so many times that I've snapped the pages, but I still can't find any connection between it and this kind of high-dimensional technology. Why don't you just upload the link? I'll definitely buy the out-of-print Sutra of the Mountains and seize your holding. Good guy. Directly to me dry confused. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, I don't recognize the fact that the Buzhou Mountain in the ancient books is a pillar of energy light. Bullet screens of all shapes and colors, like a tidal wave triggered by a landslide, tumbled towards Qi Luo's field of vision. Throughout the entire process, he made no comment until the clock struck 11 late at night with a dull thud, and only then did he raise his eyes to the flickering, glistening white light of the camera and speak faintly. Everyone's understanding of what I just said may have been a bit off. When I said that the ancient texts of the Kyushu states point out that the Buzhou Mountain is a pillar of energy light, I didn't mean that they directly wrote the words, pillar of energy light, in the original text. Rather, it is the ability to decipher this hidden message between the lines of the description of the uncharted mountain. As he spoke, he sidestepped to make room. In the next second, a line of ancient text composed of light and shadow floated shallowly in the boundless darkness like a lotus flower out of the water. The crowd raised their eyes and began to follow along in front of the screen. The classic of mountains and seas, the Western scripture of the Great Wilderness. In the corner of the Great Wilderness, there is a mountain that does not fit in the name of Buzhou. This is Buzhou Mountain in the Shanhaijing. It's very simple and easy to understand. That is to say, at the edge of the Great Wilderness another mountain is broken. Its name is Buzhou. Doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it, right? Zyro smiled and spoke, gesturing to the virtual light on his side. Nothing more than the geographic location of the uncharted mountain, right on the Pamir Plateau we mentioned before, has been established. But if you broaden your horizons a little bit more and dabble a little bit more widely, you'll realize that this mountain range located in the extreme west of the Great Wilderness has problems. Big problems. It can't even be called a mountain in a sense. As the words fell, the hearts of the crowd began to leap up at a rapid pace. Only this time, they were too pressed to make any comments, and immediately afterward, another line of ancient and atmospheric text appeared on Qi Luo's side. Huainanzi Tianwen Sun, Gonggang's anger touched Buzhou Mountain. The heavenly pillars were broken, and the earthly dimensions were cut off. The Huainanzi, a collection of historical materials from the Western Han Dynasty, has a very high degree of credibility. Qi Luo inclined his head towards the line of text, and explained in a loud voice, the sentence that you are seeing now is the original text in the Huainanzi, which translates to, Gong Gong crashed through Buzhou Mountain, causing the giant pillar connecting the high heavens to break, triggering a horrifying ground subsidence. At the faint sound of the voice, the audience felt the tiniest bit of electricity begin to leap up from their scalps. Nice guy, Tianju. This word looks really like what the anchor just said, energy pillar, means It's just that, despite the resemblance, there's still no way to fully connect it to a product of higher dimensional technology like hyperspace energy. What if the unchained mountain looks just like the root body? It's not impossible. Just as he was thinking, Zyro opened his mouth once again. The description in the Huainanzi has got to be actually very close to the claim that Buzhou Mountain is a pillar of energy. But it's not enough. It's still not convincing. Qi Luo smiled and shrugged, raising his hand in the air, and an instant second later, a third line of text emerged. Hichu, the heavenly pillar, the ruins of the Kunlun, and the upper gate of Xiangue, the Hichu bracket, an especially famous ancient book of geography from the Han Dynasty, is even more authentic than the Huainanzi. It was in this book that the energy pillar setting of Buzhou Mountain was perfected once again. It says that above the vast wilderness close to Kunlun, there is a celestial pillar that connects the stars in the sky. As he spoke, Qi Luo once again looked toward the virtual light shadow of the Buzhou Mountain that hung high at his side with a deep expression. Kunlun, according to the testimonies, is also on top of the Pamir Plateau in Kyushu, so this heavenly pillar near it is naturally Buzhou Mountain. It is connected to the stars, but isn't it an energy pillar that draws energy from outer space? Now, should explain it very clearly, right? In a somber voice, the Buzhou Mountain, constructed by holographic projection, slowly began to take shape. A beam of ghostly blue light visible to the naked eye rose up from the crumbling mountain peaks, plunging straight up towards the deep black dome of the sky. Shocking and bizarre, the crowd watched in peace and quiet. The feeling of numbness in the scalp had already been transmitted to every cell of the body among the blood. Shivering. However, just as they decided to accept the fact that the uncharted mountain was a pillar of energy and light, a pop-up, however, slid ghostly across the screen from them in an unexpected way. So what if the top leads to the stars? What if it's a visual deception because the mountain is too high? If it's a pillar of energy, it would certainly glow. None of these descriptions are there. How do you explain this? That's something that's actually quite explainable. Qi Luo responded with a smile, waving the mountain and sea sutra in his hand in passing. It is clearly recorded in the classic of mountains and seas that the matter of Buzhou Mountain glowing is clearly recorded. So there's no need for me to explain it to you at all. There's a divine book to discern the scriptures for me. Please turn the mountain and sea sutra in your hand to the volume of the 3 sutras of the Western Sublime. You've got 3 minutes to find out what that dash. A glowing column of energy. Chapter 111, Weird Ancient Books. Terrifying Records. All details of the Jingwei's experiment are incorporated. Tonight the sky is clear and snowless, and a few stars paint a reassuring picture in the deep, distant sky. The field of vision was blurred, with streaks of brilliant light combining to form a virtual yet complex scene, making it easy to forget whether it was reality or illusion. In the time that flew by, Qi Luo used the particularly precise words and phrases from the 3 ancient books to popularize to the crowd a knowledge that was absurd no matter how one looked at it. The Buzhou Mountain in the corner of the great wilderness is a pillar of energy light that connects the blue star to the outer realms of the stars. It has a true historical record and is irrefutable. In the live room, it was quiet as ink. The cold cellar-like space only began to stir again when the pop-up called questioning rode swiftly past on the photoelectric pixels. Yeah, if Buzhou Mountain was really a pillar of energy and light, it would certainly take on a glowing form. So, where's the light? Having managed to find a loophole in Zyro's theory, they were about to launch a pop-up attack with gusto. But the next moment, they were dragged into the classroom by Qi Luo in 2 simple sentences. And incidentally, they were given a question to think about. Evidence that the Buzhou Mountain glows from the original text of the Shanhaijing, Shiji Sanjing. It's done. So what else is there to do? Huffing and puffing and looking for it. Of course. The live feed. Back to silence. It was clearly after 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, and in the vast majority of the cities in Kyushu, the crisp sound of turning a book rang out at the same time. The crowd followed the obscure writing on the inked pages and searched down the lines. The content that would normally make you sleepy at first glance is actually friendly and easy to understand at this moment. Sure enough, that old saying is true. Interest is the best teacher. It was a scene that lasted a full 2 minutes. As the crowd was looking for it with wide eyes, a pop-up slid ghostly across the screen. Murphy, is it the line? Looking south to Kunlun. Its light is blazing. Its breath is soulful? Exempt? The viewers who saw the pop-up screen were first stunned, and a strong sense of frustration floated up in their hearts. Good lord, do you have scanning eyes? How fast can you find it? It's just a live broadcast. What's with all the scrolling? They cursed and closed the book. Their gazes turned towards Qi Luo, wanting to verify the authenticity of the answer. After all, but anyone who has read a book has an experience that people who hand in their papers early are generally divided into 2 cases. Either they are real gods of learning or they are scum who don't want to waste time. As it turns out, The viewer who sent the bag of tricks pop-up was the former. In the virtual wilderness constructed by light and shadow, Qi Luo smiled and removed his gaze from the screen, nodding lightly. It seems that the students in this class have a good foundation, finding the correct answer in such a short time. The Shan Heijing's account of Buzhou Mountain as a pillar of luminous energy is this phrase, which translates to Kunlun's radiant, meteorological splendor. As we've explained before, both Buzhou Mountain and Kunlun are on the Pamir Plateau, combined with the heavenly pillar-like height form of Buzhou Mountain. This 10,000 foot light naturally emanates from it. The cold wind wrapped around his confident and bland voice, and it traveled into the ears of everyone in the live broadcast room. One sigh of emotion after another converged from before the screen. The final puzzle, thus lifting the veil of mystery that belongs to it. In the field of vision, Qi Luo raised his hand and lightly touched it up towards the pillar of ghostly blue light that rose up into the sky, his tone suddenly becoming incomparably grave. Now, let's turn the clock back thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years and face this experiment from the perspective of one of the participants. From the time you were born, you lived in a world called the Great Wasteland, and you were surrounded by magnificent mountains and lakes, and lovely exotic beasts. You grow up fast and happy every day, even if sometimes you wonder why there is a glowing pillar in the far west, and why some of the beasts look so strange. You think it's all normal, although occasionally when you look up at the stars, you have a vague feeling that there is still a pair of eyes looking down on you, seemingly from such a faraway distance. A low, raspy voice pulled a haunting echo through the air. The simple tone of the song was instantly engrossing to the audience. A strong sense of powerlessness and compassion rose from the heart. You never knew that you weren't actually yourself at all. Just a code name, a string of characters, to live a life destined to be monitored in a place called Blue Star that is really an observation field. Until one day, when you were playing with a beast with a human face and 4 eyes on a hillside, and there was a loud, steep noise from the ends of the western sky. You froze for a moment and slowly got up. Then came a sight that will last a lifetime. That pillar of light, rock solid from birth, crumbled. In the blue light that escapes from the sky, your world, completely overturned into mud. The last 6 words were spoken almost word for word by Qi Luo. At this moment, everyone in the entire live broadcast room stiffened their spines and held their breath. It was as if he was in the midst of that vast overthrow of the field and could not find a place for himself. Phew! In the night sky, Zyro let out a long breath. It was only after the surge of emotions had finally pushed down most of the way that he looked squarely at the camera again. That pillar of energy light, which used the Buzhou Mountain as a shelter, collapsed with a loud bang, subsequently triggering a heavenly collapse of the entire Great Desolate Field. Thus, the Civilization Restoration Plan codenamed Jingwei Reclamation was officially launched. The first and foremost problem is to resolve the crumbling of the geological layers under the East China Sea, so as to avoid the mega-level secondary disasters that would be triggered by it. Upon hearing this, the audience was a bit puzzled, and after a moment of silent contemplation, they began to hammer out questions with pop-ups. I can accept the fact that Buzhou Mountain is a pillar of energy and light, but what I can't understand is why the anchor is so sure that the geologic layers of the East China Sea seabed crumbled after the pillar of heaven was dumped. This thing is not found in the classic of mountains and seas. Remember that book I mentioned before, the Huainanzi? Facing the audience's skepticism, Zillow responded with a smile. Huainanzi? The book that says, the pillars of heaven are broken and the earth is cut off? Yes, it's this chronicle. Zyro nodded, a smile rippling at the corners of his mouth. What I didn't tell you before is that there is another sentence after the sentence, the pillars of heaven are broken. The earth's dimensions are cut off. And it is a precise description of the consequences triggered by that experimental blunder at that time. Read that and you'll understand why observers are taking the lead in initiating geologic plate restoration against the East China Sea. A breeze swept through the bland voice. At the same time, there are words that appear like ink softly staining the night sky. The sky is tilted to the northwest, so the sun, moon and stars are shifted. The land is not full of the southeast, so the water and dust return to it. Chapter 112, One Immortal, One Illusion, Inferring the Management System. Experiment manipulator not an observer? The 2 lines of text, side by side at the top and bottom, drifted languidly in the silence of the incomparable heaven and earth, like seal inscriptions on ancient bronze artifacts, mysterious and heavy. In the live broadcast room, the crowd locked their eyes on the subtitles, reading them softly and silently in their hearts, and their expressions began to gradually realize. Certain unresolved doubts are inching away like the morning mist under a warm sun. The previously missing piece of logic that was so important that it was a clue, was also perfectly filled in at this moment. Under the starlight, Zyro glanced sideways toward the 2 lines of text and spoke with a smile. I've heard a saying before that everything in this world is traceable, and if you don't find it, it's because you're not doing it the right way or through the right channels. And it turns out that this is indeed the case. You see, things like the horrific effects on the Great Wasteland Field caused by the collapse of the energy light pillars of the Buzhou Mountain have been found to have their provenance in our vast and smoky history. So those of you in front of the screen who haven't even found a date have a lot to reflect on. Put. A wickedly sharp blade plunged straight into the chests of the crowd of single dogs in front of the screen. Good lord. You're such a bad anchor. You can even cue us? What's wrong with you? The harmless banter lightened the mood in the broadcast room, where his eyes flowed. The figure began to pace in the space of light and shadow anew. These two lines from the Huainanzi are actually not difficult to understand. In the vernacular, it means that when the pillar of energy and light from Buzhou Mountain collapsed, the high heavens tilted from the northwest, triggering the movement of the sun, moon, and stars. The southeastern corner of the earth collapsed, causing the mountain rocks and mud to start rushing toward it. The southeastern part of the earth, corresponding to the great desolate field, is not the vast waters of the East Sea, Bohai Sea, region. The collapse of a corner of the earth is said to be the collapse of the geological layer of the seabed. Anyone who understands geology knows that in a geologic disaster of the same scale and intensity, a submarine collapse is far more serious than a land collapse, and the resulting chain reaction is even enough to destroy a continent. The angsty coda overpowered the wind chants rustling through time and space. The moment the words fell from his mouth, Qi Luo's eyes suddenly reflected a ball of light and fire in the bottom of his eyes. That was due to the changes in the world of light and shadow. The blue sea in the southeast direction suddenly erupted with violent magma, churning up while coloring most of the sky into a fiery red ocean. The background of the experiment. This surfaces. Qi Luo spoke in a deep voice, his figure drowned by the red light that flowed around him. The energy light pillars of the Buzhou Mountain, which provided energy for the entire Great Wasteland experimental field, collapsed, triggering the collapse of the ecosystem of the entire macro field. And so the main event begins. In the process of uttering these words, the Qi Luo had traveled to the side of a vast mountain. According to the experimental process of crop cultivation that I carry out, after demarcating the experimental field and clarifying the experimental background, it is time for the specific operator of the experiment to choose the experimental tools and receive the experimental items. Experiment-specific operator. Experiment tools. Experiment items. A few not-so-abbreviated words drifted into the ears of the crowd, and the dumbfounded ones couldn't wait for Qi Luo to continue interpreting the words. So they struck the keyboard and sent out pop-ups. I don't really need an anchor at this point. I can reason it all out. Specific operator, high-dimensional civilization, experimental tools and objects, see you. Can I get a perfect score? I agree with the point of view of the pop-up screen. The operator can be a little more specific. That is the 014th observer chant. TSK TSK. I really admire the anchor's logic. I can't find any fault with it. Strips of pop-ups flashed by as viewers fired their wits, wanting to add a little more power to the interpretation of this unprecedented high-dimensional civilization experiment. A whole process. Qi Luo just quiet look. This kind of gesture makes the crowd vaguely born a kind of illusion. How to feel behind the interpretation of, I'm on my way? And as it turned out, they had once again underestimated the profundity of Qi Luo's brainchild, as well as the complexity of this experiment of, Jingwei. Silken streams of light, tinged with damp vapor, scuttled and escaped. Under the stars, Qi Luo turned to look at the towering peak constructed out of virtual light and let out a breath. Many of you think that the specific operator of the experiment is the higher dimensional civilization, the observer with the number 014, right? Actually, not really. What? Everyone was confused, staring daggers at the screen, their brains buzzing. No, is the anchor out of her mind? How can you deny that? Didn't you set up the scenario from the beginning, that the observer is the leader of the experiment? So who else could the actual operator be if not him? Question mark after question mark covered the entire screen in no time. Endless doubts rose from the bottom of their hearts and filled the chests of the crowd in seconds. The night wind whistled past, and his ears, which couldn't stop chirping, were struggling a bit to even hear Qi Luo's voice. Observer 014. He is only the issuer and recorder of instructions, and does not participate in the specific operation process of the experiment. By analogy, he is equivalent to my lab class professor. How can this kind of existence personally help me weed and fertilize? Zillow spoke slowly and the audience listened intently. At first, they didn't think anything of it, but when that analogy came out, they immediately frowned. Yeah. In the anchor's previous detailed description, it appears that the observer really just issued a command. As for how the mechanical essence guards were generated and who manipulated them in the Great Wasteland Field, none of it seems to have been accounted for. Thinking about this layer of the crowd, their hearts were struck with force, and a few hints of anticipation surfaced on their puzzled expressions. By this logic, there must be a particularly special presence in the Great Wasteland region. His identity should be the experiment operator in the anchor's mouth. Then who could it be? Eager gazes pierced through the icy barrier in front of them, and simultaneously threw themselves at the empty square. The moment the eyes focused over, the camera also pushed an incredibly clear close-up of Zyro. Observer 014 is not the specific operator of the Psychen experiment. Now, then, it's up to us to find him together. Come on, let's go over the points we mentioned earlier again. Shi Luo laughed and looked at the screen, his tone resembling the main teacher he had scolded 10,000 times during his student days. Who remembers how the observation management system was constructed in the observation system of higher dimensional civilizations? The words fell, and immediately a pop-up surfaced. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night. I've cited examples before, such as the Xian Nu in the water margin, the Nanhua Lao Xian in the Three Kingdoms, etc. Correct. Zyro nodded affirmatively. The specific operator of the Seiko experiment is actually the person in charge of this management system of the Great Wasteland Field, corresponding to the logic of the basic construction of the observation log. It is naturally the one immortal, one illusion, a streak of light that scurried past from above the firmament, under the night sky. Shi Luo looked at the crowd with a mysterious expression, his voice much more ethereal than the party. So what do you all think? Who could it be? Chapter 113, Cognitive Reversal. Jingwei is not Yendi's daughter, all Yendi's descendants are experimental tools. Buzz. In the silent night sky, there came a deep bell sound that struck everyone's heart with the night wind. The field of vision traveled through a hologram that was magical to the extreme, and vaguely one could see a temple lit with a solitary light standing about 100 meters behind Shi Luo. A few chilly crows stood on the model walls, their cold tones almost on the verge of becoming one with the night. So, the anchor still has a weak heart, right? Why else would he be broadcasting next to a temple? While the audience thought so, Zyro's low raspy voice continued to echo in their heads. Who? For a moment, the audience's brains were actually numb. After all, the Sutra of the Mountain and the Sea is a complex text that is difficult for the vast majority of people to chew on. They hadn't constructed the most basic cognitive system for the mountain and sea scripture, so naturally it was difficult for them to define the experiment operator based on the 5 words, one immortal, one illusionary realm, in a matter of seconds. But they're not anxious because someone else can. Eyes locked onto the figure in the center of the camera. In the dim, interlocking light, Shi Luo finally turned his head to look back, and after standing quietly for a few seconds, he raised his hand and knocked in front of his eyes. The air around him, as if reassembled by him, those originally discrete atomic molecules, in seconds, formed 2 big flashing words. Yendi, Inferno. The moment the text appeared, the audience froze at the same time, their expressions confused. The Inferno is the leader of this experiment? How could that be? Not to mention that he and the classic of mountains and seas in the Jingwei filled a sea. Part of the pressure is not much ink. Just from the logic, it is completely unreasonable. Right. For a moment, pop-ups swarmed out, quickly flooding the tiny screen. Good lord, how did the picture suddenly change so quickly? The experimental manipulator is Emperor Yen? How can you tell? This is a bit of a sudden conclusion, isn't it? Yendi didn't even show his face in the myth of Jingwei. You say that he is a controller, which is unsupported. We can't just say that an immortal is the manager of the observation system, can we? Then, according to the anchor's logic, so many mythical beings in the mountain and sea scripture can lead this experiment? Questioning, always the most horrifying sound volume in Zyro's live broadcast, was unusually violent every time it came, even if it eventually collapsed with ease. This time, it's no different. The specific manipulator of the experiment is the Inferno Emperor, and as to why, let's not rush. After smiling and gazing at the pop-ups for a while, Shi Luo spoke softly, his expression as calm as ever. Yendi, in fact, does not appear very often in the Shanhaijing, and the description of him in the text is particularly fragmentary and trivial. It is written that his wife lived in the Red Water Valley, and that his descendants were Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Ho Tu, and Jing Wei. In these mere words, we can basically deduce 2 things, Zyro said, raising his eyes to the towering mountain system that sprawled out at his side, his tone clear. First, Yendi's range of activities is within the core hinterland of the Great Desolate Field area that we had previously delineated. A foundation has been laid for him to become the head of the Great Desolate Field area, observation and management system. Secondly, he is not a separate godhead symbol, not an isolated existence. Shu Rong or Gong Gong, including Jing Wei, Ho Tu, and so on, their existence proves one thing, that Yendi is an existence that stands at the top of the chain of reproduction, as well as the chain of ecology, of the Great Desolate Field. In the whimpering wind, the crowd listened attentively to Shi Luo's every word. They basically heard what Zyro was trying to convey. But the question was, could he be positioned as the administrator of an observation system based on just a range of activity and reproduction? It still doesn't fully convince them. Among the pop-ups, skeptical voices continued to surface. Zyro didn't stop, pacing slowly and leisurely while continuing to smile and open his mouth. Without looking at the pop-ups, I can guess how people are reacting right now. Thinking that this little bit of evidence isn't enough to support my point of view, right? Then what if I told you that all the descriptions and records of Yuan Di and all the ancient records and folklore of the Kyushu are all telling us that Yuan Di is the actual controller of this experimental field of the Great Desolate Field? What? Everyone was dumbfounded at this statement. What the hell? Again? It was only 10 minutes or so ago that he told us about the fact that the ancient texts had recorded the Buzhou mountain as a pillar of energy and light. And now you're telling us that the ancient texts also contain the fact that Emperor Yan controlled the Great Wasteland Field Laboratory? This is also too absurd and unbelievable. So I'm reading a book and he's crushing it in two forms, right? Ancient books are recorded texts of ancient history and geography in my case. But in the anchor's case, they become sci-fi science fiction books? The audience felt like they were about to go schizophrenic. The repressed breaths, emanating from the front of the screen, haloed a psychedelic light on a night that was destined to be anything but ordinary. It was also during this process that the familiar voice slowly came to his ears. In the various ancient records of the Kyushu, Yuan Di has another name. I don't know if you remember it? Shennongs? Yes, it's Shennongs. Qi Luo nodded. The one most closely associated with Shennongs is the story of Shennong tasting 100 herbs. The ancient texts say 70 poisons in one day, and God transforms them into instruments. Gentlemen, I think you should have studied this mythological story since you were young, right? In the classroom, basically all teachers will tell you that this is Shennong helping the ancient ancestors to test poisons, helping them to identify which plants are edible and medicinal, which is a very great spirit. But here, in fact, is a big logical hole. Zyro smiled and shrugged, his tone profound. If it is true that in the extremely primitive ancient times, Yuan Di did not have the power of God, and dared to test the poison like this, not to mention 70 kinds, within 7 kinds of certain death, but if he had divine power, why would he need to test the poison himself? And why would he have such a deep connection with the so-called mortals? So there is a clear logical paradox here. But if you observe Shennong's behavior of tasting 100 herbs from the perspective of an experimental control person, the paradox instantly dissolves. At that, he adjusted his breathing gently, then looked back at the screen. A long time ago, high-dimensional observers identified the Great Wasteland Field as a planetary-level ecosystem construction and energy transformation laboratory. In order to facilitate the experiments, they chose Yuan Di as the head of the laboratory, who will be in charge of the experimental tasks in the ground laboratory. And so, in that vast field, he took the lead in plant ecosystem building. The so-called Shennong tasted 100 herbs, but it's just a gene combination experiment in plant genealogy. And if based on this logic, the actual forms of Zhu Rong, Gong Gong and Ho Tu, the so-called descendants of the Yan Emperor, actually surfaced, a bland voice, slowly scattered in the air. It was precisely at this moment that a curtain of light was suddenly suspended in the empty space in front of him. Zhu Rong, fire high-dimensional energy conversion device in the lab. Gong Gong, water system laboratory climate regulation and hydraulic engineering systems. Backlands, earth system laboratory soil improvement and geological stabilization techniques. 3 lines of text, swaying lightly in the night breeze. And what appeared beneath them was a fourth horrible sentence that silenced all to the depths of silence. So the female child, who transformed into Jingwei was not Yuan Di's daughter from beginning to end. Rather, it's just a piece of this experimental manipulator's experiment. Chapter 114, Zhu Rong, True Body, created by Qi Luo. What's it to me that the pot is from the mountain and sea scripture? A curtain of orange and yellow light floated below the dark night sky, as if frozen history had suddenly penetrated the dimensions of space and time. The characters in seal script danced gently under the illumination of the stars, stirring up the sullen knots in the hearts of all the viewers in front of the screen. The painting style, the shift is just a little too fast. 2 minutes ago, they were humming and hawing under Zyro's leadership, searching for information on Yuan Di. In the blink of an eye, Qi Luo came up with a definition of Yuan Di that was subversive to the extreme. He had never been the ancient mythological being who called the winds and rain, the god-grave full of existence, but the experimental manipulator who controlled everything in the Great Desolate Field. To be honest, it was hard for many people to accept the new identity of Yuan Di from the bottom of their hearts. But the question is, how to refute it? Based on one Shennong tasted 100 herbs alone, Qi Luo had already spoken clearly. And when you think about it, it seems to be true. The so-called tasting of 100 herbs is nothing more than a disguised form in ancient history. From the point of view of a higher dimensional civilization, the explanation as a plant genetic experiment seems to make more sense. As for the later definitions of Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and Ho Tu, they are even more flip-flopped. Energy storage and conversion devices, climate regulation systems, geostabilization technologies. One term after another, like lightning, struck the crowd with a thunderbolt. Head, more or less. After quietly looking at the curtain of light for a long time, it was only then that a few sparse and scattered pop-ups slowly surfaced. Do not understand. Anchor, I really do not understand. Shinnong tasted 100 herbs as a plant genetic experiment I can barely accept. After all, this behavior is very similar to doing experiments. But about the definition of Yen Di's descendants I really can't convince myself to accept. In the beginning I thought the anchor was trying to dismantle the mythological system of the Kyushu, and as he spoke I realized he was separating the mythological system of the Kyushu, but now it's completely subverted the mythological system. Thousands of years of things, from beginning to end, all with the conventional cognitive stripped. I admire your courage, but still need evidence. Zhu Rong, the god of fire, Gong Gong, the god of water, and Ho Tu, whether based on mythological logic or humanistic logic, they can only exist in human form. Otherwise not only the Shanhaijing, but many things in Kyushu would have to be overturned. So, are you scared? As a certain pop-up with a strong sense of anxiety slid across the center of his vision, Zyro's voice came steeply to his ears. Everyone stopped tapping on their keyboards and looked at him with blank expressions. So, if many things inherent to Kyushu are overturned, the system you're familiar with is broken, the environment in which you exist is questioned, and even your own existence is put under a big question mark, you'll be afraid, right? Dang! The moment Qi Luo's words settled, a depressing and deep chime steeply emanated from the dilapidated temple behind him, carrying a spine-chilling special power. Among the stars above the dome of the sky, a piece of cloud was contaminated by a light that had risen from nowhere, showing a deep reddish-purple color, as if it was releasing something inexplicable into the air. In this moment, no one spoke. Even the night wind slowed down the flow, only daring to fast-forward in and out of the corners of the broadcast room. Will you be afraid? If everything he said was true, would he be afraid? Spellbinding questions swirled around in all directions in their minds, but none of them could give an answer now. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't dare. If everything really tumbles, then all the perceptions of this half-life will have to be reconstructed, and all the efforts will be meaningless. Live. It seems like it instantly becomes an optional thing. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room turned oppressive to the extreme in a few short seconds. Some people didn't even have the courage to continue watching, but the moment they moved their mouths to the fork on the right side of the screen, they were immediately yanked back by Qi Luo's casual hand. In fact, there is no need to be afraid. The world is being turned upside down every day, only that you all seldom realize it. Many years ago, you wouldn't have thought that one day people would be able to play Go with dogs, right? You don't know what kind of people you're surrounded by, whether it's a real person or a machine you're talking to, whether it's me or another life form that's giving you a live feed. So Zhu Rong or Gong Gong, why can't they be objects that exist in other forms? The angsty coda was laced with harsh current tones that flew around. The audience opened their mouths, their expressions frustrated and grave. So he's giving us a heads up? Afraid that when the truth comes out, we'll be so overwhelmed we'll go off the deep end and become self-absorbed? This anchor, who the hell is? The crowd's emotions turned unusually mixed, but the one who had single-handedly started the conversation did not choose to discontinue it, nor did he want to release them to take a breath. Feet began to move on the cold, dank ground, and as they traversed the gaps in the light, the familiar voices rose again. You don't believe that Zhu Rong is an energy device, Gong Gong is a hydrological system, and Ho Tu is a soil remediation technology, and that's because you just haven't examined it, haven't associated it, haven't thought about it. Now then, I will bring you all to do this. As he spoke, Qi Luo had already arrived at the edge of the world of light and shadow, and he paused in place, letting out a long breath. None of us have seen the true form of the fire god Zhu Rong, so there's no way for people to connect him to the so-called energy storage device. But it's okay, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean you can't imagine it. Next, I'll combine my own imagination based on the records of various ancient books, and I'll have him created for everyone to see, Zyro said, raising his hand in the air. In the next second, a huge pillar of fire-red light rose up in the air. The audience held their breath and cast their eyes in unison, and an unexpected silhouette appeared in their vision. It was a huge alien craft, blazing with light and fire beneath its silver coating, above a wide hull shaped like a whale in the deep sea, and topped with a cool humanoid-like operating control panel set into the top. At the bottom, there were two energy propellers that glowed red like flames, and when viewed in the dark night sky, they were truly no different from fire dragons. Here, the true form of the fire god Zhu Rong. I have created it for you all. Qi Luo smiled and looked at the camera, her posture lazy and her expression subdued, but none of the viewers in front of the screen could laugh. What the is this? You call this four-legged flying machine a wishbone? The intense sense of absurdity felt like a javelin lodged in their chests, piercing all the way through their already fragile hearts, nearly suffocating in the situation. Someone did their best to question Zillow. Are you kidding the anchor? How can Zhu Rong be this kind of image? How is it that Zhu Rong can't be this image? Zyro smiled and shrugged, his tone light and casual. That's how it's written in the Shanhaijing. I just reproduced it. If you want to blame it, you can't blame it on me, can you? Chapter 115, Blow Up. He used trigrams to analyze the sci-fi version, Zhu Rong? The Book of Mountains again. To be honest, the viewers were now a bit PSTD about those 3 words. Every time Qi Luo said the classic of mountains and seas, their hearts were bound to shake dramatically and their original perceptions would be subverted in minutes. Such a violent feeling of impact. But any normal person, more than 2 times to get high on a bottle of fast-acting heart pills. There was an inexplicable sense of urgency swirling in the air, and after taking a few big breaths, the viewers didn't bother to send out pop-ups to question Qi Luo, but instead, they buried their heads in the mountain and see scripture on the table, wanting to verify everything that had just happened. That's the god of fire, Zhu Rong. Who can stand it if he's turned into a mechanical energy module in the cold? The rustle of pages turning, strung out against the dark night sky, was met with enthusiasm, but the results seemed somewhat futile. The Shanhaijing is so vast that without a good understanding of it, trying to find a specific description is like looking for a needle in a haystack. In the field of vision, the large technological energy capsule was still hovering, and the crowd rubbed their dry eyes before finally choosing to give up. Eyes refocused on Zyro. He also did not sell any more secrets, turned to look at the Zhu Rong image that subverted everyone's cognition, and slowly opened his mouth. This is how Zhu Rong is described in the classic of mountains and seas, saying that he has a human face and a beast's body and rides 2 dragons. Nah, now let's see it again. Zyro guided the crowd back to the giant object in the air, his finger pointing up in midair in vain. The entire Zhu Rong, in fact, is a huge mobile energy capsule, responsible for the energy harvesting and storage of the Great Wasteland experimental field. The human face is the intelligent control panel. The beast body, that's the pod used to store energy. As for the ride 2 dragons, the description is actually quite graphic. It's the reverse propulsion device after the energy pods have been launched at full speed, and when the energy undergoes a potential energy conversion in it, it usually appears as a spectacular red aura. A reference to a rocket launch makes it so. In a calm tone, the 8 words belonging to Zhu Rong were completely nested into the huge energy chamber. The environment around him suddenly became unreal to the extreme. No one could have imagined that these 8 words, which seemed incredibly simple, could derive such significance. Is that a good image? It's very graphic. But the thing is, it's another specious piece of lone evidence. It had to be said that during the time they had followed Qi Luo, their thinking had become much more rigorous, and they would no longer generalize like before. Pop-ups. Again, there is no hostility, but more of an all-round thinking and questioning of the matter of Zhu Rong incarnation of the energy capsule. Standing in the anchor's logic system, Zhu Rong can indeed be an energy pod form, but I'm afraid there's no way to fully corroborate this with just a single line of physical description in the classic of mountains and seas. Right? I'm not going to dwell on whether it's a case of painting a tiger after a cat or shooting an arrow before painting a target. But let's just say this, to prove whether Zhu Rong is an energy pod, you have to prove function in addition to form, right? So, function? I have to say, people are still seeing things through. When a few pop-ups slid past his eyes, Zyro gave his first affirmative. You should know my style well enough, but whenever I support a point, I am bound to list all the evidence in full. So I'd like to say to that viewer, the evidence you want in terms of functionality is certainly there. When these words came out, the crowd was stunned in unison. Good lord, is the anchor's ability so terrifying now? He's starting to anticipate the audience's predictions in advance? As he was thinking, the familiar voice came again, regarding the functional depiction of the Zhu Rong no ability collector. There was a record of it in a particularly well-known ancient book in Kyushu, a book that I'm sure all of you in front of the screen have heard of before. It's called The History. The Chronicles? The moment they heard those 2 words, the audience's expressions were a little confused. This book they are indeed familiar with. At the very least they are much more familiar with its contents than the classic of mountains and seas. And if I remember correctly, the historical records is a historical chronicle written by Sima Qian, right? How is it possible to record something so sci-fi in such a real and rigorous ancient book as the anchor's words? This is also too destructive. The Shurji, Chu Shurjia wrote this passage, saying, Chonli for Emperor Ci's fire positive. can light and melt the world, named Zhu Rong, Qi Luo said with a smile, his eyes cast to the crowd. The translation of this phrase is that there was a man named Chonli. His position was the fire zhang of Emperor Tsisu, mainly in charge of the management of the fire administration, and he was able to illuminate the world, so he was called Zhu Rong. Within this sentence alone, the function of Zhu Rong is mentioned twice. I wonder if we can find it. 2 mentions of. The audience muttered the words softly and began to think of them with serious recollection. After a long time, pop-ups began to appear on the screen. I think I've found the first function, which is Light Fusion World, but other than that, there's not a single character that has anything to do with the function. After seeing this pop up, the other viewers nodded their heads in agreement, and gazes full of doubt were simultaneously cast towards Qi Luo. The first one. Everyone looked for the right one, but the second one. There is indeed one, only it's hidden deeper. Qi Luo's mouth was tinged with a smile, his expression meaningful. It is hidden in the first 2 words of that sentence just now. Chonli? Dude, these 2 words can't even understand the meaning when you read them over and over again. And they still represent functions? The viewers were utterly unable to do anything but express their powerlessness and helplessness on the screen with question mark after question mark. Can't actually see it then. And I don't blame people for that, because we can't break down those 2 words according to conventional epithets. Gotta use the trigrams. What? Ha? When Qi Luo said the correct way to interpret the word, heavy dawn, the audience only felt like they had received a heavy blow to the head, and for a moment, they were a little dizzy. Nice guy. Trigrams? Can you not be so outrageous? 2 simple words that can testify to such dimensions. Are you the devil, Anchor? Moreover, among the crowd watching Qi Luo's live broadcast, some of them were university students from the literature colleges and the major higher education institutions in Kyushu. At this moment, they were the ones who were the most cowering among the audience. Thankfully, luckily, this bastard was not his own teacher of specialized courses. Otherwise, it was estimated that he even had the heart to die. Spread such a antiquity pass. One still paddles the hell out of the water. Touching a hammerfish Dawe's silent spit emanated from the bottom of the crowd's heart, but at the same time, an intense anticipation quickly rose within them. The proposition of using the trigrams to interpret the historical records and to analyze the true form and function of Zhu Rong is a proposition that makes one's interest soar just by hearing about it. So, this trigram in his mouth. Exactly. What is it? Chapter 116, Zhu Rong Energy Module, has been updated for 2 generations. It was recorded in the historical records. In the wilderness beyond the distant mountains of Rongqing, Qi Luo helped the viewers in the live broadcast room open another window in their lives with just 2 incomparably simple words. In a small courtyard in the prosperous place of the imperial capital, an old man in his 80s and 90s wore glasses, and a pleased smile flowed from his eyes. Behind him were 2 middle-aged men standing in respectful silence, each of them gentle and elegant, with an extraordinary demeanor. The night wind rolled the yellowed fallen leaves and made a mischievous spin on the old man's shoulder. He didn't rush to brush it off, but instead raised his hand and pointed towards the calmly looking Qi Luo in the screen. His voice strong, using feng shui to solve the Red Mansion, using trigrams to dismantle the historical records. I've been reading for my whole life, but I don't have this kind of sharp thinking and mindset of his. So over the years you guys have always complained to me, saying that the social environment is too fickle, saying that the present time is simply not the time to do scholarly work. But now, what about you guys? Look at it. There is no age in which scholarship is unsuitable, only people who are willing to do it. So said the old man, propped up his cane, slowly rose from the rattan chair, welcomed the dim lamps under the eaves of the porch, trembling toward the main house. Such a good role model, and you still need to come to me to ask if I need to promote him? If you don't promote him, what are you promoting? Those who poison the youth on the internet. I won't live for many years, and it's my luck to see such a fine young man in my lifetime. The moment the words fell, the old man's figure disappeared into the wooden door, never to be seen again. The 2 middle-aged men under the withered banyan looked at each other at the same time, and the horror in their eyes could no longer be described in words. A few seconds later, one of them pulled out a cell phone and found the number to dial. That stern and oppressive aura was a world away from before. Notify the heads of the publicity portals in all regions of Kyushu to vigorously promote it after tonight's end. This one is simple. Create a nationally recognized, cultural business card. Only one person's name is written on the business card. Zillow. The small, secretive things that happened in the imperial capital's quadrangle were not known to anyone, and no one would care. At least for the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, there was and is only one thought in their heads from beginning to end. What exactly is the trigram used to determine Zhu Rong's function in Qi Luo's mouth? Gale force winds howled in the microphone. Through the sound of creaking electricity, they struggled to make out Zyro's voice. Chonli, in the eyes of many people, is just a name. but if you know enough about I Ching, what comes to mind must be the Li Gua. And Chongli is actually the meaning of the two Li Gua overlapping up and down. That's why Heavy Dawn has an extremely specialized explanation here, Ming to illuminate the four directions. Qi Luo's voice wasn't too high, but the moment it reached the ears of the crowd, it caused their hearts to tremble several times. Strange knowledge, once again, has increased. Two simple words, put into the eyes of just anyone, belong to the kind of existence that would be ignored after just one look. But he was hard to interpret the trigrams from it and found enough to support the theory of his point of view from the trigrams. You want me to serve you? Of course the suit. But whoever was in the live broadcast room who dared to say a word of disbelief would be designated to be sprayed rotten by the others. To be able to understand ancient texts to this extent, to be able to dismantle the text to this level, it was actually no longer a matter of convincing or disconcerting. Rather, it's lucky. Luckily there is such a person. In the complex and impetuous online world, with their own ability to hard kill a bloody road, it tells everyone that there's more to the internet than just linking up and thanking Punji's doing one. There is one more thing, and its name is knowledge. The sound of the wind, abruptly quieted down, a gaze filled with emotion. Qi Luo adjusted his breathing and continued to speak. One sentence, twice declaring Zhu Rong's ability, plainly tells all of us that he is an existence that can illuminate the entire heaven and earth. When you look at it like that, everything is actually quite obvious, Zyro said, pointing up toward the sky above. Why is it that Zhu Rong can light up the entire heaven and earth? Isn't it because he's an energy harvesting capsule produced by a high-dimensional civilization? Every day, he moves through and over the great desolate field at an extremely fast speed, collecting and releasing energy. The night was deep, and the stars overhead were obscured by thick layers of clouds. Zyro had said so much that his voice seemed a little hoarse, but even so, the things that had just been uttered by him set off an unstoppable storm in the hearts of the audience. Paraphrasing to this point, at least 90% of the viewers in the broadcast room no longer doubted the idea that Zhu Rong was an energy storage pod. They know it's absurd. But the thing is, the man in the middle of the camera. People just have the ability to turn reasonable into unreasonable in 3 words. You have to believe it even if you don't believe it. Not convinced. Also have to be convinced. Nah, the feature you all asked for. I've found it. This evidence wasn't easy to find, but it should be enough to corroborate that point I made earlier, right? In deep space, Qi Luo's words rose again. At this moment, he was walking slowly with his hands in the center of the pillar of light that was shaped like an illusion, with a calm and indifferent tone. Of course, I've been questioned a lot along the way. The idea about Zhu Rong being an energy storage capsule is a bit too far ahead of its time after all. And there are enough of us in the live broadcast room that there are bound to still be that portion of the audience that still doesn't recognize it. He said so, standing quietly in the center of the camera, a few warm yellow lights floating in his eyes. I, for one, have always loved the pursuit of perfection, and a bit obsessive-compulsive. Every time after presenting ideas and theories, if 99 out of 100 people don't approve of them, that means they're vegetables. I'll admit it, but if only one person out of a million doesn't recognize it, then I'll be hard as hell and will feel like I'm the one who didn't do it right. Every time this happens, I rack my brain and go to great lengths to refine and add to my arguments. No matter what, I have to convince that omission. Today, too, he spread his arms out and stretched a long, lazy stretch in the air, and then he looked over toward the crowd with a deep gaze. So now, I'm going to throw out the final killer. Those of you in front of the screen, catch it. In a low voice, he slowly took 2 steps closer to the camera, then spoke in a single word, uttered a sentence that made everyone instantly dumbfounded. Did you guys know? Blessing is not really a name dedicated to anyone, but a code name. This code name was recorded in detail in the historical records. One night, in those words, full of historical ink, I distinctly saw 2 lines that were unmistakably conspicuous, and they were, Blessed Generation, Energy Storage Pod, Zhu Rong 2, Energy Storage Pods, Chapter 117, Gong Gong, not an independent individual? Has it been replicated by other civilizations? Ding! A dull chime suddenly sounded from the city's bell tower far beyond the mountains. It was the signal that signaled the official arrival of 12 o'clock, a sound that had resounded through the old city for millennia. Only no one realized that the moment it rang out tonight was exactly the second after Qi Luo had finished introducing the Zhu Rong 2 energy module. What's more, no one noticed that the bell, which was always punctual, was incomparably weirdly half a second faster than usual. Half a second. In the human world, it is too late to even blink. But if you look at it in the dimensions of the universe, there is enough to do many things. Night, still dim, the remnants of the star began to slowly hidden into the layer of clouds. The lonesome shadow of the moon is quickly swallowed by the fog. In the center of the field of vision, the huge and cold energy storage capsule was still hovering, Only that along with the gradual progress of time, it was like a statue carved by time, slowly undergoing changes visible to the naked eye. The bloated streamline becomes more three-dimensional and slender, and the humanoid control panel evolves at a blistering pace, bringing with it a more intense sense of technology. The two pieces of reverse thrusters adorning the lowest part also peeled off into stunning shapes as the cold wind whistled. Perhaps sometime during the Great Desolate Era, after the Yizhu Rong No. 1 energy storage pod had been in service for thousands of years, the high-dimensional civilization decided to upgrade it. This is also a part of the experiment, in line with the most basic laws of space-time universe development. As the light and shadows overlapped and changed, Qi Luo's familiar voice came in synchronization. Regarding this iterative upgrade of the experimental equipment, it was similarly documented in the historical records of the Chu family. The location, right after the sentence I mentioned earlier. As the words fell, a curtain of light floated out in front of Qi Luo, projecting a line of large text into the viewer's eyes as it leapt lightly. Historical records, Shu Shijia, the total work of the chaos. The emperor made Chongli to kill but not all, was to Gunyin Day to kill Chongli, make his brother Wu Hui for Chongli after the resumption of the fire is, for Zhu Rong. Another line of obscure ancient text, which the audience read in confusion but still tried to deduce in Chu over and over again. It's a much better feeling than being forced to read literature when you're studying. Sure enough, language is the most beautiful subject in the world once you leave the exam. In the dim light, Qi Luo faithfully came to the front of the light screen and inclined his head to look at it with a sighing expression. In one short sentence, the process of upgrading and iterating the Zhu Rong ship is accurately and clearly documented. And whenever this happens I am always impressed by the profundity of the written word. What about this sentence? There are two ways to translate it. One is a direct translation, and the other is a translation based on the logic of a higher dimensional civilization. I know that there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the live broadcast room, so I'll leave the job of direct translation to the viewers. How about it? As the words fell out of his mouth, L.V. Ning, a graduate student at the Imperial Normal University, raised his hand and began tapping furiously on the keyboard. A few seconds later, a freshly baked pop-up flashed into view. Because the Gong Gong clan committed a rebellion, so the emperor let Chongli to put him to death, but did not kill him. So on the day of Gungyin, the emperor killed Chongli, and let its younger brother Wu Hui to be the Fire Zhang. The name, also called Zhu Rong. When the ideographically clear vernacular version leapt into view, two words popped into the audience's heads at the same time, and their expressions began to shock. Also called Zhu Rong? In that case, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with what the anchor said. This Zhu Rong is not at all an exclusive name attached to a certain person, but a code name only. After all, it was customary that two people couldn't share a name, but it was perfectly possible to share a code name. A hidden window opens, and in the process of the audience marveling over it, the translation belonging to Zyro comes again. The audience member who just translated a vernacular version for us is clear enough without me having to repeat it. So what follows is the version under the logic of observation by a higher dimensional civilization. He cleared his throat and looked to the camera. The hydrological regulation system of the Great Wasteland Field was out of balance, and a large amount of energy escape and energy collapse occurred. So the Zhu Rong No. 1 energy storage module was urgently called in for energy relief and recovery, but the effect was not good. Therefore, the experiment controller decided to abandon Zhu Rong No. 1 inch and put into operation the updated and iterated Zhu Rong No. 2 energy storage capsule. The air, quiet, accompanied by the sound of Qi Luo slowly dissolving in the wind. The physical sensation of numbness in the scalp, like worms and ants climbing up along the viewer's veins, could not help but torment the already fragile nerves. Reasonable. After all the time Zillow had spent laying out, interpreting, and analyzing, this second translation made immense sense no matter how you looked at it. Now we're going back and combing through that big section of the historical records of the Chu family. In the silence, Zyro spoke up, bringing the argument about Zhu Rong's identity to a final conclusion. The focus of that narrative in the Chu Shi family is actually on that war, right? After all, events are the best vehicle for carrying history, but if you look at it from a conventional perspective, you're bound to find a great irrationality in this war. That is, cutting off the marshal on the verge of battle. Chongli, as the commander-in-chief of the emperor's side in this war, was put to death simply because he did not completely wipe out the Gong Gong lineage. Gentlemen, Zillow raised his voice and smiled at the audience listening intently off-screen. Does this make sense? But if, however, you bring perspective to the logic of the testing grounds of higher dimensional civilizations, you will see that it all actually makes immense sense. Experiments are not emotional. Mistakes occur, problems that have to be adjusted to change. So the first generation of Zhu Rong energy module malfunction cannot solve the problem. It is necessary to update iteration for the second generation. Zyro spread his hands. his tone soothing. So yeah, Zhu Rong was never the so-called descendant of Yan Di in everyone's conventional understanding, but rather, it was just the energy system in the Great Wasteland test field that Yan Di was responsible for. So saying, he met the countless shocked but convinced gazes on the screen and raised his hand in the air. In the next second, the light and shadow of the Zhu Rong's energy storage module, which had been oppressing the space of vision for more than 20 minutes, suddenly dissipated as if it had never appeared. Heaven and earth. Back to silence. The attacking curtain of light in front of Qi Luo's eyes also slowly escaped amidst the drumming of the wind. He took a step forward, looking into the camera with a deep, steady gaze. Regarding Zhu Rong's true form, the dismantling is complete. Next, it's Gong Gong. As I briefly mentioned to you when I talked about Zhu Rong before, Gong Gong is actually the experimental tool responsible for regulating the climate and hydrology of the Great Wasteland region. Why do you call it a tool? Because experimental tools like Gong Gong aren't just available in our Great Wasteland field in Kyushu, in the ancient Egyptian pole field, the ancient Babylonian field, and the ancient Indus field. Likewise, Chapter 118 Explosion. For identical Gong Gongs, not only did they look the same, but the living space was the same as well. The building of the Ministry of Culture and Propaganda of Chuan Province is brightly lit. The person in charge, Chang Zhengyu, sat on the podium and looked down at the cadres seated below and spoke in a deep voice. Gentlemen, I know that it is indeed a bit inappropriate to have you all come to a meeting at this late hour, but there's no way around it. I've just been given a task, and if it's done right, then for the next few years, our Chuan provincial cultural propaganda will dominate all the cultural propaganda systems of the 9 states. When these words came out, the expressions of the cadres instantly became wonderful, their eyes filled with shock and anticipation. So what exactly is the leader talking about? How could they push the Chuan Provincial Culture and Propaganda Department to such heights? Complaints and irritations are emptied in this moment. If the Sichuan Provincial Culture and Propaganda Department could really achieve this kind of result, it would be a great opportunity for everyone present. After all, no one born into the system wants to get ahead. Inside the meeting hall, there was silence. Chang Masakoshi signaled the staff to turn on the big screen. 20 minutes ago, I received a call from above, requesting that we put aside all other work at hand for a recent period of time and focus all our efforts on cupping one person. His name's Zillow. Zillow? When Shang Zhengyu said these 2 words, the conference room that had just quieted down became noisy once again. There were more than 30 people present. At least half of them have heard of this name. After all, he is in the last few days, is considered to be the absolute top stream on the internet in Kyushu. As for the remaining half, they have exchanged with the young cadres around them to understand. Who is Zillow? I think you should have heard of him more or less, and what he is doing. You just watch the screen. As he spoke, a live feed began to surface on the big screen. It's late in the day, so I'll keep it short. Chang Masakoshi turned to look at the screen that had picked up the signal, pointing to the upright figure standing still in the middle of the wilderness. What the above means is to use the fastest possible time to make him another cultural card for our Sichuan province after Magic Boy Neza. Then there's only one topic for today. Let's watch a segment of his live broadcast together. And then everyone express their opinions on what angle to cut from. Qi Luo is from Sichuan province, and everyone understands the reasoning of being close to the water. So this is something we have to do well. On the basis of familiarizing ourselves with his style and level, pull out all the resources. Wait, leader. Before Chang Zhengyu finished speaking, an old voice suddenly came from below. With the harsh sound of a bench scraping against the floor, he gazed down. When he looked at the person who rose from his seat, his expression suddenly became a little bitter. What's the matter, Elder Chen? Is there an opinion you want to express? Of course there are opinions. The old man with a white beard looked unhappy and raised his finger to point at Qi Luo in the screen. I just listened to what he said. This is not nonsense, this is not. What do you mean Zhu Rong is an energy pod? Good lord. Can the traditional culture of Kyushu be tampered with like this? This kind of person can also be used as a business card to build? What kind of joke is this? The old man named Shinsu. Is the Ministry of Culture and Propaganda rehired back to the old cadres? The age of seniority deep. The only shortcoming is the old-fashioned. In the past, Chang Zhengyu was very respectful. However, today, it did not say anything more, but only gently shook his head, quietly and calmly looking at Shinsu. Elder Chen. You're saying this because you don't know him well enough. You didn't hear the reason why he interpreted Zhu Rong as an energy storage pod, and that's why you think he's tampering with the myth. There's no hurry. Next he's going to decipher the coworker again. I'm sure after you listen to, will definitely be converted. Meh. Chen Su skimmed his mouth full of concern, but still chose to cast his gaze on Qi Luo. Personally, he was disgusted by this kind of haphazard interpretation, so he brought hostility towards Zyro from the very beginning. The only reason I choose to press on nowadays is just to find out a little more and then disprove the ridiculous idea above. The lights in the conference room all went out the moment Chen Su took his seat. Only the huge LED screen was still on, like a giant net that instantly wrapped around everyone, pulling them into a distant, otherworldly time and space. At the same time, the live broadcast. The crowd that had not yet recovered from the shocking conclusion of the Yizhu Rong's energy storage module was once again greeted with a thunderous blow. Over the past few hours, Zillow had continued to take things at face value from a variety of classic and ancient texts to support his point. It was indeed very cool and sensual, but vaguely it also gave them an illusion. How does it feel? Anchors don't seem to be alive anymore. The system of thinking is starting to solidify yet. In addition to the ancient records to find supporting evidence, add most to trigrams and so on. It is completely a change of soup but not a change of medicine. But just now, in just a moment of a headlong meal, Qi Luo had played a handful of Qiankuan de Nuai for them, found a whole new angle that no one would have thought of. He said, the climate hydrological adjustment tool, which is exactly the same as Gong Gong's, is not only found in the Great Wasteland field, which is subordinate to the ancient 9 states, on this planet, in a different field, there are 3 more. This ing. It's treating us like cuties. Are you kidding? How is this possible? Though they knew that questioning Zyro often ended with a reversal to the face, but at this moment, they still had no way to restrain the truest thoughts in their hearts, because this was just too outrageous, tens of thousands of times more outrageous than the Zhu Rong ship's energy storage capsule just now. Co-worker, this is a god that uniquely belongs to the mythological system of Kyushu, ancient Babylon, ancient Aegean, ancient Indus. Although they are known as the 4 great ancient civilizations together with the ancient Kyushu, how can they replicate one Gong Gong each? A country, a civilization, often has its own specificity, and symbols such as Gong Gong are representatives of that specificity. And now, in a few words, Zyro had turned traits into commonalities. This is unacceptable to anyone who has received 9 years of compulsory education. The pop-ups, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly stirred. A flood of skepticism, wildly surging. How can you deduce that? What the anchor means is that there are also existences like Gong Gong in those 3 major ancient civilizations? Don't be ridiculous. There won't even be 2 leaves that are the same in this world. How can there be 4 gods that are the same? The anchor didn't say it was the same. He probably just wanted to show that they were connected. Don't overinterpret it. No, I'm saying the same thing. Zyro smiled and shrugged in the face of the pop-up that spoke for him. In the 4 ancient civilizations of ancient Kyushu, ancient Babylon, ancient Aegean, and ancient Indus, there were indeed the same 4 co-workers. Not only do they look the same, they even live in the same place. What? You guys don't believe me? Chapter 119, A Strange Coincidence. Human face with red hair and snake body. Have you ever heard of Gong Gong's platform? In the western part of the city of Rongqing, in a certain hut with dim lights, Yan Na, who had just finished her bath, held a hot tea with a dull expression. After putting her daughter to bed earlier, she had stayed in front of the computer to watch Qi Luo's live broadcast. Like other viewers who marveled at her husband's whims, she also took the initiative to play the role of administrator of the live broadcast. Whenever someone makes some really bombastic point, they're the first to come out and find a complimentary explanation for Zillow. Even if it turns out that Zyro doesn't seem to be afraid of these things, but she still insisted on doing. After all, now this live room is considered to be their own industry. Maintenance is always not a bad thing. Just now, when someone violently challenged the idea that the 4 ancient countries have the same Gong Gong, she didn't even think twice about it and typed a line of text up. But what was never expected was that Qi Luo had challenged himself as a maintainer. Tell her in a very leathery tone. Hey, I'll say the same thing. Even if you're desperately looking for a cover-up, I'm going to highlight this topic. A mouthful of old blood. If it wasn't for Yang not frantically suppressing it, he probably would have sprayed it out before. She raised a hand in her slightly frizzy hair and scratched hard, letting out a big breath. Got. There really isn't much more I can do when it comes down to it. If you can't find a replacement, you'll just have to swing for the fences. Just as well. Let's see how skillfully Qi Luo, once again on the edge of the cliff, will turn the danger into a blessing. The nightlight shed a soft light that swirled around the enameled cup that swirled with warm tea. Behind her, in the big, warm bed, the sleeping little girl was murmuring happily. It's home, and it's the biggest point of Zillow's efforts to be on the air. The lamp on the west side of the city rode the breeze all the way out into the countryside. Qi Luo stood in the virtual world constructed by light and shadow, leaving the crowd with a mysterious and unpredictable smile. This time, the pop-up was completely silent. There was only one question mark after another, releasing the audience's inner amazement to the fullest. Nice guy. So confident? People are giving you steps down and saving your honor. And you don't even pick up on it and continue with this outrageous topic? A full 10 million people in the live broadcast room were completely unable to be made whole by him. It was also well known that every word Zyro spoke next was important. The reason is simple, but whenever he starts to make things up, then with this one thing, gong interpretation, his so-called theory of the higher dimensional observation laboratory can be completely discredited. But if he really found the same gong from the 4 major observation fields represented by the 4 major ancient civilizations, and subsequently corroborated his theory, then tonight, Zyro will surely seal the deal. The crowd thought so. Their eyes eagerly turned to the screen. It was precisely at this moment that Qi Luo, who had faithfully come to the edge of the light shadow, once again opened his mouth. Among the 4 major ancient civilizations, all of them have the same image of gong and form of settlement. Even I was taken aback when I first discovered this coincidence that can't be called a coincidence. So I can more than likely guess how you all feel at this moment. But there's no way around it. Even if you find it hard to accept, I'm still going to tell you the truth that's been covered in the dust of history. For no other reason than to show you that the world is far more magnificent and complex than you can imagine. So saying, he cast his eyes toward the deep air to his right. In the next second, a huge blue curtain of light emerged. Above that was the border of the continent outlined in yellow and green light, vast and clear. This is a map of the ancient blue star constructed from information from various documents, legends, and relics, not too accurate, but not too far off. I'll use it in the next lecture. Zyro briefly introduced himself, then looked back at the crowd. Just now, I suggested 2 directions that need to be pursued. One is the image and the other is the place of residence. It's only after combining these 2 pieces of information together that we can find the co-workers kind in other fields. Now then, let's start with the first piece of information the image of the co-worker. The image of the co-worker? This time, without the need for Zyro to guide them. The audience was self-conscious and incomparable as they searched for descriptions related to it. I have to say, role models are powerful. It had only been how much time, and the crowd's familiarity with the ancient books of the 9 states had jumped up several steps compared to before. The pages sounded rustling, and after a brief 10 seconds or so, someone was the first to find the answer. The image of gong does not seem to be specifically depicted in the classic of mountains and seas, but I found a sentence in Guopu's commentary gong, human-faced, snake-bodied and red-haired. Is this it? Great, that's the line. Zyro smiled and gave a thumbs up at the camera. Now, please be sure to memorize these 6 words, human face, snake body, red hair. Once you have memorized them, follow me and shift your sight into the ancient Indus field. He said so, taking a step forward. The cold wind suddenly changed, transforming from a low chant to a high whistle, and the light and shadows that haunted his body began to reorganize. Ancient Indus, one of the 4 great ancient civilizations, they also have their own set of so-called mythological system. By no coincidence, in this mythological system, I found a god named Naga. The crowd read the words silently, laboriously searching through their barren memory banks. But the result was obvious, they had indeed never heard of it. Regarding the image of Naga, there is a related account in the Buddhist book of the 8 sections of the heavenly dragon, which says that he is a demigod with a human face and a serpent's tail, and that his head is often densely entwined with reddish-red or blackish-green serpentine hair, and that he is in charge of the waters. The moment the words fell, a shadow floated out in synchronization around Qi Luo, not unlike the one described in his party. This is the god of water in the ancient Indus mythological system. Let's move on and see what the image of the god of water in ancient Babylonian mythology is again. He continued to pick up his stride, his voice constant. The water god of the ancient Babylonian culture was named Enki, and in the Sumerian mythological system, he himself was half human, half snake and long-haired, in addition to holding a double snake staff, which embodied the symbol of the serpent to its fullest extent. As he spoke, a second Enki image constructed from light and shadow appeared. The last one, its gay pole. Zyro let out a breath and stopped where he was. In the ancient Egyptian pole mythology, the deity with a similar image was named Apophis. His serpentine body was extremely long, and the literature also says that his head grew flint. In the final coda, the third light statue was simultaneously framed. At this moment, standing in the audience's perspective and looking over, the only word that could describe the inner feeling was shock. The shock, which comes from 2 sources. On the one hand, there are the real and huge light statues on the screen. On the other hand, it was the fact that Qi Luo literally found a being that resembled the image of gong from the mythological systems of the other 3 major ancient civilizations in just a few minutes. So, is this a coincidence? The crowd, with their complicated minds, began to speculate wildly in their minds, until the sound of voices ringing out again brought them back on track. The search for analogies about images ends here. Next, let's verify his survival dwelling place. Let's see if it's the same. First of all, it's the kami. Zyro spreads a meaningful smile towards the camera, his low voice seeming cold and solemn in the night breeze. Have you heard of the platform of communion? Chapter 120, the platform of Gong Gong, deeply hidden Liangzhu civilization. The four ancient countries' fork platform of Gong Gong. In the conference room of the Ministry of Culture and Propaganda in Rongcheng, the only thing that lit up the dark space was the dim light rising from the screen that lit up a small area. The stars outside the window were dim, and Chen Su sat on a wooden chair. The emotions in his eyes were unusually complex. Been a lifelong conformist and made some critical comments about Zillow over 10 minutes ago. He thought he was going to see a clownish, clumsy performance for the rest of the day, but it turns out that for once he seems to have looked the other way. That young man, from beginning to end, did not have the slightest hint of conceit or arrogance, and the things he told were by no means fabricated. Starting from the 6 words in the commentary of the Shanhaijing and paraphrasing so much knowledge, this hand alone is shocking enough. Although at this moment, he still has doubts about the idea that Gong Gong is a meteorological and hydrological regulation system. However, the tinted glasses on this person, Qi Luo, slowly began to take off. He's old-fashioned, but not stupid. He could tell at a glance whether a person had any skill, whether he was a real fighter or a fake. It's clear that Zillow is capable, and it's an ability that few of his peers have in Kyushu's current climate. That alone is actually enough to qualify for the Kyushu cultural and propaganda system. Phew! The moment the soft light of the screen brushed his face, Chen Su let out a long breath. It doesn't matter if you get an eyeful. You're not afraid to lose face. What matters is what's about to happen next. If Zyro can really convince himself with a lot of evidence, then he, the old guard, can become a revolutionary. He still had more or less a few contacts in the civil propaganda system in Kyushu. At that time, no matter what, no effort would be spared to push Qi Luo up. All around, it was quiet to a fault. After emptying his mind of all selfish thoughts, Chen Su looked squarely at the screen again, listening carefully to the notes that roamed into his ears, belonging to that subdued figure on screen. Strange notes. In the wilderness, 3 Sphinx statues, constructed from light and shadow, stood silently below the high sky like 3 huge barriers. At first glance, it appeared to be cutting off the sight of the crowd from the wide universe with an air of despair. Zyro stood next to the last giant statue, slightly smaller in stature. The camera pushes a very fatalistic close-up of him, and the moment the night wind swiftly passes, he throws out a thought-provoking question. Have you guys ever heard of Gong Gong's platform? The platform of Gong Gong. Chen Su muttered these 4 words silently in his heart, his expression brightening and darkening. He had read a lot of books and knew much more about the classic of mountains and seas than the average person. Thus, when Qi Luo mentioned the platform of Gong Gong, an introduction about it instantly surfaced in his mind. If I remember correctly, this platform of communion should also be a virtual mythological conception. What is the point of bringing it up at this time? Just as he was thinking about it, Zyro in the screen gave his answer. This is how the platform of Gong Gong is described in the classic of mountains and seas. The platform is 4-sided, with a snake in the corner, tiger-colored, with its head rushing to the south. Roughly translated, it means that the platform of the coworker is in a quadrilateral shape, and in one of the corners there is a serpent with its head facing south. Attention everyone! There is a valuable piece of information contained in this short sentence. Zyro intoned, reaching out and gesturing in the air. The carving of the serpentine elemental. Serpentine elements. Is there something to this? Thinking so, the crowd did not interrupt Qi Luo and continued to listen attentively. Although there is a description of the platform of Gong Gong in the classic of mountains and seas, it is after all too general and simple. And to really argue that Gong Gong is a meteorological and hydrological regulation system, the best way to actually is to find the prototype of Gong Gong's platform. Once these words came out, the crowd in front of the screen instantly wouldn't be able to do so, and they looked at Qi Luo with surprised expressions. Finding the prototype of Gong Gong's platform? Isn't this thing something made up in the classic of mountains and seas? How could there be a prototype? It stands to reason that the anchor shouldn't have made such a cheap mistake, right? In the face of the overwhelming negativity, Qi Luo remained as bland as ever. There was a whistling and noisy wind in his ears, and in the firmament above his head, the dim moon looked like a sickle blade, tearing a daunting gap in the sky. He raised his eyes upward and stood quietly for a long time, then took a step outward to the puzzled eyes of all. Swish! It was at that very second that the light across the center of the field of vision changed at a rapid pace. The disorganized light, in an instant, began to break up and reorganize itself, constructing an ancient and old high platform with dazzling speed. In 1936, in the southeast of the Great Wilderness Field, on the banks of the Qiantang Basin, The site of the Liangzhu civilization was first discovered. Between the horizontal earth walls and rubble, archaeologists discovered a high platform made of rammed earth, about 670 meters long from east to west and 450 meters wide from north to south, so tall and majestic that it was extremely similar to the description of the platform of Gonggong in the classic of mountains and seas. This site was later named Majiu Mountain, which is what I just told you about. Prototype of the platform of Gonggong. It was quiet as hell in the live room. The audience fell silent as they looked toward Zyro, who spoke with a firm tone, and emotions suddenly began to pile up. This magical feeling of myth shining into reality can really get on a person's nerves. Is the reason why the Mogok mountain ruins most resembled the platform of communion based on its form? Not really. Zyro smiled and shook his head, reaching out and pointing to the virtual light shadow that had just finished being constructed at his side. The real basis for concluding that this is the prototype of the Terrace of the Commonwealth is its complex and far ahead of its time waterway system, or is its natural uniqueness as a hydrological regulator of the entire Great Wasteland field. The light and calm tone of his voice, with his hand raised, helped the audience open the door to information that had been closed for a long time. Countless light and shadows began to converge, combining around the platform of Gonggong to form a fantastically magnificent waterway painting. Liangzhu site in the waterway system. Tomobiashan Plateau is the center of the radiation outward, from the southeast, northwest and north of the four directions out. Dark with the 9 states gossip constitutes the 8-party Watergate, the essence of the Hook major water systems, in order to carry out particularly accurate water regulation. And this hydrologic regulation is not the conventionally perceived way of artificial regulation or dam regulation. This is a high-tech hydrological regulation system that consists of the Coworker Intelligent Regulation Hub and the High Platform Information Receiver, together. A tingling sensation in the scalp, inching up the tailbone, invaded the nerve centers of the audience in seconds. But before they could suppress this physical sensation, Shi Luo's voice, once again, appeared. And such intelligent water conditioning systems on Blue Star. There are 3 more, split into 4 different experimental fields, sharing the hydrological regulation instructions of a higher dimensional civilization. Now do you know why there are only these 4, for ancient civilizations? It's because of water regulation systems like this that ensure that experiments move forward properly. It's only when it's long enough and menacing enough. Cultivate and perpetuate civilization. Chapter 121 Angkor. What is also the platform of Gonggong? Copy and paste from a higher dimensional civilization. The light and shadows that filled the field of vision suddenly became blurred at this moment, and along with it, made all the scenery around them seem pale and virtual. The wind couldn't swallow the blast of information that Zillow solemnly threw out and let it explode into the fragile brains of the audience. Knowledge that has been solidified in consciousness over many years past, all destroyed, leaving, perhaps, only one sentence. The root of the existence of the 4 ancient civilizations is that image of the human face with the body of a serpent. That high platform that hooks up to the higher dimensions. Unprecedented dystopian emotions inched their way through the bloodstream. They wanted to retort. They wanted to deny it. But their empty heads couldn't sort through even one valid piece of information. Co-engineering intelligence regulatory hub, high table information receiver. Following the creation of the Zhu Rome energy storage module, Shi Luo had materialized another deity in the mythological system of Kyushu into a tool in the laboratory of a high-dimensional civilization. This kind of action is really a bit treacherous. But the thing is, he seems to be able to justify himself convincingly at every turn. This is the most nuanced thing about this broadcast. The time, which was infinitely approaching 1 in the morning. But perversely, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room continued to rise. It's gone straight from 10 million people at the start to 15 million. Pressing on with a momentum that's not ready to stop. It's also true that, after all, what Zillow is doing is beyond the realm of conventional masterpiece interpretation. It's gambling. It was a big gamble that overturned the mythological system of Kyushu and reshaped the perception of the people. The wind, whistling and whimpering, the occasional roar of thunder in the sky above, seemingly ready to drop a swift rainstorm. However, the figure in the light did not take half a step back because of this. He had a smile on his face, and his gaze to the camera was as light as can be. All of this has just been said to support the second point of knowledge that the co-op is a meteorological and hydrological regulatory system. Zyro raised his hand in the air and made a 2. The first point of knowledge is human face, serpent body, red hair, about which we have found similar images in the mythological systems of each of the other 3 major fields. Then the keywords for the second knowledge point are high platforms, waterways. He said so, looking at the screen with a solemn expression. Do you all think that through these 2 keywords, it is possible to look for the same places in the other 3 fields? Audience, if you've said that, it means you have a plan in mind. Don't ever fish this way again, okay? We don't know how many times we've been duped. and it's not easy to feel bad after being punched in the face every time. The crowd was helplessly bellyaching, but they didn't take their eyes off Qi Luo for half a minute. The sense of anticipation, too, climbs dramatically in the process. To be honest, when Qi Luo had found the other 3 gods and goddesses that resembled Gong Gong's image before, they were marveled in their hearts, but they were not very shocked. After all, the mythological image thing is very easy to happen. Similarity, and human face snake body, is also in line with the image shaping in the context of the larger culture of the blue planet. If you really want to go through a lot of trouble, and then go to find out a few similarities is not really too difficult, but not so with the high table waterway at hand. If only the settlements of Naga, Enki and Apophis were in this same shape and layout, it wouldn't be a coincidence or similarity that could explain it. As they thought so, the anxiety in their hearts piled up wildly. And this time, Qi Luo didn't keep them waiting. After briefly combing his thoughts, he raised his steps towards the first sphinx and serpent figure, a familiar voice flowing with the wind in the process. Remember the human-faced, snake-bodied deity Naga in the ancient Indus field? I have explored his dwelling place in that field and finally, really found one. This place is in the Cambodian walled city, an area where the ancient Indus civilization has had a profound impact. I think all of you in front of the screen should have heard of its name, Zyro said, smoothly waving his hand in front of the Naga statue. In the next moment, a lofty and creepy building rose up out of the ground. It's called the Palace in the Sky, and it's located inside the particularly famous Angkor Wat. According to the ancient Indus legend, a female deity with a human face and snake hair is trapped in the depths of this palace, and the symbol of the image of Naga can be found on the parapets and murals inside the palace. Now, please turn your attention to this palace, and let's take a look at its construction together. The spectators suppressed the horror in their hearts and turned their gazes towards the Buddhist-inspired palace. The construction of the palace in the sky is particularly similar to the platform of the co-workers, both being in the form of a pyramid with a large bottom and a small top. This is one of them. In terms of details, there is also an extremely similarity between the 2 high platforms. As he spoke, Qi Luo pointed towards the palace in the air. The corner of the platform of Gong Gong's pedestal features a serpent statue, while the corner of the palace in the air features a lion statue. Both are animal totems, and their locations are similar. The particularly delicate sensation, accompanied by Zyro's voice, began to sprint through the nerves. When Qi Luo spoke of the similarities between the platform of Gong Gong and the palace in the sky, the strange experience of traveling through history and geography was enough to turn a person's 3 views upside down. Murphy, these 2 places are really related? Or perhaps they are fundamentally built by the same forces? If the similarity in the shape of the high platforms can still be called a coincidence, then the design of the waterways in the 2 places, which were almost born from the same source, cannot be explained by coincidence. As he said so, the camera also began to push up close-ups around the palace in the sky. Do you all remember the watercourse form of the Terrace of Communion? If I remember correctly, it looks like it was created around the stage, with 8 water gates extending from the southeast, northwest, and north directions? Right. Zyro nodded his head in approval. A similar form of waterway that also appears in the area where the air palace is located. If you've ever been to Angkor Wat, you'll surely notice from the vantage point that it's similarly surrounded by waterways, densely dispersed to 8 directions from northeast to southwest. And the things that spread out these 8 waterways are the 4 great pools of Angkor's southeast, northwest, and north. Now, see what I mean? The moment the dim light swept in front of himself, Zyro smiled and shrugged. Same high platform construction, same waterway design. How is it that 2 civilizations spanning thousands of miles can exist with a high platform with such a high rate of similarity? There was no way to accomplish this by way of cultural exchange in that period in time. Then, when you think about it, the possibilities seem to be only one. In a bashful voice, Qi Luo looked up at the star hanging above his head and reached out to point at it in a smooth manner. The only comprehensible understanding is all of this. It's all his doing. As the words fell, heavy rain fell from the sky. The whole world, as if by a giant hand around the throat. Steep silence. Chapter 122, Gong Gong, Godly Analysis, Human Face, is AI. Snake Body, is Flexible Pipes. Crashing sound. The rainstorm, which had been suppressed for a long time, finally fell with unparalleled swiftness. The dashing curtain of rain seemed to be a heavenly river hanging upside down, instantly wrapping and swallowing the world of clarity. The crisscrossing light and shadow buildings, also because of the rain, began to drift and blur, as if at any time may be destroyed, scattered anonymous in the deep cold air. A pin dropped in the live room. More than 15 million viewers, all frozen in front of the screen listening to the sound of violent rain, at a certain moment cannot even distinguish whether they are dreaming or waking up. They're really starting to get scared. The source of this emotion was not the darkness of the night, the cold rain, or the evening light, but Zillow's casually subdued words of a few seconds ago, the conclusions he had drawn from his icy parsing of the similarities and connections in the two civilizations, all this is not a coincidence, but the work of a higher dimensional civilization. All the serendipity you thought was just a simple maneuver when they deployed the experiment. This is what really scares them deeply, more than all the ghosts and spirits in the world. Hitting the most vulnerable place in everyone's heart, the canopy took on an extremely rare crimson color, as if it were a scab of blood that had dried up after a wound had been cut open, ugly and unusual. Huge amounts of rain poured down, collecting in puddles of varying depths on the ground, making the world as far as the eye could see look more like an intolerably sickly body. In the dim light, Zyro raised a hand to brush the rainwater from his face and did not choose to go off the air. He inclined his head at the light and shadows around him that were still struggling to maintain their original form, and raised his steps toward the front, raising his voice slightly. If you think that Naga in the ancient Indus civilization is still just a coincidence, then Enki in the ancient Babylonian civilization may turn this so-called coincidence into an absurd joke. The single voice was washed by the rain, clear and cool, not cold. In the gap between speaking, the Zyro man had already traveled to the light and shadow statue belonging to Enki. He didn't even look at it, he just raised his hand and pointed. In the next second, the statue that was only about half a meter away from him slowly rose up, and underneath it, there was a high platform with both God's shape and form, which was more than 90% similar to the aerial palace belonging to Naga in front of him on the left, and it had its own special power to shock people's hearts. Based on ancient Babylonian civilization research literature, folklore, and various archaeological information, it can be determined that Enki's abode was named the Sanctuary of Apis. The ruins of this sanctuary are located in the heart of the Sumerian civilization's hinterland, the city of Elidu, corresponding to modern geography. It is roughly in the city of Absalom in the region of Elak. If you are interested, you can purchase yourselves a handful of truths to take a look at the site. Although it has been baptized by the winds and frosts of the ages, 80% of you will still be able to find the shadow of its once lofty and grandeur. There were a few hints of laughter in Zyro's voice, and it was clear that he was trying to regulate the atmosphere of the scene, but it didn't seem to have much effect. To be perfectly honest, with the level of horror the audience is feeling at the moment, unless Chaplin is alive, it would be hard to make them laugh even if the top comedians were giving it their best shot. Not to mention Zillow, an unqualified sneer contestant. The curtain of rain stretched on, and amidst the cacophony of rain, Zyro continued to raise his voice. The Temple of Apis, also pyramid-shaped, with a four-sided base and a high top, and a circumference of about 500 meters or so, is extremely similar to the Terrace of the Commonwealth, both in shape and size. And on top of that, the similarities between the two in terms of architectural details are even more scrutinizing. On a corner of the Sanctuary of Apis is deployed a sculpture of a nine-headed serpent, which is almost identical to the serpentine sculpture on the Terrace of the Commonwealth, the only difference being perhaps a difference in the subtle shape of the serpentine sculpture. The layers of sound were so intense that the already cool blood was almost on the verge of congealing into the veins. The audience was thoroughly listening. This Temple of Apis, according to the anchor, is a complete replica of the Terrace of Communion in Sumer. It's like copy and paste in both volume and detail. If the palace in the sky is a coincidence, it would still be a coincidence? The somber air that builds up in the live room. It was only when the strings in the crowd's heads were about to snap that Chi Luo's voice came to their ears. After talking about the keyword, high platform, let's look at waterway. Does the Sanctuary of Apis have a waterway system? Of course it does, Zyro said, pointing to the virtual phantom of the Temple of Apis. According to the relevant documents, there are countless tiny waterways underneath the Temple of Apis, densely intertwined together to form a ring-like network of water that radiates out in all directions. Radiating all around, doesn't it cover the four major directions of southeast, northwest, and north at the same time? It coincides with the waterway system of Gongong's terrace and the palace in the sky. A third high platform of almost equal form and function has been found by us again. In the night rain, Zyro smiled and grinned, his expression open. The camera pushed out a close-up towards his face, just in time to catch the fading smile at the corner of his lips. With just one glance, it gave the audience a particularly peculiar feeling. He himself was obviously sitting in the warmth and safety of his home, but the second his eyes caught Zyro's smile, he simultaneously began to shudder. This anchor, really evil. Well, time waits for no one. Now let's see the last one. The dawning thoughts were interrupted by the renewed voice of Zyro opening his mouth. He moved his feet to the last of the light phantoms and passed his gaze along. The residence of the Apophis deities in the ancient Egyptian Pole civilization has been proven to be the Red Pyramid in the Egyptian Pole region. I suppose you will be able to judge, after hearing the word pyramid, how it resembles the first three in shape. Then we won't bother much on this point. I'll just make 2 points about the Red Pyramid. First, detail. In the eastern corner of the Red Pyramid, there is a very small temple, which has no decorative offerings, and the most conspicuous thing is the image of a giant snake in the frescoes. Second, waterway. Zyro spat out those 2 words in a deep tone. His lips pursed. The Red Pyramid is actually a mausoleum structure inside, and the waterway system radiates out from all sides, eventually leading straight into the Nile. The low voice finally came to a slow rest the moment the rain fell to its maximum. In the center of the field of vision, 3 huge and godly high platforms stood tall, with an unprecedented sense of oppression that was almost suffocating. All were silent, letting their thoughts roam and their bodies tremble. This scene, which lasted for a long time, was finally broken by Qi Luo himself. In the midst of the storm, he sighed deeply, his expression deep and cold and depressed. For ancient civilizations, for human-faced, snake-bodied deities, for high platforms of similar construction and function, all of them have been found by us. Now then, when we look at them together, we can actually come to a very quick conclusion. It's not so-called cultural exchanges or chance coincidences that have led to this situation. Rather, it's just that the higher dimensional civilization that has been looking down on us and observing us shares the same set of meteorological and hydrological systems in the 4 major fields under its jurisdiction. This set of systems has the same design principle and the same function. As for those subtle differences, they are just small distinctions made to avoid mistakes during installation. Based on this, I can help you all reason out the design principles of this system almost instantly, Zyro said with a smile, his fingers slashing hard through the rain. In the next second, a curtain of light surfaced in the center of the field of vision. The crowd raised their eyes and then saw several lines of writing that made their expressions horrified. Human face, the intelligent operating panel of the hydrological system AI. Snake body, a flexible pipeline transmission device for hydrological systems. Red hair. Chapter 123, Gong Gong complete state, out. Yen Di's genetic laboratory. The curtain of light that swayed with the wind struggled to maintain its gentle form amidst the furious rain. The sky and the earth were bleak, except for the lines of orange and yellow subtitles that leapt around the edges of the field of vision in a strange and eerie way. Ding! The deep, heavy bell tolled like an arrow piercing through the sticky curtain of rain and reaching everyone's ears. 1 a.m. Right on time. Another nearly all-night stand. But not a single person felt sleepy. Joking aside, tonight from the very beginning of the show, Zillow began to unleash an onslaught on the existing system of civilization. But no one in his right mind could possibly be sluggish at such a crucial moment in the upheaval of predestination. Cognitive remodeling has always been a long and painful process. It wasn't a long night at just 4 hours, but that agonizing knowing that goes deep into the marrow of the bones is unmistakably felt by the audience. Like now, the words that flickered in their pupils like ghostly lines were like a knife, constantly cutting into their fragile nerves and provoking their courage to melt away. Human face, the intelligent operating panel of the hydrological system AI. Snake body, a flexible pipeline transmission device for hydrological systems. Shifa, hydrographic system high-dimensional signal receiver. The moment the last set of parses came out, the rain between heaven and earth intensified violently, and the orange and yellow curtain of light finally began to falter. At this moment, everyone was forced to hold their breath, and it was as if a handful of ice ballast had been shoved into their chests, drilling straight into the depths of their hearts. Human face, snake body, red hair. If he remembered correctly, these 3 should be the depictions of Gong Gong's image in Guopu's commentary of the classic of mountains and seas, and the first set of keywords Qi Luo identified when he helped Gong Gong search for his kind. In the beginning, everyone thought it was just a regular portrayal of appearance, but now, they finally realized how outrageously hilarious their previous thoughts were. Still don't know enough about the anchor routine. Underestimated him once again. It was also true that he would not have wasted his breath going round and round doing so much explaining and analyzing if the 6 words were merely an outward depiction. Looking back now, I realize what a mine he buried in those few words. As in the case of the Zhu Rong's energy harvesting capsule, only 6 words were used to outline part of the form of this high-dimensional civilization's equipment in Gong Gong. At this moment, if someone had just entered the live broadcast room, they would have sprayed wildly and then exited without hesitation. But the people who listen to Zillow's set of analyses in their entirety won't, because they know that this seemingly absurd analysis, if nested into the context of the times and the evolution of civilization, is really reasonable. In the 4 remaining ancient civilizations of the Blue Planet, figures of gods and goddesses of the same morphological configuration appear. Then it must not be a humanoid creature, and the only explanation for it would be the same tool or device. That's the truly logical and self-explanatory point. Subversive? Subversive enough. But it's a justified subversion, a subversion that leaves no one able to refute it. I've divided this system into 2 parts. The The gong gong form is the upper half. The Intelligent Control Center. As you've just seen, it consists of the AI control panel, the flexible transmission pipeline, and the information receiving equipment, respectively. Of course, the intelligent control centers in the other three major civilizations also follow the same design principle, and the red hair of Gong Gong corresponds to them in the form of snake hair, long hair, and the like. In short, no matter how geometrical the form is, the function is to receive hydrological regulation signals transmitted by the higher dimensional civilizations. In the whistling rain, Qi Luo once again opened his mouth. His tone was no longer heavy, and he brought a sense of relief after breaking through the fog. The Intelligent Control Center is used to receive information, transmit information and send signal commands. Since it is a hydrological regulation device for the entire experimental field, there must also be a terminal used to carry out substantial hydrological regulation operations. It is the high platform I've mentioned so many times. As the words fell, the previous orange-yellow light screen instantly collapsed, and in its place, there was another seamless light blue light screen, slowly drifting in the vapor-wet world. It lightly outlined a few other lines of raw and peculiar text. Pyramid-shaped high platform, energy focusing and intelligent increase device. Animal totem sculpture, encrypted storage module for important information. Four-way waterway, water flow regulation and intelligent distribution network. These were words that everyone in front of the screen recognized, but when Qi Luo put them back together, they seemed unfamiliar. It is hard to imagine that the high platform that has been lodged in the dust of Lianzhou for thousands of years, the sculpture that has been washed away by the Nile for 10,000 years, and the body of water that has been worshipped by the pharaohs for countless springs and autumns, would present itself in this magical manner on a modern rainy night filled with the smell of decay. A strong cut in spacetime, like a hairline tied to a sarcoma, cuts off all life. The speed of cognitive collapse, in this moment, surpassed even the horrific whistling of a black hole as it sucked in interstellar dust. Quiet, still quiet. After sitting in front of the screen listening to the rain for a long time, Zyro's voice finally came on slowly. All the components of the intelligence center and the regulation system have been found by us. Now then, let's combine the parts together and recover this experimental component that is especially important to the field ecosystem. The curtain of rain drooped and swung in succession across the field of vision, and as Zyro said so, the light module behind him began to build slowly, as they were many years ago when they were first installed in the four fields of the Blue Star. The high-dimensional civilization has developed a hydrological mediation system in order to better carry out civilization incubation and iterative observation in the testing ground that is Blue Star. They selected the great wilderness of Kyushu and a couple of other places, and then they started installing, commissioning, and putting it into operation. In our land, the first generation of the hydrological regulation system named Gong Gong is in operation. Red-haired information receivers maintain high-frequency interactions with high-dimensional civilization command centers. AI control panels shaped like human faces process massive amounts of information daily, and soft snake-like pipes channel the waters of the world as they are gathered in and channeled out. In that mysterious high platform, the water molecules belonging to the whole great wilderness danced lightly as they followed the instructions to run to different mountains and return to the vast rivers. The system, which has been playing itself out with uncanny precision, repeats the innate cycle, until the day Qi Luo's voice steeply weakened, and above the canopy, a thunderbolt rumbled, crumbling the mist of the misty water above the floater, until one day, perhaps a small error in the transmission of information, or a lag in the delivery of instructions, and this smooth-running water system instantly collapses. All of the energy gushed toward Buzhou Mountain in full force, and in just half a second, it collapsed and snapped the celestial pillar, which had assumed an important experimental function. At that moment, the entire great wilderness began to turn upside down. Violent sirens rang through the sky as the tides of the East China Sea engulfed the surrounding land. When everything was in jeopardy, the being who was in charge of manipulating and managing the Great Wasteland Laboratory finally rose from the console. He raised his step and came to the genetic experiment cultivation field codenamed West Mountain. Setting your sights on, cast on the secret weapon that has been trapped and locked in a petri dish. Chapter 120 for the sacrifice of a female child behind the bronze door. A sad act in experimental observation. Boom! The thunder that had been building up for a long time finally exploded straight into the hearts of the crowd. Between Qi Luo's cold voice, heaven and earth began to change drastically. Shu Rong cabin, Gong Gong platform, including those sphinx and serpent statues that he had casually constructed, all of them collapsed. Darkness, like a huge, impenetrable net, recovered the blurred vision. A great sense of hollowness spread wildly between the muscles and bones. The audience did their best to control their breathing, trying to suppress the constant roar that resounded in their heads. Those seemingly fragmented and absurd logics finally formed an unbelievably perfect closed loop at this moment. Why did Gong Gong crash into Buzhou Mountain? This question, dusted off by history for so long, has been explained in the past only by the immensely simple sentence, the fight for the emperor failed, so he was angry and touched. When I watched it before, no one actually thought there was anything wrong with it, and the more serious ones would feel nothing more than a few hints of rawness and reluctance. But if you look back today, you can indeed identify a lot of holes. Gong Gong is a being with a divine personality. Why did he not make a comeback after failing to fight for the emperor, but chose to kill himself and hit the mountain instead? There are so many mountain systems in the 9 states. Why did you have to hit Buzhou Mountain? The answer to all this is not spelled out in the conventional understanding of the Sermon on the Mount. But now, after looking at it from the perspective of a contemporary high-dimensional civilization's observational testing ground, many doubts were instantly explained in a way that could be described as perfect. Why did Gong Gong hit the Buzhou Mountain? It's just a small loss of control of the data, a small failure of the system. The energy layout of the Great Wasteland experimental field was common, and an energy collapse in the hydrological regulation system would naturally affect the energy pivot pillar of Buzhou Mountain. This is simply, don't be too reasonable. Here and there, heavy breathing converged into a horrified symphony in the bursting rainy night. Thunder racked the air with electricity, raining down toward his ears. In the center of the field of vision, Zyro lifted his steps forward, and in the process of approaching the camera, once again pulled the crowd's minds back to the original point where the story began. The rain rumbled and the crowd went on as usual. Floating light shimmered in the dim, chaotic world. On that day, Yendi, who had received instructions from a high-dimensional civilization, lifted his steps to the genetic cultivation field codenamed West Mountain. The canopy overhead, which is extremely well covered, is about to start collapsing. The smooth and solid continent behind us could be invaded by the pouring tide at any moment. He knows. He couldn't wait any longer. Prickly. When Qi Luo uttered these words, a bronze door constructed from light and shadow appeared out of nowhere in the darkness floating in front of him, even with a few hints of age-modeled flavor, but still cannot hide the cold sense of technology from the inside. At this moment, no one was going to post boring words, because the feelings at this moment could not be described in characters at all. They could roughly guess what was shut behind this door. The same goes for knowing how shockingly drastic certain things will change when Zyro pushes open this door and says something. The wind, swallowing the thin air around them. Those long, bony hands slowly imprinted on the bronze ring of the bronze gate. Z, with a dull, harsh sound, the door pushed open. In the next second, Qi Luo's figure suddenly disappeared. Instead, there were 2 humanoid images constructed from light and shadow, standing opposite each other in the cold space stacked with petri dishes and monitors. The sudden shift in perspective caught the crowd a bit off guard. Only when the image of a young girl as agile as a swallow jumped into the arms of a man dressed in yellow robes did the anxious mind slowly calm down. Father, you haven't visited me in a long time. The shallow voice, like ripples in a lake, soaked the heart. You still have some features that need to be perfected. Been working on this for a while, the tall, imposing man explained, lifting a hand to stroke over the girl's dark hair. Father, function. Upon hearing these 2 words, the hearts of the audience suddenly tightened. Look at this. Murphy, father came to see me. Is there something you need me to do? Just now I heard a big, loud noise outside. Did something happen? Yeah, the girl child. There's been a bit of a situation. Our experimental system, it's going to crash. Originally, father wanted to update your database again and upgrade it for a few more generations, but now it seems, can't wait. Boom! When the yellow-robed silhouette spoke those words, the crowd only felt a burst of lightning crossing their minds. This is Emperor Yen. This conversation is between Yendi and his daughter, Maiden. It would have been fine if it was just a conversation, but the only words just spoken clearly conveyed a message to the crowd. The female child and Yendi are not, at all, biologically related in the conventional understanding of the term. Rather, the relationship between experimental manipulators and experimental tools, update iterations, database upgrades. What could this be if not a smart device? The inside story that had been laid out by Qi Luo for a long time was finally presented in an incredibly shocking way. Those lights and shadows in the field of vision also instantly transformed into sharp, poisonous thorns, stabbing in with force towards the depths of the hearts of the crowd. The dimensions of life are expanded to this point, and the temperature of humanity morphs into a cold tool. No one could take it naturally, including the well-behaved figure in the center of the field of vision. The whistling wind mixed with cold rain swept in towards the back of the bronze door. The crowd clearly saw that when Yendi said those words, the female child's figure swayed a few times. The happy smile was not lost, but only mixed with a few points of unspeakable sadness. If he remembered correctly, The prefix Qi Luo used when he described the mechanical essence guard before was AI human machine intelligent flying machine, combined with what had just been deduced. The existence of the female child had almost completely surfaced. She is a high-dimensional humanoid AI with an autonomous consciousness. She is an intelligent being with human feelings. She should have joys and sorrows, 7 emotions and 6 desires, and should have experienced countless times of renewal and nirvana. That's what led to this present posture and cognizance. To be able to stand in this closed genetic laboratory and treat Yen Di as if he was a relative that could be relied upon. The audience couldn't even bear to think about it any further. It is the result of an innately compassionate human nature, something no mortal can restrain. The atmosphere, depressing in the extreme. The dark room, where the black tide surged, also experienced a small, suffocating silence. Only it survived for a short time and was eventually broken by the gentle voice of the female child. In the shimmering light, she broke free of Inferno's embrace and let out a long breath. There was no emotion in the flat lake eyes, and he smiled as he looked toward his father. "I'm ready, father. You can start any time." "That's good." Yen Di nodded, waving his hand casually in the air. In the next second, a well-made bird-shaped flying machine dangled between the two men. Seiko, Geological Restoration Program, to be launched soon. The countdown to the start of the human-machine integration effort begins in 3. A somber voice that echoed coldly through the cavern. The moment the word "one" was uttered, the figure that was originally standing peacefully instantly collapsed into streams of light, drifting towards the cranial part of the mechanical bird and injecting it. Everyone, silent in front of the screen, couldn't breathe. They were not shocked by the light before them. The reason why they were desperate and voiceless was because a second before the wave collapsed, through the deep curtain of rain, they distinctly heard such a voice, ethereal and ethereal, like a sob, for the success of the experiment, for the continuation of civilization. I would like to. Chapter 125, The Hidden Ending of Jingwei Reclamation, Creating, Returning to the Ruins, and Influencing Modern Times. The points of light scattered with the wind are like the few stars in the sky, running to an invitation that does not know the way back. It's a moment where all the emotionally charged epic blockbusters pale in comparison to the rendition that just took place. The strong sense of fatalism and powerlessness was like a huge stone, pressing so tightly on the audience's chest that even breathing seemed difficult. The cause of Seiko was presented in such a way that it was beyond cruelty, and the false masks woven through mythological stories were pierced through with a lifted hand. The rain, still swift, on the empty screen, the agile and gentle female child was completely integrated into the cold black and white Jingwei, as if it had never appeared. Shots, inches advance. The audience held their breath as their eyes were the first to fall on top of Yen Di's resolute face. Unsurprisingly, no one saw a single flicker of emotion on his face. It's also true that it's just an experiment, after all, and emotions are the biggest variable affecting the experiment. A bitter smile spread out from the corners of the audience's mouths, and what came into view immediately afterward was the mechanical bird of prey whose body was haunted by an icy, dead aura. The changes, visible to the naked eye, came precipitously when the conscious body of the girl child turned into quanta and integrated into its exquisitely designed physical body. Tendrils of dazzling electricity began to run through the dull mechanical shell, and the entire body began to undergo a stunning expansion. In an instant, it took up all the space in the entire genetics lab, and the feeling of oppression was pulled full in an instant. A dazzling white light emanated from above the pointed beak, and the reddish remnants of the antimatter propulsion equipment burned red under the crimson talons dangled. Shoo! The exorbitant air-braking sounds scurried up to the sky, and the originally dense cave collapsed and crumbled at this moment. Stunned to the core, the crowd looked up. In the field of vision, there was no more darkness and cold rain, only the mechanical Jingwei that was big enough to cover the sky, with a huge wood emitting energy fluctuations in its mouth and a huge stone made of special material in its claws, flying straight towards the eastern sky. At this time, 1:30 a.m. Half the world was in a deep sleep. In front of the screen, a full 15,670,000 eyes were filled with bewilderment and shock. This spectacular and cognitively subversive scene was enough to leave an indelible mark on the half-life of their barren and hurried lives, and the viewpoints about the high-dimensional observation laboratories were thoroughly infiltrated into their dull and unappealing souls at this moment. Swish swish swish. I don't know how long it took, but there was suddenly another sound coming from the ears, and the audience who had regained their senses followed the sound, only to realize that it was Qi Luo who was using a towel to brush away the water cascade that was running down his lapel. At some point, he had left the world of light and shadow and arrived within a warmly lit attic. You all saw that bit just now, right? In a still bland voice, he smiled and wiped his hands as he threw a question towards the audience. But this time, no one chose to answer. Their hearts are still hollow, their fingertips are cold and numb, and there is no way for them to communicate with the originator. If you see it, It shouldn't be hard to understand the definition I've given to Seinfeld from the very beginning. It's not a myth. It never was. In its true form, it is an experiment. And only an experiment. The sound of people mixed with the sound of the rain, shallow and faint, swing into the eardrums. After stopping the action at hand, Qi Luo picked up a cup of tea, moistened the tight throat, but also temporarily slowed down the rhythm of the live broadcast. As you can see by now, the piece about the experiment performer, the experiment tool, is basically disassembled. It's raining hard today, and it's getting a little late. So, before we finally finish, let's have a little chit-chat, and incidentally, let's all change our brains. Remember earlier when I analyzed the implausibility of Seiko as a mythological story, I mentioned the argument about the godhead aspect? As he said so, the audience immediately fell into reminiscence. And if they remembered correctly, it seemed that the anchor did question Jingwei reclamation from this perspective. Just as I was thinking about it, an answer was given. If I remember correctly, the anchor seems to be saying that an existence as supreme god as Yin Di shouldn't have done nothing to save his own daughter after she drowned. Right? Correct. Zyro nodded, reaching out and pointing beyond the window pane where the rain was still falling. Now then, that question should be easily answered. Why didn't he do anything? Because the girl child was an experimental tool from beginning to end, and her destiny was to be sacrificed. The performer of an experiment does not become attached to the instrument of the experiment. I, for example, would not fall in love with the hoe I used to hoe the ground, even if I were to spend time with it. He made a joke, but the audience in front of the screen still couldn't stop laughing. The swiftness of the historical dissonance was about to torture them into madness. I don't know if it's a blessing or a nightmare to be in the presence of such a blunt and insanely broken anchor. The mood of the heart, in this stormy night, completely changed to complex to the extreme. Just before they could catch their breath, they heard each other's familiar words again. This experiment ends in failure. This is mentioned in the description of the original Shanhaijing. Jingwei reclaims the sea day after day, and the East Sea still exists. That's all. The staggering dim light turned on Zyro's flickering expression. He put the porcelain lid on his teacup and got up to glance at the time. The Jingwei reclamation program did not fundamentally change the problem of the collapse of the geological structure of the seabed of the East China Sea triggered by the fracture of the Buzhou Mountain, but instead caused a series of problems because of the use of the wrong remedial method. Footsteps that dragged on the cold ground with a haunting echo. The audience perked up their ears and their expressions turned serious and unusual again, leaving aside regular natural disasters like floods and tsunamis. It is precisely because of this experiment's mistake that something has appeared in the depths of the East Sea in the Great Wasteland Field that has caused a deep headache for even high-dimensional observers. For a long enough time, it all became a talking mystery. The repercussions have extended even into our modern lives. It's called, Return to the Ruins. Swish. When Qi Luo finished the last two words in a deep voice, the screen of the live broadcast room suddenly went out. This dismantling, which extended for close to 5 hours, came to an end. Heaven and earth, back to silence. At the same time, the cozy cottage in the west of the city of Rongqing. Jana also got up from her computer and looked up toward the clock hanging on the wall, a few smiles spreading at the corners of her mouth. Well, that's pretty good timing today. There's still an hour to go before the ugly hour ends. She muttered softly and walked into the kitchen. The fruits, snacks, chicken, and pork served on delicate small plates were brought to the table and set in order, followed by an unsealed box of cigarettes from the cabinet, and two were drawn out and placed in front of the dishes. Only after this was done did the party retreat to their beds with the light turned off in peace. The world, back in peace. Along with it, it made the mist curl up from the incense burner by the dining room table. It all took on a human flavor. P.S. In recent times the author's data is actually very poor, but has always insisted on high-quality 3-shift, and the big brothers and niece to ask for a little reward support it. 100 gift value plus more rules remain unchanged. Thank you for your continued support, and we'll continue to tell every story satisfactorily. Chapter 126 Horror Network Speculation. Is Qi Luo interpreting Truman's World? The gears of fate turned round and round in this night with a speed that no one could have predicted, against the dimension of time, leaving countless deep and shallow marks in a world that was like a flat lake. These marks, without a long enough period of time, I'm afraid that Qi Luo himself would come an estimate that it would be difficult to smooth them out. At 1:57 a.m., a full 7 or 8 minutes had passed since Qi Luo went off the air, but there were still close to 7 million viewers in the live broadcast room who hadn't quit. In the midst of the cold rain, they were like a lifeless rotten log, standing in front of the screen, trying their best to digest the suffocating information, unable to convince themselves for a long time. At 2 a.m., the rain finally subsided. The lights inside the conference room of the Ministry of Culture and Propaganda in Rongqing finally came on. In the quiet space, Everyone did not speak. Chang Zhengyu sat on the podium, rubbing the palm of his hand over the cup of tea that had long since gotten cold, and casting his gaze at Chen Su below. Elder Chen, don't say anything. Chen Su pressed down the desktop, trembling from his seat. I'm old, and my brain is not working well. You young people come up with ideas? If you need my old man to do anything, feel free to say hello. His voice trembled a little, and though he was trying to suppress it, he could still hear the faintest hint of those emotions. Chang Zhengyu didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. It was a scene he had expected from the beginning. Regarding Qi Luo's level, he had never doubted it, so he naturally didn't take Chen Su's questioning seriously. Now that everything is back on track, there's only one thing left to do. Leave no stone unturned in wrapping up and hitting the king bomb that is Zillow. It would be best to make this business card, full of unique charms, throughout the blue star. Reputation. At 2:20 a.m. The dim lights in the old building on the west side of town still flickered with a cozy glow amidst the storm. LOL. The old push of the door broke the noisy rhythm of the rapid rain. Qi Luo shook the rainwater from his body and took off the pair of soaked cloth shoes at the door, placing them with the toes facing inward, before entering the door silently. The dim light flowed around the edges of the dishes on the dining room table, swirling in a nice haze. With a smile on his brow, he bent peacefully to peer over them, then patted his belly with immense satisfaction. The taste of home is such that sometimes just looking at it possesses a total satiety. The 3 joss sticks on the incense table at his side had long since burned out, and Qi Luo glanced at them and suddenly began to yawn. Back? The moment sleepy drowsiness came, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Tonight's broadcast was pretty interesting then. The stuff was weird but made sense when you thought about it. Made me think you'd been there yourself. Jade said softly, taking out 3 more sticks of incense from the incense box and renewing them. Good smell began to ripple in the small room. Qi Luo some greedy sniff a few times. Tiredness swept away. It's time for an early night. We have a live broadcast tomorrow. She turned and flashed a smile, watching Zyro walk towards the inner room before lifting her steps to the table. The worn yellow light cast dappled, broken shadows on the silky hair. Jana stowed the 4 dishes together and returned to carry them back to the kitchen, a little playful smile escaping the corners of her mouth as her feet moved. Meh. Same as always. Don't like fruit. It was a night when no one could sleep soundly. Every edge and corner of the internet in the 9 states was filled with the same kind of terrified to the point of horror sound. Are we really a monitored existence? What seems like a rather inane topic has reached over 40 million comments in just a few hours. Chills penetrated everyone's skin, and countless conjectures were made one after another. A grain of mustard seed. I'm a labeled cynic in your eyes. In the past, if anyone talks to me about this topic, I'll give him a big ear scrape to the face. But tonight, after watching Qi Luo's live broadcast, I'm afraid of. People die with their guts in their mouths. Don't you guys realize that the so-called surveillance theory was actually hinted at a long time ago? Remember the movie Truman's World? I used to think it was outrageous, but now that I think about it, could it be that someone is using it to convey something to us? Floating life is better than a dream. Let's not talk about Truman's World. Don't you guys think that compared to that movie, what this anchor is doing is much more nuanced? First he broke the boundaries of yin and yang, and now he's breaking the boundaries of dimensions. It always feels like he's holding back some big move, holding back the big guns. That comment, sent out by netizen, floating life is better than a dream, quickly sparked the attention of the vast majority of people, and in no time at all it was topped to the top of the topic. In the past few days, they were always being led by Qi Luo, paying excessive attention to the opinions and theories in his live broadcasts, and had no time or mind to review and think about Qi Luo's motives for doing all this. And now, on this trippy night, they looked back over their shoulder and suddenly felt a prickly sensation like an on. Yeah, Zillow's behavior lately just seems so outrageous. Whether it's the bombastic ideas presented when dismantling the Sutra of the Mountain and Sea, or the eerie perspective of being outside of the situation at every presentation, it gives you a chilling feeling. Could it be that he's also writing a whole new Truman's World? And we are the Trumans who are watched and drawn to thoughts? Once certain thoughts are born, they can never be easily stopped. On this starless night, almost everyone did the same thing. Look up at the stars, with the most bewildered and terrified eyes in this life to date, harboring an apprehensive and uncertain heart. However, even though they raised their necks sore, they did not obtain even a hint of an answer. It was only after so much persistence that they too realized it as an afterthought. It's an answer that no one seems to be able to give except the man who dominated it all. Then, etc. The torturous day passed slowly with countless pairs of looking eyes. At 8:55 p.m., Qi Luo's live broadcast room was already packed with an astronomical number of people. And tonight, it's not just one individual watching him. Almost all the big screens in the shopping malls in Sichuan province were synchronized with his live broadcast. just waiting for the moment the lights come on to officially thrust him onto the stage where everyone can see him. Time, minute by minute, passed. The audience all but had their hearts in their throats during the last 3 seconds of the countdown. They didn't know exactly what else they would experience tonight, but what they do know is that every second of the next few minutes is bound to cause an uproar within the boundaries of the 9 states. The weather, dry and unusual. 9 o'clock. When the old wall clock finished striking 9 times, the originally dark screen suddenly brightened. A line of text, like a ghost, slowly leaps into view. A single glance made them stop breathing, and an endless coldness spread over their bodies. From ancient times to the present, there have been many supernatural paranormal incidents in Bohai. You said all this. Is it caused by the return of the ruins? Chapter 127 Finding, Return to the Ruins, with a supernatural event. Is the Great Gully false or real? Return to the ruins. When these 2 words, which were used by Zyro to end the conversation last night, reappeared, a flurry of agitation greeted the live broadcast. In the past day, in addition to the discussion of the high-dimensional civilization monitoring theory, the discussion of the return of the ruins was also very lively. After all, Qi Luo said that the return of the ruins was the result of a mistake in the Jingwei reclamation program. That one piece of information alone was enough to float the crowd's boat. It was just that in the long 20 hours, even if they turned the pages of the book over, they were unable to find complete information about the returning ruins between the lines. This mysterious place that exists in the classic of mountains and seas is really, as its name suggests, extremely difficult to find. The sense of anticipation just spread throughout the day. Fortunately, they finally waited for this soul-crushing moment of resolution. And as it turns out, Qi Luo, who has always been off the beaten path, opened tonight's broadcast by throwing out a king bomb that shocked everyone. A supernatural event is used to invoke a reading of Return to Ruin. It was a way that the crowd had not expected, and just as much a way that they were incredibly interested in. The wind tonight is much drier compared to last night. A restless heart sinks in the tumbling clouds. And naturally, the one who finally calmed them down was that familiar figure. The shots are not overly grandiose scenes. A lamp, a cup of tea, a table and a folding fan are all. It was a picture that had existed since the crowd first met Zyro, the place where the dream began. Countless gazes were thrown towards him in unison, and the surging pop-ups, like a tidal wave, instantly engulfed the screen. Paranormal? Are you sure you won't get banned for talking about this stuff? I don't know how I'd live without your studio. Seriously. I knew I was in the right place when I saw that line. I've loved this since I was a kid. Wait till I buy a bottle of Advil. Linking the ruins to the paranormal? This anchor is just trying to make a big deal out of it, isn't he? Aren't the ruins fictional, and they can be interpreted and corroborated? The viewer who said the anchor was clowning around is new, right? There were no less than 1 million people like you the other day. Now you can send a pop-up and ask them if their faces hurt. Sprinkled pop-ups, like fishing lights hit the field of vision flowed through. A whole process. Qi Luo just smilingly watched, did not open and did not interrupt. That stock of calm and relaxed posture. And the first 2 days of the sharpness of the two very different. The pop-ups rained, and kept raining for a full 2 or 3 minutes. It wasn't until the audience began to run out of words that the figure in the dim light finally regained the initiative. Swish! The sound of the folding fan opening and closing was crisp and clear in the quiet space, while attracting the attention of the crowd. It also incidentally dispersed the dust and floating earth that had diffused before it. Gentlemen, we meet again, Zyro greeted casually, dimming the overhead lights a few degrees in the process. Looking at it this way, the originally cozy scene suddenly gained a few more points of meaningless gloom. Before we went off the air yesterday, I told you a bit of unbelievable sounding information, that the returning ruins, which has been talked about for many years in the classic of mountains and seas, was actually caused by the destruction of the energy center of Buzhou Mountain and the failure of the Jingwei reclamation plan. Before the show started, I took the time to surf the web and I overheard a poll and realized that surprisingly, about 80% of the netizens were in my favor. It made me very unhappy and suddenly it felt like all the thinking that had been cultivated for everyone on the air in the last few days had gone down the drain for naught. What? When they heard the last sentence Qi Luo uttered, the audience was all confused. Good lord. Anchor, do you want to hear what was just said? You're not happy because we support you? Not. When did support become a mistake? It's outrageous, isn't it? The crowd had slandered in their hearts, but were immediately silenced on the spot by the words that Qi Luo uttered with a straight face. Every time I popularize a knowledge or argue a point, I am doing my best to find and lay out all the evidence. I could spend 5 hours arguing that the Zhu Rong and Gong Gong forms were present, exhausting all possibilities, but you all took just 1 second to acquiesce that my unargued, return to ruin, view was correct. Isn't this somewhat contrary to our original intent? A bland voice, rippling with the wind. His expression was grave, but the audience did not feel harsh. Yeah, I was obviously getting more and more rigorous on Zillow's broadcast, but I accidentally made the biggest mistake of all, migrating my trust in people to a mindless trust in academic theories. This, indeed, is not good. I'm getting caught up in the moment. In the live broadcast room, there was a silence as the viewers were in deep thought, but Qi Luo didn't let the atmosphere continue to be gloomy. After saying those words in a serious manner, he smiled and waved his folding fan, adjusting his tone. All of this is just to show you that I'm not infallible. After every brand new point of view that is presented, it is still important to keep a scrutinizing mindset, so that, to stay relatively sane when your familiar system completely collapses. Sometimes this stuff can even save your life. The crowd, who had been listening attentively, suddenly raised their heads in unison, with a few more hints of consternation in their expressions. Cognitive system completely collapses to save your life. Why are you saying this for no reason? Could it be that many of the previous speculations were correct? Is he really communicating something to us? There was a slight ripple in his heart, and the color in his eyes began to be complicated, but Qi Luo didn't let them overly immerse themselves in his world, and after a slight pause of a few seconds, he introduced the topic to the focus of the night. Alright then, now let's look at the existence of the returning ruins, with a questioning and scrutinizing perspective again. Go and see if it was, as I said, caused by the fracture of the Buzhou mountain, and that the failure of the Jingwei reclamation program exacerbated its formation. As he spoke, the familiar whiteboard re-established itself in the center of his field of vision, and Zyro picked up the marker, his gaze sharp. Before we can argue whether it is or not, we need to figure out what return to ruin actually is. Can anyone give me an answer to that? The words fell, and immediately a pop-up replied in seconds. It's clear that many people were ready for the show before it started. The Shanhaijing describes Guizhou as a large ravine beyond the East China Sea, the country of Shaohao. Big Gully Ha. Zyro raised his hand to write the two words on the whiteboard and smiled at the camera. Then a question was thrown out that could be called the question of the soul. What do you say? This, Great Gully, is realistic or unrealistic? Chapter 128, a shocking rectangular image of the seafloor, corroborating returned ruins with official records. The fragmented lamp shadows cast a circle of blurred light around Qi Luo, and at first glance, it looked like a bit of real and fake flavor. It's all just getting started, and the crowd's spirits are still high. Thus, after hearing Qi Luo's question about whether the Great Gully was real or imaginary, everyone's minds instantly became active. One after another, pop-ups appeared, and a brainstorm, full of dialectical flavor, was opened. This is obviously a false writing. After all, that is the deep seabed. Modern technology are not able to completely deep into the region. They are not really detected? In favor of false writing, for the simple reason that if it were realistic, it would certainly be described in detail. But how can it be realistic when it is brought up in just one sentence in the Shanhaijing? Have you forgotten the anchor's logic? This is a high-dimensional civilization observation log. Log. How can it be falsely written? Different people naturally present different views based on different perspectives. Throughout the entire process, Qi Luo was watching with a smile on his face and didn't make any comments. It wasn't until the argument in the pop-up had temporarily cooled down in temperature that it was time to give a slight nod and speak at the right time. After a brief look at what everyone is saying, it's basically half and half. I'm glad to see that you guys have improved so much from the previous 2 days in terms of finding supporting evidence and thinking about the depth of the issue. Unfortunately, the portion of the audience that supported the writing didn't come up with enough convincing evidence. Let me announce the answer first. This Great Gully, located in the middle of the East China Sea, is indeed a write-up. What? When these words came out, the group of people in front of the screen who supported the Great Gully write-up were instantly confused. Anchor, are you out of your mind? The reason why we support the Big Gully write-up is entirely according to your logic system. Now you say there is no convincing evidence. Is it not tantamount to denying yourself? Naturally, there were those among the several million people who were unconvinced, and also pressed on without even thinking about it, lifting their hands and starting to output. Good guy. I judge the Big Gulch is based on the anchor's observation of high-dimensional civilization, where ancient inhabitants couldn't go. High-dimensional civilizations could. Isn't this evidence solid enough? Why can't it be supported? But the problem is, my corroboration is not the higher-dimensional civilization observationalism. Qi Luo slowly and leisurely uttered a sentence that instantly froze the audience member who was humming and typing in place. What the hell? Your supporting evidence isn't high-dimensional civilization observationalism? Stiff fingers hovered above the keyboard, and for the first time, he had a visualization of the words, backstab. If the observation theory of high-dimensional civilization alone is used to bluntly point out that the Great Gully is true, without the intermediate inferential corroboration, Then it will become a true sense of reversing the effect to the cause. Zyro continued, his gaze sweeping through the camera. So we have to find arguments that can convince everyone to corroborate the fact that the Great Gully really exists. And there's no shortcut to corroborating whether something is real or not. There's only one way to do it from the beginning of time. Find the image data or the remains of reality. As he spoke, he wrote the words on the whiteboard with rapid hand speed. The crowd's expressions were in a trance, and their heads were even more groggy. That said, is the anchor bewitched? We examined Great Gully either from books or went to the internet. But now he's going to look for it from visual materials and real-life relics? Thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. It's still unknown whether it exists or not. And that deep down, looking for video photos and site remains? How it sounds doesn't make sense. The wind in the live room shifted steeply. The audience, which prides itself on being Zillow's biggest fans, is once again suspicious of him, but this is not to blame them. To blame can only blame Chi Luo. This step across too big. The crowd is really too narrow. The courage is also very small. I'm afraid to follow. In the silence, Zyro adjusted his sitting position, and the expression on his face began to turn mysterious. Now that we've clarified the method, there's a question to think about. That is, are there any visual materials or realistic relics that can be used to corroborate the true existence of the Great Gully? Actually, there is. It's just that people don't pay a lot of attention to it, so it's hard to find. Next, I'll put each of these supporting materials on the table for you to see. The pace of the broadcast is, at last, back on a frequency familiar to the crowd. In the process of casting his eyes to the screen, the book The Classic of Mountains and Seas, which had been mentioned many times by Zyro, appeared again in his field of vision. Orange light slid across the top of the ink blue book cover, like a uniquely modern firework blooming in the dust-locked years of ancient history. He raised his hand and turned the pages, his voice steady and strong. Do you remember the line from The Classic of Mountains and Seas describing the returning ruins? Beyond the Great Gully in the East Sea, the country of Xiaohao. Translated, it means that there is a place near the returning ruins in the East Sea where the Xiaohao clan built their kingdom. This is a sentence that I'm sure many people just look at and ignore, but it actually hides an especially important message. Hidden messages? The audience frowned as the text describing the returning ruins echoed in their minds, unable to find any clue for a moment. This message, in fact, is very simple. It's the 4 words Xiaohao's country. Simply understood. Isn't it just saying that there is a city near the Great Market? Chi Luo casually explained and wrote down Xiaohao's country on the whiteboard. This city, in the records of many, many years ago, may have been an island, may have been a piece of land. After so many years of geological iterations and changes, it is highly likely that it sank underwater. But it is, after all, a city, and even if it suffers the destruction of the winds and rains of history, it will eventually leave behind some remnants, traces of itself. And this is the grip and evidence we'll use to locate the returning ruin and determine if it's right near Bohai Bay or not. The dim light reflected into Chi Luo's deep eyes, but the crowd in front of the screen somewhat helplessly hooked their mouths. The anchor's idea is indeed clear, but the problem is that even if you know that there is a piece of the city near the returning ruins, the seawater is more than 100 miles deep, so how can you possibly find it? Just as he was thinking, Zyro opened his mouth once again. Is it hard to find this place? Indeed it's hard. At the very least, with your and my abilities, it's impossible to find it. But luckily, someone helped us find it. The moment the words fell, Zyro picked up the whiteboard that had been placed aside and turned it over before facing the camera. Subsequently, tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room saw these 2 sentences. In the mid-1980s, the Kyushu Bureau of Oceanography had found incomparably regular rectangular images in the Bohai Bay area. Relevant information, included in the leading journal on marine research, Advances in Marine Science. Chapter 129, Weird Returning Ruins, Giant's Phantom, and Ghostly Poisonous Miasma, of Bohai Bend. The black mass of ink hovered above the whiteboard in uncharacteristic silence, flowing out of a raw, cold air under the illumination of the orange and yellow lights. The air, quiet as usual, but all those who saw those 2 lines were silent on the spot. They had never imagined that Chi Luo would actually find the image data and relic remains he was talking about from the countless news records in Kyushu. Just how much preparation he had made in private and how much energy he had expended. They couldn't even dare to think about it. So it seems that his own previous behavior of making a judgment in just 1 second was a bit too much compared to the anchor. In the field of vision, Zyro flicked a marker across the bottom of the 2 lines of text, and in the process, the familiar voice resounded once more. On a very normal day in the mid-1980s, Su Jisheng, a marine explorer with the Kyushu Marine Bureau, was monitoring a sonar scanning system for Bohai Bay. It was the most lazy and peaceful dusk of the day, and sitting in front of the usual ghostly blue screen, he began to think about his life after work. Little by little the time passed, and at 5:30 a.m., the large sunset outside the window had begun to plunge into the distant mountains. Just as he shut down his computer and prepared to leave the office, tee-hee-hee-hee-hee, a shrill alarm sounded. Suddenly, and he stopped what he was doing and plopped down in front of the screen to take a look. Was then completely stunned in this tiny room? Some people, by nature, have the gift and ability to tell stories. Qi Luo is this kind of person. An obscure and boring story in scientific journals. Through his mouth instantly took on the flavor of ups and downs, attracting the crowd's heart fluttering, endless yearning. Su Jisheng plopped down in front of the display, and what caught his eye, besides the sunset divided by the window pane, was a four-sided matrix constructed of red and blue lines, shaped like a ghost ship. It is immensely eerie, hovering in the Bohai Bay area. The live camera was flipped over at some point during Zyro's speech, accompanying the delivery of his voice. A slightly blurry-looking image map appeared synchronized in the audience's field of vision. The red and blue bilinear matrix map that Zyro had just mentioned. This location, approximately 79 kilometers from the northwest coastline of Daylin City, after being co-constructed by sonar and other maritime detection techniques, it was determined to be a rectangle approximately 24 kilometers long from north to south and 20 kilometers wide from east to west. This is a highly regular artificial geometry, and according to the follow-up research and exploration of the maritime and archaeological departments, it was found that there are 3 shallow water zones in this area, with a depth of about 10 to 20 meters, while the average depth of the water around it is more than 30 meters, which indicates that this rectangle is to be above the seafloor as a whole. In a cold voice, the camera flips again. Zyro crossed his arms together and looked at the screen with a solemn expression. All the information put together certainly tells us one very definite thing. This mysterious rectangle of shadows detected by chance by the Kyushu Marine Bureau staff. It is a relic, the remains of an ancient city buried for countless years in the middle of the hinterland of Bohai Bay, eroded by sediment and washed away by the sea. The light in front of his eyes suddenly began to blur, and even the air around him was instantly filled with the coldness that penetrated from the gap in time and space. The crowd was silenced, but their thoughts had drifted to the bottom of that deep blue sea, trying to detect the temperature of what remained of the lost city. Beyond the East Sea there is a great ravine, the country of Shaohao. Qi Luo repeated the sentence describing the returning ruins in the classic of mountains and seas with a smile on his face. We took the first step on the road to finding the returning ruins. In the East Sea, we found a site shaped like the Shaohao kingdom. Then are the waters near it the returning ruins? If it's the returning ruins, must it have been triggered by the fracture of Mount Buzhou and the failure of the Jingwei reclamation program? It all remains a mystery. He said so, his tone deep to the core. In the whole of the blue planet, there are not a few historical relics sunk beneath the seabed, and this one solitary piece of evidence alone can't be proved with any precision at all. Moreover, if we go by my view of the experimental field of higher dimensional civilization, then this, returning ruin, which was triggered by the collapse of the energy hub of the Buzhou mountain and the failure of the Jingwei reclamation plan, is by no means an ordinary undersea gully. Hearing Qi Luo say this, the audience was somewhat confused in unison. It's not an ordinary undersea trench? What else could it be? It had to be said that Zyro's thinking was just too much of a leap of faith, and had once again hit their intellectual blind spot. Doubts had just risen in his mind, so Qi Luo smoothly helped them solve their confusion. If the returning ruins was triggered by the collapse of the energy center, then it would definitely store and absorb a large amount of energy material conducted by the unconventional mountain, and the release of energy requires a sufficiently long cycle, and in the process of release, it will inevitably trigger changes in the surrounding organisms and marine environment. I see. What the anchor means is like the previous nuclear power plant explosion. Then the nuclear matter energy was released for many years, and this led to the genetic mutation of the surrounding plants and animals. Right? That's the reasoning. Qi Luo nodded his head in approval. So to deduce whether or not the returning ruins is hidden in Bohai Bay or not, and to deduce whether or not it is caused by the fracture of the Great Wasteland Field's energy center or not, you also have to search for the evidence from this angle. So this evidence exists? The question was asked, and silence once again fell over the live broadcast. Seriously, if it was put in the usual situation, for Qi Luo's accompanying questions, they would be able to make up a few answers even if they were making it up. But the issues being discussed tonight, the crossover crossing is just too hard to press to even make up. Using facts to support and examples to analyze, it is impossible to resonate with Qi Luo without long-term research on the marine environment of Bohai Bay. A pair of expectant gazes were cast towards the screen in unison, and through the assault of dim light, they were about to penetrate Qi Luo, who was seated in a wooden chair. And this time, Qi Luo didn't make them wait much longer. After lifting the cold tea and taking a gentle sip, he lifted the cap of the marker and wrote on the whiteboard. The sound of the pen tip making contact with the panel seemed to be the sands of dimension rustling down from the rift in time and space. The inverted Milky Way in the night sky was also covered with a veil of obscurity by a stray cloud that had flown by. The wind rolled in the lamps and the mist was heavy. On this night, destined to be different from the usual, the audience, who had waited with bated breath for a long time, finally saw through the heavy screen the words that he had imprinted in his field of vision. Dramatic release of energy, the fluorescent sea curtain, the 3-day sea boil and the giant phantom event of the Western Han Dynasty, spatial perturbation of energy, undersea fluorescent curtain and toxic miasma hallucinogenic scenes in the Bohai Sea shipwreck, a shivering soul. Almost instantly, then he fell completely into the abyss called Thriller. Chapter 130, Superbly Immersive Live Restoration. The mystery of Return to the Ruins subverts the three views. Cold fingers hovered above the mechanical keyboard, unable to descend for a long time. The 2 lines of text in the field of view were not scribbled, but standing from the viewer's point of view, they looked weirdly blurry no matter how you looked at them. The whistling wind swallowed all the warm air around them, and the originally calm and peaceful live room was steeply wrapped in a huge shadow. At this moment, the crowd finally recalled a fact that they had almost forgotten. If I remember correctly, before this live stream opened, Chi Luo had typed a line of text on the public screen. Are the supernatural apparitions that have occurred in Bohai Bay since ancient times caused by the return of the ruins? At first, when they saw the line, although they had shown some interest in it, they did not comprehend the chilling depth of meaning behind it. It will even feel like it's just a gimmick used by anchors to attract attention and develop traffic. But now, the facts tell them that this man, who was real and calm from start to finish, didn't give a damn about getting traffic that way. What he is talking about is reality. It's what everyone routinely understands as a paranormal apparition. It is to use these things that break common sense and represent taboos to corroborate the existence of the return of the ruins. Coldness, almost instantly, infiltrated all the muscles and bones in his entire body. Dodging and frightened eyes, they didn't even dare to linger for more than a few moments on those 2 lines in the screen. Buzz, the old wall clock, appropriately enough, struck in the darkness of the night. In a low, raspy voice, Zyro slowly lowered the whiteboard and cast a glance toward the camera. 3 days ago, I began to prepare for the examination and explanation of Returning to the Ruins, looking through at least 50 or more documents, reading many discontinued periodicals and newspapers and folklore texts. I was able to find 2 incidents that were true enough and corroborative enough to support the story of Bo Ruins, realistic events that are real enough and corroborate the energy anomalies in Bohai Bay. His voice was resonant, but it still couldn't dilute the low air pressure that permeated the broadcast room. In fact, if you think about it, you can understand. After all, since he opened this literary vein live room, the talk is not a ghost book. Red Building is a ghost domain of the great wilderness. The audience were tortured by him into a split nerves. A little bit of the edge of the bizarre, it will be instantly become a bird of prey. Silence turned into the main theme in the live room. After a brief pause of a few seconds, Zyro continued. As I said before, if the returning ruins was really triggered by the fracture of the Buzhou Mountains energy center, then there would definitely be a lengthy process of energy release, and the typical representation of energy release is a violent fluctuating anomaly within a certain range. Of course, this kind of fluctuation certainly cannot be equated with the hurricane surges that habitually occur in the major seas. It must be rare, multiple, and accompanied by some supernatural phenomenon beyond conventional perception. For example, that weird and wacky natural disaster that happened in Bohai Bay during the Western Han Dynasty. A low voice, like a messy silk thread, rode the wind and tied a dead knot in the broken hearts of the crowd. In the slightly hoarse narration, the space-time fluctuations around him seemed to be disturbed in an instant. In this moment, everyone was immersed in the atmosphere, traveling to some dark, rainy night with Zyro's voice. In the 2nd year of the Western Han Dynasty's first Yuan Dynasty, as recorded in the Han Book of Astronomy, there was an earth tsunami and sea overflow in the Bohai Bay region that had never been seen before in recorded history. This tsunami almost flooded the entire North China Plain, destroying people, houses and fields wherever it went. This tsunami, for many people, may be just a faint entry in the history books, and will not leave any memories. But if you have the heart to go back to certain details, you will definitely find something unusual in it. Unexplained, creepy anomalies that can't be explained by science. The narrative sense of a drawn-out voice guided the crowd's emotions step by step, and the already sensitive ones felt their hearts fluttering in a frantic and messy way. I once found a Han Dynasty record of Qi in a dusty historical antiquarian book called the Divine Anomaly Scripture, and in one of the pages in the margins, I found a depiction that made my scalp tingle. And now, I'll give you a live restoration. The deliberately drawn-out trailing tone rendered the already eerie atmosphere to the extreme, and the cold wind whistled, causing the crowd to shiver several times. On July 5th of the second year of the first Yuan, night fell much earlier than usual along the coast of Bohai Bay, with dark, dense fog hovering in view and thick, layered clouds stacking wildly overhead. There was a sharp rain in the evening, carrying with it a rotten tide, and the fisherman, Li Si, was originally prepared to go out to the night sea to fish, but years of experience had taught him that tonight was just a little too unusual, and even his heart felt as if it was being forced by something, and he couldn't catch his breath for a long time. So, he went to bed very, very early, blocked the doors and windows tightly, and went to sleep on the pillow of the waves that lapped at the shore, fearful of his fate. No one could use precise words to describe the feeling in the hearts of the crowd at this moment, like a poisonous ant that had burrowed into their veins and was devouring their fragile cells inch by inch. Perhaps it was early in the morning or even later. Half asleep, Li Si suddenly heard a sharp whistling sound that seemed to come from the underworld, causing sleep to dissipate instantly. He rose from the straw mat in a single bound and peered out through the gap in the window paper that had not yet been tightly covered. Then came the scene of a lifetime. He saw that on the originally dark and deep sea, at some point there was an additional curtain of ghostly blue light, like a fishing net thrown out during a weekday fishing trip, lightly suspended above the sea. Far away but blinding enough, a harpoon seemed to have been shoved into the middle of his throat, making Li Si unable to utter even a single syllable. He exerted himself to restrain the fear that was churning inside him, and prepared to tilt his head to the side not to look at. The coldness in his voice, wrapped in the wind, pierced the eardrums of every viewer in front of the screen. In fact, in the past many years, they had more or less watched different types of horror movies, but none of them could give themselves such a strong sense of immersion as today. This anchor is, indeed, evil enough. Simply dictating a story can pull you into a sweaty nightmare. The crowd thought so in their hearts, but they still listened with their ears perked up, not wanting to miss a single detail. The camera shows Zyro silently changing his breath, picking up his glass of water to moisten his throat, and lifting his steps into the unlit shadows of the room. A hoarse voice, coming back to life. Li Si threw his head to the side and forced himself not to look, but at that exact second, just before he was about to end the ordeal, an image he never expected flashed steeply into the corner of his eye, causing him to instantly lose his mind. He saw the most frightening scene of his life, saw a scene that took place just above the surface of the sea offshore. Giant Phantom Ghosts of the Night. Chapter 131, Giant Ghost is a higher dimensional spatial image projection. Fluorescent sea curtain is a space-time distortion? The figure on the tiny screen in the center of the field of vision suddenly began to flutter, and the hollow inside the viewer's heart was torn to the point of no return. The sound of breathing was unusually heavy amidst the ghostly wind. They were eager to break free of the horror that lay before them, but were well aware that it was far from over. The low-wattage bulb cackled and flickered a few times. In the flickering light, they were once again pulled into the middle of the space-time vortex by Qi Luo. The ghostly blue curtain of light still flickered in the depths of Li Si's eyes. Only between the wisps of blue light, there were steeply more several giant white shadows, as if they had come out of the underworld. Cloaked in treading waves, Li Si's entire body completely froze. After 20 years of fishing at sea, he was considered an existence that had seen countless storms, but the scene that happened tonight was indeed beyond his knowledge and insight. The white giant shadow in the afterglow was still enlarging, and he forced himself to hold back the fear in his heart and gazed over. Just one glance. It was like being struck by lightning. He finally got a good look at the form of the giant white shadow. It was human. A dozen or so giants lined up and walking silently near a curtain of ghostly blue light. Boom! When Qi Luo uttered those last words, a muffled sound of thunder abruptly emanated from the originally calm sky, wrapped in a daunting force that instantly shattered the already shaky hearts of the audience. Ghostly blue curtain of light. Giant ghosts. Two existences beyond cognizance, cloaked in the thick veneer of history, were presented with incomparable clarity by Qi Luo, constantly eating away and destroying their will. If it's all made up, so be it. Just listen to a bedtime horror story. But the problem is, it's crushingly not. Qi Luo prefaced his narration by stating the source of the story, the Book of Han and the Divine Anomaly Sutra. This is a verified and documented fact. A weird thing that really happened near Bohai Bay. Intense coldness that rolled into the bone marrow. But they couldn't even take a breath before they were immediately brought back into the story by Zyro. Fluorescent ghost curtains. Giant phantoms. This is the sight that really appeared in the eyes of the fishermen along the coast of Bohai Bay on this night. On the second day, Li Si and other people in the village who saw it discussed it all day long. Fearful and emotional. But they only thought it was an event haunted by ghosts and gods, and didn't think about it further in depth. The hard life of fishing at sea gradually covered these horrific memories of a not-so-normal life. However, just when the fishermen thought life had returned to normal, another bizarre and 10,000 things happened. July 12th, the 7th day from the incident of the giant's ghostly shadow. It was a calm night, and just as the crowd tired from the day, was about to fall asleep. A wave suddenly turned up on the sea beyond the windowpane. The low and smooth narration implied a heartstring tautness, and under the gaze of countless gazes, Qi Luo changed his breath. Immediately afterward, the end of the supernatural incident was announced. Starting from this night, the entire Bohai Bay opened up to a 3-day-long sea boil, with hot boiling air spreading unceasingly between heaven and earth, and a thick mist covering the entire coast in its entirety, as if it were the end of the world. No one has ever seen this scene. They have also thought of retreating and away, but it is difficult to leave their homeland. Home is difficult to abandon, and it turns out that meaningless perseverance will eventually lead to a big mistake. That night of July 15th, along with a roar like the sky collapsing, the never-before-seen tsunami, the Bohai Bay near the land rolled over the attack. The entire wave plains has been completely reduced to a puddle of stagnant water and mud. Swish! When Qi Luo finished that last sentence, the lights that had been extinguished suddenly came on, the familiar face, finally breaking out of the shadows and back in front of the camera. Alright, the first paranormal event about the Bohai Sea is finished. Now, let's find out what's so unusual about it and how to dismantle it. His voice was no longer cold, and he was as calm as you can be. The audience breathed hard, forcing themselves out of the suffocating feeling of the party so they could follow Zyro's next parse. The wind, rustling and flowing. After a slight pause of a few seconds, Zyro continued. In this true account of the unusual manifestations in Bohai Bay, the most crucial and bizarre are actually 3 places. First, the 3-day-long sea boil. Second, the fluorescent sea curtain. And third, the giant ghostly shadow. Zyro said, writing the 3 terms in turn on the whiteboard. These 3 anomalies have never been seen in any tsunami event placed on record. That would prove that this is not a regular tsunami triggered by ordinary undersea geological changes. When I think about it, the only thing I can use to explain it is the violent release of energy in the returning ruins region. First of all, it's a sea boil, which is best understood. The deep black tip of the pen made strong marks on the whiteboard, and a bland voice flowed out. After the collapse of the Buzhou Mountain Energy Center, it channeled huge amounts of energy into the returning ruins, and for a long enough period of time, the energy continued to accumulate, finally choosing to explode on the day of the Western Han Dynasty's first Yuan. The 3-day-long widespread sea boiling was actually the release and catharsis process of the experimental energy. Secondly, a fluorescent sea screen, a second arc, sliding past the whiteboard like a mutant swimming fish in the deep sea, burst into view. Since it's the laboratory of a higher dimensional civilization, these overflowing energies must not be viewed through a conventional lens. In my opinion, the reason for this situation is more likely to be a localized spatial and temporal distortion of higher dimensional energy due to periodic outflows. The large amount of energy fluctuations resonating with the ocean tides caused the photons in the seawater to excite, resulting in a large fluorescent-colored light curtain. When these words came out, the expressions of the people at the scene were instantly stunned. Nice one. A localized space-time distortion that can be interpreted like this? But on second thought, they felt that what Qi Luo said made sense. How could it be interpreted if not for the distortion of time and space? We can't say it's fireflies at sea, can we? The last one. A giant phantom. Speaking of this, the hearts of the people were also tightly lifted up. After all, compared to the 3-day sea boil and the luminescent sea curtain, this phenomenon was going to seem a bit more bizarre. They were looking forward to exactly what angle Zilla would take in his explanation. Has everyone heard of a mirage? In front of the screen, Zyro asked with a smile, and the crowd naturally nodded in agreement. In fact, the so-called giant mirage is just another form of mirage. He said so, a meaningful smile floating at the corner of his mouth. Except that the mirage projects an image of the real world, and the ghostly image of the giant that happened in Bohai Bay projects nothing more than an image of the higher dimensional world.